Zieming, what is your super pupil ability? We're planning to try the first floor of the All Heavens Tower next week, probably choosing the martial arts world. If your ability fits, let's team up? Probably not a good idea. My super pupil talent only puts people in a half asleep, half awake state. It might not be very useful. No worries, there's strength in numbers. We'll go in as classmates and look out for each other. I heard Zhao Chang from the neighboring class has already cleared the first floor of the All Heavens Tower and got a D level rating in the martial arts world, earning 1000 evolution points. His super pupil seems to have already evolved to the second stage. Really? Someone from our school actually cleared the first floor of the All Heavens Tower? There's an autistic student in our class who was really determined and went into the All Heavens Tower alone. He lost twice and now he's completely depressed. I heard if you die 3 times in the All Heavens Tower, you'll go permanently blind and become a cripple. Wow, that's terrifying. I never want to go to the All Heavens Tower in my life. What if I go blind? Yeah, nowadays everyone can awaken super pupil abilities. It's fun to have a minor ability for everyday use. Why risk going blind for something stronger? What are you afraid of? Isn't it said that you're done after dying 3 times? Just die twice and don't go back the 3rd time. A high school, class 17 of senior year. A group of boys and girls gathered together, chatting excitedly. On the wall hung bold red lettering, 30 days until the college entrance exam. Yet, the classroom was abuzz with chatter, as if no one cared about the impending exam. In a corner of the classroom, a boy who had been napping on his desk suddenly opened his eyes, a golden glint flashing in his pupils. Who am I? Where am I? What are they talking about? 3 questions surfaced in Xu Feng's mind simultaneously. Then, a rush of unfamiliar memories flooded in, making his head throb with pain. After absorbing the memories, I've transmigrated? After a moment, Xu Feng murmured to himself, finally coming to terms with the reality. He had transmigrated to a parallel world where everyone could awaken super pupil abilities, special powers derived from their eyes, similar to those in novels and anime, becoming super pupil users. The abilities of super pupil users varied according to the unique characteristics of their souls. In the era of super pupils, no 2 abilities were the same. Generally speaking, most super pupil users awakened first-tier super pupils. While their abilities varied, their utility was usually similar. To obtain stronger super pupil abilities, one had to enter the All Heavens Tower. Every super pupil user could connect their soul to the era of super pupils, a second world-like existence accessible through the medium of their souls. The All Heavens Tower was the core of the era of super pupils, connecting multiple universes. By entering different worlds to complete tasks, users could earn evolution points based on their performance rating, which could then be used to enhance their super pupil abilities. However, entering the All Heavens Tower was not without risks. Dying more than 3 times not only meant losing one's super pupil ability but also resulted in permanent blindness, becoming a cripple. As a result, most super pupil users chose to stay safely on the first floor of the All Heavens Tower. The higher the floor, the fewer the number of people, resembling a pyramid structure. Xiao Feng, you've awakened a super pupil too? A surprised and delighted voice reached Xu Feng's ears. It was Lin Xingxing, one of the few beautiful, gentle, and lively girls in the science class. She was popular for her ability to get along well with boys and girls alike. Xu Feng had just woken up, his pupils glowing with a golden hue, catching Lin Xingxing's attention. In the class, there were green, yellow, and blue super pupils. But golden super pupils were extremely rare. Lin Xingxing's exclamation immediately drew the attention of the entire class. Xu Feng awakened a super pupil too? Many students wore expressions of disbelief. Xu Feng's grades were among the lowest in the class, and his social circle was small. By senior year, relationships had grown more complex, and the focus on grades had made many once simple students more pragmatic. The era of super pupils had swept the world suddenly, and many were still adjusting to this new reality beyond academic scores. Seeing the worst-performing Xu Feng possessing the class's only golden super pupil left some feeling bitter with envy. At this moment, Xu Feng realized that his perception of the world was different from others. Everyone had a halo of a different color above their heads. Lin Xingxing's halo was a dreamlike blue, radiating creativity. The other students' halos varied in color, each giving Xu Feng a distinct impression. I can actually see the fortune aura on others? Stunned for a moment, Xu Feng quickly grasped the meaning of what he saw. Super pupil abilities stemmed from the unique traits of each person's soul. By concentrating, one could summon information about their own super pupil power to their mind. Suddenly, Xu Feng felt a dormant force residing within him. With a thought, the color of his pupils changed once more. Though his eyes remained golden, the hue deepened, as if his pupils now had two layers. At that moment, Chu Feng seemed to enter a hallucination, seeing Lin Qingqing in a martial arts world-like scene. She was walking alongside a few classmates on a cobblestone street, chatting occasionally and discussing their mission progress. The scene shifted abruptly. Lin Qingqing was ambushed by a group of people. Startled, Chu Feng snapped back his focus, and the vision ceased. Back in the classroom, Lin Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Chu Feng's eyes. "Wow, Chu Feng, your eyes are so beautiful, golden and full of depth. I'm so jealous." In the corner, a few boys who had been boastful earlier immediately put on disdainful expressions. "It's just good-looking eyes. What really matters is the ability." Chu Feng glanced at them and noticed that the fortune lines connected to their halos were all black. Personality determines destiny. These guys deserve their bad luck. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly and chose not to engage. Reality would teach them how to behave. He had no time to waste words with them. "Xiao Feng, what's your ability? Tell me." Lin Qingqing boldly sat next to Chu Feng, asking eagerly. "I'm not sure yet. I just saw some unusual things but haven't figured it out." Chu Feng casually brushed her off. As if he'd tell. In the era of super pupils, one's super pupil ability was a mark of identity. If you provoked someone in the All Heavens Tower but kept your ability hidden, it would be nearly impossible for them to trace your real-world identity. But once you reveal your abilities, even if you kill someone you shouldn't in the Tower of All Realms, while they can't do anything to you in the era of super eyes, real life is a different story. These high schoolers are still too naive. Showing off on purpose, came a few mocking voices from the side. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Chu Feng naturally couldn't be bothered to respond and focused instead on his super eye abilities. "Those lines must represent fortune. The scene I saw with Lin Qingqing earlier, could it be a glimpse of the future? If that's the case, my super eyes have 2 abilities, seeing fortune and destiny. This means I possess 2 abilities." Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Having fused the memories of 2 souls after his transmigration, could it be he had awakened the legendary heavenly double pupils? On Friday after school, Chu Feng didn't linger at school and headed straight home. On the way, he saw various signs and advertisements posted along the roadside. The Langia Corporation is recruiting Super Eye users, limited to 25 people. Must have reached the 2nd floor of the Tower of All Realms. Monthly salary starts at 10,000. The Storm Guild is a Super Eye association. Anyone can join for free and help one another. The Horizon Club. Looking at these ads, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. The era of super eyes has truly changed the entire society. Past interpersonal dynamics will undoubtedly be overturned. I need to quickly enter the Tower of All Realms, grow stronger, and secure my foothold in this world. Thinking about how he had awakened 2 different super eye abilities, Chu Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. When he arrived at his doorstep, "Xiao Feng, we've got braised chicken today. Want to come and eat?" Uncle Chen was already waiting there. Chu Feng's parents had passed away early, and aside from living on pension money, his kind-hearted neighbor Uncle Chen had helped him a lot. Since his transmigration, Chu Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Uncle Chen. "I've already eaten, and I have something urgent to take care of. I'll head in first," Chu Feng said hurriedly and rushed inside. "Take it slow, no need to rush." Uncle Chen scratched his head, baffled at why the boy was in such a hurry. The era of super eyes had swept across the globe for just a week. Though it had taken society by storm, many older people still didn't understand the magnitude of the societal shift. Currently, only a minority of people had awakened super eye abilities. As time went on, more and more people would awaken. Chu Feng had to act ahead of the curve, enhance his strength, and strive to become a top-tier super eye user. When I grow stronger and money is no longer an issue, I must repay Uncle Chen properly. Chu Feng took a deep breath and set a goal for himself. He activated his super eye abilities, linking his soul power into the era of super eyes. In an instant, the scene before him transformed. He stood on a vast plaza paved with amber tiles. The red clouds in the sky cast slanting golden rays, making the entire world dazzlingly magnificent. In the distance, a towering structure pierced the heavens. The tower's golden body radiated a sacred aura that inspired instinctive reverence. "So this is the Tower of All Realms?" Chu Feng murmured to himself. Suddenly, a panel appeared before him. Name * Chu Feng. Age * 17. Super Eyes * Supreme Double Pupils, Level Unknown. Unlocked Worlds * None. Treasures of All Realms * None. Auras of All Realms * None. Completed Challenges * 0. Evolution Points * 0. Realm points *0. So that's it. The super eyes I awakened are called supreme double pupils. Chu Feng muttered, astonished to find that the level of his super eyes was marked as unknown. Well, it makes sense. Being able to see through others' fortunes and destinies is already a godlike ability. If it can still evolve further, the system naturally can't determine its level. As for the name, it must just be a code to conceal my true identity. In the era of super eyes, everyone communicates through their souls, so there's no need to worry about revealing one's identity. With this thought, Chu Feng designed an image for himself as a cold and aloof youth. Though he looked handsome, his stern demeanor made it clear he was not someone to be trifled with. He glanced around. The plaza was bustling with people. Among them were lone wanderers, carefree idlers, and organized guilds seemingly assembling groups of super eye users to challenge the Tower of All Realms together. Just then, from the direction of the Tower of All Realms, a broadcast rang out. Congratulations to Jiang Shui for achieving an A-grade rating on the 5th floor of the Tower of All Realms. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd erupted. My God, Jiang Shui has already reached the 5th floor? That's incredible. And with an A-grade rating. When I cleared the 1st floor, the best I could get was a B grade. How can Jiang Shui get an A grade on the 5th floor? That's beyond the comprehension of us ordinary folks. I heard that Jiang Shui got an SS grade rating on the 1st floor back then. She's a once-in-a-million genius, so it's no surprise she got an A grade on the 5th floor. If there's an SS grade rating, does that mean there's also an SSS grade? There indeed is an SSS grade, but the conditions are extremely stringent, and only one person can achieve it. In other words, there can only be one SSS grade rating holder. The crowd was stunned at this revelation. What are the conditions? How come I've never heard of this? The one who revealed these secrets was a young boy in black clothing. He looked at the curious crowd with a sly grin and shrugged. I don't know the conditions either, so asking me is pointless. Chu Feng gave him a glance, guessing that this boy in black was deliberately withholding the most crucial information. His identity was undoubtedly unusual, likely a high-ranking member of some guild with access to core secrets. With a thought, Chu Feng's pupils suddenly glowed with a golden light. If you know so much, let me see your destiny. In the next moment, the scene before Chu Feng shifted dramatically. He saw the boy in black wielding a massive, demonic sword, plunging it into a giant dragon. He had one, yet he sighed in regret. Sigh, this mission still didn't lead me to the legendary Heavenly Eye user. With only one ability from my super eyes, progressing to higher floors becomes exponentially harder. The difficulty grows the higher you go. Even if I find the Heavenly Eye user, defeating them won't be easy. The legendary SSS grade rating looks like it's not meant for me. Next to him, a graceful woman softly comforted him, You've already done a great job. We are the first wave of pioneers entering the Tower of All Realms, so it's normal to know that every reincarnation world has a Heaven Eye holder. It's just that we discovered it a bit late. Heaven Eye holders are like protagonists in novels, easy to eliminate at lower levels but much harder to deal with at higher levels. Even if the guild mobilizes all its forces, we might not win and could even be counter-killed. Our only hope is for the guild to recruit geniuses to start killing Heaven Eye holders from the lower levels. Only then can we have a chance at reaching the higher levels. The boy in black frowned. Unfortunately, now many guilds have discovered this secret, and there's even a group of lunatics plotting some kind of conspiracy. The scene paused there. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. Heaven Eye holder? According to the boy in black, a Heaven Eye holder is a special existence with protagonist-like traits, akin to a unique boss or NPC in the Tower of All Realms. An ocular skill. This statement revealed that the boy in black wasn't satisfied with just one super ocular ability, he wanted a second one. Piecing this information together. In every layer of the Tower of All Realms, there is a Heaven Eye holder. Defeating a Heaven Eye holder not only grants you a second super ocular talent but also earns you the legendary SSS grade rating. However, there is a fundamental difference between Heaven Eye holders on the lower levels and those on the higher levels. If one fails to kill a Heaven Eye holder at the lower levels of the Tower of All Realms, the difficulty will increase as the layers ascend, and the opportunities will become scarcer. Moreover, the era of super ocular abilities has just begun, and very few super ocular users are aware of this secret. If Chu Feng hadn't awakened the supreme dual pupil and seen the boy in black's destiny, this secret might have remained undiscovered forever. Wait! I can see fortune in destiny. The fortune of a Heaven Eye holder must be extraordinarily strong. If I just find the person with the highest fortune in the world of all realms, observe their destiny, and combine it with typical novel tropes, wouldn't I be able to identify the Heaven Eye holder? Chu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Although the supreme dual pupil couldn't directly enhance his combat power, it could help him identify the Heaven Eye holder immediately. This meant that during each layer's strategy in the Tower of All Realms, he could gain an additional ocular talent. Each layer of the Tower of All Realms could only be cleared once. In other words, those old monsters who had ascended to higher levels could never return to the lower levels to find the Heaven Eye holder. Thinking of this, Xu Feng was thrilled, feeling that he had seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Firstly, the era of superocular abilities had only begun a week ago, and few superocular users knew the secret, so competition was minimal. Secondly, those pioneering old monsters had already ascended and couldn't return to the lower levels, so they naturally wouldn't become his competitors. Xu Feng felt immense gratitude toward the boy in black. Before entering the Tower of All Realms, he had already obtained such invaluable intelligence from him. What a good person! The boy in black suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if his secrets had been seen through. He looked around nervously. But Xu Feng had already withdrawn his gaze and was walking toward the Tower of All Realms. Strange, why do I feel like my secrets have been exposed? The boy in black shook his head, thinking it might just be an illusion, and didn't dwell on it. Jiang Shui is definitely going to host another victory feast tonight. I better hurry over and grab a few more chicken legs, hee. No matter how much the people around him asked, the boy in black's figure flickered and disappeared. When Xu Feng arrived at the Tower of All Realms, the first layer was packed with people. Blue light screens continuously enveloped one superocular user after another, evidently teleporting them to dungeons. At this moment, an elf assistant approached Xu Feng. Would you like to enter a dungeon? Xu Feng nodded. Before him, projections of various vast worlds appeared. Martial Arts World, Martial Soul World, Ninja World, Shushan World, Warlord World. Xu Feng quickly scanned the projections, thinking to himself. The Ninja World focuses on assassination and stealth, where ocular skills could be effective, but my superocular ability is more suited for support, so it's not ideal. In the Martial Soul World, everyone awakens a martial soul with a wide variety of types, somewhat similar to superocular abilities, but it's too random and reliant on luck. The Warlord World emphasizes raw strength, featuring dynastic wars and a life of iron and blood, a world of direct confrontation. The Shushan World has a swordsmanship backdrop, along with demons and monsters. That leaves the Martial Arts World, which seems most similar to the fantasy novels I read in my previous life. It should be the best fit for me. Compared to the other worlds, Xu Feng felt most familiar with the Martial Arts World, as he had read many web novels before. The typical trope of the martial arts world involved the protagonist gaining a golden finger ability by chance. He was well versed in this kind of setup. If he went to other worlds, like the Martial Soul World, the Heaven Eye holder might already have awakened a powerful martial soul from the start, making them difficult to deal with. In the end, Xu Feng chose the Martial Arts World. Xu Feng, you are about to be teleported to the Martial Arts World. Do you confirm? I confirm. As soon as the words left his mouth, thousands of light screens simultaneously enveloped the superocular users on the first layer of the Tower of All Realms. So many people? Xu Feng hadn't expected so many people to enter a dungeon at the same time for a single mission. No wonder there were guild announcements for superocular users along the way. In such large-scale dungeons, having companions nearby was definitely helpful for mutual support. But Xu Feng wouldn't join a guild. Before entering the dungeon, everyone might agree to work together to get rich, but when they encountered valuable items, how would they divide them? What's more, he knew that there could only be one Heaven Eye holder. If he teamed up to kill the Heaven Eye holder, how would they split the additional superocular talent reward? With that in mind, Xu Feng felt it was better to complete the mission alone. As the light screen enveloped him, a panel popped up. Dungeon, Martial Arts World. Teleportation location, Yuyang City. Floor, first floor. Danger level, moderate. Background information: Yuyang City is home to 4 major martial arts families, the Zhao family, the Lin family, the Yu family, and the Shi family. Every 4 years, the 4 families hold a martial arts tournament. The martial arts saint, King Guanghan, will personally attend and select 7 disciples to take back to Guanghan City for special training. Mission objective: choose a martial arts school to cultivate, increase your reputation, and survive till the end. You may choose one of the 4 families as your background. Different family backgrounds will affect every decision you make in the martial arts world. Meanwhile, super pupils from other families will be regarded as enemies. Defeating super pupils from opposing factions directly grants evolution points as a reward. If you kill a super pupil from the same faction, the system will issue an alert. In severe cases, the mission will fail, or even result in your death. We have to choose a faction right from the start? Xu Feng frowned. He carefully read through the prompts but found no clues to help him decide. However, the fact that killing super pupils from opposing factions could earn evolution points made the missions in the Tower of the Heavens exceptionally dangerous. In the Tower of the Heavens, evolution points were the most coveted resource for every super pupil. In that case, I'll choose the Zhao clan. As soon as Chu Feng made his decision, the environment around him transformed dramatically. It felt as though he had traveled back in time to an ancient era. In the next moment, Chu Feng opened his eyes and found himself lying on a wooden bed. A character panel floated before him. Character ** Zhao. Age * 13 years old. Identity * outer disciple of the Zhao clan. Cultivation level * martial Dao, level 1. Skills * basic fist technique, basic footwork. Silver coins * 2. Reputation * 5. According to the rules of the Tower of the Heavens, I am now this outer disciple of the Zhao clan. I have to cultivate martial arts to grow stronger and find ways to increase my reputation. Only then can I achieve a high score. Chu Feng quickly adapted to his new identity. This wasn't transmigration, it was a role-playing mission within the Tower of the Heavens. In Yuyang City, he wasn't the only participant, there were thousands of others completing the same mission. Fortunately, he was on Zhao clan territory, where enemy super pupils from opposing factions would rarely intrude. For now, he had a relatively safe space. He sat up and looked around the wooden room. The windows were bright, and the interior was tidy. Not far away on the desk lay an old book. Chu Feng brushed the dust off the book, picked it up, and began to flip through it. Flame Dragon Fist, a low-grade martial technique? He skimmed a few pages. The book illustrated a series of complex movements, resembling the secret techniques described in martial arts novels, only with more challenging maneuvers. This must be the initial cultivation manual provided as a starting gift. He muttered to himself and then attempted to practice the technique. The result was obvious. It was completely ineffective. Of course, the body I'm playing is only 13 years old, with a cultivation level of martial Dao, level 1, and has only learned basic fist and foot techniques. Trying to master the Flame Dragon Fist in one day is simply unrealistic. Chu Feng smiled bitterly and gave up on the idea of practicing it diligently. What a joke! The Tower of the Heavens wouldn't give him decades to train. He had to find a way to level up quickly to achieve a high score. More importantly, there was another requirement for the mission ** survive until the end **. This made Chu Feng realize that his current safe environment might not last. It seems I need to locate the celestial pupils as soon as possible. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. Compared to other super pupils, his supreme heavy pupils could only see others' luck and fate, providing limited combat capabilities. Thus, he had to find the celestial pupils first, kill them, and obtain additional pupil skill talents. At that moment, a paper airplane suddenly flew in through the window. Chu Feng frowned, reached out to catch it, and opened it to read. It had a single line written on it. Super pupil, form an alliance, come quickly. It turned out that fellow super pupils from the same faction wanted to form a group. Chu Feng smirked inwardly. He understood the motives of the other super pupils. The Zhao clan was one of the 4 great families in Yuyang City, with tens of thousands of outer disciples. Obviously, not all of them were super pupils. So, some super pupils took a straightforward approach, tossing paper airplanes to call for alliances, strength and numbers. But Chu Feng had no intention of forming alliances with others. He planned to act alone. He opened the paper airplane, feigning a puzzled expression, and muttered, "Super pupil? What the heck is that?" Outside the room, several youths dressed in Zhao clan attire exchanged glances and shook their heads, saying, "Looks like this one isn't a super pupil from our faction. Let's go find someone else." With that, a few figures quickly left from outside the wooden house, heading off to search for another super pupil. Although the body Chu Feng was playing only had the strength of martial Dao, level 1, and a low cultivation level, his hearing was sharper than that of ordinary people. Naturally, he heard the voices of the departing super pupils outside. That's enough. Time to head out and seize opportunities. Stepping outside, Chu Feng showed no signs of suspicion, fully immersing himself in the role of Zhao. Stretching lazily, he walked toward the martial arts training ground. The Zhao clan disciples he passed by were mostly focused on their training, paying little attention to him. He casually found a less crowded spot and began practicing like the other Zhao clan disciples, seamlessly blending into his role. Not to mention the super pupils, even the native Zhao clan members failed to notice anything unusual about Chu Feng. Just then, a commotion erupted not far away. "You! Come out here!" A strong hand slammed heavily onto the back of a Zhao clan youth. "Zhao Hu, what do you mean by this? The bullied Zhao clan youth's face filled with indignation as he shouted angrily. The surrounding crowd grew excited, as though ready to watch a spectacle. Ha, Zhao Hu can deal with that branch family kid in just 3 moves. Zhao Hu is at martial Dao, level 2, while Zhao Feng is only at level 1. There's no way he stands a chance. It's his own fault for being a branch family disciple and daring to offend us from the main clan. Now he'll suffer. Chu Feng frowned slightly, recognizing a familiar trope. Could Zhao Feng be the celestial pupil? As someone who had read countless novels in his past life, this kind of scenario was all too common. A thought struck him, and his pupils turned golden. He saw a halo of light shrouding Zhao Feng's head, but it was a chaotic mess that obscured any clear signs of luck. Could he not be a celestial pupil? Chu Feng found the situation a bit odd. Typically, celestial pupils were main character types, blessed with immense fortune. How could their luck appear so unclear? Suddenly, he noticed a faint golden light flickering within the chaos. Upon closer inspection, the golden light transformed into a golden dragon, swimming within the chaotic halo of luck as though it was about to emerge into the world. That's it. He's the celestial pupil. Chu Feng instantly confirmed Zhao Feng's identity. What's wrong? Not convinced? Zhao Hu sneered. I'll give you 3 days. Meet me here then. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll let bygones be bygones. 3 moves? Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. 3 days from now, come and willingly take my 3 punches. Ha ha ha. After speaking, Zhao Hu laughed heartily and turned to leave. The crowd that had gathered dispersed as well. Zhao Feng, having been suddenly confronted with trouble, wore a dark expression as he left the scene to find a quiet place to focus on his training. He failed to notice that a shadow was quietly following him. The brilliance of the martial world can only be truly experienced by the strong and the gifted. For most martial disciples, their days are monotonous and dull. Zhao Feng stood in front of a wooden stake, sinking into a horse stance. He punched the stake repeatedly, each strike producing a dull thudding sound. Chu Feng, after some research, learned that martial cultivation is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are the body-tempering realm, where martial artists begin their foundational training, honing their skin and muscles. This stage of cultivation is grueling, resembling self-torture to modern eyes. Zhao Feng trained as he always did, his mind free of distractions, wholly focused on his punches. To outsiders, this day was no different from any other. But with the activation of his supreme heavenly eyes, Chu Feng noticed that within the aura of fortune above Zhao Feng's head, a swirling black deathly glow would occasionally appear. This deathly glow carried an unsettling power, a harbinger of calamity and bloodshed. Yet beside the deathly glow, a golden dragon swam tirelessly. Great misfortune and great fortune appearing simultaneously. It seems he's destined to face a life and death tribulation. The only thing that can save him is the intervention of a golden finger. It seems I wasn't wrong about him. He is the heavenly visionary. Chu Feng's belief in Zhao Feng's identity grew stronger, filling him with excitement. However, reason prevailed, keeping him calm. Now was not the time to act. The Zhao clan strictly prohibited internal conflicts. Even if he made a move now, he might not be able to defeat Zhao Feng. Moreover, if the clan's higher-ups found out, the consequences would be dire. He had to wait for the perfect opportunity. As dusk fell, the skies darkened with heavy clouds. A cold, unsettling wind blew against Chu Feng's face, knitting his brows into a frown. Looking up, he saw a vast expanse of storm clouds gathering in the sky. Lightning flared and danced within the thick cloud layers, like a thunder dragon coiling around. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shook the air, leaving ears ringing and a suffocating weight pressing on the chest. This ominous scene gave Chu Feng a foreboding sense that something significant was about to occur. Not far away, the panicked voices of a group of youths could be heard. This lightning is terrifying. Could it be a test from the mission? Didn't we choose the martial world? Could this really be an apocalyptic disaster? Who knows? Look at the system description. One of the conditions for the mission is to survive. Could it be some martial saint undergoing a tribulation? Stop overthinking it. Let's find a place to hide first. The group of heavenly visionaries, unsettled by the storm, whispered anxiously among themselves. In the Zhao clan's domain, everyone was considered allies and thus had no fear of danger. As a result, many heavenly visionaries hadn't gone to great lengths to hide their identities. But in Chu Feng's eyes, this approach was unwise. Seeing the worsening weather, Zhao Feng hesitated briefly, then stopped his punches and turned to head home. Chu Feng quietly followed from a distance, maintaining his cover. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Feng might have noticed someone tailing him, but the thunder drowned out all other noises, granting Chu Feng an excellent opportunity for stealth. At this moment, most heavenly visionaries chose to return home to avoid the rain. Many others gathered together, discussing what to do if disaster truly struck. This batch of heavenly visionaries likely has no clue about the secrets of the heavenly visionary, which means they can't guess that the violent weather changes are tied to the appearance of the heavenly visionary. For now, I'm the only one daring enough to act during such a time. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he sensed the golden opportunity in his grasp. The storm's lightning had scared away many heavenly visionaries. The entire Zhao clan fell into a quiet stillness under the heavy rain, creating the perfect conditions for his next move. Before long, Zhao Feng stopped in front of a wooden hut. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed the door open and entered. Chu Feng crept closer, finding a corner to hide in as he prepared to observe what would happen next. "Fenger, the rain outside is so heavy, and your clothes are soaked. Let me get you some dry ones," came the nagging voice of Zhao Feng's mother from inside the house. It was clear how much she cared for her child. "You must be exhausted from training all day. I even made your favorite salted tofu." But Zhao Feng remained silent, seemingly burdened with heavy thoughts. At that moment, his father spoke up. "Fenger, if you can't make it into the inner sect within 3 months, it's alright. We can always pack up and return to the branch family." Before he could finish, Zhao Feng erupted in anger. "No! I refuse to accept that." The door suddenly flung open as Zhao Feng stormed out into the rain. "Fenger!" His parents' urgent calls followed behind him. Chu Feng's expression shifted. "The time has come." Zhao Feng ran for what felt like an eternity before coming to a sudden stop, lifting his head to gaze at the heavens. The sky was blanketed with dense streaks of lightning, and it felt as though the entire world was engulfed in thunder and storms. A sense of impending doom surged within him, making him want to flee immediately. However, in the next instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel struck directly down, hitting Zhao Feng squarely. In that moment, his world plunged into darkness. His consciousness grew faint, and just before he collapsed, he noticed a pitch-black eyeball lying near his feet, staring back at him. Before he could react, the eyeball abruptly shot into his pupils. Amid the chaotic rain, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. In the final shreds of his awareness, Zhao Feng heard the voice of a boy, about his age, speaking softly not far away. "Finally, I've found you." While Zhao Feng was still merging with the heavenly eye, his body weakened by the lightning strike and teetering on the edge of death, Chu Feng seized the moment. He stepped forward, placed one hand on Zhao Feng's neck, and with the strength of a first-level martial realm cultivator, twisted sharply. A crisp crack echoed as Zhao Feng's life came to an end. "Congratulations on killing the heavenly visionary, Zhao Feng. You have obtained an additional super visionary talent, Eternal Divine Eyes, integrating your new super visionary abilities." A glint of golden light flickered across Chu Feng's pupils. But soon, the gold was replaced by a faint black shimmer. His vision underwent a dramatic transformation. The surrounding lightning and raindrops seemed to slow down infinitely, every detail captured with crystal clarity by his newly acquired supervisionary abilities. At the same time, a new interface appeared before Chu Feng. Supervisionary talent, Eternal Divine Eyes. Level, Tier 1, 10/1000. Abilities, Supervision, Bloodline Enhancement, God-level Memory, Martial Arts Replication. Thump thump. Thump thump. Chu Feng felt a rhythm in his left eye, akin to a heartbeat, yet carrying a peculiar sense of familiarity. It was as if this eyeball had completely merged with every drop of blood coursing through his body. "So, this is the new super pupil talent I've gained, the Eternal Divine Eye?" Clenching his fist lightly, Chu Feng took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The Eternal Divine Eye not only granted him supervision, capable of capturing details beyond the perception of ordinary people, but it also slowed down time in his field of view, allowing his reaction speed to reach its peak. In the martial world, such an ability held immense practical value in combat. More importantly, bloodline enhancement. He could feel a force within him continuously strengthening and refining his body. Although his cultivation remained at martial arts level 1, Chu Feng faintly sensed that, even if faced with someone at martial arts level 2, he could defeat them with a single move. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "You have killed a Heaven's Eye wielder. The exclusive Heaven's Eye mission is now unlocked." Note: only by completing the Heaven's Eye exclusive mission will it count as a success. Otherwise, failure to complete the mission will result in the system presuming your death, and you will be unable to gain additional super pupil rewards. Remark: if you are killed by another super pupil wielder during the mission, they will inherit your additional super pupils and the Heaven's Eye mission. Mission details: Xia Jodo is the mastermind behind this beast tide. You must kill him and present his head to the Guanghan king. At this time, Chu Feng's mission panel also updated. Instance, Martial World. Transmission point, Yuyang City. Layer, first layer. Danger level, extremely high. Mission, Xia Jiudiu is the mastermind behind this beast tide. You must kill him and present his head to the Guanghan king. Beast tide? Chu Feng noticed something unusual hidden within the mission details. It seems the tasks from the Tower of All Heavens are far more challenging than I imagined. Killing the Heavens Eye Wielder only temporarily grants the additional super pupil talent. To permanently possess the Eternal Divine Eye after the instance evaluation, I must complete the exclusive mission and survive. Moreover, I suspect that gaining reputation is merely the first phase of this mission. The Beast Tide disaster facing Yuyang City is likely the second phase of this instance. As for the third phase, it's highly probable that it involves confronting the final boss, Xia Jiudiu. Piecing together the clues from the mission information, Chu Feng deduced the subsequent course of events and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many super pupil wielders were stuck on the first layer of the Tower of All Heavens. Even the first layer harbored so many dangers waiting for them. Perhaps those who had just entered the Tower of All Heavens had no idea what lay ahead. Only those who understood the rules of the game could survive in this perilous world. However, after killing the Heaven's Eye Wielder, the system had directly assigned him the most difficult mission, essentially handing him the complete script in advance. Though the mission's difficulty and danger level had risen, with knowledge of the subsequent stages and the awakening of a second type of super pupil, completing the task was not impossible. In the martial world, it was a common trope for the protagonist to grow stronger, only to suddenly face a beast-tide disaster, switch maps, and drive the plot forward. Chu Feng understood that his next step was singular and clear: to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. As long as he became powerful enough, the beast tide would instead become an excellent opportunity to amass reputation. With this thought, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. After making his preparations, he safely returned home. The thunderstorm last night had been so intense that he didn't even need to deal with Zhao Feng's corpse. The Heaven's Eye Wielder had not actually died when struck by lightning. The power of the Eternal Divine Eye acted like a life-saving remedy, preserving him for a brief period. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had delivered the final blow, completing the hidden mission of killing the Heaven's Eye Wielder. By the time the night passed, no one would suspect Zhao Feng had been killed by someone else. People would merely mock him for his foolishness braving such a perilous storm and dying by lightning strike, as if he deserved it. The martial world was this cruel. A talented prodigy and a laughingstock seemed to be separated only by a single, fate-deciding moment. Last night's weather was terrifying. Yeah, I thought the apocalypse had come. Is the martial world always like this? I feel like I chose the wrong instance. It probably isn't. I heard the lightning last night frightened everyone here. Even many of the older generation thought they had offended the gods and knelt at home praying. Luckily, nothing major happened. It was just a false alarm. I thought entering an instance for the first time would come with some trial. But in hindsight, I never want to enter the Tower of All Heavens again in my life. Forget about the past. Focus on figuring out how to improve our cultivation. I practiced all day yesterday and didn't feel any progress at all. Who even knows how to increase cultivation? I spent the whole day practicing Flame Dragon Fist, yet even old man Wang next door is better at Tai Chi than I am. Sigh, protagonists in novels level up as easily as drinking water. It's so enviable. But when I actually train, it's nothing like that. Just because everyone can awaken as a super pupil wielder now, you think having eyes that shoot electricity makes you the protagonist? At least my eyes don't just emit gas like yours. The lightning incident from last night sparked widespread discussion. Not only among the super pupil wielders, but even the local residents of this world were talking about it. The longer one stayed here, the more it felt like a real world, completely devoid of fiction. After just one day, many super pupil wielders had started complaining about the difficulty of cultivation. But apart from training, they couldn't think of any other way to level up quickly. After all, not everyone had a special cheat ability. Warning! Chu Feng opened the Flame Dragon Fist manual. With the supervision of the Eternal Divine Eye, the martial technique became remarkably clear and easy to comprehend. He began practicing and, within just 10 minutes, his execution of the technique became as smooth and proficient as if he had trained for months. After half a day of cultivation, the sound of wind from his punches roared like a raging flame dragon, fierce and overwhelming, shaking the surroundings. Chu Feng felt a warm surge within his body, his mind fully focused and undistracted as he delved into his training. Boom! A muffled sound erupted from within his body. Chu Feng retracted his fists and opened his eyes, a gleam of joy flashing within them. Martial Arts Level 2 Breakthrough achieved. Character, Zhao Yi. Age, 13. Identity, Outer Disciple of the Zhao clan. Cultivation, Martial Arts Level 2. Skills, Basic Fist Techniques, Basic Footwork, Flame Dragon Fist, Low-Grade Martial Skill. Silver, 2. Reputation, 5. The fusion of the Eternal Divine Eyes bloodline enhancement is truly extraordinary. After just half a day's practice, I've already broken through to the second level of martial arts. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth lifted into a smile. Say what you will, but the Eternal Divine Eye is one of the top divine eyes in the martial arts world. Compared to other supreme eyes, the Eternal Divine Eye is better suited for martial cultivation. By the way, I remember that outer disciples of the Zhao clan who break through to the second level can claim a reward. Martial clans never treat outstanding clan members unfairly. With an advancement in cultivation, one could also receive a generous reward. Chu Feng immediately headed to Wanlu Hall. The hall was overseen by a scholar dressed in plain robes. He looked up at Chu Feng with a gaze full of astonishment. You've advanced to the second level of martial arts? Yes. Chu Feng nodded. Alright, according to the Zhao clan's rules, you are entitled to 50 taels of silver. The scholar moved swiftly, quickly preparing 50 taels of silver and handing it to Chu Feng. Disciples who could reach the second level of martial arts before the age of 14 were considered exceptionally talented. The scholar, understanding the importance of talent, naturally would not overlook Chu Feng. Chu Feng accepted the silver and noticed that his personal status panel had also changed. Silver, 52. Reputation, 25. So, advancing in cultivation can also increase reputation. Chu Feng thoughtfully stroked his chin. He looked at the scholar and asked, is this silver enough to buy alchemical pills for aiding cultivation? The scholar patiently pointed out, if you leave the Zhao clan and head 2 miles east, you'll find the Xian Pill Pavilion. They sell all kinds of pills at reasonable prices. Chu Feng nodded and immediately set out for the Xian Pill Pavilion as instructed. The guards and receptionists at the Xian Pill Pavilion were not ordinary people, each was a martial artist from a prominent family. As soon as Chu Feng entered the pavilion, they noticed his second-level martial cultivation. A young woman approached him. What kind of pill would young master like to purchase? I have 52 taels of silver. Can I get the best pill with that amount? Chu Feng asked directly. The woman immediately understood and opened a cabinet, taking out an exquisite jade porcelain bottle. This is the best pill for breaking through from the second to the third level of martial arts. It's called the body tempering pill. The price is exactly 52 taels of silver. Chu Feng, without hesitation, spent all his silver. He didn't even flinch as he handed it over. After completing the transaction, he quickly returned to the Zhao clan, sat cross-legged to adjust his mindset, and opened the jade porcelain bottle. Everyone starts with 2 taels of silver. Breaking through to the second level grants a reward of 50 taels. The best auxiliary pill for breaking through to the third level is priced at precisely 52 taels. This was clearly arranged deliberately. Fortunately, I didn't carelessly spend those 2 taels on something unnecessary. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had enough for the pill. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately consumed the body tempering pill. Since he had already advanced to the second level of martial arts, according to the rules, he was entitled to use the reward to purchase the best pill. He knew that the sooner he consumed it, the better the effects would be. Chu Feng was here to complete a mission, not to focus solely on cultivation. The key to this mission was how quickly he could enhance his strength. As for whether his breakthroughs happened rapidly or not, he didn't care in the slightest. Once the pill was ingested, a gentle medicinal energy quickly spread throughout his body. Without hesitation, he stood up and began practicing the Flame Dragon Fist. After advancing to the second level, the power of the Flame Dragon Fist had begun to show its potential. Each punch he threw created roaring waves of air, and at the end of his strikes, faint flames flickered, crackling in the air. His bones emitted cracking sounds as the pill's effects took hold. His cultivation improved rapidly within a short period, and his body underwent noticeable changes. Chu Feng continued practicing the Flame Dragon Fist tirelessly, feeling no fatigue. The medicinal energy continuously infused his limbs. If he didn't release it, he would feel an unbearable discomfort throughout his body. After an entire day of training, boom! A muffled sound echoed from within his body. At the same time, his cultivation finally broke through, reaching the third level of martial arts. How exhilarating! Chu Feng withdrew his fists and took a deep breath, sensing the changes in his body. His heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Compared to when he first entered the martial arts world, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Even better, as his cultivation improved, the abilities of the Eternal Divine Eye seemed to grow stronger as well. With his enhanced supervision, he could clearly see anything within a 2-mile radius, as long as there were no obstructions. According to the Zhao clan's rules, outer disciples who reach the 3rd level of martial arts before the age of 14 can officially become inner disciples. The treatment of inner disciples is completely different from that of outer disciples. Not only can they receive higher monthly stipends, but they can also access the 2nd floor of the Tianwu Pavilion to learn more advanced martial techniques and skills. Time was of the essence, and Chu Feng immediately returned to Wanlu Hall once more. The scholar, seeing Chu Feng again, scratched his head in confusion. But upon closer inspection, he realized that Chu Feng had already advanced to the 3rd level of martial arts. You've reached the 3rd level already? The scholar's mouth dropped open in shock. That's right, Chu Feng replied calmly. For him, breakthroughs were as ordinary as daily occurrences. I need to inform the elders of Wanlu Hall. Since you've reached the 3rd level of martial arts, you are now eligible to become an inner disciple. The subsequent arrangements will no longer be decided here. The scholar finished speaking and quickly ran to the back of the hall. Before long, an elder with white hair and a vigorous spirit emerged. The elder looked at Chu Feng, smiled, and said, "Impressive. To reach the 3rd level of martial arts before the age of 14 shows boundless potential. Here is your inner disciple token and your reward of 500 taels of silver. With this token, you can go to the Tianwu Pavilion and choose 2 martial techniques. But don't pick anything too difficult, suitability is most important. Additionally, you will receive a stipend of 50 taels of silver each month." Chu Feng accepted the inner disciple token, and his status panel promptly updated. Name *Zhao. Age *13. Status *inner disciple of the Zhao clan. Cultivation level *3rd level of martial arts. Skills *basic fist techniques, basic footwork, flame dragon fist. Silver *500. Reputation *125. Under the elder's guidance, Chu Feng quickly found the Tianwu Pavilion. Elder, could you make an exception and let us in? Chu Feng saw a few youths pleading at the pavilion's entrance. Only those at the 2nd level of martial arts or higher can enter the 1st floor of the Tianwu Pavilion. The 2nd floor requires the 3rd level or higher. These are the rules. The elder guarding the entrance spoke with a cold expression and an unwavering tone. The young boys could only leave in disappointment. A glimmer of golden light flashed across Chu Feng's eyes as he glanced at their situation, silently amused. As expected, they are super-eyed beings. Most of them were visiting the dungeon for the first time and had no idea how to train. Moreover, the majority of super-eyed beings were still at martial arts level 1, whereas Chu Feng had already reached level 3. He took a few steps forward and handed his inner sect disciple token to the gatekeeping elder. I want to enter the 2nd floor of the Tianwu Pavilion. The elder accepted the token, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of approval, and stepped aside to let him through. The few young super-eyed beings behind him were left dumbfounded. He's an inner sect disciple? At least martial arts level 3, right? That guy looks about the same age as us. Could he also be a super-eyed being? Impossible. I've asked other super-eyed beings, everyone's abilities are pretty similar. How could someone jump to martial arts level 3 in just one day? He must be a local prodigy of this world. That makes sense. Chu Feng entered the 2nd floor of Tianwu Pavilion, not expecting that his casual visit would lead to being called a local prodigy. He activated the Eternal Divine Eyes and began flipping through the martial arts manuals here with his supervision. The Eternal Divine Eyes came with God-level memory, allowing Chu Feng to remember everything after just one look. Once he finished reading all the martial arts here, his mind would essentially carry a portable version of Tianwu Pavilion. What's this? A map? After skimming through over 100 manuals, Chu Feng discovered a map tucked between the pages of one. It seemed like some disciple had accidentally left it while returning the manual, leaving it behind on the 2nd floor of Tianwu Pavilion. Opening the map, he saw that the 4 great families of Yuyang City occupied the 4 corners of the city, with the Zhao family located in the southeastern corner. To the north lay a vast mountain range marked with numerous beast symbols, clearly indicating the dangers there. A mountain range. Alright, I remember hunting fierce beasts earns prestige points, and the blood they drop can be sold at high prices for silver, which can then be exchanged for better elixirs. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He had already reached martial arts level 3, and staying in the Zhao family for training had limited benefits for breaking through. If he ventured into the Hangduan mountain range to train, not only could he gain high prestige points by killing fierce beasts, but he might also encounter unexpected opportunities. Risk and opportunity often go hand in hand. My supreme heavy pupil can see fate. Choosing the path with the highest risk and reward is the most suitable for me. Xu Feng quickly made his decision. However, before venturing into the Hangduan Mountains, he needed to prepare his equipment. Hunting fierce beasts without a suitable weapon was out of the question. Xu Feng recalled that next to the Xiandan Pavilion was the Xingwu auction house, which sold many weapons for martial artists. I only have 500 taels of silver. I wonder if that's enough to buy a low-grade Xian artifact. The weapons used by martial artists were known as Xian artifacts, vastly superior to ordinary weapons. With his martial arts level 3 cultivation, Xu Feng could already wield a low-grade Xian artifact, but such weapons were quite expensive. He arrived at the Xingwu auction house. "Welcome, sir. What kind of weapon are you looking for?" "I'd like to buy a low-grade Xian artifact, something in the bow and arrow category," Xu Feng replied after some thought. With the supervision of his eternal divine eyes, a bow and arrow would be the best choice. Why engage in close combat when you could hunt beasts from a distance? However, the receptionist hesitated upon hearing this. Low-grade Xian artifact bows and arrows are rarely used, so our inventory is limited. At the moment, we only have one, called the Starcatcher bow. But its price is quite steep. 1,000 taels of silver. This bow is engraved with the runes of a martial arts master, enabling a martial arts level 3 user to unleash true essence attacks. Typically, only those at martial arts level 4 or above could unleash true essence externally. But the Starcatcher bow was different. Its runes allowed a level 3 user to wield the power of a level 4, making the 1,000 tael price reasonable. "But I only have 500 taels of silver," Xu Feng frowned. "Are you planning to hunt fierce beasts in the Hangduan Mountains?" the receptionist guessed, sensing Xu Feng's intentions. "That's right," Xu Feng nodded. The staff member gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? I can lend you 500 taels of silver, interest-free, as long as you repay it within a year. What do you think?" Xu Feng was surprised. "Such a deal?" The receptionist smiled. "You're at martial arts level 3 and an inner sect disciple of the Zhao family. You receive a monthly stipend of 50 taels, so repaying it within a year won't be an issue. Moreover, the Hangduan Mountains are full of opportunities. Hunting a few fierce beasts could easily earn you more than 500 taels. Think of it as an investment." Xu Feng immediately understood. His status as an inner sect disciple of the Zhao family elevated his credibility and made things more convenient. There was another possibility. His prestige might have played a role too. Whether it was the elders of Tianwu Pavilion, Wanlu Hall, or other institutions in Yuyang City, they all treated him with respect. In contrast, those still at martial arts level 1 among the superite beings were often met with cold indifference. Thus, prestige not only helped him score higher in mission evaluations but also brought numerous conveniences in daily life. With the receptionist's help, Xu Feng signed a loan contract. He paid all the silver he had on hand, leaving a balance of 500 taels to be repaid within a year. The Zhao family's reputation guaranteed the deal's credibility. Xu Feng held a blue bow in his hand, its surface etched with golden patterns resembling a wandering dragon. He had obtained a low-grade Xian artifact, the Starcatcher bow. Without delay, Xu Feng headed straight for the Hangduan Mountains, ready to grind prestige points like never before. 7 days later, deep within the Hangduan Mountains, a young man wielding a bow and arrow darted through the dense forest. His left eye glimmered with a faint black light, his expression profound as though gazing into the distance. Standing atop a towering 30-meter tree, he knocked an arrow to the bowstring and pulled it back with force. The bow's engravings emitted a subtle, mysterious glow. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air, slicing the forest's silence as it flew into the distance. Roar! A beast's anguished cry echoed from afar. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of Xu Feng. "Congratulations on slaying the Tier 4 fierce beast Scarlet Frenzy Bear, earning 20 prestige points." Opening the panel, the updated data displayed as follows. Character, Zhao Yi. Age, 13. Identity, inner sect disciple of the Zhao family. Cultivation, martial arts level 3 peak. Skills, basic fist technique, basic footwork, flame dragon fist, mastery, floating step, perfected, dawn meteor arrow, perfected. Silver, 0. Reputation, 1125. In 7 days, both my movement technique and archery have reached perfection. Xu Feng felt extremely satisfied with his progress. With the aid of the eternal divine eye's supervision, he could capture more information, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing speed. Martial arts are divided into 4 stages: minor accomplishment, intermediate accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. For an ordinary martial artist, even with exceptional talent, it would take at least several months to bring a martial art to major accomplishment. Yet Chu Feng had achieved perfection in both a top-tier movement technique and a top-tier martial skill in just 1 week. His progress was astounding. In actual combat, the medicinal energy within Chu Feng's body continued to activate, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of martial arts, just a step away from the 4th level. After eliminating a ferocious beast, Chu Feng immediately changed positions to search for his next target. The Eternal Divine Eye extended his vision into the distance, effortlessly detecting the traces of ferocious beasts. The perfected Dawn Meteor Arrow dramatically increased the power of Chu Feng's archery, allowing him to hunt ferocious beasts from afar and avoid the risk of direct confrontation. At this moment, Chu Feng used the Eternal Divine Eye to spot a peak-level 5th-tier ferocious beast guarding a cave. A ferocious beast guarding a cave, there must be treasure inside. Although I'm only at the peak of the 3rd level of martial arts, with the true essence enhancement of the Star-Seizing Bow and the perfected Dawn Meteor Arrow, my strength is comparable to the 5th level of martial arts. As long as I maintain my distance, killing this 5th-tier beast won't be a problem. Chu Feng drew the Star-Seizing Bow, and an arrow as radiant as a meteor streaked through the forest, heading straight for the beast. Roar! The arrow struck the beast in its eye, piercing through its skull. The beast died instantly. The eyes are their weakness. Using this technique, Chu Feng easily killed beasts far stronger than himself, a strategy that had proven repeatedly effective. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's reputation soared to 1225 points. A single 5th-tier beast brought immense rewards. After taking the most valuable parts from the beast, Chu Feng entered the cave. 300-year-old blood ginsengs and 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, this is enough to help me break through to the 5th level of martial arts. Chu Feng's eyes immediately locked onto the precious treasures within the cave. The medicinal properties of wild blood ginseng far exceed those of pills, and ordinary martial artists dare not consume them lightly. However, Chu Feng had discovered that the Eternal Divine Eye was altering his bloodline, allowing him to absorb the medicinal properties of pills with almost no side effects. He sat cross-legged, plucked a stalk of 100-year-old blood ginseng, and a cultivation method called the Gathering Essence Heart Manual flashed through his mind. This technique is easy to cultivate and upgrades quickly. The once every 4 years martial arts tournament in Feather Sun City is in 20 days. I've heard that the rewards for this competition are generous, with even pills that can help break through cultivation realms as mysterious prizes. If I can break through to the 5th level of martial arts or even the 6th level within these days, winning first place will be a certainty. Chu Feng's heart stirred. He felt that the martial arts tournament was the fastest path to gaining reputation. After all, by then, the superite individuals from all factions would gather and engage in intense competition. At that time, his fame would spread throughout Feather Sun City. Thus, Chu Feng chose the Gathering Essence Heart Manual, the technique with the fastest upgrade rate, intending to leave his peers far behind and complete this task with an unstoppable posture. As long as he completed the task, aside from the SSS grade rewards, the second type of superite talent was a capability that other superite individuals could only dream of. He consumed the first stalk of 100-year-old blood ginseng. Chu Feng began operating the Gathering Essence Heart Manual while simultaneously activating the Eternal Divine Eye to carefully observe the flow of medicinal energy within his body. Breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level of martial arts required condensing true essence in the dantian. This step involved gathering all the scattered true energy within the body into one point, a highly dangerous process. However, the supervision of the Eternal Divine Eye allowed him to clearly see the flow of true energy within his body, making control far easier. In less than half a day, Chu Feng had gathered all the scattered true energy from his 100 meridians back into his dantian, successfully condensing true essence. Breakthrough to the 4th level of martial arts successful. Yet Chu Feng did not stop there. After condensing true essence, he officially entered the 4th level of martial arts. However, at this stage, the true essence was still minimal, and he needed to accelerate the condensation process. The medicinal properties of the 100-year-old blood ginseng still lingered, and they were quickly absorbed by the true essence. Finding the progress somewhat slow, Chu Feng immediately consumed a second stalk of blood ginseng. Instantly, his cultivation began to soar once again. By the end of the first day, he had reached the minor accomplishment stage of the 4th level of martial arts. By the 3rd day, he had achieved intermediate accomplishment. On the 6th day, he consumed a 3rd stalk of blood ginseng. By the 7th day, he had reached major accomplishment. By the 13th day, he had reached the peak of the 4th level. By the 20th day, breakthrough to the 5th level of martial arts successful. Feeling the changes within his body, a look of joy appeared on Chu Feng's face. In less than a month since entering the dungeon, he had ascended to the 5th level of martial arts. Among all the superite individuals, no one could upgrade faster than him. Even across the 4 factions of Feather Sun City, there was no superite individual who could match Chu Feng's pace of advancement. It's time to return to the Zhao clan for the preliminary trials. In every martial arts family, only the top 20 disciples would qualify to advance to the Feather Sun City Martial Arts Tournament, where they would compete against even more formidable talents. After a month, many superite individuals had likely found their own methods of cultivation. With superite talents, the top 20 would undoubtedly include many superite individuals. As a superite individual, how could he lose to the locals? That would be unacceptable. Chu Feng picked up the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng he hadn't yet consumed and set off for Feather Sun City. The Crosscut Mountain Range really is a treasure trove. After a month, my reputation has already risen by 300 points. The guild leader should have broken through to the 3rd level of martial arts by now, right? That's right. In the family, reaching the 2nd level through closed-door cultivation is already considered good. The guild leader is wise. Closed-door cultivation is the most foolish method. We have super-eye abilities. Even at the first tier of our talents, we're still weak individually, but together, hunting ferocious beasts is no problem. Once we take the beast blood and essences back to sell for good pills, breakthroughs will come even faster. Wait, there's someone ahead. In the Crosscut Mountain Range, a group of young people dressed in Lin Clan attire formed a team, hunting ferocious beasts nearby. From their conversation, it was clear they were members of a superite guild. The person leading the group had ripples emanating from his pupils. His vision resembled Chu Feng's eternal divine eye in some ways, able to see far and even through objects. At that moment, 2 kilometers away, a youth in Zhao clan attire, carrying a bow and arrows, appeared. Guild leader, it seems to be a Zhao clan superite individual also training in the Crosscut Mountain Range. The guild leader frowned. How many of them are there? Only one. The team member with clairvoyance hesitated for a moment before replying. One? The guild leader raised an eyebrow and then laughed. Looks like we're really in luck. This time, not only can we hunt ferocious beasts, but we can also take down an opposing camp's superite warrior. My super eye is still at tier 1. If I can upgrade it to tier 2, my combat power will definitely soar. Let's go and take him down. The other guild members, hearing this, grew excited. Upgrade the super eye? Just the thought of it was thrilling. Even achieving the level of a martial saint felt like completing a game quest. Upgrading the tier of a super eye, however, was a real, practical ability that could be used in actual combat. That was the key. 2 kilometers away. Chu Feng's gaze fell on the group from the Lin family. His pupils shimmered with a deep, golden glow. Within seconds, using the power of destiny, he confirmed that these people belonged to the Lin family's superite warriors. Perfect. I'll use your heads to enhance my eternal divine eyes. The corners of Chu Feng's lips curled upward as he drew his star-seizing bow. The strongest among them was only a tier 3 martial superite warrior, while most were tier 1 or tier 2. Their equipment was mediocre, posing no threat to someone like him who could kill from a distance in an instant. Whoosh! The first arrow shot out from the star-seizing bow, glowing with an otherworldly light. It pierced through the dense forest at a precise angle, directly piercing the guild leader's skull. Bang! Before anyone could react, the guild leader let out a muffled groan and collapsed, blood misting the air like a crimson fog. The others froze where they stood, dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the guild leader's corpse, lying lifeless before them. Their minds hadn't even processed it, yet their leader had been taken out with a single arrow. What just happened? The guild members were stunned, and then their faces turned to panic. We're doomed. We've run into a tough one. Are you all idiots? That guy dares to train alone in the Broken Mountain Range. He's absolutely no ordinary person. Run! Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, watching as the enemies scattered and fled. A trace of mockery appeared on his face. Run? Too late. Archers never worried about enemies scattering. As long as they were within his line of sight, he could take them out, one by one. Second arrow. Third arrow. Fourth arrow. With every arrow fired, the silent forest echoed with piercing, agonized screams. The fleeing Lin family's superite warriors turned pale as death, fleeing desperately under the shadow of imminent demise. Chu Feng, cold and unfeeling as death itself, watched them. Once his eternal divine eyes locked onto a target, the next second, a deadly arrow would shoot forth from the star-seizing bow, ending their life. Those he killed would be immediately transported back to the Tower of the Heavens Hall, severing them from this mission completely. If one died 3 times in the Tower of the Heavens, they would be permanently blinded. But so what? From the moment Chu Feng entered this place, he understood it was a realm where one devoured the resources of others to swiftly strengthen oneself. This path was destined to be paved with the corpses of others to reach the summit. so he showed no mercy to his enemies, just as a hunter had to devour prey to survive. In less than a few minutes, all 17 of the Lin family's Superide warriors were shot dead by Chu Feng's arrows. Using the power of destiny, Chu Feng knew this group was a small, temporary guild, lacking any real strength. The guild leader, however, was an arrogant rich kid who had bought a group of Superide children to do his bidding, which was disgusting. The Tower of the Heavens is incredibly dangerous. And this guy actually spent money to drag a bunch of school kids here to help him. Truly despicable. Chu Feng's gaze turned colder. He loathed such people with a passion. Hopefully, after these kids experience death once, they'll understand the dangers of this place and stop acting recklessly. Fortunately, dying just once wouldn't leave them blind. Through the power of destiny, Chu Feng knew that his ruthless approach this time would teach them that the Tower of the Heavens wasn't a place to take lightly. This experience of death would help them better understand their own abilities and wait until they truly had the skills before returning. Opening his panel, a string of messages flashed. Killed 17 Superide warriors, earning 4,000 reputation points. Each Tier 1 martial Superide warrior gave 200 reputation points, and the guild leader, a Tier 3 martial warrior, awarded 800. This was 4 times the reputation he had earned from killing ferocious beasts over the past few days. And moreover, 1,900 evolution points. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. The system panel popped up with an exclamation mark notification. Your evolution points are sufficient to upgrade the Eternal Divine Eyes. Upgrade Eternal Divine Eyes? Confirm. Without hesitation, Chu Feng upgraded the Eternal Divine Eyes. Soon, a new panel appeared. Super Eyes, Eternal Divine Eyes. Level, Tier 2, 910/5000. Abilities, Supervision, Bloodline Enhancement, Godlike Memory, Martial Skill Replication, Thousand Blade Edge, New. Thousand Blade Edge, consumes a certain amount of pupil power to unleash 3 swift slashing blade strikes forward. The higher the level of the Eternal Divine Eyes, the stronger the abilities. Activating the Eternal Divine Eyes. Chu Feng noticed that his supervision had been upgraded again. With no obstacles in the way, his field of vision now extended up to 5 kilometers, and he could see even more details. Thump, 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 thump. His left eye began to throb familiarly. A surge of warmth flowed from the Eternal Divine Eyes, spreading throughout his body. Chu Feng felt his bloodline power grow even stronger. After consuming 300-year-old blood ginsengs in succession, their medicinal essence still lingered within his body, potentially impacting his breakthrough. But with the upgrade of the Eternal Divine Eyes, his bloodline abilities had strengthened. The ginseng's medicinal energy was being rapidly absorbed by his body. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng's cultivation advanced to Tier 5 minor success. Though the increase in strength wasn't particularly dramatic, as soon as Chu Feng finished absorbing the residual medicinal power within him, he could immediately consume the next 1,000-year-old blood ginseng to help him quickly break through to Tier 6 martial. However, breaking through to Tier 6 would have to wait for now. For now, he needed to return to the Zhao clan, as the martial arts competition was likely about to begin. Time was pressing. Chu Feng immediately quickened his pace, heading toward Yuyang City. After traveling roughly 6 kilometers, roar! A thunderous roar shook the entire broken mountain range. Only then did Chu Feng realize he was now deep within the inner region of the mountain range. Not far ahead, a Tier 6 ferocious beast blocked his path. It was 3 meters long, resembling a moving mountain. It had wings on its back but the agility of a leopard, moving with astonishing speed. The swift and ferocious beasts were the bane of archers. But Chu Feng merely glanced at it and unleashed the Thousand Blades Divine Edge. Let's use you to test the power of my second-tier super eyes. Swish! 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 3 piercing sounds split the air simultaneously. Silver blades seemed to materialize out of thin air, slashing fiercely at the 6th-tier beast from 3 different angles. Slash! A loud, gruesome sound echoed. The 3 silver blades instantly cleaved through the beast's body, cutting it into 4 pieces. The 6th-tier beast didn't even have time to let out a wail before it dropped dead on the spot, leaving a blood-soaked scene. Chu Feng stared at the sight before him, feeling a slight shock in his heart. I didn't expect my Eternal Divine Eyes to be so powerful after reaching the 2nd tier. With the strength of the 5th level of the martial path, he easily obliterated a 6th-tier beast. It was known that even a 7th-level martial master would find it challenging to deal with a 6th-tier beast. For Chu Feng to effortlessly kill one, his combat power was comparable to the 8th level of the martial path. What he didn't know was that an ordinary Eye Awakened would have to wait until the Saint level of the martial path to evolve the Eternal Divine Eyes to the 2nd tier. But by slaying his Super Eye Awakened, Chu Feng had directly used evolution points to upgrade his Eternal Divine Eyes, completing the transformation ahead of time. Naturally, its power far surpassed others of the same level. Congratulations on slaying a 6th tier beast, the Skywing saber-toothed tiger. Reputation plus 500. Opening the panel. Character Zhaoyi. Age 13. Status inner disciple of the Zhao clan. Cultivation 5th level of the martial path, minor achievement. Skills basic fist technique, basic footwork, flame dragon fist, major achievement, floating step, perfected, dawn meteor arrow, perfected. Silver 0. Reputation 5725. My cultivation is advancing too quickly. If other Superite Awaken find out, it might spell trouble. Xu Feng frowned. With the clan trials approaching, if others discovered how fast he was advancing, they would likely come after him for his secret techniques. He had no intention of sharing his secrets with anyone. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he decided to conceal his true strength. A martial technique called the concealment art flashed through his mind. This technique had no offensive power, but it could mask one's true cultivation, preventing others from detecting it. After advancing his eternal divine eyes to the 2nd tier, Xu Feng's learning ability had also improved significantly. In less than half a day, he had cultivated the concealment art to the level of major achievement. Focusing his mind and controlling his breath, his aura rapidly diminished to that of a 3rd-level martial practitioner, making him appear utterly inconspicuous. Utilizing the floating step he had perfected, Xu Feng's movements were as light as the wind, and his travel speed was astonishing. Within a single day, he traversed over 100 kilometers, moving from the inner regions of the Hengduan mountain range to its outskirts. After another day's journey, Xu Feng's figure flashed as he landed lightly in Yuyang City. Finally back. Traveling faster than expected, he found himself with an entire day to spare before the clan trials. Xu Feng headed straight for the Star Martial Auction House, bringing out all the beast materials he carried. I want to sell some beast materials. Please assess their value. The receptionist was the same person who had lent Xu Feng money the last time. Seeing the familiar face, curiosity sparked within him. What had Xu Feng managed to achieve in the Hengduan mountain range over the past month? A martial practitioner at the 3rd level, even killing a few 2nd-tier beasts would be impressive. These should fetch about 500 silver coins, the receptionist thought as he opened the bag Xu Feng handed over. However, the moment the bag was opened, he froze. 4 5th-tier beast cores, 3 gene of 4th-tier beast blood, and a 6th-tier beast core? The receptionist stared at the high-tier beast materials, his mind momentarily blank. Did you kill all of these? He looked at Xu Feng in disbelief. Don't tell anyone, Xu Feng said calmly. A sudden sense of danger washed over the receptionist, leaving him deeply shaken. He had already reached the 4th level of the martial path, yet he couldn't discern Xu Feng's current strength at all. It was as if standing before him was merely an ordinary child. And yet, this aura clearly indicated that Xu Feng was deliberately hiding his strength, not lacking it. This realization left the receptionist even more astounded. The person before him was just a 13-year-old boy. And yet he had managed to slay even a 6th-tier beast. Could it be that he was already at the level of a martial master? The receptionist's breathing grew rapid as he hastily spoke. The items you have here could sell for a total of 9,700 silver coins. I'll round it up to 10,000 silver coins, because although a 6th-tier beast core is hard to sell, it holds immense value and deserves a good price. The extra 300 silver coins can be considered part of this transaction. For the receptionist, this was no small deal. More importantly, the opportunity to form a connection with a 13-year-old martial master was priceless. What were a few hundred silver coins compared to that? Xu Feng saw through his intentions, nodded slightly, and said no more. After the transaction was completed, the system displayed a notification. Reputation plus 2,000. Although the receptionist wouldn't divulge the details of the transaction, the higher-ups at the Star Martial Auction House would certainly know. Naturally, his reputation would grow, and earning a large amount of reputation points was to be expected. With 10,000 silver coins in hand, Xu Feng went straight to the Profound Pill Pavilion and spent 8,000 silver coins on a 10,000 gold pill. The 10,000 gold pill was an extremely rare elixir capable of helping him break through from the 6th level of the martial path to the 7th level. From the 5th to the 6th level, he already had the Millennium Blood Ginseng as a transitional aid and wouldn't need other pills in the short term. After completing these errands, Xu Feng returned to his wooden house to prepare for the Zhao clan trials the next day. The next day, the martial training grounds were filled with over 100 arenas, and all Zhao clan disciples under the age of 15 were eligible to participate in the challenge matches. The rules were simple. Each contestant had 3 chances to attack. As long as they managed to seize an arena, they could enter the defense phase. Successfully fending off 3 challenges meant winning the defense match, granting them the eligibility to represent the Zhao clan in the Yuyang City Martial Tournament. Each of the 4 great families had 100 slots, and with so many participants, the sequential matches would take considerable time. Our Zhao clan has less than 100 disciples above the 3rd level of the martial path this time. What? I heard the other 3 factions have over 200 martial practitioners at the 3rd level, and the Yu clan even has 50 at the 4th level. The overall strength of the supervisioners of our Zhao clan is indeed somewhat lacking. Such bad luck, being assigned to the Zhao clan. I feel like this mission is doomed to fail. Chu Feng slightly twitched his ears, overhearing the conversation of several supervisioners from the Zhao clan nearby. The Feather clan actually has 50 warriors at the 4th level of martial arts. It seems they have a strong leader, making their overall strength superior. In the era of supervision, guilds are crucial. Acting together allows for shared intelligence, which is like having a strategy guide before tackling a dungeon. Fortunately, I have the supreme heavy eyes, which allow me to see others' fates and even locate heaven's visionaries in advance. Even the guilds of Jiang Shui and that black-clad boy might not be stronger than me. Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately understood that his supervision ability was a powerful skill coveted by countless supervisioners. He stepped onto the arena. Chu Feng unleashed his cultivation, revealing the pinnacle of the 3rd level in martial arts. He was just 1 step away from reaching the 4th level. Based on the information he had overheard, there were fewer than 100 Zhao clan warriors who surpassed the 3rd level. Therefore, as long as he maintained his peak 3rd level strength, no one would dare challenge him. And so it was. Chu Feng stood on the arena for an entire day without anyone daring to step forward. The majority of Zhao clan youths under the age of 15 had strengths ranging from the 1st to the 2nd level of martial arts. Even the few prodigies who reached the 3rd level didn't dare provoke Chu Feng. Instead, they occupied other arenas to complete their arena guarding tasks as quickly as possible. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the city of Yuyang, as dusk quietly descended. The first day of the arena guarding battle concluded. An elder of the Zhao clan, his beard white as snow, descended lightly into the center of the martial field. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he nodded slowly. You are the strongest disciples of this generation in the Zhao clan. 7 days from now, the martial tournament of Yuyang City will welcome even stronger opponents. Everyone may come to me to claim the reward of essence condensation pills, which will aid in enhancing your strength. Additionally, the 3rd floor of the Tianwu Pavilion is temporarily open to you without restrictions, allowing you to study higher-level martial arts. The top 100 arena guarding battles concluded. Chu Feng, along with the other top contenders, received the essence condensation pill. This pill was highly effective for warriors between the 3rd and 5th levels of martial arts. Its medicinal properties were potent yet gentle, with minimal side effects and quick results. Naturally, it was expensive. But to achieve excellent results in the martial tournament, the Zhao clan spared no resources. Returning to his small room, Chu Feng took out 2 treasures, a millennium-old blood ginseng and the essence condensation pill. There are 7 days left until the martial tournament. The first phase of this martial arts world has long since passed. If my guess is correct, there will certainly be major events during this tournament. Through the mission prompts, Chu Feng knew that a beast horde would erupt later, giving him his own judgment on the progression of this dungeon. He immediately abandoned the opportunity to study martial arts on the 3rd floor of the Tianwu Pavilion, deciding to focus entirely on improving his cultivation. In the later stages, the true competition lay in the battles between supervisioners, where martial arts played a limited role. It was better to enhance his cultivation first, overpowering his opponents with sheer strength. By striking down his enemies before they could grow, he could quickly upgrade his eternal divine eyes to the 3rd tier, or higher. This is what they call the snowball effect. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. The so-called snowball effect was to take a small advantage and roll it like a snowball, growing it larger and larger. It started as a tiny snowball but could eventually become a massive one, capable of unleashing tremendous power. Without hesitation, he consumed the essence condensation pill and the millennium-old blood ginseng. Ordinary warriors would never simultaneously consume 2 cultivation-enhancing items, especially the millennium-old blood ginseng, whose medicinal properties were exceptionally strong. Without refinement, it was much harder to absorb compared to ordinary pills. Moreover, its potency was like a wild horse, threatening to spiral out of control and lead to inner demons, potentially crippling one's cultivation. However, Chu Feng possessed the eternal divine eyes, which allowed him to easily monitor his internal state through supervision. After swallowing the items, an immense spiritual energy surged through his 8 extraordinary meridians, wildly coursing through his body. An ordinary warrior would have been terrified by this chaotic internal energy, left at a complete loss. But Chu Feng, leveraging his eternal divine eyes, effortlessly guided the flow of energy. He redirected the scattered spiritual energy into his dantian, continuously fortifying his true essence. During these 7 days, he did nothing else but sit cross-legged in his room, meditating. The essence condensation pill and the millennium-old blood ginseng provided him with endless energy. Even without food or drink, he felt no hunger. On the 7th day, boom! A surge of energy erupted from Chu Feng's body, shaking the entire room. He suddenly opened his eyes, golden light radiating from his pupils, exuding divine majesty as if a deity had descended. Level 6 of martial arts. His progress had far exceeded his expectations. The eternal divine eyes had evolved to its 2nd stage, enhancing his bloodline power as well. Ordinary warriors would require 6 months to a year to fully absorb the medicinal properties of the essence condensation pill and the millennium-old blood ginseng. But with the eternal divine eyes, the absorption of these items became far more efficient. Cultivating felt as simple as eating or drinking, without the risk of residual medicinal effects hindering breakthroughs. The cultivation of most elders in the Zhao clan is around level 7 of martial arts. My current strength is already approaching that of a martial master. Not to mention that with the upgraded eternal divine eyes, my combat abilities far surpass the surface-level cultivation. If I unleash the 1000-blade divine edge, even a martial master might not be able to withstand it. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with light. After muttering to himself, he stood and headed toward the martial field. On this day, the martial tournament of Yuyang City officially began. The supervisioners of the 4 great factions would clash here to determine supremacy. At dawn, as the morning light spread over Yuyang City, the tournament grounds were already bustling with excitement. The streets leading to the tournament were packed with people, drums resounding, the atmosphere electric. The elders of the 4 great families were seated high on a platform, overlooking the entire tournament arena. Not only had the senior members of the martial families gathered, many prominent figures of Yuyang City had also come in person. The city lord has arrived. That man in the purple robe with the sharp gaze is the great protector of the nation. Look! Master Li Shouyuan is here too. It's been ages since we've seen him. I heard that Master Li Shouyuan has reached the 9th level of martial arts, just 1 step away from becoming a martial saint. The last time he came to Yuyang City was 10 years ago. Oh my! Look at that sky chariot, King Guanhan is here too. Is that true? King Guanhan? He's a true martial saint. This tournament just got a whole lot more exciting. The appearance of King Guanhan sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. Martial saints represented the pinnacle of power in Yuyang City, a level that most people could only dream of reaching in their lifetimes. Dressed in a black robe embroidered with a golden dragon, King Guanhan stepped down steadily from the sky chariot, his movements deliberate and composed. From a distance, his imposing figure exuded a powerful aura, like a towering mountain standing before one's eyes. The surrounding elders of the 4 great families, the Lord of Yuyang City, Master Li Shouyuan, and other prominent figures, all greeted the arrival of King Guanhan with utmost reverence, their attitudes humble as if welcoming an emperor. I will personally take the top 7 contestants of this Yuyang City martial arts tournament as my personal disciples, so of course, I had to come and see for myself, King Guanhan said, waving his hand lightly. His tone was kind, yet it still carried an unshakable authority. Many commoners, seeing King Guanhan for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he has reached such a realm. Beyond his immense strength, his demeanor is truly that of a monarch, so enviable. At the southeast corner of the martial arts tournament, the Zhao family's participants had gathered here, waiting for the competition to begin. Chu Feng was naturally among them. Unlike others who wore expressions of excitement or nervousness, Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he silently calculated in his mind. In the previous Yuyang City martial arts tournaments, King Guanhan never appeared. This time, not only has he come in person, but he also announced that he would accept the top 7 as his disciples. The Lord of the Protectorate City and Master Li Shouyuan have also arrived. This is definitely not as simple as it seems. With that thought, Chu Feng activated his supreme celestial eyes. His pupils glimmered with a deep golden radiance as his gaze locked onto King Guanhan. The power of destiny was unleashed. In the next instant, the scene before his eyes shifted dramatically. The once calm and peaceful Yuyang City plunged into utter darkness. The bustling streets were no more, replaced by ruins and rubble, with skeletal remains scattered along the roads. In the distance, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the dark clouds, striking King Guanhan's hands, transforming instantly into countless threads of electric energy that surged forth, mercilessly assailing the oncoming horde of beasts. Crack! The ink-black ferocious beasts struck by the lightning fell in droves. The Protector General roared in fury, "Xiaojiuyo, that bastard, has actually mastered the beast commanding technique." King Wanghan's expression remained grim. He faced the endless wave of beasts without a trace of fear, his demeanor extraordinarily calm, as if he had anticipated it all. "Save as many of Yuyang City's prodigies as you can. But what about the common folk? Our manpower is limited. We can only focus on protecting those with the most potential." After surviving this calamity, their hatred for Xiaojiuyo will run deep. That hatred will become a driving force, enabling them to achieve greatness even if their talents are average. Understood. The rumble of thunder echoed once more. The vision ended there. So King Guanghan had long known about Xiaojiuyo's conspiracy. His presence at the martial arts tournament this time is to protect the most promising prodigies. Chu Feng suddenly understood King Guanghan's intentions. Xiaojiuyo. He was clearly another martial saint. Wait. Chu Feng suddenly realized something. Among the four great family factions, there was no overt conflict in this storyline. In fact, all four factions seemed to lean toward King Wanghan's side, united in their goal to resist the beast tide. So, could this mean, before the second phase begins, there might be another faction of Celestialite individuals hidden? In other words, the real opponents weren't the other three Celestialite factions, but rather those aligned with Xiaojiuyo's beast tide faction. Perhaps an enemy Celestialite faction was concealed within them as well? With this thought, Chu Feng immediately activated the Eternal Divine Eyes, scanning the entire martial arts tournament venue. Suddenly, in the northeastern corner, he spotted a suspicious figure weaving through the crowd. The person's pupils gleamed with an eerie purple light, clearly marking them as a Celestialite individual. However, this individual wasn't wearing the martial attire of any of the four great families. Instead, they were dressed in a black robe, which made them appear highly unusual. Every Celestialite individual who enters the multiverse world plays a role. And since they're playing a role, they wouldn't casually change their attire. So, this means, there's another Celestialite faction beyond the four great families hidden here. And this faction belongs to Xiaojiuyo's beast tide faction. With this realization, Chu Feng immediately left his spot, using the Eternal Divine Eyes to lock onto the black-robed Celestialite individual's position, preparing to tail them discreetly. He was still too far from the target to use the destiny-manipulating power of the Supreme Celestial Eyes, so he could only rely on the extraordinary vision of the Eternal Divine Eyes to track them. On the stage, King Guanghan suddenly felt a chill, as though someone was spying on his secrets. He quickly glanced around, but the feeling vanished as swiftly as it came. What's going on? King Guanghan wondered. As a martial saint, he knew such sensations weren't baseless. His gaze shifted toward the Zhao family's faction, where he spotted Chu Feng quietly leaving. This junior, at the 6th level of martial arts. His bone age appears to be around 13, yet he's already attained such cultivation. Moreover, his foundation is remarkably solid, with no signs of rushing his progress. Who would have thought such a talent could emerge from a small place like Yuyang City? A glint of admiration flashed in King Guanghan's eyes. As a martial saint, he could easily discern that Chu Feng was practicing the concealment technique. He was tempted to approach Chu Feng immediately and take him as a personal disciple. After all, even King Guanghan himself hadn't reached Chu Feng's level at the age of 13. With Chu Feng already at the 6th level of martial arts, he was more than qualified to aspire to the realm of a martial saint. However, his special status made it inconvenient to leave his seat casually. Moreover, it had already been agreed that only the top 7 contestants would be taken as personal disciples. Approaching Chu Feng now might seem inappropriate. Never mind, I'll wait. With his strength, he's bound to make it into the top 7. King Guanghan decided to remain seated, patiently awaiting the start of the competition. Chu Feng, employing the flawless floating steps, quickly caught up with the black-robed Celestialite individual. Let's see what you're plotting. The distance was now close enough. Chu Feng activated the Supreme Celestial Eyes. In the next moment, the scene shifted to a tavern in Yuyang City. In a cramped room, several individuals who clearly didn't belong to the four great families were huddled together, conspiring about something. After the martial arts tournament ends, we'll immediately launch the beast tide attack. Shadow, you go confirm the locations of the Celestialite individuals from the Lin, Shi, and Zhao families. The Yu family has already provided us with sufficient intelligence. Now, we just need to pinpoint their positions. Once the beast tide is unleashed, King Guanghan will have to personally head to the front lines to defend. At that point, we'll join forces with the Yu family to eliminate all Celestialite individuals from the other 3 families and secure victory in this mission. Understood? The group collectively nodded. The scene ends here. Humph, so the Feather Tribe has betrayed the Guanghan King and sided with Xiaojiu. Chu Feng sneered coldly. No wonder the forces were divided into 4 major camps from the beginning. It turns out betrayal was also an option. He became even more certain that someone within the Feather Tribe, a superpowered visionary, had grasped the secrets of the instance. They knew how to orchestrate the Feather Tribe's defection to Xiaojiu, thereby securing victory. Exactly. Although Xiaojiu's camp had fewer superpowered visionaries, they could unleash beast hordes, making their overall strength far superior to the 4 major families. The Feather Tribe chose to defect, aligning with Xiaojiu, providing intelligence to the beast horde camp, and completing the instance's mission with ease. After all, before the second phase began, the 4 major families were still in separate camps. It was only upon entering the second phase that the factions of Guanghan King and Xiaojiu were formally divided. If the Feather Tribe turned traitor, the other 3 major families would not only be in the dark about the Beast Horde's superpowered visionaries but would also leak a significant amount of intelligence, a fatal blow. In that case, I must eliminate these hostile visionaries immediately. Chu Feng's expression turned cold as he realized the perilous situation. He activated his destiny ability once again. He discovered that the black-robed visionary he had been tracking, codenamed Shadow, had the ability to lock onto targets. The location of anyone locked by him would remain exposed. Shadow's mission was to lock onto all the visionaries from the 3 major families and pass the gathered intelligence to his comrades. Following the guidance of destiny, Shadow moved from one tavern to another, meeting his comrades and reporting on the locked targets. About 20 visionaries in total. Through the destiny visions, Chu Feng recorded the locations of all the comrades. He took down the star-seizing bow from his back, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Following the pathway shown by destiny, Shadow arrived at the first tavern as expected. Inside the room, a visionary had been waiting for some time. As soon as Shadow entered, the other person stood up immediately, frowning and asking, "You weren't followed, were you?" "I wasn't." Before the words were finished, an arrow flew in through the window, striking Shadow directly in the forehead. Shadow didn't even have time to react before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Damn it, this fool. The other visionary immediately realized that Shadow had been exposed. Cursing furiously, he bolted for the exit. But after just a few steps, a second arrow shot through the air like lightning, piercing through his heart. With his martial arts level at the 6th realm and the perfect mastery of the Dawn Meteor arrow technique, combined with the locking ability of the ancient divine sight, a mere 4th realm martial artist visionary stood no chance of escaping. You have killed a hostile visionary at the martial arts 4th realm. Evolution points plus 500. You have killed a hostile visionary at the martial arts 3rd realm. Evolution points plus 300. Opening his panel. Super visionary ability * ancient divine sight. Level * tier 2, 1710/5000. Abilities * supervision, bloodline enhancement, god level memory, martial skill replication, 1000 blade divine edge, newly added. I'm just 3,290 points away from upgrading the ancient divine sight to tier 3. Chu Feng recognized this was his opportunity. These beast horde visionaries hiding in Yuyang City had no idea they had already been exposed. Now, who was the hunter and who was the prey? The answer would soon become clear. Continuing to trace Shadow's movements along the path of destiny, Chu Feng found the beast horde visionaries hiding in various corners one after another. The star-seizing bow was fully drawn, and one lethal arrow after another flew from Chu Feng's hands, taking down the enemies hiding in the shadows of Yuyang City. You have killed a hostile visionary at the martial arts 2nd realm. Evolution points plus 200. You have killed a hostile visionary at the martial arts 3rd realm. Evolution points plus 300. You have killed a hostile visionary at the martial arts 4th realm. Evolution points plus 500. In just half a day, Chu Feng had already taken down 17 beast horde camp visionaries. His evolution points had reached 6,010. Your evolution points have met the requirements to upgrade the ancient divine sight. Would you like to upgrade the ancient divine sight to tier 3 now? Without hesitation, Chu Feng decisively chose evolution. In the next moment, a familiar pulsation emanated from his left eye. A peculiar energy accompanied the upgrade of his left eye, flowing throughout his body, as if nourishing his very blood. Opening his panel, Chu Feng noticed new changes to the ancient divine sight. Super visionary ability * ancient divine sight. Level * tier 3, 1010/20,000. Abilities * supervision, bloodline enhancement, god-level memory, martial skill replication, thousand blade divine edge, netherworld frost, newly added. Netherworld frost * consumes a large amount of visionary energy. Can apply frost effects to the target's body and soul, slowing them down by 60% to 99%. Your thousand blade divine edge has also evolved. You can now release 8 divine edges simultaneously, freezing the enemy's soul? This ability left Chu Feng astonished. Soul-related attacks clearly belonged to the realm of the spiritual domain. However, Netherworld Frost was different. It could simultaneously harm the target's body and soul, essentially delivering a dual-layered strike. Visionaries consumed visionary energy to release their abilities. If he could freeze an opponent's soul, rendering them incapable of using their visionary powers, the opponent would be utterly defeated. The prerequisite was that the level of his ancient divine sight had to surpass that of his opponent. If the opponent was stronger, the freezing effect would be weakened. After briefly familiarizing himself with the new ability, Chu Feng immediately headed to the next hiding spot, ready to target the 18th beast horde visionary. But upon arrival, when he activated the ancient divine sight to investigate, he found that the target had already fled. It seems they've realized their comrades have been killed and are relocating. Chu Feng felt a pang of regret. However, with his ancient divine sight now upgraded to Tier 3, no visionary could rival him. Even if the beast horde launched an attack, Chu Feng was confident in his ability to defend himself. In a secluded corner of Yuyang City, 3 black-robed visionaries huddled in hiding. One of them wore a grim expression, his eyes full of hatred. Damn those feather-tribe bastards. They're double agents, and they betrayed us. That despicable traitor even deceived the eye of truth. We were too careless. Indeed. These 3 were the remaining beast horde visionaries after Chu Feng's massacre. They had originally infiltrated Yuyang City to gather intelligence and coordinate with the Feather Tribe to ambush the visionaries of the 3 major families. But with their comrades suddenly out of contact and Shadow's corpse discovered in the tavern. What did this signify? The only truth was, the Feather Clan had betrayed them, selling out the Beast Tide faction. Damn it! What do we do now? The other 2 Supremine individuals turned pale. With their location exposed, it was highly likely that they would be hunted down by the Supremine warriors of the 3 great families. Fian, use your Supreme Eye to send a message. Inform the Beast Tide that the time has come. Launch the attack immediately. Weren't we planning to wait until the martial meet ended before taking action? By the time the martial meet ends, we might already be dead. Only if the Beast Tide attacks now will the chaos be great enough for us to have a chance to survive. Understood. Fian immediately used her Supreme Eye ability to transmit the message to the Beast Tide Supreme-Eyed warriors. The next moment, the skies above Yuyang City were instantly shrouded in dark clouds. From the distance came the sound of violent tremors, surging toward them. Like an earthquake. The Beast Tide is here. Even though they had anticipated it, the 3 Supreme-Eyed warriors still looked grim. In the world of martial arts, a Beast Tide was 100 times more terrifying than a flood or tsunami. When the Beast Tide came, countless lives would be destroyed. Prosperous cities would instantly turn into ruins, scarred and desolate. The 24th match, Zhao vs Yunangwa. At the martial meet, a high-ranking official announced the match lineup with a booming voice. However, neither Zhao nor Yunangwa appeared on the stage of the martial meet. Zhao, Yunangwa, please step onto the stage for your match. The official frowned, clearly displeased with their delay. Just then, boom! The sound of a collapsing wall echoed from the distance. Dust filled the sky, gray particles swirling in the air. The roar of the Beast Tide could be heard coming from within the distant haze. In an instant, the ferocious howls of beasts surrounded the entirety of Yuyang City. From beyond the walls came countless terrified screams. Many residents of Yuyang City, witnessing such a massive Beast Tide for the first time, were panic-stricken. Their screams pierced the air as they fled frantically in all directions. One moment, it was a peaceful day under clear skies. The next, terror engulfed the entire city. What's that? Some Supreme-Eyed individuals stared in horror at the sudden upheaval before them. Look quickly. There's a change in the instance panel. A Supreme-Eyed warrior shouted in alarm. At this moment, other Supreme-Eyed individuals hurriedly opened their instance panels, only to see a cascade of notifications pop up. Martial World Instance has entered Stage 2 Beast Tide Calamity. Background: Guanghan King is the martial saint of this land, with a mortal enemy, Xiaojiuyo. Years ago, Xiaojiuyo mastered the secret technique to control beast tides. After ascending to martial saint status, he launched an unhesitant attack on Guanghan King to avenge past grievances. Mission: survive the beast tide assault. under the protection of Guanghan King, travel to Guanghan City. Simultaneously, eliminate all Supreme-eyed warriors from Xia Jiuyo's faction. Factions: Guanghan King's faction versus Xia Jiuyo's faction. Remaining enemy Supreme-eyed warriors, 72. There was actually a second stage? Many Supreme-eyed individuals who were entering the Tower of the Heavens for the first time had never expected things to become this complicated. On the stage, Guanghan King let out a cold snort. It has begun? The Protector General, Li Shouyuan, along with others, stood by Guanghan King's side. The elders of the four great families, initially startled by the sudden beast tide, quickly regained their composure. As seasoned martial masters, they assessed the situation with clarity. We are willing to fight alongside Guanghan King against the beast tide. Within Yuyang City, all martial arts masters stepped forward with resolute expressions, prepared to lay down their lives to defend their home. Protecting their clansmen was their responsibility. It was also their honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with a martial saint. Excellent. Everyone, follow me to the front lines of the beast tide. With a furious roar, Guanghan King dashed toward the forefront of the beast tide like a bolt of lightning. With a sweep of his hands, countless bolts of lightning erupted from his palms, striking the ink-black beast tide before him, instantly annihilating a vast number of ferocious beasts. The scene unfolded just as Chu Feng had foreseen with his supreme eyes. Other martial masters held their ground at the various entrances to Yuyang City. However, the sheer number of ferocious beasts was overwhelming. Many still broke through the defenses, flooding into the city and slaughtering its inhabitants. In an instant, a bloody and violent storm engulfed Yuyang City. What do we do now? The supreme-eyed warriors of the four great families gathered to discuss their next move. At this moment, they understood that they were no longer enemies but allies. The mission requires us to head to Guanghan City immediately. Survival is our top priority. Several supreme-eyed warriors from the Lin family, at the 5th level of martial arts, stepped forward and suggested, at a time like this, only unity can ensure survival. The supreme-eyed warriors present nodded in agreement, quickly reaching a consensus. But just then, the supreme-eyed warriors of the Feather Clan suddenly surrounded those from the other three families. Feather Clan? What's the meaning of this? The faces of the supreme-eyed warriors from the three families turned pale with shock. They sensed something was off about the Feather Clan. Don't you understand yet? We've already pledged allegiance to Xia Jiuyo's faction. Standing at the forefront, Yu Hao, the strongest warrior of the Feather Clan, sneered with mockery and disdain, as if he were looking at a group of fools. You've betrayed Guanghan King? That's right. Yu Hao smirked and said, Xia Jiuyo's faction controls the beast tide and commands countless high-level ferocious beasts in the Hengduan Mountains. Their combat power is unparalleled. Although they have fewer supreme-eyed warriors, they possess secret techniques we lack. In the first stage of the storyline, there were only the four great families and the hidden beast tide faction, no Guanghan King faction. Betraying at this moment and revealing intelligence gives the beast tide faction a significant advantage. By defecting before the second stage starts, the system recognizes us as part of Xia Jiuyo's faction, making it easy for us to secure victory. My friends, this must be your first time in the Tower of the Heavens, so don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. The supreme-eyed warriors from the three families finally understood why the Feather Clan's warriors were so formidable. Clearly, Yu Hao had critical information, likely as the leader of a supreme-eyed guild. Under his leadership, the entire Feather Clan had figured out how to secure victory. You think a single Feather Clan can take down all the supreme-eyed warriors from our three families? A supreme-eyed warrior from the Stone Clan roared furiously as he stepped forward. Do you think only the Feather Clan will strike? Yu Hao chuckled coldly, the corner of his mouth lifting in a sneer, as he pulled out a flare gun and fired it into the sky. The flare exploded into a brilliant firework. Friends from the Beast Tide faction, it's your turn to act. But a dozen seconds passed. 3 ragged supervision users emerged, their faces full of fury as they glared at Yu Hao. Yu Clan are truly double agents, even deceiving the eye of truth. What a convincing performance. What was going on? It wasn't just the members of the Yu Clan who were kept in the dark. The supervision users from the other 3 great families were also stunned. Weren't you supposed to have defected already? What on earth was happening here? There must be some misunderstanding. Yu Hao's face turned grim. The turn of events was completely beyond his expectations. Misunderstanding? Fei Yan sneered coldly. Open your interface and take a look. What is your Yu Clan status now? The supervision users on-site froze for a moment, then all opened their interfaces. The Yu Clan has actually become a third-party force? Everyone was dumbfounded. Aside from the enemy forced tag, an additional line had appeared on all the supervision users' interfaces. Third-party force, U-Clan. Remaining members, 201. Ha, the U-Clan really dug their own grave. Defected? And now they'd become a third-party force, enemies to both factions. What a bunch of clowns. I thought we'd encountered a master, but it turns out to be a joke. The supervision users from the three great families burst into uncontrollable laughter. Earlier, Yu Hao had been smug, talking about some defection strategy like he was a master strategist. He even fired a signal flare to intimidate others. But as soon as the enemy supervision users appeared, the defection plan had completely fallen apart. Instead, they had become a third-party force. This was the biggest joke of the scene. Damn it, where did things go wrong? Yu Hao could no longer keep calm. Hearing the ridicule, his face flushed red with rage. His entire aura erupted, and the pressure of a 6th-level martial artist instantly enveloped the scene, making all the martial artists feel suppressed. 6th-level martial artist? The supervision users from the three great families immediately stopped laughing, their expressions turning serious. You're so arrogant. Now I'll tell you, without those idiotic allies of yours, you're no match for me. Yu Hao laughed arrogantly, caring little for anyone. At the same time, a gray light flickered in his pupils. I'll show you what true power looks like. In the next second, all the supervision users, except those from the U-Clan, felt as though their bodies were weighed down by a massive mountain, rendering them immobile. Many supervision users with martial cultivation below the 3rd level couldn't help but collapse to their knees, unable to stand. A 3rd-stage supervision? Yu Hao exuded a powerful aura of superiority. This was the crushing dominance of a 3rd-stage supervision over the 2nd stage. Anyone with a lower-level supervision was completely powerless against Yu Hao's Eye of Sovereignty. Under my reign, you don't even have the right to stand. Yu Hao's face twisted into a ferocious expression. This failure had utterly humiliated him. He decided to kill all the supervision users present, advance his supervision to the 4th stage, and completely erase this disgrace. It's over. Those eyes, they're beyond what we can handle. The supervision users from the three great families were filled with despair. They had underestimated their opponent's strength. To advance one's supervision to the 3rd stage in the 1st phase. Even if the plan failed and they became a third-party force, Yu Hao wasn't someone they could challenge lightly. A signal flare? In the distance, Chu Feng noticed the firelight in the sky. His expression shifted, and he quickly headed toward the scene. He knew something major was happening there. With his eternal divine eyes evolved to the 3rd stage, he could see the standoff between the U-Clan and the three great families from afar. So the leader of the U-Clan is this guy. A look of intrigue appeared on Chu Feng's face. He hadn't expected the U-Clan to have a 6th-level martial artist with a 3rd-stage supervision. However, his supervision is still inferior to my eternal divine eyes. A blue light flashed in his pupils. Netherworld Frost. The new skill of the 3rd stage Eternal Divine Eyes activated, releasing powerful eye techniques from a distance of 1,000 meters. Yu Hao, who was just basking in his triumph, suddenly froze, his face changing color as chills erupted across his body. The oppressive aura suppressing everyone instantly shattered. Ha! We can move again? The supervision users present looked puzzled. The effect is even better than I anticipated. Chu Feng's heart stirred. He hadn't expected that, even though his eternal divine eyes were also at the 3rd stage, they could completely suppress Yu Hao's Eye of Sovereignty. It might be because I possess two different types of supervision, so my eye power is significantly stronger than other 3rd stage users. Another factor was that Yu Hao had been caught off guard by that netherworld frost. Both his body and soul were instantly frozen, leaving him unable to use his supervision abilities. Immediately after, an arrow shot out at an astonishing speed, directly piercing Yu Hao's head. The leading supervision user of the U-Clan seemed to have been killed before he could even react, instantly eliminated from this battle of the heavens. My God, what just happened? Who took out this 6th-level martial artist with a 3rd-stage supervision? Look over there, that seems to be a Zhao clan archer. A supervision user with keen eyesight noticed Chu Feng in the distance, holding a bow. Based on his weapon, everyone confirmed that the arrow that killed Yu Hao had been shot by Chu Feng. A Zhao clan supervision user? You Zhao clan people have someone this powerful? The supervision users from the Lin and Shi clans were full of astonishment as they stared at the Zhao clan's supervision users. Their intelligence indicated that the Zhao family was the weakest among the four great families. Unexpectedly, they were hiding a top-tier expert capable of instantly killing Yu Hao. How incredible! So the Zhao family had concealed their strength this deeply. The superoculars of the Zhao family were utterly bewildered. But when they recognized Chu Feng, they couldn't help exclaiming, It's him. That native. Native? Everyone became even more confused. No way, could it be? A 13-year-old native boy actually managed to kill a Martial Dao 6th tier superocular in an instant? This native was practically a war god. Yu Zhao family are incredibly lucky to have such a powerful native leading the charge. The other two great families were instantly filled with envy and resentment. Why didn't their faction have such an extraordinary native? The Zhao family members, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Heaven has finally favored us, knowing our Zhao family is weak, and sent such a remarkable figure to lead us to victory. This time, we're practically winning without lifting a finger. This feels so good. I couldn't help slapping myself to make sure this isn't a dream. We're taking off now, charge. You have killed a Martial Dao 6th tier superocular and earned 5,000 evolution points. One kill, worth 5,000 evolution points. Chu Feng watched as his evolution points surged rapidly, feeling a wave of exhilaration. If I could kill a few more of these superoculars, wouldn't it be easy to upgrade my Eternal Divine Eye to the 4th tier? With this thought, Chu Feng's desire to kill intensified. These were all evolution points, after all. Moreover, the higher the superocular's level, the stronger their attack power. In every mission across the myriad worlds, hunting superoculars was highly challenging, but the rewards were the greatest. Now, with Chu Feng's cultivation leading the field, and his possession of an even higher level superocular, at this stage, there was virtually no enemy who could withstand a single arrow from him. The second arrow. The third arrow. The fourth arrow. One deadly arrow after another shot out from Chu Feng's star-seizing bow, targeting the high-level superoculars of the Yu family. The superoculars of the Yu family were still in a daze, not yet fully processing the news of Yu Hao's death. But now several Martial Dao 5th tier superoculars from the Yu family screamed in agony as the arrows struck and killed them. It was only then that the Yu family realized the dire situation. With their backbone fallen, they scattered like loose sand, fleeing for their lives. Don't let them escape. The superoculars of the three great families quickly grasped the situation, laughing uproariously as they pursued and hunted down the fleeing Yu family superoculars. Standing on high ground, Chu Feng's Eternal Divine Eye locked onto enemy after enemy. With each arrow he shot, a Yu family superocular fell, transforming into streams of evolution points that accelerated the Eternal Divine Eye's progression toward the 4th tier. Congratulations! You have killed 2 Martial Dao 5th tier superoculars and earned 2,000 evolution points. Congratulations! You have killed 6 Martial Dao 4th tier superoculars and earned 3,000 evolution points. Congratulations! You have killed 10 Martial Dao 3rd tier superoculars and earned 3,000 evolution points. Chu Feng was like a merciless evolution point harvesting machine, relentlessly hunting down the Yu family's superoculars. And he specifically targeted the strongest among them, ensuring faster evolution point gains. Many Yu family superoculars glanced back at their fallen comrades, a chill running through their hearts. What kind of monster is that? Instantly killing 4th and 5th tier superoculars as easily as eating or drinking. Could it be, he's already at the Martial Dao Grandmaster level? However, the subsequent mop-up operations no longer required Chu Feng's personal intervention. The other superoculars could handle them with ease. The Yu family's position had utterly collapsed. All their superoculars were solely focused on fleeing, without a chance to counterattack. Many superoculars who had evolved to the 2nd stage could use ocular techniques to restrain their opponents, killing at an astonishing speed. Within mere minutes, nearly all of the Yu family's superoculars had been wiped out. The third-party forces listed in the system had vanished, leaving only the hostile forces. This signified the complete withdrawal of the Yu family from this battle. Through this hunt, Chu Feng had gained 8,000 evolution points. Adding the 5,000 points from killing Yu Hao, his total was 13,000 evolution points. Opening the panel. Superocular Asterisk Eternal Divine Eye. Level Asterisk Tier 3, 14.010/20.000. Abilities Asterisk Supervision, Bloodline Enhancement, God Level Memory, Martial Skill Replication, Thousand Blade God Edge, Netherfrost, New. Still short by 6,000 evolution points. Chu Feng frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The Yu family's superoculars had already been eradicated, leaving only the Beast-Tide superoculars to provide evolution points. But the Beast-Tide superoculars that had infiltrated Feather Sun City had mostly been dealt with by him as well. The remaining 3 had also perished in the earlier mop-up operations. After all, they were just cannon fodder. Chu Feng didn't give them a second thought. He had to find superoculars from the hostile forces. More and more ferocious beasts were breaking through the defenses of the Guanghan King, charging into Feather Sun City. However, these beasts were of low levels, the highest being no more than Tier 5. Any higher-level beasts were immediately slain by the Guanghan king, who would never allow them to enter the city. This beast tide must be under someone's control. Chu Feng's heart stirred as he activated the supervision of his eternal divine eye, looking beyond the city. Amid the smoke, several figures stood kilometers apart, as though conveying some sort of special message. Focusing intently, Chu Feng noticed they were holding peculiar flutes, playing eerie music. The passing beasts seemed oblivious to their presence, rushing past them directly toward Feather Sun City. So that's it, the secret to controlling the beast tide lies in playing music with these special instruments to manipulate the beasts. Chu Feng's eternal divine eye grew even more penetrating. Under its scrutiny, the flute-playing techniques of the beast tide superoculars appeared to have been analyzed tens of thousands of times. By the time Chu Feng withdrew his gaze, the flute-playing techniques had already formed clearly in his mind. As long as he had one of these flutes, he could immediately control the beasts. Martial skill replication. The eternal divine eye had another crucial ability, replicating opponents' martial skills. In earlier stages, Chu Feng had easily elevated his martial skills to perfection, rendering replication unnecessary. But the method of controlling the beast tide was unique, requiring the use of true essence power, and could thus be considered a martial skill. Who would have thought martial skill replication would come in handy at this stage? A bold plan rapidly took shape in Chu Feng's mind. The system suggested that during the second phase, he should seek temporary refuge in Guanghan City under the protection of the Guanghan king. But now, he had a new choice: to charge directly into the enemy's lair. As long as he seized the flute from the beast tide ultra-perspective user, he could learn to control the ferocious beasts. In doing so, the threat of the beast tide would be eradicated. Moreover, he could hunt down the ultra-perspective users of Xia Zhouyo's faction in the enemy's stronghold and earn more evolution points. Brother, may I ask if you would? Behind him, a Zhao clan ultra-perspective user caught up, his eyes filled with a longing to cling to someone powerful, hoping to invite Chu Feng to join him. The next moment, Chu Feng paid no attention, not even turning his head, as he charged toward the direction of the beast tide. With the star-snatching bow in his hand, Chu Feng shot an arrow through the eye of any ferocious beast that lunged at him, killing it instantly. Most of the beasts attacking him were of the third or fourth tier, posing no real threat to him. But for the other ultra-perspective users, these beasts were not so easy to handle. Everyone, spread out and focus your attacks on the beasts. From behind, several ultra-perspective users of the 5th martial arts tier loudly commanded the battle. After eliminating the traitorous Feather clan, some ultra-perspective users from the 3 major clans had also advanced to the 3rd tier, significantly boosting their strength. With the Guanghan king holding the front lines and fending off high-tier beasts, even those that broke through the defense line posed little threat to these ultra-perspective users. Several Zhao clan ultra-perspective users rushed to the front. Brother Gaochang, did you call that local over? The ultra-perspective user trying to keep up with Chu Feng was none other than Zhao Gaochang, recognized as the strongest in the Zhao clan. Zhao Gaochang sighed bitterly. He's already charged ahead. We'd better retreat. There are a few 6th-tier beasts up front, it's too dangerous for us. The expressions of the Zhao clan ultra-perspective users changed drastically. Is he insane? Charging ahead alone? Who knows? After all, he's a local. His thinking must be different from ours, right? Maybe it's part of the system's arrangement. We'll have to rely on our own strength to complete the mission next. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. They had never expected a local to easily defeat their ultra-perspective users. If only they could recruit Zhao Yi to their side, it would greatly enhance the Zhao clan's strength. What a pity. Zhao Yi had charged alone to the front lines, truly a life-or-death gamble. However, with the Zhao clan now merged with the Lin and Shi clans, their combined strength was formidable. As long as they worked together, there was still a chance to defeat Xia Zhouyo's faction and complete the mission. On the front lines, the Guanghan king coldly stared at a dozen 8th-tier ferocious beasts closing in, lightning gathering in the palm of his hand. At his level, he could manipulate the forces of nature, unleashing devastating martial techniques to obliterate his enemies with ease. The nation's guardian general, Li Shouyuan, and other martial arts masters also held their positions on the front lines, ready to support the Guanghan king at any moment. Just then, a young figure suddenly appeared on this perilous battlefield. Lord Guanghan King, why is there a boy over there? The guardian general was the first to notice Chu Feng and cried out in shock. The Guanghan King followed his gaze, his face revealing surprise. It's him? My lord, do you know that boy? He's only 13, but his cultivation has already reached the 6th martial arts tier, which caught my attention. I didn't expect him to show up here. What? The guardian general, Li Shouyuan, and the other martial arts masters were incredulous. A mere 13-year-old, having cultivated to the 6th martial arts tier, was already on the verge of becoming a martial arts master. Such talent, if properly nurtured, would undoubtedly reach the heights of the Guanghan King in the future. This must be a prodigious youth. I must go and protect him. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes flickered as he prepared to rush over. But just then, dozens of high-tier ferocious beasts suddenly charged in, blocking the path of the martial arts masters. Li Xiaoyuan and the others anxiously shouted to Chu Feng, "Young friend, come over here. We'll protect you." But Chu Feng seemed not to hear, continuing to charge forward. The beasts on the front lines were of even higher levels. A dozen 5th-tier ferocious beasts locked onto Chu Feng, letting out deafening roars as they lunged at him. This is bad. Everyone was worried for Chu Feng. No matter how skilled, facing so many beasts alone was a daunting task. The Guanghan King's heart burned with anxiety, but with so many enemies before him, he couldn't spare himself to help. Could it be? As a martial saint, would he have to watch a prodigious youth fall right before his eyes? But the next second, Chu Feng's left eye suddenly emitted 8 silver blades, slicing through the air like lightning in different directions. Shhhh. The 1,000-blade divine edge instantly tore through the bodies of the ferocious beasts, the sound piercing through the beast tide. All the martial arts masters widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even the Guanghan King was stunned. What kind of martial technique is this? The lunging ferocious beasts were instantly sliced into pieces, blood spraying everywhere. Even the seasoned martial arts masters felt a chill down their spines. The attack is terrifying. Who is that boy? How is he so powerful? From his attire, he seems to be a disciple of the Zhao clan. Does your Zhao clan have such a prodigy? I don't know about this. I swear, I've never seen such a powerful martial technique in my clan. If we had it, I'd have used it long ago. As everyone stood in disbelief, Chu Feng had already rushed out of Yuyang City. That's way too dangerous. The beast tide is everywhere outside. What is he doing out there? The Zhao clan elder panicked. Faced with such a prodigy, they couldn't understand why Chu Feng would head to the most perilous place. The Guanghan King's eyes flickered as he sighed softly. This must be the thinking of a genius. He must have discovered something extraordinary. Let him go. All right. Since the Guanghan King had spoken, the other martial arts masters had no say in the matter. They needed to hold the front line and protect Yuyang City, leaving them no time to safeguard Chu Feng. Moreover, judging by Chu Feng's earlier performance, his strength surpassed that of most martial arts masters here. Who was protecting whom might be the real question. Amidst the rising dust, Chu Feng's figure darted over the collapsed city walls, speeding toward the outskirts. His eternal divine eye had already locked onto the figure of a beast-tide ultra-perspective user. Through the supreme vision of the eternal divine eyes, Chu Feng had already discerned the opponent's strength, a martial 4th realm superite practitioner. Without hesitation, he struck. Netherworld ice. A ghostly blue light flashed in Chu Feng's pupils. In the next moment, the superite practitioner controlling the beast horde, who had been the target of his gaze, instantly turned into a block of ice. Even their soul was frozen, trapped in an eternal state of non-revival. You have slain a martial 4th realm enemy superite practitioner. Evolution points plus 500. Low-level superite practitioners couldn't even break free from the freezing effect of netherworld ice. Once frozen, it meant instant death. The surrounding beasts, freed from the control of the beast horde superite practitioner, showed bewildered expressions. But as soon as they saw Chu Feng, they instinctively charged toward him. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with this group of feral beasts. He effortlessly evaded their attacks using his body techniques. He walked over to the corpse of the beast horde superite practitioner, picked up the flute they had dropped, casually wiped it off, and played a peculiar tune. The beasts that had been about to pounce on him suddenly froze in their tracks upon hearing the music. It worked! Seeing the surrounding beasts halt, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. He now held in his hands a treasure that could control these beasts. The opposing superite practitioners surely never expected me to use their secret technique, did they? Without the eternal divine eyes, it would have been impossible for an ordinary superite practitioner to grasp the ability to control beasts. This secret technique was undoubtedly something Xia Zhouyo had specifically passed on to the beast horde superite practitioners, making it almost impossible to leak. But they hadn't anticipated that the eternal divine eyes could replicate martial techniques, even duplicating the secret art of controlling the beast horde. This was the unique advantage of a Heaven Eye practitioner. This secret art compels any beasts that hear the flute's melody to obey the caster's commands and act accordingly. The task of the beast horde superite practitioners is to spread out and stand guard, driving waves of beasts from the Hangduan Mountains into Yuyang City. Although the beasts lose control once they enter the city and can no longer hear the flute, they naturally attack humans, which still creates major havoc. However, this also means that the Beast Horde's Superride practitioners have been dispersed into solo units, making them easy to pick off one by one. At this thought, Xu Feng immediately realized the immense opportunity he held. Even if ordinary Superride practitioners knew this secret, without the ability to control the beasts, they would be instantly swarmed and killed if they recklessly ventured into enemy territory. But he could control the beasts and had no fear of these creatures. Moreover, with the enemy scattered, he could systematically eliminate them one by one. Xu Feng's cultivation was already the highest in the area, and with the Eternal Divine Eyes upgraded to the 3rd tier, no one could rival his strength in single combat. These scattered, guard-posting Beast Horde Superride practitioners were like crops awaiting his sickle, ready to be reaped, bringing in a large haul of evolution points. Xu Feng activated the Eternal Divine Eyes. His vision instantly extended far into the distance. A few kilometers away, at the 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 12 o'clock directions, 3 Beast Horde Superride practitioners entered the range of his bow. 1 at Martial 5th Realm, and 2 at Martial 4th Realm. Xu Feng drew his bowstring, executing the flawless Dawn Star Arrow, firing an arrow straight at the enemies' heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds cut through the air, and the arrow shot through the enemies' skulls. The system displayed a notification, and his evolution points increased by another 2,000. Once the Beast Horde's Superride practitioners died, the nearby beasts immediately lost control. Before they could enter Yuyang City, without any human presence around, they aimlessly surveyed their surroundings before retreating back into the mountains. Some beasts, upon catching Xu Feng's scent and hearing the flute, also abandoned their attacks without hesitation. In this way, Xu Feng used drifting steps to traverse the Hangduan Mountains, locating each scattered Beast Horde Superride practitioner. With a single arrow to the head, he eliminated them one by one. These enemies never imagined someone would infiltrate their stronghold and systematically take them out. They died unable to send any warnings. Xu Feng had become a true hunter, while his enemies were reduced to unsuspecting prey, captured and slain one by one. The system continuously displayed notifications. You have slain a Martial 5th Realm enemy Superride practitioner. Evolution points plus 1,000. You have slain a Martial 4th Realm enemy Superride practitioner. Evolution points plus 500. You have slain a Martial 6th Realm enemy Superride practitioner. Evolution points plus 5,000. Inside Yuyang City, the Superride practitioners from the 3 major families did not immediately flee to Guanghan City for refuge. Instead, they worked together to hunt the beasts. After all, slaying high-level beasts brought significant prestige. With higher prestige, they could earn greater rewards when the mission concluded. Some Superride practitioners, having benefited from Xu Feng's elimination of the Feather Clan, had gained a substantial amount of evolution points, allowing their Super Eyes to upgrade to the 3rd tier, giving them the strength to contend with the beasts. Moreover, as they all belonged to the same faction of Superride practitioners and shared a common goal, their teamwork was highly seamless. At that moment, a Zhao Clan Superride practitioner suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the panel. The number of enemy Superride practitioners seems to be decreasing." What? Everyone immediately grew alert. After finishing off the beasts in front of them, they quickly opened their panels. On the remaining enemy Superride practitioners section, the original count of 72 had astonishingly dropped to just 25. What's going on? Everyone appeared baffled. Look, the number is still dropping. 24, 23, 22, 21. Every minute, the count of enemy Superride practitioners decreased by 1. This wasn't a countdown, it was more like a second-by-second tally. But what it was counting were living people, individuals just like them, who had also come to this martial world to complete missions as Superride practitioners. Can anyone explain what's happening? The group exchanged confused glances, their faces filled with bewilderment. Could it be that we've won this easily? It seems like it. According to the system's prompt, the Beast Horde has only entered its 2nd phase. After this, we still need to return to Guanghan City to train and prepare for the final showdown with the enemy Superride practitioners. But now, before we've even returned to Guanghan City, the opposing team is almost entirely wiped out. This can't be happening. Could one of their members have betrayed them and started killing their own? Even if there's a traitor, they couldn't possibly kill so many people. It doesn't feel like a betrayal. It's more like collective mental collapse, where they're turning on each other. On the front lines, the Guanghan king gathered his lightning power once more, instantly striking down all the beasts before him. He scanned the surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly, and turned to the martial masters beside him. Have you noticed? The number of beasts has significantly decreased. The National Protector General and Li Xiaoyuan, among others, also noticed this anomaly. Logically speaking, this should be the peak moment of the beast tide. Why has the number of ferocious beasts suddenly decreased? Li Xiaoyuan suddenly remembered something. Could it be that young man who disrupted Xia Zhouyo's plan? Everyone's expressions changed as they began to suspect. The beast tide, which should have been at its most ferocious, had suddenly come to a halt. Moreover, this happened right after Chu Feng left Yuyang City. There was only one truth. The one who stopped the beast tide was definitely Chu Feng. Truly, a young hero emerging. King Guanhan couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Thinking back to his youth, he himself couldn't have stopped a beast tide alone. Yet Chu Feng, at the age of 13, had already achieved this. His future was boundless. The last one. A dazzling arrow, like a shooting star, shot forth from Chu Feng's Starpier Sirbao, piercing through the head of the final beast tide ultravision wielder. He opened his interface, where numerous system notifications had already popped up, and his evolution points had long surpassed the requirement to upgrade the Eternal Divine Eye to the 4th tier. Your evolution points have reached the standard for upgrading the Eternal Divine Eye. Do you wish to evolve the Eternal Divine Eye to the 4th tier? Chu Feng confirmed, and a brand new interface appeared before him. Ultra Vision, Eternal Divine Eye. Level asterisk 4th tier, 36010/50,000. Abilities asterisk Supervision, Bloodline Fortification, God tier Memory, Martial Technique Replication, Thousand Blade Divine Edge, Netherfrost, Space Distortion, New. Space Distortion asterisk You can warp the surrounding space, instantly teleporting targets locked by the Eternal Divine Eye to any location within your field of vision. The farther the target, the greater the teleportation distance, and the more eye power consumed. Asterisk, your Thousand Blade Divine Edge can now unleash 16 Divine Blade attacks. Asterisk. Asterisk, your Netherfrost has been enhanced, capable of freezing even stronger enemies. Asterisk. Space Distortion. Chu Feng pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. My Thousand Blade Divine Edge has immense destructive power, but its deployment is slow and relies on flight to hit its target. This eye technique works well against ferocious beasts because of their large size and high hit rate, but against high-tier martial practitioners, especially martial saints, hitting them is nearly impossible. Martial saints, having undergone transformation, moved at such incredible speeds that their figures were almost imperceptible and could kill their opponents in an instant. For the Thousand Blade Divine Edge to hit such a target would be extremely difficult. But with Space Distortion, Chu Feng could directly teleport the Thousand Blade Divine Edge inside the enemy's body, achieving a one-hit kill. When combined with Netherfrost to slow down the enemy's movements, the effect would be even more pronounced. All the Beast Tide Ultravision wielders have been eliminated by me. Now, the dungeon should be entering its 3rd stage. Chu Feng opened the interface and saw that the remaining enemy Ultravision wielders' counter had already dropped to 0. The first stage of the dungeon was when each Ultravision wielder trained and developed their abilities according to their roles and factions, commonly referred to as the development stage. The second stage was the confrontation between Ultravision wielders of the different factions. As for the 3rd stage, it should be facing the final boss. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. The Ultravision wielders of the Xia Zhouyo faction have all been eliminated. The Martial World Dungeon now officially enters its 3rd stage, Defeat Xia Zhouyo. Background asterisk Xia Zhouyo, having discovered that most of her plans have been thwarted, is furious and attempts to control the beast god of the Hengduan Mountains, using her last remaining strength to defeat King Guanhan. Objective asterisk Team up with King Guanhan to defeat Xia Zhouyo and survive until the end. Final boss asterisk Xia Zhouyo. Danger level asterisk extremely high. Note asterisk your performance in defeating the boss will determine your final rating. Exceptional performance may unlock special achievements, while fleeing will drastically lower your score. Reaching the final stage, Chu Feng roughly understood the rules of the entire Heavenly Tower dungeon. In the first stage, Ultravision wielders from each faction choose the right strategy to quickly grow stronger based on their respective directions. In the second stage, Ultravision wielders from different factions confront one another, and only the surviving faction can advance to the 3rd stage. The final boss of the 3rd stage is incredibly powerful, requiring the accumulated advantages and cooperation of the faction to defeat. If the final boss is too strong for the Ultravision wielders who reach the 3rd stage, then the mission will fail. So that's how it is. The difficulty of the Heavenly Tower is far higher than imagined. Even just fighting against enemy Ultravision wielders was full of uncertainties. The first floor wasn't too bad, but once reaching the higher floors, if the team wasn't united, even if they made it past the 2nd stage, they might not be able to defeat the final boss. Chu Feng took out box after box of treasures from his belongings. Luckily, I've gathered plenty of treasures along the way, enough to elevate me to the level of a half-step martial saint. Combined with the 4th tier Eternal Divine Eye, I might even be able to single-handedly take on a martial saint. Moreover, Xia Jiuyo is still attempting to control the beast god. According to the storyline, the 3rd stage only begins once she successfully controls the beast god. But now that I've arrived early, it means she's without the beast god's help, and her strength might not even surpass King Guanghan's. With the 4th tier Eternal Divine Eye, I might not even need to advance to Martial Saint to slay Xia Jiuyo on my own. Opening box after box, he uncovered a variety of precious elixirs. These were the spoils Chu Feng had collected after eliminating the Ultravision wielders of Xia Jiuyo's faction. When killing enemies, Chu Feng had activated his Supreme Heavy Pupil to observe their fates. The original plan was that after the Beast Tide destroyed Yuyang City, the enemy Ultravision wielders would storm the city, intercepting and killing the Ultravision wielders of the 3 great families to prevent them from safely returning to Guanghan City. During this time, these Ultravision wielders would leave their bases, carrying their treasures with them. During the first stage, Xia Jiuyo had selected several Ultravision wielders with potential and rewarded them with various elixirs. Some of these elixirs were of such high grade that their strength wasn't sufficient to consume them. Unexpectedly, they were hunted down by Chu Feng, and the elixirs naturally fell into his hands. My Eternal Divine Eye has reached the 4th tier, its bloodline abilities are now even stronger. Over this period, Chu Feng had been hunting Ultravision wielders, but ever since reaching the 3rd tier, his cultivation had remained at the 6th level of martial arts. But now that the Eternal Divine Eye had ascended to the 4th tier, its bloodline fortification ability had significantly improved compared to when it was at the 2nd tier. Even treating these elixirs like snacks, he wouldn't suffer any side effects. Before taking on Xia Jiuyo, Chu Feng found a safe cave, sat down cross-legged, and began consuming the elixirs. The first was a 10,000 essence pill he had purchased earlier from the Mystic Pill Pavilion. Taking the 10,000 yuan pill and operating the essence-gathering heart technique, Chu Feng began cultivating. The absorption speed far exceeded expectations. In just half a day, boom! A fierce surge of air suddenly erupted within Chu Feng's body. Martial Dao, 7th level. Yuyang City. The last ferocious beast fell unwillingly into a pool of blood. Although much of the city had turned to ruins, the casualties weren't significant. The supervision members of the 3 great families were counting the toll. 12 dead, 32 heavily injured, 140 lightly injured. Hearing this number, everyone felt as if they were dreaming, finding it unbelievable. We only lost this few people? The beast tide doesn't seem so terrifying after all. Is it over already? I thought a lot of supervision ones would be eliminated. The first layer of the Heaven Treading Tower, while not exceedingly difficult overall, had a very low pass rate due to the inexperience of many supervision ones and the fierce competition. Basically, over 80% of the supervision ones were still stuck on the first layer of the Heaven Treading Tower, with less than 20% able to advance to higher levels. Look quickly. The number of enemy supervision ones has dropped to 0. A supervision one from the Stone Clan suddenly shouted, his eyes fixed on the numbers displayed on the panel. What? The other supervision ones hurriedly opened their panels to check. It's really dropped to 0? Can anyone explain what's going on? I have no idea. Did all the enemy supervisioned ones suddenly die? Could it be that they took on a mission from the horror world? Why would the horror world be mixed in with our martial Dao world? Does anyone knowledgeable know the specifics? I have a few supervision friends who have reached the 3rd layer of the Heaven Treading Tower and heard many stories about the missions here, but they've never encountered this kind of situation. Exactly. Even those masters who made it to the higher layers said it was extremely dangerous, and the first layer shouldn't be this easy, right? Everyone was discussing animatedly, but no one could provide an answer. At that moment, the task prompt for the 3rd stage suddenly appeared on everyone's panel. This indicated that the 2nd stage of the challenge had indeed ended, and next, they would face the final boss of the 3rd stage, Xia Jiuyo. However, according to the normal progression of the instance, the confrontation with the supervision ones of Xia Jiuyo's faction should only begin after returning to Guanghan City, shouldn't it? But now, they were still in Yuyang City, and the enemy supervision ones had already been completely wiped out. This timeline was clearly messed up. On the front lines, National Guardian General Li Shouyuan and other martial Dao masters followed Guanghan King back to Yuyang City. Everyone, you performed excellently during this beast tide. Now that the situation in Yuyang City is unstable, are you willing to come with us to Guanghan City? There, even more martial Dao opportunities await for you to discover. Li Xiaoyuan's gaze was gentle as he looked at the supervision ones from the three great families, a smile on his face. After exchanging glances, the group ultimately agreed. At their current level, which had most reached the 5th level of martial Dao, they would be courting death if they didn't go to Guanghan City to cultivate for a while before facing Xia Jiuyo, who was Guanghan King's mortal enemy and at least a martial Dao saint in strength. Just then, the Guanghan King suddenly approached the Zhao clan's supervision ones and urgently asked, "Do you recognize this person?" A portrait appeared before the group. It was none other than the image of Zhaoyi, the identity Chu Feng had adopted. Among those present were several martial Dao masters who were not only highly skilled but also painting saints. A single glance at Chu Feng was enough for them to sketch a vividly detailed portrait. If they'd had time to add color, the image could have been as lifelike as a photograph. Looking at the portrait, the supervision ones immediately recognized that it was the local genius from the Zhao clan. "We've seen him. Not long ago, when the Feather clan rebelled, it was him who stepped in to help." Several astute supervision ones quickly stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to converse with Guanghan King. "Then, do you know if he has returned?" Guanghan King's voice was anxious, as if he were deeply worried. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unable to understand why Guanghan King seemed so desperate. "Reporting, my lord. The last time I saw this Zhao brother, he had just left the city. I'd estimate his chances of survival are slim." Zhao Gaocheng stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "He hasn't returned? What a pity." For a rare moment, Guanghan King showed a look of disappointment, shaking his head and sighing. This scene stirred the hearts of the supervision ones present, who began speculating among themselves. "Hey, do you think this Zhao local might be Guanghan King's illegitimate son? Wow, now that you mention it, it really seems possible." "Exactly. With such a profound background, how could the Zhao clan nurture such an incredible genius? Reaching the 6th level of martial Dao at 13 and even shooting down the Feather clan's leading supervision one in a single arrow. And look at how Guanghan King is showing grief. He must be his illegitimate son. Winning the war but losing his beloved son. Guanghan King's heart must be heavy right now." Deep within the Hangduan mountain range, Chu Feng, who had been focused solely on cultivating, had no idea about the rumors labeling him not only as a local genius but also as Guanghan King's illegitimate son. 7 days of cultivation had passed. He had consumed all the pills he had collected along the way. No matter how many pills he swallowed, with the level of his eternal divine eyes, the medicinal effects were entirely absorbed, and at an astonishing speed. Martial Dao, 9th level peak. That day arrived. Chu Feng stood up, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. He had broken through from the 6th level of martial arts to a half-step martial saint in just 7 days. If this news were to spread, it would absolutely shock the entire martial arts world. A half-step martial saint. A cultivation level second only to the king of Guanghan. With my eternal divine eyes, ordinary martial saints are no match for me now. According to the original plot, once the eternal divine eyes upgraded to the 4th tier, they would surpass martial saints, requiring 2 major realms more to reach that level. Martial saints sound impressive, but in the entire martial arts world, they only belong to the Hotian realm. Above them are levels beyond the Xiantian realm. However, in a resource-deprived place like Yuyang City, there are so few warriors who break through the Hotian realm that they are referred to as martial saints. Now, the level of the eternal divine eyes has far exceeded the original setting for the heavenly eye wielders. Chu Feng executed the fleeting shadow steps. Although it was just an ordinary movement technique, his speed was so fast that he appeared as an afterimage, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. With the strength of a half-step martial saint, the eternal divine eyes allowed him to see far. Chu Feng found a high vantage point, overlooking the area below. His heart stirred as he switched to the supreme heavy pupils. In the distance, a red aura of luck surrounded a figure, interwoven with a chilling gray haze and an eerie purple mist. It was unsettling just to look at it. Clearly the aura of conspiracy and destruction. Based on the aura of luck, Chu Feng determined that Xia Jiuyo must be there. He immediately rushed toward that area filled with unease. Before long, a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe appeared in his sight. The figure held a flute, playing a strange melody. Before him crouched a massive ferocious beast, its size resembling a small mountain. The beast's eyes were blood-red, glaring at the black-robed figure with resentment and killing intent, letting out low growls from time to time. But it seemed suppressed by some kind of power. Its gaze alternated between clarity and confusion, its consciousness on the verge of collapse. "That guy is the final boss, Xia Jiuyo," Chu Feng murmured in his heart, finding a good vantage point and activating his ocular technique. Netherworld Ice. Chu Feng activated the ocular technique of the eternal divine eyes from a distance. far away. Ice crystals suddenly appeared on Xia Zhouyo's body. His soul seemed to freeze, his consciousness blank for a brief moment, and the flute music abruptly ceased. At that moment, the beast's eyes regained clarity, breaking free from its restraints and pouncing at Xia Zhouyo. Xia Zhouyo appeared to sense the imminent danger, hastily channeling powerful true essence to break free from the ice and swiftly evading the beast's attack. Soul domain? Xia Zhouyo's expression changed dramatically, realizing he had provoked trouble. Soul domain martial arts were something that even many Xiantian warriors couldn't perform. This was a realm that only virtual divine realm experts above the Xiantian level could access. How could such a powerful existence be connected to him, a mere Hotian warrior? Before Xia Zhouyo could figure it out, the beast, now free from the flute's control, launched a frenzied attack. Having nearly been controlled by a despicable human, the beast felt deeply humiliated. Possessing intelligence comparable to humans and an extremely savage nature, the beast, upon realizing Xia Zhouyo's intent to manipulate it, was consumed with rage, retaliating almost recklessly. Xia Zhouyo quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Several kilometers away, Chu Feng continued observing the battle through his eternal divine eyes. Suddenly, 16 silver blades appeared before him. These 16 blades didn't attack immediately but slowly merged into a single, more potent blade. The 1000-blade god edge was an energy construct formed by the ocular power of the eternal divine eyes. It could disperse or merge. Once the 16 blades combined, their power increased several-fold. Next, a ripple of distorted void appeared before Chu Feng. Twisting void. This was an ability unlocked after the eternal divine eyes reached the 4th tier. The void ripple swallowed the 1000-blade god edge. Miles away, another void ripple emerged, faintly quivering. Xia Zhouyo's movements suddenly froze, and from the void ripple, the 1000-blade god edge emerged, instantly severing his head. The 1000-blade god edge, combined with twisting void, achieved a long-range instant kill. Xia Zhouyo had never anticipated such an enemy. Completely unprepared, he didn't even understand how he died. His head was already severed and fell to the ground. In his final moments, his eyes widened in confusion, utterly clueless about how he had been killed. This martial arts world instance was now utterly concluded. The final boss had been slain by Chu Feng alone. Chu Feng opened the system interface, and a series of notifications popped up. Congratulations on killing the third phase final boss, Xia Zhouyo. In this role-playing mission, the supersensory eye wielder of the Guanghan King faction has achieved ultimate victory. Unlocking achievements for this martial arts world instance for you. You successfully killed Xia Zhouyo, earning the achievement, Final First Kill, with the reward of the Universal Treasure, Beastmaster Flute, Tier 1. Your cultivation level is the highest in the field, reaching the 9th level of martial arts, earning the achievement, Peerless Dominance, with a critical reputation reward of plus 666,666. You eradicated the traitorous Feather Clan, earning the achievement, Cleansing the Household, with a critical reputation reward of plus 555,555. You single-handedly participated in killing Xia Zhouyo, earning the achievement, Unparalleled Prodigy, with a critical reputation reward of plus 1,230,000. You killed a Heavenly Eye wielder and completed the exclusive Heavenly Eye mission, permanently acquiring the additional supersensory talent, Eternal Divine Eyes. Based on your overall performance, your final reputation value is 5,214,800, ranking first on the first floor of the Tower of Heavens with an SSS rating. Rewards, plus 15,000 Heaven points. Rewards, plus 20,000 Evolution points. SSS rating exclusive reward unlocked, Heavenly Aura, a stroke of fortune. A stroke of fortune, upon entering any world within the heavens, you will receive a special opportunity. Be sure to seize it, as there will be no second chance. Chu Feng's supersensory eye wielder interface underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Fengshen. Age, 17. Supersensory eyes, supreme heavy pupils, great unknown, eternal divine eyes, 4th tier. Worlds unlocked, martial arts world. Universal treasures, Beastmaster Flute, Tier 1. Heavenly Aura, a stroke of fortune. Instances cleared, 1. Evolution points, 56,010. Heaven points, 15,000. Your evolution points have reached the condition to upgrade the Eternal Divine Eye. Do you choose to evolve the Eternal Divine Eye? Without hesitation, Chu Feng chose to evolve. Thump! 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 A familiar pulsating sensation came from his left eye once again. At the same time, a new panel popped up. Super Pupils, Eternal Divine Eye. Level, 5th tier, 6010/100,000. Abilities: Supervision, Bloodline Enhancement, Divine Memory, Martial Skill Replication, Thousand Blade Divine Edge, Netherworld Frost, Void Distortion, Mityan, New. Mityan, your super pupils can release a massive Divine Eye Phantom, suspended in the sky, overlooking everything on the ground from above. Under this perspective, all your pupil techniques' powers are doubled, and you can cast pupil techniques at any location within the range of your vision. Asterisk your Thousand Blade Divine Edge can now unleash 32 Divine Blade attacks, asterisk. Asterisk your other super pupil abilities have also received foundational enhancements, asterisk. Looking at the continuously updating powerful abilities on the panel, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. My Eternal Divine Eye has already reached the 5th tier. Even if I enter the 2nd level of the Heaven Tower, there won't be many super pupil users who can reach this level. The Mityan ability feels like opening a celestial eye, allowing me to take in everything on the ground at a glance. Plus, I can unleash long-range pupil techniques. It's perfect for a solo super pupil user like me. And this one fortuitous opportunity. Chu Feng's gaze shifted to the reward list of the Heavenly Halo. This was a special reward exclusive to SSS level ratings, and its effects were naturally extraordinary. He reviewed the description of the Heavenly Halo and found that it resembled a protagonist's exclusive opening advantage. One fortuitous opportunity meant that the next time he entered any heavenly world, he would receive an opportunity that ordinary people would find impossible to obtain. It might involve meeting a mysterious mentor, acquiring a rare martial arts manual, or joining a powerful sect and gaining abundant resources. In short, at the start of the next adventure, he would hold a tremendous advantage, quickly accumulating strength. As expected of an SSS level reward, it's incredible. Chu Feng was overjoyed, feeling that he might very well be the first person to ever earn an SSS level reward. In all likelihood, no one else in the entire Heaven Tower had yet experienced the debut effect brought by the protagonist's halo. Congratulations on completing the role-playing mission for the martial world. Rewards are being calculated. In Guanhan City, all the super pupil users stared blankly at the system notification that popped up. What's going on? The 3rd phase is over already? Didn't we just return to Guanhan City? How exactly did Xia Jiuyo die? Their minds were filled with questions. Even though they had achieved mission success, no one understood how they had actually won. They had no time to ponder, discuss, or analyze. Beams of light descended on all the super pupil users. With the mission concluded, they were about to leave the Heaven Tower. Due to the heavenly pupil user being killed by Chu Feng, the Yuyang City instance in the martial world would now be permanently closed. Of course, the martial world still contained other instances, and there might be other heavenly pupil users remaining. But regardless, from now on, no super pupil user entering the 1st level of the Heaven Tower would be transported to Yuyang City again. In the Heavenly Plaza, more and more super pupil users were gathering. Converted to real-world time, it was now exactly 10 p.m. on a Saturday. Nearly all super pupil users had entered the super pupil era. Even if they didn't challenge the Heaven Tower, chatting with friends here was quite enjoyable. It was like a massive virtual online world. At this moment, a broadcast suddenly echoed through the Heaven Tower, reverberating throughout the plaza. Congratulations to Fengshen for achieving an SSS level rating in the 1st level of the Heaven Tower Martial World instance. As soon as the broadcast played, it sparked widespread discussion across the plaza. Holy crap, another big shot is rising. Achieving an SSS level rating in the 1st level. This seems to be the first player to achieve an SSS level rating since the start of the super pupil era, right? Yeah, I checked. No one has ever gotten this rating before. Look, someone is already offering 2 million on the Super Pupil Forum to buy information on the SSS level reward. 2 million for information? Yep, since no one has ever achieved the highest rating, the rewards are a mystery. I guess only Fengshen knows the specifics. Wow, this kind of first-hand intel could buy a house. I'm so jealous. Does anyone know anything about Fengshen? I'll pay 5 million just to get in contact with him. Maybe I can ask to tag along in the next instance. Fengshen's next instance should be the 2nd level of the Heaven Tower. I'll offer 20 million to join. No way he'd take you. If he's achieving SSS level ratings in the 1st level, he's definitely backed by a major guild. News about Fengshen quickly caused an uproar in the Heavenly Plaza. In reality, super pupil users had even set up forums, allowing ordinary people to go online and learn about various Heaven Tower intel. In just a few minutes, the forums were flooded with posts about Fengshen. Numerous wealthy individuals were offering high prices for insider information about Fengshen. But since the name Fengshen had never appeared in the super pupil era before, apart from his SSS rating, there was no other information to be found. Only the super pupil users who had entered the martial world with Chu Feng, after returning to the Heavenly Plaza and hearing about the SSS level achiever in the martial world instance, finally pieced together an astonishing conclusion. So that Zhao Yi wasn't a native at all. He was the legendary Feng Shen. Some super pupil users couldn't resist showing off, posting detailed accounts of Feng Shen's performance in the instance online. I was lucky enough to enter the martial world with Feng Shen. On the second day of the instance, Feng Shen had already cultivated to the third level of martial arts. We saw him once at the Tianwu Pavilion, but his cultivation was far beyond our reach. We didn't even recognize him as a super pupil user, thinking he was just a native. Until the betrayal of the Feather Clan, Feng Shen struck again, instantly killing a 6th level martial arts super pupil user, and then charged to the front lines of the Beast Tide. His strength was overwhelming, and he had no interactions with the rest of us super pupils. Everyone thought he was an illegitimate son of the Guanghan king and that the system had automatically assigned him to the front lines to maintain balance. Unexpectedly, the illegitimate child of King Guanghan turned out to be the transcendent seer, Feng Shen, who single-handedly eliminated all the opposing seers, even taking down the final boss in a one-on-one battle. If it weren't for hearing about Feng Shen's feats, we wouldn't even know how this dungeon was won. Following the post, other seers who participated in the martial arts dungeon also chimed in to confirm the events. As soon as the news was verified, all the seers who understood the situation couldn't help but gasp in shock. This Feng Shen is truly terrifying. Single-handedly wiping out all the opposing seers? How insanely strong must he be? Moreover, the quality of seers in this dungeon was exceptionally high, especially with the betrayal of the Feather Clan. I didn't even know such a mechanism existed in the dungeon. Too bad they ran into Feng Shen and got taken out with a single arrow. I'm a seer from Xia Zhouyo's faction, and I can confirm this. We were executing the second phase mission to create a beast tide, but before we could act, we were gone. I was completely dumbfounded when I returned to the plaza. Ha, a victim has appeared. Honestly, I feel bad for the person above. Facing a monster like Feng Shen, there's really no way out. In the Heavenly Plaza, a young man dressed in black was leisurely strolling around. When the broadcast from the Tower of the Heavens reached his ears, he stopped in his tracks, his expression turning serious. An SSS-ranked seer has actually appeared. This news must be passed to Jiang Shui immediately. No one else could see it, but the young man in black suddenly froze in place, his eyes flickering with strange brilliance. The next moment, a graceful woman appeared in front of him. Though her face was obscured, her figure alone hinted at her breathtaking beauty. Lu Ping, what is it? Jiang Shui asked in a calm tone. A seer with an SSS rating has appeared on the first floor of the Tower of the Heavens. At this very moment, Chu Feng had arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Exchange. After completing his mission, he had earned a significant amount of heavenly points. These points could be exchanged for various items at the Heavenly Exchange, and some could even be converted into real-world currency. To enter the exchange, seers needed to pay 50 heavenly points as an entry fee. Thus, those who could enter had at least reached the second floor of the Tower of the Heavens. The attendees here were far fewer than those in the plaza, as they were all exceptionally talented seers. You are about to enter the Heavenly Exchange. Do you wish to confirm spending 50 heavenly points? Confirm. In the next instant, Chu Feng's body was enveloped in a layer of gray mist. Even his voice became ethereal and indistinct, with its tone continuously shifting. This must be the exchange's way of protecting identities. The gray mist even blocked seer abilities, effectively concealing the true identities of the participants. Chu Feng attempted to activate his supreme heavy pupils, but he couldn't see any aura of fortune or destiny markers. Satisfied, he relaxed. If even the supreme heavy pupils couldn't penetrate the mist, then no one would be able to uncover his identity. How may I assist you? A small black sprite floated over to Chu Feng, its tone warm and polite. I want to sell something. Chu Feng handed over the beast-taming flute in his possession. According to his research, the items primarily traded at the Heavenly Exchange were inheritances from various worlds, such as magical artifacts and cultivation manuals. These inheritance items could only be used in their respective worlds. In other words, if someone acquired a cultivation manual from a wuxia world, it could only be used in that specific dungeon. This was known as a heavenly inheritance. However, heavenly relics were different. Not only could they be used across all worlds, but some could even be brought into the real world, effectively granting the user additional supernatural abilities. Thus, the value of heavenly relics far exceeded that of ordinary inheritances. Even the lowest tier heavenly relics were incredibly valuable. However, the beast taming flute was limited in its use. It could only control fierce beasts and had little applicability in the real world or dungeons. Its utility was minimal. Rather than keeping it as a collectible and watching its value diminish, Chu Feng decided to sell it early and exchange it for a more practical heavenly inheritance. The black sprite circled around the beast taming flute, assessing its value. After about 10 seconds, it spoke. Beast taming flute, a first-tier heavenly relic. Estimated starting auction price, 20,000 heavenly points. Would you like to browse other items? I want the highest tier heavenly inheritance available, preferably in the form of manuals or artifacts, Chu Feng replied. He planned to trade a low-tier relic for the strongest inheritance. For his next dungeon, he would choose a world corresponding to the inheritance, combining it with the fated opportunity. Heavenly aura to gain a massive advantage right from the start. He would then continuously build his strength, dominate the first phase, and begin hunting opposing seers in the second phase. This strategy would maximize his gains on every floor of the Tower of the Heavens. Furthermore, it would make ascending to higher floors increasingly effortless. A room has been prepared for you. Your number is 2077. Chu Feng suddenly felt his body plummet. In the next moment, he found himself in a room. He was seated at one corner of a round table, with 7 other seers similarly shrouded in grey mist. Their identities were also concealed. Above the round table hung an inverted figure. Chu Feng surmised that this figure served as the mediator for the transactions, akin to the sprite, a subordinate entity of the seer era. In other words, these entities represented the rules of the Tower of the Heavens. The inverted figure scanned the room, its voice cold and detached. The room is full. Let the transactions begin. Number 2011, please present your item first. Number 2011 produced a red blood crystal. This is the life essence blood crystal of the 9 lords of the demon abyss, obtained from the nether demon domain. Absorbing it can elevate one's power to the level of 7 demon lords. Starting bid, 10,000 heavenly points. The inverted figure asked, any bids? Unfortunately, no one responded. Although the blood crystal of the 9 lords was powerful, absorbing it carried significant risks. With no bids, the turn moved to the next participant. Number 2022 presented their item, the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella, a tool dropped by a Shadow Class ninja. It contains concealed mechanisms, serving both as a deadly weapon and a defensive tool. Starting bid, 5,000 heavenly points. This time, the bidders quickly began raising their offers. The ninja world was known for its low-level combat techniques, but its eye techniques and other external powers were highly effective in dungeons. Although the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella wasn't as potent as the blood crystal, its broader applicability attracted more bidders. In the end, the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella was claimed by number 2044 for 12,010 heavenly points. Dual Soul of Ice and Fire. Heaven-Slaying Sword. 8th Tier Guardian Spirit. As the auction proceeded, one treasure after another made its grand appearance. Although there were a few decent universal inheritances, Chu Feng ultimately did not make a move. After all, artifacts and weapons are merely external aids. What he truly needed was a top-tier universal inheritance that could provide him with a massive advantage right from the start, putting him far ahead of everyone else. While the weapons and artifacts contained within inheritances could certainly help, he felt that they were not sufficient. The treasures brought forth by the participants were of immense value, clearly because the sellers possessed universal relics, and the bidders were all extraordinarily talented ultra-visionaries. 2077, please present your auction item. Unknowingly, it was now Chu Feng's turn. He took out the Beastmaster flute in his hand, scanned the room, and slowly said, "This is a universal relic I obtained in the martial arts world, called the Beastmaster flute. As the name implies, it can control ferocious beasts, though its effect is rather ordinary. Starting bid, 20,000 universal points. 25,000. 25,500. 27,000. 28,000. 30,000. The moment Chu Feng revealed the universal relic, even before the auctioneer could chime in, the bidders immediately began raising their offers. Their gazes were fixed on the Beastmaster flute in Chu Feng's hand, clearly determined to obtain it. The price quickly climbed to 40,000 universal points before it started to slow down. Though universal relics are extraordinarily valuable, the Ultravision era had only just begun a week ago, and the veterans did not yet have an abundance of universal points. Moreover, nearly all the bidders at this universal trade fair had brought their entire fortunes to the table. 40,000 universal points had already reached the limit. The highest bidder was participant number 2088. She had not made any moves earlier, seemingly only interested in universal relics, and when she did speak, she immediately offered a high price of 40,000. Chu Feng paused briefly and then spoke, I am looking for a top-tier universal inheritance. If anyone has one, I am willing to prioritize exchanging my universal relic for it. In truth, Chu Feng did not care about the amount of universal points. What he valued most was obtaining the thing he truly desired. After all, as more and more universal towers were conquered, universal points might depreciate in value, so Chu Feng decided to state his terms directly. At that moment, 2088 spoke up, I have a supreme tier inheritance from the immortal world, called Path to Immortality. This inheritance allows cultivators to connect their minds directly to the essence of the Great Tao, ultimately reaching the true immortal realm. I am willing to exchange this inheritance for your universal relic. When 2088 revealed this supreme tier inheritance, many bidders displayed expressions of astonishment. The value of a supreme tier inheritance was by no means inferior to that of a universal relic. Moreover, the practicality of such an inheritance often exceeded that of a universal relic. The auctioneer glanced at 2088 and added, supreme tier inheritances are incredibly rare, and their cultivation difficulty is also extremely high. Their market value is roughly 30,000 universal points. However, because this was an auction, and many attendees had a high demand for supreme tier immortal world inheritances, this transaction was essentially a barter exchange. At that moment, participant number 2011 suddenly chuckled lightly, I'll offer 50,000 universal points to buy Path to Immortality. 50,000 universal points? Everyone turned to look at 2011, speculating about his identity. 2011 had earlier been the first to bring out 9 vials of Demon Sovereign Blood Essence for auction. Although no one had purchased it, the Netherworld was not an entry-level universal tower, it was at least on the 3rd level or higher. The fact that he could offer 50,000 universal points suggested that he was likely the leader of a major guild. His auction tactics were also highly sophisticated. He started by presenting an unpopular item to test the waters, observing the participants before bidding on the treasure he truly desired. If 2088 refused, 2011 might have even more treasures to offer in exchange. However, 2088 ignored 2011 and instead looked at Chu Feng. If you're willing to establish an Ultravision link with me, I'll offer an additional 20,000 universal points alongside Path to Immortality in exchange for your universal relic. The other bidders were momentarily stunned. None of them had expected that what 2088 truly valued was Chu Feng's Ultravision link. 2011 also fell silent, seemingly calculating something. Chu Feng could clearly feel the atmosphere around him becoming tense. Yet, given how enticing the offer was, he still asked, what is an Ultravision link? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a sudden silence. The auctioneer explained, an Ultravision link is a special form of soul communication between two Ultravisionaries. It's like making a phone call. 2088 added reluctantly. In that case, I agree to the exchange. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. Could it be that 2088 simply wanted to become his friend? An Ultravision link was a special way for Ultravisionaries to stay connected. After entering the Universal Towers, there were no phones or other communication tools, the only way to contact someone instantly was through an Ultravision link. But to think that one friend slot could command a price of 20,000 universal points. Chu Feng immediately realized that he was far more valuable than he had originally thought. However, this is just an Ultravision link. It won't reveal my true identity. After learning more, he found out that an Ultravision link could only be used within the Ultravision era and could not locate someone in the real world. Thus, there was no need to worry about exposing his identity. Getting 20,000 universal points and a supreme tier immortal world inheritance was undoubtedly a great deal. Moreover, 2011 had offered 50,000 universal points, but 2088 only needed to add 10,000 to match the bidding price. More importantly, the other party might have even more universal points. Since Chu Feng's current savings paled in comparison, it was better to secure what he wanted sooner rather than later. After the deal was finalized, under the auctioneer's notarization, Chu Feng and 2088 completed the Ultravision link. A system prompt appeared. Establishing Ultravision link. Target Ultravisionary, Jiang Xiaoyu. Both parties have agreed to connect. After successfully linking, Chu Feng finally learned the other party's name. It seemed to be a codename in the Ultravision era. Strangely enough, it sounded like a girl's name. What is Jiang Xiaoyu really after by wanting an Ultravision link with me? Chu Feng felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Perhaps the other party had deduced from the Beastmaster flute that he was the legendary Fengshen. Once the connection was established, the system displayed the codenames for both parties. It was likely that the other party also used this to confirm their suspicions. However, as long as no real personal information was revealed, connecting with other ultravisionaries posed no issues. Some ultravisionary guilds, upon discovering talented individuals, would prioritize recruiting them rather than harming them. Even if someone harbored ill intentions, Xu Feng, with his supreme dual pupils, could discern their motives with a single glance. There was no need to worry about bad actors. After the transaction involving the heavenly treasures and the path to immortality, the remaining items held little allure. When the trades concluded, Jiang Xiaoyu did not immediately contact Xu Feng. Instead, she logged off right away. Xu Feng remained within the trade fair's grounds and located the exchange hall. The exchange rate between cash and heavenly points is 1025:1. The heavenly trade fair even allowed real-world items to be traded. Cash was one such medium. However, ultravisionaries did not trade cash directly. Instead, they deposited it into the exchange hall, creating an economic flow. The exchange rate wasn't fixed and fluctuated continuously. At the dawn of the ultravisionary era, the value of heavenly points was at its peak. Most wealthy guilds poured vast sums of money into acquiring these points. As a result, the market demand far exceeded supply. Of course, the cash market followed certain rules. While the exchange rate was high, it would not reach a point where it disrupted the balance of the market. A rate exceeding 1,000 to 1 means completing just one Heavenly Tower mission could earn tens of thousands in cash? No wonder so many people risked their lives to challenge the Heavenly Tower despite its dangers. After selling the beast-taming flute, Xu Feng still had 35,000 heavenly points, more than enough for his needs. He used 2,000 heavenly points to exchange for over 2 million in cash, improving his quality of life. He knew heavenly points would depreciate in value over time, so the sooner he converted them, the more he could profit. 2 million in cash was sufficient to support a comfortable life without any excess. Once I return, I can even buy a house. Xu Feng smiled, feeling that he was no longer financially constrained. There was no reason for him to continue living in such impoverished conditions. With 2 million, he could easily pay in full for a 2-bedroom apartment and even invite Uncle Chen to stay with him occasionally, repaying the elder who had helped him so much along the way. A large silver iron chest was soon delivered to Xu Feng. To protect the privacy of ultravisionaries, all exchanges of heavenly points were conducted in cash, leaving no digital records. After completing these steps, Xu Feng exited the ultravisionary era. Back to reality. The time was approximately 11 o'clock on Saturday night. An entire day has passed. Despite not eating for the whole day, Xu Feng didn't feel hungry. He walked to the mirror and activated his eternal divine eyes. His left eye immediately became deep and mysterious, its supervision capabilities still intact. My skin tone seems to have changed, Xu Feng remarked in surprise. Using his supervision, he noticed subtle changes in his body. His strength had seemingly increased significantly. Xu Feng felt that he could punch straight through a wall without a problem. That's right, the eternal divine eyes also enhance bloodlines. Even without the true essence of the martial arts world, my body has become fundamentally different from an ordinary person due to this enhancement. If I can strengthen it to the highest level, could I possibly become a martial artist in the real world? Xu Feng's eyes lit up as an intriguing possibility crossed his mind. If he could evolve to the 5th tier, he would already be a superhuman in reality. And if he could ascend to the highest stage, wouldn't he essentially become a living, breathing monster? In the living room stood a massive silver chest. This was the cash Xu Feng had exchanged earlier. Placing a hand on the chest, he gave it a light lift and easily raised it high. With this level of strength, even if a truck were to crash into him, he was confident he could stop it with his bare hands. Not to mention, he could still deploy the ocular abilities of the eternal divine eyes. Even seasoned ultravisionaries might not be his match. Yet, to remain cautious, Xu Feng decided to deposit the large sum of cash into his bank account in batches, rather than all at once. After all, he was just an ordinary, impoverished high school student. Suddenly becoming wealthy overnight could easily raise suspicions that he was the legendary Fengshen. By depositing the money in increments, others would merely think of him as a typical ultravisionary. Nowadays, ultravisionaries were everywhere, and it wasn't uncommon for high school students to awaken their powers. Xu Feng pulled out his cheap knockoff phone, which he had bought for a few dozen bucks, and casually browsed the ultravisionary forums. To his amazement, he discovered that he was already famous. Almost every ultravisionary was trying to dig up information about him. Some were even offering high prices to purchase any details about him. Of course, Chu Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to jeopardize his safety for a bit of money by leaking his personal information. He checked the time, curious about how time flowed within the Heavenly Tower. He had spent over a month on the first floor of the Heavenly Tower, yet only one day had passed in reality. Searching through some resources, he came across information posted by an expert. The flow of time in the Heavenly Tower isn't constant. I spent 2 months completing a mission on the first floor, and 2 days passed in reality. But on the fourth floor, I spent 10 years, and only 1 hour elapsed in the real world. The higher the floor, the slower time flows. If you reach the highest floor, does that mean time in the real world barely moves? If that's the case, the highest floor would essentially mean living for a very long time, practically immortality. The words immortality flickered in Chu Feng's mind, making his heart race. This was practically the realm of gods. If time slowed further with each floor, immortality wouldn't just be a dream. However, he was still only on the first floor, a long way from the highest level. Chu Feng didn't rush into the second floor. Instead, he decided to indulge himself with his newfound wealth on Sunday. He bought a new phone and some daily necessities, neither being overly frugal nor wasteful. The next day, Monday, he attended school as usual. Hey, did you hear? On Saturday, the first ever ultra-visionary to receive an SSS ranking appeared, codenamed Function. It must be some expert from a top guild. Getting the highest score on the first floor, that's so enviable. I went to the Heavenly Tower this week too, but I got ambushed and killed by guild members. Compared to Function, who wiped out all enemies solo, the gap is just too big. Unbelievable. Wasn't the legendary Jiang Shui not this impressive back then? Another legend has risen. The classmates buzzed with discussions about the news of the divine rank being achieved. After all, the first ever SSS rating in the Tower of Heavens, and on the first floor no less, how could it not cause a sensation? This fervor would last for quite some time. The school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, suddenly announcing an important piece of news. Students, this week we're organizing a special activity, a class-wide strategic assault on the Tower of Heavens. I understand most of your current situations. Going solo doubles the risk and difficulty in the Tower of Heavens. So, the school has decided to organize entries by class units to ensure everyone at least clears the first floor. If you fail twice or don't pass, you'll need to sign an agreement promising never to enter the Tower of Heavens again. Now, if anyone doesn't want to participate, please raise your hand. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted into chatter. The Tower of Heavens was no game, failing 3 times would result in permanent blindness. But many high school students couldn't resist the temptation of taking a risk. The school's purpose in organizing this activity was to encourage students to team up for safety. Even if they failed, it would help them understand their own abilities and focus on preparing for college entrance exams. Participation was voluntary. Soon, a few classmates from well-off families raised their hands to opt out. Their families had the resources to arrange better teams. They didn't need to risk their lives with amateurs. A classmate with autism also raised his hand. He had already failed twice, and the psychological trauma was too much. He never wanted to step into the Tower of Heavens again. A small number of students who had yet to awaken their super eyes also chose to opt out. In the busy life of a senior year in high school, they finally had a chance for a brief break. At this moment, Chu Feng also raised his hand. Xiao Feng, didn't you awaken your super eyes? Why aren't you joining us? Lin Qingqing asked curiously. Chu Feng, since you've awakened your super eyes, it's best if you act with us, the homeroom teacher frowned. He knew Chu Feng's background, aware that he couldn't rely on any guilds for support. If Chu Feng didn't join them, he had to explain his reason. Chu Feng shrugged. I've already broken through to the second floor, so I probably can't go with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire class was stunned. What the hell? Chu Feng already cleared the second floor. Isn't that the same progress as Zhao Chang from the class next door? There are so few students in our school who have broken through the second floor. Many classmates looked at him with admiration. Only 20% of Super Eye users could clear the first floor and qualify to challenge higher levels of the Tower of Heavens. Meanwhile, the college entrance exam pass rate for undergraduate programs was about 50%. This school, with its average student intake, saw only around 20% of students getting into undergraduate programs, and even fewer making it into prestigious universities. Clearing the second floor of the Tower of Heavens already put someone ahead of most ordinary people in the real world. At the very least, joining a guild and earning a 5-figure monthly salary would be no problem. This was the allure of the Tower of Heavens. An easy leap in social class. Since Chu Feng has already reached the second floor, he won't be participating in this activity, the homeroom teacher said helplessly. It wasn't a matter of what he wanted, no one in the class was qualified to accompany Chu Feng in challenging the Tower of Heavens. Those who aren't participating in this event can head home. The rest of you, stay behind for a meeting. Next, we'll focus on discussing precautions and strategies for the Tower of Heavens. We'll choose the same faction, and it's crucial to work together. The arrival of the Super I era was gradually reshaping society. In the future, it was expected that schools would divide into two types of classes. One type would consist of the failed Super I users, those who had failed twice and could never enter the Tower of Heavens again. They would have to rely on traditional studies to find jobs and support themselves. The other type would be specialized classes designed around strategies for conquering the Tower of Heavens. Of course, this system would take another year or two to fully develop, and Chu Feng was already beyond its impact. After all, he had broken through to the second floor, completely surpassing his peers. As the class began their strategy meeting for the first floor, Chu Feng left school early, welcoming a rare break. After leaving school, Chu Feng went to the supermarket, purchasing a variety of ingredients to prepare a lavish meal. Yesterday, he had spent over 10,000 yuan to buy a brand new set of kitchenware. In his previous life, Chu Feng had been a connoisseur of fine food. Even after becoming a Super I user, this passion remained intact. With the eternal divine pupil, Chu Feng's vision was more precise than ever, allowing him to pick out the finest ingredients at a glance. His knife skills and control over cooking temperatures were even more precise than those of top-tier chefs. After several hours of hard work, a rich feast centered around a slow-cooked whole duck was finally ready. "Uncle Chen, have you eaten today?" Chu Feng knocked on his neighbor's door. "Not yet, I'm eating late today," Uncle Chen said as he opened the door, looking at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression. "Xiao Feng, aren't you supposed to be in school?" Chu Feng smiled. "The school has some special arrangements right now, so I have a week off. I made a big meal and can't finish it myself, why don't you come and try it?" Before Uncle Chen could respond, Chu Feng had already pulled him into his home. "Wow, Xiao Feng, did you make all this?" Uncle Chen exclaimed as soon as he walked in, his nose catching the aroma and his eyes filled with curiosity. This feast centered around duck must have cost several hundred yuan just for the ingredients. Chu Feng's family wasn't well off. Where did he get the money to buy such high-quality ingredients? This approach was anything but simple. Although Uncle Chen wasn't versed in culinary arts, such exquisite dishes he had only ever seen them in five-star hotels his entire life. "My cooking skills have always been decent. On weekends, I help out at classmates' homes and make a few $100, Chu Feng casually fabricated an explanation, easily brushing off the topic. "Wow, I never thought our little Feng was so talented in cooking. Earning so much money, how impressive." Uncle Chen chuckled, feeling particularly gratified to see Chu Feng earning money on his own. "Uncle Chen, how have you been sleeping lately?" Chu Feng activated the eternal divine eyes and noticed Uncle Chen frequently rubbing his eyes, looking rather fatigued. Lately my eyes have been acting strange, sometimes they feel uncomfortable," Uncle Chen sighed. "I went to the hospital for a checkup a few days ago, but the doctors couldn't pinpoint anything specific." Chu Feng's heart stirred. Could this be a precursor to his super sight awakening? However, Uncle Chen hadn't fully awakened yet. Given the elder's age, explaining the Super Eyes era prematurely might confuse him. "I'll wait until Uncle Chen fully awakens, then I'll explain it to him properly," Chu Feng resolved internally. After treating Uncle Chen to a full-course duck banquet, Chu Feng felt a deep sense of relief. Repaying Uncle Chen had been something he had yearned to do ever since regaining his memories. To his enemies, he showed no mercy. But for those close to him, he vowed to care for them to the best of his ability. It's time to begin tackling the second floor of the Tower of All Realms. With such a long holiday, Chu Feng wasn't about to waste it. In the next instant, his figure appeared in the plaza of the Super Eyes era. He re-entered the Tower of All Realms. This time, he was headed to the second floor. Here, the number of super sight users was noticeably fewer than on the first floor. The sprite assistant once again appeared by Chu Feng's side, helping him select the background for this instance. Soon, shadowy projections of various worlds flickered across Chu Feng's vision. "Let's go with an immortal cultivation world." Having already redeemed the inheritance of the path to immortality, Chu Feng had long decided on the next scenario's setting. Upon confirming his choice, hundreds of light screens enveloped the super sight users on the second floor. Compared to the first floor, there are far fewer super sight users entering the instance this time, Chu Feng observed, noting this detail with sharp vigilance. Soon, an information panel for the instance appeared before him. Instance * Immortal Cultivation World. Transmission location * Luo Domain. Floor * second floor. Danger level * high. Background asterisk Luo domain is divided among three major sects: Shushan, the Buddhist sect, and Shura. Each sect follows distinct cultivation ideologies whose conflicts have led to prolonged wars. Although peace seems to have returned on the surface, countless dangers lurk in the shadows. Objective asterisk choose a sect, successfully join it, and seek opportunities for fortune. Important notes asterisk. 1. Choose one of the three sects as your origin. 2. Different origins offer unique opportunities. 3. Members of other sects are your enemies. 4. Eliminating enemy super site users grants evolution points. 5. Eliminating allies yields no rewards. Severe destruction or malicious behavior may result in being marked with a red name, leading to failure or even death. Factions, According to conventional logic, Shushan represents the righteous path, while Shura represents the demonic path. The two are natural opposites. But what's the deal with the Buddhist sect being caught in the middle? Could it be that Shushan and the Buddhist sect aren't on the same side? Chu Feng pondered for a moment, suspecting that the second-floor background might be more intricate than it appeared. In the first-floor instance, the faction conflict revolved around the four great families in Yueyang City. But on the second floor, the scope had expanded to the Luo domain. The struggles among the three sects involved multiple nations, making the background far more complex. Could the Buddhist sect be aligned with Shushan as a righteous faction? Not necessarily. The Buddhist sect had a dual nature. It could appear both holy and demonic, both benevolent and malevolent. This Buddhist sect reminded Chu Feng of the traitor role in the game Three Kingdoms Kill, outwardly loyal, but potentially betraying the leader behind the scenes. Such a faction was undoubtedly complex, likely seen by veteran players as a special faction. For safety's sake, better not to choose it. Besides, Chu Feng had no interest in spending his days chanting scriptures and ringing bells. That life was far too monotonous. This left only Shushan and Shura. Sky-eyed users are more likely to join the righteous path. Moreover, Shushan's cultivation emphasizes techniques in true essence. Shura, on the other hand, focuses more on slaughter. Although walking the Shura path might earn evolution points faster, that route might not align with supreme techniques. So, I'll go with the Shushan faction. After selecting his faction, a 10-minute countdown began. Once all the super site users were ready. In the next instant, Chu Feng opened his eyes and found himself seated cross-legged in a large plaza. Before him appeared the role information for this instance's mission. Character * Lu Yu. Age * 17. Identity * Shushan trial disciple, not yet officially accepted. Cultivation * none. Fortune value * 0. Fortune? A thought struck Chu Feng. This panel seemed far simpler than the one in the martial arts world instance. Fortune might just be the key to this instance. And during the last instance in the martial arts world, he had earned an SSS grade evaluation, which rewarded him with a Fortune of All Realms aura. Could it trigger some sort of chain reaction here? He took in his surroundings. Chu Feng noticed rows of meditation cushions placed around him, each occupied by similarly aged disciples. Some meditated with solemn expressions, some read intently, while younger disciples fidgeted restlessly, glancing around as though awaiting something. I'd wager this is Shushan's outer sect, and these disciples are here to participate in the trial assembly. With just a glance at his surroundings, Chu Feng quickly deduced the situation. About 400 super site users had entered this instance, a number he had calculated in an instant using the supervision of his eternal divine eyes during the light screen transmission. Meanwhile, nearly 1,000 disciples were present here, meaning many were local cultivators, with super site users constituting only a fraction of the group. Just like his previous mission, Chu Feng chose to bide his time and observe silently. On the second floor, the super site users had grown far more seasoned. Unlike the first floor, where many hurried to form alliances or expose their identities, here they remained cautious. The key to succeeding in the Tower of All Realms missions wasn't faction conflict, but embodying the role assigned to you. Once you immersed yourself in the role, found a way to grow stronger within this world, and quickly rose to the top, then, leveraging that advantage during the faction conflict stage to defeat opponents was the true strategy for success. With the experience from the first stage, the ultra-eyed individuals understood this principle. Without activating the supreme dual pupils, it was impossible to guess the opponent's identity. However, Chu Feng was in no hurry to use his eye techniques. After all, it was only the first phase, and some people might still be eliminated. Those who remained later would be the ones worth paying attention to. About half an incense stick's time passed. An elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe, with a cold expression, floated into the center of the plaza. He glanced at everyone and waved his hand casually. Instantly, a book titled Foundation Establishment Manual appeared in each person's hand. Within 7 days, those whose cultivation ranks in the top 100 can ascend the mountain to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony. Those who fail will be sent straight down the mountain. Each book contains a key, and the key has a number on it. You will stay in the wooden houses corresponding to your key number. If your cultivation is maliciously disturbed, you can report it to the outer sect disciples. After briefly explaining, the elder left. So that's how it is. Fortune value is the key, Chu Feng thought to himself, understanding the main focus of this trial. If one followed the rules and cultivated in the wooden houses, it would be impossible to enter the top 100. This was because the system template for every ultra-right individual was the same trash tier. Only the talent of their eye techniques was the true weapon of the ultra-right individuals. And to break into the top 100, it wasn't necessarily about working harder than others to cultivate. Eliminating the competition directly would ensure rankings were no longer a concern. If there were only 100 test disciples left on the field, rankings would be meaningless. Passing the test would suffice. Moreover, the elder didn't mention any punishment for malicious disturbances, he only said to report it to the outer sect disciples. A group of test disciples who hadn't even entered the sect yet, who would care if they complained to the outer disciples? This was the loophole. After the Shushan elder departed, he left behind the Foundation Establishment Manual for the test disciples to cultivate. The crowd got up one after another. Very soon, at least over 200 local cultivators were permanently seated on their meditation mats. They unleashed various spirit-controlling eye techniques, some even at the 3rd or 4th tier, effortlessly eliminating the test disciples. It was easier than mowing grass. The experienced ultra-right individuals who had passed the first stage were well-versed in these scenarios, and some veterans could see through others' identities at a glance. These over 200 local cultivators were both competitors in this trial and the first batch to be eliminated. The ultra-right individuals on the field seemed to share an unspoken understanding. For the initial skirmish, they first cleared out the troublesome local cultivators. Once the numbers thinned out, they would compete among themselves. Some of the spirit-controlling eye techniques rippled toward Chu Feng, but they had no effect whatsoever. These eye techniques were aimed at controlling the local candidates who might influence the rankings. Chu Feng's eternal divine eyes had already reached the 5th tier. Even without activating the supreme dual pupils, he could observe every ultra-right individual present and found that very few of their eye levels surpassed his. Something's off, this guy. My eye technique had absolutely no effect on him. Not far away, an ultra-right individual opened his eyes, staring at Chu Feng's pupils with a surprised expression. Although they were competitors, they belonged to the same faction and might collaborate in the future. Since Chu Feng was so formidable, he might even lead Shushan to victory. Upon realizing Chu Feng's strength, more ultra-right individuals chose to ignore him, refraining from causing him trouble. This brought Chu Feng considerable convenience. Soon, Chu Feng found the wooden house corresponding to his key. Upon entering, a thought crossed his mind, and the system immediately displayed a notification. Detected supreme-level cultivation technique, path to immortality, a product of the Xianxia world. World background matches technique can be used. Each inheritance from the myriad realms may only be used once. Would you like to use it? Without hesitation, Chu Feng chose to confirm. The next second, a cultivation manual dropped onto the ground nearby, and the cover bore 4 large characters, * path to immortality star. Chu Feng casually tossed the Foundation Establishment Manual given by the Shushan elder into a corner, leaving it to gather dust. Instead, he placed path to immortality within reach. With the supreme-level Xianxia cultivation technique inheritance, who would bother with the scraps from the beginner village? Opening the manual, the text inside was profound and incomprehensible, akin to a celestial script. Ordinary people would faint before they even began to understand it. Chu Feng activated his eternal divine eyes, and a chilling aura seeped from his pupils, instantly clearing his mind. Fortunately, my eternal divine eyes can alter my bloodline and stabilize my spirit. Otherwise, I'd have been overwhelmed by the vast truths of this technique. Though supreme-level techniques were powerful, their cultivation difficulty was extraordinarily high. Ordinary people wouldn't dare attempt them. Even with a steady mind, the profound theories within were enough to make one's head spin. As for cultivation, that was an even greater challenge. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Simply put, the Tao is the origin of everything, the source before chaos, capable of creating all existence. From the name Path to Immortality, it suggests cultivating from nothing to achieve immortality. TSK, it sounds complex, but it's basically a fantasy novel plot. But the Tao represents the ultimate truth, capable of reaching the immortal realm or even higher realms. Starting from the highest level of cultivation, without foundational groundwork, the difficulty must be tens of thousands of times greater than starting from scratch. As expected of a supreme level technique, its cultivation difficulty is off the charts. But once you get started, advancing further might become as easy as eating or drinking. The beginning was always the hardest. As he read through Path to Immortality, Chu Feng gradually realized that to start cultivating from nothing, the first step was to find one's Tao heart. But his true identity was that of an ultra-right individual, living in the chaotic and information-overloaded era of the internet. To rediscover his Tao heart was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. No wonder Jiang Xiaoyu had sold this supreme-level technique to him. It turned out she couldn't use it herself. Yet Chu Feng did not feel disheartened. His eternal divine eyes had already reached the 5th tier, and their power was immense. Even though the worlds were different, the strength of the eternal divine eyes was not limited to perceiving details invisible to the ordinary eye. It also allowed him to focus, analyze calmly, and think deeply. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment through the text within the manual. However, this enlightenment, who knew how long it would last? Chu Feng felt as though he had grasped something, yet at the same time, it seemed elusive. The profound truths he sought were like castles in the air, like moonlight on water, bright and clear before his eyes, yet impossible to hold. At this point, most people would grow impatient, frustrated, or even give up. Chu Feng maintained the mindset of an observer, allowing his heart to move towards understanding. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would take a step back and return to a broader state of mind. Following this pattern, it seemed as though he had found the key. He began to immerse himself tirelessly in studying the path to immortality, forgetting to eat or drink, and without feeling any exhaustion. In his state of complete concentration, he failed to notice the spiritual energy around him flowing effortlessly into his body, filling him with power. Spiritual energy is the fundamental force in the world of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators require specific breathing techniques, such as the foundation-building mantra given to him by the elder of Mount Shu, to absorb spiritual energy. However, Chu Feng had entered a special state. Without any deliberate effort, the energy naturally surged into his body. Subtle changes occurred within him. Even without eating, drinking, or resting, he felt completely fine. Over the next few days, the small hut on the mountain's rear was anything but peaceful. Each night, when the world grew silent, several shadowy figures would appear on the beams of the huts, sneaking from one to another. Most of the eye-wielders could no longer resist taking action. In the first 3 nights, all 785 native participants fell victim, without exception. This was completely different from the situation on the first floor of the Tower of Worlds. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, every eye-wielder had at least advanced to the 2nd tier, with some even reaching the 4th tier. Using only their eye techniques, they could easily subdue the natives. Of course, these natives couldn't be killed recklessly. Killing them would violate the rules of the trial tournament. If an elder later discovered someone had committed murder, the offender would undoubtedly be expelled from Mount Shu. Mount Shu, as a prestigious sect, would never accept ruthless individuals. Even if they passed the trial, they wouldn't be allowed to join. But the tactics of the eye-wielders were far from simple. There were plenty of eye-wielders specializing in the mental domain. A casual illusion or a skill that consumed mental fortitude was enough to prevent the natives from cultivating, or even render them unconscious for a short time. By the final 3 nights, the true battles among the eye-wielders began. After the previous days of ambushes, the natives had mostly been eliminated. A small number of eye-wielders were injured during the conflicts. Though they didn't die, their injuries rendered them immobile, and by the 7th day, they were automatically eliminated, effectively equating to failure, no different from death. These days of combat also allowed the eye-wielders to familiarize themselves with one another and gather valuable intelligence. What followed was a time for scheming and betrayal. The second to last night arrived. All the natives had been dealt with, leaving 127 eye-wielders remaining. This meant that 27 more opponents had to be eliminated. The strongest eye-wielders couldn't be attacked recklessly, as they could easily retaliate. Weaker opponents weren't worth the effort. Thus, the objective was clear: find opponents of comparable strength and eliminate them. In the first phase, eye-wielders from the same faction competed against one another. In the second phase, individuals from different factions became allies. To ensure the success of future tasks, they needed to preserve useful eye-wielders. This was the game's rule in the Tower of Worlds. There were no absolute enemies, nor were there absolute friends. The entire process was filled with intricate calculations and constant changes. To climb higher in this game, one needed not only strength but also a sharp mind and strategic thinking. Only by calmly analyzing the situation, coupled with a bit of luck, could one hope to achieve ultimate victory. A faint sound came from the eaves above Chu Feng. A masked eye wielder landed lightly on the roof, his eyes glinting with a twisted crimson light. He lifted a tile to peer inside and saw Chu Feng. His brows furrowed slightly. This masked eye wielder had previously used an area-wide eye technique to instantly defeat many participants, only to find it had no effect on Chu Feng. Over the past few days, Chu Feng had been cultivating, opening his spiritual sea to sense the energy of the heavens and earth, yet the masked eye wielder couldn't detect any spiritual energy from him. Strange. Could it be that he has no cultivation talent at all and knows nothing about cultivation? With this doubt in mind, the masked eye wielder refrained from taking action. On one hand, he couldn't ascertain how strong Chu Feng truly was. On the other hand, if Chu Feng was as powerless as he seemed, he would be eliminated automatically in a couple of days, rendering any action unnecessary. Thus, he shifted his focus to other targets, preparing to strike. At that moment, Chu Feng opened his eyes. A surge of powerful energy erupted from him but was quickly restrained. 9th level of the Spirit Sea. So that's it. To cultivate the path to immortality, I must first find my own path, establish a foundation, and only then can I truly begin the process. Now, I've preliminarily established my Tao base, though the path ahead is still unclear. Even so, I've reached the half-step foundation establishment realm. With sufficient spiritual energy, I can officially ascend to the foundation establishment realm. As expected of a supreme-level cultivation technique, its power is simply unbelievable. Feeling the transformation in his cultivation, Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel. The entry requirements for the path to immortality were high, but once the method was understood, the speed of cultivation was astonishing. It was extraordinarily powerful. The next morning. It was now the 7th day of the trial. The Mount Shu elder returned to the square, his expression stern. Everyone, come forward to use the testing crystal. We will select the top 100 individuals with the highest cultivation levels to join the sect. This crystal measures the amount of true essence within your body. Even if your cultivation levels are the same, it can distinguish the finer differences. Now, step forward in order. The disciples called upon those among the eye wielders and natives alike wore awkward expressions. They had no idea what had happened, only feeling as though the 7 days had flown by in a blur. What had they been doing all this time? Had they been sleeping? The night before, the mental-type eye wielders had finally released their control over the others. During those 7 days, the affected participants had been completely unconscious, unable to cultivate. Their spiritual energy was entirely depleted, leaving them directly disqualified. Although no one had been physically killed, the use of mental eye techniques to dominate their consciousness was nothing short of psychological devastation. What's going on here? So many disciples don't even have a trace of cultivation. What kind of people have entered this trial tournament? The Mount Shu elder's expression grew darker as he reviewed the test results, his anger evident in his reprimands. One by one, the disciples approached the testing crystal, yet it registered no spiritual energy fluctuations. If it were only a few, it might have been excusable. But this time, several hundred disciples showed absolutely no aptitude. The Mount Shu elder's eyes widened in disbelief. In all his years overseeing the trial tournament, he had never encountered such an abysmal group. It was simply the most disastrous attempt in history. It wasn't until a few ultra-eyed individuals stepped forward to test that there was finally some response. However, most of their cultivation levels were only between the first and second stages of the Qi Si. This was considered the lowest level of cultivation talent. After all, the templates provided by the system were from the worst batch. Only a few ultra-eyed individuals had abilities suitable for cultivation, allowing them to reach the third stage of the Qi Si. It was evident that without eliminating the talented natives in advance, this testing conference held little significance for these ultra-eyed individuals. When it was Chu Feng's turn to test, as soon as he placed his hand, the testing crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Qi Si, 9th stage. The elder of Shushan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After enduring the blows from the previous hundreds of failures, he had nearly given up hope on this batch of tests. But, unexpectedly, this pile of scrap metal hit a piece of gold. Not only was the elder of Shushan dumbfounded, but all the native disciples and ultra-eyed individuals were also staring at Chu Feng in astonishment. They had originally thought that the slightly talented natives had long been eliminated. This was an unspoken rule among the ultra-eyed individuals. Under normal circumstances, the highest anyone could achieve was the 4th stage of the Qi Si. The system templates were all the same. How could a monster at the 9th stage of the Qi Si suddenly appear? That evening, a masked ultra-right individual saw Chu Feng's identity as a ninth-stage Qi cultivator and was so shocked that his mouth hung open as if he were dreaming. Something was off. Just the previous night, he hadn't sensed any spiritual energy fluctuations from Chu Feng. How could he have risen to the ninth stage of the Qi overnight? Chu Feng's appearance felt like an alien beast descending upon them, shaking the worldview of all the ultra-right individuals to their core. "What is your name?" the Shushan elder asked gently. "This junior is called Lu Yu." Chu Feng obediently reported the name of the role he was playing. The other ultra-right individuals, of course, knew it was fake, but they were too curious. They wanted to know how this guy could cultivate to the ninth stage of the Qi within 7 days. After asking his name, the elder said no more. Once the tests were concluded, the top 100 disciples followed the elder of Shushan up the mountain to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony. The rest were driven off the mountain. The native disciples naturally returned home, having completed their NPC tasks. As for the eliminated ultra-right individuals, the moment they left the foot of the mountain, the system erased them completely. It was as if they had been wiped away by an eraser, disappearing entirely. The other natives showed no reaction, as if nothing had happened at all. Among the top 100 who passed the tests, all were ultra-right individuals without exception. Perhaps on the first level of the Heavenly Tower, the natives still had a chance to compete with the ultra-right individuals. But by the second level, these outsider ultra-right individuals completely overpowered the natives, leaving no suspense in the outcome. From then on, the competition was solely among the ultra-right individuals. The apprenticeship ceremony began. 9 elders with extraordinary auras sat at the top, their sharp gazes scanning the 100 disciples as if selecting their candidates. The first ultra-right individual stepped forward. Lu Feng, Qi, 3rd stage. The 3rd elder was willing to take him as a disciple. Zhou Yuhang, Qi, 1st stage. The 7th elder accepted him. Zhang Chen, Qi, 4th stage. The 2nd, 3rd, and 6th elders all expressed interest in taking him. The disciple could choose his master. Other ultra-right individuals cast envious glances. Being able to pick one's preferred elder was truly fortunate. But the sect leader, sitting in the center, remained silent. Everyone knew that becoming the sect leader's disciple demanded much higher qualifications. The sect leader's standards surpassed those of the elders by a wide margin. At that moment, Lu Yu, Qi, 9th stage. The sect leader suddenly spoke. "Lu Yu, are you willing to become my disciple?" Instantly, all the ultra-right individuals turned their gazes toward Chu Feng, filled with both envy and jealousy. Being accepted as the sect leader's disciple was a blessing beyond compare. Just as Chu Feng was about to agree, a burst of laughter came from the side. "Young man, I see you have extraordinary potential and exceptional talent. Would you like to become my disciple?" Who was this, daring to compete with the sect leader for a disciple? Everyone turned their heads, only to see that the speaker wasn't any of the elders or the sect leader. It was an old man dressed in ragged clothes, sweeping the ground nearby. He had no trace of spiritual energy on him, moved clumsily, and his steps wobbled as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Yet, he had the audacity to ask the most promising Lu Yu if he would take him as his master. Was this some kind of joke? However, Chu Feng suddenly recalled the heavenly halo he bore. A fortuitous encounter. The sect leader's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. But he quickly masked his emotions, saying nothing more, as if awaiting Chu Feng's decision. This subtle change escaped most people's notice, but Chu Feng, with his eternal divine eyes activated, keenly caught the detail. He hesitated briefly but did not use the supreme heavy eyes to probe the old man's fate. With the eternal divine eyes active, his eyes merely appeared deeper, less conspicuous. Using the supreme heavy eyes to see fate would not only take time but might also expose his secrets. At the apprenticeship ceremony, with many ultra-right individuals still waiting, he couldn't reveal too much or hesitate for too long. Considering all factors, Chu Feng answered decisively, "I am willing to take you as my master." Sigh. A sigh came from above. It was the sect leader of Shushan. The crowd felt a stir in their hearts, silently speculating about the hidden meaning behind this. Some ultra-right individuals were full of puzzlement, unable to understand why Chu Feng would choose the seemingly insignificant old man over the sect leader. Yet others cast meaningful glances, as if they had guessed something. Regardless, it was Chu Feng's choice. The old man nodded and said to Chu Feng, "From today onward, you are my disciple. Follow me to the Demon Sealing Tower for training later." The Demon Sealing Tower? Upon hearing this name, several outer sect disciples around shuddered. They looked at Chu Feng with eyes full of pity. Shushan was divided into 9 peaks, each with its own sect leader. Among them, the Jade Void Palace, where the sect leader resided, was the most prestigious and brimming with spiritual energy. Becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader and cultivating on Jade Void Peak meant enjoying spiritual energy several times richer than that of the other 8 peaks. But the Demon Ceiling Tower was a forbidden place said to imprison demons. Not only was there no spiritual energy there, but the soil was also extremely barren. Almost no Shushan disciples were willing to go there. Many couldn't understand Chu Feng's choice precisely because of this. But Chu Feng didn't care about what others thought at all. He respectfully performed the disciple ceremony, and his identity quickly changed. Name, Lu Yu. Age, 17. Identity, true disciple of the drunken Taoist of Mount Shu. Cultivation level, 9th layer of Qi Si. Fortune value? My fortune value turned into a series of question marks? Chu Feng's heart stirred as he noticed this change. So, because of a certain opportunity, a special condition was triggered, and the original fortune value was no longer applicable to him? Through the system, Chu Feng also learned his master's name. It was Drunken Taoist. He was neither an elder nor held any official position. All he knew was this code-like name. Drunken Taoist. Could it be that my master is a guy who loves drinking? As he was pondering, the Drunken Taoist beckoned to Chu Feng. If you don't have extra luggage, follow me. Yes. Chu Feng continued his act, obediently following the Drunken Taoist. The Drunken Taoist's body appeared frail, yet his pace was anything but slow. Chu Feng, at the 9th layer of Qi Si, was much faster than ordinary people. If he had learned the lightweight techniques of this immortal cultivation world, covering 100 meters in a single step would be no problem. But he still couldn't keep up with the Drunken Taoist's speed and found it somewhat strenuous. If not for activating the eternal divine eyes to predict the other's path, Chu Feng might have been left behind. Strange. I clearly don't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from him, yet his movement technique is so swift. I'm going all out just to barely keep up. What a mystery. Chu Feng grew secretly vigilant. It seemed the Drunken Taoist wasn't as simple as he appeared. Who knew what kind of opportunity lay hidden ahead, waiting for him? Now, as they hurried along, he had to focus and couldn't use the supreme heavenly eyes for now. He'd wait until they arrived to find a chance to inspect the Drunken Taoist's fate and uncover what made him so special. Passing through the 9 peaks shrouded in spiritual energy, the scenery ahead gradually turned desolate. A rickety suspension bridge stretched across before them. On the other side of the bridge stood the Demon Ceiling Tower. From the bridge's entrance, looking toward the opposite side, the path seemed to traverse multiple valleys. At the end of the view was a black mist obscuring everything. Even the eternal divine eyes couldn't see through it. The bridge itself offered almost no footing. The only stable iron plates were precariously loose, and the only thing to step on were the iron chains at both ends. But the chains had only a single support point. The moment one stepped on them, the bridge would tilt to the other side, causing the entire chain to sway wildly. For an ordinary person, crossing this suspension bridge was akin to walking a path to certain death. Hoo-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh. Suddenly, a mournful wailing echoed from beneath the bridge. A chilling wind, mingled with the aura of resentful spirits, swept over, deepening the unease in one's heart. Let's go. The Drunken Taoist's voice was calm and unruffled, completely ignoring the terrifying scene around them, as if crossing this suspension bridge was a trivial matter. He stepped onto the chain first, his body landing steadily on the bridge. The chain swayed lightly before quickly stabilizing. Is this a test of movement techniques? Chu Feng's heart stirred as he followed onto the bridge. At this moment, his eternal divine eyes began rapidly analyzing. Every detail of the Drunken Taoist's movements on the bridge was captured by the eyes and mimicked. Chu Feng channeled the spiritual energy in his body, entering a focused state. He studied the Drunken Taoist's movements while simultaneously replicating them, stepping onto the chain. Although the eternal divine eyes weren't celestial eyes of this cultivation world, reaching the 5th tier had granted them formidable learning capabilities. While they couldn't instantly copy, their detailed analysis and imitation speed were on par with a supercomputer. As soon as Chu Feng stepped onto the chain, the bridge swayed violently. But his eternal divine eyes had already predicted this reaction, simulating countermeasures in advance. Adjusting his force instantly, he stabilized his stance. The Drunken Taoist glanced at him, seeming a bit surprised, but quickly acted as if he hadn't noticed, continuing forward nonchalantly. With his first success, Chu Feng naturally wasn't afraid of the challenges ahead. He proceeded in rhythm, step by step. The further they went, the more ominous the surroundings became. After a while, the temperature plummeted. The eerie hoo-oh wind sound returned, growing sharper and more urgent. At first, it appeared sporadically. By the time they reached the middle of the bridge, the chilling wind and strange noises incessantly lingered around their ears. Ordinary people, even disciples who had just reached the foundation stage in Mount Shu's inner sect, would likely be too unnerved to maintain focus and might even lose their footing, plunging into the abyss below. The drunken Taoist remained indifferent, walking forward as though nothing concerned him. If Chu Feng were to fall, he would probably just watch coldly. Is this a test for me? Chu Feng's thoughts clicked, realizing this opportunity wasn't something everyone could endure. The further he progressed, the more he understood that this trial wasn't just about movement techniques. The surrounding sounds seemed to carry a power that confused the mind, potentially causing those with weak willpower to lose balance and fall into the abyss. Fortunately, with the eternal divine eyes activated, his left eye emitted a constant cooling sensation, keeping him highly alert and focused. Finally, he safely crossed the suspension bridge. The scene ahead wasn't much better than before. The drunken Taoist mentioned that he lived on this mountain peak. His daily sustenance was simple, often relying on absorbing spiritual energy to sustain himself. As for meals, Chu Feng would need to handle that on his own. The drunken Taoist's residence was merely a small wooden hut, just enough for one person. Thus, having arrived here, Chu Feng had to take care of his own food, clothing, and shelter. The environment was harsh, and the conditions were even worse than those of the test disciples. In the distance, countless iron chains connected to a towering structure. Demonic energy permeated the air, accompanied by periodic ghostly wails and howls. The sounds on the chains likely originated from the demon ceiling tower. Chu Feng's heart tightened. Though he hadn't heard Mount Shu's legends, from the introduction of the All Heavens Tower, he could deduce that Mount Shu cultivators were mortal enemies of demons and monsters. The demon ceiling tower imprisoned countless powerful demons, some of which even the sect master of Mount Shu couldn't kill. Demonic arts progressed faster than righteous cultivation but gradually stripped away humanity, turning practitioners into grotesque, insane creatures that harmed all living beings. Some ancient demon kings possessed incredibly high cultivation levels, making them immune to ordinary killing methods. They could even use sinister arts to resurrect themselves, making sealing them much safer than attempting to destroy them. However, over the course of millennia, the number of demon kings sealed within the tower had only grown. If the seals were ever to fail, the consequences would be catastrophic. Want some wine? Just as Chu Feng was staring dazedly at the demon ceiling tower, the drunken Taoist suddenly pulled out a wine flask from who knows where and extended it toward him. This wine. Can I drink it? Chu Feng scratched his head in confusion. In his current identity, wasn't he technically still underage? Even in ancient times, underage drinking was not encouraged. Drink up. Your cultivation method is quite unique. This wine might be beneficial for you. As the wine elder spoke, his expression softened, and his gaze turned distant, as if he were reminiscing about something. Chu Feng's heart stirred. From the wine elder's words, he realized that the man had already seen through his cultivation method * the path to immortality star. Even the head of Mount Shu hadn't discovered this secret, yet the wine elder saw through it at a glance. Just this alone proved that the wine elder's identity was anything but ordinary. Since you say so, senior, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll finish this jug of wine. Chu Feng politely took the wine jug, and in the next second, downed it all in one go. The wine elder was stunned. You brat, I didn't expect you could drink so much. I was planning for us to share it, and you drank it all. Chu Feng smiled, unbothered. In his past life, he was a drunkard, living alone in the big city. When he was tired, he drank. When he got drunk, he collapsed into bed, and all his worries vanished. Good wine. After finishing the jug, Chu Feng couldn't help but murmur in admiration. With his eternal divine eyes activated, his extraordinary bloodline allowed him to remain clear-headed even with ordinary wine, as long as his left eye transmitted a cooling sensation through his body. But after finishing this jug, his body felt a surge of heat, his throat burned as if on fire. The scene before him blurred and became surreal, his body alternated between feeling light and heavy, his consciousness gradually slipping. In his ears, he heard the wine elder's voice, tinged with helplessness. This is celestial wine I've brewed for many years. I didn't expect you to down it in one gulp. I was hoping to savor it slowly. Never mind. Over the centuries, I brewed plenty of wine. Fortunately, I still have some reserves. I hope you gain something from this, achieve foundation establishment soon, or else this enlightenment wine will have been wasted. With that, the wine elder waved his hand, and the empty wine jug filled up again. He spoke as he slowly walked back to the small hut, clearly unconcerned about what might happen to Chu Feng next. Chu Feng hadn't walked far before he collapsed in a drunken stupor. But instead of lying down, he unconsciously sat cross-legged. The surrounding spiritual energy was thin, yet he felt closer to the essence of the great Tao, able to perceive his innermost self. That elusive Tao became clearer in his intoxication, as if it were within arm's reach. Of course, with his current level of cultivation, he couldn't yet put this feeling into words. He didn't rush to seek answers but instead calmed his heart, listening to the voice of the Tao and sensing its transformations. The Tao was like a flower seen through mist, a distant star, or an untouchable moon. Although he was still far from truly understanding the Tao, Chu Feng felt as though he had grasped something. His senses became increasingly ethereal and illusory. Finally, he closed his eyes, released his thoughts, and drifted off into a hazy slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed when he groggily opened his eyes. Activating his eternal divine eyes, he examined his current state and was left dumbfounded. Mid-stage foundation establishment? This wine actually made my Tao heart clearer. Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood why the wine elder had said this wine would be beneficial to him. He had thought cultivating the path to immortality would require prolonged exploration, yet drinking this single jug of wine had yielded such dramatic results. This was truly a rare fortuitous encounter, one that had led him to a masterful teacher. Chu Feng knew that all of this had been foreseen by the wine elder. Looking around, he entered the wooden hut to find the wine elder sound asleep. For someone of his cultivation level to need sleep? Clearly, he was just pretending. Most likely, he didn't want to deal with Chu Feng thanking him. Having drunk the wine, Chu Feng more or less understood the wine elder's intentions. He bowed deeply to the wine elder to express his gratitude. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to activate his supreme dual pupils. The wine elder undoubtedly harbored important secrets. It was better to uncover them sooner rather than later. In the next instant, the scene before him changed dramatically. It was still the familiar wooden hut, still the familiar wine elder. But the old man no longer appeared so aged, his hair was jet black, and his spirit was vibrant. Standing before him was a spirited youth, around 14 years old. The boy's features were sharp, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Dressed in white robes, he was tall and slender, with fair and luminous skin, exuding a lively energy. This youth could easily be the perfect protagonist in any novel. Although the demonic aura of the demon ceiling tower remained heavy, the boy and the wine elder seemed unconcerned, leisurely living atop a barren, desolate mountain. Playing chess, drinking wine, chatting, playing cards. They did things ordinary people would do. Yet, as days went by, the boy's cultivation didn't stagnate. Instead, it advanced at an increasingly rapid pace. The wine elder's attitude toward the boy never wavered. He treated him like an elder guiding a younger generation, always accompanying him. When the wine elder got drunk and went to sleep, the boy didn't rest. He displayed light and nimble footwork, leaping across the peaks surrounding the demon ceiling tower until he reached the back of the tower. There stood a solitary peak, utterly distinct from the surrounding cliffs. On the peak grew spiritual herbs, blossoms, and a gentle waterfall. Even more remarkably, sunlight filtered through. A radiant sunset pierced through the thick clouds, shining directly on this peak. Among the mountains near the demon ceiling tower, this seemed to be the only peak bathed in sunlight, absorbing spiritual energy. At the sunniest spot, there was a cliff. Standing there, one could see the sunset's afterglow splitting the gray sky in two. A golden beam of light slashed through the heavens like lightning, a sight that would stir the heart of anyone who saw it. The boy unsheathed the sword on his back and began practicing on the cliff. This seemed to be his sole method of cultivation. His swordsmanship was simple, without any unnecessary flourish, just one move. Draw the sword, strike. Though the actions appeared ordinary, they unleashed golden lightning as if attempting to cleave through the gray, oppressive sky. While the sword's radiance couldn't rival the brilliance of the golden light in the clouds, it carried a burgeoning momentum. He was a boy unwilling to remain ordinary, trying to carve out his own world with the sword in his hand. Days turned into weeks. The boy's sword radiance grew more intense, his cultivation ever deeper. However, his time with the wine elder grew increasingly sparse. Until one day, an elderly man in white robes arrived. His attire was extraordinary, clearly marking him as a significant figure from Mount Shu. Upon seeing the wine elder, he respectfully bowed before walking over to the boy, whispering something softly. A trace of hesitation flickered in the boy's eyes. But in the end, he nodded in agreement and left with the white-robed elder. Before leaving, the young man looked back at the wine Taoist, only to find that the wine Taoist was drinking with his head down, seemingly unaware of his departure. The young man paused, lowered his head. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He let go of his hesitation, turned, and walked away from the demon ceiling tower. Perhaps, the world outside was broader, with vast horizons waiting for him. He pulled out a wine flask from his bag, took a deep swig, laughed heartily, and soared away on his sword, riding the wind. The scene essentially ended here. But Chu Feng felt a bit puzzled. With the young man's talent, he was bound to have a place in Shushan's future. Yet, he was noticeably absent at the apprenticeship ceremony for the 9 elders. Coupled with the headmaster's meaningful sigh, Chu Feng suddenly thought, could he unlock the ability to see others' fates? Just as this thought arose in his mind, the scene before him began to change. The young man's figure was still fading into the distance, but above his head appeared a golden light. It resembled sword radiance. Yet, around this golden sword light was an abyss of endless darkness, as if threatening to completely devour him. The dazzling light, surrounded by the darkness, appeared extremely faint, as if it could vanish at any moment. Chu Feng's heart tightened. Judging from this omen, the young man, despite his extraordinary talent, faced a future fraught with danger, with little chance of survival. As for what happened afterward, Chu Feng didn't know. The vision stopped abruptly here. Chu Feng's supreme double pupils could only be used once on the same target within a certain period. To observe the Wine Taoist's fate again, he would probably have to wait a long time. However, he felt that he would eventually have the chance to glimpse the Wine Taoist's fate again. There was no need to rush now. Chu Feng felt that his own path to cultivation bore some resemblance to the young man's. Both had to comprehend the heart of the great Tao before rapidly advancing their realms. No wonder the Wine Taoist had taken him as a disciple. It turned out he was practicing the great Tao to immortality, which perfectly aligned with the cultivation path of the Wine Taoist's former disciple. It was evident that the Wine Taoist harbored some regret for that young man. However, Chu Feng had come to the Tower of the Heavens to complete his own mission. He first wandered near the Demon Ceiling Tower instead of heading straight to the Sunset Cliff where the youth practiced swordplay. With the Wine Taoist's level, though he appeared to be sleeping, he was undoubtedly aware of everything happening around the Demon Ceiling Tower. If Chu Feng went directly, his intentions would be too obvious and could arouse suspicion. He needed to first circle the area, pretending to stumble upon the Demon Ceiling Tower by chance, showing a hint of surprise to make it seem natural. After drafting the outline of his next actions, Chu Feng employed his movement techniques and began executing his plan. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Chu Feng stayed near the Demon Ceiling Tower. He didn't go elsewhere or do much, leading an unhurried life. Occasionally, when hungry, he would go to the Sunset Sword Cliff to absorb some spiritual energy to satiate himself, then return to play chess with the Wine Taoist. It seemed like he wasn't doing anything. But in reality, the occasional wine gifted by the Wine Taoist greatly benefited his cultivation of the great Tao to immortality. Not only did his cultivation progress not lag, but it exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the daily chess games and card sessions seemed to hold deeper meaning. Chu Feng discovered that the Wine Taoist possessed profound expertise, not just in leisure but in every field. To this day, he hadn't won a single chess match against the Wine Taoist. He had, however, won a few rounds of Fight the Landlord purely by luck. But in strategy games requiring thought, he was utterly crushed by the Wine Taoist. It almost felt like playing chess with the Wine Taoist was akin to seeking enlightenment. The small chessboard before him, in their matches, seemed to transform into a miniature universe. Every piece on the board felt like a living soldier. Initially, every move Chu Feng made was painstaking. Over time, he gradually improved. This was thanks to the powerful computational and learning abilities of his eternal divine eyes, coupled with extended practice. It was evident that the Wine Taoist's chess skills were likely unmatched across the entire Luo domain. Playing chess with the Wine Taoist felt as beneficial to cultivating the Tao heart as drinking wine. Chu Feng gradually understood why that young man, despite seemingly slacking off under the Wine Taoist, advanced in cultivation so rapidly. In truth, this was the Wine Taoist's unique teaching method. Regrettably, the young man seemed unaware of this at the time. Had he not spent all his days practicing swordsmanship at the Sunset Sword Cliff and instead focused on playing chess and drinking with the Wine Taoist, his achievements might have reached even greater heights. Of course, that young man ultimately carved out his own path of the sword, proving his extraordinary talent in every domain. Thus, over these 3 months, Chu Feng learned from the young man's experience and refrained from practicing swordsmanship at the Sunset Sword Cliff daily. At most, he went once a week to bask in the sun, admire the scenery, and replenish his depleted spiritual energy. As time went on, perhaps due to his good behavior, the Wine Taoist's attitude grew warmer and more amiable, occasionally even joking playfully. And yes, he was invited to drink more often too. Still, back to the point. While Chu Feng had cultivated near the Demon Ceiling Tower for 3 months and grown accustomed to life there, he couldn't shake certain doubts. Logically, the Wine Taoist's disciple, his senior brother, should have been a heaven-eyed one. Yet, from the fragments of the vision, the young man seemed to lack any ocular techniques. Could it be that the heaven-eyed one wasn't in Shushan? Suddenly, Xu Feng recalled that after passing the first level of the Tower of the Heavens, his eternal divine eyes had ascended to the 5th tier, granting him a new ability, Heavenly Veil Star. This was an entirely new and extraordinary perspective. His heart stirred, and he immediately tried activating this new ocular technique. In the next moment, a massive illusionary eye appeared in the skies, 9,000 miles high, resembling the eye of heaven, gazing down upon the earth. Xu Feng's vision underwent a dramatic transformation. From high above, he overlooked the entirety of Shushan, taking in the sights of its 9 peaks at a glance. Under the Heavenly Veil's extraordinary perspective, he could clearly observe what each superite cultivator on the main peaks was practicing and their cultivation levels. Oh, I didn't expect some superite cultivators to have reached the mid-foundation stage in just 3 short months. Xu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, finding the progress of the other superite cultivators somewhat surprising. Upon closer thought, however, it was understandable. After he formally apprenticed under the Wine Taoist, the Shushan headmaster selected another promising superite cultivator as a true disciple, granting them training in the Jade Void Palace. That hyperocularist, Xu Feng, remembered very clearly. During the test assembly, he used his spiritual ocular technique to control over 100 natives in an instant, leaving a deep impression. Throughout the 7-day entrance trial, many hyperocularists feared him, not daring to act rashly. It was not uncommon for someone to join the Jade Void Palace, enjoy the top-tier training and resources from the sect leader, and with high talent advance to the mid-stage foundation establishment in a short time. However, Xu Feng opened his character panel. Name, Lu Yu. Age, 17. Identity, true disciple of the Wine Taoist from Mount Shu. Cultivation level, mid-stage innate realm. Chance value? The cultivation hierarchy for Mount Shu cultivators was as follows: Shi, Foundation Establishment, Innate Realm, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Divine Transformation, Unity, Sainthood, and the legendary Mortal Immortal. The mid-stage Innate Realm was a full major level higher than Foundation Establishment, with significantly greater difficulty in cultivation. Although that hyperocularist's progress was fast, compared to Xu Feng, he was far behind. Xu Feng's achievements in the past 3 months of cultivation completely outclassed all the other hyperocularists of his cohort. Below, some hyperocularists seemed to have noticed Xu Feng's use of obscuring heaven and couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, what is that eye exactly? Is this, the heavens watching over us? But how odd. Why does the heavens have only 1 eye instead of 2? It's too overwhelming. That eye almost covers the entire sky. If I had such an ocular technique, wouldn't I be invincible? Do you think this could be the ability of another hyperocularist? Impossible. Do we even have someone that powerful in Mount Shu? Such an ocular technique is at least 6th or even 7th tier. We're only on the 2nd floor of the All Heavens Tower. How could there possibly be someone this strong?" Exactly. Normally, seeing even a 4th tier hyperocularist in the All Heavens Tower would be remarkable. We're just beginning, and the faction conflicts haven't even started yet, let alone ocular techniques of this level. Maybe we're overthinking it. Could it be the manifestation of the original world's heavens? Or is the system issuing us a task? The hyperocularists of Mount Shu were abuzz with speculation. Many natives had also noticed the anomaly, their faces filled with surprise, unsure if an unparalleled expert from the upper realms was gazing down upon them. Such a powerful divine ability, it was likely only immortals could achieve this, right? But once immortals ascended through tribulation, they would go to the upper realms. The spiritual energy in the lower realms was becoming increasingly scarce, and no immortal had been born for millennia. Forget immortals. In this era, even cultivators reaching the Unity realm were exceedingly rare. Some said this was the age of the end of Dharma, where becoming an immortal was as difficult as reaching the heavens. As for the origins of this giant eye, no one could say for sure. The shock caused by Xu Feng's activation of obscuring heaven could stir all of Mount Shu and even provoke discussion among the natives, largely due to the backdrop of this era. The giant eye in the sky gazed coldly upon all life on the ground. Emotionless, it sent chills down the spines of all who saw it. However, the image of the giant eye didn't last long before vanishing. At this moment, Xu Feng felt mentally fatigued and retracted obscuring heaven. Although the ability of obscuring heaven was immensely powerful, its drawbacks were equally apparent. It consumed ocular energy at an alarming rate and was prone to exposing the user. Fortunately, that eye of obscuring heaven was so massive, covering the entire sky. Even if others saw the illusory image of the giant eye, they couldn't pinpoint his exact location, let alone identify who had unleashed the technique. Moreover, the effects of obscuring heaven were so exaggerated that many hyperocularists couldn't even believe it was the ability of another hyperocularist. It was laughable. What truly concerned Chu Feng was the news about the heavenly ocularist. Using obscuring heaven, he had scanned all of Mount Shu, yet found neither that youth nor any other clues resembling the heavenly ocularist. The trail of information about the heavenly ocularist seemed to have come to an end. However, the turning point arrived sooner than expected. 2 days later, the second phase of the mission began. All the hyperocularists scattered across the 9 peaks, the new disciples of this generation, were summoned by the Mount Shu sect leader to the main hall of the Jade Void Palace. The sect leader swept his gaze across the room and said in a deep voice, "You have been training within Mount Shu for 3 months now, with commendable results. From today onward, you must descend the mountain for training. Collect your tasks from the Hall of Deacons. The difficulty of the tasks will be assigned based on your cultivation levels. Each of you must accept 1 task, and only upon completion can you return to Mount Shu." This was a tradition of Mount Shu. Regardless of which elder disciples apprenticed under, they had to descend the mountain 3 months after initiation to test their cultivation progress. Completing tasks came with corresponding rewards, but failing meant expulsion from the sect. For hyperocularists, mission failure directly equated to elimination. However, according to the rules of the All Heavens Tower, this descent mission merely marked the beginning of the second phase, where the stage of confrontation among the 3 major hyperocularist factions would officially unfold. At this moment, system notifications appeared before all the hyperocularists of Mount Shu. Mission: descend the mountain for training and challenge hyperocularists from other factions. Remaining Mount Shu hyperocularists, 100. Remaining Buddhist hyperocularists, 100. Remaining Asura hyperocularists, 86. Everyone's hearts trembled. Both the Mount Shu and Buddhist factions had 100 hyperocularists remaining. But the Asura faction had already lost 14 members in the first phase. The Asura faction was indeed bloodthirsty and lived up to its reputation. The first phase alone had already begun eliminating people. However, the hyperocularists of Mount Shu and the Buddhist faction didn't feel relieved by this. Instead, their gazes grew more resolute. The rules of the All Heavens Tower were absolutely fair. What you put in is what you get out. The hyperocularists of the Asura faction, having endured the crucible of the first phase, were undoubtedly stronger overall than those of Mount Shu and the Buddhist faction. They would be no easy opponents. After deliberation, Mount Shu's 99 remaining hyperocularists decided to choose relatively simple tasks. With the second phase underway, their primary goal was no longer merely to cultivate. Instead, it was to confront and eliminate hyperocularists from rival factions, thereby enhancing their own ocular abilities. Evolution points were what truly mattered. After the development phase of the first stage, simply pursuing task rewards was no longer worthwhile. The key now was to unite with hyperocularists from their own faction, form strategies, and collectively counter the forces of other factions. Choosing simpler tasks would minimize the risk of elimination. At the same time, the super pupil users formed teams to avoid being defeated one by their enemies. The only one who hadn't accepted a mission or teamed up with other Shu Mountain super pupil users was Chu Feng. Mission: freely choose confrontation mode. Chu Feng's panel was different from other Shu Mountain super pupil users. He was a disciple of the Wine Taoist. Even the sect leader couldn't control him, let alone the other elders. They didn't even want to step into the Demon Lock Tower just to deliver such trivial matters. Thus, unlike the other super pupil users who had to descend the mountain to hone their skills, the system granted him complete freedom in his missions. This was already beyond the standard rules. Well, being the disciple of the Wine Taoist came with some privileges. Chu Feng activated Mitian and confirmed through the system prompt that the second phase had already begun. However, he didn't plan to engage in confrontation immediately. Instead, he chose to stay by the Wine Taoist's side and wait until he fully understood the situation of the heavenly pupils before taking action. Evolution points? Compared to the additional super pupil talents, they were nothing worth mentioning. More importantly, only by killing the heavenly pupils could one achieve the highest SSS rating and obtain the special reward of the Heavenly Radiance Halo. Through the first phase of the mission, Chu Feng fully understood the immense power of the Heavenly Radiance Halo in the missions of the All Heavens Tower. It was practically a protagonist's aura. Just carrying this halo would allow him to start a full realm ahead of others. If he could obtain a second, third, or even fourth halo in the future, his strength in the All Heavens Tower would be comparable to an entire army. Therefore, thinking long-term, Chu Feng decided to stay by the Wine Taoist's side and continue cultivating. The progression of the immortal world was inherently slower than other worlds. Cultivation speed was the slowest among all worlds. The first phase alone took over 3 months. The confrontation in the second phase would likely take even longer. It wouldn't end quickly like the mission in Yuyang City. Chu Feng wasn't worried about missing out on evolution points because of this. After the confrontation, the remaining super pupil users would be stronger, and killing high-level enemies would yield more evolution points. Give it more time. Give it more opportunities. With Metian and his supreme heavy pupils, his information-gathering ability was unparalleled. Waiting until he had mastered all the intelligence before taking action could make him the ultimate winner. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the edge of Sunset Cliff, gazing at the distant horizon, appearing somewhat absent-minded. In reality, his panel displayed 3 sets of data. Remaining Shu Mountain super pupil users, 99. Remaining Buddhist super pupil users, 98. Remaining Azura super pupil users, 85. A week had passed since the second phase began. But the number of super pupil users hadn't changed much, and the remaining numbers in each faction were still considerable. Chu Feng speculated that the 3 major forces might have assigned external missions for training, spending time completing those tasks before starting the real confrontation. The stage of the immortal world had already expanded to the entire Luo region, far larger than Yuyang City. The challenges here were likely the most difficult in the All Heavens Tower. Just as he was pondering, a voice came from behind him. "Kid, enjoying the view here?" The wine Taoist walked over, handing him a jug of wine. Chu Feng accepted it without hesitation, opened the bottle, took a hearty swig, and smiled. "Yeah, the scenery at the horizon is great. It's nice to take a look once in a while. The mountain below is bustling. Are you just going to stay here without taking a walk? The view here is nice, and the wine is even better. Why should I leave? Then how about a game of chess? Sounds good." Returning to the wooden cabin, the wine Taoist took out a chessboard and patted off the dust. After a month, Chu Feng once again played chess with the wine Taoist. The chess pieces clashed fiercely, and the game was tightly contested. The wine Taoist no longer moved his pieces quickly as before. He occasionally paused to think, devising counter-strategies. Compared to when he had just started playing with the wine Taoist, Chu Feng's chess skills had improved drastically. The last move. The wine Taoist set up a heaven and earth killing formation, trapping all of Chu Feng's pieces in a confined space. Smiling, he said, "You still haven't grasped that state of mind. It's better for you not to go out yet." Chu Feng was silent for a moment before smiling. "You're right. Have a drink and take a good rest." The wine Taoist waved at Chu Feng as he walked toward the small cabin. At that moment, Chu Feng felt a flood of new insights in his heart. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the innate realm. If he could break through to the golden core realm, coupled with the 5th-tier power of the eternal divine pupil, no one would be his match. However, Chu Feng suddenly noticed that the wine Taoist's mental state was much worse than the last time they met. Moreover, he usually wouldn't approach Chu Feng on his own initiative. Even with that young man, he was the same, never taking the initiative to come. This time, the wine Taoist had initiated the conversation and even asked if he wanted to go down the mountain. What could be the reason behind this? A trace of doubt flashed through Chu Feng's mind, but he quickly let it go. His chess skills had recently improved significantly, and his Tao heart had become clearer. Now was the critical moment to break through to the golden core realm. He sat cross-legged and focused entirely on cultivation. Luo region. Langya mountain range, a treasure trove rich in spiritual energy. A group of youths in Taoist robes and a group of monks stood in 2 opposing teams, confronting each other. "Friends from Shu Mountain, the Langya mountain range has abundant resources. How about taking a step back and splitting the resources equally?" A Buddhist super pupil user stepped forward with a gentle demeanor. "Sharing equally is fine, but this is a territory we occupied first. Why should you get a share for no reason?" The highest-ranked member of the Shu Mountain faction, specializing in mental control, eyed the other side warily. He had recognized the other's identity. The leader of the Buddhist faction, a supervisionary codenamed Haofeng, was the son of the chairman of the Lingtian Corporation. Before the supervision era began, Lingtian Corporation's market value exceeded tens of billions. After the arrival of the supervision era, Lingtian invested massive resources to assemble a powerful supervisionary army and established a guild. The guild leader was immensely strong, reportedly on par with Jiang Shuan in level, capable of clearing the 4th floor of the Tower of All Heavens. The information they possessed far surpassed that of ordinary supervisionaries. Mind Control, from the same faction as Hao Feng, had encountered him back on the 1st floor of the Tower of All Heavens and recognized his identity through his movements and habitual mannerisms. The identity of a core member of such a super guild was hard to conceal. Leading a guild through the Tower of All Heavens and commanding the masses would inevitably expose one's identity quickly. But exposure was no issue. Super guilds were not something ordinary solo players could provoke, and even knowing their identity, no one dared to stir trouble in real life. Hao Feng also recognized mind control. However, he didn't mind and continued to persuade as a leader, saying, "We still have a common enemy, the Shura faction. They must be dealt with first." According to intelligence, the super visionaries of the Shura faction this time are exceedingly strong. Usually, after the first phase of a dungeon, it's rare for Shura to retain more than 50 members. But this time, Shura still has a considerable number remaining. They cultivate through slaughter, progressing faster than us. If we fight among ourselves now, the Shura will be the only beneficiaries. Although the system has divided us into different factions, we should consider ourselves allies until the Shura are dealt with in the second phase. Helping each other, isn't that the right thing to do? Hao Feng's words sounded sincere and faultless. Moreover, with the abundance of spiritual energy in the Langya mountain range, refusing the Buddhist faction seemed unreasonable. Hao Feng's rhetoric was truly skillful. Mind control remained silent, finding no flaws in Hao Feng's tone or actions. But he knew Hao Feng was no ordinary person. As the son of the Lingtian Guild's chairman and someone privy to the latest dungeon intelligence, Hao Feng wouldn't act based on such simplistic reasoning. Of course, Hao Feng wasn't wrong. Facing such a formidable enemy like Shura, fighting now would undoubtedly leave them with no chance of victory. "Fine, we'll let you have half of this treasure trove for cultivation. But if you dare play any tricks, I won't let you off." In the end, Shushan compromised. As long as there was no conflict between the two sides, there was no real loss to them. However, the rules of the Tower of All Heavens dictated that the stronger the enemy, the weaker they were in relative terms. Facing the mighty Shura faction, they could not refuse the Buddhist faction's proactive offer of alliance. Rejecting it would be unjustifiable. "Rest assured, I, Hao Feng, guarantee this in my name, and I always keep my word." Hao Feng was full of confidence, even voluntarily revealing his code name. Since someone from Shushan had already recognized him, there was no need to hide. On the contrary, this left the Shushan supervisionaries speechless, giving them no reason to refuse. Seeing no response from Shushan, Hao Feng naturally assumed their tacit agreement. He immediately called upon the dozens of Buddhist disciples behind him to pick an excellent spot with optimal feng shui and begin cultivating. "Tian Nan, are you really going to let that group of guys take over the territory we found first without any conditions?" A supervisionary with a buzz cut walked up to Tian Nan, looking visibly displeased. This treasure trove had been discovered by Shushan supervisionaries after pooling their wisdom and expending great effort, based on clues from sect missions. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant, and cultivating here would accelerate progress by over tenfold. Even in the Jade Void Palace, the cultivation speed was only enhanced fivefold, and Tian Nan had already reached the mid-stage of the innate realm through it. The spiritual energy in the Langya mountain range was even richer. Cultivating here brought countless benefits, yet now, these bald-headed monks were reaping the rewards. Although many Shushan supervisionaries didn't voice their discontent, their expressions betrayed their complete lack of goodwill. Tian Nan sighed helplessly and said, "Haven't you noticed? On our journey so far, we haven't encountered a single trace of supervisionaries sent by Shura." The buzzcut supervisionary froze upon hearing this. The sect missions varied widely, and they had traversed nearly all of the Luo domain during their journey. Shushan also had numerous supervisionaries specialized in reconnaissance. They formed small groups, ensuring no movement within a 100-mile radius escaped their notice. If Shura's supervisionaries had appeared, they would have been spotted long ago. The second phase had already begun, so the Shura supervisionaries should have shown up by now. Yet, after half a month of descending the mountain to train, they hadn't seen a single Shura. Had they all vanished? Or were they just hiding in a spring, AFK? Clearly impossible. This cohort of Shura supervisionaries consisted of ruthless individuals. Those who advanced to the second phase were anything but ordinary. It was highly likely that the Shura faction had a supervisionary like Hao Feng, someone with a comparable status, who was orchestrating the guild members in a unified operation, advancing step by step according to a strategy. The fact that Shura had yet to reveal themselves was no bluff. There had to be a bigger plan behind it. Due to the lack of information, they had no idea what Shura's intentions were. Tian Nan's decision to cooperate with the Buddhist faction was a last resort. In essence, it was making a pact with a tiger. The Buddhist faction. Upon returning to the Buddhist faction, Hao Feng's expression immediately turned serious. "I've secured this opportunity for you from Shushan. Everyone, quickly master the techniques of the Buddhist seal. Raise your cultivation level as fast as possible. For this operation, we must avoid any losses, or it will hinder future progress. As long as we release the demon before the second phase ends and use the Buddhist seal to control it, the Shura will be nothing more than a group of lambs to the slaughter. Understood. Most of the supervisionaries in the Buddhist faction were members of the Lingtian Guild. The few scattered independents had no choice but to follow the guild's arrangements. Hao Feng smiled slightly. As long as this secret remained undisclosed, Shushan would have no idea that their preservation of strength was actually part of a much larger plan. The destructive potential of this plan might even surpass that of Shura. And the Buddhist faction had become the perfect cover for this plan. Who would have thought that such a secret was hidden within the Buddhist faction? Probably not even Shura's people knew. Thanks to first-hand intelligence, Hao Feng had discovered that the Buddhist faction held such a critical trump card, enough to become the key to conquering this dungeon. If everything goes smoothly, this will be his debut in executing this plan. Night fell. At the foot of Mount Shu, several Mount Shu disciples holding torches patrolled the vicinity. Suddenly, their bodies froze, becoming as still as wooden figures, not even blinking. In the darkness, a figure emerged from ripples resembling the surface of water, gradually becoming visible. It was a fierce-looking woman clad in black leather, with tiger and leopard tattoos etched across her face. Her eyes gleamed with an eerie glow, like a vortex that drew the gazes of the Mount Shu disciples. Moments later, the Mount Shu disciples collapsed to the ground as if their souls had been taken. All taken care of. From the shadows, a man clad in full armor stepped forward with heavy strides. A golden glow emanated from between the gaps in his armor. The next instant, the bodies of the Mount Shu disciples vanished into thin air. Yue Hua, is your ability still functional? The woman turned and spoke to the air. Soon, a soft and somewhat frail voice responded from the void, as long as there's moonlight, our ocular power consumption won't be too high. I should be able to shield you all the way to the demon sealing tower. The woman nodded. According to intelligence, the elders of Mount Shu usually don't venture near the demon sealing tower. That old man seems extraordinary, the founding ancestor of Mount Shu, but the calamity from a century ago has already caused his life essence to dissipate. While he still has some power, he's far from being a match for us. As long as we can break the seal on the demon sealing tower and release those ancient demons back into the world, sparking a blood-soaked war, we can use the blood array to complete the ritual for summoning Shura. At that point, even the greatest masters of Mount Shu and the Buddhist sects will be nothing more than insignificant obstacles. In truth, hidden in the air were all of Shura's ocular masters. Their true objective in coming to Mount Shu was to unseal the demon sealing tower and unleash the ancient demons imprisoned within. According to their intelligence, Shura had long known that Mount Shu's ocular masters had descended the mountain to train, and that the elders of Mount Shu lacked ocular abilities altogether. With the cover of moonlight, they could infiltrate Mount Shu silently, entering the vicinity of the demon sealing tower. Typically, the elders of Mount Shu avoided the demon sealing tower, even sealing off the area with specialized talismans. This, however, provided the Shura ocular masters with a golden opportunity to invade. As long as no Mount Shu ocular masters were stationed near the demon sealing tower, they could successfully unseal it, allowing humanity to once again face the terror of being ruled by ancient demons. The Shura ocular masters had meticulously prepared for this operation. Yuehua's ability was highly unique, linking ocular techniques with the moon. As long as there was moonlight, Yuehua could use her lunar gaze to conceal anything or anyone she wished. At the gates of Mount Shu, a cold-faced young man stepped out from Yuehua's protective veil, unleashing a silver-white light. His wall-piercing gaze opened a breach in Mount Shu's protective formation, just large enough for Shura's group to pass through. Once inside, every Mount Shu disciple they encountered fell into a trance-like state, unable to move. Forcibly breaking the protective formation would undoubtedly have alerted all of Mount Shu. However, the abilities of ocular masters defied the conventions of the immortal cultivation world, accomplishing feats ordinary people could scarcely imagine. When ocular masters worked as a team, their combined power far surpassed the sum of their individual abilities. This was why guilds were particularly keen on recruiting ocular masters. With diverse abilities, access to the latest intelligence, and coordinated teamwork, ocular master teams could maximize their effectiveness. It was akin to the stark contrast between professional esports teams and loosely assembled amateur groups, the latter being inconsistent and significantly less formidable. Astute observers had long noted that the future lay in forming powerful teams. As a result, the wealthy poured resources into founding guilds, akin to startups, as being the boss was the only path to greater success. The Shura ocular masters advanced unimpeded, each showcasing their unique skills, until they finally reached the demon ceiling tower. The sky was now blanketed with clouds, obscuring the moonlight. Yuewa's ocular technique was particularly special. Without moonlight, her energy consumption accelerated rapidly. By the time they reached the demon ceiling tower, her ocular power was completely depleted. A ripple, like water, radiated outward from Yuehua as its center. 85 Shura ocular masters emerged at the scene. However, now that they had reached the demon ceiling tower, there was no need to fear discovery by the Mount Shu elders. After all, those elders never came here. As for the legendary old man, they already had a plan to deal with him. This operation could be described as foolproof. Begin! At the woman's command, the Shura ocular masters surged toward the demon ceiling tower. Yet, they failed to notice one thing. On the sunset cliff, a young man sat cross-legged, his eyes filled with confusion. Chu Feng's mind was flooded with countless questions. The Shura ocular masters had actually stormed into Mount Shu's headquarters? Who gave them the audacity? This place was under the watchful eye of the Wine Daoist. The Mount Shu elders could arrive at any moment, and the demon ceiling tower was incredibly perilous. What exactly were these people planning? No matter their intention, this was undoubtedly a group of seasoned experts. Since they'd come knocking, there was no reason to let them go. Chu Feng activated the eternal divine eyes. Sweeping his gaze over the group, he identified the strongest among them, who had reached the late foundation establishment stage, comparable to the ocular master of Jade Void Peak. However, on average, 10 among the 85 had achieved the innate realm. This was considerably stronger than Mount Shu. Yet, a sudden surge of energy erupted from within Chu Feng. Through insights gained from that chessboard, his cultivation had ascended to the golden core stage. A golden core cultivator's internal energy sea underwent a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Still, even with golden core level strength, facing 85 ocular masters would not be easy. In the next moment, Chu Feng activated the heaven concealing form. That indifferent celestial eye once again appeared in the skies, 9,000 miles high, opening to gaze coldly upon the earth below. Chu Feng's perspective shifted dramatically. His gaze did not immediately lock onto the Shura ocular masters but instead turned toward the direction of Taishang Mountain. Mount Taishang is not one of the 9 great peaks. If there is anything special about this mountain, it is the presence of the Taishang bell atop it. This Taishang bell is a forbidden bell of Mount Shu, only to be rung in times of great crisis. When Chu Feng enters the Mitian state, the power of his ocular technique is significantly enhanced. A blade appeared, floating in front of his massive eye. If Chu Feng willed it, this blade could stretch across 100 zhang, effortlessly slicing through an entire mountain peak. But at this moment, he did not intend to use the 1000-blade divine edge to attack. The blade, a mere foot in length, fully condensed, and ripples of distorted space enveloped it, swallowing the blade completely. This was the power to twist the void. He unleashed the sky-rending ice slash. Clang! A resounding chime echoed, its lingering sound reverberating across all of Mount Shu. The elders of the 9 great peaks and the master of Yushu Peak were alarmed, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed toward Mount Taishang. The outer disciples, inner disciples, and even the core disciples who were traveling afar all heard the bell and immediately entered a state of readiness. Mount Shu had been battling demons for thousands of years. Even though a century of peace had passed, the disciples had long developed an instinctive response to crises. Hearing the Taishang bell, all the elders swiftly headed to the source of the sound. When they arrived, they saw only the swaying bell, but no one nearby. Could it be some Shu disciple playing a prank? Elder Su muttered angrily upon seeing the unattended Taishang bell. No! The sect master suddenly pointed to the sky, his expression grave. Look over there! Following the direction of the sect master's gaze, the elders saw it high up in the heavens, at 90,000 li. That sovereign eye of the heavens appeared once more, gazing down upon all. Perhaps this is its warning to us. The sect master of Mount Shu's face grew stern. In the next moment, he immediately unleashed his divine sense, scanning the entirety of Mount Shu. His expression changed abruptly, and he shouted in a commanding tone, "Follow me to the demon ceiling tower. The Shura have infiltrated it." The expressions of all the elders darkened. They were well aware of the situation at the demon ceiling tower. The drunken Taoist had long lost the strength of his youth and was incapable of resisting Shura invaders. They had not stationed guards at the demon ceiling tower, assigning only the drunken Taoist to watch over it. This was, in truth, a ruse to make the enemy believe the drunken Taoist still had strength to fight, thereby deterring any reckless moves. The drunken Taoist had once been exceedingly powerful, unmatched in the Luo domain. Even after the calamity that had befallen him, cultivators still revered him. Assigning the drunken Taoist to watch over the demon sealing tower was akin to an empty city stratagem, leveraging the deterrent force of a former grandmaster. But they had not expected the Shura to be so audacious, forcefully breaking into the demon sealing tower. With no one guarding the tower, if all the ancient demon kings were released, the entire Luo domain would be plunged into catastrophe. What is going on? The Tai Shang bell has rung, they've discovered us. Yuehua, what happened? How did the people of Mount Shu discover us? I don't know. I've been following the plan exactly as instructed. Everything you told me to do, I've done. Could it be a mistake in the intelligence? Didn't they say that the superocular cultivators of Mount Shu had all left the mountain to train? How did they detect us? The face of a black-clad woman instantly turned cold. The ringing of the Tai Shang bell meant their plan had been completely exposed. The demon sealing tower was some distance from the Tai Shang bell. How could the Shu people have detected their infiltration and rung the bell so quickly? Could it have been that old man? Impossible. According to the intelligence, the drunken Taoist no longer had the strength to support instantaneous movement across 1,000 li. Then who had rung the Tai Shang bell so quickly? There was no time to think further. The black-clad woman gave a sharp order: stick to the original plan and break the seals on the demon sealing tower as quickly as possible. Once those ancient great demons are unleashed, the old geezers of Mount Shu will be overwhelmed, leaving them no time to deal with us. This is our only chance to continue the mission. If you don't want to end up as cripples, move now. Yes. The Shura superocular cultivators all carried solemn expressions, fully aware of the dire situation. At that moment, a voice, powerful and imposing, echoed across the sky. Shura scoundrels, how dare you break into the demon sealing tower and plot harm? Today, I shall kill you all. 9 elders of Mount Shu appeared first, suspending themselves above the demon sealing tower. They used sound transmission talismans to quickly notify the disciples of Mount Shu. Soon, thousands of disciples would converge, preparing to annihilate the Shura invaders. Facing the vast army of Mount Shu, the 85 Shura superocular cultivators stood no chance of victory. Cover Breaker and get him through to undo the seals on the demon sealing tower. I'll hold these old fogies off. With a commanding tone, the black-clad woman charged forward alone, standing in the way of Mount Shu's 9 elders. With just you, a mere girl in the Xiantian realm, you dare stand in my way? Elder Su, known for his fiery temper, roared as he conjured a sword of true essence in his hand, its shadow surging like a tidal wave toward the black-clad woman. But the woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. The next moment, the space around Elder Su began to distort. The sword shadows behind him suddenly lost control and turned back to attack him instead. The sect master of Mount Shu narrowed his eyes and swiftly threw out several talismans, which transformed into sturdy barriers, shielding Elder Su. Clang! 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 The sword shadow struck the barriers, producing crisp metallic clanging sounds. Elder Su's eyes flashed with confusion, then quickly turned to terror. You witch! What kind of sorcery is this? Don't get agitated. I'll deal with her. The rest of you, stop those brats from reaching the demon sealing tower. The sect master's voice was calm but resolute. The other elders quickly understood the true target of the Shura bunch was the demon sealing tower. Although their highest cultivation level was only in the Xiantian realm, given the bizarre methods of the black-clad woman, they had every reason to believe this group had come well prepared. You think you can leave? The black-clad woman raised an eyebrow, and the space surrounding the sect master of Mount Shu instantly became chaotic. What's going on? The faces of the 9 elders changed drastically. It felt as if their bodies were trapped in quicksand, unable to move. The sect master furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed on the black-clad woman's eyes, noticing a hint of gray light within them like chaos itself, carrying a power beyond his comprehension. Chaos magic? Shock filled the sect master's eyes. How could such an ability be mastered by a mere Xiantian-level Shura? Even he could not break free from the spatial confinement. He glanced behind him, seeing the Shura growing ever closer to the demon sealing tower. Could it be? Would today mark the gravest disaster Mount Shu had faced in thousands of years? Above the sky, Chu Feng's heavily eye captured every movement below with perfect clarity. He didn't rush to deal with the woman in black but instead shifted his attention to the group of hyperite individuals charging toward the demon-locking tower. At the center of the group, there was a man with an indifferent expression, steadily advancing under the protection of his companions. If his guess was correct, this man was the breaker that the woman in black had mentioned. From the name alone, it was clear this individual might possess the ability to dispel restrictions. For a Jura to infiltrate Mount Shu so easily, it was highly likely he had the help of this breaker. If the breaker dies, then what will happen to your plan next? With this thought, Xu Feng's heavenly eye vision locked onto the scene ahead. A massive, blade-like edge swiftly formed. The blade quickly split into 2, then 4, then 8, 16, 32. Finally, it stopped at 128 blades. My eternal divine sight has advanced to the 5th tier, allowing my 1000-blade divine edge to split into at most 32 blades. But in heavenly mode, its power directly increases by 2 levels. Indeed, this is the eternal divine sight. Though, the strain is intense, and my eye power depletes quickly. Combining this with the power of distorted space. Initiate the sky-slicing gaze slash. In the next instant, 128 silver blades suddenly appeared near the Azura Hyperite individuals. Each blade was 3 meters long, capable of easily slicing an elephant in half. The surrounding slaughter formation, formed by the 128 blades, was terrifyingly powerful. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless streams of blood gushed forth. The area near the demon-locking tower was instantly shrouded in a mist of blood. Xu Feng's sky-slicing gaze slash was launched with Breaker at its center. Not only was Breaker himself pierced by the silver blades, but all the Hyperite individuals protecting him were instantly killed before they could even react. You've killed an Azura at the 9th stage of the Chi-Si realm, earning plus 1,500 evolution points. You've killed an Azura at the early stage of the innate realm, earning plus 2,000 evolution points. You've killed an Azura at the 6th stage of the Chi-Si realm, earning plus 1,000 evolution points. You've killed an Azura at the mid-stage of the innate realm, earning plus 3,000 evolution points. You've killed an Azura at the 9th stage of the Chi-Si realm, earning plus 1,500 evolution points. Countless battle reports flashed before Xu Feng's eyes. The power of the sky-slicing gaze slash in heavenly mode far exceeded his expectations. Staring at the devastated battlefield before him, Xu Feng was stunned by his own strength, momentarily dazed for a few seconds. Though he didn't know exactly how many Azuras had been killed by this strike, the number of enemies still moving on the field had dwindled to fewer than 10. The Azuras who had reached the innate realm were standing closest to Breaker, placing them at the very center of the sky-slicing gaze slash. Nearly all of them had been completely annihilated. The remaining Chi-Si realm Azuras stood in a daze, their eyes hollow as they stared at the hellish scene around them, as if their souls had left their bodies. Xu Feng withdrew his eternal divine sight and stood up. His eyes were dry, and he appeared utterly exhausted. Such a state was a rare occurrence. The sky-slicing gaze slash in heavenly mode was undoubtedly Xu Feng's ultimate killer move. Naturally, it consumed an immense amount of eye power. In truth, for Xu Feng to execute such a powerful ocular technique with only a 5th-tier eternal divine sight was thanks to his supreme heavy eyes. Having awakened the supreme heavy eyes, Xu Feng's ocular power was significantly stronger than that of other Hyperite individuals. Moreover, with the eternal divine sight as a second Hyper-Eye ability, possessing 2 distinct Hyper-Eyes, his foundational ocular power was even more abundant. Without ocular power far surpassing that of other Hyperite individuals of the same tier, merely relying on a 5th-tier eternal divine sight would not have allowed him to unleash such a powerful combo technique. This level of strength was at least equivalent to the 6th tier or higher. While the 9 elders of Mount Shu were still trapped in the chaotic space created by the woman in black, Xu Feng immediately acted, eliminating the remaining Hyperite Azuras. He couldn't let the elders of Mount Shu steal the kills. Otherwise, he wouldn't gain the evolution points. Unleashing his golden core realm cultivation, Xu Feng's body transformed into a streak of light, instantly slaying the remaining Chi-Si realm Hyperite Azuras. Even without using the ocular techniques of the eternal divine sight, Xu Feng's strength far surpassed theirs, allowing him to dispatch them with ease. The woman in black glared intently at Xu Feng. From the moment he appeared, she had been paying close attention to him. Their failure this time had only one explanation. Xu Feng had remained within the demon-locking tower. That blade, which had suddenly slashed through from a distance, was clearly an ocular technique. Since he could kill from afar, it was reasonable to assume he also had the ability to strike the Saint Bell from a distance. Thus, their failure stemmed from not realizing that a Hyperite individual had been lying in wait inside the demon-locking tower. Very well. I'll remember today's incident. Surprisingly, the woman in black wasn't furious. Instead, her gaze was filled with apprehension. For a single individual to annihilate her subordinates in an instant, such power was exceedingly rare. As an Azura commander backed by a guild, she naturally deduced that Xu Feng's identity wasn't simple and his strength was extraordinary. She could only curse her luck inwardly, then ripples formed around her body, and she vanished thousands of miles away in an instant. After the woman in black left, the 9 elders finally breathed a sigh of relief, breaking free from the spatial confinement and regaining their freedom. Their first glance was toward the distant sky. Although they didn't see the heavenly eye, they could surmise that the powerful figure who had aided them was responsible. "Many thanks to the senior for saving us." The leader of Mount Shu bowed toward the sky. Though they didn't know who had come to their rescue, it was only proper to express gratitude. Then, the 9 elders shifted their gaze to Chu Feng, their expressions filled with astonishment. "You must be the disciple taken in by the wine Taoist, correct?" Chu Feng nodded, cupping his hands in salute. "This junior is Lu Yu, greetings to the sect master and esteemed elders." The sect master of Mount Shu couldn't help but show approval. As expected of the disciple taken in by the ancestor. "In just a few months, you've already reached the Golden Core realm. Truly impressive." Chu Feng modestly replied, "It's all thanks to that old man's teaching." Hearing him refer to the wine Taoist as that old man, the sect master was momentarily stunned. But he quickly smiled and said, "You do have a bit of resemblance to that fellow. In that case, allow me to gift you a treasure." With that, a jade-green sword materialized and, with a gesture from the sect master, transformed into a streak of light, flying into Chu Feng's hands. This sword. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. He recognized it as the sword that had appeared in the fate of the youth tied to the wine Taoist. The sect master of Mount Shu calmly remarked, "I feel you have a strong connection to this sword. It's been left unused in the sect, so I might as well give it to you. Perhaps, this could also be considered helping that old man fulfill a wish and resolve a regret." Chu Feng accepted the sword without hesitation, thanking repeatedly. It came at the perfect time. His cultivation had already reached the Golden Core stage. With the addition of this magical weapon, his combat power would be even stronger. The head of Shushan turned around, his gaze falling on the small wooden hut where the wine Taoist resided. Despite such a major event, the wine Taoist had not emerged. What could he possibly be thinking? From the headmaster's eyes, Chu Feng detected a trace of heaviness and worry. Could something have happened to the wine Taoist? If he really were the Shushan ancestor, his cultivation might have even reached the red dust immortal realm. As a red dust immortal, his physical body should be indestructible. If he was so powerful, why was he in such dire straits, ending up in this situation? The head of Shushan scanned the scene, his voice low and solemn. From today onward, Shushan must strengthen its defenses to prevent similar incidents from happening again. All disciples on duty today are to be taken to the Hall of Accountability. Each one will be questioned to uncover what exactly went wrong. The headmaster's tone conveyed the gravity of the situation. However, since the elders of Shushan were unaware of the existence of superocular beings, they simply regarded the intruders of the demon-suppressing tower as a group of young disciples in the innate realm. They dismissed them as insignificant and instead suspected internal issues within Shushan. As for the enormous eye suspended in the sky, they assumed it was the work of some powerful figure from the higher realms, never suspecting Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't bother to explain further. Apart from the black-clad woman, he had almost single-handedly eradicated all the Asuras. However, the Asuras were not without the ability to resist. The black-clad woman seemed to have absorbed the essence of the slain Asuras, instantly breaking through to the Golden Core stage. The power of the Asuras was driven by slaughter. As long as there was killing around them, they could rapidly grow stronger. The release of the demon-suppressing tower was likely for this very purpose. Although the Asuras were wiped out, the black-clad woman's strength had risen to a level comparable to Chu Feng's, making her a formidable adversary with the potential to turn the tide of battle. He could not let his guard down. Chu Feng opened his interface. By eliminating 84 Asura superocular beings, he had gained a staggering 160,000 evolution points at once. Upgrading his eternal divine eyes to the 6th stage required only 100,000 evolution points. Langya Mountains. A synchronized and astonished exclamation of woe reverberated through the valley. The superocular beings from Shushan and the Buddhist sect stared dumbfounded at the interface showing the remaining number of Asuras. What? The Asuras were completely annihilated? How did it suddenly drop to just one? Wait, did they end up killing their own people? No, that's not possible. According to the tasks in the Heavenly Tower, infighting among superocular beings of the same faction would be penalized, and severe cases could even result in instant death. Who would do such a foolish thing? Then how were the Asuras defeated? Was it the work of the Shushan people? Or the Buddhist sect? No, it can't be. We're all here in one place. Separated by the mountains, the people of Shushan and the Buddhist sect were equally stunned, reading the shock in each other's expressions. Everyone was present. It was clear that neither side had done it. Moreover, aside from the gruesome deaths of the Asuras, neither the Buddhist sect nor Shushan had suffered any incidents during this time. The mystery of how the Asura faction dwindled to just one overnight had become the greatest enigma of this dungeon. Tian Nan paused, the corners of his lips curling into a quiet smile as he walked up to Hao Feng. Since there's only one Asura left, they pose no threat anymore. This is the spiritual vein our Shushan discovered. You from the Buddhist sect can find your own opportunities. Stay away from Shushan's territory. Hao Feng's expression darkened. Are you going back on your word? In the next instant, a crimson mark flashed in Tian Nan's eyes. Immediately after, most of the supraocular beings from the Buddhist sect froze in place, motionless like puppets. Hao Feng's heart tightened. He understood Tian Nan's abilities but hadn't anticipated their potency. However, Hao Feng's supraocular ability had reached the 4th stage, matching Tian Nan's. Mass mental control was ineffective against him. OM. A resonant Buddhist chant erupted from Hao Feng's mouth, and an immense surge of true energy radiated outward, dispelling the control. The other supraocular beings from the Buddhist sect snapped out of their stupor and quickly readied themselves for battle. You've kept your word well enough by not ambushing our Shushan disciples. Now, please leave immediately. Tian Nan didn't expect his ocular technique to control every supraocular being present. He wasn't that powerful. The action was merely a warning, a message to Hao Feng that Shushan possessed the strength to rival him, with his ocular ability as their trump card. Hao Feng stepped back a few paces, his voice heavy. Let's go. Now is not the time for direct confrontation. Not long after, the Buddhist sect's supraocular beings left the Langya Mountains in disgrace. They had barely enjoyed the spiritual energy of the place before being forced to seek opportunities elsewhere. Brother Nan, that was incredible. A short-haired man approached, laughing uncontrollably as he watched the Buddhist sect depart in humiliation. Tian Nan smiled. I've been observing for a day and noticed that these Buddhist disciples are all practicing the same technique. This suggests that Hao Feng's strategy is to have his subordinates uniformly cultivate a specific method, likely to unleash the power of a formidable formation. Considering their background, Hao Feng's approach aligns with Buddhist tradition. But to master a unified formation, they'd have to invest significant time and effort. That's why Hao Feng, the old fox, keeps coming up with excuses to claim our territory and avoid direct conflict. While the Buddhist sect's average strength may surpass ours on the surface, their combat effectiveness might not be as strong. The guy really thought he could exploit the fortune of our sacred land to accelerate his dungeon progress. He almost succeeded. The short-haired man widened his eyes, finally recovering from Tian Nan's analysis. Brother Nan, you've figured it all out. I practiced observing people before entering the dungeon. Once you understand what kind of person someone is, it's not hard to predict their moves. Amazing, Brother Nan. Where did you learn these observation skills? Astrology. Libras are naturally sharp. That explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, didn't it? Chu Feng reopened his supraocular interface. He had just obliterated 84 Asura supraocular beings, each contributing an average of 2,000 evolution points. Adding the original 6,010 points, Chu Feng's total evolution points now reached 174,010, enough to evolve the Eternal Divine Eye to the 6th tier, with 74,010 points to spare. What a massive harvest! Detected, your Eternal Divine Eye can evolve to the 6th tier. Would you like to proceed? Evolve. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk. A familiar throb surged through his left eye. The Eternal Divine Eye, which had previously felt somewhat fatigued and dry, was now fully restored to its optimal state after the evolution. The upper limit of its ocular power had also been significantly enhanced. Ocular power wasn't quantified by specific numbers, more accurately, it was tied to soul strength, which was difficult to measure. Chu Feng sensed that, at the 5th tier of the Eternal Divine Eye, he could barely perform the skill Void Slash in the Covering Heavens form once before exhausting all his ocular power. But now, after advancing to the 6th tier, he could execute the ultimate skill 3 times consecutively, possibly even 4 times at his limit. Moreover, his 1,000-blade divine edge count could reach 256 blades in the Covering Heavens form. With 3 consecutive strikes, over 700 razor-sharp divine blades would simultaneously cut down upon his enemy. It was a lethal attack akin to an inescapable net of death. Even if the black-robed woman had reached the Golden Core realm, as long as Chu Feng resolved to kill her and unleashed Void Slash without hesitation, she would undoubtedly meet her end. There wouldn't even be the slightest chance for her to escape. After the Eternal Divine Eye ascended to the 6th tier, a new ultraocular interface appeared before Chu Feng. Ultraocular ability, Eternal Divine Eye. Tier asterisk 6th, 76010/200,000. Powers asterisk supervision, bloodline enhancement, divine level memory, martial skill replication, thousand blade divine edge, netherworld frost, void distortion, covering heavens, ocular skill replication, new. Ocular skill replication asterisk in battle. If your opponent possesses ocular techniques, you can replicate one of their abilities, lasting until the end of the battle. Asterisk, your thousand blade divine edge can release up to 64 strikes, reaching 256 in covering heavens form. Asterisk. A 6th tier ultra-ocular ability could dominate the 3rd floor of the Tower of the Heavens with ease. Ocular skill replication. Chu Feng's heart surged with excitement as he gazed at the new skill. Within the rules of the Tower of the Heavens, this skill was undoubtedly a trump card. Chu Feng walked into the wooden cabin and discovered the Wine Taoist lying on the bed with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The chaos outside was escalating into madness. And this old man was napping here? Clearly impossible. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt that he could once again use the supreme heavenly eye to peer into the Wine Taoist's fate. This was likely another benefit brought by the 6th tier evolution of the eternal divine eye and the boost in ocular power. Old man, you're hiding too many secrets. Don't blame me for peeking into your life, for the 2nd time. Chu Feng activated the supreme heavenly eye. 2 golden beams flashed from his eyes, and in the next second, the scene before him completely transformed. Asterisk boom. Rumble, asterisk. Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured, submerging the entirety of Mount Shu. The Wine Taoist stood at a distance, gazing longingly at a young man kneeling in the rain, guarding a maiden dressed in white. He sighed deeply. Blood mixed with rainwater, soaking the ground. The rain fell upon the young man's face, making it impossible to tell if he was crying. Roar! Behind them, a colossal beast the size of a small mountain, with golden wings sprouting from its back and a bird-headed, humanoid body, let out a piercing roar. Die! The young man unsheathed his sword, and a beam of swordlight slashed toward the ancient demon. Typically, the essence of an ancient demon was fused with the heavens and earth, making it incredibly difficult to kill. Yet the young man's sword strike seemed to cleave the heavens and earth apart. The ancient demon was split in two by the swordlight, disintegrating into black mist. One strike. Slaying an ancient demon. The Wine Taoist's eyes filled with astonishment, but he soon sighed helplessly and stepped forward, seemingly wanting to say something. In the end, he simply remained by the young man's side. I want all the demons in this world to disappear. The young man gritted his teeth, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes. He slowly departed from Mount Shu. The Wine Taoist watched his retreating figure without stopping him, standing in place for a long while. The scene shifted again. This time, the Wine Taoist turned into a streak of light, speeding away. Below, the Luo territory rapidly receded. After passing through a dense layer of fog, an incredibly horrifying sight unfolded before his eyes. Mountains and rivers were in ruins, massive sword shadows carved deep ravines into the earth, leaving countless terrifying scars. The air was filled with the agonizing cries of demons, a sound so eerie it sent chills down the spine. Several ancient demons with wings flew in terror from afar, as if they had encountered a fatal adversary. However, a crimson figure suddenly flashed past the fleeing ancient demons, and the sky turned into a curtain of blood mist. That figure, the Wine Taoist knew all too well. It was his most beloved disciple. But the once handsome face of the young man was no longer recognizable. Now, his face was twisted with terror, more horrifying than the ancient demons themselves. When his blood-red eyes swept over the Wine Taoist, even the master felt a shiver in his soul, as though an icy blade had pierced through his heart from behind. The young man's gaze at the Wine Taoist carried both confusion and pain. Finally, as if unwilling to recall something, he left in haste. Or perhaps, he sensed the danger emanating from the Wine Taoist. The Wine Taoist carried a sword on his back, and the blade trembled faintly. But in the end, he sighed and chose to turn back. From that day on, there were no more demon clans on the earth. The only surviving demons were the ancient ones imprisoned in the demon sealing tower, spared only because they had been sealed by Mount Shu's predecessors thousands of years ago. Yet, from that day forth, the land saw the rise of an organization called the Azura. Their cultivation methods were exceedingly cruel, relying on slaying demons and absorbing their essence to enhance their strength. In this world where the heavenly Tao was incomplete, reaching the realm of a mortal immortal through ordinary cultivation was nearly impossible. But the Azura, through slaughter, continuously strengthened their internal essence, even triggering tribulations. This gave some cultivators newfound hope of attaining the mortal immortal stage. However, with the ancient demons eradicated by the young man, there was no fresh essence to absorb. How would the Azura continue to grow stronger? The answer was self-evident. But the young man ceased his slaughter. Without fresh essence to convert into energy, he soon succumbed to the state of inner demons. Even so, he never turned his blade against humanity. In the end, his gaze fell upon Mount Shu and the demon sealing tower. He resolved to exterminate all the ancient demons within, striving to achieve the ultimate path of the Asura. The Wine Taoist side, he had long foreseen the arrival of this day. The young man before him was no longer a youth but had transformed into a creature more terrifying than the ancient demonic beasts. Fortunately, he had not yet harmed humanity. Thus, the outside world still regarded him as a hero, believing he had eradicated the demon clans, a warrior of humankind, even hailed as a deity descended to the mortal realm. However, the Wine Taoist knew the truth. This demon-slaying youth had ultimately become a demon himself. Compared to the ancient demonic beasts, the Asura would prove to be an even greater calamity for humanity, far surpassing the threat of the demon clans. If this menace was not dealt with today, when this hero of mankind turned his wrath upon humanity, Mount Shu would face utter defeat, and the boy would forever be remembered in history as a villain of the ages. The Wine Taoist hesitated no longer. The sword on his back finally pointed at his most beloved disciple. That day, a radiant swordlight, like a falling galaxy, cleansed the heavens and the earth. The boy, now turned Asura, let out a powerless roar, only to be pinned to the ground by a single sword strike. A trace of killing intent flickered in the Wine Taoist's eyes. But it seemed he recalled something, as his gaze blurred, a mist of moisture forming at the corners of his eyes. Playing chess, drinking wine, chatting, playing cards. When the boy practiced swordsmanship, the Wine Taoist would drink while using his far-seeing eye to watch the figure swinging his sword on the cliff of the setting sun. The sunset illuminated those bright eyes. Scene after scene surfaced in his mind. In the end, the killing intent in the Wine Taoist's eyes vanished, replaced instead by a profound helplessness. He clasped his hands together and released his life essence energy, transforming it into a guardian spirit that fused into the sword piercing the boy. This was the strongest life essence seal. Using his own life essence as the core, the Wine Taoist permanently sealed his disciple, who had turned into a demon, within the sword. Rather than calling it a seal, it was more of a protection. Under the life essence seal of the mortal immortal, no one could kill the boy, nor could anyone break the seal. Later, it seemed the Wine Taoist had discussed this matter with several elders from the Buddhist sect. At first, those monks frowned deeply but ultimately agreed. The boy who had turned into a demon was eternally confined in the sacred sound hall of the Buddhist sect, forced to listen to monks chanting scriptures daily in the hope that one day, he could cleanse himself of demonic energy and return to normal. But when that day came, the Wine Taoist's life essence seal would also completely dissipate. As a master, he had always awaited that day. Yet, with the seal's disappearance, the Wine Taoist's life would also come to an end. Therefore, he had long known that everything he had done was in vain. He would never live to see that day arrive. This was merely a story of guardianship. The scene ended here. Chu Feng withdrew his thoughts, and his gaze toward the Wine Taoist grew more complicated. Through this fragment of fate, he had confirmed that the boy was the taint-eyed one of this world. Those scarlet eyes were clearly a type of innate ocular ability. It seems the Tower of Myriad Heavens is far more complex than I imagined. Not all taint-eyed ones can follow the protagonist's trajectory and rise smoothly to the top. Or rather, in the tasks of the Tower of Myriad Heavens, even those with supreme ocular powers may not always encounter a taint-eyed one on the verge of ascension. Just like Zhao Feng of Yuyang City. And the boy's taint eyes had been forged through the Asura path after the fact. Only now did Chu Feng understand why he had searched all of Mount Shu without discovering the taint-eyed one's whereabouts. In this mission's timeline, the taint-eyed one's story had already concluded. A generation of Asura had ultimately been sealed by the Buddhist sect, eliminating all ancient demonic beasts save for those in the demon-suppressing tower. However, this also gave rise to the Asura path, centered on slaughter. No wonder the background of Mount Shu, which should have depicted the conflict between humanity and ancient demonic beasts, instead featured no demon clan faction and had turned into a struggle against the Asura faction. If someone observed carefully, they might find clues about the taint-eyed one here. But, to delve deeply into Mount Shu's background, one must choose the Mount Shu faction. Yet the taint-eyed one was imprisoned within the Buddhist sect. Even if one aligned with Mount Shu, entering the Buddhist sect to investigate would be impossible, unless one stormed in by force, but that was obviously unrealistic. Within the Buddhist sect, there were bound to be figures like the Wine Taoist. Starting a direct conflict with such a faction was practically courting death. Even if one chose the Buddhist sect faction, it would still be exceedingly difficult to deal with the taint-eyed one, because the boy was protected by the Wine Taoist's life essence seal. Moreover, once the demon turned Tainted One was released, the entire world would once again plunge into slaughter, and the Azura faction would reap undue benefits. Chu Feng chuckled bitterly and shook his head. As expected, achieving an SSS rank isn't that simple. The identity of Mount Chu's Tainted One was far too intricate, intertwining with all three major factions, each link inseparable, forming an unbreakable deadlock. Even with all the information about the Tainted One, Chu Feng still couldn't find a feasible way to kill him. The difficulty was simply too great. Let alone the fact that if released, only the Wine Taoist could suppress him. But once the Wine Taoist's life essence seal was undone, he would ascend to the heavens, effectively releasing an ultimate boss that no one could handle. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the Wine Taoist began coughing violently. Chu Feng's thoughts were pulled back. His expression turned somber as he walked over, asking with concern, "Is there something wrong with your body?" He should have noticed something was amiss back when the Wine Taoist invited him to play chess. But Chu Feng had always regarded the Wine Taoist as a peerless master, never expecting anything untoward would happen to him. After witnessing the Wine Taoist's story, Chu Feng understood that this old man had exhausted his entire life's cultivation to protect his beloved disciple. In truth, the Wine Taoist had had multiple opportunities to eliminate that boy. But he never did. Perhaps it was irrational, but for an old man who had lived so long, such selfishness was understandable. The Wine Taoist struggled to sit up, glanced at Chu Feng, remained silent for a moment, and then retrieved an ancient tome from a cabinet. "This is the sword technique I once taught your senior brother. His rapid progress is inseparable from this technique. I've observed your cultivation methods, and this sword technique aligns well with you. But due to certain unresolved issues in my heart, I never taught it to you. However, your progress has exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect you to lack this sword technique yet advance so much faster than anticipated. I was originally planning to continue like this, but it seems the Buddhist sect has encountered some turmoil recently, and my life force is nearly depleted. The future will be full of uncertainties. You must grow stronger as quickly as possible, or the entire world will descend into disaster." Chu Feng's heart trembled. Could it be, the life-binding seal of the drunken Taoist is about to be broken? He took the sword manual handed to him. The 4 words on the cover were written clearly: *1 sword, red dust*. Crafted by the drunken Taoist himself, it was likely a peerless manual on par with the Great Tao to Immortality. Chu Feng's eyes flickered as if he had grasped something. The Shu Mountain sect and the Buddhist sect had been training outside for so long without any conflict erupting. It wasn't just because they feared the Shura. It was very likely that the Buddhist sect already had a super pupil master who had obtained critical intelligence and was preparing to release that demonic heavenly pupil master. Even though they had entered the second stage, they had been avoiding conflict at all costs, all to prepare for the future release of the sealed Shura ancestor. And their trump card might very well be pupil techniques. No one in this world could suppress the Shura ancestor, but an outsider super pupil master might just be able to. If the Buddhist sect's super pupil master could use pupil techniques to control the Shura, they would effectively command the strongest combat power in the entire Xianxia world. They could sweep through the entire instance with ease. Moreover, if the super pupil masters on the Shura side were utterly defeated by their own, releasing the Shura ancestor wouldn't even be a concern. The only worry for the Buddhist sect's super pupil master in releasing the Shura ancestor was the battlefield turning into a slaughterhouse. The super pupil masters on the Shura side could rapidly grow stronger, possibly reversing the situation. As for controlling the Shura, for an outsider super pupil master, as long as their pupil power was strong enough, it wouldn't be a challenge at all. Additionally, if the Buddhist sect's super pupil master succeeded in liberating the Shura, it would mean the drunken Taoist would ascend to immortality. Chu Feng's gaze immediately fell upon the drunken Taoist. For some reason, a surge of unexplainable emotion welled up in his heart. The heavenly tower was supposed to be just a mission. He would eventually leave this place. But why, upon hearing that the drunken Taoist didn't have much time left, did an indescribable sadness rise within him? It turned out, he had already spent several months in this world. Unknowingly, he had begun to regard the people here as real, living beings. Moreover, in his interactions with the drunken Taoist, every bit of care shown by the latter was genuine, not feigned. Every blade of grass and every tree here seemed alive, following their unique natural laws. The people here were not mere NPCs repeating set lines, they were vivid, real, and full of life. The drunken Taoist suddenly laughed, propping himself up with his elbows and struggling to sit upright, brushing the dust off the chessboard. "Kid, play a game of chess with this old man." The Buddhist sect. In the great hall of Mahavira, a glimmer of purple light flashed in Hao Feng's eyes. You? The abbot was filled with terror and roared angrily, "Who are you to have learned such demonic techniques? Troublesome old man, still putting up a fight." Hao Feng frowned, his face showing impatience. Immediately, the purple light in his pupils grew intense, like a vortex of magic, sucking away the abbot's mind and spirit. Moments later, the last high-ranking member of the Buddhist sect collapsed before Hao Feng. Finally done. "Everyone, come out." From behind him, dozens of super pupil masters entered the Great Hall of Mahavira in response to his call. Indeed, Hao Feng's super pupil ability was soul seize. As long as he had enough time, he could control the mind and spirit of his target. Over the past 3 months, Hao Feng had been sneaking daily through a secret passage in the Great Hall of Mahavira into the Hall of Rebirth, where the Shura was imprisoned, and had completely taken control of the Shura. However, when he prepared to enter again today, the abbot had already sensed something was amiss and had set up an ambush. Left with no choice, Hao Feng had to summon his companions and use pupil techniques to forcibly destroy the abbot's mind and spirit. "President, what should we do next?" A super pupil master walked up to Hao Feng and asked. Although they had temporarily incapacitated the abbot, they had already acted against the Buddhist sect's high-ranking members, and the matter would be exposed sooner or later. At this point, the plan could only be advanced. Hao Feng said in a deep voice, "At this stage, we have no choice but to proceed with the plan immediately. Fortunately, heaven seems to be on our side. For some reason, the Shura forces have suddenly suffered a complete defeat. This way, we can initiate the Shura plan without any concerns. The Shura only has one super pupil master left. That's no threat. As long as we control the demon, securing an SS grade evaluation for this instance will be a breeze." "President, you're brilliant." The group began flattering him. Hao Feng chuckled and walked to a corner of the Great Hall of Mahavira, where a dusty Buddha statue stood. He approached it and slowly turned the statue. Boom! A secret passage appeared before them. "Let's go. That old man will soon regain consciousness, and the Buddhist sect will realize something is wrong here." Changing his tone, Hao Feng flipped his hand, and a red blood crystal appeared in his palm. "Once we're inside, each of you will absorb the power of this blood crystal, which will temporarily raise your spiritual energy to the mid-innate realm. Then, we'll chant the Prajna Buddha Nirvana True Sutra together to temporarily neutralize the demon's baleful aura and purge him of his demonic nature. Once we've controlled the demon, we'll withdraw from here and then awaken him, letting the Buddhist sect's old geezers deal with him first. Such pure Buddhist blood, once absorbed by the demon, will allow his strength to swiftly recover to its peak." This blood essence was a treasure Hao Feng had exchanged from the heavenly trade fair before entering the instance, a heritage from an immortal cultivation world, capable of temporarily boosting one's cultivation. It was an extremely rare one-time use item. At critical moments, this blood essence could accelerate progress, enabling all the guild's super-all-seers to elevate their cultivation to the required level and proceed with the plan smoothly. Although there were minor hiccups, they did not affect the overall situation. Everything was ready. The members of the Ling Tian Guild began to move swiftly according to the plan finalized before entering the instance. They arrived at the Hall of Rebirth. There, a demon covered in black markings, with a face twisted and terrifying, was bound by chains forged of countless Buddhist seals. A massive emerald green sword was embedded in the center of his body. The sword was enveloped by several layers of green light. This was the life-binding seal placed by the Wine Taoist. Those monks of the Buddhist sect are nothing but hypocritical pretenders. Hao Feng sneered, showing no regard for the Buddhist sect. According to the Wine Taoist's arrangements, sending Shura to the Buddhist sect was meant to purify his demon heart with Buddhist chants. But those monks, fearing the demon's resurrection, had not sent any saintly monk to chant scriptures. Instead, they added more Buddhist curses and seals, locking Shura in the Hall of Rebirth, as if terrified beyond measure. After months of interacting with them, Hao Feng had long seen through how hypocritical these self-righteous people truly were. As for what troubles the Buddhist sect might face in the future, Hao Feng didn't care in the slightest. He felt no sense of belonging to this world and only wanted to complete the task quickly, secure an SS-level evaluation, and claim the generous rewards. Then, the guild members each took a blood essence from Hao Feng, enhanced their cultivation, and returned to their designated positions to begin chanting the Prajna Buddha Nirvana Sutra. One by one, powerful Buddhist seals echoed within the Hall of Rebirth. The black markings on Shura's body began to fade little by little. It really works. The instance guide didn't lie to me. A flicker of joy flashed in Hao Feng's eyes. The Prajna Buddha Nirvana Sutra was a method for forcibly purifying demons, but unlike ordinary sacred scripture chanting, this method could only temporarily weaken Shura's demonic nature. Once the chanting stopped, the demonic nature would quickly return. However, the life-binding seal placed by the wine Taoist was precisely meant to suppress Shura's demonic nature. Moreover, this seal had a unique mechanism. Once the demonic nature was completely eradicated, the seal would permanently disappear. Thus, in the Buddhist sect, it was absolutely forbidden to use the Prajna Buddha Nirvana Sutra on Shura. But for this group of super all-seers, it became an exploitable instance mechanic. What Hao Feng did not expect was, the black markings on Shura's body faded at an unexpectedly rapid pace. The sword embedded in his body dissolved into countless beams of light, which slowly scattered. The sword itself began to turn into a shadowy silhouette. The life-binding seal placed by the wine Taoist was finally on the verge of being undone. Mount Shu, the demon-locking tower. The wine Taoist's body was rapidly withering, like an old tree losing its moisture, his life slipping away bit by bit. Chu Feng sat silently beside him, watching his life fade away. He said nothing, simply accompanying the old man in silence. "Want a drink?" Chu Feng asked softly. He knew the wine Taoist had loved drinking his entire life. Without wine, he was unhappy. Without wine, he couldn't revel. He had taken in few disciples, perhaps only 2, but his favorite thing to do with them was drink. This old drunkard. If he didn't get a couple of sips before dying, he probably wouldn't rest in peace, would he? The wine Taoist shook his head with a faint smile. "No more. Drinking isn't good for my health. I want to hold on to this broken body for as long as I can, so I can look at you a little longer." Chu Feng remained silent. Then, the wine Taoist gently raised his hand and tapped the table. A wine flask appeared out of thin air. "You're still young, so a few more sips won't hurt. The calamity looming over this land can only be resolved by you. Honestly, I don't want you to see the end of the path of immortal cultivation. But I'm sorry. As the master of Mount Shu, this is a small responsibility I owe to this world. And so, this burden falls to you. I hope you won't blame me after drinking this cup of wine." The wine Taoist passed away. In life, he had been carefree, a lover of wine to the point of obsession. He founded Mount Shu and was a legend among all cultivators. But at the end of his life, he didn't drink a single drop of wine. Instead, he spoke many weighty words, making him seem like an ordinary old man, far removed from the charismatic immortal of the mortal world of his younger days. The funeral bell of Mount Shu tolled. The 9 great elders gathered that very day at the demon-locking tower to keep vigil for the wine Taoist. "Let him be buried on Sunset Cliff," Chu Feng said softly. The proposal was unanimously agreed upon by Mount Shu's high-ranking members. Under the golden twilight, a nameless gravestone appeared upon Sunset Cliff. To be honest, no one in Mount Shu knew the wine Taoist's true name. The high-ranking members called him Wine Taoist. The disciples who knew his identity referred to him as Ancestor. Only the 2 disciples called him Old Codger. And so, this legendary immortal of the mortal world ultimately became a handful of dust, leaving not even his name behind. After all, once turned to dust, what use was a name? Mount Shu's high-ranking members approached the grave one by one. Many reclusive masters, who usually kept a low profile, came to Sunset Cliff, regardless of their ability to reveal their identities, to pay their respects at the wine Taoist's grave. When he was alive, the demon-locking tower was desolate, with only one disciple by his side. But after his death, the demon-sealing tower became unusually lively. What an irony! After the ceremony ended, the senior members of Shushan gradually departed. Only Chu Feng remained, standing alone before the grave. He opened the last jug of wine left behind by the wine Taoist in his lifetime, pouring half of it onto the grave as an offering to the wine Taoist. The other half, he drank in one gulp. He didn't care if the wine had any miraculous effects or if drinking less would have been better. He simply wanted to use his preferred way to toast the old man. The remaining half of the wine. Chu Feng drank it all in one go. Strangely, the wine gourd, though appearing small, seemed to contain an endless space inside. No matter how much he drank, it wouldn't run out. Fortunately, after reading the book A Sword in the Mortal World that the wine Taoist had gifted him, Chu Feng's Taoist heart was elevated once again. He was already a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and his capacity had grown considerably. Gulp, gulp. Though he acted nonchalant, the wine in this gourd was truly too much. Drinking it felt like he was recklessly trying to drown himself in intoxication. Even with the body of a nascent soul cultivator, it was hard to endure. When he finally drank the last drop of wine from the gourd, his vision began to blur. With his ever-advancing cultivation, it had been a long time since Chu Feng felt this way after consuming so much wine. He normally treated enlightenment wine as a spiritual elixir. But after downing this particular jug, it was as if his mind went blank. He couldn't recall anything and was on the verge of collapsing in a drunken stupor. Xu Feng's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. He couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. And at the very moment he collapsed, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the ultimate truth behind immortality. Outside Shushan. Clang! 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 The sacred bell tolled once more. The entire Shushan sect immediately entered a state of high alert. What's happening? It seems there's trouble from the Buddhist sect. That demonic aura is terrifying. Could it be an ancient demon beast? Don't be ridiculous. All the ancient demon beasts are sealed inside our Shushan's demon sealing tower. The ones outside have already been eradicated. Then what is this demonic aura? No way, could it be that he has revived? Wait, didn't the sect master and elders mention they were attending a special memorial ceremony earlier? Could it be that our ancestor has passed away? Ancestor? Brother, tell us, what on earth is going on? The tolling of the sacred bell signified that all disciples of Shushan, regardless of whether they were out training, indulging in leisure, or gravely injured, must return to the mountain immediately. Even the dozens of Shushan superoculars on missions were no exception. In fact, the last time the bell rang, they had to rush back from the Langya mountain range. The journey was long, and by the time they returned, Shushan had already returned to calm. Just as they were about to head back to the Langya mountain range to continue their training, the sacred bell suddenly rang again. Was this some kind of joke? As they looked at the thick demonic aura rising in the distance, the superoculars of Shushan finally realized, this time, something truly serious had happened. As for the details, they overheard some of the inner disciples of the elders whispering among themselves. Naturally, the superoculars wouldn't miss out on such crucial information. After some digging, they learned that Shushan had a senior disciple who had once slaughtered all the demon beasts outside the demon sealing tower. It was he who later established the Shura path. And now, this demon lord was being held captive by the Buddhist sect. The revelation was shocking. Being clever as they were, the superoculars quickly deduced that it was Hao Feng's doing. Damn it, that bastard really hid himself well. Tian Nan cursed. Had he known, he would have killed Hao Feng back when they were in the Langya mountain range. Who would have thought that Hao Feng had joined forces with those damned bald monks and was harboring such a big scheme? Hao Feng's ability was soul manipulation, something Tian Nan, as a former teammate, was well aware of. While superoculars could resist such powers with their ocular techniques, the natives of this world weren't so lucky. Whether it was a Buddha or a demon lord, as long as there was a proper plan and access to the legacies of the myriad realms, controlling the strongest forces within a dungeon was hardly difficult. To put it bluntly, as superoculars, they were players who could exploit the rules of this world, employing various methods to complete their tasks. If everyone played a dungeon by following its script, what's the point of rankings? They'd just crush everything outright. Veteran guilds armed with advanced intelligence entering a dungeon were leagues beyond what solo players could contend with. Tian Nan shook his head helplessly. Though he was a powerful superocular himself, lacking a reliable guild to back him up meant he was far behind Hao Feng when it came to gathering intelligence. Just then, in the distance, dozens of disheveled figures suddenly appeared outside Shushan's gates. Friends of Shushan, may we seek your refuge? The Buddhist sect has fallen. We are the last remaining disciples of the Buddhist sect. If you don't mind, could we join Shushan? Refugees daring to shout outside Shushan's gates? Looking closer, they saw dozens of ragged, desperate monks fleeing as if their lives depended on it, their faces a mix of terror and relief as they arrived at the foot of Shushan. When Tian Nan's gaze landed on the group of monks, he froze. The lead monk, he recognized him. Wasn't that Hao Feng? The story began half a day earlier. From a certain perspective, Hao Feng's plan could be considered a success. Nearly every step was executed strictly according to the guide. However, when the Wine Taoist's life essence dissipated, the Shura did not awaken as they had anticipated but instead fell into a deep slumber. A Shura of this generation, purified by the Prajna Buddha Nirvana Sutra? Hao Feng was dumbfounded. Staring at the boy before him, eyes shut and motionless, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Aren't you supposed to be a Shura? Can't you act like one? Find your demon heart already. This damned Buddhist chant had it truly washed clean the Shura who had once annihilated all the ancient demon beasts? And that's when the unexpected happened. Hao Feng could never have imagined that the Shura's demon heart would be restored to normal just like that, through a mere chant from his guild members. The other guild members were equally baffled. They had followed the strategy to the letter, and there didn't seem to be any mistakes. Yet somehow, things had gone wrong. It was like reaching the final stage of a game, only to find the ultimate boss stuck in a wall and unable to appear. What could they do? They could only reload or rage quit. Unfortunately, the Tower of Myriad Heavens does not have a rollback feature. So all they could do was vent their frustrations. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the Hall of Afterlife. The traitor from the Buddhist sect is inside. The abbot ended up like this because of them. Seal this place immediately. Don't let these traitors escape. To think the Buddhist sect was harboring so many scoundrels, we must purge them at once. Hearing the shouting from outside, Hao Feng's face turned pale. President, what do we do? The group of Hyperite individuals began to panic. Facing the encirclement of the entire Buddhist sect, even the strongest Hyperite individual wouldn't stand a chance. Though they were employees of Ling Tian Corporation, none of them wanted to waste this rare opportunity within the Tower of Myriad Heavens. Some had already failed once before, and another failure would mean losing their chance to challenge the tower again. If they were to die once more, they would lose all their Hyperite abilities and become blind, utterly useless. Thus, the opportunities for Hyperite individuals to challenge the Tower of Myriad Heavens were extremely precious. Only 2 attempts were allowed. No one would risk a third attempt unless they no longer cared about their eyesight. Sensing the tense atmosphere around him, the calm demeanor on Hao Feng's face also disappeared. Aren't you the Azura? Stand up already. In a fit of rage, Hao Feng couldn't help but kick Azura twice. Of course, this crude method couldn't possibly restore the corrupted heart. Scanning his surroundings, Hao Feng's gaze landed on the remnants of the blood essence on the ground. This blood essence had absorbed the life force of countless beings, condensing a vast amount of spiritual energy. Its properties somewhat resembled Azura's cultivation method. Although the guild members had already absorbed most of the spiritual energy, the blood essence still contained a malevolent, blood-tainted aura. This might be the key to awakening Azura. Gritting his teeth, Hao Feng grabbed the blood essence on the ground and shoved it into the youth's mouth. Swallow it, now. Bang! At that moment, the doors of the Hall of Afterlife were violently forced open by the arriving Buddhist disciples. But what greeted their eyes was a terrifying figure, an Azura fully engulfed in dark, profound markings with crimson-red eyes. Beside him lay a heap of corpses, golden blood of the Buddhists continuously absorbed into him, transforming into dense malevolent energy that surged into the sky as demonic aura. Although Buddhist blood carried a divine aura, when absorbed by Azura, it would be converted into an even more sinister demonic force. Thus, no Buddhist disciple could allow their sacred blood to be consumed by demons, or it would birth an even greater fiend. Azura's cultivation bore similarities to that of demons. If this demon consumed Buddhist blood, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar echoed throughout the entire Buddhist sect. All the disciples present couldn't withstand the invasion of this demonic sound. They collapsed, writhing in agony and losing consciousness. In the next instant, a beam of sword light filled with demonic energy formed in Azura's hands. Boom! The Grand Hall was instantly reduced to rubble. About 10 kilometers away from the Buddhist sect, a teleportation portal appeared. Approximately 20 Buddhist disciples tumbled out of the portal. Their faces were filled with terror, some bearing wounds, looking utterly disheveled. Particularly Hao Feng. The moment he exited, someone bumped into him, causing him to slam his right cheek against a tree trunk. His face was now covered in bruises. His eyes were filled with profound fear, his body trembling uncontrollably as if he had been mentally devoured. That was an ocular technique? Hao Feng's voice stuttered, his mind clearly unsteady. Until one of the Hyperite individuals couldn't hold back, walked up, and slapped Hao Feng hard on his left cheek. Now both sides of his face were bruised. I'm not even part of your damn guild. Following your plan got us into this mess, and my brothers are dead because of it. One of them already failed twice before, now his eyes are gone. You'd better give me an explanation. Otherwise, screw the rules, I'll deal with you right here and now. The other members of Ling Tian Guild, witnessing the confrontation, didn't intervene. In fact, they held some resentment toward Hao Feng. Initially, progressing to the second floor of the Tower of Myriad Heavens should have meant a salary increase to 30,000 per month. However, Ling Tian Corporation had been withholding their wages, offering excuses, and ultimately only paid them 10,000. They originally thought they could gain some benefits by following the company, and though the reduced pay was frustrating, they let it slide. But now, not only did they gain nothing, they nearly lost their lives. Whatever respect they had for Hao Feng before was now entirely gone. After a moment of reflection, Hao Feng let out a bitter laugh and explained. This strategy was purchased with substantial funds from a top player, a piece of classified intelligence. It was a theoretical method. Actually, no one has ever successfully executed it. We merely devised a plan based on theory and existing intel. At first, everything was going smoothly. But when that demon awakened, he wielded an ocular technique. If not for that ocular technique, my soul ensnare would have subdued him. But his ocular technique far surpassed mine, and I ended up suffering a backlash. At this point, everyone's gaze toward Hao Feng was filled with murderous intent. To gamble everyone's lives on an unverified piece of intelligence and force unconditional compliance? If any of them had gone blind, they would undoubtedly find a way to exact revenge on Hao Feng in the real world, even after death. That's the whole story. Hao Feng recounted the sequence of events, leaving the atmosphere unbearably tense. The elders of Mount Shu had already arrived with the monks. This had been a colossal waste of precious evolution points. Just as Tian Nan was preparing to act, a system notification suddenly appeared. An unexpected event has occurred in the instance, progressing directly to Phase 3. Mission: kill Azura. The remaining Hyperite individuals will form a unified faction to collectively combat the final boss, Azura. Danger level: nearly impossible to clear. Estimated power: half-step immortal of the mortal realm. Estimated clearance probability: 0.00001%. Every Hyperite individual was dumbfounded. Now, regardless of whether they were from the Buddhist sect, Mount Shu, or Azura's faction, there was only one objective: to unite and eliminate the final boss, Azura. The difficulty: a clearance probability of 1 in 10 million? Is this some kind of joke? Based on the system's notification, the normal plotline was never intended to have them face a boss this powerful. This entire mess was orchestrated by Hao Feng. This isn't just sabotaging teammates, it's practically like handing the enemy a full set of divine equipment along with a mobile superpower boost, turning them into an unstoppable nightmare. What a disaster! And now, the biggest liability of all has somehow ended up as their teammate. According to the rules of the Tower of Worlds, killing a teammate not only yields no evolution points but also triggers penalties. This made everyone miserable. Staring at Hao Feng, everyone's eyes were filled with disdain. This man, who used to carry himself with the grandeur of a leader, now looked like a complete failure, a pathetic shadow of his former self. Even the other Superite individuals weren't the only ones resentful. Hao Feng himself felt his face burning with shame. Just then, a terrifyingly oppressive aura suddenly descended upon Mount Shu. Azura had arrived. Everyone, give it your all. Resist this demon king. The head of Mount Shu shouted, quickly activating the mountain's protective grand formation. Now was the vital moment when everyone had to unite to face Azura together. The Wine Taoist was no longer here. Even the head of Mount Shu was merely at the early stage of the Tao integration realm. Yet Azura's power had reached the level of a half-step red dust immortal. The Wine Taoist was gone, and with his departure, there were no more red dust immortals in the world. No one could suppress this demon king anymore. Tian Nan, Hao Feng, and the others dared not slack off. They unleashed their full cultivation and poured their energy into the protective formation in a desperate bid to buy some time. Azura couldn't kill or drain blood at will, his energy was finite. Mount Shu's cultivators, on the other hand, could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. In theory, as long as they could stall him, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Hao Feng's peripheral gaze caught sight of a Superite cultivator from Mount Shu preparing to use an eye technique. He shouted urgently, "Don't use your eye technique. That guy has an extremely high-level ocular power, using it will only backfire." The Superite cultivator immediately stopped upon hearing him. Tian Nan, however, was puzzled. Why was there such a troublesome enemy in this instance? Logically, this was only the second layer of the Tower of Worlds. No matter how powerful the enemy, they should still be vulnerable to eye techniques. Yet the opponent's ocular power was so advanced it rendered all Superite abilities completely useless. Such a formidable enemy should only appear in higher layers. What kind of disaster had Hao Feng unleashed? There was no time to ponder further. Boom! Mount Shu's grand protective formation shook violently. Azura's hands formed a giant sword of demonic energy, dragging it like a mountain as he smashed it into the barrier. The light curtain of the protective formation cracked like shattered glass, forming a web of fissures. One more strike. The cracks spread rapidly, covering a quarter of the formation. A third strike. The fissures extended to half the formation. How can this be happening? Staring at the fragile barrier, which seemed like mere paper, despair swept across Mount Shu. They suddenly realized that if the Wine Taoist hadn't stood in the way back then, not just Mount Shu but the entire world would have been plunged into an unimaginable catastrophe. But the Wine Taoist was gone. Who could stop Azura now? Boom! The grand protective formation finally collapsed entirely. Everyone, run for your lives with all your strength. The head of Mount Shu took a deep breath, his vital energy surging like a roaring river as he declared the fall of Mount Shu. Despair filled the eyes of countless disciples, but they could only grit their teeth. Some fled, others hid. Run as far as they could. Compared to ordinary people, they were cultivators capable of sword flight, scattering in all directions to increase their chances of survival. However, Azura, having easily broken through the protective formation, ignored the fleeing individuals entirely and headed straight for the demon locking tower. Most of the ancient monsters outside had already been slaughtered by him. But within the demon locking tower were countless demons sealed by Mount Shu over thousands of years. The number of ancient monsters inside was no less than those Azura had already slain outside. Now, Azura had breached the formation and reached the demon locking tower. Could it be? In the next moment, a colossal sword shadow once again condensed in Azura's hands. The sword's light slashed fiercely at the demon locking tower. Boom! The demon locking tower, sealed for thousands of years, was shattered open. Dozens of ancient monsters burst out, unleashing piercing shrieks that trembled the surrounding land for miles. At that moment, humanity once again felt the terror of being dominated by monsters. The newly freed ancient monsters immediately began their mad revenge. Revenge against the humans who had imprisoned them for thousands of years. Blood stained the earth red in an instant. In the Luo domain, all the land was trampled, destroyed, and ravaged by the rampaging ancient monsters. After one day, human cities lay in ruins. Azura, having unleashed the demon locking tower, refrained from further slaughter. Instead, he chose a spot and stood silently as streams of life essence continuously flowed into his body. When the ancient monsters dispersed, the demon locking tower fell silent once more. Empty. In the distance, a colossal Azura sat like a mountain, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly plotting something. Meanwhile, by the edge of Sunset Cliff, a blurry figure flickered in and out of sight near a solitary grave. Judging by the outline, the figure appeared to be in deep slumber. No one knew how much time had passed. The figure's eyes slowly opened just a sliver, and golden light flashed from within its pupils. As the figure's eyes opened, its form grew more distinct. The clouds on the horizon turned a bloody red, the ground blackened, and the Luo domain was filled with wails of despair. Damn it, are these monsters targeting us specifically? Ah! Don't come near me! Not far away, a small fortress seemingly forged from iron armor shook violently, as though it had just recovered from an attack by cultivators. Sword light, blade auras, and talismans exploded against its surface in bursts of fire, but none managed to scratch its impenetrable iron shell. It felt like, not even enough to tickle it. Almost like lightly tapping your teeth with a toothpick. Snort snort. The armored porcupine demon let out pig-like grunts, clearly expressing its fury. Then it curled its massive body into a ball, forming a giant iron wheel, and rolled straight toward Hao Feng, Tian Nan, and the other superite individuals. This is bad. Dodge. All the superite individuals turned pale. Their cultivation was, at most, at the innate realm. The ancient demon beast before them was at least at the golden core stage or higher. And this iron-armored boar demon had reached the peak of the golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. The only reason they had managed to hold on until now was due to the support of their ocular techniques. But ocular power was ultimately limited. Moreover, the recovery of ocular power was even more challenging than replenishing spiritual energy within the body. Ocular techniques were meant for surprise attacks, to defeat the enemy in one decisive strike, not for prolonged battles. The experience of fleeing from Mount Shu over the past few days felt like centuries passing by, far more grueling than the combined hardships of the previous months. Ancient demon beasts were everywhere, enemies at every turn. Even before facing Shura directly, the ancient demon beasts released from the demon locking tower alone had almost overwhelmed the ocular practitioners. Nearly everyone had exhausted their last ounce of ocular power. Facing the endless, unkillable ancient demon beasts, their hearts were filled with despair. This was hundreds of times harder than the most difficult hell mode. Without ocular power, they were merely innate-level cultivators, completely powerless against the iron-armored boar demon at the peak of the golden core stage. As the iron-armored boar demon charged closer, suddenly, a ball of black flame descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing fiercely into the iron-armored boar demon. Boom! A massive crater formed in the ground. All the ocular practitioners were stunned. As the smoke cleared, a woman dressed in black emerged. Her palm rested on the demon's corpse, seemingly performing some kind of technique. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of the demon's body, transforming into thick blood essence that was absorbed by the woman in black. Shura? The crowd was shocked. Judging by her methods, there was no doubt she was Shura. In their minds, Shura had always been an enemy. just as they prepared to attack. Wait! Tian Nan suddenly stopped those around him, a glint flashing in his eyes. She should be an ocular practitioner of Shura's faction, and she's on our side now. Hearing this, the group finally came to their senses. Not bad, you've got some insight. The woman in black, having absorbed the blood essence, glanced at Tian Nan. You must be the leader of this group? More or less. May I ask for your name? Mo Bai. Understood, Mo Baijia. Tian Nan addressed her respectfully. He had heard of the name Mo Bai before. She was a core member of a major guild. Though her rank wasn't high at the moment, the information and intelligence she possessed were on par with Hao Feng's. What was even more astonishing, her cultivation had already reached the integration stage. Her progress exceeded expectations. Given the current circumstances, Shura were natural-born combat experts. If the ocular practitioners wanted to survive, they had to rely on a powerhouse like Mo Bai. Calling her Big Boss was only natural. Mo Bai seemed accustomed to such titles and didn't pay much attention to it. She spread her divine sense to scan everyone present. The strongest among you is only at the innate stage. Hearing this, the group was speechless. The implication was clear. You're too weak, I can't carry you all. Tian Nan's expression shifted, and he suddenly raised his voice. Everyone, under these circumstances, there's only one way for us to survive. We must help Miss Mo Bai advance to the half-step transcendent mortal realm. Only then can her power rival Shura's, giving us a fighting chance. The land is ravaged and desolate. As harsh as the environment is, it's a natural battlefield for Shura. We must do everything we can to assist Mo Bai, help her kill more ancient demon beasts, absorb their blood essence, and grow stronger. This might be our only shot at victory. The crowd was shaken. That's right. Only one Shura remained. And this battlefield was the perfect arena for a Shura to thrive. Could there be a glimmer of hope, after all? If they all worked together to boost Mo Bai's combat power to a level where she could contend with that demon overlord, perhaps they could truly defeat the final boss? A 1% chance was still better than nothing. As the group's morale reignited, Mo Bai's face, however, showed no hint of joy. Instead, she appeared awkward. Roar! At that moment, in the distance, dozens of massive shadows blotted out the sky, charging toward them. 10 integration stage ancient demon beasts. Compared to the golden core iron-armored boar demon, these creatures were true ancient demon beasts. In the presence of these 10 integration stage monsters, the iron-armored boar demon was as insignificant as a baby, completely inconsequential. Tian Nan, who had just delivered an impassioned speech, froze as he witnessed this scene. 10 integration stage demon beasts. How could they possibly fight this? Mo Bai took a deep breath and said helplessly, I came to find you all to see if we could join forces to deal with these demon beasts chasing me. When I said you're only at the innate stage, I meant that your cultivation levels are nothing compared to these beasts. If I hadn't been driven to desperation, I wouldn't have come to you for help. The group. Tian Nan took a deep breath, forcing a smile. So, what do we do now? Run. Before her words had even fully landed, Mo Bai's figure blurred as she sped into the distance without hesitation. Damn it! We must have had terrible luck for 8 lifetimes. Seriously. Tian Nan couldn't help but curse as he led the group in a desperate pursuit of Mo Bai. A teleportation barrier engulfed all the ocular practitioners, transporting them to a safe location. Fortunately, Hao Feng and Tian Nan still had a few teleportation talismans left, exchanged at the All Heavens trade fair specifically for emergencies. Once the surroundings became temporarily safe, a voice broke the silence. Now, can you tell me why so many demon beasts are simultaneously hunting you? Tian Nan felt like he was losing his mind. First, Hao Feng had unleashed that demon overlord. Then Mo Bai had drawn all the ancient demon beasts to them. He had thought that with the leaders of the 3 major factions gathered together, clearing the dungeon wouldn't be an issue. But he was the only sane one left. Mo Bai pondered for a moment. It's probably because of my cultivation method. Cultivation method? Tian Nan was stunned, not expecting this answer. Mo Bai explained, yes. The way I absorb blood essence is similar to that of the ancient demon beasts. They probably see me as a threat and attack me on sight. If there were only 1 or 2 Dao integration realm demon beasts, I could still use my eye technique to kill them one by one. But if 10 appear at once, I can't win. After all, my surname isn't Yi. Originally, I planned to kill you all and evolve my super eyes to the 5th level, maybe then I could handle ancient demon beasts. But the system classified us all into the same faction. This is truly despair-inducing. Everyone. So, in Mo Bai's opinion, becoming her teammate was actually of no use whatsoever. Might as well exchange it for evolution points. The blow was too much to bear. Suddenly, Hao Feng seemed to have thought of something critical and spoke up. Has anyone noticed something unusual? Everyone turned to look at him, but no one spoke. After all, no one wanted to fall into another pit. Yet Hao Feng seemed to have genuinely found a clue. Bracing himself, he continued to explain. I noticed that after the Shura appeared, he didn't immediately attack humans but instead released the ancient demon beasts. There must be a reason behind this. Hao Feng's words made everyone pause. This might be a key point. Everyone exchanged information. Even the story of the Wine Taoist and his disciple was clarified through Tian Nan's recounting of the events that transpired at Mount Shu 100 years ago. Hao Feng organized his thoughts, his eyes lighting up as he found the answer. At Mount Shu, though the Shura broke through the sect-protecting formation, he didn't attack us. Perhaps he instinctively cannot kill humans. Moreover, he and the ancient demon beasts are mortal enemies. But this time, he went to the demon ceiling tower and released the ancient demon beasts, allowing them to slaughter humans indiscriminately. This could be him using the hands of the ancient demon beasts to kill and fulfill his instinctive need to absorb blood essence. So, even though the Wine Taoist's disciple has turned into a Shura, there's still a trace of humanity left in him. Humanity and demonic nature coexist, which is why he exhibits such incomprehensible behavior. Mobai frowned. Are you suggesting we should awaken that demon's humanity? That's too dangerous. The chances were slim. This wasn't a cartoon, it was a mission from the Tower of All Heavens. If such a possibility truly existed, the system wouldn't have set the task completion probability at merely 1 in 10,000. Not to mention, at this point, no one could talk their opponent into reason, and the idea of talking eyes sounded equally terrifying. Does this mean our mission is to protect humanity? Tian Nan speculated. If the Shura required the help of the ancient demon beasts to kill humans in order to obtain blood essence, then would protecting the humans across the Luo domain and preventing bloodshed stop the Shura? But this idea was quickly dismissed. When the ancient demon beasts first appeared, the Luo domain had already suffered a massive catastrophe, with an estimated third of its population dead. Even cultivators couldn't survive. They were only barely holding on thanks to their super eyes. They couldn't even protect themselves, let alone others. It was simply wishful thinking. As everyone was still brainstorming ways to clear this instance, suddenly, dozens of ancient demon beasts appeared out of thin air in the sky. Damn it, those are the stealth demon kings. Even the usually composed Mobai's face paled. Among these ancient demon beasts was a giant rock, its wings blotting out the sky. Its wings were known as invisible wings, capable of concealing itself and its companions, descending silently. It launched a deadly aerial assault directly at Mobai. Hao Feng, Tian Nan, and the others' expressions drastically changed as they quickly pulled out teleportation talismans, intending to evacuate everyone. But as they crushed the talismans, they found the surrounding space sealed. That demon king has reached the Saint Realm and can lock down the void. Your teleportation talismans are useless, Mobai said while gathering her eye power. Her eyes once again emitted a chaotic aura. Then, a powerful protective shield appeared in the surrounding void. Dozens of ancient demon beasts and the demon king launched a ferocious attack together, as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapse. The only safe area was the small space shielded by Mobai's eye technique. Outside was a terrifying storm. Stepping out of the shield would result in instant death from the demon king's gusts. My eye power won't last long, think of something quickly. Mobai's voice was weak, sweat streaming down her face as her complexion turned pale. Withstanding such powerful attacks, her eye power was depleting rapidly. We've got nothing. Hao Feng and Tian Nan smiled bitterly. Their eye power was nearly exhausted from escaping earlier, they were powerless to help now. In the midst of despair, Tian Nan suddenly remembered the disciple who had apprenticed under the Wine Taoist. Come to think of it, after the instance entered its second phase, that Super Eye user had never appeared. Logically, with his Qi Si Ninth Realm cultivation upon entering Mount Shu and having apprenticed under the Wine Taoist, he should have been a standout in this instance. Why had he remained unseen? As this thought crossed his mind, Tian Nan's gaze turned toward Mount Shu. He was stunned. From the direction of Mount Shu, a white sword light transformed into a massive ripple, spreading out, covering the entire sky. That light fell into Tian Nan's eyes, as if it brought hope. Mount Shu, Demon Ceiling Tower. Chu Feng opened his eyes, his form fully solidified. He let out a sigh. This time, his drunken stupor felt as though he had traversed millions of years, glimpsing the supreme Tao at the end of the immortal path. He also understood why the Wine Taoist had forbidden him from seeing the answer ahead of time. The essence of the Tao, as stated on the first page of the Ultimate Tao to Immortality, was clear. The Tao is emptiness, like a blank sheet of paper. All things are born from the Tao. In their pursuit of the Tao, cultivators like to add various interpretations to it. It's akin to drawing on a blank sheet of paper. Through contemplation, the patterns on the paper grow richer, and the Tao appears clearer. Yet the essence of the Tao remains unchanged. When a cultivator comprehends the truth of the world, they will realize the Tao has always been empty, unchanging. Everything in the world follows the rules of the Tao. Life cycles from birth to death, returning to dust, endlessly repeating. Even the red dust immortals are no exception. Some say that by stepping into the mortal world, one becomes immortal and undying. But even the wine Taoist will eventually return to dust. The ultimate end is to return to emptiness. However, in this process, a cultivator's different interpretations of the Tao make the patterns on the paper meaningful. This meaning far surpasses the constraints of emptiness, breaking through the levels of ordinary life, and ultimately reaching the realm of the red dust immortal. Is the reason you won't let me drink this bottle of wine so quickly because you want me to settle for another 100 years and truly grasp its final meaning? Chu Feng stood before the grave, sighed deeply, and finally understood the old man's intention. In truth, if the wine Taoist wished, he could use just one bottle of wine to quickly cultivate a powerhouse at the mortal dust realm. Because his Taoist techniques were unique, surpassing the constraints of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. By embracing wine as a path to enlightenment, one could roam freely within the world, unbound by limitations. Yet, the wine Taoist ultimately chose the simplest method to nurture each disciple. The true meaning of the Tao did not lie in directly obtaining the key. It lay in the disciples' reflections and growth throughout the process. At this moment, Chu Feng's aura underwent an enigmatic transformation. He appeared as though he stood firmly in this world, yet seemed elusive, as if he might vanish at any moment. He opened his interface. The information about the role he played had already changed. Name, age, identity, cultivation, mortal dust, fortune value. Stepping into the mortal dust realm, transcending the limits of heaven and earth, one became free, unrestrained by names or age. No wonder the wine Taoist had no name. Mortal dust was the highest realm for cultivators. However, the system's display of mortal dust did not include the word immortal. Thus, mortal dust was merely a realm. In the eyes of cultivators, it was the peak, which is why it was called mortal dust immortal. But regardless of how the world referred to it, mortal dust was simply mortal dust. It was not truly an immortal state, nor could it achieve genuine immortality. This was the ultimate truth of cultivation. Chu Feng slowly picked up the sword on the ground and stood at the cliff of the setting sun, immersed in the golden twilight. The entire Luo domain sky was shrouded in thick demonic energy. The only sunlight poured onto the sunset cliff of the demon ceiling tower. He stood in the soul light, gripping the sword hilt. With a simple motion, the sword left its sheath and slashed outward. A ray of white sword light streaked from the tip, instantly transforming into a towering blade radiance, sweeping across the 8 directions, spanning tens of thousands of miles. The sword light pierced through the entire Luo domain. Along the way, one by one, ancient great demons turning the mortal world into a living hell were swept by the sword light, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Distant great demons, sensing this aura, fled desperately. Yet the sword light, though seemingly slow, traversed time itself. Those great demons felt as though they had not even moved before the sword light pierced through them, dispersing their black demonic aura instantly into nothingness. Thousands of miles away from Mount Shu, Immobile's power had reached its limit. She could barely keep the chaos barrier activated through sheer willpower. Outside, ancient great demons stared at her, attacking madly, intent on tearing her apart. Suddenly, a white sword light swept through, piercing the body of the ancient demon king. Dozens of nearby ancient great demons were also instantly annihilated by the sword light. However, as the sword light approached these extraordinary visionaries, it dissipated abruptly, causing them no harm. Staring at the dissipating demonic aura across the sky, everyone was stunned. Moments ago, they had faced the brink of death, yet in an instant, their enemies were utterly eradicated? It felt like a dream, too surreal to process. Mortal dust immortal. After a long pause, Tiannan swallowed hard, murmuring in disbelief. Didn't the wine Taoist die? Where did this mortal dust immortal come from? The others also began to react. To slay all the ancient great demons of the Luo domain with a single sword, only someone at the mortal dust realm could achieve it. But wasn't the wine Taoist already dead? No mortal dust immortal remained in this world. Even the system had deemed the task impossible. So who was this sudden mortal dust immortal? Tian took a deep breath, finally calming down, and said slowly, "Actually, within the Mount Shu faction, I am not the strongest extraordinary visionary. There was a brother who, during the trial tournament, had reached the 9th stage of the Qi Si realm and was accepted as a disciple by the Wine Taoist. But from the 2nd phase onward, we never saw him again. I never thought he'd reappear now, already a mortal dust immortal. This sword, it was swung from Mount Shu. If I'm not mistaken, it must be his doing." Everyone simultaneously exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Their excitement was nearly uncontainable. This is absolutely a legend in the making. A mortal dust immortal, this guy actually mastered the secrets of the mortal dust realm? I must cling tightly to this legend's coattails. Look at some guild leader who raised an ultimate boss via strategies. And here, someone used true mastery to ascend to mortal dust, slaying 10,000 demons with one sword. The difference is just too staggering. Hao Feng was speechless, but he had to admit, the others were right. His strategies were utterly insignificant compared to this newly ascended mortal dust legend. He wasn't even qualified to compete. Wait, isn't the last enemy, Shura, still unresolved? Quick, let's go see the legend in person. Hopefully, I can get the legend's autograph. A group of extraordinary visionaries shouted with childlike excitement. This battle was like having all 3 lanes of high ground breached, every enemy seemingly invincible. Just when the game seemed lost, a single teammate descended like a deity, eliminating every foe without exception. The reversal was so astonishing they hadn't even processed it themselves. Immobile gazed at the distant swordlight that stretched for miles, her expression dazed. In everyone's hearts, the same feeling resonated. One sword had obliterated all the ancient great demons of the Luo domain. How cool could that scene have been? Mount Shu. The 10,000 demons were annihilated by Chu Feng's single sword. Shura sat upright instantly, his gaze locked on the sword in Chu Feng's hand, filled with fear. He seemed to recognize this sword. From the sword light, he sensed a strange familiarity. But the boy standing on the sunset cliff filled him with dread. It was as though locking eyes with him alone. That boy could end him in an instant. Chu Feng slowly turned, facing Shura. Years ago, another boy had stood in this very spot, wielding the same sword technique. But fate was unpredictable. Now, Shura had plunged the Luo domain into near-total devastation, becoming a sinner for the ages. Claiming to be the Wine Taoist's disciple was nothing but tarnishing the name of that mortal dust. If you hadn't taken such an extreme path back then, or if you had listened to your master's advice, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. This sword will be your final ending. Chu Feng slowly placed his hand on the sword's scabbard. Similarly, this unadorned, simple sword, accompanied by a flash of white swordlight, slashed outward. The Shura-like heaven's eye wielder did not flee, nor did he resist. He merely stood there in a daze, watching the sword light descend upon him, as if he was struggling to recall something. Finally, he remembered. Those crimson eyes gradually faded, and then 2 streams of tears rolled down his face. The heaven's eye wielder opened his mouth, trying to say something. But before any sound could escape, the sword light engulfed his body. His form was cleaved in 2 by the white sword light, and even the heavens and earth behind him seemed as if they would be split in half by this sword. One strike. Between heaven and earth, Shura was no more. In the distance, a group of hyper-eye wielders appeared near Mount Shu through teleportation talismans. The moment they arrived, they witnessed that sword light streaking across the heavens, cleaving Shura in one strike from below. The scene was indescribably breathtaking. It wasn't just the other hyper-eye wielders, even Hao Feng, Tian, and Immobile were utterly shocked. That domineering Shura, invincible in their eyes, couldn't even withstand a single strike from that young man? They couldn't even comprehend how Chu Feng had achieved such a feat. Their gazes were filled with nothing but admiration. It was like looking up to a true legend. Then, a series of notifications popped up in front of the hyper-eye wielders. Congratulations! You have defeated the ultimate boss Shura and successfully completed the Xianxia dungeon. Calculating rewards? They had really won? It was only now that the other hyper-eye wielders fully woke up. Shura had been slain by that legend with a single strike, which meant they had accomplished an impossible mission. Wow, I got an A-grade rating for my rewards. I got a B-grade rating. I've never scored this high before. You got a B-grade too? Yeah. What a coincidence, so did I. Anyone score lower than a B-grade? Doesn't seem like it. Everyone's B-grade or above. It must be because we completed a nearly impossible task, so everyone's ratings are high. Immobile, what score did you get? S grade. Ah, I'm so jealous. Immobile's rating is incredibly high. That's expected. Thanks to his protection, you all survived, otherwise, you'd have been dead long ago. What about that Legends rating? I bet it's at least SS grade. Could it be the mythical SSS grade? Hard to say. So far, only one person named Fengshen has achieved that level on the first floor. Hey, maybe we're witnessing the birth of a new SSS grade legend. Chu Feng opened his panel, where the system notifications flooded his screen. Congratulations on defeating the Heaven's Eye Wielder / Special Boss, the disciple of the Wine Taoist. Unlocking achievements for the Xianxia world for you. You apprenticed under the Wine Taoist, earning the achievement, True Legacy of the Mortal World, and receiving the reward, All Heaven Treasure, Tao Seeking Flask, Tier 3. Your cultivation level was the highest during the dungeon, reaching the Mortal World realm. You earned the achievement, Seeking the Mortal World, with the reward, Fortune Points Plus. You uncovered the hidden event of Mount Shu, earning the achievement, The Wine Taoist's Past, and receiving the Xianxia world's All Heaven Legacy, Sunset True Sword, Supreme. You slew all the ancient demons in the Demon Ceiling Tower, earning the achievement, Demon Slayer, with the reward, Xianxia world's All Heaven Legacy, 10,000 Demon Pill, Tier 7. You defeated the Heaven's Eye Wielder, permanently acquiring the additional Hyper Eye talent, Shura's Eye, which can be viewed in detail in the Hyper Eye panel. Based on your overall performance, you have earned an SSS grade rating. Reward, All Heaven Points plus 45,000. Reward, Evolution Points plus 50,000. SSS grade exclusive reward unlocked, All Heaven Aura, Extraordinary Origins. Extraordinary Origins, when choosing All Heaven roles to portray, you will gain a special identity, allowing you to play a unique character with the potential for a distinctive experience. Chu Feng's Hyper Eye panel also underwent significant changes. Name, Fengshen. Age, 17. Hyper Eyes, Supreme Twin Pupils, Great Unknown, Eternal Divine Eyes, Tier 6, Shura's Eye, Tier 1. Unlocked Worlds, Martial World, Xianxia World. All Heaven Treasures, Tao Seeking Flask, Tier 3. All Heaven Legacies, Supreme Path to Immortality, Supreme, Sunset True Sword, Supreme, 10,000 Demon Pill, Tier 7. All Heaven Auras, A Stroke of Fortune, Extraordinary Origins. Dungeons cleared, 2. Evolution Points, 136,010. All Heaven Points, 78,000. This time, the rewards are far more generous than those from the first floor of the All Heaven Tower. Chu Feng looked at the screen filled with rewards and nodded in satisfaction. The higher the floor in the All Heaven Tower, the better the rewards. Compared to the first floor, the treasures and legacies from the second floor were of significantly higher quality. His first target was the All Heaven Treasure. The Beastmaster Flute from the first floor had been nearly useless, so Chu Feng had exchanged it for All Heaven Points. But this time, the Tao Seeking Flask was far more valuable. According to the system's description, the Tao Seeking Flask could automatically store a certain amount of wine at regular intervals. It could be used for casual drinking to relieve fatigue, as a healing elixir when injured, or to refresh and energize oneself when tired. Whether in reality or in the dungeons, it was incredibly practical. Such a treasure was something Chu Feng naturally wouldn't sell. He planned to keep it as a prized possession. Most importantly, the flask looked identical to the Wine Taoist's gourd, as if they had been cast from the same mold. It was like a commemorative item. And then there was the Sunset True Sword. As a supreme great All Heaven legacy, Chu Feng would never consider selling it. When challenging higher floors of the All Heaven Tower in the future, the Xianxia world's legacy would likely prove invaluable. A supreme legacy could play a key role in any high-floor challenge within the All Heaven Tower. Reflecting on this dungeon experience, if not for apprenticing under the Wine Taoist and obtaining the supreme path to immortality, it would have been impossible to reach the mortal world realm, let alone slaying Shura in a single strike. Thus, a supreme great All Heaven legacy was something he absolutely had to keep. As for the Tier 7 10,000 Demon Pill, its function was similar to a temporary power booster. Chu Feng already possessed 2 supreme inheritances in the world of Xianxia, making the myriad Demon Pill of little use to him. However, he could take it to the All Heavens trade fair to exchange for some All Heavens points. Finally, Chu Feng opened the Supervision panel and discovered that the system had added a new category. Supervision, Eye of Azura. Level, Tier 1, 136010/1000. Abilities, Killing Intent Condensation, Cold-Blooded, Path of Azura. Killing Intent Condensation, activating the Eye of Azura grants a powerful boost to killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the higher the focus, and the greater the limit of eye power. Cold-Blooded, the soul is immune to most mental attacks, and inner emotions remain unaffected. Path of Azura, strength is accumulated through slaughter. This ability grows stronger as the ocular technique's level advances. Chu Feng glanced at these basic skills, gaining a rough understanding of the main characteristics of the Eye of Azura. After this dungeon run, he still had over 130,000 evolution points unused. These points weren't enough to upgrade the Eternal Divine Eyes to Tier 7 but were sufficient to enhance the new supervision. I have 136,010 evolution points, enough to upgrade the Eye of Azura to Tier 5. However, the Eye of Azura is more combat and slaughter-oriented, making it highly valuable in combat-intensive dungeons, like battlefields. But in the early stages of most dungeons, its effectiveness is rather limited. After all, for dungeon strategy, combat power isn't the most critical factor. The recent tasks made Chu Feng realize that the first two phases of a dungeon were the most important: gathering intelligence, developing oneself, and finding unique breakthroughs. Just like when he apprenticed under the Wine Taoist and leveraged various fortuitous encounters to directly elevate his cultivation to the mortal dust realm, while other supervision users had only just reached the innate realm. Though their ocular techniques might have been at higher levels, the dungeon's unique background often dictated that true victory depended on the strength gained within that context. Once others had reached their peak, no matter how strong one's supervision was, catching up would be nearly impossible. Supervision was merely an auxiliary tool. The subsequent battles were essentially determined by the groundwork laid during the first two phases. In dungeons requiring direct confrontations, these usually occurred in the second or third stages. From this perspective, while the Eye of Azura was incredibly powerful in combat, it would rarely find a place in most All Heaven's Tower dungeons. Thus, he didn't rush to max out the Eye of Azura but instead spent 26,000 evolution points to upgrade it to Tier 4, leaving himself with 100,000 evolution points in reserve. This decision was logical. Chu Feng had discovered from upgrading the Eternal Divine Eyes to Tier 6 that supervision appeared to have a critical breakpoint around Tier 5. When the supervision evolved to Tier 5, the Eternal Divine Eyes gained a new ability, obscuration, and the power of supervision underwent a qualitative transformation. This suggested that evolving supervision to Tier 5 would provide a significant leap in strength. Not only that, evolving supervision also instantly replenished depleted eye power, negating the need to always reserve evolution points, like having a bottle of instant healing potion in hand. This could be extremely useful in critical moments. Moreover, this dungeon was special. The Celestialite One was the final boss. Only by defeating the Celestialite One could he gain a second ocular talent, which would only be usable in the next dungeon. But within its native world, the Celestial Eye had immense power. For example, the Eternal Divine Eyes, in the Martial Dao world, drastically accelerated cultivation speed and were practically invincible compared to other supervision users. Yet in the Xianxia world, it became just another ordinary supervision. Looking ahead to the All Heavens Tower's third-floor dungeon, Chu Feng might obtain a third supervision. By then, if he still had enough evolution points, he could immediately upgrade the Celestial Eye of that world to Tier 5 and instantly harness its ultimate ability. This would make it even easier for him to control the situation in the dungeon. Keeping sufficient evolution points in reserve to handle unexpected situations was the safest strategy. After spending 26,000 evolution points, several prompts quickly appeared. Your Eye of Azura has evolved to Tier 2. Your Eye of Azura has evolved to Tier 3. Your Eye of Azura has evolved to Tier 4. Subsequently, Chu Feng's Supervision attribute panel changed. Supervision, Eye of Azura. Level, Tier 4, 110010/50,000. Abilities, Killing Intent Condensation, Cold-Blooded, Path of Azura, Azura's Mark, Bloodthirst, Manifesting Killing Intent. Azura's Mark, New, your entire body becomes covered with the Mark of Azura, capable of blocking attacks and enhancing strength. Bloodthirst, New, absorb your own blood to heal injuries. Manifesting Killing Intent, New, when killing intent reaches a certain level, you can manifest it into various weapon forms or use True Essence to attack enemies. The Eye of Azura significantly enhances my combat and survival abilities. Not bad at all. Chu Feng was unexpectedly pleased with these new abilities. In terms of intelligence, he had the Supreme Dual Pupil, capable of directly seeing through others' fates, which was already formidable. For long-range attacks and analytical abilities, the Tier 6 Eternal Divine Eyes allowed him to control the battlefield with tremendous threat. What he lacked was some defensive means. With the Eye of Azura, both Azura's Mark and Bloodthirst could greatly enhance his survivability. In second-phase battles, the Eye of Azura could even become stronger with each slain enemy, making him nearly invincible. With 110,000 evolution points still in hand, if he could defeat the Celestialite One in the third floor of the All Heavens Tower, he could instantly gain a Tier 5 extra supervision. If not, upgrading the Eternal Divine Eyes to Tier 7 would also be a solid choice. After handling the dungeon rewards and follow-up matters, Chu Feng focused his mind and returned to the Age of Supervision. He reappeared in the plaza of the Age of Supervision. At this moment, the All Heavens Tower broadcast suddenly echoed, its voice resonating throughout the plaza. Congratulations to Fengshen for achieving an SSS grade evaluation in the second floor of the All Heavens Tower Xianxia World Dungeon. A familiar broadcast. A familiar feeling. A familiar name. Holy crap! The supervision users in the plaza erupted in an instant upon hearing that Fengshen had once again achieved an SSS grade evaluation. Did I hear that right? That big shot got another SSS grade evaluation? Isn't this the second time in a row? Even though the second floor of the All Heavens Tower isn't that high, getting 2 consecutive SSS evaluations is just insane. Who exactly is this guy? Does anyone have any information about him? I know a few members of the super guilds. I heard that even the higher-ups in those guilds are desperately trying to find out about Fengshen. He hasn't shown up these past few days. I thought he was avoiding trouble, but out of nowhere, he gets another SSS rating. Wow, I dream of getting close to such a master. With you being too scared to even step into the most basic levels, what good would it do if you managed to suck up to him? You think he'd carry you to the top? Inside the Tower of the Heavens. Those who had just survived the disaster and were carried to victory in the Xianxia dungeon by a powerful master froze upon hearing the broadcast. With their intelligence, it didn't take long for them to figure out. That super master who carried them to victory was none other than Fengshen. Oh my god! How Feng stomped his foot in excitement, thumped his chest heavily, his face full of shock and regret. What a stroke of luck! I have to find a way to get to know that master. Even if I can't, just getting some intel would be enough to trade for a lot of good stuff with other guilds. Although Fengshen had only achieved an SSS rating once before, it was the first SSS rating ever, making his information incredibly valuable. If necessary, they were even willing to pay a high price to pull Fengshen into their guild and establish a friendship. In the lower levels of the Tower of the Heavens, the higher the rating, the greater the potential for the future. If someone could only barely achieve a D or E rating on the first level, they would just be a minor character on the higher levels, prone to elimination at any moment. But Fengshen not only got an SSS rating on the first level, he also achieved it on the second level. And the time between these two ratings? Just 1 week. This indicated that Fengshen likely held the core secret to achieving the highest ratings. How many super guilds would go crazy pursuing such a secret? At the same time, Tian Nan and Mobai's faces showed expressions of shock as well. So he is Fengshen. No wonder he was identified as having the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi Si during the testing conference and was even taken as a disciple by Taoist Jiu. If he is Fengshen, everything makes sense. An SSS rating would mean he had a lot of heaven points to exchange for extremely high-grade heavenly inheritances. Coupled with the exclusive rewards of an SSS rating, reaching the mortal dust realm wasn't out of the question for him. Mobai squinted her eyes and sighed softly. I was planning to find a chance to settle the score. But if he really is Fengshen, forget it. Achieving 2 consecutive SSS ratings, a monstrous talent like him was certainly backed by a super guild. If she encountered someone like him in a dungeon in the future, she'd have no choice but to avoid him entirely, staying far away and steering clear of any conflict. Inside the Tower of the Heavens. Just after emerging from the dungeon, as Chu Feng stepped out, the broadcast sounded, and everyone in the square began discussing him. Wherever he went, all he could hear was Fengshen, Fengshen. It was overwhelming. The more famous you get, the more trouble comes your way. Better to disappear for now. Chu Feng shrugged helplessly. He didn't think being famous in the era of super pupils was a good thing. While his strength wasn't bad, many super pupil guilds had already reached the upper levels of the Tower of the Heavens and formed powerful alliances of super pupils. He hadn't yet accumulated enough to confront these forces head-on. Moreover, having just come out of a dungeon, with the broadcast echoing his achievement, people were bound to target him. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a system notification flashed before Chu Feng. Zhang Xiaoyu has sent you a super pupil connection request. Chu Feng decisively ignored it and logged off. Based on the clues from the beast taming flute, Zhang Xiaoyu had likely guessed that he was Fengshen. So after hearing the broadcast, she couldn't resist reaching out. Of course, Chu Feng knew that now was the time to stay low and avoid attention. Once the storm passed, he could return to the era of super pupils. With a single thought, his consciousness returned to the real world. Naturally, the super pupil connection only worked during the era of super pupils, making it unusable in the real world. So when Chu Feng returned to reality, the response Jiang Xiaoyu likely received was something like, The number you are trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Super Pupil Plaza. A young girl dressed in a Lolita outfit, with pink hair and a slightly childish face, looked no older than 14 or 15. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with life, and paired with her adorable face, she looked like a character straight out of an anime. Countless otakus would want to call her their waifu. This function, he actually logged off just like that. Seeing the connection cancelled, the girl pouted, showing dissatisfaction. A voice beside her spoke in gentle exasperation. Xiaoyu, you're too impatient. He just got out of a dungeon, of course, he wouldn't want to accept your super pupil connection. So what? Jiang Xiaoyu puffed her cheeks. He's just gotten 2 SSS ratings, and now he thinks he's better than everyone else? Sister Shui, why don't you get an SSS next time and teach Fengshen a lesson? Facing her straightforward and impulsive little sister, Jiang Shui could only respond patiently, don't be petty. But I have to admit, figuring out Fengshen's identity from the clues in the beast-taming flute was impressive. Well, don't underestimate me. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned and scratched her head like a mischievous boy. By the way, Fengshen cleared the Xianxia dungeon, right? Jiang Shui stroked her chin, as if suddenly remembering something important, her expression turning serious. Yeah, so what? Jiang Xiaoyu asked curiously. Although it was his first time clearing the Xianxia dungeon, the fact that he received an SSS rating shows his strength is extraordinary. We might need his help in the future. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. Perhaps we can use this as an opportunity to establish contact with Fengshen. Back in the real world, Chu Feng's stomach began to growl loudly. Checking his phone, he realized that 7 whole days had passed since completing the dungeon. The time flow on the second level of the Tower of the Heavens is pretty quick. The Xianxia dungeon is the longest-lasting dungeon. That explains why it took me so much time. Chu Feng thought for a moment. There were still plenty of ingredients in the fridge. But he was truly too hungry, the growling in his stomach was unbearable. Going out to grab a meal would be quicker. Oh, right. In the world of immortals, he had relied on the fasting technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, surviving without food or drink. Now, as a mortal, he could genuinely feel the pangs of hunger. Pingchang was a small 3rd or 4th tier city, and around the old house where Chu Feng lived, there were many narrow alleys. In those alleys, quite a few noodle shops were open, where you could fill up for just a few bucks. He went downstairs, picked a random noodle shop, and sat down, greeting the owner. Before long, a bowl of vividly colored purple gold 8-blade soup was brought to him by a rough-handed old lady. For some reason, what should have been an utterly ordinary scene made Chu Feng feel as though it had been a long time since he last experienced something like this. An iron stove, a simple wooden table, disposable chopsticks, chili sauce, vinegar, and a small jar of chopped scallions laid out on the table. The shop was bustling with activity. It was the weekend, and the owner's child was helping out. Every now and then, you could hear someone urging the child to do their homework. The kitchen sounds were mixed with the cries of a baby. Rumor had it that the owner's wife had given birth to a 3rd daughter 6 months ago, which had caused some quarrels in the family over the matter of having another girl. These everyday scenes, so utterly ordinary to others, appeared extraordinarily unfamiliar in Chu Feng's eyes, as if an invisible wall separated him from reality. He sighed softly. Unconsciously, he waved his hand, and a wine gourd appeared on the table as if by magic. It was the Enlightenment wine flask. He pulled a disposable paper cup from his bag, poured himself some Enlightenment wine, and downed it in one gulp. The wine tasted like strong liquor, its sharpness burning straight to his head. Without his cultivator's body, he immediately coughed twice, his head spinning in dizziness. Thankfully, he activated the eternal divine eye, and a cool sensation flowed from his left eye, instantly clearing his mind considerably. He then activated the Azura eye, triggering his cold-blooded ability, which helped suppress the intense intoxication surging through his body. Without a cultivator's body, drinking this wine is pure torture. He smiled bitterly to himself. When he came to his senses, he noticed that everyone in the shop was staring at him in astonishment. Mommy, I want to learn that big brother's magic trick too. A little girl exclaimed excitedly. Stop it. That's no magic trick like the ones you see on TV. The owner's wife immediately scolded her daughter, then walked over to Chu Feng with a flattering smile. Young man, have you had enough? How about I bring you 2 more bowls on the house? Chu Feng shook his head with a smile. Thank you, but I'm already full. With that, he took out his phone and quickly scanned the QR code to pay. The owner's wife opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but Chu Feng moved so quickly that by the time the payment notification sounded, he was already out the door. Mommy, that big brother is so cool. I really want to learn his magic. The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. The owner's wife chuckled wryly. "You little rascal, that's not ordinary magic." "Then what is it?" "I can't really explain. You could call it magic, I suppose." "Oof. The first time I saw someone perform, I called it magic, and you corrected me, saying it was a trick. Now you're calling it magic?" It's different this time." The owner's wife shook her head helplessly. How could she explain the complexities of the Super I era to a 5-year-old girl? Still, truth be told, it was a real pity. As someone who spent a lot of time on internet forums and could chat about any topic, she knew very well that the young man was no ordinary Super I user. The wine flask that appeared out of thin air must have been an extremely rare treasure from the myriad realms. At the very least, he must have reached the second level of Super I mastery. Moreover, to wield such a treasure, his backing must be extraordinary. Of course, trying to build a connection with such a talented and well-connected youth over a bowl of noodles was out of the question. But still, that young man was indeed very handsome. The old lady, despite being in her 40s, felt as though she'd been rejuvenated, as if experiencing a second spring upon seeing the youth. After finishing his meal, Chu Feng returned to his room. This was a critical time for lying low. For the time being, he didn't plan to enter the Super I era again, and he intended to limit his outdoor activities as much as possible. This was his period of seclusion. With nothing much to do, Chu Feng opened his newly purchased computer, logged into the exclusive website for Super I users, and began surfing. As expected, the forums were flooded with chatter about Fengshen. Various guilds had even paid to pin posts to the top, offering rewards for information about Chu Feng. Ordinarily, the forums also featured various Super I news and guild bounties. 7 days after the latest dungeon's conclusion, the forum's functionality had been significantly improved, and its security greatly enhanced. It was said that the authorities had sent people to oversee it. In the Super I era, strict online security was a necessity. Thus, users felt more at ease posting content. As Chu Feng casually scrolled, he stumbled upon a post exposing his performance in the dungeon. Shocking! You'll never guess how amazing Fengshen is. The post immediately drew a massive crowd of onlookers. The author of the post, with the ID Too Hard, was a level 10 expert on the Super I forums, experienced and seemingly a guild leader. However, most of Too Hard's previous posts were hidden, leaving their full posting history unknown. But a level 10 account was generally a guild core member, lending credibility to their information. So, with a title this eye-catching, the post attracted countless viewers before even getting to the main content. After all, Fengshen's influence in recent days placed him among the top figures of the Super I era. First comment. Reserving my spot, waiting for the insider scoop. A level 10 account? Must be a guild leader. This information is legit. Probably someone who teamed up with Fengshen. Ready for the story. Too Hard, clearly experienced, let the thread gain traction before posting the main content. Shortly after the thread was created, it already had hundreds of replies. Even some level 6 and level 8 veteran players and even higher-leveled figures than Too Hard joined in to spectate. Though everyone knew Too Hard wouldn't reveal any critical secrets, information about Fengshen was too scarce online. Scarce intelligence was all the more valuable. Even the slightest detail about Fengshen would create a sensation. When replies reached 2,000 and views neared 100,000, Too Hard finally began recounting his dungeon experience. He often described the image of Fengshen from the perspective of a bystander. This time in the dungeon, I was fortunate enough to be in the same faction as the great Fengshen. My first impression of him was during the testing conference. At the time of the apprenticeship gathering, most of us were at the 3rd level of Chi Si, but Fengshen had already reached the 9th level. From that moment, I knew this guy was no ordinary figure. During the apprenticeship gathering, the sect leader personally wanted to take Fengshen as a disciple, but he declined and instead joined under Judaerin. From that day on, until the 3rd stage's boss was killed by Fengshen with a single strike, I never saw him again. The post paused here. Everyone reading the forum was fully engrossed in the content. It wasn't just regular supervisioners, any dungeon story was like a thrilling tale to them. Tai Nanla deliberately left a cliffhanger, successfully raising everyone's anticipation for the story of Fengshen to its peak. Even some guild leaders were sitting in front of their computers, anxiously waiting for updates. Update, please. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. I've already sent silver tickets, please post the next part, boss. 5 minutes later, Tai Nanlu released the second part of the story. Fengshen chose to join Judaerin, which was a stroke of luck for me. I managed to join Yusu Palace and, by the time the second phase started, had cultivated to the mid-stage of Innate Realm. At this point, the dungeon officially entered the second phase mission. Every disciple of Shushan had to pick a task from the sect to descend the mountain and gain experience. Honestly, this was just a stage set up for us to compete against the supervisioners from the other two factions. Those in the know would understand. By the way, since Fengshen joined Judaerin, he wasn't under the jurisdiction of Shushan elders, so he could freely choose whether to descend the mountain and participate in the second phase. This was why we never collaborated with Fengshen. But the development of the second phase exceeded all our expectations. Based on the dungeon's progress, the supervisioners from the three factions engaged in fierce battles in the Luo region. At first, we had an agreement with the Buddhist faction to coexist peacefully and jointly fight against the Shura faction. But unexpectedly, the Shura faction was completely wiped out by the next day. That day, Shushan's Tai Shang bell rang. We were still cultivating in the Langya Mountains when we suddenly received a sect notice to return immediately. In fact, we had already driven the Buddhist faction away by then. Later, we learned from the Shushan disciples that the Shura faction had invaded the Demon Lock Tower that day. Their mission failed, and they nearly faced total annihilation. At that time, Fengshen, who had joined Judaerin, was cultivating inside the Demon Lock Tower. The only possible reason for the Shura faction's devastating defeat was that Fengshen stopped them. After this segment, the forum's supervisioners exploded. Are you saying Fengshen single-handedly wiped out all the Shura supervisioners? That's way too insane. Wow, just how strong is Fengshen to accomplish such a feat? I can hardly believe it. Actually, it's not surprising. The poster mentioned that the Tai Shang bell rang, which means Fengshen had the support of Shushan's high-ranking members. Achieving this isn't unexpected. Exactly. The Shura faction had calculated that all the supervisioners would descend the mountain, and they planned their attack on the Demon Lock Tower accordingly. But Fengshen joining Judaerin became an unexpected variable, ruining their plans. So that's how it happened. In truth, the reality was even more thrilling than anyone imagined. At that time, Shushan's elders and sect leader were trapped by Mo Bai's pupil technique. The Shura faction's supervisioners were almost entirely taken down by Chu Feng alone. Of course, Tai Nanla couldn't be bothered to correct these details. The story moved to the third section. What surprised us in this dungeon was that after the Shura faction's defeat, the Buddhist faction revealed a grand plan they had been hiding. With the Shura faction gone, they could execute it without reservation. But before explaining that, I need to talk about a hidden event in the dungeon, the past of Judaerin. In the third part, Tai Nanla briefly recounted how Judaerin's disciple was killed by an ancient demon, leading him to fall into the Shura path. He slaughtered all the ancient demons outside the Demon Lock Tower and ultimately sealed the Buddhist faction with one sword. After reading this, most supervisioners understood Judaerin's background and the origin of the Shura faction. Finally came the fourth section. How Feng's plan to control the Shura faction with soul-capturing techniques failed completely. Instead, they ended up nurturing a final boss so powerful that even the system deemed it unbeatable, a boss comparable to a half-step red dust immortal. We didn't even have the qualifications to fight this boss. We were nearly killed by the ancient demons released from the Demon Lock Tower. At the critical moment, a sword light suddenly appeared from Shushan, transforming into waves of light that swept across the entire Luo region. All the ancient demons were annihilated by that single strike. We were teleported back to Shushan, just in time to witness the awe-inspiring scene of Fengshen slaying the Shura faction with a single sword in the Red Dust Realm. If it weren't for Fengshen, this mission would have been impossible to complete. In the end, thanks to Fengshen, we not only cleared this All Heavens Tower mission but also received an exceptionally high dungeon evaluation. Praise Fengshen. Love you, boss. After reading Tai Nanli's post, everyone sat silently in front of their computers, unable to calm down for a long time. Even some guild leaders couldn't help but be moved. Tai Nanli's storytelling was brilliant, presenting everything from the perspective of a bystander. There wasn't much concrete information revealed about Fengshen, but from the tone and words, the only conclusion one could draw was, Fengshen is a legend. Exactly. Who would have thought that the second-floor dungeon of the All Heavens Tower would be such a roller coaster ride? Just hearing about the Shura faction's appearance and the release of the Demon Lock Tower already made the audience feel the atmosphere of despair through their screens. After a brief moment of silence, countless posts flooded the forum. Oh my god, the second-floor dungeon of the All Heavens Tower had a half-step red dust boss. This is literally hell difficulty. If what the poster said is true, Fengshen's strength is absolutely terrifying. Terrifying doesn't even begin to describe it. If he joined our guild, we'd give him half the shares, even the position of guild leader. My guild has reached the 5th floor of the All Heavens Tower, and our team's experience is pretty solid. But even with our strongest members, there's no way we could clear this dungeon. Yeah, this is just the second floor, and such a strong boss shows up. It's normal for everyone to get wiped out, right? Did Fengshen really one-shot that half-step red dust boss? It seems true. He became a disciple of the Wine Taoist, who is a red dust immortal. The key to this dungeon is the fortune value, and Fengshen got the greatest fortune. He has a strong chance to advance to red dust. I can only imagine how shocking that scene must have been. He's practically a savior. That Hao Feng guy is such a joke. As a core member of the guild, he wanted to debut a new strategy, but he ended up dying first. If it weren't for Fengshen, Hao Feng wouldn't even have had a chance. I heard the guild stripped him of his core member status. Even though he cleared the dungeon, the rest of the team lost their opportunities. That's the stark contrast between the MVP and the most useless teammate. Don't compare Hao Feng to Fengshen. He doesn't deserve it. Chu Feng stared at the forum posts, shaking his head with a chuckle. This Tainan Lu guy, what an old fox. He used his own title as a gimmick, but the content he shared was all about the dungeon story. As for genuinely valuable information about Fengshen, he barely revealed anything. For instance, the Eye of Oblivion. Looking back, it was easy to associate it with the eye that appeared above Mount Shu at the time. It was likely one of his supervision abilities. But Tainan Lu didn't leak this and chose to keep it a secret. His message was simple. Fengshen, I'm borrowing your name to attract attention, but I'll never reveal your secrets. I hope we can be friends in the future. And that last moi. TSK. What a bootlicker. For Tainan Lu, exposing the dungeon experience wasn't entirely without benefit. Some valuable intelligence, such as the supervision abilities, could attract guilds willing to buy at high prices. However, the supervision ability he mentioned didn't have much practical use. Still, in today's intelligence-starved market, even low-quality information could sell for a good price if it was first-hand. This post by Tainan Lu was clearly laying the groundwork for selling low-grade intel for big profits later on. Of course, he didn't care what other guild members thought. The information he revealed wasn't enough to pose a threat in real life. After defeating the Azura, he had also gained a third supervision talent. Combined with the abilities of the Supreme Dual Pupil, it was his greatest secret. None of this critical information was leaked. Instead, revealing a portion of it could mislead adversaries, like throwing a smoke bomb. More importantly, extraordinary origins. This universal halo would grant Chu Feng a special identity the next time he entered the Tower of Heavens. In other words, his starting template would differ from that of other supervision users. This information gap would give him an absolute advantage when he reached the third floor. Ding! Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification, pulling Chu Feng's attention back. It was a message from his school. All students, please return to school by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Be present in your class for regular lessons. Oh, right. Before entering the Xianxia dungeon, the school seemed to be planning to organize students into class groups for a Tower of Heavens task. He wasn't sure how things had turned out. As for regular school lessons, Chu Feng personally didn't mind. After all, if he kept a low profile, the current hype around Fengshen was too intense. Returning to school to avoid the spotlight was the best choice. The next morning, Chu Feng returned to school in his uniform, carrying his backpack, looking just like an ordinary high school student. But the moment he stepped into the classroom, he sensed something was off. The atmosphere was heavy. The whole class sat gloomily, as though they had lost a battle. No one spoke. Chu Feng's thoughts stirred, recalling the vision he had seen with his supreme dual pupil Lin Qingqing being attacked. It was likely related to their recent experience in the Tower of Heavens. After all, the team was composed of high school students, and the dungeon briefing was conducted by the schoolteachers. In truth, most teachers had never personally experienced the brutality of the Tower of Heavens. They only passed on theoretical knowledge they had learned elsewhere. This method was barely sufficient for regular coursework. But when it came to the Tower of Heavens, a place that required real combat, those hollow theories were utterly useless. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom, visibly uncomfortable upon seeing the students' dejected state. Starting today, you all have about 20 days left. Focus on your studies and stop thinking about the Tower of Heavens. In the future, getting into college, earning a diploma, and finding a job, that's the proper path. The students remained silent. For kids their age, having their dreams shattered was a heavy blow. From now on, review on your own. At this point, trying to teach these students who had just experienced failure was pointless. They wouldn't absorb much. With less than 3 weeks until the college entrance exams, self-study was the best option. Chu Feng pulled out a textbook from his backpack, activated his eternal divine eyes, and quickly skimmed through its contents. Then he closed his eyes and began to recall. The knowledge from the textbook replayed in his mind like a movie. Every detail was perfectly captured by his eternal divine eyes. This was the power of God-level memory. With this ability, even if his grades had been at the bottom before, just one read-through of the textbooks would instantly make him a top student scoring over 600 points. Of course, the college entrance exams no longer held any significance for him. His focus had shifted entirely to how to conquer the Tower of Heavens. After skimming the book, Chu Feng found himself with nothing else to do. As he drifted off into his thoughts, he licked his dry lips, unable to resist the urge to drink. With a wave of his right hand, a wine gourd appeared in his grasp. He uncorked it and took a swig. Sitting in the back row, alone, and surrounded by classmates either studying or daydreaming, no one noticed his actions. After a while, Chu Feng suddenly realized that he was still in the classroom. Drinking from the wine gourd, was that inappropriate? But then again, the gourd looked ordinary. Who's to say it wasn't just filled with water? At that moment, the homeroom teacher's voice came from the front of the room. Chu Feng, come to my office after class. All eyes in the classroom turned to him. Chu Feng froze for a moment, then calmly set the gourd aside and stood up. What's there to fear? By then, just say the flask is a trendy gadget and that it's filled with plain water. The homeroom teacher walked out of the classroom. Chu Feng followed her. But he quickly realized that the homeroom teacher wasn't taking him to the office. Instead, she went downstairs, took several turns, and led him to a remote art building. She entered an abandoned classroom, shutting the windows and doors tightly. She turned around, her gaze serious as she stared at Chu Feng. Have you passed the second level of the All Heavens Tower? Chu Feng froze, wondering how to handle this question. The homeroom teacher added, during this special period, all faculty members have signed confidentiality agreements. We absolutely won't disclose your situation. You just need to give a simple answer. As she spoke, she took a document out of her bag and unfolded it for him to see. Chu Feng quickly scanned it with his eternal god eyes. The document contained the confidentiality agreement, and the red seal in the lower right corner indicated its authenticity. It was recently issued and highly credible. Given that, Chu Feng decided not to hide anything. Yes, I've passed the second level. As I thought. I knew you wouldn't sit idle for these 7 days. The homeroom teacher sighed. You're already on an entirely different level from your classmates. I noticed the way you handled that flask earlier. It's probably an all heavens treasure, right? Don't worry, I'll stay professional and won't disclose it. Chu Feng said nothing, tacitly agreeing. The Super Eye era has arrived, and you know that better than I do. But as your teacher, I must remind you of something. The nation has started establishing universities specifically for Super Eye users, and we teachers need to verify our students' situations. As long as you've passed the first level of the All Heavens Tower, you can enter a Super Eye university unconditionally and even receive subsidies. You've passed the second level, getting into a top-tier university would be a given. I just want to confirm whether you're willing to let us report your information so we can directly apply for a Super Eye university on your behalf. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. What does reporting my information entail? It simply means informing them of how many levels of the All Heavens Tower you've cleared. No other information would be provided. Someone will come later for detailed verification. It seemed safe. After all, it was an official procedure. But Chu Feng hesitated, uncertain if he wanted to attend a university. With his current strength, he could completely manage outside of school. The homeroom teacher spoke earnestly. I know you don't want to team up with others to clear levels. But you need your own network, people who can assist you. Universities are excellent platforms. They're entirely different from guilds. You won't need to follow their demands for completing tasks but can gain all kinds of information unconditionally. Moreover, forming reliable friendships with other Super Eye users in real life will ensure that if you ever face trouble in the All Heavens Tower, you'll have people to help you. As someone with experience, I must tell you, no matter how strong your abilities are, it's difficult to rely solely on yourself. And, haven't you noticed a growing distance between you and the real world? Hearing this, Chu Feng's expression faltered. She was right. Since returning to reality from the immortal world, he had felt it. In that instance world, he had spent an unforgettable period, and his daily actions still retained many of the habits he'd developed there. For example, drinking alcohol. Even without the wine Taoist by his side, he would still crave a drink, especially during idle or absent-minded moments. During his cultivation and enlightenment, he couldn't do without the wine Taoist's bottle of enlightenment wine. Back in reality, whenever he was spacing out, the inquiry wine flask by his side would tempt him to take a sip. This habit had already been noticed, both at the noodle shop and in the classroom. If it continued, it would do him no good. The homeroom teacher's tone became serious. And this is only the second level of the All Heavens Tower. When you reach the third or fourth levels, the time you spend in those worlds will only grow longer, possibly months, years, or even decades, maybe even centuries. When you return to reality, will you still be able to adapt? This was a very serious issue. Chu Feng had already felt it after experiencing the second level of the All Heavens Tower. The All Heavens Tower's worlds were too real, the people and emotions within them weren't fabricated. If, at higher levels, he spent a century in an instance world, could he still discern what was real upon returning to reality? In the real world, he was just an ordinary person, not an immortal. His eye ability couldn't be used casually, yet he still clung to those habits. Over time, it would only be harmful to him. The homeroom teacher spoke with heartfelt concern. That's why you'll need help addressing these issues. Given your potential, joining a guild isn't the best choice. The model of Super I universities is much more suitable for you. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Feng finally nodded in agreement. Alright, Teacher Chu, I confirm that I've cleared the second level of the All Heavens Tower and am willing to apply for a university. Compared to guilds, universities offered far more freedom and required little in return. Yet, they provided extensive information before entering instances. This was precisely what Chu Feng valued. Then I'll handle the application for you. Teacher Chu's expression softened, losing its earlier severity. Go back to class for now. If you need to take leave, feel free to come find me. Understood. Chu Feng nodded. From Teacher Chu's tone, he could sense that she was a kind-hearted person. However, to be cautious, before leaving, Chu Feng discreetly activated his supreme heavy eyes while Teacher Chu turned away, observing her fate. As two deep golden lights flashed through his eyes, the scene before him shifted. He saw a spacious and elegant office. The wood desk and counter were simply yet tastefully arranged. Over a dozen soldiers in military uniforms stood solemnly, their eyes gleaming, almost certainly all Super I users. Teacher Chu entered the office under the guidance of a uniformed secretary. Sitting behind the desk was a stern-faced man with a square jaw and extraordinary demeanor. After scanning the documents, his gaze fell on Teacher Chu. We have confirmed that you've cleared up to the third level as a Super I user. Given your unique identity as a teacher, we've decided to adjust our cooperation terms. You may continue teaching at the school, we won't oppose that. But if you wish to participate in certain operations, you must first sign a confidentiality agreement. Additionally, your work will be subject to some degree of supervision. Understood. Mr. Chu did not object and quickly signed his name. The scene ended there. Chu Feng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the seemingly low-profile Mr. Chu had already cleared the third floor of the All Heavens Tower. No wonder the school hadn't invited other experienced Eye Awakeners but instead entrusted Mr. Chu to explain the various matters of the All Heavens Tower to the entire class. It turned out she herself was a seasoned expert. Of course, this came with its drawbacks. Although Mr. Chu was professional in her explanations, she couldn't personally lead the students to tackle the All Heavens Tower. And these high schoolers were not exactly known for their execution skills. After all, they couldn't even finish their regular homework. Expecting them to act according to what they learned was practically unrealistic. From this, it was clear that forming a team to tackle the All Heavens Tower wasn't always a good idea. Some teams were essentially just a loose collection of individuals, even less effective than solo players. Yes, 5 beginners teaming up to play a game didn't change the fact that they were still 5 amateurs. So, when Mr. Chu walked into the classroom and saw everyone had just lost a match, it was no wonder her expression turned so awkward. The school had high expectations for them, but the results were disappointing. Seeing these situations, Chu Feng could almost confirm that Mr. Chu was a seasoned Eye Awakener working in collaboration with higher authorities, under strict supervision in her job. Therefore, there was no need to worry about her identity being exposed. This reassured Chu Feng completely. In the days that followed, Chu Feng attended his classes as usual. The learning atmosphere in the class was much better than when he had just transmigrated. The classmates were all diligently catching up on their homework, eager to get into a good school. Initially, some students had felt disheartened upon awakening study-related Eye abilities, but now they began to feel fortunate, as their abilities played a key role in their exams. The recent school-organized task for the class of Eye Awakeners had been a complete failure. The results were poor. Only a few classes barely managed to clear the dungeon, the rest were almost wiped out entirely. Many high schoolers were jolted awake by this, accepting reality and starting to study seriously. Although a valuable experience had been wasted, for the majority of ordinary people, it was also an opportunity to face reality and grow. The seemingly peaceful campus life was, in fact, filled with unusual occurrences. During lessons, Chu Feng occasionally used his eternal divine eyes to observe and noticed some special individuals appearing outside the school. They wore uniform black outfits, not quite school uniforms, not quite military uniforms, but more like a mix of military and formal attire. From a distance, they gave off an oppressive aura. Chu Feng speculated that these people were sent by higher authorities to manage the Eye Awakeners on campus. And indeed, during a self-study session, Mr. Chu suddenly distributed a form, asking everyone to fill out whether they had awakened an eye ability. Of course, specific abilities weren't to be disclosed to avoid revealing identities. However, after the last mission, everyone more or less had a sense of who had awakened. This made Chu Feng uneasy. The classmates knew each other. If they formed teams for the All Heavens Tower and disagreements arose, maintaining secrecy in the future would be nearly impossible. This school-organized activity had been a completely failed experiment. After filling out the form, the following days returned to normal. Back in the real world, after about 2 weeks, Chu Feng felt the distance between himself and reality gradually closing. Perhaps due to the advent of the Eye Awakening era, society also underwent subtle changes that caught his attention. He slowly walked out of the shadow cast by the immortal cultivation dungeon. During these 2 weeks, Chu Feng deposited the 2 million cash he had obtained from the All Heavens marketplace into his bank account in large chunks. He also looked at a few properties and finally bought a riverside apartment by the West Branch River with full payment. It was a 2-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 bathroom unit. Since it was a small town, the riverside property wasn't expensive, 10,800 yuan per square meter, with an area of about 74 square meters. Including renovations, the total cost was less than 1 million yuan, enough for him to live comfortably alone. Chu Feng had considered whether to bring Uncle Chen over, but given his special identity, he had to give up on the idea. With Uncle Chen's personality, he was used to the old house and would likely find it hard to adjust to moving. Moreover, Chu Feng might face dangers in the future, and he didn't want to involve those around him. So, he bought the apartment outright. Chu Feng still had over 1 million yuan in cash in his account. It was more than enough for him to live freely. During this time, he went on a shopping spree online, buying various electronic products, all high-quality mid to high-end items. He used this money to enjoy life to the fullest and regain a sense of reality. His diet was also elaborate, using top-grade ingredients, with at least 2 big meals a week. If he couldn't finish the food, he would invite Uncle Chen over, repaying him for his past care. From these small aspects of life, Chu Feng felt his mood gradually stabilizing, no longer haunted by the experiences of the immortal cultivation dungeon. On the forums, the buzz about Sealing God also began to die down. By now, posts about Sealing God were no longer flooding the forums, as new dungeon information attracted the attention of more Eye Awakeners. June 1st, a weekend, Children's Day, the school unexpectedly gave everyone a day off to relax and adjust. With about a week left until the college entrance exams, Chu Feng felt that the timing was right to formally step into the Eye Awakening era. He still had 78,000 All Heavens points unused and planned to check out the latest updates at the All Heavens marketplace. With a single thought. In the next instant, Chu Feng opened his eyes and found himself standing in the plaza far from the All Heavens Tower. Eye Awakeners of all shapes and forms walked past him, and the sounds of various conversations filled the air. Chu Feng was about to head toward the All Heavens marketplace when a message suddenly popped up before his eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu has sent you an eye connection invitation. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to connect. Though he carried secrets, who didn't? It wasn't as if he could avoid interacting with other Eye Awakeners forever. Once the connection was established, a virtual image of a little girl suddenly appeared before him. Jiang Xiaoyu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting her call to suddenly go through. For the past few days, she had been trying to contact Chu Feng whenever she had free time. It wasn't because she was reckless, but because it was Jiang Shue's order. For the past half-month, the response had always been the other party is temporarily unavailable, but today, it had actually gone through. She felt a little flattered. Hello, is there something you need? Chu Feng asked calmly. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the one reputed as the All Heavens Tower's sealing god to have such a calm demeanor. She cleared her throat, regained a serious demeanor, and politely said, "Sorry to disturb you. I was following my sister's instructions to get in touch with you, so I've been trying to communicate with you through supervision." Chu Feng nodded, sharply noting that she shifted the subject toward her sister. "Who is your sister?" "Jiang Shui." "Then you're her younger sister?" Yes, Zhang Xiaoyu admitted with a nod. Chu Feng rubbed his chin and said in a deep voice, sorry, but I'm not in a position to join any guild right now. If this is an invitation, I can't accept. His words were cautious. Others could interpret it as him not wanting to join a guild, or that he already had a guild and couldn't join another. This way, he maximized the protection of his own information, making it harder for others to pry. Zhang Xiaoyu shook her head and said, you've misunderstood. The group Jiang Shui and I belong to is not a guild. Our collaboration isn't bound by the contractual nature of guilds. We wouldn't have any real-world connections, so your actions wouldn't be restricted. Oh? Hearing this, Chu Feng's interest was piqued. As long as it wasn't in the form of a guild, he was willing to consider it. Real-world cooperation posed risks to his safety. Zhang Shui was one of the most influential supervision users of the new generation, and the fact that the organization behind her wasn't a guild made Chu Feng curious. If you don't mind, my sister would like to meet with you in person, right here in the supervision era. I'll send you a coordinate. You just need to use your vision power to teleport there. Soon after, a coordinate appeared in Chu Feng's field of vision. 4277. In non-Tower of Worlds areas, supervision users couldn't use offensive vision techniques. Any attacking or controlling type of vision ability would become invalid. However, informational vision abilities, like the Supreme Dual Eyes, could still be used. So, going there wasn't entirely risk-free. Nevertheless, Chu Feng responded calmly. All right. With his current status, even someone as prominent as Zhang Shui wouldn't dare to provoke him recklessly. They hadn't figured out whether he was backed by a major guild or not. Even if he went, they wouldn't dare to casually use vision techniques against him. Moreover, Chu Feng already wielded 4 types of supervision, with a high vision power level that could resist most vision abilities. Not going would seem like a sign of weakness. He activated his vision power and, with a single thought, instantly appeared at the corresponding coordinates. The next second, before his eyes stretched a blue coastline. Sunlight poured over the golden sand, warm and soothing. Waves lapped rhythmically against the shore in the distance, producing a soft, rustling sound. Chu Feng looked around, his heart slightly stirred. Not far away, beneath a pavilion, Zhang Xiaoyu was no longer in a virtual form. She sat there, holding a glass of chilled watermelon juice. Beside her sat a woman who bore a similar appearance but was clearly much older. She was dressed in a green, traditional-style outfit, exuding an elegant and refined aura. Though she didn't appear youthful, she possessed a mature charm. There was no mistake, this had to be Zhang Shui. Greetings, Fengshen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Shui rose, walked over to Chu Feng, and gave a slight bow. Chu Feng didn't ask many questions and got straight to the point. I wonder what important matter brought you to me, Miss Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui knew Chu Feng wasn't one for small talk, so she got straight to it. Fengshen, you haven't joined any guild or organization yet, have you? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Zhang Shui waved her hand, and a beast tamer flute appeared in her palm. Artifacts from the Tower of Worlds are always valuable, no matter the time. They hold their worth. If you had the backing of a powerful guild, this artifact could easily be exchanged for more tower points, or you could simply keep it without needing to auction it at the tower trading market. Even if you insisted on exchanging the artifact at the market for tower points, you wouldn't need to go personally, someone would handle it for you. Additionally, this place is called the Tower Domain. Guilds with resources would use tower points to rent spaces like this, making it convenient for their members to gather. When you arrived here, there was a flicker of surprise in your eyes, indicating you've never been to a place like this before. Your name only recently appeared in the supervision era, and the interval between your 2 dungeon clears was just 1 week. Based on this information, it's clear that you don't have a guild or faction supporting you. Her analysis was methodical. By combining the timeline of his artifact sale, the timing of his dungeon clears, and other details, she deduced his background with remarkable accuracy. It had to be said, Zhang Shui was indeed a top-notch Tower of Worlds strategist, sharp in her thinking and able to discern his circumstances from a series of small clues. Chu Feng decided to drop any attempts to fabricate lies to mislead her and admitted frankly with a nod. You're right, I'm just a lone wolf. However, since I've managed to achieve SSS rank scores in the Tower of Worlds twice on my own, I'm confident I'll succeed a 3rd time. I also have the confidence to contend with powerful guilds. Zhang Shui likely already knew he possessed an additional supervision talent. After all, he had gleaned this information from a conversation between Zhang Shui and that black-clad boy. Thus, Zhang Shui's purpose in seeking him out was clear. Fengshen, if you don't mind, we can actually work together. Zhang Shui paused briefly and extended a sincere invitation. Chu Feng replied, I'd like to hear more about your method of cooperation first. From what she described, this form of collaboration was quite different from traditional guilds. Guilds typically involved signing real-world contracts, gathering members to work together, completing assignments when required, and receiving monthly salaries. Injuries sustained during tasks were covered by insurance. Essentially, it was like working a salaried job. In contrast, Jiang Shui's proposed collaboration seemed more like a mutually beneficial partnership based on equality. Chu Feng decided to hear the details first. Jiang Shui waved her hand, and a golden contract appeared before them. Our collaboration is based on the Spirit Vision contract introduced in the Supervision era. The rules are simple. First, all contract members are considered partners. Second, no one may act against their partner's interests. Third, information sharing is optional. Fourth, honesty and goodwill are required. Partners must not provide false information, betray one another, or harm the collaboration. Fifth, when necessary, partners must offer maximum assistance to one another. The contract is permanently binding. If someone wishes to terminate it, a vote by all members is required. Once more than half agree, a confidentiality agreement must be signed, and the termination proceeds peacefully. Violators will face a vote for judgment. If more than half agree, their supervision abilities will be stripped as punishment. Chu Feng glanced at the list of contract members, which included only a handful of individuals. Brother Jiang, Crayon, Hippo, Jiang Shui, Jiang Xiu, Lu Ping, Bai Xiu, Xuzi. Surprisingly, the initiator of the contract was not Jiang Shui but the first name on the list, Brother Jiang. Your method of collaboration. Chu Feng finished reading the contract and found it hard to describe. Are you surprised? Jiang Shui smiled. We are very strict in choosing partners. They are either the top elites or those with immense potential. We don't operate like a guild, doing large-scale dungeon raids or lively task completions. We only gather the best talents to share intelligence and formulate strategies. Teaming up or working solo is up to individual preference. Moreover, each of us is at a different stage in the Tower of All Realms. It's more about sharing intelligence and teaming up only when necessary. It sounded promising. Chu Feng's interest was piqued. Information was precisely what he needed. His supreme divine eyes could unveil the most hidden information and even glimpse others' future or past destinies. However, this ability only worked inside the dungeons and when facing other eye users. Before entering a dungeon, he had no way of accessing mission details. The further he progressed, the fewer eye users he encountered in the dungeons, and the broader the mission scope became. Just navigating within the Luo domain was already exhausting enough. At higher levels, encountering other eye users early on might not even be guaranteed. It was likely that everyone was hiding and secretly sharpening their strength. Hence, he needed to acquire intelligence in advance and understand his opponents before stepping into the dungeon. Chu Feng had no doubts about this team's intelligence-gathering capabilities. Though small in number, they had managed to uncover hidden information about eye users early in the Tower of All Realms, showcasing intelligence skills that were absolutely top-tier in the era of Super Eyes. He had thought they were a massive guild, but it turned out to be just a small team of elite eye users. The contract itself was straightforward, with no hidden tricks, just terms of fair cooperation and mutual benefit. Still, Chu Feng wouldn't agree so easily. Your intelligence-gathering capabilities are already top-notch. Adding me to the team might not necessarily bring much improvement. His words implicitly questioned Jiang Shui's true intentions. Jiang Shui smiled approvingly. As expected of the god-tier Feng, so meticulous. Our intelligence is indeed top-notch, but it has come at a cost. That cost was missing the opportunity to acquire additional eye talents during the early stages. You've achieved an SSS rating, so you should understand. The higher you climb in the Tower of All Realms, the harder the missions become. Without additional talents, potential becomes heavily restricted. When we first began pioneering, we didn't understand this. By the time we reached the higher levels, acquiring additional talents became exponentially more difficult. Eye users are several times harder to deal with than even the final bosses. That's why our team must nurture a member who has had additional talents from the very beginning, to elevate the team's overall potential. Simply put, the team can support you, but on the condition that you help us break through the limits of the Tower of All Realms. Of course, everything is based on fair cooperation. If we're not strong enough and get eliminated by missions, that's just natural and won't affect you. In essence, Jiang Shui and her team were offering Chu Feng the latest intelligence in full support of his unparalleled potential. Once Chu Feng rose to power, he would then lead them to break through higher levels. It was akin to purchasing a potential insurance policy. Even someone as strong as Jiang Shui couldn't guarantee smooth progress through the higher levels of the Tower of All Realms. What's more, they knew that only with additional talents and limitless potential could one hope to reach the 99th floor. Having missed the lower-level I missions, their path upward had become increasingly arduous. Only by nurturing a member with additional talents could they hope to break the team's ceiling. I see. But how will you prove that your contributions are worth such a significant cost from me? Chu Feng asked calmly. He was well aware of how terrifying his own potential was. Jiang Shui's proposal sounded good, but their assistance needed to match his value. Xiaoyu, show him your abilities, Jiang Shui said lightly. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly and walked up to Chu Feng. Let's begin. Wait a minute. Before you start, can someone explain what exactly you're planning to do? Chu Feng felt a twinge of unease. This little girl suddenly approaching him and speaking cryptically, what was she up to? You've just returned from the Xianxia world and might need some help. She can resolve some of your issues, Jiang Shui said vaguely. Chu Feng felt a stir in his heart as he saw a green light screen appear in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, accompanied by layers of intricate kaleidoscopic patterns that shimmered like magical runes on an emerald gemstone. It was stunning. This must be some kind of eye technique? Chu Feng speculated. Don't worry. In the era of super eyes, no eye technique can harm you outside the Tower of All Realms. Like you, I've only reached the second floor of the tower and don't have additional talents. I can't hurt you, Jiang Xiaoyu reassured him. Her tone was eerily like that of a nurse. Relax, she's here to do something good for you, Jiang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'll give it a try then, Chu Feng shrugged. With the protections of the Super Eye era, he wasn't afraid of a little girl. Whatever she planned, he would find out by trying. Look into my eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu took a deep breath, and the gemstone-like brilliance in her eyes grew even more dazzling. Chu Feng felt his mind being drawn in. In the next moment, the scene before him changed abruptly. Under Jiang Xiaoyu's guidance, his consciousness arrived at a familiar place, Sunset Cliff. In the golden twilight, a figure was drinking and occasionally fiddling with the chess pieces beside him. The man turned to look at Chu Feng, his drunken eyes filled with a gentle smile. So, this is the reason that affects you the most. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Chu Feng turned around to see the little girl sitting on a large rock, lightly swinging her fair, delicate legs, resting her chin on her hands, and curiously watching them. Who would have thought that what you couldn't let go of most in the dungeon would be this? What kind of person do you think I am? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. In my impression, you should be the cold, decisive, and ruthless type. Jiang Xiaoyu waved her hand casually, and a figure with a chilling, murderous aura appeared in the air. It looked exactly like Chu Feng, but the aura was completely different. Looking at this replica of himself, Chu Feng gradually began to understand the situation before him. Your ability is to see into others' inner worlds, resonate with them, and delve into the depths of their minds? More or less, Jiang Xiaoyu nodded. I call it the eye of the mind. After speaking, she jumped off the rock and pointed into the distance. Look over there. Chu Feng turned his head to look. In the distant sky, a streak of swordlight shot forth like a meteor. Standing atop the swordlight was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He wore white robes, exuding a valiant and dashing aura. He flew back to the side of the wine elder, gesturing with his hands. The flying sword drew a few circles in the air before returning to its sheath. So flashy, the wine elder sneered. Hey, old man, I just took down a golden core-level monster at the foot of the mountain. Now I'm back for some wine. The youth grinned, sitting beside the elder. Brat, you've grown up but still haven't grown a brain. All you think about is drinking every day. The wine elder scolded with a smile, throwing a wine gourd into the youth's arms. Drink up. After all, you're just a little drunkard raised by this old drunkard. I've spoiled you, so there's no stopping you from drinking now. The youth chuckled, ignoring the scolding. He uncorked the gourd and began drinking in big gulps. The wine finished, the chess game over, the two rose and walked off into the distance, chatting as they went. The golden sunlight stretched their shadows long. As the old man and the young man walked farther away, their figures gradually disappeared into the radiant glow. After they vanished completely, Jiang Xiaoyu said with a touch of sentiment. In the world of the Heaven Tower, there are many kinds of endings. We Superite are merely carrying out missions, walking paths that lead to certain endings. What you saw might just be the true ending. Yes, this is the true ending. Chu Feng smiled faintly and turned to Jiang Xiaoyu. Thank you. No, you've already undergone the transformation yourself. If anything, I should be thanking you for letting me witness this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu said as she walked to the edge of the cliff, enjoying the view. The scenery here is stunning. Just as the words fell. Boom! The scene before them shattered instantaneously. Chu Feng jolted and returned to reality. So quickly resolved? Seeing the two of them regain consciousness so swiftly, Jiang Shui's face showed a rare trace of surprise. He had already completed his transformation, so I didn't have to do much, Jiang Xiaoyu admitted, somewhat surprised herself. Back when her elder sister tackled the second floor of the Heaven Tower, she had chosen a wuxia world. It had taken considerable effort for Jiang Xiaoyu to stabilize her sister's mental state. Who would have thought that God Sealed had resolved the mental impact of the scenario on his own without her intervention? This talent surpassed even Jiang Shui's. So, the help you mentioned is the ability of your Eye of the Mind? Chu Feng finally understood why Jiang Shui had been so confident. Any superite who experienced long-term scenarios would inevitably be influenced to some degree by the roles they played. The higher the floors, the greater the risk of losing oneself when returning to reality after completing a mission. In the end, it becomes difficult to discern whether the soul within the body belongs to the superite or the character they portrayed. Exactly. Xiaoyu's ability allows us to quickly regain our true selves and avoid being deceived by the identities of our roles. Many superite experience mental disarray after going through high-level scenarios. Some even lose touch with their real selves entirely, remaining immersed in the roles they played, forever lost. If the role is normal, that's one thing. But in some missions, the superite might play an evil character with a cruel and ruthless personality. Over time, when they return to reality, their mindset becomes twisted, turning them into monsters or even birthing guilds of warped personalities. Xu Feng nodded. What Jiang Shui described was indeed a real issue. It seemed the Eye of the Mind was a crucial ability for him. It had taken him half a month just to stabilize his state of mind after the second floor. If he ascended to higher levels, the risk of losing himself would only grow. Most superite had only lived for 10 to 20 years in reality, but in the higher floors of the Heaven Tower, a single mission could span 40 to 50 years. Scenario experiences that outweighed real lifetime made it easy for personalities to become lost. Jiang Shui seized the opportunity to make her offer. If you're willing to join our team, after each scenario, Xiaoyu's Eye of the Mind can help you quickly recover your clarity and avoid getting lost. The reason Jiang Shui's team could clear scenarios so efficiently was largely due to Jiang Xiaoyu's ability. Team members who underwent the purifying effect of the Eye of the Mind could rapidly adjust their states and prepare for the next mission. Otherwise, just recovering from the mental impact of a scenario could take a significant amount of time. Without this ability, taking on higher-level Heaven Tower missions would make it easy to lose oneself in the identities of multiple roles. In such high-stakes missions, any factor that disrupted mental stability could lead to fatal consequences. Alright, I agree to join you. Xu Feng nodded. After careful consideration and observing Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu, the two sisters, this team felt more like a mutual aid group for the superide, aligning with his ideals of safety and freedom. There wasn't much hierarchy among them, nor were there many restrictive rules. Everyone valued integrity, making cooperation worry-free. One more thing. Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu knew about his God-sealed identity. By joining this cooperative pact, they wouldn't be able to reveal his identity. Doing so would violate the pact and harm him. After signing the agreement, it felt as if Chu Feng's soul was being monitored by the superide era, bound to certain rules and fairness. Once he had signed the pact, Jiang Shui finally looked at him as if he were one of their own. God Sealed, your next challenge will be the third floor of the Heaven Tower. I have some intel on a restricted scenario for the third floor. She handed him a file. Scenario, the Great Zhou Dynasty. Mission, the superide will play roles within the dynasty, choose a prince to support, build factions, and use various means and resources to vie for imperial power, helping their chosen prince ascend the throne. Special rules. During the first phase, superide are prohibited from killing each other. There is a hidden traitor within the dynasty, but before the second phase begins, killing is forbidden. Violators will be considered eliminated. The restricted scenario will open next month. Its rewards are roughly 2.5 times those of a standard third-floor scenario, with significantly increased chances of obtaining heaven treasures and inheritances upon completion. The number of attempts for the exclusive dungeon is limited, and information is scarce. The subsequent developments remain uncertain. If the enemy in the second phase cannot be dealt with, the royal dynasty will descend into chaos. Exclusive dungeon? I caught onto this keyword. Jiang Shui explained, yes, after research, it's been found that every month, the third floor of the All Heavens Tower produces an exclusive dungeon. The world of the Great Zhou Dynasty is one such exclusive dungeon. The tasks and rules of exclusive dungeons differ from regular ones, with a much higher level of difficulty. For the same exclusive dungeon, the tasks and progress may vary depending on the time they are released, which makes them more challenging but also more rewarding. I know a supervisionary who has detailed information on the Great Zhou dynasty. He can help you exchange for the complete intelligence. This is just a partial introduction. Take a look and see if it suits you. Each supervisionary has different abilities, and the dungeons they are suited for differ as well. I glanced at the document and my eyes lit up. The tasks in the Great Zhou dynasty felt like a power struggle within an imperial palace. In such a setting, the ability of Supreme Pupil was particularly useful. For instance, identifying spies. With the Supreme Pupil, uncovering a spy would only take minutes. Later, it mentioned internal conflicts within the dynasty, where the ability of the Shura Pupil could be put to great use. I'm willing to give this dungeon a try. What conditions do I need to fulfill to obtain the intelligence? I paused, showing my keen interest in the Great Zhou dynasty dungeon. Of course, I was fully aware there would be a price to pay for obtaining such information. Jiang Shui smiled faintly and glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu. The condition is simple, you take Xiaoyu with you to pass the third floor. She doesn't need a high score, just a passing grade is sufficient. Take her? I was a bit puzzled. I didn't expect Jiang Shui to ask me to take her younger sister along. Did she really trust me that much? Jiang Shui's expression turned serious. To be honest, Xiaoyu's safety is the utmost priority for our team. But her current abilities are lagging behind and need upgrading. Otherwise, one of our key members might lose his way. Who? Xu Feng felt a stir in his heart. Brother Jiang, Jiang Shui sighed. He's already climbed to very high levels. Xiaoyu's current souls I cannot stabilize his condition. He is incredibly crucial to our team. That's why I'm eager to collaborate with you to take Xiaoyu along to upgrade her abilities and enhance the level of her soul's eye, so she can help Brother Jiang recover. Hearing this, Xu Feng realized that Brother Jiang had already reached the upper levels of the All Heavens Tower, far surpassing Jiang Shui in strength. However, Jiang Xiaoyu had always been the team's mental healer, a support role where safety was paramount. She rarely entered dungeons. Yet unexpectedly, her healing abilities had now fallen short. An upgrade was imperative. The problem was, everyone on the team was busy tackling higher-level dungeons and had no time to help her. Moreover, Xiaoyu's pupil technique wasn't particularly useful for dungeon clearing, and they couldn't just let a young girl like her enter the All Heavens Tower without careful consideration. They needed someone reliable to accompany her. This person had to be a trustworthy partner, protected by a contract. Additionally, they needed to be powerful enough to ensure she passed safely. According to the information conveyed by the Beastmaster's flute, the most suitable candidate at the moment was none other than Xu Feng himself, also known as Fengshen. Otherwise, Jiang Shui wouldn't have gone to such lengths to recruit Xu Feng into their team. From this perspective, the team genuinely operated with mutual support in mind. Alright, I agree. Xu Feng nodded. Firstly, the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon provided numerous opportunities for his supreme pupil to shine. Secondly, the earlier stages had specific rules where supervisionaries from opposing factions were prohibited from attacking each other, with victory and defeat determined solely by imperial authority points. This ensured Jiang Xiaoyu's personal safety. It also allowed him to execute his plans within the dungeon without worry. Then I'll need some time to arrange for the intelligence exchange. When I'm free, I'll also introduce you to the other team members. Jiang Shui gave a slight bow, her attitude sincere. There were still 2 weeks before the exclusive dungeon opened, giving Xu Feng just enough time to deal with his college entrance exams before diving in. By the way, does your team have a name? Calling everyone partners all the time doesn't seem very formal. Xu Feng asked out of curiosity. Ahem, we're temporarily called the Ascending to God Group, Jiang Xiaoyu answered, looking somewhat embarrassed. Even for someone her age, saying that name felt a little cringy. Ascending to God Group? Xu Feng was speechless. You've probably heard about the time dilation in the All Heavens Tower, right? Jiang Xiaoyu lifted her head to explain. The higher the floor, the slower time flows in the real world. Some say that reaching the 99th floor might grant immortality. Immortality, essentially becoming a god. So, the goal of our organization is to climb to the top of the All Heavens Tower and achieve divine immortality. And since we're all connected through the supervision era, exchanging information feels a bit like a chat group. Taking all that into account, we decided to call ourselves the All Heavens Tower God Ascension Group, or simply the Ascending to God Group. Xu Feng couldn't help but laugh. This group of pioneers in the All Heavens Tower sounded so down-to-earth despite being top-tier players. Their name was anything but grandiose, and instead, quite relatable. After learning more, Xu Feng discovered that the members of the Ascending to God Group were no ordinary individuals. Either they were highly talented, capable of earning top ratings, like Jiang Shui and the mentioned Lu Ping. Or they were fast-progressing pioneers, such as Brother Joan, with others like Hippo and Crayon being mentioned, though Brother Joan was evidently more critical. The rest were supervisionaries with unique abilities, such as Jiang Xiaoyu's Soul's Eye, which could help pioneers quickly adjust their states and reduce downtime between dungeons, earning her a spot in the group. This team resembled an elite squad of top-tier players assembled to conquer the All Heavens Towers summit. It was different from a guild. Guilds mainly aimed to expand their influence, with core members tackling higher-level dungeons for profit, while the rest were just ordinary members. In contrast, the Ascending to God group was small in scale, but every member was crucial and irreplaceable, a team united by a shared dream. After gaining a deeper understanding, Chu Feng developed an interest in the Ascending to God group. With the third floor of the All Heavens Tower confirmed to open an exclusive dungeon, everyone aimed to secure as many rewards as possible at lower levels. Jiang Shui had already begun collecting intelligence. While Chu Feng had yet to obtain complete dungeon information, he decided to temporarily hold on to his All Heavens points and make targeted choices for All Heavens inheritances after understanding everything. After wrapping up the formal discussion, Chu Feng logged off to rest. The final month before the college entrance exam flew by in the blink of an eye. Especially during the last week. That period felt like a slippery fish that students desperately tried to grasp, only to watch time slip away through their fingers. During this week, there was still one more mock exam. Using the abilities of his eternal divine eyes and his god-level memory, Chu Feng reviewed all key points, difficult problems, and practice books. When it came to the exam, he was practically like a cheat code, scoring an impressive 650 points. Compared to his previously dismal performance, his ranking leapt forward by over 1,000 places, landing him within the top 30 of his grade. Of course, there were still those naturally gifted academic geniuses who, combined with their awakened scholar-type ocular abilities, were temporarily out of his reach. In the era of super eyes, everyone's learning abilities had improved. As a result, academic achievements in the future might not hold as much weight. Instead, the level of a person's progress in the Tower of the Heavens and official certifications might become the true determinants of social status. Then came the self-study session on the day before the college entrance exam. A man dressed in black casual wear suddenly entered the classroom, his voice calm as he asked, "Excuse me, is Chu Feng here?" Chu Feng looked up and saw his homeroom teacher, Teacher Chu, signaling to him with her eyes. "That would be me." Chu Feng stood up. "Good. Come with me for a moment. I'll conduct a brief test." Hearing this, envious and jealous gazes immediately turned toward him from the rest of the class. They had heard during their free time that these men in black were specifically dispatched to evaluate high school students with potential to conquer the Tower of the Heavens. Chu Feng had mentioned before that he had already reached the second level of the Tower of the Heavens. He would surely be specially recruited by a super-ocular academy, wouldn't he? In comparison, their class's last group mission had ended in utter failure. They had been crushed and deeply felt the Tower of the Heavens' ruthlessness. What's there to be envious about? He's only reached the second level of the Tower of the Heavens. At most, he'll get into some average super eye university, right? A classmate muttered under their breath, their tone full of sourness. But no one responded. Everyone knew that super eye users who could successfully clear levels in the Tower of the Heavens were on an entirely different level than them. Such remarks were nothing more than sour grapes. Don't worry, student. We have a confidentiality agreement in place, and in the era of super eyes, we've also signed a super eye contract. It's completely safe. All you need to do is activate your ocular technique, and we'll use professional equipment to measure your super eye level. If you meet the criteria, we'll assign you to a suitable academy. The man in black held a peculiar device in his hand. It appeared to be the latest piece of equipment. Capable of measuring super eye levels, this intrigued Chu Feng. He speculated that the machine assessed super eye ranks by analyzing ocular power data. Suddenly, Chu Feng thought to himself, he currently possessed 3 different types of super eyes. Would the test results still be accurate? When activating Heaven Veil, he could clearly feel his base ocular power was extraordinarily high. Following the instructions of the man in black, Chu Feng sat down on a small stool. The process was simple. The man in black held the device and lightly scanned Chu Feng's pupils. Before long, a string of data appeared on the device's screen. After glancing at it, the man in black was so shocked he was momentarily speechless. Holy, he almost let out a curse. Luckily, his professionalism held firm, and he didn't blurt it out. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he finally spoke, "Are you sure you've only reached the second level of the Tower of the Heavens?" "Positive." Chu Feng nodded. There was no reason to hide it. "But, your ocular power fluctuations are already close to the 8th rank. The man in black looked at Chu Feng with admiration in his eyes. Though he wasn't sure about the specifics, such ocular power fluctuations were utterly terrifying. In other guilds, someone of this caliber would already be a core leader. Chu Feng was briefly taken aback. He hadn't expected his test results to be this high. But he quickly explained, "This is probably because my innate ocular power is strong. My actual super eye level hasn't reached that high yet." "Oh, I see." The man in black nodded in realization. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to ask something, but thought better of it and held back. After completing the registration, the man in black handed Chu Feng a form. "Fill out this information, and you'll receive a text message later informing you which academy you've been assigned to. You don't need to take the college entrance exam anymore. Once your classes are done, you're free to go on break and wait for further notice." Chu Feng glanced at the form. Most of it was basic information like residence, ID number, and phone number. There was nothing about his super eye abilities, so he had no concerns. As he filled it out, he casually asked, "With my ocular power index, what kind of academy do you think I'll be placed in?" The man in black's expression subtly changed, giving Chu Feng a complex look. "To be honest, with your ocular power, you should already consider yourself lucky if no one higher up has set their sights on you. As for the academy, that depends on the situation. I can't say for sure." In other words, this level of ocular power was already extremely dangerous. It was nearly at the breaking point of the maximum threshold. "And you're still asking which academy you'll be placed in?" Chu Feng shrugged helplessly. Was this all because his ocular power was too strong? Still, since he had voluntarily reported his information, it signaled that he wasn't a threat to society. There was no need to worry about causing harm. There were rumors that the top-ranked Qingbei Academy had now transformed into a Super Eye Academy. Based on his grades, getting into such a prestigious school would be incredibly difficult. But if admissions were determined by ocular power, then who knew? After the registration was completed, all that was left was to wait for the notification. Back in class, Chu Feng looked at his classmates, who were studying diligently, and felt surprisingly relaxed. Was this what it felt like to be a guaranteed admit? It was pretty great. After finishing the final day of classes, Chu Feng packed his backpack and headed home. The college entrance exam no longer mattered to him. The classmates noticed this and began to whisper among themselves. Many speculated that Chu Feng had definitely been specially recruited by a Super Eye Academy. Lin Qingqing's expression was complicated. Chu Feng had once been a marginal figure in the class, someone no one wanted to interact with. In just 1 month, his departure now felt unattainable, like a star in the sky, completely out of reach. When Chu Feng returned home, he had just entered the Super Eye realm when a string of text immediately popped up in front of him. "Jiang Xiaoyu has sent you a file. Would you like to accept it?" "Yes." The next moment, a long list appeared before Chu Feng's eyes. It was filled with information on the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon. This super empire's imperial palace spans 100 square miles, practically the size of a city. The Great Zhou Dynasty has a unique background. There are no martial spirits, no spiritual energy, and no cultivation through meridian channels. However, those in power possess the ability to command dragon energy. They can convert the dragon energy from the Earth's veins into immense power, capable of overturning the heavens and earth. Surrounding the Great Zhou Dynasty are numerous mines that produce mysterious crystals imbued with supernatural powers. Master craftsmen refine these crystals using dragon energy, creating extraordinary weapons and armor for the court and aristocracy. This is a world where power is highly concentrated at the top. The documentation is incredibly detailed, covering every power structure in the Great Zhou Dynasty. It includes the historical background of every building, the identities of individuals, the resources they control, and their functions, all meticulously recorded. Even the ceremonial protocols, key figures, manner of speech, and unique court etiquette of the Great Zhou Dynasty are described with precision. If compiled into written text, such information would fill a thick encyclopedia. If not for Chu Feng's awakening of the supreme heavenly eyes, merely memorizing this information would require years of effort, akin to studying history. This made Chu Feng deeply admire the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Ascension Guild. No wonder they were able to conquer instances so swiftly. With such detailed information, they could deduce multiple instance strategies and choose the optimal course of action. Chu Feng skimmed through the list and noticed a special note at the bottom. The Great Zhou Dynasty is a timed instance. Unlike typical Xianxia or martial arts worlds, it generally does not yield inheritances. The items obtained are all high-grade treasures of the heavens. Accordingly, entering this instance means that supreme-eyed individuals won't find corresponding inheritances, making the competition relatively fair. If preparing for this instance, consider acquiring protective treasures of the heavens. Although supremite individuals cannot directly harm each other in the Great Zhou Dynasty instance, they can exploit the rules and use background characters to sabotage rivals. Having protective or life-saving treasures of the heavens greatly enhances survival and completion rates in the Great Zhou Dynasty. So that's how it is. Xu Feng side. Intelligence truly is crucial. Although the supreme heavenly eyes are unparalleled in gathering information, they have their limitations. They cannot match the foresight of a super guild that preemptively gathers information about every instance, akin to playing a game with a walkthrough. Luckily, the first two instances had been relatively simple, with intelligence playing a minor role. However, the further he progressed, the more evident the importance of intelligence became. A thought sparked in Xu Feng's mind, and he directly entered the All Heavens Trading Fair. This time, he planned to select some heavenly treasures for the upcoming instance. Once again entering the All Heavens Trading Fair, Xu Feng immediately spent 1,000 All Heavens points to purchase permanent access and upgrade it to VIP service. The black little sprite floated over once more. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Xu Feng pondered briefly and said, "I need an automatic defensive heavenly treasure, priced around 70,000 All Heavens points. Please hold on. I'll match you with the appropriate room. Room number 2333. In the next moment, Xu Feng felt as if he were falling and landed in a seat within the trading fair. This time, there were far fewer gray silhouettes gathered nearby compared to his last visit, only 4 people. The inverted figure hanging above scanned the room and said, "The number of participants meets the auction requirements. Let the trading commence. Starting with 2311, present your auction items and requirements in turn." 2311 showcased a flying sword, a 6th-tier Xianxia World inheritance, with a starting bid of 6,000 All Heavens points. 2322 brought out a martial arts manual, a 5th-tier inheritance from the martial world, with a starting bid of 5,000 All Heavens points. It was evident that 2311 and 2322 were supremite individuals who happened to need each other's auction items. Their transaction was completed swiftly after presenting their items. Then it was Xu Feng's turn. He placed a 10,000 demon pill on the table and said calmly, 10,000 demon pill, 7th-tier Xianxia World inheritance, starting bid, 7,000 All Heavens points. As he expected, no one showed interest in the pill. Although its tier was impressive, its niche usage made it a low-priority item in the All Heavens Trading Fair. Xu Feng's main purpose this time was to bid. Showcasing an item was merely a formality. Finally, it was 2344's turn. A talisman etched with golden Dao patterns appeared before the group. Lower-grade Emperor Dragon Talisman, 3rd-tier Heavenly Treasure. It recharges once every half-month, with a maximum of 2 uses. It can block 2 physical attacks but is ineffective against soul attacks. Starting bid, 75,000 All Heavens points. As soon as this treasure was revealed, 2311 and 2322 both showed expressions of surprise. However, they clearly lacked the qualifications to bid such a high amount for the Emperor Dragon Talisman. Without hesitation, Xu Feng placed his bid. "I'll offer 75,000 All Heavens points." The room instantly fell silent. 2344 felt an immense sense of loss. 3rd-tier heavenly treasures generally sell for between 80 to 90,000 All Heavens points. While auction prices often start lower, competitive bidding usually drives them higher. After all, heavenly treasures are both rare and valuable. Unfortunately, his timing was poor. 3rd-tier treasures hold significant value, but this time, the major players were absent. With only one interested supremite individual, the rest had been matched to fill the numbers. 2311 and 2322 didn't have the qualifications to bid on the Emperor Dragon Talisman. But the auction required at least 3 participants, so they were brought in to meet the minimum. Only Xu Feng genuinely wanted to bid for the Emperor Dragon Talisman. Thus, the 4 were matched into this group. This wasn't an auction, it was practically a private shopping event for Xu Feng. Perhaps this was one of the privileges of buying permanent access and enjoying VIP treatment. The inverted figure scanned the room and said calmly, 2333 has the highest bid. Auction successful. The 3rd-tier heavenly treasure, Emperor Dragon Talisman, is awarded to 2333. Afterward, Xu Feng's interface displayed the Emperor Dragon Talisman, and 75,000 All Heavens points were deducted. Including the 1,000-point entry fee, he was left with just over 2,000 All Heavens points. Despite spending a fortune to acquire the Emperor Dragon Talisman, Xu Feng felt no remorse, only exhilaration. A 3rd-tier heavenly treasure. This type of item is likely a rare reward from the 3rd level of the All Heavens Tower. Given the current market value, obtaining it for 75,000 All Heavens points was an absolute steal. 2344 could only accept his misfortune, losing over 10,000 All Heavens points in the process. However, the Emperor Dragon Talisman wasn't particularly practical for a supreme-eyed individual. Compared to the inheritances across the myriad worlds, ordinary mystical treasures have limited use within dungeons. The Imperial Dragon Talisman can only automatically defend against physical attacks, while the dangers encountered by supervisionaries are often mental attacks through ocular arts. So, even though it is a third-tier mystical treasure, its practicality may not be high. Thinking of this, 2344 felt much more at ease. The transaction was completed. Chu Feng spent all his All Heavens points, and the other supervisionaries also obtained the items they desired. Under the witness of the Hanged Man, the auction concluded. Returning to the Supervision Era Plaza. With a thought, Chu Feng activated the Imperial Dragon Talisman. The talisman immediately merged into his body. Whenever he suffers a physical attack, the Imperial Dragon Talisman will automatically generate a dragon-shaped shield to block the assault. Of course, if the attack is too strong, the third-tier mystical treasure might not fully withstand it, but it can reduce most of the damage. Coupled with the Azura Eye, the damage he takes will be significantly minimized. He opened his personal panel. Name, Fengshen. Age, 17. Supervision, Supreme Dual Pupils, Level Unknown, Eternal Divine Eye, 6th Tier, Azura Eye, 4th Tier. Unlocked Worlds, Martial World, Immortal Cultivation World. Mystical Treasures of All Heavens, Way-Seeking Wine Jar, 3rd Tier, Imperial Dragon Talisman, 3rd Tier. Inheritances of All Heavens, Taoist Ascension, Supreme, Sunset True Sword, Supreme, 10,000 Demon Pill, 7th Tier. Auras of All Heavens, A Share of Fortune, Extraordinary Origins. Cleared Dungeons, 2. Evolution Points, 110,010. All Heavens Points, 2,000. Although the number of cleared levels isn't many, from the panel, his equipment and abilities are extremely outstanding compared to supervisionaries of the same stage. For the next period, Chu Feng immersed himself in researching information about the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon while waiting for his academy admission notification. Of course, the admission notification wouldn't arrive anytime soon. Day after day passed, and finally, the day of the limited dungeon's opening arrived. He and Jiang Xiaoyu had long agreed to meet near the All Heavens Tower. After calculating the time, they entered the third floor of the All Heavens Tower together. Under the guidance of the sprite, they selected the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon. After waiting for over 10 seconds, light curtains enveloped the hundreds of supervisionaries present. Chu Feng frowned slightly. The number of people choosing this dungeon was more than he anticipated. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many supervisionaries able to reach the third floor of the All Heavens Tower. Not to mention, this was a limited dungeon. Yet, the number of people selecting the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon was significant. Moreover, since it's a limited dungeon, the overall strength of the supervisionaries entering is higher, making the competition even fiercer. Upon entering the dungeon's information panel popped up swiftly. Dungeon * Great Zhou Dynasty. Floors * 3. Difficulty * extremely high. Background * Emperor Wu of the Great Zhou Dynasty is nearing the end of his life and is seeking a new heir to the throne. Currently, the fortune of the Great Zhou is turbulent, and 9 princes will engage in fierce competition. Ultimately, the throne will be determined by imperial power points. Though the court appears calm, hidden currents flow beneath the surface, while alien evil tribes eye the borders covetously. Mission * Choose the prince you want to support, seize every factor favorable for the prince's ascension, and achieve the highest imperial power points. Notes * 1. You can choose one of the 9 princes as your background identity. 2. Each prince corresponds to a different developmental route. 3. During the first phase, direct attacks on supervisionaries from other factions are prohibited unless there's evidence proving their betrayal of the dynasty. Once confirmed by the system, you may eliminate them. 4. Only factions victorious in the first phase can proceed to the next phase. 5. Your starting faction does not represent your final allegiance, do not easily trust those around you. 6. Avoid recklessly betraying your chosen prince. Constant shifts of allegiance will lead to unfavorable outcomes. At this moment, a special option appeared in Chu Feng's vision. Detected that you possess the aura, Extraordinary Origins, unlocking the following 2 special options. 1. Choose one of the 9 princes and play the role of an ordinary noble. 2. Play as the 9th prince himself. Note * Choosing a special identity will unlock a unique developmental path, but the road ahead may not be smooth. Proceed with caution. Chu Feng frowned slightly. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, the ninth prince was the most pitiable among them. His mother had been banished to the cold palace, and he had no reliable allies by his side. As the illegitimate son of Emperor Wu, his bloodline was questioned by other royals, leading to sneers and ridicule in the palace. Moreover, the ninth prince had only been recognized as royal blood at the age of 13 and was then brought back to the palace. Having not grown up in the palace, he was unfamiliar with its schemes and was quickly ostracized by the other princes, becoming a marginalized figure. The other princes, having grown up in the palace, had received guidance from elders and were proficient in the imperial dragon techniques, possessing combat prowess and influence far beyond the ninth prince. Choosing to play as such a downtrodden prince would indeed be a refreshing challenge. After a moment of contemplation, a line of text appeared before Chu Feng's eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu asked, Fengshen, which prince should we choose next? According to Jiang Shui's arrangements, Jiang Xiaoyu had to unconditionally follow Chu Feng's instructions. Every step had to be executed precisely as he dictated. You'll follow me in choosing the ninth prince, Chu Feng decided decisively. After all, extraordinary origins was an aura of the all heavens. The greater the challenge, the more abundant the rewards. Chu Feng had never feared challenges. The ninth prince? Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. She was well aware of the situation in the Great Zhou dynasty and knew that almost no supervisionaries were willing to choose the ninth prince. The unlucky ones who had chosen him previously were eliminated and regretted their choice deeply. Based on the intelligence about the Great Zhou dynasty, there was absolutely no discernible advantage to the ninth prince. In essence, the Great Zhou dynasty was a competition among 8 princes, with the ninth prince merely being a nominal contender. Of course, this is Fengshen, his strategy is entirely different from everyone else. When Jiang Xiaoyu heard that Chu Feng had chosen the ninth prince, instead of doubting, she found it entirely expected. This was the demeanor of a powerhouse who had twice achieved SSS ratings. The path chosen is always unique. As soon as you enter the dungeon, use your monthly stipend to visit the Starry Pavilion every day. Just stay there, chat with the nobles occasionally, and return home at night. By doing so, you'll pass safely. Do you understand? Chu Feng used his supervision to connect and directly conveyed his instructions to Jiang Xiaoyu. Understood. Jiang Xiaoyu responded immediately. The Gathering Stars Pavilion was the largest tea house in the imperial palace. The tea and snacks there were exquisite, yet the prices weren't considered high for nobility. For the noble identity played by the superocular, their monthly stipend was enough to stay at the Gathering Stars Pavilion from morning till night. The forces behind the tea house were significant, tied to the majesty of the imperial palace, so no one dared to cause trouble there. Moreover, the tea house had little to do with the struggle for imperial power, so it wouldn't arouse the suspicion of other superoculars. As long as Jiang Xiaoyu stayed there, she could win effortlessly by doing nothing. This time, the dungeon had a critical metric, imperial power points. For superoculars supporting the same imperial prince, their imperial power points were shared. In other words, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't have to lift a finger. As long as Chu Feng earned imperial power points, hers would increase as well, and her score wouldn't drop. A perfect lie-flat dungeon. Thus, bringing her along wasn't a burden for Chu Feng. He just needed to do what he was supposed to. After a while, once all the superoculars had chosen their factions, the next moment, Chu Feng opened his eyes and found himself lying on a grand bed. Before him was a magnificent and luxurious palace, but the surroundings were eerily quiet, with no one in sight. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt as though his throat was on fire, and his head became heavy. The scene before him blurred into chaos, and he occasionally felt like vomiting. It seemed this body was gravely ill. He immediately activated the eternal divine eyes. A wave of icy coolness rushed to his brain, and he felt slightly better. The eternal divine eyes could also modify bloodlines to a certain extent. Although not as powerful as in the martial arts world, it still improved the body both in reality and within dungeons. Once his condition stabilized, Chu Feng opened the dungeon character panel. Name, Zhou Yuxuan. Age, 16. Identity, 9th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Imperial Power Points, 23. Note: the body you are inhabiting is afflicted with frost-toad bone-chilling poison. You must find an antidote immediately. Remaining lifespan, 2 days. Only 2 days left to live. No wonder they said it would be a novel experience, how unique. Chu Feng smirked. For anyone else, these 2 days of lifespan would be a catastrophic trap. But he was different. With a single thought, he retrieved the Dao-seeking flask from the system and took a long gulp. The Dao-seeking flask had healing properties, and after one sip, the poison in his body was greatly suppressed. He checked the panel again. Remaining lifespan, 30 days. The Dao-seeking flask could produce 1 bottle a day. In other words, this poison posed no real threat to him. Perhaps, after enough drinking, the poison would completely disappear. Click. Suddenly, the grand door was pushed open by a pair of delicate hands. A young maid, dressed in palace attire, sneaked in nervously. Her movements resembled those of a thief. But upon seeing the 9th prince on the bed, the maid was startled and stammered, "And 9th prince, why are you up?" Chu Feng glanced at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. This maid seemed surprised, even frightened, to see him awake, rather than relieved or happy. The 9th prince had little influence in the palace and hadn't mastered any dragon chi techniques, so there was no reason for a maid to be fearful of him. He activated the supreme dual pupils. The maid's past fate transformed into a series of vivid images, playing before Chu Feng's eyes. In the images, there was a dark, enclosed room. A timid 10-year-old maid stood fearfully before a well-dressed woman. The lighting was dim, but Chu Feng could still see clearly. The woman's clothing was embroidered with 9 stars and a crescent moon, and there was a phoenix hatchling mark on the back of her right hand. Based on memory, Chu Feng instantly recognized her. This woman was Luo Youfei, Emperor Wu's most favored consort. At the same time, she was the most ruthless woman in the palace. No one could match her cruelty. In the history of the Great Zhou dynasty, Emperor Wu had 13 sons. But when Emperor Wu fell gravely ill and could no longer manage state affairs, Luo Youfei used her diabolical methods to poison several of the young princes one after another. Only the 9th prince survived, as he had been adopted from outside the palace and lacked influence, thus escaping her notice. In the images, Luo Youfei turned around and coldly stared at the young maid, pulling out a bottle of poison from her hand. Add this to the soup the 9th prince drinks regularly. Not a single mistake is allowed. The maid's face turned pale. My lady, this task, I fear. I cannot do it. Oh? Luo Youfei's eyes narrowed, exuding a murderous aura. Is it that you can't, or that you won't? The young maid was terrified to her core, understanding the woman's intentions. But being only 10 years old, how could she bring herself to harm the 9th prince, who had cared for her since childhood? She couldn't accept it. If you refuse, you may drink this bottle yourself in the prince's stead. Luo Youfei sneered, her smile appearing all the more terrifying. In the dim light. This is a gift I've specially prepared for his frail body. It will only do him good. Do you doubt my sincerity? And no. I understand, my lady. I will deliver your gift at once. Death loomed close. The young maid was overwhelmed with fear, but her mind remained eerily calm. Slowly, she stepped forward and took the bottle of poison. If you complete the task well, rewards await in the future. With that, Luo Youfei turned and left. The room was left with only the maid, her head bowed, her gaze hollow. The images ended there. Why, your highness? Are you feeling unwell? The maid stammered, clearly startled and frightened to see him alive. She feared that failing Luo Youfei's orders would implicate her. Chu Feng feigned a pained expression, groaning, "I've been feeling dizzy these past few days. Do you have any remedies? Your highness, please take care of yourself." The maid took a few steps closer, only to realize her hands were empty, her expression turning awkward. "I'll go boil some hot water for you. Perhaps a warm towel applied to your forehead will help." "All right." Watching the maid leave, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He activated the supreme dual pupils once more. Since entering the cultivation-themed dungeon and obtaining his second superocular ability, Chu Feng now possessed 3 types of ocular talents. The power of the supreme dual pupils had also been enhanced. He could now use the Eye of Fate on the same target multiple times. Previously, the supreme dual pupils could only be used once on a target, and the content viewed was uncontrollable. But now, he could actively choose to view fragments of the past or future, even adjusting the content based on intuition. What he saw were always key pieces of information. This time, Chu Feng was observing the future fate of the maidservant. The scene remained the same dimly lit room, where Luo Youfei had been quietly waiting. The maidservant sneaked in, and Luo Youfei asked, "How is His Highness the Prince doing?" The maidservant timidly replied, "Reporting to your ladyship, His Highness said he feels dizzy. He just got up and walked around a bit." "He got up?" Luo Youfei turned around, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. Chu Feng almost couldn't help but laugh. That look in her eyes practically said, "This 9th prince has a ridiculously tough life." Luo Youfei hesitated for a moment, then took out a bottle of medicine and instructed, "Since His Highness feels dizzy, I happen to have a bottle of medicine here that can relieve the symptoms. Take it to him." Understood. The scene ended there. As for that bottle of medicine and how it would relieve the ninth prince's dizziness, well, it didn't take much imagination to figure out. Some joke that if your hand hurts, just cut it off, and the pain will naturally go away. If your head feels dizzy, just remove it, and you're guaranteed never to feel dizzy again. That's essentially the idea here. After the maidservant left, Xu Feng activated the eternal divine eyes, quietly got out of bed, and followed her stealthily. He opened the door and scanned the area using his divine eyes. He immediately noticed that the maidservant hadn't gone to fetch a hot towel for him but instead had taken a turn and entered a pavilion. This maidservant was truly daring. Xu Feng looked around and found no one in sight. Ever since Consort Chen Luo had fallen out of favor, the ninth prince's palace had become desolate, with very few servants left. The residence of a prince now appeared no better than that of an ordinary wealthy family. Precisely because no one was watching, the maidservant dared to act so boldly. He saw her walk into an abandoned storage room. She glanced around at the entrance to make sure no one was watching before slipping inside. Xu Feng frowned. Where was this maidservant going? What was she planning to do in a storage room? He quietly followed, his footsteps light as a cat's, pressing his ear against the door. No sound came from within. Without hesitation, Xu Feng pushed the door open. Bang! The door swung open, revealing an empty room. The storage room had only one door and no windows. How could the maidservant have disappeared after entering? This was far too strange. According to the rules of the Great Zhou dynasty, Xu Feng didn't believe the maidservant had some supernatural ability to walk through walls and escape. He walked around the room for a bit and suddenly noticed a large wine cellar in the corner. On the floor was a fresh drag mark, clearly indicating someone had recently moved it. So that's how it is. Xu Feng smirked and walked over to move the wine cellar aside. A dark, pitch-black tunnel was revealed. He followed the tunnel, walking through a long corridor, and faintly heard several people speaking in hushed tones. So this was how Luo Youfei was secretly communicating with her maidservant. Luo Youfei had a special status and could never risk being seen coming and going freely from the ninth prince's palace. That would raise too much suspicion. The palace itself was filled with hidden passageways. It wasn't surprising that Luo Youfei knew these secrets. The voices grew clearer as Xu Feng followed the sound, eventually coming upon an expanded underground chamber. Inside the chamber, Luo Youfei and the maidservant were conversing. Their discussion was identical to the fateful scene Xu Feng had seen earlier. After the conversation ended, Xu Feng quietly retreated to a corner and hid. He saw the maidservant come out, now holding a small bottle in her hand exactly like the one from the fateful vision, clearly given to her by Luo Youfei. Xu Feng's gaze turned cold. Luo Youfei was the mother of the crown prince and was determined to harm the other princes with ruthless schemes. The crown prince enjoyed the highest support in court thanks to Luo Youfei's backing, but there were also many officials secretly dissatisfied with him. Most seers likely supported the crown prince because his chances of ascending the throne were the greatest. Luo Youfei was crucial to the crown prince. For an enemy like her to target him, Xu Feng would never let it slide. After the maidservant left, Luo Youfei lingered in the chamber for a while before emerging. She was about to return to the palace the way she had come when she suddenly saw a figure appear before her. Startled, she froze. You? Upon seeing who it was, she realized it was the ninth prince, the so-called waste. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Your Highness the ninth prince, what are you doing here? Xu Feng smiled. That's a question I should be asking you, don't you think? Luo Youfei frowned. The ninth prince looked the same as always, but his demeanor was completely different, like a transformed person. In the past, Luo Youfei had viewed the ninth prince as a harmless waste, someone soft and agreeable to everyone, utterly lacking any imperial presence. Precisely because she hadn't deemed him a threat, she hadn't acted against him. That is, until she learned the truth. Looking at the ninth prince before her, Luo Youfei felt a jolt in her heart. The poison she had administered clearly hadn't worked on him. Otherwise, he should have been incapacitated long ago. But how had this waste followed her here? Her mind was full of questions. Then, Xu Feng pulled a small bottle out of his pocket. I hear this is the gift you prepared for me? Luo Youfei's expression instantly changed. It was the very bottle of poison she had just handed to the maidservant. But how had it ended up in the ninth prince's hands? The maidservant had been under the influence of the 7-day 9 springs powder and should have been completely under her control, incapable of betrayal. How could this bottle of poison now be in the ninth prince's possession? In truth, the moment the maidservant stepped out, Xu Feng had locked onto her using his eternal divine eyes. As soon as she placed the poison in her pocket, he immediately activated his ability to distort space, transferring the bottle directly into his own hand. The twisting void could retrieve objects from a distance. Combined with Heavenly Veil, it could even transcend thousands of miles to snatch objects directly from someone else's hands. Chu Feng opened the bottle, poured out the powder inside, and displayed an innocent smile on his face. Lady Luo, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the one-day fatal powder, correct? TSK, this poison is crafted using 7 different venomous insects, refined over 49 days. It's colorless and tasteless, and once someone falls victim to it, almost no one can escape death. Is this what you intended to use against me? A chilling murderous intent flashed in Luo Yofei's eyes. She had already seen through the Ninth Prince's long-standing facade. Since you found out, I won't hold back anymore. A surge of draconic energy gathered at her fingertips, transforming into sharp streaks of cold light, darting straight for Chu Feng's eyes. In her view, the Ninth Prince was nothing more than a useless figure incapable of wielding dragon energy. No matter how clever he was, he posed no real threat to her. Such foolishness! Chu Feng sneered coldly. An ancient divine light flashed in his eyes. Netherworld frost. Aha! The next moment, Luo Yofei let out a heart-wrenching scream. What kind of power is this? Her entire body was instantly enveloped in frost, a soul-piercing cold that seemed to consume her very consciousness. The draconic energy in her hands dissipated in an instant before it could fully form. She collapsed to her knees, staring at Chu Feng in terror. The Ninth Prince's power was so strange it defied comprehension, utterly unlike ordinary draconic energy. Could it be? Was he from the demonic clans of the Outer Realms? But that was impossible. Chu Feng furrowed his brows, sensing something unusual in the midst of everything. Luo Yofei is a ruthless woman, and her mind is exceptionally meticulous. Even though she's the Empress, her interference in court affairs has already severely disrupted the palace's order. Many officials are already dissatisfied with her. In such a critical moment, for her to target me, it can't be just to eliminate a competitor. The stakes don't match the benefits. It's highly likely she has another motive against me. A glint of golden light shimmered in Chu Feng's eyes. Let me see what secrets you're hiding. In the next instant, the scene before him shifted abruptly. In a dark, grim dungeon, Luo Yofei stood beside a bloodied woman dressed in white. Her voice was icy as she spoke. Chen, tell me, where is the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure? If you don't speak, I'll make sure your son dies a death with no place for his burial. If you do speak, I might consider sparing both you and your son. When my son ascends the throne, I'll allow you to leave the palace and even grant you enough wealth to live a life of luxury. Inside the cage, the woman, battered and on the verge of collapse, was none other than Consort Chen, imprisoned in the Nine Hells prison. Watching this scene, Chu Feng felt a strong sense that something was amiss. According to the history of the Great Zhou dynasty, Consort Chen should have been relegated to the Cold Palace by Emperor Wu of Zhou. But the Nine Hells prison was specifically used to detain the most heinous criminals, especially those who posed a serious threat to the empire's security. This place, devoid of sunlight and filled with eerie energy, could slowly consume a person's sanity. Though Consort Chen had borne the ninth prince with Emperor Wu of Zhou, she was of common origin. What could she have possibly done to warrant imprisonment in the Nine Hells prison? Judging by the timeline, it seemed Consort Chen had only recently been placed here by Luo Yofei, and then the ninth prince was poisoned afterward. There must be a hidden secret behind all of this. Luo Yofei opened the cage, grabbed Consort Chen by the chin with a vice-like grip, and glared at her with a gaze as sharp as a blade. The emperor's days are numbered. The Great Zhou must determine its next ruler. Now, the emperor has locked himself away in the secret chamber, and only you know the secret of the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure. The Great Zhou needs the mandate of heaven to stabilize its reign. Can't you think of the people of this land? Ha ha ha. Consort Chen let out a cold, bone-chilling laugh. What are you laughing at? Luo Yofei glared at her furiously. Consort Chen smiled bitterly and said, "The people you speak of, I've never even heard of the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure. I don't know what you're talking about." Luo Yofei's voice turned cold as she asked, "Are you not concerned for your son's safety?" Consort Chen replied with despair, "I can't even protect myself right now. How could I have the strength to worry about my son? If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. Don't waste any more time." Luo Yofei released her grip, her maniacal expression fading gradually as she walked slowly out of the iron cage. "I know you love your only son more than anything. Within 7 days, I will make you reveal the secret of the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure. For now, stay here obediently." Bang! The iron cage was slammed shut, the deafening sound echoing through the dungeon. The vision ended there. Dragon Abyss hidden treasure. Chu Feng activated his supreme pupil once again. This time, he focused all his energy, determined to uncover the secret of the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure. He continued to trace the images of the past's destiny. However, this time, the scene had changed. Before an exquisitely crafted dressing mirror, Luo Yofei delicately dipped her finger into rouge, applying it to her face. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in her room. "Who's there?" Luo Yofei caught the shadow in her mirror and immediately gathered draconic energy in her hand, ready to strike. But her dragon energy was blocked by the mysterious ripples emanating from the figure's body. "Don't be hasty. I'm not your enemy," the shadowy figure rasped with a laugh. "Who are you?" Luo Yofei asked warily. The figure didn't answer but reached into their pocket, pulling out a letter and tossing it onto her dressing table. "This is a gift for you. It might help you assist your esteemed prince in ascending the throne." Before the words had fully landed, the shadowy figure disappeared. Frowning, Luo Yofei opened the envelope and read its contents. "Consort Chen also knows the secret of the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure." A sharp gleam immediately flashed in Luo Yofei's eyes. The scene ended there. Through these two pieces of information, Chu Feng finally understood the true intent of this venomous woman. To seize the mandate of heaven was to seize the empire. The Dragon Abyss hidden treasure was the symbol of the mandate of heaven for the emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty. But Emperor Wu of Zhou had hidden it away. By tradition, the eldest prince should have inherited the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure. However, Emperor Wu had suddenly changed his mind, decreeing that only the prince who mastered the empire's strongest draconic energy could inherit the throne. Even the Dragon Abyss hidden treasure had been secretly relocated outside the royal palace. Empress Luo Yofei, as the queen, had always believed it was a foregone conclusion that the crown prince would ascend the throne. However, when Emperor Zhou Wu suddenly changed his mind, she panicked. At first, she was busy plotting to help the crown prince gather the imperial dragon energy. Then, a mysterious shadow appeared and revealed to her the secret of the Longyuan hidden treasure. What she never expected was that this destiny-related secret was connected to Chen Luofei. Luo Yofei threw the mother of the ninth prince into the cold palace and then into the nine-nether prison, all to force out this piece of intelligence. She even poisoned the ninth prince to pressure Chen Luofei into revealing the secret, all to protect her own son. But Chen Luofei was evidently very clever. She knew that speaking out would lead to her death, and instead, keeping the secret was the only way to ensure her son's safety. Thus, the scene with her maid secretly poisoning her. Seeing Luo Yofei collapse, covered in frost and with her soul trembling, Chu Feng was almost certain that his netherworld ice had inflicted severe damage to her soul. This deep, soul-penetrating freezing sensation should be enough to make her think clearly. As Luo Yofei recovered from the icy abyss, she looked up to see a pair of cold, merciless eyes staring at her, like the ghostly flames of the underworld. They were the eyes of the Azura. An overwhelming killing aura erupted from Chu Feng in an instant. In that moment, Luo Yofei felt as if she were facing a god of death. Though she couldn't comprehend how this useless prince she had always despised could possess such formidable power, she was certain that with just a single thought, he could end her life. "From now on, you will answer whatever I ask." Chu Feng's voice was as cold as an icy blade. Luo Yofei's heart tightened, and instinctively, she nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at grain. "Tell me, about the person who knows the secret of the Longyuan hidden treasure, what do you know about them?" Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning exploded in her mind. Luo Yofei's head buzzed, and she stared at Chu Feng in terror. How do you know about that? Did I permit you to question me?" A fierce killing intent shot out from Chu Feng's eyes. Luo Yofei was scared out of her wits. Those who are used to intimidating others often prove to be the most cowardly when faced with actual danger. "Will you promise to let me go if I tell you?" "I will." Half an hour later, Luo Yofei was dead. Her corpse was secretly buried in a deserted corner of the imperial garden. The garden was vast, and Luo Yofei had already been missing for several days. Unless the entire imperial palace was turned upside down, no one would find her body. And even if they searched tirelessly, it was unlikely anyone would think to look for her corpse in the garden of someone like me, a useless prince. What right would I have to kill Luo Yofei, a master of imperial dragon energy? After interrogating her, I discovered this foolish woman was merely a pawn being used. She knew nothing about the shadowy figure. It was simply because the figure mentioned that Chen Luofei knew the secret of the Longyuan hidden treasure that she targeted the ninth prince. As for the shadow's true identity, Luo Yofei had no idea, nor was she interested in finding out. In her desperation to obtain the secrets of the Longyuan hidden treasure and help the crown prince ascend the throne, she abandoned all reason, resorting to any means necessary. Luo Yofei was like a cancer, disrupting court politics and plunging the already unstable Great Zhou dynasty into further chaos. Yet, it had to be admitted that she was still a capable ally for the crown prince. For someone like her, Chu Feng had to act decisively. Next, he planned to visit the Nine Nether prison. At the very least, he needed to confirm in person whether Chen Luofei knew anything about the Long Yuan hidden treasure. Just as he headed toward the direction of the Nine Nether prison, a notification suddenly popped up on his phone screen. Jiang Xiaoyu, Fengshen, I've already followed your instructions and am seated at the tea house. How's it going on your end? Chu Feng replied, there was a slight hiccup, but nothing major. Jiang Xiaoyu, so, will you have time to come to the tea house? At least let me know what role you're playing. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your mission or expose your identity. Chu Feng responded with a hint of helplessness, I've already infiltrated the palace and am investigating some matters. I might not be able to make it. Jiang Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes, confirming she hadn't read it wrong. Boss, we just got started, and you've already infiltrated the palace? To enter the palace, one would need at least the status of a third-rank official, whereas ultravisionists typically started with the identity of a sixth-rank official at best. Not to mention, even third-rank officials needed special permission to enter the court. To roam freely within the palace, one would have to be a first-rank official. Starting off by infiltrating the palace, this level of skill was indeed what one would expect from someone who had received 2 SSS ratings. Chu Feng suddenly thought of something and sent another message. Any useful information you overhear at the Juxing Tower, send it to me. Jiang Xiaoyu, aren't you in the palace? Won't you have access to more intelligence? Chu Feng, not necessarily. I'll be conducting some special investigations soon and might not have many channels to gather minor intelligence. In the coming days, ultravisionists from other factions will begin vying for higher imperial authority points by seizing control of various resources in the Great Zhou dynasty. If you hear about emerging nobles or rising figures, they are most likely our competitors. Track their movements and report to me daily. Understood. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit excited. She had thought she was merely a supporting character, but now it seemed she could actually contribute. Her ability, the Eye of the Mind, not only allowed her to share mental spaces but also granted her a strong affinity with others. Ordinary people, upon meeting her, would unconsciously feel as though she were their closest friend, willing to share anything with her. Later, they wouldn't even find it strange. When necessary, she could also use her eye power to silently probe into someone's mind, making her highly adept at gathering intelligence. Assigning her to the Juxing Tower was indeed the perfect choice. Every day, the Juxing Tower was frequented by officials and noble families. From their conversations, she could glean countless bits of gossip. Compiling these small pieces of intelligence would provide an overview of the Great Zhou dynasty's dynamics. After finishing their conversation, Chu Feng used his memory of the map to find the Nine Nether prison. The place was heavily guarded, with the Imperial Guards stationed tightly around it. Chu Feng stepped forward, and several guards immediately blocked his path. Ninth Prince, this is not a place you should be. Chu Feng frowned. The Emperor once said I had the right to visit my mother. Now that he is gravely ill and unable to handle state affairs, are you all making decisions on your own? The guards looked troubled. Let him in, a hoarse voice came from not far away. An elderly eunuch slowly approached, casting a deep glance at Chu Feng. He said, since it is His Highness the Ninth Prince here to visit Lady Luofei, naturally, he cannot be refused. Please, come in. Chu Feng nodded and followed the eunuch, stepping into the dark and frigid Zhouyou prison. Once inside, a few jailers led Chu Feng and the eunuch into a room. Lady Luofei lay on the bed, seemingly unconscious. Chu Feng activated his eternal divine eyes. With the aid of his extraordinary vision, he could see that Lady Luofei's vitality was incredibly weak. The chilling air of Zhouyou prison was bone-chilling. Simply standing there made Chu Feng feel uneasy, let alone Lady Luofei, a frail and ordinary woman. The eunuch's expression flickered, and he hastily made an excuse, saying, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, Lady Luofei's body cannot withstand the cold here and has fainted. We will arrange for someone to deliver healing elixirs. Please, return tomorrow to visit her. Let me look at her a little longer. Chu Feng spoke in a deliberately choked voice, occasionally sobbing, his expression one of deep sorrow. He seemed like a filial son watching his mother suffer, his heart torn apart with grief. The eunuch stood silently, not objecting, as if tacitly agreeing. Chu Feng approached Lady Luofei, turning his back to the others. In a corner where no one could see, he activated his supreme heavy eyes. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed dramatically. In the countryside, along a long path, Lady Luofei rode a magnificent steed, her arms tightly wrapped around an unruly man in front of her. The man wore simple attire, but his demeanor exuded the aura of an emperor, occasionally revealing the majesty of a sovereign. Chu Feng recognized him instantly. This was Emperor Zhou Wu from 16 years ago. At the time, he had disguised himself as a wandering swordsman, traveling among the common folk for a month. It was then that he had a relationship with Lady Luo Fei. During that time, Emperor Zhou Wu had assumed the role of a hunter. Using his dragon chi technique, he became an unmatched marksman, earning Lady Luo Fei's affection. He had taken her hunting in the countryside, and when they couldn't make it back to the palace by nightfall, they would camp by a bonfire, spending the night together. It seemed that the ninth prince's existence was a result of those passionate nights under the stars. The two rode on as the sky gradually darkened. Emperor Zhou Wu discreetly utilized his dragon chi technique to locate a nearby cave, leading Lady Luo Fei there to spend the night. Some descriptive details are omitted here. Before they slept, Emperor Zhou Wu whispered in Lady Luo Fei's ear, "My beloved, this empire will be yours." The naive Lady Luo Fei, unaware of his true identity, laughed and said, "Do you think you're the Emperor of Zhou now? Declaring me your consort, how improper." That night, Emperor Zhou Wu vanished. What no one knew was that Lady Luo Fei had become pregnant with the ninth prince. Later, when the imperial court discovered royal bloodlines, they reported it, and Emperor Zhou Wu finally found her. Due to Emperor Zhou Wu's lack of protection, Lady Luo Fei was ridiculed upon her return to the village. They called her unclean, and her child a bastard. Not just the villagers, but even her family began to despise and ostracize her, treating her as a lowly being. Even the village doctor refused to treat her. It wasn't until a kind-hearted 90-year-old herbalist heard of her plight and ran 10 kilometers to assist her in childbirth that both mother and child survived. Emperor Zhou Wu, feeling eternally guilty toward Lady Luo Fei and the ninth prince, brought them into the palace, intending to care for them. Little did he know, he had thrown them into the whirlpool of palace intrigue. The vision ended. Although the scenes were fragmented, Chu Feng deduced the location of the Dragon Abyss treasure. It was in the cave where Emperor Zhou Wu and Lady Luo Fei had met. However, the Dragon Abyss treasure wasn't buried there at the time. It was said that during a severe illness, Emperor Zhou Wu had secretly left the palace, only to faint and collapse on horseback upon his return. No one knew why he had left. But from the visions, Chu Feng inferred that Emperor Zhou Wu had likely hidden the Dragon Abyss treasure in that cave. After all, he had once promised Lady Luo Fei that the empire would remain with her. Though Emperor Zhou Wu had many consorts, most arranged by bureaucratic families, some even out of his control, Lady Luo Fei was the one woman he had truly opened his heart to outside the palace. His guilt toward her remained for life. This was why he chose the cave as the hiding place for the Dragon Abyss treasure. Piecing together these clues and what he saw with the supreme heavy eyes, Chu Feng had pinpointed the treasure's location. He slowly turned around, his eyes burning red like flames, and walked heavily out of the cell. "Please take good care of my mother. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, we will immediately send for the elixirs to heal Lady Luo Fei," the old eunuch said, bowing deeply with utmost respect. But Chu Feng knew in his heart that this respect was not directed at him, but at Luo Youfei in the shadows. As long as the secret of the Dragon Abyss treasure remained uncovered, Luo Youfei would never allow the Ninth Prince's mother to perish so easily. The old eunuch likely hadn't anticipated Lady Luo Fei's condition to be this dire. If Luo Youfei returned and learned of this, she would probably direct her wrath at him. However, Luo Youfei was already dead. And as for Lady Luo Fei, she no longer held any value to Chu Feng. He was merely using the identity of the Ninth Prince to find ways to accumulate more royal authority points. If the Dragon Abyss treasure was the key to the fate of the Zhou dynasty, then, once he possessed it, his royal authority points would skyrocket. He wouldn't even need to compete with other supreme seers for resources. Finding the Dragon Abyss treasure would mark the first phase of victory. Returning to the palace, he pushed open the door, only to find a young maid waiting in the room. Startled by his entrance, the maid jumped up, seemingly sensing something off. She hastily said, "Your Highness, where did you go during the day? I searched everywhere but couldn't find you." Before she could finish, frost began to form on her body, layer by layer. Netherworld frost. Using the full might of his ocular powers, Chu Feng froze her very soul. Luo Youfei's death didn't matter, but this maid dared to plot against him. She was courting death. When faced with trouble, he had always preferred a swift and decisive approach. He tossed the maid into a secret passage, packed his belongings, and left the capital under the cover of night. The Ninth Prince's identity was unique. He could not casually use carriages, nor could he have much contact with anyone in the palace. He had to minimize drawing attention while making his way to the location of the Dragon Abyss treasure. The Star-Gathering Tower. It was once said, the tower reaches straight to the heavens, and from here, one could pluck the stars. Standing on the first floor of the star-gathering tower and looking up, it seemed as though one could reach the skies. As a symbol of the Great Zhou dynasty, no other building could surpass its height. The guests here were all impeccably dressed, exuding an extraordinary air. They were children of bureaucratic and aristocratic families. Today, the star-gathering tower was several times livelier than usual. Have you heard? The Chen family has taken control of the Northwest mines. Just the other day, they were mining in the northern frontier and uncovered a ley line. It's like they've struck gold. I heard the Zhou family has collaborated with the Xuanji Pavilion to develop a new mechanism craft. When they presented it to the court, both civil and military officials were full of praise. Many aristocratic families are looking to ally with the crown prince. I think, in the future, the Great Zhou dynasty will likely be inherited by the crown prince. So many families have already sided with him. The Chen and Zhou families are his supporters. The spiritual vein mines and mechanism battle armor techniques are all under the crown prince's control. The future of the Great Zhou dynasty rests in his hands. Many ministers in the court are surely supporting his ascension now. This is perfectly reasonable. Such news was not only spilled through conversations among the esteemed guests. A young man in white was also eagerly sharing this gossip with a girl in green seated across from him. Miss, I swear, no matter how big or small the events in the Great Zhou dynasty are, they can't escape my ears. If you're willing to listen, I can tell you everything. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled faintly, saying little. Though this person was slightly annoying, sitting idly in the star-gathering tower all day, drinking tea and eating pastries, would be even more dull and meaningless. Since it was part of the task for the divine ascension, she had no choice but to listen. Through the words of the young man in white, Jiang Xiaoyu gained an understanding of the latest developments in the Great Zhou dynasty. In recent days, explosive news had been coming out continuously. Various spiritual stone mines were being extracted as if it were a game, harvested in large quantities. Important resources were concentrated in the hands of a few prominent families. Clearly, there was a super observer orchestrating things behind the scenes. The battle for imperial power had begun in full force. Jiang Xiaoyu transmitted all this information as text through the super observer connection to Chu Feng. In a small, remote town outside the palace, Chu Feng, dressed in plain clothes, was eating noodles at a roadside stall. At that moment, a stream of information popped up before him. Reading the messages sent by Jiang Xiaoyu, Chu Feng gained a general understanding of the situation in the Great Zhou dynasty. The majority of super observers had chosen to support the crown prince's faction. They had utilized the abundant mineral resources of the northern region to develop mechanism battle armor and had rapidly mastered the skill of dragon chi manipulation. Secretly, they assassinated key figures from other families, seizing control of the Great Zhou dynasty's vital arteries and immediately taking over the core resources. Once the core resources were under their control, support from the court naturally surged as well. This support translated into imperial power values, becoming the key to passing the first phase. I guessed right. Emperor Wu of Zhou certainly left the Dragon Abyss treasure in that cave. As long as I obtain Heaven's mandate, the Great Zhou dynasty will completely fall into my hands. By then, no matter how much imperial power value the other super observers have, it won't matter. Chu Feng was utterly indifferent to the actions of the other super observers. Since the system had assigned him the role of the ninth prince, it must have its reasons. The key lay in the lead about the Dragon Abyss treasure brought forth by Lady Luo Youfei. Through this lead, the super observers could unearth the secrets of Lady Chun Luo and Emperor Wu of Zhou from years past. By piecing together various pieces of intelligence, they could locate the Dragon Abyss treasure and secure victory in the first phase. The route of playing the ninth prince largely revolved around this. For ordinary super observers, uncovering such secretive information would be extremely challenging. Even with the blessings of a stroke of fortune and extraordinary lineage, discovering such hidden strategies would still be difficult. But Chu Feng, having awakened the supreme heavy pupil, could instantly pinpoint critical clues for various strategy tasks once a stroke of fortune and extraordinary lineage were triggered. According to the map of the Great Zhou dynasty, it would take Chu Feng at least another half-month to reach that cave. What a pity! If I weren't limited by the identity of the prince, I could have taken a carriage directly there and saved quite a bit of time. Inside the palace. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Zhao family is willing to form an alliance with you. When you inherit the throne, this nation will surely prosper. We will give our all to assist your Highness in ascending to the throne. In recent days, countless court officials and noble families had flocked to the Crown Prince's residence to pledge their loyalty. The grand mansion was bustling with the comings and goings of the powerful and influential, appearing particularly lively. Ah, you're all too kind. The crown prince had been in an excellent mood recently, brimming with pride. For some reason, it seemed as though all the good fortune had been falling into his lap lately. Many of the aristocratic families under his command had achieved significant breakthroughs, almost as if they had swept up all the core resources of the Great Zhou dynasty. The dragon chi surrounding the mansion was also surging wildly. It felt as though the forces of the entire world were converging toward the crown prince. The reception of guests continued late into the night. Suddenly, the crown prince furrowed his brows and asked a few servants, "Have any of you seen my mother recently?" "Your Highness, we haven't seen Lady Yofei in the past few days," the servants replied, shaking their heads. The crown prince's frown deepened, his instincts telling him something was amiss. "Send someone to investigate immediately." Before long, a subordinate hurriedly returned, panicked. "Your Highness, the Heavenly Fate officer reports. Lady Yofei's flame of life has extinguished." "What?" The crown prince leapt up from his chair. "Are you saying my mother is dead?" The subordinate dropped to his knees, trembling all over. "Yes. After consulting with the Heavenly Fate officer, we discovered that Lady Yofei's flame of life has indeed gone out. Who would dare do such a thing?" The crown prince slammed his hand down, shattering the cup on the table. He paced back and forth in rage. "Prepare at once. I will personally see the Heavenly Fate officer." The Heavenly Fate officer was highly gifted in the art of dragon chi manipulation, but their bloodline was average, which led to the establishment of this unique position. Typically, members of the royal family were specifically assigned to serve them. Outside the mansion, the crown prince's carriage came to a halt. In front of him stood the destiny official, an elderly man in his 70s, dressed in red ceremonial court robes. He was channeling the surrounding dragon energy into a crystal ball. Moments later, an image appeared within the crystal ball. "Is that the Ninth Prince's garden?" The crown prince stepped forward, his gaze flickering. The destiny official spoke in a deep voice, "Your Highness, if my calculations are correct, Consort Luo is very likely buried here." The crown prince's heart sank. The destiny official had used the dragon energy divination technique and declared this in person. It was almost certain that Consort Luo was dead. But who killed her? This must be thoroughly investigated. "Follow me to the Ninth Prince's garden. Turn the place upside down if you must, but find my mother. Notify the military strategy office and immediately arrest the Ninth Prince." "What exactly is going on? I must get to the bottom of this." "Understood." The subordinates swiftly sprang into action. Inside the imperial palace, many people noticed the crown prince storming toward the Ninth Prince's residence in a rage, and they began to whisper among themselves. "What happened to the crown prince? He seems furious. The destiny official is with him, something serious must have occurred. From the direction they're heading, it looks like the Ninth Prince's garden. Could it be that these two princes are about to face off directly? I don't know. Let's just keep watching." Recently, the crown prince had been in the spotlight, and every move he made attracted the attention of everyone in the palace. Following the crown prince and his entourage, they arrived at the Ninth Prince's residence. The servants behind them took out iron shovels and began digging to search for Consort Luo's body. It didn't take long. Consort Luo's corpse was found. The crown prince stepped forward to confirm that it was indeed his mother's remains. A glacial fury ignited in his eyes. "Where is Zhou Yuxuan? Bring him to me immediately." Several subordinates approached nervously, trembling as they replied. The Ninth Prince's men can't be found. We don't know where he has fled to." Night fell. A great storm swept through the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Consort Luo was dead. Her body had been found in the Ninth Prince's garden. And the Ninth Prince himself had vanished from the palace. The entire Great Zhou dynasty was plunged into turmoil, and the streets and alleys were filled with an atmosphere of tension and fear. Conspicuous wanted posters were plastered on the walls of pavilions, palaces, streets, and shop entrances. A reward of 100,000 gold pieces for capturing the Ninth Prince. 2 taels of gold for anyone providing clues about the Ninth Prince. The news caused an uproar among the common people of the Great Zhou dynasty. A reward of 100,000 gold pieces was enough to ensure a lifetime of luxury and comfort. It was even enough to establish a powerful and wealthy family. Even providing a useful clue could earn 2 taels of gold with ease. Whoever captured the Ninth Prince would have their fate completely rewritten. This news naturally reached the star-gathering pavilion. Jiang Xiaoyu listened to the white-clad young man beside her, who was passionately recounting the story of the Ninth Prince being wanted by the dynasty. Her brows furrowed tightly. What was going on? She opened her interface and saw that the line of data remained unchanged. Royal Authority Value, 23. During this time, the Royal Authority Value had shown no activity. The royal authority value should be linked to Feng Xin, but there's been no change. Did something happen on his end? Recalling the news a few days ago about Chu Feng entering the imperial palace, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly deduced that the ninth prince being hunted was likely connected to Feng Xin. She immediately sent a message. Feng Xin, I heard the ninth prince is wanted by the dynasty. Did something happen on your side? Are you there, Feng Xin? If you get this message, please reply to me. However, after sitting in the star-gathering pavilion for an entire day, until dusk fell and the tavern's guests gradually dispersed, Jiang Xiaoyu still hadn't received any reply from Chu Feng. The white-clad young man noticed Jiang Xiaoyu's somber mood and occasionally showed a worried expression. He quickly ordered a cup of honey pomelo tea and handed it to her. Miss Yu, I don't know what trouble you're facing recently, but perhaps the sweet tea can help ease your mood a little. Thank you. Jiang Xiaoyu accepted the tea and took a sip, feeling her spirits lift slightly. The food and drinks at the star-gathering pavilion were no ordinary fare. What seemed like a simple cup of honey pomelo tea was made with honey and pomelos sourced from spiritually enriched lands, offering great benefits to the body. You're such a kind person. Jiang Xiaoyu thought to herself but didn't say it aloud. In the outskirts, within a hidden cave. The interior of the cave glimmered faintly with golden light. If someone were to enter, they would see a young man dressed in simple clothing, his hands placed on a golden jade seal, with streams of golden dragon energy slowly flowing out of the seal. Who would have thought, to wield this destiny seal, one must first master the dragon energy technique to the 6th level? Chu Feng let out a wry smile. After half a month of arduous travel, he had finally reached this cave. The journey had not been without its challenges. Of course, since he was wanted, most of those pursuing him were ordinary soldiers and common folk. Chu Feng easily discerned their abilities and resolved all the troubles with ease. Upon reaching the outskirts, he moved swiftly, no one could catch up to him. Using the supervision of the eternal divine eyes, Chu Feng quickly located the Dragon Abyss secret cache hidden here by Emperor Zhou Wu. This was the Golden Jade Seal. However, to claim it, one needed to master the dragon energy technique to a certain level. Otherwise, the Destiny Seal would automatically release dragon energy and repel anyone who tried to touch it. Thanks to the analysis capabilities of the eternal divine eyes, Chu Feng demonstrated exceptional learning abilities. Moreover, with royal blood flowing through his veins, he possessed a natural aptitude for mastering dragon energy. The ninth prince's failure to learn the dragon energy technique wasn't due to a lack of talent but rather, a lack of intelligence and an inability to learn quickly. Additionally, no one in the palace had been willing to approach him, let alone teach him the dragon energy technique. But relying on the advanced analysis of the eternal divine eyes, Chu Feng managed to teach himself and successfully mastered the technique. Boom! The destiny seal before him suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. I did it! Chu Feng reached out and firmly grasped the destiny seal. In that moment, he felt as though he had seized control of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Almost simultaneously, Chu Feng felt that the earth's veins and the dragon's fortune of this land were closely connected to his body. So this is what it feels like to be the son of heaven of the Great Zhou dynasty? No wonder it's called the Heavenly Mandate Seal. Holding this, it feels as if I'm gripping the lifeblood of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Feng took a deep breath, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surging within him. It was as if, with a mere thought, the dragon's fortune of the entire Great Zhou dynasty would gather around him. At that moment, overturning rivers and seas, commanding mountains and rivers, all would be at his command. He opened the panel. Although the imperial power value hadn't changed yet, as long as he announced that he now held the Heavenly Mandate Seal. This Heavenly Mandate Seal could bring him endless imperial power. It's time to pay a visit to the imperial palace. Chu Feng stood up, and with a single thought, the dragon's fortune around him transformed into a miraculous war chariot. He stepped onto the chariot and sped towards the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Have you heard? The ninth prince really killed concubine Yu? This news is shocking. The first prince has been on the rise lately, and yet the ninth prince dared to kill his mother. He's truly courting death. That useless prince actually dares to go against the first prince. I can't fathom what's going on in his head. Don't speak carelessly. Soon, the first prince will inherit the throne. If you bring this up again, you might bring trouble upon yourself. Has anyone heard? The dragon's fortune of the Great Zhou dynasty has been weakening recently. It seems a new emperor must be chosen soon. Why hasn't His Majesty appeared yet? Exactly, they should decide on the next emperor quickly. We'll feel at ease once the successor of the Heavenly Mandate Seal is chosen. I heard that ever since the emperor fell ill, he's been confined to a secret chamber. If the situation worsens, they'll have to hold the heavenly selection ceremony to choose a new emperor. The heavenly selection ceremony is a special ritual held only when the current emperor is incapacitated and has not named a successor. All officials and candidate princes would gather at the sacrificial platform to vie for the dragon's fortune of the great Zhou dynasty. Over the past years, more than half of the court officials had sided with the first prince. Compared to the other princes, his support rate was overwhelmingly dominant. Although Emperor Wu of Zhou hadn't passed away yet, ever since he fell ill and returned to the palace, he had locked himself in the secret chamber, not appearing for several months. The secret chamber was extremely secure, a sanctuary passed down from the previous dynasty. To open the chamber, the entire dragon vein power of the great Zhou dynasty was needed. And to gather all the dragon fortune, the heavenly mandate seal was indispensable. In other words, the heavenly mandate seal was the key to the secret chamber. Currently, most officials and princes believed the heavenly mandate seal was still in Emperor Wu's possession, locked inside the secret chamber. However, with the shifting dragon's fortune of the great Zhou dynasty, it seemed Emperor Wu's life force was growing increasingly weak. A nation cannot remain leaderless. The great Zhou dynasty must quickly decide on a new emperor, reunite the nation's dragon veins, open the secret chamber, and retrieve the heavenly mandate seal. Once the heavenly selection ceremony is held, the moment the new emperor ascends the throne, the dragon's fortune of the entire great Zhou dynasty would swiftly gather around him. The secret chamber could then be opened even without the heavenly mandate seal. At that time, they could reclaim the heavenly mandate seal and restore order to the great Zhou dynasty. Days passed one after another. The officials and nobles of the court grew increasingly restless. Under their collective urging, the next day, the 8 princes, along with the major aristocratic families, high-ranking officials, and nobles of the court, gathered at the great Zhou sacrificial platform to hold the heavenly selection ceremony. In the sky above, 8 powerful streams of dragon's fortune intertwined and clashed, resembling 8 golden dragons in fierce combat, with no clear victor yet. However, the golden dragon above the first prince's head was significantly larger, its gaze sharp, its aura invincible. The other 7 golden dragons struggled desperately to resist, but their momentum was visibly weaker. This time, victory is ours. Several figures below the platform whispered among themselves. Our imperial power value has already reached over 180,000. Don't worry, the first prince will undoubtedly ascend the throne this time. When that happens, we'll easily advance to the second stage. But don't let your guard down. Aside from the factions of the great Zhou dynasty, there are also foreign evil forces who've entered the second stage. Before the third stage begins, we must root out these infiltrators to ensure ultimate victory. Understood. These individuals were the supervisionaries aligned with the first prince's faction. In fact, in this instance, the majority of supervisionaries had chosen the first prince's faction, because it made passing this stage easier. Of course, there were a few who enjoyed challenges and chose other princes, but those factions offered little in terms of strategy, and their imperial power value was far lower than that of the first prince's faction. In the sky above, the first prince's fortune dragon had completely suppressed the other prince's dragons. A slight smile appeared on his lips. It's over. Just as the first prince prepared to devour the other dragons of fortune. Suddenly, an incredibly mysterious war chariot streaked across the sky like a dazzling golden meteor, crashing into the heavenly selection ceremony and forcefully repelling the fortune dragons the first prince was about to devour. Who dares? The first prince roared in fury. When he saw the intruder, he froze. The 9th prince? That useless fool, wasn't he supposed to have vanished after killing his own mother? This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. The 9th prince? How could he be here? He just killed concubine Luo Yu. To appear at the heavenly selection ceremony, who gave him the audacity? Such audacity. Instead of hiding, he shows up here to court death. I can't fathom what he's thinking. Chu Feng's appearance caused a massive uproar. No one had expected the 9th prince, who was being hunted by the dynasty, to show up on the day of the heavenly selection ceremony. The moment he saw Chu Feng, the first prince's face contorted with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Excellent. Since you're here today, I'll personally kill you to avenge my mother. The first prince raised his hands, and a tempest swept through the heavens and earth. Endless dragon fortune surged, stirring the winds and clouds. With a mere wave of his hand, he controlled the very course of heaven and earth, as if any casual strike could cause tidal waves and scatter enemy forces. Who could have imagined the first prince's dragon fortune control technique has already reached the 5th tier? At this level, isn't he comparable to Emperor Wu in his prime? No wonder he's been able to gather Great Zhou's fortune so quickly. His talent is astounding. That 9th prince, he's truly courting death. The civil and military officials, the onlooking crowd, and the aristocratic families, everyone near the sacrificial platform, nearly unanimously believed the ninth prince stood no chance. The first prince's command of dragon fortune was like overturning rivers and seas, an awe-inspiring sight. In contrast, the ninth prince was merely the illegitimate child of Emperor Zhou Wu. Though he bore royal blood, he lacked any semblance of imperial demeanor. His presence in the palace was, instead, a stain on the royal family's honor. As the tsunami-like dragon aura surged forth, threatening to engulf the ninth prince entirely, Chu Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. With a flick of his hand, he brought out the heavenly mandate seal. Suppress! A thunderous roar, reverberating like the voice of a deity, echoed across the heavens and earth, stabilizing the mountains and rivers. The massive wave was instantly subdued, dissipating into nothingness. In Chu Feng's hand, the heavenly mandate seal gathered an endless flow of dragon aura. With a slight movement of his fingertip, the overwhelming dragon aura descended like a vast ocean, pinning the crown prince firmly onto the sacrificial altar. Impossible! The crown prince's eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging with bloodshot fury. The heavenly mandate seal, how could it possibly be in your hands? The scene fell into utter silence. After a brief stillness, the crowd erupted into chaos. The heavenly mandate seal? Is that truly the heavenly mandate seal? How could such a pivotal artifact end up with the ninth prince? Could it be that Emperor Wulong intended for the ninth prince to inherit the throne? Impossible. The ninth prince is a nobody, and his mother, concubine Chen Luo, was merely a woman from the countryside with lowly blood. How could such a lineage defile the royal heritage? The members of the royal family who supported the crown prince were filled with shock, confusion, fear, and rage. Not only could they not comprehend why the heavenly mandate seal was in the hands of the ninth prince, but they were also overcome with an inexplicable dread. They feared they had chosen the wrong side. If the ninth prince ascended to the throne, those old ministers who had once oppressed him and controlled the great Zhou dynasty's governance would undoubtedly face retribution. They had to ensure the crown prince's smooth ascension to the throne to protect their family's political power within the court. The crown prince was brimming with unstoppable momentum. As the legitimate eldest son of Emperor Zhou Wu, his mastery of the dragon aura technique was unparalleled among all the princes. Taking into account various factors, this heavenly enlightenment ceremony should have resulted in the crown prince's smooth coronation if no unexpected events occurred. But alas, the unexpected had arrived. No one could have foreseen that the ninth prince, who had been declared a fugitive of the great Zhou dynasty half a month prior, would appear at the site of the heavenly enlightenment ceremony. Even more shocking, he held the heavenly mandate seal of Emperor Zhou Wu in his hand. What in the world was happening? You despicable brat! What gives you the right to hold the heavenly mandate seal of the great Zhou dynasty? Hand it over immediately. The crown prince glared at the heavenly mandate seal in Chu Feng's hand, roaring almost hysterically. His crazed demeanor was eerily reminiscent of his deranged mother. Truly, like mother, like son. Born of madness, and equally grotesque in their frenzy. Around them, officials, court ministers, noble families, and other dignitaries erupted with a chorus of condemnation. Indeed, the heavenly mandate seal must have been stolen by the ninth prince. You shameless brat! The great Zhou dynasty's most sacred treasure is not something you are fit to touch. You murdered consort, you caused the empress's death, and stole the heavenly mandate seal. You are the greatest traitor to the great Zhou dynasty. If you have any sense of decency left, hand over the heavenly mandate seal immediately. Return the heavenly mandate seal, admit your wrongdoings, and perhaps you and your mother might be spared. You'd better not overestimate yourself and dare to oppose the entire great Zhou dynasty. Chu Feng scanned the surroundings coldly. The dense, blackened crowd before him were all his enemies. Their expressions were filled with anger and absurdity, as though they wished to devour him whole, yet simultaneously seemed afraid he might devour them instead. Fools! A roar imbued with dragon aura erupted from Chu Feng's mouth, silencing the entire gathering in an instant. With the heavenly mandate in hand, the world was his. Holding the heavenly mandate seal, Chu Feng effectively wielded control over most of the great Zhou's lands and rivers. The ninth prince's icy gaze swept over the crowd. His stare was so chilling it pierced through to the bone, sending shivers down spines. Some superocular practitioners' eyes glinted as they attempted to use ocular techniques to control Chu Feng. But Chu Feng's eternal god eyes had already reached the sixth tier. Any mental control ocular techniques against him were like stones cast into the vast ocean, failing to even create a ripple. The expressions of the superocular practitioners in the crown prince's camp instantly shifted. If even ocular techniques were ineffective against the ninth prince, they had no means to deal with him. In this world, power resided in the hands of the strong. Superocular practitioners relied on their eye techniques and cunning strategies to help their chosen prince ascend to the throne. But they had no mastery over the dragon aura technique. Without relying on their ocular techniques, how could they possibly contend with Chu Feng? It was akin to an ant attempting to shake a giant tree, utterly futile. You claim I murdered consort you, caused the empress's death, and stole the heavenly mandate seal. Then take a good look for yourselves and see what truly happened. The heavenly mandate seal flipped, projecting a beam of light that displayed a series of images across the sky. In the visions, consort Luo Yu was seen instructing her maid to poison the ninth prince, threatening concubine Chen Luo, and conversing with a shadowy figure. When the visions ended, expressions of disbelief spread across everyone's faces. So, consort Yu was trying to harm the ninth prince, but her plan was uncovered and backfired? The crown prince stared at the screen, veins bulging across his neck as he roared maniacally. No! This can't be true. You must have used some dark sorcery to deceive us with this illusion. It's all fake, all of it. I'll kill you. With that, the crown prince once again activated the dragon aura technique, charging fiercely toward Chu Feng. Stop overestimating yourself. Chu Feng shook his head, gripping the heavenly mandate seal. The dragon aura surrounding the crown prince was immediately absorbed by the heavenly mandate seal, transforming into a torrent of dragon aura around Chu Feng instead. You! The crown prince was so enraged he was on the verge of exploding. The one who holds the heavenly mandate is the one who commands the world. With the world in his grasp, the crown prince's dragon aura technique was completely outmatched. Chu Feng gazed coldly at the crown prince, who lay motionless on the ground. If not for the fact that you share royal blood, I would have crushed you with a mere flick of my finger already. The crown prince, overwhelmed by the mountainous weight of the dragon aura pressing down on him, was consumed by humiliation. When did he become like a bug, lying here and letting others trample over him? But now, even the timid and cowardly ninth prince, who was usually despised by everyone, looked at him with eyes as if he were a bug that could be crushed to death with a flick of the fingers. This made his proud heart feel as if it had been thrown into a garbage heap, trampled upon without mercy. Everyone, let us old men say a few words. At this moment, several elderly men dressed in red ceremonial robes stepped forward. Destiny officials? The crowd was slightly taken aback. Destiny officials held a key position in the Great Zhou dynasty. Although their origins were humble, their mastery of the dragon aura arts made them extremely important within the court. Among them, one elderly man with a stern expression spoke bluntly, "If I am not mistaken, the technique the ninth prince just performed is none other than the cosmic rewind art." The cosmic rewind art? The mention of this term caused an instant uproar. That is the highest level dragon aura technique. How did the ninth prince learn such a skill? He has the destiny seal. It's not surprising he can achieve this, right? That's not correct. The destiny seal, as the pinnacle artifact of dragon aura, requires an extremely high level of cultivation to wield. Indeed. While the ninth prince may use the destiny seal to suppress the first prince, whether he can perform the cosmic rewind art is another matter. Dragon aura cultivation cannot simply rely on external tools. Which means, even without the destiny seal, the ninth prince can still surpass the first prince in dragon aura arts? That seems to be the case. The late emperor once said that dragon aura is the foundation of the royal family. The deeper the cultivation, the stronger the ability to govern a nation. The Great Zhou dynasty has lasted for 1,000 years precisely because successive emperors adhered to one principle: those with the highest dragon aura cultivation inherit the throne, ensuring the stability of imperial power. By the proper lineage of succession, the ninth prince is the most suitable heir. The first prince's face turned pale as paper as he listened to the minister's discussions around him. He could feel the dragon aura within his body gradually dissipating. In other words, more and more people were beginning to shift their support to the ninth prince. It was then that the destiny officials' expression suddenly darkened. We destiny officials are fully aware that the cosmic rewind art can only reveal reality. The scenes displayed by the ninth prince are not fabricated but have truly occurred in reality. Perhaps you only noticed the scene where consort Luo Yu plotted to kill the ninth prince. But the key lies in her conversation with that shadowy figure. A shadowy figure? It was only then that the crowd noticed a shadowy figure in the scene, engaged in a hushed conversation with consort Luo Yu in her bedroom. Initially, they thought the two were arguing, but after the shadowy figure handed something to her, it departed. That's correct. That shadowy figure is a member of the Outer Realm Evil Clan, one of their evil sovereigns. The destiny official took a deep breath and made a solemn announcement. What? The mention of the evil sovereigns caused an immediate uproar among the ministers. The Great Zhou dynasty and the Outer Realm Evil Clan were mortal enemies. However, despite their enmity, the two had coexisted for tens of thousands of years, maintaining a delicate balance. The royal abilities of the evil clan were more bizarre and powerful than the dragon aura of the Great Zhou dynasty, and they could be used anywhere. Of course, they had difficulty operating within the territory of Great Zhou. But once outside the protection of Great Zhou's dragon luck, the evil clan's power grew even stronger. The Great Zhou army could not leave the country, and the evil clan could not invade it. This maintained years of stability between the two sides. However, whenever the throne was about to change hands, the evil clan would stir with unrest. That was when Great Zhou's dragon luck was at its weakest. The evil clan's activities would reach their peak. At this point, the previously proud and confident first prince's face turned ghostly pale. He had no idea that his mother had secretly colluded with the evil clan. But now, no matter how much he tried to defend himself, it was useless. Who would believe him? Looking up, he saw the crowd's eyes filled with disgust, disdain, and hatred. His heart sank completely. Consort Luo Yu secretly colluding with the enemy evil clan is a crime deserving death. Who would have thought the first prince would conspire with the evil clan just to seize the throne? Those who are not of our kin must have different hearts. Thankfully, the ninth prince exposed the truth in time, or the Great Zhou dynasty would have fallen into the hands of a traitor. Support the ninth prince to inherit the throne. The first prince should be thrown into the Nine Abyss prison and thoroughly investigated to uncover how many traitors remain within the royal family. We must strip the first prince of his royal status immediately. Some ministers who had originally leaned toward supporting the ninth prince seized this opportunity to solidify their stance, joining his camp. These individuals had deep roots in the court, and choosing the right side would allow them to expand their influence further. They cared little about which prince ascended the throne, focusing solely on their own interests. Boom! Suddenly, a violent noise echoed through the palace. Everyone turned to look and was stunned. The emperor has emerged. An elderly man with white hair, clad in a dragon robe and exuding a frail aura, appeared, riding a chariot formed of dragon aura, slowly approaching. This man was Emperor Wu of Zhou. Once a ruler who dominated the four corners of the world, the emperor was now aged and decrepit, seemingly on the verge of departing this life. Yet his eyes remained sharp and vibrant, especially when looking at Chu Feng, filled with approval and affirmation. It was as if he were gazing upon his future successor. Chu Feng stood resolute, turning directly to meet Emperor Wu's gaze head-on. As their eyes met, Chu Feng was momentarily startled. He saw a dazzling golden light shining within Emperor Wu's eyes. That was the power of a celestial seer. Boom! The doors to the secret chamber shut heavily once more. Emperor Wu specifically summoned me into the secret chamber for a conversation. He must be hiding an earth-shattering secret. Chu Feng's heart stirred, sensing that Emperor Wu's recent mysterious actions were no coincidence. And it was just as he suspected. Dragging his body, half of which was already in the grave, Emperor Wu slowly sat down on a stone bed. Shinner, I never imagined you would find the destiny seal. He sighed and continued, in truth, this destiny seal is nearly useless now. Chu Feng was taken aback. The destiny seal he had painstakingly retrieved, how could Emperor Wu say it was nearly useless? Emperor Wu explained, you must be quite surprised. Holding the destiny seal, you should know how powerful it is. The more powerful a weapon is, the greater the disaster it brings if it falls into the wrong hands. I knew long ago that the foolish Luo Youfei would undoubtedly be exploited by the external Xie clan. At that moment, I realized that entrusting the fate of the entire Dezhou dynasty to a tiny jade seal was utterly unreliable. So, I made a bold decision. To fuse the seal of destiny into my own body. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel deeply moved upon hearing this. No wonder Emperor Wu of Zhou was chosen as the heir of the Heavenly Eye. He had foreseen that the power of the seal of destiny was far too immense. Once seized by outsiders, it would be enough to destroy the entire Dezhou dynasty. A powerful weapon is like a double-edged sword. It can slay enemies but may also harm oneself. To ensure the enduring stability of the dynasty, Emperor Wu of Zhou made this astonishing decision. To merge the seal of destiny into his own body. Afterward, he could pass the seal of destiny on to his successors. The emperor would personally select an heir and fuse the seal of destiny into their body, minimizing the risk of it being exploited by outsiders. This way, the dynasty would never again face the threat of someone like Luo Youfei, who jeopardized the court, stole the seal of destiny, and led to the downfall of the realm. Emperor Wu of Zhou sighed deeply. Alas, fusing the seal of destiny into one's body goes against the will of heaven. I defied the heavens by force, so my lifespan is already nearing its end. Half of the power of the seal of destiny has actually been absorbed into my eyes. This seal of destiny is no longer as potent as it once was. However, your mastery of the Imperial Dragon Chi far surpasses my expectations. Even with this diminished seal of destiny, others will still perceive it as complete and intact. In truth, its current power is less than half of what it used to be. The remaining half should be refined by you. Since I have already refined half of it, your process will not involve the same torment I endured. Furthermore, your proficiency with the Imperial Dragon Chi is greater than mine, so the risks of refining the seal of destiny are significantly reduced. Shinner, are you willing to inherit my mission, fuse the seal of destiny into your body, and carry on the legacy to safeguard the Dezhou dynasty? Emperor Wu of Zhou's gaze was solemn, as though he was placing the fate of the entire nation on Xu Feng's shoulders. Xu Feng nodded with equal gravity. Father, I will rid the land of external threats, eliminate all scourges, and bring about an era of peace and prosperity for the realm. Hearing this, Emperor Wu of Zhou's expression changed for a moment before he burst into hearty laughter. Well said, a peaceful and prosperous era. As expected of my son. I've always felt indebted to you and your mother, but your resolve gives me confidence. I can entrust everything to you with peace of mind. Now, I shall pass the seal of destiny within me to you. As he spoke, Emperor Wu of Zhou's body gradually dissolved into countless particles of light. These particles coalesced into a golden sea of dragon energy, surging entirely into Xu Feng's eyes. In that moment, Xu Feng felt as though his eyes could see the entire dragon vein structure of the Dezhou dynasty. Overlooking this vast land of divine power, it seemed like a golden, dormant dragon lay beneath its surface. The next second, a line of text appeared before Xu Feng's eyes. You have inherited the legacy of Emperor Wu of Zhou and gained the extraordinary Heavenly Eye talent Eye of Destiny. Since you are the 9th Prince and possess the Heavenly Eye, a special mission has been activated. Phase 1 mission, fully refine the Seal of Destiny, unlock the secret chamber, eliminate the remnants of other princes' factions and rival Heavenly Eye clans, and advance to Phase 2. Special dungeon mission, eradicate the Xie clan from beyond the realm and solidify the rule of the Dezhou dynasty. Note, failing to complete the special mission will result in the dungeon mission being deemed a failure. No rewards will be granted, and the additional Heavenly Eye talent cannot be obtained. Then, the personal information panel for the character underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Zhou Yuxuan. Age, 16. Status, Emperor of the Dezhou dynasty. Destiny value, 99999999999+. The 9th Prince, having been confirmed by Emperor Wu of Zhou as the heir to the throne, naturally possessed an astronomical destiny value. So that's the key, only by fully refining the Seal of Destiny can I leave this place. Xu Feng murmured to himself. Years ago, when Emperor Wu of Zhou refined half of the Seal of Destiny, it was already a feat that defied the heavens and broke new ground. Xu Feng only needed to refine the remaining half, meaning the difficulty was significantly reduced. In other words, he wouldn't face the same fatal consequences as Emperor Wu of Zhou. However, refining the Seal of Destiny still carried risks, and only after completely refining it could he truly obtain the Eye of Destiny. Without hesitation, Xu Feng activated his eternal divine eyes and began merging the Seal of Destiny into his body. With the precise control provided by the eternal divine eyes, his progress was even smoother than that of Emperor Wu of Zhou. The risks he faced were also greatly diminished. What on earth just happened? In the Starry Pavilion, 100 miles away from the Imperial Palace, Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the unbelievably high destiny value displayed on the panel, utterly dumbfounded. She had already heard that the ceremony of revelation was about to begin. This marked the transition of the dungeon into its second phase. The 9th Prince faction's destiny value had always been a mere 23. Compared to the starting values of other factions, it was pitifully low. It made her heart ache just looking at it. But who could have imagined? The destiny value would suddenly skyrocket in the blink of an eye. And the number was so immense it seemed to stretch infinitely. What the heck is going on? Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the panel, feeling as though she were dreaming. Everything seemed impossible. Fengshen, tell me what's going on. How did the imperial authority value suddenly increase so much? Jiang Xiaoyu was so excited that she nearly jumped out of her chair, hurriedly sending a message to Xu Feng. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no reply. She pouted, grumbling, "What is Fengshen doing? He's done something so monumental, yet he's not replying to me for so long." At this moment, a figure sat down across from Jiang Xiaoyu. It was the young man in white. His face was brimming with excitement. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't wait to speak. "Miss Yu, I bring breaking news from the Imperial City." "Is it about the 9th Prince?" Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, "Quickly, tell me, what happened?" The young man in white was a bit surprised. She guessed it was about the 9th Prince, but he didn't dwell on it. He quickly explained. The imperial palace is holding the ceremony of revelation. The first prince originally garnered immense support from the court officials, almost commanding half of the Great Zhou dynasty's dragon fortune. Everyone believed the first prince would win the celestial awakening ceremony, absorb the dragon fortune of other princes, and thus ascend to the throne. But unexpectedly, the ninth prince suddenly appeared, holding the mandate seal, suppressing the first prince. He even demonstrated the universal rewind, a profound dragon taming technique that can trace back events in reality. The result revealed that the first prince's mother, Consort Yu, had secretly colluded with the evil clans of the Outer Realm and even plotted to harm Consort Luo and the ninth prince. No one anticipated this. Just days ago, the ninth prince was a fugitive being hunted throughout the city. Yet now, he returned with the mandate seal and exposed all the secrets. In the end, Emperor Wu personally emerged from his secluded chamber and summoned the ninth prince inside. If nothing unexpected happens, the throne will soon belong to the ninth prince. Zhang Xiaoyu was left speechless in shock. So this is Fengshen's brilliance. He directly helped the ninth prince obtain the mandate seal, securing the throne. No wonder Fengshen never competed with other superseers for resources. His imperial authority value on the interface remained constant. It turns out he followed a unique path, one that didn't require vying with others. While the other superseers were still busy chasing resources, manipulating ores, and scheming against one another, none of it compared to Fengshen helping the ninth prince find the mandate seal. Even if the other superseers had 10 times the time, they couldn't secure such a critical imperial authority value, directly locking in the throne and seizing control of the Great Zhou dynasty's dragon fortune, even prompting Emperor Wu to personally make an appearance. According to their gathered intel, by the end of the first phase, the 9 princes would fiercely compete for the throne during the celestial awakening ceremony. The prince who wins the ceremony would inherit all the dragon fortune of the Great Zhou dynasty, while the other superseers would be eliminated. Throughout this phase, Emperor Wu had never shown himself. This was odd in itself. It turned out that for Emperor Wu to appear, one had to retrieve the mandate seal. This was a special strategy route. As for why it had to be the 9th prince, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out. He could only conclude that Fengshen's strategies were not something ordinary people could easily comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 23 points of imperial authority value skyrocketed to infinity. Quiet and unassuming most of the time, yet a single action stunned everyone. However, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't understand why Fengshen hadn't replied to his messages even now. Could it be that this guy was so busy strategizing the dungeon that he didn't even have time to respond? Chu Feng was indeed extremely busy. When Zhang Xiaoyu sent him 2 consecutive messages, he was deeply engrossed in dealing with the mandate seal. Whether refining the mandate seal or studying the technique of dragon chi manipulation, both required intense focus. When he glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu's messages and saw they didn't seem urgent, he naturally ignored them. After 7 full days of refining, the dragon chi within the mandate seal continuously flowed into Chu Feng's body, allowing him to persist without food or drink throughout the process. At the end of the 7 days, boom! A mysterious and unfathomable aura suddenly emanated from Chu Feng. A pair of silver pupils appeared in his eyes. Unlike the celestial eyes of Emperor Wu, Chu Feng's eyes of mandate appeared even more enigmatic, as if capable of glimpsing the future world. Simultaneously, a superseer interface materialized before him. Superseer, Eyes of Mandate. Level, Tier 1, 110010/1000. Abilities, Observe Mandate, Mandate Simulation. Observe Mandate *. You can perceive the overall trend of mandate fortune. The larger the scope, the greater the consumption of seer energy. Mandate Simulation *. By expending a certain amount of seer energy, you can simulate the future trajectory of the mandate fortune in your surroundings. The deeper the simulation, the greater the consumption. This is a pupil technique related to mandate fortune. Chu Feng's heart stirred as he made an assessment. Mandate fortune differs from ordinary fortune. His supreme heavy pupils could see the destinies of individuals, targeting specific people. Mandate fortune, however, observes the overarching trends, the development of entire regions or events, a reflection of the tides of fate. Compared to the supreme heavy pupils that observe mandate, ability of the Eyes of Mandate provides more abstract insights, with less concrete information. Yet this precisely compensates for the supreme heavy pupils' weakness of needing to lock onto key individuals. It essentially complements the gaps that the supreme heavy pupils couldn't cover. The Eyes of Mandate allow me to view events from a broader perspective. And they can also simulate and calculate outcomes. By leveraging the Mandate Seal's power, if I gain enough support and influence within the dungeon, I might be able to convert these into Mandate Fortune, similar to Dragon Chi manipulation, directly suppressing opponents. Compared to the Eyes of Azura, the Eyes of Mandate are far more practical. With that realization, Chu Feng immediately decided to stop hesitating and spend all his evolution points. He intended to upgrade the Eyes of Mandate directly to Tier 5. You have consumed 1000 evolution points to upgrade the Eyes of Mandate to Tier 2. You have consumed 5000 evolution points to upgrade the Eyes of Mandate to Tier 3. You have consumed 20,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eyes of Mandate to Tier 4. You have consumed 50,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eyes of Mandate to Tier 5. In one fell swoop, Chu Feng spent 76,000 evolution points, instantly raising the newly acquired Eyes of Mandate to Tier 5. A brand new interface appeared before Chu Feng's eyes. Super Seer, Eyes of Mandate. Level, Tier 5, 34010/50,000. Abilities, Observe Mandate, Mandate Simulation, Mandate Convergence, New, Mandate Authority, New, Mandate Manipulation Technique, New, Universal Rewind Technique, New. Mandate Convergence *. When you possess support and influence within a world, you can convert these into Mandate Chi and gather it around you. Mandate Authority *. Exude an emperor-like majesty to intimidate enemies. The more mandate you gather, the stronger the intimidation. At its peak, Mandate Authority alone can frighten enemies to death. Mandate Manipulation Technique * Convert Mandate into a controllable power. The higher the tier, the greater the conversion rate, the stronger the power, and the more skills available for use. Universal Rewind Technique * By consuming a certain amount of mandate, you can rewind events at a specific location or time. The longer the rewind, the exponentially greater the consumption of seer energy. Looking at the new abilities on the interface, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Mandate Convergence and Mandate Manipulation Technique essentially replicated the power of the Mandate Seal. As the Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, his influence was absolutely unparalleled. The entire Great Zhou Dynasty supported him, and the destiny upon him was simply overwhelming. The might of destiny was far more powerful than the aura of an ordinary emperor. It could intimidate enemies, exert a form of mental control, akin to a special ability of ocular manipulation. The mental control aspect of ocular arts was its core, but it demanded an extremely high level of ocular power. Now, Chu Feng possessed 3 additional supreme ocular abilities, and combined with his innate supreme ocular talent, he had a total of 4. His ocular power had already reached its limits. At this point, if mental control type ocular arts were added, their effect would be immensely powerful. It would perfectly compensate for his previous shortcomings. When the might of destiny was pushed to its extreme, it bore some resemblance to the Conqueror's Haki, able to cause weaker opponents to faint without lifting a finger, or even frighten them into losing their will to fight. The universal retrospection technique of the Destiny Eye could work in tandem with the Supreme Twin Eyes to address certain deficiencies. The Supreme Twin Eyes required a target to see the fate of the other party and pinpoint critical clues. However, if no target could be found, or if the target was already deceased, the Supreme Twin Eyes would be rendered ineffective. At this moment, the universal retrospection technique of the Destiny Eye could fill in the gaps. Of course, the Destiny Eye also had its drawbacks. The larger the time and scope of retrospection, the exponentially greater the consumption of ocular power. Therefore, Chu Feng had to know roughly what he wanted to investigate and the specific time period to use the universal retrospection technique purposefully and find the necessary information. Perhaps in the future, he could combine different ocular arts. For example, he could first use the Supreme Twin Eyes to observe the target's fate and deduce the approximate time of the event, then use the Destiny Eye to review the overall incident. In this way, the intelligence gathered would be more comprehensive and precise. At this moment, a voice echoed in Chu Feng's ears. You have fully refined the Destiny Seal and obtained the Destiny Eye. The instance is about to enter the second phase. Mission: locate the hidden evil tribe Supreme Ocular User within the Great Zhou Dynasty, eliminate the traitor, and strengthen the nation. Note, if the second phase fails to clear the traitor, the evil tribe will invade the Great Zhou Dynasty. Please be prepared. After the voice prompt ended, boom! The door to the secret chamber was opened. With a single thought, the dragon aura of the entire Great Zhou Dynasty instantly converged around Chu Feng. Based on the background of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the destiny of this world gathered to form the dragon aura. As the Destiny Eye of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Destiny Eye could naturally unleash its maximum power. Its usage was akin to the art of commanding dragon aura. Around Chu Feng, a war chariot formed of dragon aura condensed, transforming into a streak of light that sped toward the direction of the imperial palace. Within the imperial court, In the spacious hall, civil and military officials were gathered. The hall, which should have been solemn and dignified, was now filled with low murmurs, breaking the silence. The ninth prince has been in the secret chamber for 7 days and still hasn't come out. Could it be, the martial emperor doesn't intend to make the ninth prince the new emperor, which is why it's taking so long? Not sure. Once the ninth prince emerges, the truth will become clear. I really hope the new emperor is decided soon. The destiny of the Great Zhou has been fluctuating too much recently, it's becoming too unstable. Furthermore, those despicable evil tribes have already infiltrated the palace and found consort Luo Yu. Who knows how many more traitors are hidden deep within the palace, ready to act at any moment. Many ministers began to grow anxious. A nation could not go a single day without a lord. My lords, I think the ninth prince has been absent from the chamber for 7 days. Something must have gone wrong. Why don't we directly propose making the first prince the new emperor? What do you all think? Some officials supporting the first prince seized the opportunity to step forward immediately. Other ministers hesitated. The longer the decision for the new emperor was delayed, the worse the destiny of the Great Zhou would become. This was a matter concerning the fate of the Great Zhou dynasty for tens of thousands of years. Faced with this turn of events, even the veteran ministers began to waver in their hearts. At this moment, a streak of light entered the hall. The ninth prince? The crowd's gaze instantly locked onto Chu Feng, their eyes shifting. They noticed one detail. The ninth prince no longer held the destiny seal in his hand. Could it be? The martial emperor truly did not intend for the ninth prince to inherit the throne? Chu Feng calmly spoke, "From this day forward, the Great Zhou dynasty shall no longer have a destiny seal." Father was wise, foreseeing that reliance on external objects would lead to peril. Therefore, he fused the destiny seal into my body ahead of time, but in doing so, he was also backlashed by destiny. Now, the destiny seal has been completely refined by me and integrated into my eyes. According to Father's will, from this day forward, I shall rule the Great Zhou dynasty. What? These words left the court ministers shocked. The late emperor actually fused the destiny seal into his body? I heard the destiny seal is an ancient divine artifact. Can it really be fused into the human body? Your Highness Ninth Prince, how can you prove that this is truly the late emperor's will? Exactly. Below, the officials in the first prince's faction immediately voiced their angry objections. Your Highness Ninth Prince, you must have the late emperor personally clarify this to us. Otherwise, it's just your nonsense. How can you prove it? Indeed, refining the destiny seal is such a significant matter. How could it be kept from us? Perhaps the late emperor intended to depose the ninth prince and reclaim the destiny seal, but in the end. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he coldly stared at the official who spoke. You are truly bold, daring to accuse me of causing the late emperor's death? The speaker was a treacherous-looking old man. Though dressed in official robes and appearing respectable, his sharp features and sly demeanor made him look every bit the part of a scheming minister. Moreover, Chu Feng was about to ascend as the new emperor. Who gave this old fox the audacity to slander him for murdering the late emperor? Chu Feng's mind immediately sounded an alarm, and he activated the Supreme Twin Eyes on the spot. Since gaining the fourth ocular ability, he felt the power of the Supreme Twin Eyes had grown stronger, making this the perfect opportunity to test it on this fellow. In the next moment, the scene before Chu Feng's eyes shifted dramatically. It was a dark, windless night under a crescent moon. The treacherous minister strolled leisurely through the streets, the night breeze brushing past, his demeanor relaxed. Suddenly, several shadows appeared around him. Who's there? The minister turned, seeing a man in black whose eyes glowed with an eerie black light. Those pupils were unlike any ordinary humans, resembling bottomless black holes capable of devouring everything. Lord Lu, do you wish for the Lu family to become the foremost noble family in the Great Zhou dynasty? The man in black spoke slowly. Oh? Master Lu raised an eyebrow. Although my Lu family isn't the top family in the court, the prosperity of the Great Zhou dynasty cannot be separated from our expertise in mechanisms. I believe our influence is no less than those prominent aristocratic clans. The man in black sneered. What are you laughing at? Master Lu frowned. The man in black shook his head mockingly. Precisely because you are just a group of craftsmen who play with mechanisms, your status in the court is low. Don't you feel aggrieved? Master Lu fell silent. The man in black continued, if you are willing to help me overthrow the dynasty, the new emperor might hold the Lu family in high regard. You could have a chance to rise to great fame and fortune. Overthrow the dynasty? With just you? Master Lu sneered. But his mind had already begun to waver. Without confirming the man's identity, he couldn't express his stance easily. I can't do it alone, but with the help of the foreign evil clans, it's not impossible. The man in black probed. Ha, the foreign evil clans cannot breach our great Zhou's dragon wall. Master Lu mocked him, but in reality, he was probing the man in black for more information. After all, the dragon wall was the first line of defense for the great Zhou. Even if the foreign clans mobilized all their forces, it would be hard to break through. The man in black shook his head. The strength of defense lies not in its size but in whether it has vulnerabilities. As long as there's a single flaw, the defense line can be easily breached. His black pupils shimmered with an even more eerie light. The next moment, his gaze swept across the ground. Suddenly, a deep pit opened in the ground not far away. There was no sound of an explosion, no trace of digging. It was as if the earth had been instantly devoured, leaving behind a massive hole. Master Lu's heart raced. What kind of sinister sorcery was this? Even the miraculous dragon chi techniques of the great Zhou royal family couldn't create such an enormous pit on flat ground in an instant. The man in black said, "This pit will one day become a major breach in the dragon wall. This dynasty is too stable, breeding corruption. Even a family like yours, which has rendered outstanding service, receives scant recognition. In my view, overthrowing the dynasty is only a matter of time." Master Lu remains silent. "I hope you'll think it over carefully. I'll be waiting for your answer." With that, the man in black vanished in an instant. "Someone, fill that pit." After the man in black left, Master Lu took a deep breath and immediately ordered his people to deal with the anomaly. As for what to do next, he narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly deep in thought. The scene ended there. So that's how it is. Chu Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This Master Lu was the head of the Lu family, a famous lineage of mechanism experts in the Great Zhou dynasty. Rare ores and materials collected by the royal family were sent to the Lu family, where these top-tier craftsmen meticulously crafted powerful mechanical battle armor to safeguard the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty. It could be said that the Lu family held a pivotal position in the Great Zhou. However, the official recognition they received fell far short of their contributions. Because the Lu family lacked a prestigious lineage, they were held in low regard by the royal family, which naturally fueled resentment over time, becoming the spark for their eventual betrayal. Of course, for Chu Feng, whatever Master Lu and the Lu family intended to do was of little consequence. With his heavenly fate eye, he could suppress the entire dynasty. What truly mattered was that man in black. His extraordinary pupil technique seemed capable of devouring void space, exhibiting immense destructive power. The void eye couldn't possibly be used to confront the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Such an overwhelmingly destructive ocular technique consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Even using it to single out one or two enemies was already formidable. More crucially, the void eye could compromise the defenses of the Great Zhou dynasty, allowing evil forces from foreign clans to infiltrate. Unexpectedly, from Master Lu, Chu Feng uncovered traces of an evil clan wielder of extraordinary ocular power. Suddenly, an astonishing wave of dragon fortune erupted from Chu Feng's body. His voice carried the authority of destiny as he addressed the gathered ministers. "This prince will, within 7 days, capture all the traitors within the Great Zhou dynasty. Afterward, I shall hold the enthronement ceremony. If the traitors are not eradicated, I will not ascend to the throne. When I take control of the Great Zhou, I will ensure it is clean and unified, inside and out." Chu Feng's words were like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples that quickly spread throughout the imperial palace, shaking the entire Great Zhou dynasty and its people. "Have you heard? The late emperor passed away because he fused the seal of destiny into his body, and now it has been passed to the 9th prince." Wow! So the seal of destiny is gone now? Exactly. The seal of destiny is gone, but the 9th prince's power seems to be no less than when wielding it. The martial emperor's decision was a brilliant one. Yes, if the seal of destiny were stolen by foreign clans, the Great Zhou would be finished. Fusing it into the bloodline was indeed safer. I heard the 9th prince hasn't ascended the throne immediately but plans to root out the evil traitors within the royal court first. What? There are traitors within the Great Zhou? Don't doubt it. The other day, the 9th prince used the cosmic retrospection technique and discovered Lady Luo Yofei speaking with a shadowy figure. Later, an elder Destiny official identified the figure as someone from a foreign evil clan. These people have infiltrated the royal court and caused a lot of trouble in the shadows. It seems the evil forces from the foreign clans have already penetrated deeply. Do you think the 9th prince can fulfill his promise? If the 9th prince can uncover all the traitors, I will definitely support his ascension. The news spread swiftly across the Great Zhou dynasty, eventually reaching the stargazing tower and, through the mouth of a young man in white, into Jiang Xiaoyu's ears. This is definitely Feng Shen's handiwork. Jiang Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. Before entering the instance, she had guessed that Fengshen would do something to astonish everyone. And sure enough, this move was too bold, so bold that even she couldn't comprehend it. He had chosen the most inconspicuous ninth prince and delivered the most awe-inspiring performance. And he intended to root out all the traitors. You have to understand, the ninth prince's faction consisted only of Chu Feng and Jiang Xiaoyu. Their royal authority score had barely risen. Fengshen was working in secret, while Jiang Xiaoyu slacked off. There were just the two of them in this faction, yet their score was terrifyingly high. In other words, even if Jiang Xiaoyu slacks off the entire time, he can still score high marks. The realm of deification values fairness and cooperation. Since the conferred God clan has helped me so much, I must do my utmost to repay them. Jiang Xiaoyu thought silently to himself. Chu Feng stood atop the highest hall of the Great Zhou dynasty. From this vantage point, the entire imperial palace lay clearly visible before him. A faint silver glow flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, the world before him seemed to turn upside down. Endless golden dragon energy flowed throughout the imperial palace, like rivers of shimmering gold. So this is the fate of the Great Zhou? Chu Feng murmured softly. He scanned the area and noticed several streaks of gray and black intertwined within the golden dragon energy, converging in a few corners of the palace. Among them, the fortune of the Lu family was distinctly gray, and carried an aura of killing intent. These gray lines, they might very well be the flaws in the Great Zhou's fate. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The next day, the court assembled. Because no one in the Great Zhou dynasty had yet solidified their claim to the throne, Chu Feng, though not formally ascended, had been temporarily placed on the throne and now sat upon the dragon chair. Grand Chancellor Lu, it seems your Lu family has a few issues? As soon as court began and the ministers finished their ceremonial greetings, Chu Feng's gaze turned cold as it swept toward Grand Chancellor Lu. Grand Chancellor Lu's heart tightened, feeling as if his secrets had been seen through. But he had no choice but to force a smile. Your Majesty, you worry too much. Our Lu family remains loyal to the Great Zhou. How could there be any issues? A sneer tugged at the corner of Chu Feng's lips. Grand Chancellor Lu, I hadn't even accused your family of any wrongdoing. Why are you so eager to proclaim your loyalty? Grand Chancellor Lu's heart sank. This ninth prince had a way with words. Issue a decree to the Military Intelligence Bureau. Deploy the Imperial Guard to thoroughly investigate Xinwu Pass, White Tiger Pass, Yushu Pass, and White Bird Pass. Leave no corner unchecked, especially underground. At these words, the ministers in the court were collectively startled. They exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. The 4 checkpoints Chu Feng mentioned were critical defense points for the Great Zhou. If the outer dragon wall failed to repel invaders, these 4 passes would serve as the second line of defense for the dynasty. Half a month ago, the Lu family had just inspected the facilities at the 4 divine passes. By protocol, the passes were inspected every 3 months, underwent minor repairs every 3 years, and major repairs every 5 years. But this time, barely 2 months after the last minor repairs at Xinwu Pass, the Lu family had initiated major repairs, raising suspicions of foul play. All eyes turned toward Grand Chancellor Lu. Though the old man struggled to maintain his composure, the panic in his eyes betrayed him, making it clear to all that something was amiss. The Imperial Guard, acting on the decree, immediately headed to the 4 divine passes. In less than half an hour, reports returned. Your Majesty, after thorough inspection by the Imperial Guard, it was discovered that the defensive mechanisms designed by the Lu family at the 4 divine passes have severe flaws. Please review this evidence, Your Majesty. A peculiar-looking mechanical battle armor was thrown onto the court floor, and the civil and military officials crowded around to examine it. At a glance, they immediately spotted the problems. The mechanical battle armor, meant to grant its wearer enhanced mobility and combat capabilities, should have been a powerful tool against foreign invaders. However, its components were crudely connected, making it impossible to move once worn. And that's not all, Your Majesty, please observe further. General Yulin stepped forward, dismantled the armor, and removed its fuel source. The Lu family's mechanical battle armors were originally powered by dragon spirit crystals sourced from the northern regions. However, these crystals have been replaced with highly explosive black oil. Anyone with basic knowledge of mechanics knows that black oil is an extremely volatile and dangerous fuel, entirely unsuitable for use in mechanical battle armors. Moreover, when the armor operates at high speed, it generates intense heat that could ignite the black oil, causing an explosion. If foreign invaders were to attack, and the warriors manning the 4 divine passes donned this armor in defense, these armors would instantly explode. The entire pass could even be destroyed. As soon as the outer dragon wall is breached, the 4 divine passes, the last line of defense, would become completely ineffective. At this revelation, chills ran down the spines of the civil and military officials present. Considering the schemes of Consort Luo Yu and the shadowy figures, it became evident to all that the foreign invaders had been plotting for a long time. No one expected that, at this critical juncture, the Lu family, entrusted with safeguarding the Great Zhou, would turn traitor. General Yulin, why are you still standing there? Arrest everyone from the Lu family and detain them. I will personally conduct the interrogations. Xu Feng's words were essentially a death sentence for the Lu family. Grand Chancellor Lu's face turned ashen. The entire imperial court was thrown into upheaval. Every member of the Lu family, down to the maids, was detained without exception. People outside the Lu family cursed Grand Chancellor Lu. What on earth was this man thinking? Colluding with foreign enemies? Such utter foolishness. Now, before the foreign invaders had even made their move, his own family had already collapsed. There was hardly anyone in the Lu family who didn't hate him. But the matter didn't end there. Next, Chu Feng used his supreme heavenly eyes and the Eye of Fate to uncover several other treacherous noble clans and key officials who had colluded with the foreign invaders. Not only that, but he also exposed the presence of alien demonic forces hiding within the Great Zhou. Under Chu Feng's command, the Imperial Guard was dispatched and apprehended 5 members of the alien demonic race. These demonic beings possessed bizarre abilities. Upon capture, they transformed into black mist and exploded. Dozens of Imperial Guards were injured as a result. This incident heightened the vigilance of the entire Great Zhou. The strength of the alien demonic race was terrifyingly formidable, to the extent that even the Dragon Chi technique struggled to repel them. At the same time, in the hearts of the people, the 9th Prince had become a peerless detective. Just a short while ago, there had been debates within the court about his likelihood of ascending the throne. Now, everyone marveled at his exceptional investigative prowess and overwhelming strength. Have you heard? Several noble clans have been raided. I never imagined even the Lu family would betray us. The Great Zhou dynasty, which seemed calm on the surface, has been roiling with hidden turmoil. The 9th Prince is even more intelligent and formidable than I thought. How on earth did he uncover such concealed truths? Perhaps the Seal of Fate, having fused with the 9th Prince's body, granted him extraordinary abilities, even surpassing those of merely wielding the Seal of Fate itself. With such a wise emperor leading us, the Great Zhou's prosperity and strength are just around the corner. Support the 9th Prince's ascension to the throne. That's right, only the 9th Prince is worthy to become our next emperor. In another corner of the Great Zhou dynasty. Damn it! How could it come to this? If Chu Feng were here, he would have immediately recognized this man in black. It was the Hyperite individual who had discussed the coup plan with Lord Lu that day. His code name was Obliteration. In this round of the Great Zhou dynasty scenario, he chose the faction of the extraterritorial evil clan. His Hyper-Eye ability, as the name suggests, could create void collapse anomalies within his field of vision. Anything entering the obliteration zone would be devoured by the void. With such a power, Obliteration was undoubtedly a major figure. Although he lacked the support of a powerful guild, his influence alone had gathered a group of experienced companions to participate in this limited-time scenario. From Obliteration's abilities, it was clear why he chose the evil clan faction. He aimed to break through the outer defenses of the Great Zhou dynasty as quickly as possible, aiding his comrades in infiltrating the interior for reconnaissance. The plan had been smooth initially. They successfully infiltrated the Great Zhou dynasty, even colluding with numerous gatekeeping aristocratic families fraught with conflicting interests. They were on the verge of notifying their evil clan allies and preparing to launch the first wave of assaults. Unexpectedly, the 9th Prince emerged midway and shattered their plans. Now, the mechanical war armors of the 4 divine passes had reverted to their ordinary versions. The Lu family had been apprehended. Moreover, several key aristocratic families had been almost entirely eradicated. And to make matters worse, the Great Zhou dynasty had now gone into full lockdown. Anyone attempting to enter or leave required a travel pass and verified identity. The evil clan Hyperite individuals could no longer escape the Great Zhou dynasty easily. They were stuck, caught between a rock and a hard place. Obliteration gritted his teeth and said, "Ghost, cover me while I infiltrate the royal palace. I'll forcibly swap identities with the 9th Prince." The Hyperite individual called Ghost possessed a skill similar to Mount Shu's Moonlight, the ability to conceal the whereabouts of teammates. Such Hyperite individuals were highly sought after in team formations. Ghost spoke with a tone of concern. "If you swap identities with the 9th Prince, you won't be able to escape the royal palace either." Obliteration shook his head in response. The 9th Prince has already fused with the Eye of Destiny, which means there must be an exceptionally powerful Hyperite individual in the Great Zhou faction who has discovered a unique method to counteract us. While I can't deal with that individual, I can handle the ninth prince. As long as I successfully replace the ninth prince, the Great Zhou dynasty will be as good as losing the Eye of Destiny, the foundation of their nation. Heh, they would never expect that I still have such a hidden ability, would they? If I don't eliminate the ninth prince first, he'll eventually find our hiding spot. Even though I might fail this scenario, the situation turning out like this is indeed my miscalculation, and I've dragged everyone into it. So, taking the punishment now doesn't bother me. Hearing this, the other Hyperite individual's expressions subtly shifted. This obliteration was truly a tough man. No wonder he lacked guild backing, but, as a lone wolf, had earned such high prestige. His character was indeed worthy of respect. Obliteration, if you end up blind in the future, contact us, we'll take care of you, one Hyperite individual stepped forward and said. The others nodded as well. When a Hyperite individual lost their sight, it meant one less competitor and threat to the others. Their willingness to help obliteration was genuinely heartfelt. Don't bother. The rugged man waved his hand dismissively, speaking coldly. This is just a scenario, emotions hold no weight here. Victory and defeat are normal. Even if I go blind, I can still take care of myself. Ghost, follow me. With that, obliteration's figure gradually disappeared into the evil clan Hyperite individual's sight. His aura was resolute, reminiscent of the old adage, one man marches to the battlefield, never to return. The next day, in the imperial court, ministers gathered in full attendance. After the morning court rituals, one minister after another stepped forward respectfully, saying, Your Majesty, your subjects have something to report. Speak. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Your Majesty, in these past few days, you have purged traitors and expelled foreign threats, restoring clarity to our court. Now, the numerous malignant roots colluding with the evil clan have been eradicated one by one under your hand. Your subjects believe that now is the perfect time to hold your formal coronation ceremony. Other ministers stepped forward in agreement. We implore your Majesty to immediately proceed with the enthronement ceremony and officially crown yourself as the new emperor, rallying the nation. In an instant, an endless surge of dragon energy gathered above the Great Zhou royal family. A complete and majestic golden dragon coiled steadily in the skies above the main hall of the Great Zhou royal palace. It was the symbol of the Great Zhou's peace and stability. At this moment within the court, all ministers admired the ninth prince's methods, prostrating themselves in wholehearted loyalty. Their goals aligned, and their efforts unified. Previously, some aristocratic families, entangled in conflicts of interest, were reluctant to see the ninth prince ascend the throne. But after these recent actions to purge internal traitors, they had come to realize that the Great Zhou was rife with hidden currents and that foreign powers were lurking with ill intent. Had the ninth prince not exposed the conspiracies of certain families colluding with foreign forces, the Great Zhou would have long plunged into fire and chaos. In the end, the entire realm would likely have suffered catastrophic calamities, leaving the people displaced and destitute. The ministers now understood that the stability of the nation far outweighed the interests of individual families. Chu Feng gently raised his hand, smiling as he said, My loyal subjects, there's no need to rush, there are still a few matters left unresolved. Boom! At that moment, a shocking and world-shaking incident occurred. The dragon throne on which Chu Feng sat suddenly transformed into a bottomless black hole. The ninth prince, along with the dragon throne, collapsed and vanished in an instant. Every minister in the main hall turned pale with alarm. Who did this? General Yulin roared furiously, gathering rolling primordial energy in his mouth as he scanned the surroundings. Golden dragon energy roiled, illuminating the rafters of the hall and outlining the silhouettes of two figures. Audacious rebels, daring to commit regicide, seize them. The dragon energy surged with a wave of murderous intent. Outside the hall, the thunderous footsteps of countless imperial guards approached, shaking the earth and sending chills down one's spine. Ghost, go immobilize those troublesome ones first. We'll break through. Obliteration fixed his gaze on the swarm of imperial guards outside, gritting his teeth as he spoke. A sinister gleam flickered in Ghost's eyes. In the next second, the General Yulin, the commander of the Imperial Guard, and the mighty General Baihu, who came to stop them, all felt as if an icy arm had wrapped around them, rendering them immobile. But the Great Zhou dynasty was not a nation reliant solely on its warriors to fight. Most of the court officials were of noble lineage and had been trained in the art of dragon chi manipulation since childhood. At this moment, they all took action. In an instant, the hall was filled with shimmering golden light, the secret technique of dragon chi used for subduing enemies. Although it had limited effect against those with super pupils, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Countless rays of dazzling golden light surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Even someone as fearless as Yanmi felt a chill run down his spine. Ghost, use all your pupil power and turn us into ghost form again. If we can hold out, there might still be a sliver of hope. Understood. The two exchanged a brief conversation. Yanmi took a deep breath, and a flicker of dark light appeared in his pupils once more. A void shield materialized around him. The torrential golden light struck the shield but failed to create even the smallest ripple, instead being devoured by the void cracks on its surface. As the golden light dispersed, everyone looked again, and to their shock, the two figures had vanished. Damn it, is this the sorcery of outsiders? The crowd was furious. The Imperial Palace, a sacred ground, had been infiltrated by outsiders attempting to assassinate the emperor. Every minister present was seething with anger. The ninth prince had performed outstandingly in recent days and was seen as the hope of the Great Zhou. The coiling golden dragon above him was an occurrence so rare it only happened once in a millennium. Almost everyone believed that the Great Zhou would experience a revival under the ninth prince's reign. And now, the new emperor they had all rallied behind had been assassinated by foreign intruders. Everyone present was burning with rage, wishing they could tear those two apart. Several destiny officials stepped forward, their gazes profound, and said, "Those two excel in stealth techniques. They are not truly invisible, they are still within the Great Zhou dynasty. Activate the palace's forbidden array immediately. Seal all exits and ensure they are found. Rest assured, we have sensed the fortune of the Great Zhou dynasty, and there has been no major disturbance. His Majesty foresaw the plans of these despicable intruders. He is still alive." Hearing this from the destiny officials, the ministers were greatly reassured. After all, the current emperor had integrated the destiny seal into his body, granting him powers comparable to a deity. If he were so easily killed, the Great Zhou would never have lasted this long. Did we actually succeed? On a secluded path outside the Imperial Palace, Yanmi and Ghost reappeared, joy lighting up their faces. That's right. Not only did we successfully assassinate the ninth prince, but we also managed to evade pursuit. Now we just need to notify our comrades to come pick us up. Next, we leave the Great Zhou dynasty, regroup with our allies, and begin the invasion. With the ninth prince dead, the Great Zhou has lost its human destiny seal. The dragon she cultivated by their ministers is no real threat. Through the super pupil connection, Yanmi relayed all the information to the other super pupils. Before long, dozens of figures gathered at their location. Yanmi, you're incredible. Not only did you successfully assassinate the ninth prince, but you escaped with ease. It's decided, I'll follow Yanmi from now on. Yanmi, in high spirits, shook his head with a smile and said, "Ha, Ghost deserves the credit. Without her helping hand, I could never have fought my way out of so many layers of encirclement on my own." As everyone laughed and praised one another, a soft chuckle came from nearby. "My friends, I'm quite curious, what's making you all so happy? Would you care to share it with me?" Yanmi turned around, and his eyes narrowed sharply as he saw the figure. Standing before them was none other than the ninth prince. "Impossible. You're still alive?" Yanmi's eyes widened in disbelief. "I clearly saw you being consumed." If it had been any other prince, encountering a super pupil like Yanmi would have spelled certain doom. But unfortunately for them, Chu Feng was a super pupil as well. Yanmi's strike had been blocked by the Imperial Dragon Talisman on Chu Feng's body. Although the attack's power had exceeded Chu Feng's expectations, had it been just one shield, it might not have been enough. But the Imperial Dragon Talisman could store two shields simultaneously, allowing for double defense. More importantly, Chu Feng had also activated the Azura Pupil, which absorbed the remaining damage. With so many layers of protection, Chu Feng dared to use himself as bait to lure the super pupils of the demonic race into a trap. "My survival surprises you?" Chu Feng's face bore a faint smile, his gaze filled with mockery. Yanmi sneered coldly, "Humph, I'll admit you have some skill, but you shouldn't be so arrogant as to think you alone can defeat all of us." He was relying on the dozens of super pupils standing behind him. Though the ninth prince was the strongest in this land, they were outsiders with a variety of methods at their disposal. "Everyone, attack together. Take him down." Dozens of super pupils unleashed their pupil techniques simultaneously. A dazzling array of colorful super pupil lights filled the air. Scores of attacks, physical damage, mental control, soul-piercing, all targeted Chu Feng. However, a glint of silver flashed through Chu Feng's eyes. The dragon chi around him instantly condensed into a powerful shield, blocking all physical attacks. Soul-based pupil techniques were completely ineffective against him. With pupil power nearing the terrifying 8th tier, Chu Feng couldn't be suppressed in the realm of pupil techniques by 3rd-tier super pupils. "Why aren't my pupil techniques working? Does this guy have pupil powers too?" What's going on? The other super pupils were filled with shock and confusion. Could the ninth prince also be a super pupil? No. According to the rules of the game, everyone started with the same character template. No. Yanmi narrowed his eyes and said, "This guy is a special character in the game, a Heaven's Eye Holder." A Heaven's Eye Holder? Hearing this unfamiliar term, all the super pupils were stunned. That's right. This special character is different from a boss. Killing him grants rewards far greater than defeating a regular boss. If we can take down the Heaven's Eye Holder, we all have a chance to earn S tier or even SS tier ratings. Help me kill the Heaven's Eye Holder, and we'll split the rewards. Alright. Hearing Yanmi's words, everyone grew excited. This guy really knows how to manipulate others into doing his dirty work, Chufeng sneered inwardly, seeing through Yanmi's ploy. Yanmi knew about the Heaven's Eye Holder but deliberately omitted details about the extra super pupil rewards. He only mentioned the rich rewards to entice others to act as his shields, so he could claim the final kill. The rewards for slaying a Sky-Eyed and assisting in the kill differed greatly. Extinction's eyes were full of joy, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. An opportunity as rare as this, placed right in front of them, was irresistible to anyone. But what they didn't anticipate. Behind the Sky-Eyed individual stood a true Hyper-Eyed. Everyone, pay attention. Sky-Eyed are harder to deal with than regular bosses. Surround him, don't let him move. I will use the last of my ocular power to finish him off. Extinction took a deep breath. His face was pale, a clear sign that overuse of his ocular power had pushed him to his limits. Yet, he poured every last ounce of his strength into this final effort, all for the kill on the Sky-Eyed. The value of this kill exceeded any reward he could hope to gain in any future dungeon. Licking his dry lips, Extinction couldn't hide his excitement and thrill. His greed-filled eyes gleamed, as if Chufeng's very body bore the flesh of immortality. Facing dozens of Hyper-Eyed individuals, Chufeng showed no fear. Instead, he wore a cheerful smile. These are all evolution points. Since I've managed to gather you all here in one go, let's settle this once and for all. Don't waste my time. Chufeng spoke calmly, as if eliminating them was effortless. Arrogant, sneered the Hyper-Eyed individuals of the evil race. They couldn't believe for a moment that dozens of Hyper-Eyed working together could be easily defeated by a mere native. Cover Extinction while he executes his ocular technique. Take down that Sky-Eyed in one strike. Ha, this might be the closest I'll ever get to an S-rank rating in my life. Laughter echoed among the group. But none of them noticed the sudden appearance of a massive eye in the sky. Void-cleaving ocular slash. The Eternal Divine Eye had ascended to the 6th tier. In its sky-covering state, the 1000-blade Divine Edge could unleash as many as 256 blades. Each blade was 5 zhan long. These blades simultaneously traversed the void and slashed downward. The once organized formation of evil race Hyper-Eyed individuals was instantly devastated. Ah! Screams echoed endlessly. Countless silver blades descended from above, instantly cleaving every Hyper-Eyed body in half. Extinction's smile froze in place. The scene before him seemed to pause in time. He knew he would never forget the sight of Chufeng smiling brightly as he effortlessly slaughtered all his subordinates. That smile was like that of a devil, chilling his very soul. The next moment, Extinction felt his body begin to freeze, layer by layer. This icy sensation wasn't purely out of fear, it was Chufeng activating Netherworld Frost. Shortly after, Extinction's soul was completely frozen, forcing him out of this dungeon battle altogether. At the same time, a notification sounded in Chufeng's ears. Congratulations on eliminating all evil race Hyper-Eyed individuals. Opening the panel, countless kill notifications for Hyper-Eyed individuals popped up one after another. Congratulations on killing an evil race Hyper-Eyed, earning 5,000 evolution points. Congratulations on killing an evil race Hyper-Eyed, earning 5,000 evolution points. Congratulations on killing an evil race Hyper-Eyed, earning 5,000 evolution points. Because the Great Zhou Dynasty was a limited-time dungeon, the identities of Hyper-Eyed individuals didn't vary much, so the rewards for slaying them were standardized. Perhaps because the evil race Hyper-Eyed acted as hidden traitors, locating them wasn't easy. And with the unique mechanics of the limited-time dungeon, each kill of an evil race Hyper-Eyed granted a massive 5,000 evolution points. This dungeon contained 46 evil race Hyper-Eyed individuals. After annihilating them all, Chufeng instantly earned 230,000 evolution points. Adding his previous 34,010 points, he now possessed 264,010 evolution points. It was an astonishing fortune. The system suddenly issued a prompt. Your evolution points have reached the threshold for upgrading the Eternal Divine Eye. Would you like to evolve it? Brimming with confidence, Chu Feng did not hesitate to upgrade the Eternal Divine Eye to the 7th tier. Boom! Boom! As the evolution points on the panel rapidly decreased, that familiar sense of elation surged once more. He felt his bloodline power undergo a massive enhancement. Now, even relying solely on the explosive strength of his physical body, he could nearly rival a martial sage. If he were to return to the real world, he might very well be the only person on Blue Planet capable of shaking mountains and rivers with his bare fists. TSK, TSK. Other Hyperite individuals could only rely on ocular techniques in battle, but he could teach them with his fists what true power really was. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Then, a brand new Hyperite panel appeared before Chu Feng's vision. Hyperite * Eternal Divine Eye. Tier * 7th, 64010/500000. Abilities * Supervision, Bloodline Enhancement, God Tier Memory, Martial Skill Replication, Thousand Blade Divine Edge, Netherworld Frost, Void Distortion, Sky Covering, Ocular Technique Replication, Dream of Eternity, New. Dream of Eternity, incomplete. The Eye of the Divine Spirit, a treasure left behind by the ancient Heavenly Court. It allows you to enter the ruins of the ancient Heavenly Court through dreams. There, you might encounter unique opportunities. Note, each time you enter a dungeon, you will receive a refreshed chance to access the ancient Heavenly Court. Failing to use this opportunity within the dungeon will result in automatic forfeiture for that instance. Remarks: your Dream of Eternity is currently incomplete. You must find the other Eternal Divine Eye to unlock its full potential. Friendly reminder: Dream of Eternity is the ultimate skill unlocked after upgrading the Eternal Divine Eye. Future upgrades will only enhance the skill's power and exploration range. Upgrade decisions should be made with caution. Your Thousand Blade Divine Edge can now unleash 128 Divine Blades. In its sky-covering state, it can release up to 512 blades. Chu Feng's heart trembled. He never expected that upgrading the Eternal Divine Eye to the 7th tier would grant such an astonishing ability. Dream of Eternity. According to the system's description, this skill allowed access to a personal exclusive dungeon, the ancient Heavenly Court. Moreover, it was best used when entering a major dungeon. Judging by the hints, Chu Feng deduced that while entering the ancient Heavenly Court surely carried risks, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. If used within a dungeon, the role he played could leverage unique abilities to tackle the dangers within the ancient Heavenly Court. Simply put, if Chu Feng uses the One Dream of Eternity skill in the real world, he would be using his ordinary blue star human body to enter the ancient Heavenly Court. There, death would mean true death. However, if he uses One Dream of Eternity within the Great Zhou Dynasty instance, he would enter using the body of the Ninth Prince. Even if he dies within the instance, it would merely mean the death of the instance character, leaving his real self unharmed. Thus, only by using One Dream of Eternity in an instance can he shift the risk to the character he is playing. Before entering the next instance, Chu Feng has only one chance to venture into the ancient Heavenly Court. If he misses it, he will have to wait until the next instance to use the skill again. It could be said that the 7th special ability of the Eternal Divine Eye has given him an exclusive personal instance of his own. This was simply exhilarating. However, Chu Feng also discovered something else. One Dream of Eternity is an incomplete skill. In other words, relying solely on the Eternal Divine Eye, it's impossible to explore the entirety of the ancient Heavenly Court. Complementing the Eternal Divine Eye is another Divine Eye that also originates from the ancient Heavenly Court. Only by combining both eyes can the Eternal Divine Eye be truly complete. This was a problem. The other Divine Eye was likely still in that previous martial arts world. To obtain it, he would need to select other missions or ascend to higher levels of the Tower of All Realms. He certainly couldn't return to the first floor of the Tower of All Realms, could he? For a supreme visionary challenging the Tower of All Realms, there's only moving forward, never backward. This is why every ability accumulated along the way is incredibly important. It determines how far he can ultimately go. Entering the ancient Heavenly Court is something I must prepare for carefully. I can't rush it. He still needed to complete the formal coronation ceremony and reorganize the Great Zhou Dynasty, leaving him with no time in the short term to embark on an adventure. I still have 60,000 evolution points left. Chu Feng opened the system panel. After upgrading the Eternal Divine Eye to Tier 7, advancing to the next tier would require 500,000 evolution points. The Eye of Destiny, which was at Tier 5, needed 100,000 points to upgrade to Tier 6. The Azura Eye was currently at Tier 4, and advancing to Tier 5 would cross an important threshold. In the instance mission, the final third phase boss was the entire extraterrestrial demonic race, and war was inevitable. A war between two great nations would undoubtedly result in rivers of blood, and the Azura I could play an enormous role in such a setting. Advancing from Tier 4 to Tier 5 was a pivotal point for enhancing the Supreme Vision abilities. Without hesitation, Chu Feng spent 50,000 evolution points. Soon, a notification popped up on the screen. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved the Azura I to Tier 5. Then, a brand new panel appeared before Chu Feng. Supreme Vision, Azura I. Level * Tier 5, 14010/100,000. Abilities * Killing Intent Condensation, Cold Blood, Azura Mark, Bloodlust, Manifestation of Killing Intent Domain, newly added. Killing Intent Domain * You can transform Killing Intent into a domain that intimidates enemies and reduces their mobility. During battles, the Killing Intent domain will continuously strengthen based on the bleeding effects you cause. The higher the level, the faster the enhancement. This skill is especially useful in warfare. Chu Feng's heart stirred as he immediately assessed the value of the Azura I's new skill. This was a powerful skill capable of weakening the enemy's combat effectiveness through continuous killing in large-scale battles. Activating the Azura I, the more enemies he killed, the stronger the accumulated killing intent would become, naturally amplifying the effects of his ocular techniques. Moreover, the Azura I doesn't consume vision energy but instead uses killing intent to activate its abilities. As long as he remains in a state of killing, the killing intent will continuously replenish itself, allowing the Azura I's abilities to be unleashed indefinitely. Unlike other ocular techniques, the Azura I is one of the few Supreme Vision abilities capable of excelling in prolonged battles. With the Killing Intent domain skill, Chu Feng could not only grow stronger with each kill but also weaken his enemy's strength through the ever-intensifying domain of Killing Intent. On the battlefield, this skill was practically invincible. No wonder the Azura was able to annihilate all the ancient great demons. The Azura path was all about constant self-improvement through bloodshed. The thrill of leveling up by defeating enemies was unparalleled. After completing all this, Chu Feng quickly returned to the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace, outside the hall gates. Civil and military officials, along with tens of thousands of Imperial guards, were all waiting there. When Chu Feng's figure appeared, led by General Yulin, the Imperial guards, ministers, generals, and maids all knelt on the ground. Your subjects have failed to protect you, Your Majesty. Please punish us. General Yulin knelt with such force that the bricks on the ground cracked beneath his knees. As the Grand Protector of the nation, commanding tens of thousands of troops, I failed to even protect the Emperor. I beg Your Majesty to strip me of my title and imprison me in the abyssal prison. I am willing to bear all the blame. Chu Feng waved his hand with a smile. Rise, my loyal subjects. I had anticipated that those traitors would attempt to assassinate me after their plans failed. However, I had already made preparations, and now all those foreign demonic traitors have been personally slain by me. With this, the matter is resolved. The officials expressed their admiration in unison. His Majesty is wise and mighty, personally eliminating the traitors and sparing us from dirtying our hands. After defeating dozens of demonic supreme visionaries, the Great Zhou dynasty was finally rid of its internal threats. Following Chu Feng's orders, the Heavenly Works Pavilion immediately dispatched personnel to repair the Imperial Palace. Once everything was restored, the grand ceremony for the new emperor's coronation would take place. The Starry Pavilion. Today was a special day, and the place was packed with guests, every seat occupied. Jiang Xiaoyu had to borrow the seat of a white-clad youth to continue sipping his tea. The surrounding conversations rose and fell. Today is the emperor's coronation. This is wonderful. The 9th prince has finally ascended the throne. Our great Zhou dynasty is sure to usher in a new era of glory. Not long ago, foreign demonic traitors attempted to assassinate His Majesty using terrifying dark arts, only to be countered and defeated. What a joke! They don't understand. The current emperor has already fused the mandate seal into his body. For a few insignificant foreign assassins to think they can overthrow the great Zhou dynasty, what a ridiculous ambition. The news from the Imperial Palace, filtered through the mouths of the noble offspring, eventually reached Jiang Xiaoyu's ears. She roughly pieced together what had transpired within the palace. Looking at the waves of support, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit puzzled. What exactly had Fengshen done to make the entire Great Zhou dynasty lean toward the 9th prince? At that moment, a startled cry came from afar. Look outside quickly. The dragon's fortune of Great Zhou has turned into rain. Everyone immediately stood up and rushed to the windows to see. Instantly, the entire Juxing Tower boiled with excitement, turning into a lively marketplace. This usually elegant, high-class venue suddenly became grounded and spirited. Wow, it's really the dragon's fortune. Heaven blesses the great Zhou dynasty. This boundless aura of dragon's fortune is undoubtedly a divine omen of great Zhou's glory. A new emperor ascends, and heaven bestows good fortune. All of this signifies that great Zhou is on the cusp of an unprecedented golden age. Look, it's golden rain. Truly golden rain. The dragon's aura condenses into clouds, transforms into rain, and falls upon the earth, nourishing all living things. I never thought I would witness such a legendary sight in my lifetime. Jiang Xiaoyu, seated near the window, gazed through the glass at the golden drizzle falling upon the world outside. Old men, children, young workers, pancake vendors, passers-by, shopkeepers, all stopped what they were doing, looked up at the sky, and danced joyfully in the golden rain of dragon's fortune, savoring this magnificent moment. So beautiful. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but become spellbound. For a girl her age, witnessing such a fantastical scene was like being caught in a dream. She was utterly enchanted, lost in the moment. The young man in white opened his feathered fan, fanning himself gently as he spoke in a low voice. Only the wisest emperor's ascension can bring golden rain to Great Zhou. At that time, all the farmlands were bathed in golden rain, ensuring bountiful harvests and skyrocketing yields. The farmers of Great Zhou knelt in gratitude to the heavens, to the new emperor, and to this beloved land. Even in remote areas where soil erosion had been a significant issue, things began to improve. Farmers could even migrate to these regions to reclaim land, enhancing Great Zhou's agricultural productivity. This golden rain was not merely a stunning sight but a blessing for every citizen of Great Zhou, benefiting everyone in its reach. Nourished by the golden rain, Great Zhou would flourish for the next 100 years, extending its dynasty for a millennium, its glory unshaken. Jiang Xiaoyu took a deep breath. She understood clearly that no matter which superpower seer took her place, even her elder sister Jiang Shui, they might not have achieved such a result in this scenario. It felt as though someone had unlocked the ultimate, perfect strategy. This rain had completely transformed the world. At that moment, several officials dressed in court attire entered the Juxing Tower. Is Shen Luoyue here? Jiang Xiaoyu froze for a moment. The young man in white quickly tapped the table with his fan and solemnly said, "Lady Yu, they are envoys from the court. Go and accept the decree." Shen Luoyue was the identity Jiang Xiaoyu assumed in this scenario. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu's heart stirred. She guessed that Fengshen intended to summon her to the capital. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and knelt on one knee. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Lady Yu is to proceed swiftly to the imperial palace to meet his majesty. So ordered. Luoyue accepts the decree. Long live the emperor. After receiving the imperial edict, Jiang Xiaoyu was escorted onto a luxurious carriage, which sped toward the imperial palace. The young man in white silently watched as the carriage disappeared into the distance, sitting motionless for a long time. Within the imperial palace, Chu Feng had already ascended the throne, becoming the true emperor of Great Zhou. The responsibilities of the Heavenly Works Bureau were akin to those of the Lu family, overseeing repairs and construction within the palace. Due to the destruction of the palace by Yanmi's ocular techniques, Chu Feng had dispatched the Heavenly Works Bureau to restore several areas, focusing especially on the northern gardens. The gardens had numerous abandoned tunnels, allowing clandestine movement within the palace and extreme security risk. Chu Feng ordered the tunnels completely sealed and the gardens beautifully restored. Afterward, he arranged for the burial of consort Chen Luo. Indeed, during Chu Feng's time as a fugitive, consort Chen Luo had passed away. It was said she succumbed to the icy chill of the Nine Nether prison. Yet when Chu Feng saw her body, he noticed numerous whip marks, clear evidence of torment before her death. Chu Feng had little affection for consort Chen Luo. Out of duty, he ensured she was properly buried and conducted a simple ceremony. Back at the Yuqing Palace. This was the workspace of the Emperor of Great Zhou and the primary location for Chu Feng's role as emperor within this scenario. Essentially, it was just a massive office. The daily tasks were nothing extraordinary, reviewing memorials, drafting policies, holding morning court sessions, occasionally strolling through the imperial gardens, and engaging in conversations with erudite ministers. TSK, it felt oddly similar to the life of a web novelist in the real world. Just swap morning court sessions with online chats, memorial drafts with keyboard typing, and garden strolls with supermarket runs. The rhythm was nearly identical. Being an emperor wasn't easy. At that moment, a eunuch entered and announced, "Your Majesty, Lady Shen Luoyue has arrived. Shall we summon her now?" Chu Feng nodded. "Let her in." Soon after, several guards escorted Shen Luoyue into the hall with measured steps. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. This 14-year-old girl, in this scenario, had taken on the role of a true beauty. She was quite a sight to behold. Gesturing for the others to leave, he dismissed them. "What business does your majesty have with me?" Jiang Xiaoyu glanced around but saw no one else, her heart filled with doubt. Logically, the emperor's trusted aide should be Fengshen, who was always by his side. Why wasn't he here? Chu Feng noticed Jiang Xiaoyu's wandering gaze and smirked inwardly. No need to be so formal. Relax in my presence. This time, I need to make use of your heart's eye ability. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up, her face full of shock as she stared at Chu Feng. You're Fengshen? Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand, his eyes glimmering with amusement. He chuckled softly but said nothing. How did you become the 9th prince? How did you manage that? Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. In her impression, every supervisionary who entered the dungeon should have the same character template. Why did Fengshen's template look different? He actually became the 9th prince straight away? How was anyone else supposed to play the game? Could he be the favored child of the Tower of All Heavens? Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to answer and directly stated his purpose. There are still a few noble families who betrayed the great Zhou dynasty imprisoned in the Nine Nether prison. Of course, these families are vast in scale and wield significant influence within the empire. Some of them even possess the unique techniques of dragon chi manipulation. I can't just take them all down at once. Besides, in such large families, there are many members who are genuinely loyal to the great Zhou. They had no intention of betraying and were merely implicated this time. I need you to use your eye of the mind to identify who is truly loyal and who are the traitors. Understood. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded and readily agreed. Chu Feng's supreme heavy pupil and heavenly fate I could also discern loyalty and rebellion, but the workload was too immense, and the efficiency too low. After all, his supervision was not specialized for this. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu's eye of the mind could accomplish the task with ease. This was the real reason Chu Feng summoned her to the palace. He had a job for her. Inside the Nine Nether prison, in the deepest cells, countless prisoners were held captive. These were all members of the noble families who had committed treason. The prison was filled with cries of despair. Injustice. I'm a member of the Liu family, wholeheartedly devoted to serving the court, yet I was implicated by my family's foolish actions. This is beyond unfair. I'm proud to come from the Chun family, but who would have thought our head would turn traitor? Serves him right to die for it. I wanted nothing more than to prove my loyalty to the great Zhou, but with a traitor in the family, I no longer have the face to serve. I've spent a lifetime mastering the art of dragon chi manipulation, all to uphold the prosperity of the great Zhou. But now, it seems like a joke. I hope the emperor deals with me swiftly. My life no longer has any meaning. Within the Nine Nether prison, there were still many sons and daughters loyal to the great Zhou, eager to serve the court, yet filled with grievances and helplessness. They had done nothing wrong, yet they were punished because of their family leader's betrayal. Their suffering was so deep, they didn't even know how to cry out their grievances. For the crime of treason, implicating 9 generations, the punishment was deserved. At that moment, the prison doors suddenly opened. Several stern-looking guards casually pointed, selecting about 50 people, and said, "You, all of you, come with us for interrogation." The prisoners looked at each other in confusion. Interrogation? Wasn't treason punishable by the extermination of the entire family? Could it be? Was there still hope for them? The Nine Nether prison instantly erupted with noise. The 50 prisoners, under the guard's lead, were taken to a room. At the end of the room sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her eyes shimmering with a green light, her pupils as dazzling and mysterious as a kaleidoscope. Who is this young woman? No idea, I've never seen her before. Wasn't the interrogation supposed to be conducted by that old geezer? Why is it this gorgeous and young lady now? Suddenly, even if I were whipped during the interrogation, it doesn't seem so bad. In fact, I might even look forward to it. Wow, your taste is something else. Wait until it's the branding iron, let's see if you're still smiling then. Once everyone was present, Jiang Xiaoyu's ethereal voice echoed through the room. First question, are you loyal to the great Zhou dynasty? The crowd froze. Was that really a question for interrogation? Hurry up and answer, don't just stand there. The guards frowned and urged them. I, Lu Shuren, am loyal to the great Zhou. Heaven is my witness, if I'm lying, may I be cut into 1,000 pieces. I, Chen Bo, will never betray the great Zhou. This was the doing of the Zhao family head colluding with the enemy. If I had known, I would never have covered for him. The 50 prisoners swore one by one. Though dressed in tattered clothes, their noble demeanor was evident. Their voices were firm and resonant. That's enough. Jiang Xiaoyu gestured dismissively and pointed to someone in the corner. You stay. The rest of you are cleared and can leave the prison. What? The crowd was stunned. They could just leave? They couldn't believe it. The one person who was singled out immediately stepped forward and protested. I've been loyal to the Great Zhou all along. I haven't done anything to harm it this time, I'm truly innocent. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at him coldly. Have you ever done anything against the Great Zhou? The man shook his head frantically. No, I swear I haven't. Take him away. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't bother to argue further and gave the order directly. Yes. The guards immediately dragged the man away. I'm really innocent, the man shouted loudly. But no one paid attention to his cries. It seemed that everything was under Jiang Xiaoyu's control. The next group of prisoners arrived. The same process was repeated. After a brief interrogation, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly decided to release some of the prisoners while others were kept behind. As for why some were released and others weren't, no one could understand the reasoning. However, word of Jiang Xiaoyu had already spread throughout the Nine Nether prison. I heard they've already released thousands of people today. Really? What's going on? A stunning young woman has taken over the interrogations. With just one question, she decides who stays and who leaves. Who is she? Nobody knows. I've heard something, the more loyal you seem to the Great Zhou, the higher your chances of being released. This is great news. Finally, there's hope for us. The imprisoned noble children, who had resigned themselves to death, now saw a glimmer of hope as the door to freedom slowly opened. Upon hearing that loyalty to the Great Zhou increased their chances of release, they began shouting their allegiance louder when it was their turn for interrogation. But Jiang Xiaoyu remained unmoved. Each time, she would point to a group of people to stay behind. No matter how loud their declarations or how many oaths they swore, Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor stayed cold and indifferent. Day by day, time passed. The number of prisoners in the Nine Nether prison dwindled. Within the palace, the released prisoners were gathered in one place. Though the conditions were modest, they had shed their prison attire and finally seen the light of day. According to the emperor's arrangement, they would stay here for a while before heading to the capital for a special event. Nobody could guess what it was exactly, though speculation ran rampant. After Jiang Xiaoyu's interrogation concluded, these noble disciples received orders to journey together to the capital. At a massive execution ground, the remaining prisoners knelt on the platform, desperately crying out their grievances. Chu Feng personally stepped forward and coldly declared, "You have betrayed the Great Zhou. Today, you will be executed here to restore clarity and justice to our land." Several prisoners gritted their teeth in defiance. "Your Majesty, we are truly loyal. How could we possibly betray the Great Zhou?" "Oh?" Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. "Have you forgotten the Zhao family's bank printing excess money, causing inflation and destabilizing the Great Zhou economy?" The speaker's face turned pale. "Did you not participate in this scheme?" A glint of silver light flickered in Xu Feng's eyes. The next moment, the cosmic retrace technique activated, and images of the Zhao family members secretly colluding with traitors and laundering money were projected into the sky above the execution ground. It was undeniable evidence, shown live on the spot. The man's face went ashen, and he could no longer argue. The other prisoners tried to resist, but Xu Feng used the retrace technique to expose each of their acts of betrayal one by one. There was no more resistance in the field. All of them, like deflated balloons, silently admitted to their crimes. Finally, cheers erupted around the execution ground. Long live His Majesty's wisdom! So the Emperor planned to root out every traitor. We, the innocent, have finally been vindicated. Who would have thought His Majesty himself would intervene, not sparing the guilty, but protecting the innocent? Such a good emperor is truly unprecedented in the history of Great Zhou. I am willing to sacrifice my life for Great Zhou with all my strength. The noble disciples who were released were filled with fervor, their eyes brimming with tears. They had never thought they would encounter such a benevolent emperor in their lifetime. To be born in Great Zhou, there were no regrets in this life. Since that day, after the grievances of several noble families were cleared, the Great Zhou dynasty became even stronger. These noble family members played critical roles in the imperial court. If they had been entirely eradicated, even with fortune smiling upon them, it would have taken Great Zhou years to recover. Jiang Xiaoyu's psychic ability to discern lies worked like a living lie detector. With such a gift, distinguishing between the wrongfully accused and genuine traitors became much easier. After purging all the traitors, the remaining noble disciples united. Inspired by Chu Feng's wise decisions, they swore their allegiance to the court and were even willing to sacrifice their lives for Great Zhou. This caused Chu Feng's prestige to soar to unprecedented heights. Everyone in the imperial court revered the current emperor as if he were a god. Compared to the reign of Emperor Wu of Zhou, Chu Feng's authority was even greater. Though Great Zhou's fortunes had suffered setbacks due to the meddling of dozens of evil clan seers, Chu Feng restored them in a short time and made the dynasty even more prosperous than before. At this moment, Chu Feng focused on stabilizing Great Zhou's fortunes without rushing into the next phase of his plans. As he was managing state affairs, a eunuch hurriedly entered to report, "Your Majesty, the Grand Master Lu Xingyi from the Lu family seeks an audience." "Permit him to enter." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. According to the information in his mind, Lu Xingyi was the forefather of the Lu family. During Emperor Wu of Zhou's reign, he was recognized as one of the top 10 master craftsmen in history. He had retired 10 years ago. When the Lu family had been purged, Lu Xingyi was one of the few spared, as he had long distanced himself from the royal court's political entanglements. Now, this legendary craftsman had come to see him in person. Naturally, Chu Feng wouldn't neglect him. Lu Xingyi's figure was slight, but his back was straight, his spirit vigorous, and his step steady, nothing like a man of 100 years. "Your Majesty, does your body carry an item known as the Imperial Dragon Talisman?" Lu Xingyi asked directly after taking his place. "Are you referring to this talisman?" Chu Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately retrieved the Imperial Dragon Talisman from within his body. "Yes." Lu Xingyi took the talisman and examined it closely. Then he looked up and said, "The Imperial Dragon Talisman is a treasured heirloom of the Lu family. Crafting such a talisman requires extremely rare materials, and almost no one has been able to recreate one over the past century. The one in your Majesty's possession, though crafted with top-tier skill, is likely a relic from Emperor Xian of Zhou's era 500 years ago. However, it has suffered some damage over time. As it happens, my Lu family still has some materials that can be used to repair this talisman and even enhance its grade. I've heard that your Majesty pardoned the Lu family's wrongdoers, sparing the innocent while punishing the cunning. Such wisdom will surely make Great Zhou even more prosperous. Though I am old and my skills are limited, I am willing to help your Majesty repair this talisman and contribute my efforts." Chu Feng was both surprised and elated upon hearing this. So the Imperial Dragon Talisman was a supreme treasure crafted by the Great Zhou dynasty. Because of its immense value, few such talismans remained, and most of the surviving ones were damaged fragments. No wonder the system identified it as a low-grade Imperial Dragon Talisman. Wait, if Grandmaster Lu repaired it, wouldn't it become a higher-grade celestial treasure? Spending 70,000 celestial points on it was a bargain after all. "Since you have such intentions, I would not decline," Chu Feng agreed with a smile. "Your Majesty, repairing the Imperial Dragon Talisman will take a few days. Please be patient," Lu Xingyi said, carefully storing the talisman before immediately returning to the Lu residence to begin the restoration. 3 days later, a pristine Imperial Dragon Talisman was delivered to Chu Feng in a finely crafted box. When he opened the box, the system suddenly popped up with a notification. "Detected changes in your celestial treasure, Imperial Dragon Talisman. High-grade Imperial Dragon Talisman, Tier 5 allows for 4 consecutive charges of Dragon Chi Shields, recharging once every half-month. Automatically activates the shield upon attack, defending against both physical and mental assaults." Chu Feng's eyes lit up as he read the system's update. What an incredible improvement! Now the Imperial Dragon Talisman not only offered 4 layers of defense but also protected against mental attacks. Even if some clairvoyants from the evil clans launched insidious ocular techniques against him, the talisman could save his life multiple times. In reality, his safety was now significantly enhanced. Even when poisoned, the Imperial Dragon Talisman would provide direct protection. Chu Feng carefully stored away the talisman, his mind racing. Now was the perfect time to probe the ancient heavenly court. The Great Zhou questline was nearing its end. Soon, he would launch an offensive against the evil clans and complete his mission. He couldn't waste this opportunity to explore the ancient heavenly court. With the upgraded Imperial Dragon Talisman offering 4 layers of protection, he was ready for any challenge. In this way, the safety of entering the ancient heavenly court greatly improved. With a thought, he used his supervision to send a message to Jiang Xiaoyu. "I have some matters to attend to. Please explain the situation to the ministers on my behalf. The specific decree is on the desk in the Imperial Purity Palace. If anything unusual happens in the next few days, keep an eye on it for me. Contact me through the supervision if necessary." Jiang Xiaoyu quickly replied, "Understood." Although she had a guess about what Chu Feng might be up to, she didn't ask further questions. She knew that Chu Feng carried many secrets. From her own experience, she was sure she wouldn't be able to uncover them. After returning, she planned to report the situation of this dungeon to her sister, Jiang Shui. Perhaps she could glean more information from her. As for Chu Feng's next move, Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of probing further. A wise person like her would never actively pry into others' secrets. Back in his quarters, Chu Feng lay on the bed and activated the eternal divine eyes. One dream across eternity. Then, he felt his body sinking continuously. The next second, his body suddenly jolted and landed on something soft and fluffy. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a substance that looked like solidified clouds and mist. However, when he stood up, he could step on this cloud-like surface, feeling as though he were in a heavenly realm. Is this the ancient heavenly court? At that moment, a screen appeared before Chu Feng. Dungeon, Ancient Heavenly Court. Entry method, 1 dream across eternity, incomplete. Remaining time, 3 hours. Warning, any damage you suffer in the Ancient Heavenly Court will directly reflect on your physical body in reality. Please proceed with caution. Note, in the event of danger, you may choose to return immediately or wait for the time to run out and return automatically. The next time you enter, you will resume from where you left off. Only 3 hours? Chu Feng frowned, feeling that time was too short. There was no time to lose. He activated the eternal divine eyes and spotted a magnificent palace in the distance. In front of it stood 2 towering dragon pillars, though one of them had partially collapsed. Clearly, this place had endured a tremendous catastrophe. The once glorious structures were now reduced to ruins. Walking into the palace, Chu Feng found that the streets he passed were filled with rubble. Even the few relatively intact buildings he entered were in a state of disrepair. After a thorough search, Chu Feng didn't find anything valuable, causing his brows to furrow deeply. 1 hour passed just like that. Without hesitation, he activated his heavenly shroud form. A massive divine eye floated in the air, overlooking the surroundings. But the range of vision was much smaller than he had anticipated. In the heavenly shroud form, he could only see the palace area. Beyond that was shrouded in a layer of gray mist, possibly marking the boundary of this place. After all, entering the ancient heavenly court through the 1 dream across eternity method was akin to stepping into a vivid dream, and dreams had boundaries. Beyond those boundaries, he couldn't see or access. Scanning his surroundings, Chu Feng suddenly noticed a massive altar in a corner of the palace, upon which was embedded a weapon of peculiar design, surrounded by terrifying lightning. Using the power of the eternal divine eyes, Chu Feng easily determined that this weapon must be a supreme treasure of the heavens. I see now. The treasure of the ancient heavenly court must be the relics left behind here. And these treasures are all supreme treasures of the heavens, even capable of being brought back to the real world for use. Chu Feng withdrew from the heavenly shroud form and quickly made his way toward the altar. The palace area was vast, and the altar was far away, requiring considerable time to reach. With a thought, he utilized the remaining dragon fate within him to transform into a flying vehicle, soaring swiftly through the air. Even so, by the time he reached the altar, only half an hour remained. This lightning. As Chu Feng cautiously approached, he immediately sensed an overwhelming danger. The lightning surrounding the weapon was immensely powerful, and any contact could prove fatal. Although the body of the 9th prince had merged with the Destiny Seal, his physical form hadn't improved much, only slightly modified by the eternal divine eyes. If struck by the lightning, he would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even with the protection of the Imperial Dragon Talisman and the Azura Seal, it was uncertain whether they could withstand the terrifying lightning. Chu Feng frowned tightly. How on earth can I retrieve this weapon? The harder it was to obtain, the more reluctant Chu Feng was to give up. The lightning encircling the weapon was immense in its power. The weapon's inherent strength was even more unimaginable. His heartbeat quickened. Faced with this unparalleled treasure, he was unwilling to let it slip away. I've got it. Doesn't my twisting void ability allow me to transport objects from one place to another? A flash of inspiration struck Chu Feng. However, the process might carry some risks. But without taking risks, how could there be great rewards? He still had an upgraded Imperial Dragon Talisman, charged 4 times. If he could use the talisman to shield against the first wave of attacks when transferring the weapon, then activate the Azura's Eye afterward, he might be able to withstand the damage. The thunderous energy near the altar was immensely strong, clearly indicating that the weapon had been here absorbing power for a long time, thereby gaining such formidable might. However, if Chu Feng used the twisting void ability to transfer the weapon, the released lightning might not be as potent. This would create an opportunity for him to act. Let's give it a try. Chu Feng took a deep breath. The next second, he focused his gaze, channeling power into the eternal divine eyes. Soon, ripples of twisted void began to form around the weapon, as if attempting to engulf it. Just as the void ripples were about to swallow the weapon, Chu Feng suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over his mind. His ocular power was being drained rapidly. This thing's origin is too overwhelming. Even with the ocular power of my 4 supervision abilities, I can't hold on. It was worth noting that before entering the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon, Xu Feng's ocular power was already close to the 8th tier. After acquiring the new Destiny Vision, his ocular power had undoubtedly increased further, likely reaching the 9th tier. Yet, merely using Twisting Void on this weapon had nearly depleted his ocular power in less than a second. This only made Xu Feng even more exhilarated. If he succeeded this time, he would undoubtedly claim an extraordinarily powerful weapon-type supreme treasure of the heavens. Come to me! Xu Feng roared, pushing Twisting Void to its limit. The rippling void waves surged and engulfed the weapon in an instant. The next second, the weapon emerged from a void rift, landing in Xu Feng's hand. The moment it touched his hand, the weapon unleashed a surge of powerful lightning. A flash of light suddenly appeared, transforming into a destructive force that struck directly at Xu Feng. This lightning was so devastating that even a master on the verge of the red dust immortal realm would suffer injuries if they attempted to withstand it head-on. However, a golden dragon aura barrier immediately emerged around Xu Feng, protecting him. Crackle, crackle. The lightning seemed to activate the skill of a venomous dragon's drill. The moment it touched the barrier, it tore through and pierced inside, aiming directly to kill Xu Feng. A powerful sense of danger enveloped his entire being. Almost instinctively, Xu Feng used up the remaining 3 charges of the Emperor Dragon Talisman in an instant. At the same time, he activated the Azura's Eye, and dark black markings began to surface across his body. In the split second that followed, it felt as though Xu Feng was racing against death itself. He could feel the golden lightning already touching his body, a numbing sensation rapidly spreading throughout him. But the eternal godly eyes enhanced his bodily response, and enduring the pain, Xu Feng gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly. You have obtained. Before the system prompt could fully appear, Xu Feng willed it into action, quickly storing the newly acquired universal heavenly treasure into the system. In that instant, the violent lightning exploded on the spot. But Xu Feng's figure had already vanished, returning to the royal palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Success! Back in the palace, Xu Feng let out a long breath, his chest heaving as his heartbeat slowly settled. Based on his calculations, the energy released by the weapon's lightning was likely accumulated over a long time, which explained its overwhelming power. He hadn't expected that even with just the brief moment of spatial distortion involved in transferring the weapon, the released energy would be so terrifying. It had instantly pierced through the 4 layers of the Emperor Dragon Talisman's defenses. Fortunately, the moment Xu Feng touched the weapon, he had immediately gained the right to use the universal heavenly treasure, swiftly stored it in the system, and exited the ancient heavenly court without delay. The entire sequence of actions was smooth and seamless. Only then did he manage to evade the deadly lightning and safely return to the Great Zhou Dynasty. Xu Feng examined himself. The Azura marks had already faded by half, clearly consumed in resisting the lightning. Without the Azura's Eye and the Emperor Dragon Talisman, there was no way he could have obtained such a high-level universal heavenly treasure. He opened the system panel. Universal heavenly treasure, Trident Blade. Grade * supreme level, incomplete. Completeness * 15%. Function * releases powerful heavenly tribulation lightning to strike enemies, causing devastating damage. **** note ***, this weapon automatically triggers heavenly tribulation lightning, affecting everyone within its range. Without sufficient protection, masters are advised to use with caution. A supreme-level universal heavenly treasure. Xu Feng was stunned. He had never imagined that the universal heavenly treasure he had picked up in the ancient heavenly court would reach the supreme level, with such terrifying power. Even in its incomplete state, it had almost killed him instantly. No wonder forcibly transporting it with spatial distortion had consumed such immense power. It turned out that the origins of this universal heavenly treasure were 100 times more extraordinary than he had imagined. Xu Feng took a deep breath, finally calming his excitement. He truly hadn't expected the treasures of the ancient heavenly court to be so valuable. Then again, it was only natural, being relics of the ancient heavenly court, their grade was bound to be exceptional. Of course, the trident blade in Xu Feng's hands was still incomplete. Its power was far from that of a fully intact supreme-level universal heavenly treasure. With a completeness of only 15%, it could only unleash about 1/5 of its potential power, which was already impressive. However, if he continued exploring the ancient heavenly court, he might have a chance to obtain more opportunities. He might even be able to upgrade the trident blade into a fully intact supreme-level weapon. When he read the usage instructions, Xu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The trident blade is an extraordinarily powerful universal heavenly treasure. Not only can it instantly kill enemies, but it can also get its wielder killed. If the conditions aren't met, recklessly using this weapon might lead to my own demise before I even manage to kill the enemy. Therefore, this weapon can only be used in special circumstances. The limitations are quite significant. The trident blade's power was simply too overwhelming. The moment Chu Feng acquired it, the lightning nearly claimed his life. Thus, in reality, the chances to use the trident blade would be incredibly rare. Even in dungeon scenarios, it would require reaching very high levels such as the Red Dust Realm to use it safely. Taking it out to wreak havoc in the early stages of a dungeon would likely be out of the question. This might be the weapon's only drawback. To use this supreme-level universal heavenly treasure, there are mainly two approaches. One is to level up to the highest realm within a dungeon. With greater strength, wielding the trident blade wouldn't be an issue. The other is to use it during extensive battles, leveraging the Azure to continuously condense Azure marks, offsetting the weapon's self-inflicted damage to gain usage rights. Of course, once my Super Eye evolves further, there might be new methods to safely summon this weapon. But for now, only these two approaches allow the use of the trident blade. After a brief moment of thought, Chu Feng understood how to utilize this supreme-level universal heavenly treasure. Though dangerous, the path forward wasn't entirely blocked. The next day, Chu Feng attended the morning court as usual. But below, Zhang Xiaoyu looked somewhat surprised. Last night, the emperor had mentioned he might be preoccupied, yet today he seemed perfectly fine. So, the question arose. What exactly had the emperor been busy with late last night? Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. After all the ministers presented their reports, Chu Feng suddenly spoke, "My loyal subjects, I have a major matter that requires the mobilization of the entire nation's resources." The moment he spoke, the ministers immediately perked up, realizing that the emperor was planning something significant. "May we ask what His Majesty intends to do?" Some ministers couldn't help but inquire. Chu Feng said calmly, "The otherworldly evil clans have plagued our Great Zhou for too long. In the past, I tolerated them, holding to the principle that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But now, they dare to reach into the royal palace and take the life of my mother. This debt, this emperor will settle with those otherworldly evil clans." As soon as the words fell, the court was in an uproar. The ministers were stunned. They hadn't expected that the emperor, only a month into his reign, would decide to launch an offensive against the otherworldly evil clans. As for why he made this decision, it wasn't long ago that the emperor had attended the memorial for concubine Chen Luo. The late concubine Luo's death had been caused by the interference of the otherworldly evil clans in palace politics, instigating concubine Luoyu to harm her, all to uncover the secret of the heavenly mandate seal. Thus, concubine Luo's tragic death was entirely the fault of the otherworldly evil clans. After ascending the throne, the emperor had kept this grievance in his heart. His decision to attack the evil clans was no surprise at all. "Your Majesty, I dare to speak freely. Your Majesty, the foreign demonic tribes are skilled in dark arts and are formidable foes. For thousands of years, our Great Zhou has struggled to expand its territories precisely because of their insidious nature. The Dragon Shi technique is the only divine art capable of countering them. However, the Dragon Shi technique must be grounded in the foundation of Great Zhou's dragon fate to be effective. If we take the initiative to attack them, it would be akin to losing the foundation of the Dragon Shi technique, and we may find it difficult to achieve victory. Please, Your Majesty, reconsider." A majority of the ministers joined in to advise caution. Although Chu Feng commanded immense respect, such a critical matter left many ministers hesitant to lend their immediate support. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, "You need not worry about the Dragon Shi technique. For on the day the war begins, I will personally take to the battlefield and lead the charge. With me at your side, you can still wield the Dragon Shi technique. I, myself, am the walking embodiment of Great Zhou's dragon fate." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock. "Your Majesty, you mustn't. You are the sole hope of Great Zhou. Your imperial body is invaluable. How can you risk such danger by going to the battlefield in person? Your Majesty, you have fused the heavenly mandate seal within yourself. As your loyal subject, I cannot support such a decision." All the ministers present found it impossible to accept the idea of their emperor personally leading the charge on the battlefield. To them, Chu Feng was the lifeblood of the Great Zhou dynasty. If he were to fall, the entire nation would collapse. Suddenly, an immense and powerful aura of dragon fate began to coalesce around Chu Feng. In the next instant, a three-pronged, double-edged blade shimmering with countless arcs of lightning appeared out of thin air in his hand. Immediately, electric currents swirled around Chu Feng, striking the walls of the grand hall with crackling sounds, zzzzzt, zzzzzt. Thanks to the Dragon Fate protective array within the palace, the entire structure was spared from being annihilated by the overwhelming force unleashed when Chu Feng summoned the three-pronged, double-edged blade. Your Majesty, what is that weapon? The ministers, wide-eyed and speechless with astonishment, stared at the terrifying power before them. Chu Feng spoke in a composed tone. Last night, I had a most peculiar dream. A celestial being touched my forehead and gifted me this divine weapon, telling me that with it, I could vanquish the demonic tribes and eradicate Great Zhou's greatest enemy. When I awoke, this supreme divine weapon truly appeared by my side, ready to aid me in battle. With the celestial's guidance, I have wrestled with my thoughts all night and have finally decided to launch a full-scale assault on the foreign demonic tribes. With this divine weapon in hand, there is no need to fear for my safety on the battlefield. Great Zhou, with its vast lands and countless talented individuals, not to mention its thousands of acres of spiritual grounds, is the true sleeping dragon of the divine continent. And yet, such a prosperous nation continues to endure harassment from the foreign demonic tribes, swallowing its anger and humiliation. Is this the Great Zhou we should be proud of? Now, not only have I fused the heavenly mandate seal within me, but I have also been blessed with a divine weapon by the Celestial. I have received their revelation to annihilate the demonic tribes. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. At this moment, if we don't completely eradicate the foreign tribes, how can we prove the strength of Great Zhou? These words stirred the blood of every minister present. Indeed, those vile foreign demons dared to infiltrate the very heart of Great Zhou's palace. When has the Great Zhou dynasty ever suffered such humiliation? Now, with the heavenly mandate seal and the Celestial's divine weapon in our possession, this is the perfect moment to march to war. This is the will of the heavens. Eradicate the foreign tribes and bring glory to Great Zhou. Eradicate the foreign tribes and bring glory to Great Zhou. The grand hall erupted with fervent cries of determination. Though Great Zhou had never officially gone to war with the demonic tribes, for thousands of years, the demons had been secretly plotting and scheming in the shadows. Previously, the limited scope of the Dragon Chi technique had restrained them from acting recklessly. But now, everything had changed. Chu Feng had fused the heavenly mandate seal into his own body, transforming himself into a living embodiment of Great Zhou's dragon fate. As long as he stood on the battlefield, all members of the Great Zhou royal family could harness the power of the Dragon Chi technique. Moreover, with Chu Feng using the Dragon Chi technique to shield himself and wielding the awe-inspiring three-pronged, double-edged blade, these factors became the key to rallying the ministers' unwavering support for the campaign. Seeing the enthusiasm reach its peak, Chu Feng promptly retracted the three-pronged, double-edged blade. He needed to activate the Eye of Heavenly Mandate to fully harness the power of Great Zhou's dragon fate and gain complete control over this supreme treasure. However, the activation of the Eye of Heavenly Mandate consumed an immense amount of energy. Once he achieved his intended effect, Chu Feng immediately stored the divine weapon back into the system. This scene left the ministers in awe. Your Majesty, where has the Celestial's weapon gone now? Chu Feng smiled and said, the weapon has merged with my body and can be summoned at will. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the three-pronged, double-edged blade appeared and disappeared again, like a magic trick. Many ministers became even more convinced this was undoubtedly a divine artifact bestowed by the Celestial. The Celestial had placed their faith in Great Zhou. What hesitation could there be in waging war against the demonic tribes? It was time to fight to the end. Within a few days, news of Great Zhou's decision to march against the foreign demonic tribes had spread throughout the streets and alleys. In restaurants, tea houses, markets, and street stalls, every corner of Great Zhou buzzed with discussions, from elders in their 70s to children as young as 7 or 8. Is it true? Has His Majesty truly decided to wage war against the foreign demonic tribes? War will claim many lives, won't it? Can the Great Zhou dynasty really win? In recent days, conscription has increased, and taxes have risen again. If not for that golden rain a few days ago, our harvest might not even cover the taxes. Sigh, life was peaceful, why start a war? When the nation prospers, the people suffer. When the nation declines, the people suffer still. Initially, opposition echoed throughout the city. Many citizens pleaded with the emperor not to start a war. But soon, word of Chu Feng's speech in the Grand Hall, along with the Celestial's revelation and the emergence of the divine weapon, spread like wildfire and transformed the attitude of the entire Great Zhou. Many people, upon hearing others recount the emperor's words, found their blood boiling with passion. That's right. They were sons of Great Zhou, raised to be proud of this land from birth. Now, with Great Zhou in its most glorious era under the rule of its most enlightened emperor, this was the golden age of their dynasty. If they didn't dare to confront the foreign demonic tribes now, when would they ever? Most importantly, The current emperor wasn't sitting idly on the throne awaiting news, he was personally leading the charge. If even the emperor was staking his life on this, what excuse did they have to hold back? I will enlist. The grain at home I'll keep just enough for our family of 3 to survive. The rest will all be sent to the army. Such a pity I'm old and missing an arm. Otherwise, I'd pick up my blade and head to the battlefield to slay 2 of those vile beings myself. Support Great Joe in sending troops. The foreign evil clan has invaded Great Joe's land, disrupted the imperial palace and court. They are certainly not our compatriots. Send troops to attack, annihilate the evil clan. Send troops to attack, annihilate the evil clan. On this day, over 10 million people enlisted in Great Joe's army. Almost every able-bodied man in the city collectively signed up for military service. Even some physically strong women took up arms and joined the fight. The youngest applicant was only 12 years old, already highly skilled in martial arts. Unfortunately, after much deliberation, they could not be admitted as an exception. In just one day, a vast, limitless sea of soldiers gathered in and around the imperial palace. The war drums thundered. Millions of warriors formed a quadrilateral dragon-scale formation. General Yulin guarded the northeast, General White Tiger the northwest, the chief of the Imperial Guards the southeast, and General Ao Zhan the southwest. Each led their respective armies to form the 4 corners of the formation, shielding the emperor at the center. They prepared to march out of the city. The deafening war drums pounded for half an hour, finally landing the last strike. Boom, boom, boom. As the city gates creaked open, Chu Feng unleashed the aura of a true dragon, his voice resounding across the battlefield. Warriors, follow me to the outer realms and obliterate the evil clan. Annihilate the evil clan. Annihilate the evil clan. The resounding battle cries echoed across the entire Great Zhou dynasty. The morale soared sky high, manifesting into a golden dragon soaring above the army. The golden dragon's eyes flashed with lightning-like brilliance, staring fiercely toward the direction of the evil clan, emanating a murderous intent. This true dragon, dormant beneath the land of Shenzhou, was finally about to take flight, revealing its fearsome claws. Tens of millions of soldiers surged out of the imperial capital, their blades aimed squarely at the evil clan. This battle would ensure the evil clan would be completely eradicated from the land of Shenzhou. In the territory of the evil clan, an air of malignancy lingered. Inside the main castle, the leader of the evil clan sat in the grand hall, seemingly dozing. Suddenly, a young attendant rushed into the hall in a panic, shouting, "Terrible news! The entire army of Great Zhou is advancing. They're coming to attack us." "What?" The evil clan leader's eyes snapped open. "You're saying the army of Great Zhou is coming?" Reporting to the leader, "It appears to be over 10 million soldiers, it's terrifying." The young attendant stammered in fear. "Ha, excellent." The evil clan leader laughed. "I thought the newly crowned emperor of Great Zhou might pose some sort of threat, but it turns out he's a fool. Does he not realize that without the power of Dragon Qi, the Great Zhou royal family is nothing in our eyes? Send men to capture 10,000 lower-class clansmen from Inxia City. Turn them all into evil Qi bombs. Have 4 high priests form a sacrificial array and airdrop the evil Qi bombs into Great Zhou's army. If they're here to die, we'll grant their wish without mercy." "Yes, sir." At the evil clan leader's command, it wasn't long before the northern Inxia city was reduced to ruins. Over 10,000 lower-class evil clansmen were seized by the priests and thrown alive into a massive furnace, where they were refined with evil flames. Under the intense heat, they were reduced to thick, malignant qi. Through ritualistic ceremonies, the priests forged this into black bombs. The Great Zhou army, radiating the spirit of a golden dragon, advanced toward the evil clan's territory like a soaring celestial beast. As the core of the formation, Chu Feng activated the heavenly fate eye to guide the gathering of Great Zhou's dragon qi. Though the dragon qi here wasn't as potent as in the imperial capital, it was sufficient for the generals and heavenly mandate officials to wield the power of the dragon. With the quadrilateral dragon-scale formation, the army moved swiftly, as if imbued with boundless strength. Their marching speed was like the wind. Within half a day, the Great Zhou army had penetrated deep into the evil clan's territory. "Stop!" A voice imbued with the aura of a true dragon boomed across the formation. The entire army halted almost simultaneously. It was as if the hearts of all the soldiers were connected, their movements were perfectly synchronized, leaving no room for error. Gazing at the pitch-black sky in the distance, Chu Feng activated his heavenly fate eye and immediately sensed a dark force surging toward his army. According to the intelligence map, this was Inxia City, known to be a gathering place for low-ranking evil clansmen. The evil clan's sorcery often relied on sacrificing their own kind to perform certain rituals. Such methods were utterly cruel. Chu Feng perceived the hidden undercurrent behind him, preparing to ambush his army. Humph, a sneak attack? Chu Feng immediately activated his supreme heavy pupil, unleashing the misty heaven form. In the cloud-filled sky, a colossal divine eye appeared, coldly surveying everything below. Through the perspective of misty heaven, Chu Feng clearly observed beneath SSS city several evil clan priests, dressed in ceremonial robes, concentrating their power to arrange a ritual formation. They were preparing to transport a black orb filled with dark, malevolent chi into the army of Great Zhou. With the unparalleled analytical power of his eternal divine eye, Chu Feng instantly recognized the black orb as a horrifying weapon forged from the lives of over 10,000 evil clansmen. If it detonated within the army, it would eliminate at least one-third of the soldiers. Humph! Chu Feng sneered, swiftly condensing several divine blades. Heaven-slicing eye slash! Several massive streaks of silver light appeared out of thin air, stabbing directly toward the bodies of the 4 evil clan priests. They were so engrossed in chanting their incantations, their spiritual energy fully concentrated, that they had no time to evade this sudden assault. Ah! The blades pierced through the 4 evil priests instantly. Before they could react, they were killed on the spot. One of the blades even directly shattered the black orb. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion erupted from SSS city. The black orb detonated within the city, causing massive destruction. SSS city, already sparsely populated with evil clansmen, saw its remaining inhabitants obliterated by the very weapon they had sacrificed so many lives to create. Advance! Having neutralized the evil priest's ambush, Chu Feng immediately commanded the army to press forward. Many soldiers in the army, having witnessed the divine eye in the sky, were awestruck. They speculated that this might be the Emperor's power. I never imagined that after merging with the heavenly mandate seal, His Majesty would possess such incredible abilities. It's like he's a god. This time, we'll surely defeat the evil clan. Although it was unclear what exactly had happened, everyone knew that the Emperor's ability had defeated the critical combat units of the demonic tribe. It often took decades and an enormous amount of resources to cultivate a priest of the demonic tribe. The death of a single demonic tribe priest would drastically weaken their combat strength. What's more, Chu Feng used the power of heaven sundering to kill 4 demonic tribe priests at the outset, severely crippling the upper echelon combat strength of the demonic tribe. The demonic tribe did not have ordinary soldiers, they relied on their priests to sacrifice the lives of their clansmen to forge dark sorcery for attacks. If the priests died, the rest were nothing but rabble. Report to the leader. The plan at Oblivion City has failed. The black orb exploded within the city, wiping out all 4 high priests and nearly all the inhabitants. What? The leader of the demonic tribe jumped up, shouting angrily, what exactly happened? I don't know. The subordinate stammered nervously. Those 4 idiots. They're driving me mad. How could they blow themselves up with a simple demonic energy bomb? Utter fools. The demonic tribe leader stomped furiously. Where is their army now? It seems, it has already breached Qunan City. So quickly? The demonic tribe leader was taken aback. He hurried into the grand hall, retrieved a crystal ball, and the image displayed the Great Zhou army. Why are there so many of them? Have they gone mad? They've practically mobilized the entire population of the Great Zhou dynasty into the army. Do they not fear that I'll slaughter all of them? Wait, something's not right. The Great Zhou dynasty is at least tens of thousands of miles away. How did they get here so fast? The crystal ball soon revealed the answer. Chu Feng stood atop a high platform at the center of the army, his eyes shimmering with silver light. A boundless aura of dragon fortune gathered above the army, forming a golden dragon coiling in the skies, continuously empowering the soldiers. The generals at the 4 corners unleashed dragon energy combat techniques, leading the soldiers to break through the demonic tribe's defensive lines one after another. The primary combat units of the demonic tribe, the high priests, were utterly incapable of organizing effective attacks and were defeated one by one. As the demonic tribe had always disregarded the lives of their lower-class clansmen, the remaining demonic tribe forces were unable to form a cohesive battlefront and were completely scattered. The fallen members of the demonic tribe transformed into a powerful aura of killing intent, converging into Chu Feng's eyes. On his body, one after another, Azura marks began to appear. After clearing this city, Chu Feng set his sights on the demonic tribe's main city. All units, form ranks and stand by. Advance. At Chu Feng's command, the soldiers scattered across various positions swiftly returned to their original formation, reassembling into an orderly phalanx. The golden dragon in the sky also adopted a charging posture. Immediately after, this army surged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, with an unstoppable momentum, charging straight toward the main city. The leader of the demonic tribe froze as he watched the Great Zhou army advancing. He was utterly dumbfounded. How can they use the dragon energy technique outside the Great Zhou dynasty? Wait. That person sitting on the dragon platform, is that the emperor? The emperor personally leading the charge into battle? Impossible. The leader of the demonic tribe could not comprehend the scene before him. In any war, how could an emperor personally take the battlefield? Wasn't that courting death? But his expression grew increasingly grim. He finally understood the Great Zhou dynasty was serious this time. Summon all the high priests immediately. Activate the main city's defensive formation to hold them off. Stall for time until reinforcements arrive. And round up all the clansmen from the smaller cities. Turn them into demonic energy bombs. We still have millions of lower-class demonic tribe members. Gather them all and refine them. I refuse to believe that dozens of demonic energy bombs can't annihilate these ants. However, just after issuing the commands, a subordinate rushed back in a panic to report. Leader, the lower-class demonic tribe members have all scattered and fled. We can't capture them. Those deserters. They're not even worthy of being called demonic tribe members. The leader of the demonic tribe fumed with rage. What about the middle-class ones? They've fled as well. And the upper class? Most of them have been killed by the Great Zhou army. The leader of the demonic tribe took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. If they insist on seeking death, then I'll oblige them. The next moment, he sliced a wound across his right hand, letting black blood drip onto the ground, forming a bizarre pattern. He began chanting a mysterious incantation. Rumble. The ground shook violently, as if the entire land was about to be overturned. Countless massive statues of demonic gods erupted from beneath the main city. These demonic gods resembled towering mountains, their entire forms shrouded in a chilling, sinister aura that exuded overwhelming pressure. Their numbers totaled over 1,000. After all, the main city of the demonic tribe had been accumulating power for a millennium. Their ultimate trump card was undeniably cataclysmic. The protective barrier of the demonic tribe's main city was as fragile as paper before the Great Zhou army, guarded by the Golden Dragon. Once the city walls were breached, over 1,000 statues of demonic gods, as massive as mountains, appeared around the army, radiating an intense oppressive force. Many soldiers felt their breath quicken, sweat beading on their foreheads as the looming threat of death enveloped them. With their morale visibly shaken, Chu Feng did not hesitate. With a thought, his trident blade materialized in his hands. His eyes turned blood red, and black azura marks materialized all over his body. Having slaughtered his way through cities, Chu Feng's azura eyes had long awakened to their peak. The azura marks on his body were sufficient to withstand the damage caused by the trident blade. In the next instant, lightning surged around Chu Feng's entire body. He swung the trident blade in his hand, releasing a blinding beam of light. The thunder of the 9 heavens transformed into lightning bolts weighing thousands of tons, sweeping across the surroundings. Boom! The lightning struck the demonic god statues, immediately pulverizing them into dust. These statues, like toy blocks made of stone, crumbled instantly under the lightning's might. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. Lightning bolts erupted one after another from Chu Feng's hands. The once arrogant demonic god statues were obliterated like toys, reduced to nothing by the lightning. Over 1,000 demonic god statues were reduced to powder under Chu Feng's thunderous assault, leaving not even a trace behind. The leader of the demonic tribe watched all of this through the crystal ball, his final trump card effortlessly destroyed. His entire body went limp with despair. He stared unblinkingly at the crystal ball, his face filled with disbelief. No, impossible. When did the Great Zhou dynasty become this strong? The demonic tribe's final trump card was completely annihilated by Chu Feng, and the scales of victory had tilted in favor of the Great Zhou. The demonic tribe, having long implemented a cruel regime and being utterly indifferent to the lives of ordinary people, found that no member of the tribe truly considered this place their home. They would only wander aimlessly after this place was destroyed, numbly searching for another place to survive. As long as the main city and higher powers of the Xie clan were completely annihilated, this race would essentially cease to exist. Completely obliterate the cities of the Xie clan. Congratulations on completing the exclusive instance for the Great Zhou dynasty. Calculating rewards? Inside the imperial palace of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Xiaoyu lay comfortably in her boudoir, ready to claim her rewards with ease. At this moment, a line of text suddenly popped up on the screen. She immediately sat up from her bed, staring expectantly at the emerging message. Even when Sister Shui carried me, the highest rating I ever got was an A grade. And that was only after I took down a few rival Superide players. This time, I don't think I did anything particularly special in the instance. I wonder what rating I'll get this time. Exclusive instance ratings were typically high. Not to mention, Chu Feng chose the most overlooked ninth prince route and won through unique methods. During the reward phase, only the two of them, as Super Ride players, would share the spoils. Perhaps. Even if I didn't contribute much, my rating might still reach A grade? But when the actual rating appeared, Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. SS grade rating. Oh my god, even Sister Shue's highest was only S grade. And I actually got an SS grade rating just by lying down and winning. If no one knows I won by doing nothing, I could brag about this for a whole year. Jiang Xiaoyu felt like she had reached the pinnacle of her life. SS grade rating, what a feat! All thanks to the almighty Fengshen. In this great Zhou dynasty instance, getting an SS rating just by laying low was entirely due to Fengshen's prowess. She had thought that only by contributing and being the top player could she feel this kind of excitement. But she realized, winning by lying down was the ultimate joy. The sheer bliss of winning effortlessly. Once all the rewards were displayed, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes widened. 100,000 universal points, 150,000 evolution points, and a piece of universal treasure. Wow, these rewards are insanely generous. Although the universal treasure was only first tier, as she hadn't unlocked many achievements, the treasure's level was generally modest. Still, Jiang Xiaoyu was beyond thrilled. Universal treasures could be brought back to reality and used. Such miraculous items fulfilled every girl's dream. I wonder how incredible Fengshen's rewards will be. He's absolutely insane. If nothing unexpected happens, Fengshen getting 3 consecutive SSS ratings this time will definitely shake the entire Superite community. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel. Chu Feng opened his interface, and the system notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations on completing the final mission of the third phase, exterminate the Xie clan. The 9th Prince faction of the Great Zhou dynasty has achieved victory. Unlocking achievements for this exclusive instance. You completed the 9th Prince's exclusive route, discovered the Dragon Abyss hidden vault, unlocked the achievement, Heaven's Mandate Throne, and obtained the Universal Treasure, Heaven's Mandate Seal, 6th tier. You inherited the will of Emperor Wu of Zhou, eradicated the extraterrestrial Xie clan, and completed the exclusive Superite mission, earning the Superite talent, Heaven's Mandate I. Specific attributes can be viewed on the Superite panel. You single-handedly eliminated all rival Superite players, unlocking the achievement, Peerless, with a triple crit bonus to the Superite evaluation. You united the people of the Great Zhou, unlocking the achievement, One Heart, One Mind, with a quadruple crit bonus to the Superite evaluation. You led the army to crush the Xie clan, unlocking the achievement, King of War, with a quintuple crit bonus to the Superite evaluation. Overall evaluation, you have achieved an SSS grade rating. Rewards, Universal Points plus 150,000. Rewards, Evolution Points plus 250,000. SSS exclusive reward unlocked, Universal Aura, 7-day sign-in. 7-day sign-in, upon entering the Universal Tower, you can sign in at a different location each day for 7 days. Rewards will vary based on the sign-in location. You can only sign in once per day, so choose wisely. Based on your performance in the Universal Tower instance, a personal exclusive instance has been unlocked, Resurgence of Demons. Note, personal instances must be completed solo and are highly challenging. Proceed with caution. Remaining time, 180 days, real-world time. Resurgence of Demons, this is a world where demons have re-emerged. Brutal demons are slaughtering humans, while among humanity, spirit-capable individuals have risen to resist. However, powerful demons can destroy entire cities, and a catastrophe looms over Hui City. Difficulty level, 7 tier. Notice, clearing the personal instance will increase your Universal Tower level by 1 tier. You must challenge the personal exclusive instance within the designated time frame. Failure to do so will be treated as forfeiture. Once all settlement messages were displayed, Chu Feng's personal panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Fengshen. Age, 17. Super Eyes, Supreme Heavy Eyes, Level Unknown, Eternal Divine Eyes, 7th tier, Shura Eyes, 5th tier, Heaven's Mandate Eye, 5th tier. Unlocked Worlds, Martial Arts World, Immortal Cultivation World, Great Zhou Dynasty. Universal Treasures, Way-Seeking Wine Flask, Tier 3, Imperial Dragon Talisman, Tier 5, Three-Pronged Blade, Damaged Supreme, Heaven's Mandate Seal, Tier 6. Universal Legacies, Supreme Path to Immortality, Supreme, Sunset True Sword, Supreme, 10,000 Demon Pill, 7th tier. Universal Aura, A Stroke of Fortune, Resplendent Identity, 7-day sign-in. Cleared instances, 3. Evolution points, 284,010. Universal points, 152,000. Chu Feng stared at his luxurious panel, momentarily stunned. The rewards from this exclusive instance were unbelievably abundant. The sheer number of evolution points and universal points far exceeded his previous gains. Beyond the universal treasures and aura, this mission also presented a unique challenge opportunity. Chu Feng's gaze fell on the personal exclusive instance. I didn't expect that clearing the universal tower this time would grant me the chance to challenge a personal exclusive instance. Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement. This was likely because he had unlocked numerous achievements, leading the universal tower to evaluate his strength and specially grant this challenge access. Such opportunities were rare for other Super-eyed players. According to the system's hints, personal exclusive instances involved no competition from other Super-eyed players, meaning the difficulty must be extraordinary. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have assigned a 7-tier difficulty rating. There were 180 days remaining, which meant that after Chu Feng obtained the qualification for the challenge, he could enter his personal instance at any time, as long as it was completed within the deadline. He could either tackle a few levels of the All Heavens Tower first before entering his personal instance, or prioritize the personal instance and then continue with subsequent levels of the All Heavens Tower. Regardless of his choice, as long as he cleared his personal instance, his All Heavens Tower level would automatically increase by 1. The rewards from the personal instance should be quite generous, but they won't be overly exaggerated. This is mainly giving me an early opportunity to challenge higher levels of the All Heavens Tower and claim better rewards. In other words, if I enter the personal instance before reaching the 8th level of the All Heavens Tower, the rewards will be better. But after the 8th level, the benefits from the personal instance might not be as significant. Chu Feng's judgment was based on the premise that the All Heavens Tower was a snowballing game. The more advantages one gained in the early stages, the easier the subsequent instance challenges would become. If he managed to clear the corresponding personal instance before challenging the 8th level, the rewards he would receive would surpass even those of the 8th level. In this way, when he took on the All Heavens Tower later, it would be as if others were just starting with basic equipment while he was already fully armed, effortlessly sweeping through the challenges. Moreover, the earlier he claimed the rewards, the more beneficial it would be for the subsequent All Heavens Tower quests. Of course, the timing of entering the instance had to be carefully managed. Entering too early without sufficient strength could result in wasted efforts. I can discuss this personal instance later with those people in the Becoming God group and see what advice they have. Chu Feng thought to himself, deciding to put it aside for now. Listening to the opinions of pioneers was undoubtedly better than fighting alone. Although his supreme heavy pupil could help him gather plenty of information, it was nowhere near as resourceful as the intelligence shared through exchanges with the big players. Joining the Becoming God group allowed him to better share information, collaborate on monster hunting, and gain significant advantages. It also compensated for his lack of advanced intelligence on instances, enabling him to access the latest and most comprehensive information. Chu Feng then shifted his attention to other rewards. First, there was the All Heavens Treasure. This time, he obtained a Tier 6 All Heavens Treasure, the Fate Seal. Its functionality was similar to the Fate Seal he had encountered in an instance, capable of gathering destiny and fortune. Although it appeared to overlap with his Fate pupil's abilities, in reality, the two complemented each other, amplifying their effects. Relying solely on the Fate pupil, Chu Feng found it challenging to amass a significant amount of destiny and fortune. With the Fate Seal, as soon as he entered an instance, he would be able to gather a certain amount of destiny without depending on external influences, solely through the seal's effect. Moreover, possessing it made it easier for him to gain high prestige and influence within the instance. For example, upon entering the Feathered Sun City instance, he would start with considerable renown. Combined with the All Heavens aura of prominent identity, Chu Feng was simply unstoppable. Another All Heavens aura he obtained was called 7-Day Sign-In. Upon entering an instance, if he reached certain special locations, he could sign in and receive various items depending on the locations. Some items were good, while others were not. Moreover, there were only 7 sign-in opportunities. In essence, this aura relied heavily on luck, but at the very least, it guaranteed some benefits, making it relatively decent. After sorting through all of this, Chu Feng gave Jiang Xiaoyu a brief reminder, and the two of them exited the instance together. The All Heavens Tower Square. The place was becoming increasingly crowded. During this period, many people awakened their super pupils, officially stepping into the super pupil era. There were also quite a few high school students who had just finished their college entrance exams and, taking advantage of their vacation, came to the All Heavens Tower to challenge instances. After 20 or so days of vacation, most high school graduates who had experienced one or two instances finally understood how harsh reality could be. Countless super pupils who failed the instance trials twice in a row were completely barred from the All Heavens Tower. Their personal status messages were changed to phrases like, "The gap between people is worse than that between humans and dogs, born as a human, I feel sorry, and without reaching the higher levels of the All Heavens Tower, my future is bleak." In this era of transformation brought by the All Heavens Tower, a sense of pessimism still prevailed and was even more severe than before. There was another group of super pupils who had only managed to clear up to the second or third level, exhausting their 2 chances. Having personally experienced the brutality of the instances and losing 2 opportunities, they would never attempt a third time lightly. Super pupils who had failed twice understood that even if given 5 more chances, they might not improve and could even risk losing their sight. Only a few foolishly optimistic individuals continued to plunge into the All Heavens Tower, only to end up blind and completely incapacitated. These individuals were mocked and ridiculed online. Most people believed that these individuals were simply lacking intelligence and deserved their fate of failing to reach the higher levels of the All Heavens Tower. At 9 p.m., the All Heavens Square was bustling with activity. Even those who couldn't progress in the All Heavens Tower enjoyed entering the super pupil era, treating this as a virtual social platform. TSK. Being able to directly connect to the super pupil era, chat face-to-face with friends, and check out everyone's customized virtual appearances was undeniably fascinating. While everyone was laughing and chatting merrily, a sudden announcement resounded from the All Heavens Tower. Congratulations to Fengshen for achieving an SSS grade rating in the exclusive instance of the Great Zhou Dynasty on the 3rd level of the All Heavens Tower. Congratulations to Jiang Xiaoyu for achieving an SS grade rating in the exclusive instance of the Great Zhou Dynasty on the 3rd level of the All Heavens Tower. These 2 announcements echoed across the square, eliciting gasps from the crowd. It's Fengshen again. Oh my god, isn't this his 3rd consecutive SSS grade rating? Incredible. The gap between people is just too vast. Who's this Jiang Xiaoyu? How did he get an SS grade rating too? Obviously, he got carried by the great Fengshen. Jiang Xiaoyu had just stepped out of the All Heavens Tower when he overheard the discussions nearby, and his face darkened. These people, why did they immediately assume he was carried by Fengshen? Ugh, did they have to be so blunt about it? It was truly infuriating. Humph. Zhang Shui sat on the beach, feeling the sea breeze as she held a glass of lemonade in her hand. Taking a sip of the sweet and refreshing drink, Zhang Shui couldn't help but sigh softly, finding life simple and beautiful. She had spent a little money to purchase an All Heavens space, and it felt like owning a small world of her own. She could sit quietly by the seaside, feel the breeze, and enjoy moments of serenity and peace. She had specifically chosen an open-air beach space to relax her mind at any time. At this moment, the broadcast of the heaven-reaching tower reached Zhang Shui's ears. Because the broadcast of the heaven-reaching tower directly resonates with the soul of every super-eyed individual, it can be heard even in the heaven-reaching space or at trade fairs. Jiang Xiaoyu actually received an SS level evaluation. Zhang Shui immediately stood up, her face full of shock. It was not surprising that Fengshen could achieve a 3rd SSS level evaluation. He had already received SSS level ratings for his previous 2 dungeons, possessed multiple super eye talents, and even acquired intelligence on the Great Zhou Dynasty limited dungeon from Jiang Shui herself. So, while Fengshen achieving a 3rd SSS level evaluation was enviable, it was still within expectations. What was truly shocking, however, that little girl, Jiang Xiaoyu, had actually received an SS level evaluation too? Zhang Shui immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Her highest rating was only S level, and Jiang Xiaoyu's highest rating was now higher than hers. The sourness in Zhang Shui's mouth, she couldn't tell if it was the taste of lemon juice or the bitterness in her heart. She immediately activated the Super Eye link and hurriedly asked Jiang Xiaoyu for details. Soon, a cheeky emoji popped up on the screen. Jiang Xiaoyu, ******, he, Sister Shui, I got an SS level rating. Isn't that amazing? Praise me quickly. Jiang Shui, _ Stop pretending. Fengshen must have carried you. Tell me, what exactly did you do in the dungeon? Jiang Xiaoyu stretches lazily. Oh, I didn't do anything at all. I just lay down and slept, and somehow got an SS level rating. It felt like just being there was enough to earn a high score. Seeing her younger sister's smug expression, Zhang Shui couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in her heart. You got an SS level rating. How many evolution points did you gain? What stage has your super eye reached? Not that many, really. An SS level rating in a 3rd layer dungeon only gave me 150,000 evolution points. My mind's eye has already advanced to the 6th stage. The 6th stage? Jiang Shui's mind went blank. A single dungeon could yield so many evolution points? Even though it was a limited dungeon, 150,000 evolution points were absurd. Jiang Xiaoyu's Super Eye had originally been at the 4th stage, already ahead of most players on the same layer. Now, advancing to the 6th stage, she was at a top-tier level even among 4th-layer dungeons. Jiang Shui's own Super Eye had only just reached the 7th stage. As one progresses higher, the evolution points required increase exponentially. Even with constant dungeon strategies, it was difficult to close such a massive gap. Your mind's eye has already reached the 6th stage? Then hurry over here. Let's go together to see Brother Zhong, and bring Fengshen along too. Jiang Shui hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyu replied simply and immediately went to contact Fengshen. The heaven-reaching space meeting point is at the same coordinates I gave you before. I plan to help Brother Zhong address his anomaly. Do you want to come along? A message from Jiang Xiaoyu popped up in front of Chu Feng. It seemed the sisters were inviting him to meet Brother Zhong. Based on the description, Brother Zhong should be the founder of the Godhood group and was incredibly powerful. Collaborating and meeting with such a big shot was, of course, the logical thing to do. Alright, I'll go with you. Chu Feng was also a bit curious. A super powerhouse like Brother Zhong, affected by a dungeon? What could it be? However, the experiences one undergoes in life do have a subtle influence. The heaven-reaching tower's experiences were not just simple games but real life. And it involved living someone else's life. The higher tier the dungeon, the deeper the immersion into the role, and the greater the risk of losing oneself. Chu Feng had confidence in his ability to quickly adjust, and other mentally strong powerhouses should also be able to recover. So what exactly had happened to Brother Zhong that required Jiang Xiaoyu's evolved mind's eye to help him recover? Transporting to the exclusive heaven-reaching space of the Godhood group, the sea breeze mixed with the sound of waves lapping against the shore, gently stirring Chu Feng's long hair. Under a distant little pavilion, Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu stood dressed in similar traditional-style long gowns. The sea breeze swept past, gently lifting the hems of their dresses, revealing their fair calves and ankles, as white as tender young vegetable leaves, though, of course, this was a carefully crafted image. In the world of the heaven-reaching tower, appearances could never be trusted so easily. Fengshen, thank you for helping my sister achieve such a high rating. The value of my intelligence pales in comparison to an SS level rating, and I'll find a way to repay this favor. As soon as Jiang Shui saw Chu Feng approaching, she immediately stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Chu Feng initially intended to respond politely, but remembering the Godhood group's principle of mutual benefit and equality, he simply nodded without saying much. Let's go. Under Jiang Shui's lead, Chu Feng and Jiang Xiaoyu entered a small seaside inn. The three of them went upstairs, where Jiang Shui took out a room keycard. With a beep at the door, she pushed it open and entered. In the room, lying on a wooden sofa in the living area, was a middle-aged man in pajamas. He had an ordinary build, wore shorts, and had hairy, tan legs. Each of his hands sported a shiny Rolex watch as he slumped lazily on the side of the sofa. Hearing the commotion, the middle-aged man turned his head, revealing a mask with the word, Zhong, emblazoned on it. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. No wonder he was called Brother Zhong. No one could see his real face, only the Zhong character on his mask. Hence, the nickname. Sigh. As everyone entered, Brother Zhong let out a long sigh while slouched on the sofa. His Rolex-adorned hands hung naturally by his sides. Gazing out the window at the scenery, he lamented, the life of a superide does nothing but dungeon after dungeon, such a simple, monotonous, and boring existence. It's truly despair-inducing. This is the anomaly you mentioned? Chu Feng was at a loss for words. What was this? Was he showing off how miserable his life was? Jiang Shui couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and explained, Brother Zhong was in the 8th layer dungeon, playing the role of a bored yet wealthy man. After returning, he's been like this. Exactly. And he always speaks in a roundabout way, constantly competing with us over who can fake being richer. Jiang Xiaoyu added. This influence was indeed significant. Jiang Shui cleared her throat lightly. Actually, Brother Zhong's codename in the heaven-reaching tower is Versailles Zhong. His speech always has a hint of pretentiousness. Now, after coming out of that world, he can't stop at all. Wow! Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. So this was dungeon role-playing. He had found the role most suited to him, become completely immersed, and couldn't snap out of it. Brother Zhong turned his head and glanced at Chu Feng. Sigh, there are more and more big shots in our ascension group. That means there will probably be more girls in the group in the future. When the entire group is surrounded by beauties, we'll really take off. Too bad I only have so much energy, I can't take care of every girl. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, walking over while muttering, good thing you're locked up in here. Otherwise, acting like this in a crowd, you'd be laughed at within minutes. Can you help Brother Zhong? Jiang Shui's face showed concern. Chu Feng could tell that Brother Zhong's situation was getting worse. Understandable. After all, pretending to be impressive occasionally is fun, but doing it long-term can become addictive. Mortal studies are just the advanced phase at showing off, and it's indeed hard to stop. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward and activated her mind's eye. Brother Zhong was about to speak but immediately shut his mouth when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze. Chu Feng and Jiang Shui stood quietly on the side, not interrupting. Though the atmosphere was silent, the two of them felt at ease, not awkward. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyu's face lit up with a smile. Success! Brother Zhong touched the large character on his forehead, looked around, and sighed, why were you all in such a rush to wake me up? I wanted to rest a bit longer. Running dungeons every day is exhausting. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, then stomped over to Jiang Shui angrily, Sister Shui, he's so awful. He could have broken free at any time but pretended to be affected just to slack off. Alright, as long as Brother Zhong's fine. Jiang Shui sighed in relief and looked at him. We've been really worried about your state lately. So I brought Feng Shin here, hoping he could help Xiaoyu clear the third level of the All Heavens Tower, upgrade her mind's eye, and help you break free from the influence. Feng Shin? Who's that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Brother Zhong scratched his head in confusion. He's a newly risen big shot. He just cleared the third level of the All Heavens Tower, achieving SSS ratings on all levels, and shocked the entire tower. Jiang! Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, like a girl showing off her new designer handbag. I only managed to get an SS rating this time thanks to Feng Shin carrying me. Incredible! Brother Zhong gasped. Our group actually has someone this amazing. Getting SSS ratings 3 times in a row, and even helping Xiaoyu get SS, this level of strength is beyond my imagination. I really don't know how to repay you. Jiang Shui smiled bitterly, it's fine. It took a lot of effort to get him here, and I did it for you. Brother Zhong looked at Chu Feng and said, I'll take care of this favor for Jiang Shui. If you have any questions or things you want to know, feel free to ask me. The latest intel on the All Heavens Tower is all in my hands. If it's not with me, it's with my friends. Although I'm just an ordinary player, I can usually help with problems or provide useful information. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Feng finally revealed the opportunity he'd gotten for a personal dungeon challenge. You have a personal dungeon challenge opportunity? Such a thing exists? Jiang Shui's face was full of surprise as she listened. Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed nervously on the side. Demonic resurrection. Just hearing the name sounds terrifying. And it's at the 7th level of the All Heavens Tower, way too scary. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyu and Jiang Shui had no knowledge of personal dungeons. However, Brother Zhong didn't show any surprise. His face made it hard for Chu Feng to read his thoughts. Of course. Chu Feng didn't dare use his supreme heavy pupil on Brother Zhong right away. In fact, his instincts told him he absolutely shouldn't use it on this man. Otherwise, his greatest secret might get exposed. After listening to Chu Feng's explanation, Brother Zhong said, if you're confident in yourself and want to challenge the personal dungeon, I strongly recommend it. I've done it myself, and the rewards are quite good. What? Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed simultaneously. Brother Zhong, you've challenged a personal dungeon before? Why didn't we know about it? Chu Feng also looked surprised. He hadn't expected Brother Zhong to have already tackled a personal dungeon. And at such a fast pace? Ignoring the question, Brother Zhong went on to explain, the dungeon's difficulty definitely isn't low. The rewards, though not mind-blowing, are much better than what you'd get from an ordinary 8th level of the All Heavens Tower. The sooner you clear it, the greater the benefits. The difficulty is roughly on par with an 8th level All Heavens Tower dungeon, not particularly extreme, but it's still a challenge for your current strength. As for the rewards, if you perform well, they can rival or even surpass high-grade rewards from the 9th or 10th levels of the All Heavens Tower. The dungeon I tackled wasn't the demonic resurrection one, so I don't know the specifics. But I can check with some other friends and, based on their experiences with personal dungeons, help you predict potential challenges. Consider it as repayment for helping Xiaoyu achieve an SS rating on the 3rd level. What do you think? All right. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Before entering the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon, Jiang Shui had already provided him with detailed intelligence, which was highly valuable. Helping Jiang Xiaoyu achieve an SS rating was undeniably worth even more, but Chu Feng didn't want to ask for too much. Moreover, if Brother Zhong truly provided valuable insights for his personal dungeon, combined with Jiang Shue's earlier help, the intel would be worth as much as an SS rating on the third level of the All Heavens Tower. I'll get back to you in a few days. Come find me then, Brother Zhong said to Chu Feng. All right. Chu Feng nodded. Brother Zhong stood up and walked toward the door. It's been a while since I've gone out. I'll contact a few friends and plan to challenge the 9th level dungeon of the All Heavens Tower. Jiang Xiaoyu whispered to Jiang Shui, Sister, do you know how many people Brother Zhong knows? It feels like he has an endless number of friends. Jiang Shui shook her head helplessly. His level is beyond my comprehension. Seeing that there wasn't much left to do here, Chu Feng suggested leaving. I'll head out now and wait for Brother Zhong's intel. All right. The two sisters nodded, watching Chu Feng leave and exit this section of the All Heavens realm. Back in his bedroom, the first thing Chu Feng did was grab his phone and check the date. This dungeon strategy didn't take long, only 3 days. The last time he tackled the Immortal Cultivation World dungeon, it had taken him 7 days. The Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon was slightly shorter overall than the Immortal Cultivation World one, but not by much. Because the flow of time in the higher levels of the All Heavens Tower slows down, less time seems to pass in the real world. What surprised Chu Feng the most was how Brother Zhong managed to clear the All Heavens Tower at such lightning speed. Although Jiang Xiaoyu helped reduce adjustment time, being able to continuously advance to the 8th level in such a short period, it felt like Brother Zhong's strength was even greater than imagined. The Becoming God group might just be a small branch he created. According to Jiang Shui, Brother Zhong had already been a big shot long before they joined the Becoming God group. All kinds of the latest intel might have flowed out from his hands. Chu Feng closed his eyes. Using the God-tier memory power of his eternal divine eye, he recalled the details of the earlier conversation. Scene after scene replayed in his mind. Suddenly, Chu Feng opened his eyes. He noticed a detail. When Jiang Xiaoyu mentioned how he had obtained 3 consecutive SSS level ratings, Brother Zhong's first response was to say, impressive. But from his tone, most of Brother Zhong's surprise seemed feigned. Perhaps he already knew about the 3 SSS level ratings, so he wasn't truly surprised. Or maybe he simply didn't care about the highest ratings. From the very beginning, Brother Zhong appeared to be the type to pursue the fastest clearance times. This kind of ultra-efficient gameplay inherently had little to do with achieving the highest ratings. Having experienced SSS level evaluations himself, Chu Feng knew well that achieving a perfect rating required investing the most time and effort, and the exclusive tasks for Sky-Eyed players couldn't be completed quickly. To reach the higher levels of the All Heavens Tower in such a short time, Brother Zhong must have a clear goal to ascend as fast as possible. So, he wasn't fazed by my 3 consecutive SSS level ratings because his objective from the start wasn't about that. Moreover, even if he's clearing the All Heavens Tower at maximum speed, the rewards he gets from the instances must be extraordinary. Otherwise, there's no way he could smoothly pass the trials of a personal exclusive instance. Only Sky-Eyed individuals with strength far exceeding the average at their respective levels of the All Heavens Tower could qualify for personal exclusive instance challenges. Even Jiang Shui didn't have such a qualification. From this alone, Brother Zhong's true strength might far exceed the average 8th level of the All Heavens Tower. His strength might even be on par with the 15th level. Good thing I didn't rashly use the Supreme Heavy Pupil on that guy. Otherwise, he might have noticed. Chu Feng let out a small breath of relief. Having yet to ascend to the higher levels of the All Heavens Tower, he had no idea what methods the real top-tier elites might possess. His greatest secret was the Supreme Heavy Pupil, which allowed him to see others' fates. This ability absolutely couldn't be exposed, even with a contract in place. What's more, the Supreme Heavy Pupil could only glimpse a portion of someone's fate, and the information obtained was limited. Using the Supreme Heavy Pupil on Brother Zhong carried far more risk than potential benefit. Thus, Chu Feng refrained from recklessly using this ability, out of careful consideration. Looks like I need to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Determination blazed in Chu Feng's eyes. He had initially thought Jiang Shui was one of the top elites of the All Heavens Tower, but now it seemed she was just a talented newcomer. Compared to the real top players, she still had a long way to go. As for someone like Brother Zhong, a true giant, he had likely foreseen all of this even before the Sky-Eyed era began. This foresight allowed him to formulate a complete plan so swiftly. Moreover, judging by Brother Zhong's words, there were already several elites on the same level as him, indicating that the strength within the All Heavens Tower was far deeper than Chu Feng had imagined. At present, Chu Feng had only cleared up to the 3rd level of the All Heavens Tower. To outsiders, this might seem impressive, but in the real Sky-Eyed world, even an average tutor had already surpassed 3 levels. Securing SSS level ratings for the first 3 levels only demonstrated immense potential. It didn't mean he could dominate with ease. However, I can't follow the fast clearance path. Xu Feng frowned, reluctantly accepting this reality. His abilities were better suited to the path of perfect clearances, earning the maximum rewards in every All Heavens Tower mission and steadily advancing toward the peak. Since he had chosen this path, every decision was critical, and he couldn't focus solely on speed. Besides, now that he had joined the Becoming God group, he could patiently wait for the most valuable information, something that would take time. This was a matter of trade-offs. Xu Feng didn't feel compelled to follow just because others were taking the fastest route. He firmly believed that while his chosen path might not be the quickest, it would undoubtedly lead to the summit. For the next stretch of time, Xu Feng stayed out of the Skyite era. Even when the Becoming God group sent out Skyite connection requests, he could only sense them in the real world and couldn't directly interact. After all, they didn't exchange contact information in the real world to avoid exposing any risks. Relationships in the Skyite world could only be maintained within the confines of the Skyite era. While Brother Joan provided him with intel on personal exclusive instances, Xu Feng began enjoying life. He paid off the full amount for an apartment in one go and began focusing on renovation plans. After learning about the traps of renovation companies, he decided to hire a designer, source materials himself, and find workers for the construction, saving a significant amount of money. Although Xu Feng had transmigrated, in his previous life he had struggled in a big city for years and faced one brutal reality: he couldn't afford to buy a home. This was his first time handling a home renovation himself, which took up a lot of time and energy. However, by constantly researching online and gathering various bits of information, he not only frequently vented about the shady practices of renovation companies but also genuinely learned quite a bit. He quickly shook off the lingering effects of playing roles in instance missions. In fact, one major reason Xu Feng had been affected during the Wuxia instance was due to his interactions with the Wine Daoist. The Great Zhou Dynasty instance didn't have such a figure. With his growing experience, instance missions were less likely to shake his mindset. After several busy days, Xu Feng finally reached a preliminary agreement with the renovation team and was ready to begin the project. Ding! Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Congratulations! You have been admitted to Castle Academy. For specific arrangements, please contact our staff upon your return on July 3rd. Reminder: please delete this message promptly after reading to avoid personal information leaks. Castle Academy? The unfamiliar name left Xu Feng momentarily stunned. Wasn't the top Skyite Academy supposed to be the Super Skyite University formed by transforming Qingtian and Beta? What was Castle Academy? He had never heard of it. Could it be some third-rate, fake school? It shouldn't be. My ocular power is already incredibly astonishing. Judging by the levels of ocular power, the Super Ocular Academy I applied to must be top tier. So that means even schools as prestigious as Tsinghua and Peking University can't accommodate my ocular power? This Castle Academy is very likely a place specifically established for monsters. Well, this is going to be interesting. Xu Feng laughed. To be honest, ever since joining the Godhood group, his perspective had completely changed. Forget ordinary people, even most superocular users weren't on the same level as him. After all, in the Godhood group, he had access to intelligence close to the level of the 15th floor of the Tower of Worlds, a level of information incomprehensible to regular superocular users. Only the superocular users from the top-tier academies were worthy of interacting with him, capable of bringing truly valuable information. Entering such a top institution and connecting with the strongest superocular users, that was where the real excitement lay. On the day of their return to school, the entire class gathered for one last time to hold a farewell party. Except for Xu Feng, who needed to personally receive his special admission letter for superocular users, all the other students had their acceptance letters mailed to their homes. After all, they were going to regular universities, and the identity of a superocular user wasn't as sensitive. It was at this moment that a group of men in black civilian clothing with commanding auras strode into the classroom. In voices as rough as soldiers, they called out, "Where is student Xu Feng? Here I am." Seeing the men in black, Xu Feng immediately recognized them as high-ranking superocular users and walked over without hesitation. "This is your admission letter. Keep it safe, and don't let anyone else see it." One of the men in black solemnly handed him a sealed envelope. "Understood." Xu Feng nodded, accepting it, and was about to return to his seat. Suddenly, a male classmate nearby, his face dark with resentment, reacted. His college entrance exam scores were terrible, and he had failed twice. In the Tower of Worlds missions, completely losing any chance of entering the world of superocular users. He seemed like he had given up on life. Seeing Chu Feng receive a special admission letter, it was as if his tail had been stepped on. He leaped up and lunged madly at the letter in Chu Feng's hand. "I want to see which school admitted you, acting all mysterious like this." Before Chu Feng could react, thin threads suddenly appeared in the air, weaving swiftly into a net that bound the male classmate tightly. He fell to the ground with a thud, kneeling and unable to move. "How dare you? Do you think you can provoke the special admissions of our top-tier super-ocular academy?" The lead man in black was furious, striking the male classmate's face with a resounding slap. Smack! The crisp slap echoed through the classroom, plunging it into an eerie silence. "Take him away. Detain him for 15 days, and confiscate his college admission letter as well. Don't question it, this is a special procedure for dealing with sensitive identities." The other men in black immediately stepped forward, cuffing the classmate's hands and feet, and dragged him out of the room. The entire class was stunned. He just wanted to peek at Chu Feng's admission letter, and it resulted in such severe consequences. Wait a minute. Based on what the men in black said, Chu Feng was admitted to a special academy, and his identity needed to be kept strictly confidential. Only top-tier institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University would have this level of security, right? The classmates suddenly realized the immense gap between themselves and Chu Feng. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on Chu Feng would face detention and serious repercussions. What kind of incredible fortune was it to be admitted to such an extraordinary super-ocular academy? Chu Feng looked at the male classmate being dragged away, feeling no anger, only amusement. He recalled a few months ago, when he had just awakened his supreme dual pupils and noticed a black aura of misfortune coiled around that classmate's head. He had known back then that trouble was imminent for him. Now, the retribution had finally arrived. The classmate hadn't changed his ways, and his future was ruined. There was no point in getting worked up over someone like that. Ignoring him was enough, he would self-destruct without any need to dirty one's own hands. Teacher Chu watched the scene unfold without a word, then gestured for Chu Feng to come over. Chu Feng walked up. Teacher Chu leaned in and whispered, "After the class meeting, come with me. I'll help you understand more about the school." After the disruptive male classmate was taken away, the classroom fell into brief silence, but it wasn't long before the lively atmosphere returned. There were always a few extroverts who could lighten the mood. Singing, handing out snacks, awkward performances on stage, even recording videos to post on social media to shame themselves. On a day of celebration like graduation, everyone found ways to have fun. Some were even discussing their future majors, seemingly coming to terms with the reality that they couldn't conquer the Tower of Worlds. After gaining a basic understanding of the Tower of Worlds, they had come to a stark realization: while many people could awaken their ocular powers, only a rare few could make it past the third floor of the tower. Even reaching the third floor wouldn't bring earth-shattering changes to one's life. With effort and education, one could achieve similar accomplishments later on. Seeing that most of their peers were in a similar situation, they felt a sense of balance. The disparities between individuals often became evident through comparison. After the class farewell party, someone suggested that they all go out to eat, sing karaoke, or watch a movie together after graduation, and everyone happily agreed. As the class meeting drew to a close, Teacher Chu gestured toward Chu Feng. The classroom fell silent instantly. It was Chu Feng again. Although Chu Feng hadn't done anything particularly unusual, every time Teacher Chu called him out individually, the classmates would let their imaginations run wild. Even though they had long accepted that the world of the Tower of Worlds was out of their reach, Chu Feng remained an anomaly, a constant reminder of that world. He was the only student in the class to reach the second floor of the tower and be specially recruited by a super-ocular academy. Since the dawn of the super-ocular era, there had always been an indescribable gap between Chu Feng and his classmates. This sense of separation stemmed from his elevated status. As before, Teacher Chu didn't take Chu Feng to her office but instead led him to a special base in a remote corner of the school. Near the school gate, a small tent had been set up. At the entrance stood several men in black civilian clothing, along with a few students who were registering and undergoing various tests. Chu Feng noticed that one of the men in black was using the same ocular power detector that had been used on him previously to test the other students. It was clear that this small base was a specialized facility set up exclusively for super-ocular users. You'll go in and look for a bald plainclothes officer. He'll tell you the details about the academy. Teacher Chu said as he walked to the entrance, leaving a final reminder. Chu Feng nodded and stepped into the tent. Inside the base, several men in black plainclothes stood in small groups. Some were on guard duty, while others were adjusting strange-looking instruments in their hands, clearly new technologies that had emerged in the Super-Eye era. At a glance, a particularly conspicuous bald head caught his attention. Obviously, this was the person Teacher Chu mentioned. The bald plainclothes officer was sitting on a simple office chair, using a high-tech-looking computer. The device seemed to be directly connected to a satellite, with impressive security features. When Chu Feng approached, the bald officer looked up, his gaze soft, and gestured towards a chair nearby. "You must be Student Chu, right? Take a seat." Chu Feng nodded and sat down. The bald officer turned slightly, his voice magnetic as he said, "Don't resist. I'll bring you into a safe space for our discussion." In the next instant, Chu Feng saw the officer's eyes turn into hollow, gray voids. A sensation of invasion washed over Chu Feng's soul. On reflex, he wanted to use his ocular powers to resist. But then he remembered the officer's words and restrained his powers, choosing to accept the change. The scene before his eyes suddenly transformed, as if he had entered an entirely new space. It was a realm of pure white. The bald officer stood before Chu Feng, bowing slightly in greeting. "Welcome to my dreamscape." Those of us tasked with conveying critical information as supereyes typically possess dreamweaving abilities. This space is designed to maximize the prevention of information leaks. So, rest assured, there's no risk of information being compromised here. I've also signed a supereye contract and would never do anything to violate it. Chu Feng nodded. "I understand. Teacher Chu already explained it to me." "Ha, having such an outstanding supereye as your teacher is truly your good fortune." The bald officer chuckled briefly before diving straight to the point. "You must have many questions about Castle Academy, right?" "Yes," Chu Feng admitted candidly. He had heard about many prestigious universities being transformed into academies for supereyes, but this was the first time he had come across the name Castle Academy. The officer in black explained, "It's perfectly normal for you not to have heard of it because this academy was never intended to exist in the real world. Instead, it's established directly within the supereye era." A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Feng's eyes, but he quickly grasped the reasoning behind this approach. The supereye era not only facilitated strategies for conquering the Tower of Worlds, but its world boundaries also contained numerous unexplored spaces. Take the world spaces, for example. Some influential individuals had discovered that by consuming world points and making special transactions with derivative entities of the supereye world, they could carve out independent spaces and even set the rules for those worlds. The academies associated with the Tower of Worlds were primarily for exchanging intelligence about dungeons. In the supereye era, there were no restrictions on using eye techniques. However, running an academy in the real world would entail concerns over identity exposure and difficulty in secure information exchange. By situating the academy within the supereye era, these issues were elegantly resolved. Moreover, due to the unique nature of world spaces, all information exchange and social interactions could only occur through identities within the supereye world, bypassing any connection to the real world. This approach was safer, fairer, and more efficient. Actually, this academy is still a pilot project. It's uncertain whether it will be entirely successful. The higher-ups have invested a massive amount of world points to create this world space. It's far more sophisticated than an ordinary space and allows for the establishment of special rules. It's essentially an independent microworld. The cost of this endeavor is staggering. That's why there's likely to be only one such academy in the entire world, designed exclusively for top-tier supereyes, and it's located within the supereye era. Congratulations, Student Chu Feng, you've been granted admission to Castle Academy. I hope you'll shine brightly within the Tower of Worlds in the future. Oh, I almost forgot, I have something for you. The bald officer rubbed his smooth forehead, as if recalling something important. He quickly retrieved a card and handed it to Chu Feng. This is the Castle Academy Pass, which includes your identity verification. Only with this card can you access the designated coordinates and enter the academy. When Chu Feng took the card, a prompt appeared before him. The other party is trading a world treasure with you. Trade confirmed. Processing transaction. This interface belonged to the trading platform used by supereyes, and transactions involving world treasures could even take effect in the real world. Once the transaction was completed, the ownership of the treasure would be established and automatically stored within the system of the supereye era. In other words, the Castle Academy Pass was a unique type of world treasure. The investment in this was truly extraordinary. Chu Feng selected Confirm. Soon, his personal information panel updated, and the World Treasure section listed a new entry, Castle Academy Pass. It was a deep blue card, with a background resembling the azure sky. At its center was a grand and sacred tower, evidently modeled after the Tower of Worlds. Beside it, a line of text was engraved in gilded lettering. 00. Shu Feng's heart stirred. He pointed at the coordinates on the card and asked the bald officer, "This should be the location of Castle Academy within the Super Eye era, right?" The officer nodded. "Exactly. As long as you hold this card and focus on these coordinates, you'll be able to enter the academy. Although Castle Academy isn't entirely completed yet, students can already access it. You can also go in early to take a look. You might even encounter teachers or higher-ups and get a preliminary understanding of the environment and teaching methods." "Alright, thank you for telling me all of this." Shu Feng nodded in gratitude. "It's nothing. This is all part of my duty. I've told you everything I can. You may leave now," the bald officer said with a smile. Next, the space seemed to flip over suddenly. Shu Feng felt his body plunging downward as his consciousness returned to reality. He shook hands with the man in plain black clothes, expressed his thanks once more, and walked out. Teacher Chu was standing not far away, waiting for him. "Are you clear about everything regarding the school?" "Yes, I'm clear." Shu Feng nodded. "Good." Teacher Chu hesitated for a moment before finally voicing what was on her mind. "Later, the classmates are organizing an outing together. Although fostering a sense of collective identity in the class is important, given your unique circumstances, I don't really recommend you join them. So, are you planning to go home, or stay with the class to participate in the activity?" Shu Feng didn't have many close friends in class, and going out with them didn't seem meaningful. Spending time on a vague concept of collective honor didn't interest him. He shook his head. "I'll just go home." Only then did Teacher Chu relax, smiling as she said, "Alright then, be careful on your way. There's been a lot of movement of people recently, so stay safe." At the school gate, Shu Feng waved goodbye to the school and the people there. There wasn't much emotional fluctuation, just a sense of calm. Even though he had traveled to this world and merged with its memories, he didn't feel any particular attachment to the school or the people in his class. The only one he might feel a little attachment to was Teacher Chu. But Shu Feng had a gut feeling that he would likely meet Teacher Chu again in the future. So, this farewell felt like drinking a cup of mild tea, calm and natural. Walking down the street, his heart was as tranquil as water, as if it were just another ordinary day. What truly belonged to him was that vast and thrilling world. He returned to the quiet alley below his building. A burst of noise came from the familiar Zijin 8-knife noodle soup shop. "Old Chen, I'm really short on money lately. I've got 3 kids going to school, and the youngest still needs formula. Business at the shop isn't good either. It's not that we don't want to help you." The shopkeeper's voice carried a trace of helplessness. Though she was often a bit snobbish and sharp-tongued, she would still lend a hand when she could. "Alright, I'll think of something else." As Chu Feng approached, he saw it was Uncle Chen asking the shopkeeper for a loan. It had been a while since they last met. Uncle Chen looked more and more haggard, with much more white hair now. It was apparent he hadn't been sleeping well recently. Noticing this, Chu Feng immediately asked with concern, "Uncle Chen, what's been going on with you lately? You don't look well." "Ah, Xiao Feng, long time no see." Uncle Chen greeted him first, then said with a bitter smile, "I'm getting old. Lately, I keep seeing black shadows flickering in front of my eyes, but when I look closely, there's nothing there. When I sleep at night, I keep seeing those shadows floating around, and it's really frightening. I thought it was just presbyopia and tried to tough it out, but these shadows are like ghosts, occasionally jumping at the head of my bed. It's honestly terrifying. I had no choice but to borrow some money to go to the hospital and figure out what's going on." Chu Feng frowned slightly. Uncle Chen had mentioned before that he had eye problems. He had originally thought Uncle Chen might have awakened some special ocular ability, but hearing this now, he wasn't sure if it was an eye condition or if there really was an issue with the ability. Chu Feng hadn't been on the hyperocular forum in recent days. Although he'd seen many users share all kinds of strange ocular abilities, he hadn't come across anything resembling these black shadows. Perhaps Uncle Chen's eyes were just deteriorating with age. It would be best to visit the hospital for a proper checkup to ease concerns. Chu Feng took out a few hundred yuan and handed it to Uncle Chen. "I happen to have some money here. Take it and get your eyes checked." Uncle Chen quickly pushed it back. "You're about to go to college, and money must be tight. A few hundred yuan is a lot for you." Chu Feng hurriedly explained, "I did well on the college entrance exam, and the school is providing a tuition subsidy, 100,000 yuan a year. This amount is nothing to me, please take it." Uncle Chen looked at him in surprise. "Xiao Feng, you got into such a good university? And there's a 100,000 yuan annual subsidy?" "Yeah." Chu Feng beamed with pride. "It's a top-tier university. They know my family's financial situation, so the subsidy is high." "Great." Uncle Chen's eyes welled up with tears as he accepted the money with trembling hands. Now that I know you're not short on money, I can rest easy. This isn't much, but I promise to pay it back as soon as I can. Chu Feng smiled faintly and didn't say much more. A few hundred yuan really wasn't much to him. But he also wouldn't think that just because he had money, it didn't matter when it was repaid. It was precisely because of his good character that the neighbors were always willing to help him. Watching Uncle Chen take a taxi to the hospital, Chu Feng returned home. With a thought, he entered the hyperocular era. As soon as he entered, a line of text popped up in front of him. Jiang Xiaoyu has sent you a hyperocular connection request. Chu Feng immediately accepted the connection, and soon Jiang Xiaoyu's projection appeared before him. Fengshen, Brother Joan has already gathered intel about the demonic awakening dungeon. When would you be free to come over? I'm available now. Alright, see you at the summer hotel in the multiverse space. After ending the connection, Chu Feng focused his thoughts, and his figure entered the multiverse space. He arrived at the small inn where he had first met Brother Jiang. The man wearing a mask with the character Jiang on it had already been waiting for some time. Let's get straight to the point about the demonic awakening. As soon as Chu Feng entered, Brother Jiang went straight to the topic. The background for demonic awakening is clearly outlined in the introduction. In this world, demons are everywhere, and humanity has no choice but to fight against them. But these demons are spiritual entities, immune to physical attacks. Ordinary spirit control ocular abilities have little effect on demons. Even if someone has abilities that counter demons, they might not be able to solve everything. In the dungeon, if you encounter a top-tier demon or get swarmed by a group, and your ocular power isn't strong enough to kill them all, you'll meet a certain death. I've discussed with a few big shots, and we all agree that Demonic Awakening, as a personal exclusive dungeon, is probably the hardest of its kind. Its difficulty might be equivalent to the 10th or 11th floor of the Multiverse Tower. Chu Feng furrowed his brows deeply upon hearing this. Spirit control ocular abilities were precisely his weak point. And in the Demonic Awakening dungeon, ordinary ocular abilities and physical attacks were useless against the demons. Then, isn't his strongest eternal divine eyes rendered useless? Not to mention that the world of demon resurrection is extremely dangerous, with enemies lurking everywhere. A single misstep into forbidden territory could lead to being surrounded by demons, or even hunted down by top-tier demonic entities. It's not that he couldn't fight back. But with demons everywhere, slaying one would only summon another, and eventually, he would be worn down to death. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't clear a dungeon like this. Chu Feng could only accept this reality. His luck truly was off the charts. He had actually drawn a personal dungeon of hellish difficulty. The actual challenge level was comparable to the 10th floor of the All Heavens Tower. And he hadn't even reached the level of the 3rd floor yet. He almost suspected that the All Heavens Tower, due to him being too strong and receiving 3 consecutive SSS ratings, had deliberately set a trap to punish him. If he hadn't known the intel in advance and had rushed in blindly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Indeed, even an ordinary 8th floor ultralight individual would exercise extreme caution entering this dungeon, let alone going in alone. Brother Jiang's meaning was clear. For a dungeon of such hellish difficulty, having a team would be manageable at least when his eye power's depleted, there'd be comrades to back him up. But if it was a personal dungeon, the difficulty would rise another level entirely. But don't worry. If the dungeon is this hard, the rewards will undoubtedly be extremely generous. As long as you clear it before the 10th floor of the All Heavens Tower, you'll gain immense benefits. Besides, I have a specialized strategy prepared. If you can clear the dungeons on the 4th and 5th floors with SSS ratings, you might just qualify to enter the Demon Resurrection Dungeon. What strategy? Chu Feng asked in surprise. Brother Jiang shouldn't know about his ultralight abilities, so how could he be certain that clearing those 2 dungeons would ensure his success in the Demon Resurrection? These 2 dungeons are the 4th floors, Ninja World, and the 5th floors, Evil God World. You're saying that as long as I complete the ultralight tasks in these 2 dungeons, I'll gain useful ultralight abilities for the Demon Resurrection? Chu Feng's mind clicked, and he quickly deduced Brother Jiang's reasoning. Smart! Brother Jiang praised. No one has yet acquired the ultra-eye from the 5th floor Evil God World, but it's said that its additional ultra-eye ability allows control over entities of the evil spirit type. If physical eye techniques are ineffective against the demons in Demon Resurrection, it suggests that those demons are essentially evil spirits, which can be controlled by the ultra-eye from the Evil God World. At worst, it could hinder them or cause some damage. After all, these worlds are interconnected, so the effects of ultra-eye techniques are naturally stronger. But to clear the Evil God World, you must first acquire the Rinnegan from the Ninja World. Because the Evil God World has a unique dungeon mechanism. Without the Rinnegan, you won't be able to control your own actions or actively engage with the ultra-right individual. Unable to control my own actions? Chu Feng was puzzled. Could a dungeon really be that peculiar? It should be a protective mechanism. Given the high difficulty, the system intervenes during 5th floor challenges to prevent death. However, attempting to complete the ultra-right tasks at lower floors becomes even harder. Brother Zhong paused. I'll explain the details about Evil God World later. For now, let's talk about Ninja World. The Ninja World dungeon isn't particularly tough, but achieving an SSS rating is the hardest part. Because the eye technique of that ultra-right individual is extraordinarily unique. It's called the Rinnegan. Even if you find that ultra-right individual and kill him, everything will reset to the moment you entered the dungeon. Why? Because in the true context of the 4th floor Ninja World, everything happening at your mission's location is actually an illusion created by the Rinnegan of this ultra-right individual. That ultra-right individual is called Phantom Knight Crow. He once carried out a special mission, acting as a double agent for the Ninja Empire, monitored by both his clan and the Empire. Later, for the greater good, he personally massacred his own clan. That very night, his eyes evolved into the Rinnegan. When he realized the cruelty of his actions, Phantom Knight Crow activated the Rinnegan, attempting to change his clan's fate. In truth, this loop is merely a dream. Reality has already happened. Even reversing the cycle only repeats the tragedy. But because he possesses the Rinnegan, you can never kill him within his illusion. The only way is to seek out a supreme inheritance in Ninja World to break the illusion, enter the real world, and kill him. However, this inheritance comes at a steep price, 100,000 All Heavens points. Chu Feng checked his interface. He still had 150,000 All Heavens points, which was more than enough. Without hesitation, he nodded. I'm willing to exchange for it. What is this supreme inheritance that can counter the Rinnegan's illusions? Brother Zhong answered calmly. Bitenshur Sui. Brother Zhong briefly introduced Bitenshur Sui's abilities. This is a bloodline eye technique inheritance left behind in Ninja World. As long as the owner of Bitenshur Sui is alive, they might become the ultra-right individual of Ninja World. This eye technique has the ability to silently control others, and those under control don't even realize they've been manipulated. Such an existence was seen as a thorn in the side of the Ninja Empire's high ranks, eventually leading to their assassination. Phantom Knight Crow was the ninja who witnessed it all. In the Ninja Empire, the Phantom Knight clan specialized in illusion arts. After witnessing their clan members being slaughtered, their bloodline's eye power underwent a transformation. From that battle onward, Phantom Knight Crow's eye strength saw a tremendous surge. More importantly, he later massacred all his fellow clansmen with his own hands, thereby unlocking the pinnacle Rinnegan. Chu Feng roughly grasped the background of the Ninja Empire, but doubts also arose in his heart. If the Rinnegan is the strongest eye technique, how can Bitenshur Sui still control it? You're right, but you're overlooking a key point. We're not using Bitenshur Sui to control Phantom Knight Crow, we're using it to first shatter his cyclical dream and enter the real world so you can personally deal with him. Brother Zhong explained in detail. Understood. Chu Feng nodded, secretly amazed. No wonder the tasks for ultra-right individuals became increasingly difficult the higher the floor. Some tasks even require extremely expensive preparations in advance to open the only path forward. The higher you go, the more difficult the path for the Sky-Eyed becomes. Without this intelligence, if he were to enter the Ninja World on the 4th level, he would hardly be able to complete the mission. Information is truly invaluable. Then how do I find Phantom Knight Crow? Chu Feng suddenly thought of the key question. If all of this was a dream created by Phantom Knight Crow, then where is his true body? This is exactly what I need to tell you. You must first destroy the entire Ninja Empire. Only then will Phantom Knight Crow reveal himself. Just destroying the Phantom Knight clan is not enough. Because what this ninja truly loves is the entire empire. While he deeply cares for his family, at critical moments, he always prioritizes the greater picture. Only when you destroy the entire Ninja Empire will he use the Rinnegan to reset everything, then appear in the Phantom Knight clan to stop you from causing more destruction. But when he resets the Rinnegan, only you, the one who caused all this, will remain. All other Sky-Eyed will be erased, marking their mission as failed. At that point, your mission will switch to the real world. The task is simple: go to the Phantom Knight clan, find Phantom Knight Crow, kill him, obtain his Sky-Eye, and the instance will be complete. So, after entering the instance, you don't need to bother with other stage tasks, just focus on destroying the Ninja Empire. Of course, it's easy to say but hard to do. I'll send you a document later with detailed information about the Ninja World. You can start planning your actions. For now, I'll transfer Biten Shui to you. Alright. Shu Feng nodded. He and brother Zhong established a Sky Eye connection, essentially becoming friends, and then he received the information about the ninja world. He browsed through it briefly. The background of the ninja world was much simpler than the Great Zhou dynasty. This was a vast empire governed by ninjas as its core units. The livelihood of the entire population depended on ninjas for maintenance. Imperial ninjas would take on tasks and earn rewards, classified by experience and achievements from D to S rank. S rank was the highest, but there were certainly even more powerful SS and SSS ranks in existence. However, in the fourth layer ninja world, the highest ranking ninja was the soon-to-retire Ashina Shin. At his peak, he could reach SS rank, but most of the time, he was at S rank, which wasn't exactly top tier. The only one possibly reaching SSS rank might be the elusive Phantom Knight Crow hidden behind the scenes. Under normal instance progression, Sky-Eyed participants wouldn't need to face such terrifying beings. The main storyline wasn't too complicated either. Ashina Shin was in his twilight years, with little time left, and the empire urgently needed a successor. According to tradition, the head of the most prestigious clan would assume the role of the next imperial leader. The ninja empire had three major clans that had historically occupied the top three positions: the Prosthetic Clan, the Spirit Beast Clan, and the Phantom Knight Clan. When choosing their starting faction, Sky-Eyed participants would pick one of these three clans as a starting point, then engage in faction battles. The Prosthetic Clan specialized in creating various mechanical ninja tools, leveraging the overwhelming power of firearms and explosives to defeat enemies with a myriad of techniques. Because most ninjas had average talent, only a few of noble bloodlines could acquire special powers. As a result, the Prosthetic Clan was the most popular. Everyone loved the thrill brought by ninja prosthetics. The Spirit Beast Clan, on the other hand, controlled the spirit beasts of the northern Spirit Mountain range. Through domestication and contracts, they used the powerful forces of these beasts in combination with ninja techniques during combat. Because the Spirit Beast Clan's ninjas were assisted by spirit bloodlines, their fights often involved ganging up on opponents, with no regard for fairness. While their strength was among the best in the empire, this also attracted the most criticism. Simply put, they were powerful but had questionable ethics. Lastly, there was the low-profile Phantom Knight Clan. This clan specialized in illusion techniques and usually undertook secret missions, so their reputation within the empire wasn't high. They were even less talked about than ordinary clans. It felt as though the Phantom Knight Clan's presence in the ninja empire was so minimal that it could almost be ignored. However, the true imperial elite knew that the Phantom Knight Clan was actually the most terrifying force. Especially after witnessing Shirsui's terrifying ocular techniques, even though the Phantom Knight Clan maintained a low profile, the imperial elite regarded them as the greatest threat. This was because this one clan alone could destroy the entire ninja empire. So, were there other forces besides these three major clans? Of course. There was the anti-empire faction. Beyond the empire's borders, there was a rebel alliance. They took in orphans who had been harmed by the empire and lost their parents, raising them into top-tier ninjas. Using their anger toward the empire, they organized the anti-empire alliance. However, this instance was different from others. In the ninja world, the Anti-Empire Alliance was a minority group. Their mission was to infiltrate the empire, assassinate the imperial leader Ashina Shin, and seize his military command in order to start a rebellion. The faction battle in this instance wasn't particularly complex. The difficulty lay in finding a way to truly destroy the empire. Shu Feng couldn't choose to join the Anti-Empire Alliance. According to the data, even if they seized the military command, they could only eliminate the Sky-Eyed participants from the empire. The third stage still wouldn't completely destroy the empire. Taking the command would count as completing the instance. In that case, the instance would end before Phantom Knight Crow even appeared. Therefore, to destroy the ninja empire in this mission, Shu Feng couldn't directly join the Anti-Empire Alliance to fight the empire head-on. He also had to guard against the Anti-Empire Alliance's Sky-Eyed participants infiltrating the empire and stealing Ashina's command. Things weren't that simple. By the way, from what you're saying, is the value of Biten Shui comparable to an additional Sky-Eye? Is it really possible to obtain such a supreme inheritance from the heavens? Shu Feng suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. From this perspective, the rewards Zhong provided completely matched the effort he put in to help Zhang Xiaoyu achieve an SSS rank evaluation. Obtaining something of this level wouldn't be easy, even at a trade conference, right? Zhong smiled and said, for Sky-Eyed participants below the fourth layer of the Tower of All Heavens, the supreme inheritance of Biten Shui might be equivalent to an additional Sky-Eye. But if it's in the hands of top-level big shots, its value would be entirely different. Chu Feng roughly understood his meaning. After all, those big shots had already advanced to higher layers and wouldn't return to the lower levels to complete this mission. So they obtained Biten Shui, undoubtedly to exchange it for something else. For example, favors. Besides, the value of Biten Shui cannot be entirely equated to an additional Supreme Eye. First of all, this Supreme Inheritance is a one-time use. Although its quality is top-notch, once used, it's gone. Secondly, pursuing the Heavenly Eye path is extremely difficult. Obtaining Biten Shui doesn't guarantee becoming a Heavenly Eye wielder. To destroy the entire ninja empire, the difficulty is enough to deter most Supreme Eye users. Spending 100,000 heaven points to buy Biten Shui is actually a fair trade. While Brother Jion was acquiring Biten Shui, Chu Feng had nothing to do, so he decided to visit Castle Academy. At the mere thought, his body moved instantly. The next second, Chu Feng found himself in a sacred courtyard. The surrounding architectural style leaned towards a Gothic medieval design, with every brick and tile extraordinary, gleaming golden under the sunlight. You have entered coordinates 00, Castle Academy. Detected, you are the first student to enter here and have obtained an exclusive identity badge 001. When connecting with other Supreme Eye wielders at Castle Academy, you can choose to display either your Heaven Tower title or your Castle Academy number. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. Entering Castle Academy actually came with a special identity badge. Moreover, if he encountered acquaintances, upon connecting through Supreme Eyes, he could directly choose to display his identity badge on their interface instead of his Heaven Tower identity. He could choose to reveal his identity as a deity or choose to conceal it. Of course, Chu Feng preferred to keep his divine origins a secret. The fewer people who knew, the safer. The world of Supreme Eye wielders was dangerous. As long as others knew even a little information, it could lead to them tracking him down. For safety, unless absolutely necessary, Chu Feng would always use the 001 identity badge to communicate with other students. Welcome to Castle Academy. You are the first student to arrive here. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Chu Feng turned around and saw a handsome young man with long white hair, deep eyes, and his hands clasped behind his back, standing not far from the garden. He walked through the fragrant flower beds, approached Chu Feng, and politely introduced himself. I am the principal of Castle Academy. The academy is not officially open yet, and many aspects are still under construction. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. So you're the principal, my apologies for the oversight. Chu Feng respectfully greeted him, then paused and asked, I'd like to know more about the direction Castle Academy takes in training Supreme Eye wielders. We cultivate Supreme Eye wielders based on their different developmental paths and batches. The principal of Castle Academy elaborated on the school's development model. Currently, we plan to train Supreme Eye wielders in 3 distinct categories. The first category is for those serving national agencies, handling critical and confidential tasks. This group includes the Governance Department, Intelligence Department, and Supreme Eye Management Specialization, primarily preparing them for roles in authoritative institutions. The second category is for teams focused on dungeon strategy. These Supreme Eye wielders need to form teams, develop into professional strategy groups, and take charge of dungeon pioneering and vanguard operations. The third category is independent strategists. For them, we provide resources and information based on their eye power and level. They can exchange heaven points and other items for intelligence and resources, while granting limited access to specific courses and materials under an equal cooperation model. Chu Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly grasped that the resource allocation at Castle Academy was not evenly distributed. The majority of resources would undoubtedly go to the authoritative institutions since they served the nation and deserved the best treatment. The second type, the strategy teams, being the internal elite groups of the academy, would also receive a significant share of resources. However, the third type, the independent strategists, would not receive as many resources. After all, the future of independent strategists was uncertain, and the academy's resources were precious. As students, they could utilize public resources unconditionally, but access to better resources and intelligence required some form of exchange. For independent strategists, Castle Academy resembled a high-quality resource exchange platform. So, do you already have a clear direction? The white-haired principal smiled, evidently recognizing Chu Feng's intelligence and confidence. Yes, my direction is clear. Chu Feng nodded. Which path will you choose? Independent strategist. Chu Feng answered without hesitation. The white-haired principal's smile froze on his face. Ahem, can you tell me why you chose to be an independent strategist? The white-haired principal coughed lightly, appearing somewhat puzzled. In his view, although the first path carried significant responsibility, it also came with the most substantial resource support. Supreme Eye wielders with potential generally disliked being overly restricted. And joining Castle's internal teams not only allowed entry into the finest groups but also provided abundant resource support. The second path should have been the top choice. Chu Feng pondered for a moment before replying, because I've always been free-spirited, enjoying a life of spontaneity. The white-haired principal's face went blank. Why did that suddenly sound like a song lyric? Chu Feng had little interest in the so-called resource support. No matter how many opportunities the academy provided, they couldn't compare to the SSS grade rewards he earned with his own hands. He believed any return gained through restrictions wasn't worth it for him. Alright, since you've made your decision, I won't press you further. The white-haired principal shrugged, evidently losing interest in Chu Feng, and turned to leave. Before walking away, he added, you can take a look around the facilities here. Although not fully constructed yet, Castle Academy's resources are more valuable than you imagine, such as that tower. We plan to begin classes on September 1st. Of course, considering the unpredictable schedules of independent strategists, arriving later is acceptable. I hope to see you then. With that, the white-haired principal departed. That tower. Chu Feng lifted his head, gazing at a towering spire piercing the blue sky. Like a sword slicing through the heavens, it stood at the center of his vision. No other buildings, no matter how tall, could obscure its presence. It seemed as though nothing could block its path to the sky. This colossal spire soared into the clouds, resembling the Heaven Tower in almost every detail. Chu Feng's heart stirred, and he instantly teleported to where the spire stood. Sure enough, the scene here was exactly identical to the pattern on the back of the Castle Academy pass. If I'm not mistaken, this sky tower must be a replica of the All Heavens Tower, modeled by Castle Academy. To be honest, Chu Feng was deeply shocked. No wonder the white-haired principal said that Castle Academy was more formidable than he imagined. They even managed to replicate the All Heavens Tower. One must know that failing a challenge in the All Heavens Tower came at a great cost, with only 2 chances for failure. Therefore, super-eyed individuals with potential had to quickly accumulate experience with each victory to successfully complete the next level's mission. However, failing the challenge in the Sky Tower came with no penalty. It was more like a large-scale simulation platform. Before challenging a specific scenario, a super-eyed individual could first enter the Sky Tower for simulated combat. Only when they felt confident and had a reliable plan would they truly enter the All Heavens Tower. It seems that once I enter Castle Academy, I'll need to find a way to prove my worth and potential. A gleam flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Of course, he still chose to follow the path of a free strategist. However, as long as he demonstrated top-tier talent, even as a free strategist, Castle Academy would pour its best resources into him. As long as he was outstanding enough, there was no need to worry about not receiving top-level resources. At that moment, an unexpected message popped up in front of Chu Feng. Zhongji, stop dawdling. I've already taken care of it for you. Come quickly for the trade. Chu Feng, got it. He swiftly returned to the small inn. After finding Zhongji, the trading interface suddenly appeared in front of Chu Feng. Versailles Zhong is trading with you. In the trade list, there was a red eyeball. But the trade was yet to be confirmed, requiring Chu Feng to pay 100,000 All Heavens points. After fumbling around for a while, Chu Feng finally figured out how to operate the trading interface and immediately placed 100,000 All Heavens points into the trade box. The trade content was quickly confirmed by both parties. Next, you can start preparing for the scenario strategy. After the trade was completed, Zhongji remarked, I already have a rough idea. Before entering Castle Academy, Chu Feng had been contemplating the strategy route for the super-eyed individuals in the ninja world. Now, he had found his direction. I hope to hear about you achieving another SSS level rating in a few days. Zhongji nodded, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. It seemed that this big shot also needed to prepare for the strategy of the next level scenario. After all, he was on the fast clearance path and had to be ahead of others to obtain the latest intelligence. Within the interface, Chu Feng's All Heavens inheritance had gained the supreme level Btian Jishui. It's time to head to the All Heavens Tower. With a single thought, Chu Feng instantly appeared near the All Heavens Tower. He stepped through the blue light curtain portal. Arriving on the 4th floor of the All Heavens Tower, the little sprite floated to his side again, presenting multiple scenario options. Since no restricted scenarios were open yet, the current options were still fairly ordinary. Chu Feng selected Ninja World. Unlike the first 3 floors, the waiting time after selecting a scenario on the 4th floor was noticeably longer. Finally, several teams arrived one after another and began choosing their scenarios. After waiting for a while, the scenario teleportation light curtain enveloped hundreds of people. At that moment, a burst of cursing suddenly came from the side. Luo Nanping, you shameless scoundrel, you dare to participate in this scenario? I swear I'll kill you. Chu Feng turned his head and saw around, chubby guy pointing angrily at a short man in the opposing team. Heh, it was your own carelessness. Now that you've reached the 3rd level as a superite individual, you're still so careless. How is that my fault? The short man smirked smugly, clearly a habitual rogue, unafraid of any repercussions. You just wait. Before the words were fully spoken, the chubby guy's figure was swallowed by the teleportation light curtain. Probably some old grudge between superite individuals. Just as Chu Feng thought this, he too was transported to the faction selection interface. Scenario, Ninja World. Teleportation location, Empire of Fire. Level, 4th floor. Danger level, moderate. Background, the heart of Ashina is nearing its end, and the Ninja Empire urgently needs to choose a reputable head of one of the 3 great families to succeed the ninja throne. However, outside the Empire, a dangerous force lurks, ready to pounce. Mission, choose one of the 3 families to be born into, help the family expand its reputation, and ensure the chosen head successfully ascends the throne. Notes, omitted. Detected, you have triggered the All Heavens aura of extraordinary heritage. You may choose one of the following roles to play. Option 1, an ordinary member of one of the 3 great ninja families. Option 2, the head of a ninja family, Ishu Tenha, Yuling Jioga, Huan Yiyu. Please make your choice. Attention! Playing as the head means you will bear greater responsibilities, and different roles will affect the subsequent mission outcomes. Was there any need to hesitate? Chu Feng chose the second option without a second thought. Since Huan Yi Crow originated from the Huan Yi family, he naturally chose the same family. After a few seconds of waiting, the scene before him suddenly shook violently. When Chu Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small loft. He was dressed in a blue kimono and had transformed into a middle-aged man. Although not particularly robust, he exuded a steadfast aura as solid as a mountain. Opening the interface, the character information immediately appeared. Character, Huan Yiyu. Age, 45. Identity, head of the Huan Yi family. Level, A class. Position, head of the Intelligence Management Department, responsible for daily patrols, standing guard, organizing documents, and reporting the latest developments to the higher-ups, directly under the Empire's Basic Intelligence Division. Influence value, 23,000. Chu Feng activated the Eternal Divine Eye. Soon enough, he adapted to the body. As an A-class ninja, my basic attributes are undoubtedly superior to ordinary ninjas. But given my status as the family head, I'll also need to continue portraying Huan Yiyu and fulfilling daily responsibilities. Various challenges are likely on the horizon. A glint of determination flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. He understood that the All Heavens aura never granted benefits without a reason. In the last scenario, he played as the 9th prince and was almost poisoned to death by that vile woman Luo Yofei. The advantage lies in the fact that the 9th prince carries the royal bloodline. This would allow him to easily master the dragon aura technique, win the celestial awakening ceremony, and ascend to the throne. This time, in the Ninja World instance, the position of director of the intelligence department is not very high. Judging by the job responsibilities, the tasks are heavy but mostly trivial matters, resembling a marginalized role. In comparison, the patriarchs of the other 2 families hold far more prestigious positions. Yuling Jioga is the supreme commander of the Empire's ninja military. Isho Tianyu, on the other hand, oversees the armaments department. These 2 positions wield immense military power, far exceeding that of the minor intelligence director role held by Huan Yiyu. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Chu Feng's ear. You have triggered the Universal Aura, 7-day sign-in. Would you like to sign in at the Huan Yi family's secret chamber and pavilion? There are 12 minutes left until the 2nd day. Yes. Chu Feng chose to sign in without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Eye of Night, 7 stars. A new supervision panel appeared before Chu Feng. Supervision, temporary Eye of Night, 7 stars. Level, incomplete. Abilities, Dreamcraft, Illusions, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Transcription Seal, Susanoo. This should be a simplified version of the Rinnegan. Chu Feng's mind stirred, analyzing quickly. Clearly, he had not fully obtained the Rinnegan yet. This week in supervision was temporarily granted because he was playing the role of Huan Yu and could not be taken out of the instance. For other supervision users, having this diminished Eye of Night would bolster their combat strength. But compared to Chu Feng's other supervisions, it seemed rather average. The Eye of Night has a total of 9 stars, which can be advanced through cultivation. If one were to witness their kin being killed with their own eyes, the intense emotional shock could even cause a gifted member of the Huan Ai clan to leap 2 or 3 stars in one go. With this ability, no one would dare to easily bully the Huan Ai clan ninjas. Otherwise, it would result in their annihilation or the fear of even attempting it. Because, in the course of killing them, one might inadvertently create an unbeatable super adversary. This also explained why the Empire decided to immediately eliminate the Huan Ai clan. Above the 9 stars lies the heavenly vision level of the Rinnegan. According to Chu Feng's estimation, the heavenly vision in Ninja World is even more powerful than ordinary heavenly vision, given the extraordinarily high difficulty of obtaining it. Huan Yu's original Eye of Night was only at 6 stars. After signing in, it evolved to 7 stars. His strength should have improved significantly. As Chu Feng observed for a while, the system suddenly notified him that the next sign-in was available. It was already midnight. However, Chu Feng chose not to sign in again. He had just signed in at the pavilion, and signing in again would likely yield lesser rewards. The 7-day sign-in, Aura required signing in at the optimal location each day, and in different places, to obtain higher quality rewards. Chu Feng planned to sign in again at the center of the imperial capital during his patrol tomorrow to see what treasures he could acquire. He stood up, his gaze falling on the secret chamber. Several photographs hung on the wall. As he approached, Chu Feng saw that they were family portraits of the Huan Yu family. Activating his eternal divine sight, he carefully examined the photos. His pupils suddenly contracted as he discovered something. In the photo, Huan Yu and his wife, Fujino Shizuka, stood in the back row. Several relatives, both middle-aged and elderly, were present, a group photo of the extended family. Fujino Shizuka appeared as a kind and loving mother, slightly leaning forward during the shot, her hand gently placed on the head of their youngest son, Huan Aizua. However, what truly caught Chu Feng's attention was Fujino Shizuka's other hand, suspended in midair. Her gesture suggested she was touching a boy slightly taller than Huan Aizua. Her hand hovered at a height just above Huan Aizua's head. Yet beneath her hand, there was nothing. Not a single person. In this family portrait, everyone stood closely together, yet beneath Fujino Shizuka's other empty hand, it seemed as though a spot had been deliberately left open. But that person had vanished, replaced by empty air. Chu Feng took a deep breath and immediately understood. So that's how it is. In this cycle dream, Huan Yu erased his own existence. His identity was that of Huan Yu's son and the next heir of the Huan Ai clan. And this time, I've entered the instance playing the role of Huan Yu's father? In the real world, he killed his own father. And in this instance, I have to play the role of his father and kill him. This storyline is practically a theater of conflict between father and son. Late at night, a massive divine eye floated in the night sky. Illuminated by moonlight, the eye radiated an enigmatic and unfathomable aura. This was none other than Chu Feng's activated Mitian form. Under the Mitian vision, the entire empire's situation unfolded like an ultra-high-definition panoramic map, with clarity surpassing even 8K resolution. If he so desired, even the crawling trajectory of an ant on the ground couldn't escape this divine eye. From this vantage point, the empire's capital was a vast cluster of towering wooden structures, perched atop the highest terrain. The empire's command office was located on the topmost floor, providing a commanding view of the entire empire through its windows. The pavilions of the capital were laden with mechanisms. Any suspicious intruders attempting to sneak in would be caught in deadly traps. Suddenly, Chu Feng's vision picked up a dozen figures. Under the cover of the dark, windy night, they were moving swiftly northward, evidently trying to leave the city. They wore the attire of ordinary members of the Spirit Beast clan but exhibited swift and well-trained movements, with a clear objective, undoubtedly members of the Supervision faction. The northern direction. That should lead to the Elven Mountain Range. These people are likely ninjas from the Spirit Beast clan. From their actions, it's clear this team's goal is to quickly gain control of stronger spirit beasts, assemble a formidable force, and prepare for battle. It's easy to deduce a leader among them must have purchased the Ninja World's legacy from the Universal Trade Fair, specifically for controlling spirit beasts, hence choosing the Spirit Beast clan. Chu Feng didn't even need to activate his supreme heavy vision. Relying solely on their trajectory, he could already deduce their plans. Unsurprising. A small team of just over a dozen supervision users. Compared to seasoned supervision experts, their strategies were still rudimentary. From Chu Feng's perspective as a high-level supervision user, tactics like theirs resembled two Hook heroes duel-landing in a game, each trying to pull the other into the enemy's tower and naively thinking it would secure them an advantage. An obviously low-level strategy. With Chu Feng's current strength, he could easily eliminate these dozen super pupils with a single void gaze slash. But Chu Feng didn't do that. In his plan, the Beast Tamer clan was a power that could be utilized. After all, their ability to control spirit beasts held immense value in dismantling the Empire's institutions. Watching the dozen individuals leave the city gates and head toward the northern mountain range, Chu Feng continued to monitor the Empire's every movement with his heaven-covering eye. Unfortunately, apart from this team, there seemed to be no other activity. Most fourth-layer super pupils knew that at the beginning, they had to play their roles carefully, avoiding exposing their identities to other factions or teams of super pupils. Only after assessing the situation could they take action. Chu Feng shifted his perspective to the Phantom Knight clan's territory. Compared to the other two major clans, the Phantom Knight clan's territory was farther from the Empire's main city. Surrounded on three sides by towering mountains and leaving only one exit leading to the main city, it resembled an almost sealed-off basin. If something happened to this clan, the Empire could dispatch troops at any time to descend from the three mountains, block the only exit with ninja tools and cannons, and form a natural defensive line. Placing the Phantom Knight clan in this desolate location was essentially like locking them in a cage, fearing they might cause trouble. At the slightest anomaly, they could be captured and harshly punished. Due to the basin-like terrain, the land here was moist and overgrown with vegetation. The residences were built higher than the ground to avoid flooding during rainy days. A night watch lantern hung at the entrance, and two well-dressed members of the Phantom Knight clan emerged. They were older, their faces filled with worry. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, they came out to chat, and it was clearly not idle chatter. Chu Feng zoomed in, using the super-analysis of the Eternal Divine Eye to infer their conversation just by observing their lip movements. The clan leader is far too soft. We should never have let the Empire's upper echelons push us around like this. Exactly. Our Phantom Knight clan's ancestors laid the very foundation of this empire. So why, in our generation, are we relegated to this wretched place? The clan leader is an A-rank ninja. If he advances further, his strength could approach S-rank. He's entirely qualified to inherit the throne, yet he's content to be a mere minister in the intelligence department. It's clear the Empire doesn't take our Phantom Knight clan seriously. If only that Ashina Shin were dead, the clan leader would be virtually unrivaled in the Empire. Now is the perfect time to rebel and seize military command. What is the clan leader hesitating over? Shoo, don't speak so loudly. If any Imperial spies overhear us, our entire clan will be doomed. Sai, we must persuade the clan leader again at tomorrow's clan meeting. Chu Feng's heart stirred. Judging from their conversation, it was evident they were core members of the Phantom Knight clan. He withdrew from the heaven-covering mode, moving stealthily and silently from the pavilion to intercept them ahead of their path. Standing beside the pavilion and looking down, he could see the two figures passing below. Chu Feng immediately activated the Supreme Dual Pupils. He wanted to see what the Phantom Knight he was impersonating had been up to lately. From the visions of fate, Chu Feng learned about Phantom Knight Yu's daily life. In the morning, after eating breakfast prepared by his wife, he would patrol the area near the Empire and report any incidents promptly. At noon, during his break, he listened to reports from his subordinates about safety conditions and issued work orders. In the afternoon, he engaged in ninja physical training, organized documents, and reported to his superiors to prove he wasn't slacking off. In the evening, after returning home for dinner, he held meetings with clan members. This time, which should have been spent with his family, was recently taken up by frequent clan meetings. Many high-ranking members of the clan were extremely dissatisfied with the Empire, even preparing for rebellion. Phantom Knight was indecisive by nature. Although he was aware of the Empire's continuous exploitation of the clan's interests, he lacked the courage to raise an army against it. He also didn't want the flames of war to engulf the entire empire. As the clan leader, he had to consider many factors. This was why he had been convening clan meetings recently. Having understood Phantom Knight Yu's daily life, Chu Feng decided to continue playing his role while also seeing what rewards he might gain from checking in. Now that Chu Feng had a general grasp of his and the Phantom Knight clan's current situation, he felt confident and returned to his meditation. At dawn, his wife, Fujino Shizuka's voice called out, "Dear, breakfast is ready." Chu Feng responded with a voice imbued with authority. He left the secret chamber in the pavilion, walking down the narrow, traditional Japanese hallway. A sliver of sunlight filtered through the sliding door, illuminating the entire living room. At the dining table, Phantom Knights was sat obediently on a cushion, while Fujino Shizuka deftly placed breakfast on the table. Though her apron was somewhat plain, her face was well maintained. In her 30s, she looked younger and more vibrant than many women in their 20s. After marrying the head of the Phantom Knight clan, her demeanor had grown more serene and elegant, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Breakfast was simple, 2 fried eggs and a glass of milk. Phantom Knight's plate had an extra sausage, considering he was still young and needed more nutrition for growth. Though Phantom Knight's daily work wasn't exceedingly strenuous, as a clan leader and father, his responsibilities were too numerous to manage even with 24 hours in a day, forcing him to prioritize. Thus, the family meals were simple, focusing on nutrition and efficiency. The family of 3 exchanged few words, quickly beginning their meal, just like any other day. Facing the wife and child of the role he was playing, Chu Feng felt no discomfort. After all, he had once played the role of an emperor, assuming the identity of a family head was trivial for him. While eating, he discreetly observed Phantom Knight's and Fujino Shizuka. Fujino Shizuka embodied the image of a perfect wife. Though she harbored many anxieties and concerns about the clan's future, she never showed them. She understood the heavy burden Phantom Knight carried. As a woman, she couldn't help him with his official duties, so she focused on managing the household. The living room, floors, cabinets, and door frames were all spotless. Clearly, Fujino Shizuka treated housework as a way to vent her emotions. Phantom Knight seemed obedient but distracted while eating, as though he had worries he couldn't express. Zoyer, would you like to find some other friends to play with recently? A deep, magnetic voice broke the silence in the house. While holding his chopsticks and eating, Chu Feng casually started a conversation, like a father asking about everyday matters. Not really. It's just that I've been feeling a bit bored lately. Bored? Yes, I just feel like finding someone to play with, but I don't know who. I always feel so empty inside. Huan Yezu lowered his head, took a couple of bites, and suddenly blurted out, if only mom could give me an older brother. Fujino Shizuka couldn't help but laugh softly and gently patted Huan Yezu on the head. You little rascal, what are you saying? Even if I had another child, it would only be a younger sibling. How could it be an older brother? Chu Feng maintained a calm exterior, but in his heart, he became more certain of his suspicions. Judging by these signs, although Huan Yeye erased his own existence, the people in the illusion still sensed something amiss. After breakfast, Fujino Shizuka took Huan Yezu to the Ninja Academy. Chu Feng changed into his patrol uniform and headed out. According to the mission data, he continued Huan Yeyu's previous duties. To be honest, this daily work was mind-numbingly dull. It simply involved circling the main city, greeting subordinates, and asking about the situation. Frankly, these inquiries were unnecessary. If any anomalies occurred, the ninjas would either tackle them directly or call for assistance. There was absolutely no need for him to ask each one individually. But that was his task, to go through these surface-level motions. This was also a means for the Empire's higher-ups to suppress the Huanyi family. After completing his patrol, Chu Feng returned to the intelligence office in the main city and, as usual, listened to his subordinates' recent reports. By the way, Lord Huan Yeyue, last night we discovered some wood chips and footprints in the pavilion leading to the northern region. It seems some ninja passed through at high speed. What do you think? A ninja approached the desk and handed Chu Feng a plastic bag containing some wood chips. Chu Feng activated his eternal divine eyes, glanced at the wood chips, and said in a deep voice, "This is material from the Tianwu pavilion, isn't it?" "Yes." The ninja froze for a moment, clearly surprised that Chu Feng recognized it at a glance, and showed a look of astonishment. The eternal divine eyes could analyze all things. This specialized wood was used to construct the Empire's advanced military Tianwu pavilion. It was extremely sturdy and resistant to wear, unless a ninja moving at high speed had knocked off a small piece. Chu Feng immediately thought of the ninjas who left the city last night. "Minister, what's your view on this?" Chu Feng tapped the desk. "Strengthen patrols and vigilance over the next few days." "Understood." The ninja nodded and withdrew. The ninja empire truly was formidable, capable of noticing even the slightest disturbances. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, they'd even grow suspicious over some wood chips on the ground. These people, who specialized in assassinations and intelligence, were definitely not ordinary individuals. As he was speaking, someone knocked on the door. "Minister, the Grand Commander has summoned you to his office." Chu Feng's brows furrowed. The Grand Commander of the Empire? That would be Ashina Shin, the old man with one foot already in the grave. Ashina Shin had already announced plans to step down, but recently he had become active again, retaking his position on the throne. Though his body was frail, he still maintained control over the empire. The Huanyi family was currently being marginalized by him. Since this old fox was actively seeking him out, it most likely wasn't for anything good. However, Chu Feng was more than willing to go. After all, this was the highest echelon of the ninja empire. Signing in there might bring unexpected benefits. Ashina Shin sat at the far end of his office desk. He wore thin clothing, had a sword hanging from his waist, and bore a prominent scar on his face. Though physically weak, he exuded a chilling aura that made people shudder. It was as if he could draw his sword and kill at any moment. Chu Feng pushed open the door and entered. "Greetings, Grand Commander. Take a seat," Ashina Shin said in a hoarse voice. "The Empire's expenditures have increased recently. Anti-Empire forces outside are becoming active, and we need the Isho clan to update our arsenal. This will be a significant expense. Henceforth, we will slightly reduce the funding allocated to the Huanyi family. Please notify your clan members and understand the Empire's considerations." Chu Feng accepted the document and skimmed through it, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Empire was preparing to invest heavily in the Isho clan to produce new ninja prosthetics, allegedly to combat anti-Empire forces. But the anti-Empire forces were just an excuse. The real goal was undoubtedly to target the Huanyi family. Additionally, the Isho clan now had a superite individual among them, likely bringing in some powerful legacy that had caught Ashina Shin's cunning interest. This move not only weakened the Huanyi clan but also strengthened his own faction, truly killing two birds with one stone. As Chu Feng examined the document, he subtly lowered his head, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Activating the Supreme Twin Pupils. He wanted to see what kind of secret dealings Ashina Shin had with the Isho clan. The scene shifted to the Isho clan's secret mechanical workshop. A lower-level ninja dressed in craftsman attire held a peculiar, specially designed umbrella. Standing not far from him, Ashina Shin listened as the craftsman explained. "Grand Commander, this is our latest development, the Ninja Prosthetic, 1000 Mechanism Umbrella. This umbrella not only blocks various hidden weapons, but its reflective surface can also fend off illusion-based attacks. Moreover, it conceals multiple hidden weapons, including poison darts, spinning knives, and explosives, all capable of being launched from concealed mechanisms. The most impressive part is that the 1000 Mechanism Umbrella can transform." As he spoke, the craftsman demonstrated how the umbrella transformed into a sharp blade, then a spear, and finally a sword. Its many forms adapted to different ninja combat scenarios. This prosthetic can significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the Empire's ninjas. Ashina Shin's eyes shimmered with approval. An excellent creation, worthy of the Empire. The craftsman ninja smiled confidently. For a lower-level ninja to remain calm and composed in front of the Grand Commander, showing no humility, what did this imply? 9 times out of 10, he was a superite individual. However, the cost of this 1000 Mechanism umbrella is quite high. With the current economic constraints, mass production might be difficult. Ashina Shin frowned. The craftsman ninja immediately responded, "This umbrella not only functions as a hidden weapon but also counters illusions. It could replace the Huanyi clan's abilities." "Oh?" Ashina Shin's eyes gleamed. The umbrella's special reflective material can cause backlash when enemies use ocular techniques or illusions. "I believe, with a more efficient combat method available, the Huanyi clan's existence is no longer necessary." The craftsman smiled meaningfully. On the surface, this statement suggested that the 1000 Mechanism umbrella could substitute for the Huanyi clan. In reality, it implied weakening the Huanyi clan, mass-producing the umbrellas, and then using them to deal with the Huanyi clan. Such scheming, truly insidious. Hearing this, Ashina Shin's gaze toward the craftsman grew deeper. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "I will seriously consider your suggestion. I hope to use my clan's shinobi prosthetic hand to revive the glory of the Empire." The craftsman bowed in a standard salute. The scene ended. Chu Feng sneered. So this umbrella is not only an excuse to exploit the Phantom Knight clan but also a weapon to suppress them. The Phantom Knight clan was the most troublesome among the 3 great families. Although they had powerful weapons, they were targeted by the Empire and were the weakest in power. However, since Chu Feng chose the path of the Heavenly Seer this time, he didn't need to care about power levels. In fact, if he could provoke a conflict between the Phantom Knight clan and the Empire, he could even turn them into a weapon to destroy the Empire. "By the way, system, I want to check in." Chu Feng suddenly remembered that he still had one check-in opportunity left today. Since he was already in the Grand Commander's office, the highest-ranking location in the Empire, he definitely couldn't miss the chance. Ding! You checked in at the Grand Commander's office and obtained the forbidden secret art, External Avatar. External Avatar, you can divide the energy of your body and soul into two parts that can act independently. This avatar has risks, a strong soul is required. Otherwise, when the avatar returns, there may be memory confusion or loss of control. So it's a cloning technique? Chu Feng understood in his heart. But this external avatar was not an ordinary cloning technique. It split the energy of the body and soul into two halves. It created another version of himself, but with each side's strength reduced by half. Any other questions? Ashina Shin asked. None, Chu Feng shook his head. I can understand the Empire's approach. Ashina Shin raised his eyes slightly, clearly surprised that Chu Feng accepted it so quickly. After hesitating for a moment and finding nothing more to say, he said gruffly, "You may leave." Chu Feng left the Grand Commander's office. After organizing intelligence in the afternoon, he exited the capital city. He arrived at a secluded corner where no one was around. There, he activated the external avatar. A cloud of smoke rose beside him. As the smoke dispersed, a figure identical to Chu Feng stepped out. Chu Feng tested the telepathic link with his avatar and nodded. His main body immediately returned to the Phantom Knight clan, preparing to hold a meeting with the clan members. Meanwhile, his other self planned to secretly infiltrate the Shinobi clan's base to gather intelligence on the Thousand Mechanism umbrella. Ideally, he could even bring one back. Inside the vast inner hall of the Phantom Knight residence, more than a dozen distinguished elders were already kneeling on their seats, waiting quietly. Currently, the head of the Phantom Knight clan, whose soul had been replaced by Chu Feng's, sat at the highest position as Phantom Knight Yu. The atmosphere was exceptionally solemn. On the left side, a man in his 50s with a face full of wrinkles and a stern expression spoke up. I propose mobilizing all of the clan's forces to overthrow the Empire's rule and seize the throne directly. The reason is simple. The current Empire is targeting our clan. It's impossible for us to expand our power and influence. If we continue to be suppressed like this, our once glorious clan will truly be trampled underfoot. Support the revolution. The left-wing members fully supported going to war, which was also the current mainstream voice within the Phantom Knight clan. However, on the opposite side, an elderly woman wearing reading glasses and traditional attire resolutely opposed the left-wing stance. Our ancestors, along with several shinobi, founded the empire with the purpose of bringing peace and stability to the world. If you actively start a war, it will undoubtedly go against the wishes of our ancestors. I cannot accept sacrificing lives and violating ancestral teachings for short-term gains. The rigid man coldly retorted, "This isn't us starting the war, they forced us." The inner hall instantly descended into chaos. Initially, it was just the two of them arguing and rebutting each other. Later, several other elders joined in, and the situation spiraled out of control. Eventually, it turned into a scene reminiscent of internet trolls insulting each other in a chaotic shouting match. Silence! Chu Feng's cold voice rang out as he activated the 7-star Night Eye. Everyone immediately quieted down, looking at him in shock. Clan leader, you've already awakened the 7-star Night Eye? The man asked in surprise. The leap from a 6-star to a 7-star Night Eye was a significant milestone. In simple terms, it determined whether or not one could use their ocular powers to control mechas. Moreover, the 7-star Night Eye could trap opponents in illusions, rendering them entirely helpless. Thus, once someone in the clan awakened the 7-star Night Eye, the overall strength of the Phantom Knight clan would be dramatically enhanced. Previously, Phantom Knight Yu's voice within the clan had been weak. But with Chu Feng's arrival, and after evolving the Night Eye in secret, his authority naturally carried more weight. Chu Feng spoke slowly, "Everyone, before deciding whether to go to war, let me show you something." He activated the Night Eye and cast Tsukuyami on the group. A vision immediately unfolded before their eyes. The first scene depicted a craftsman holding a 1000 mechanism umbrella, secretly conversing with Ashina Shin inside the Shinobi clan's base, a scene Chu Feng had witnessed with his supreme pupil. The second scene showed Ashina Shin in the Empire's Grand Commander's office, slamming an account ledger fiercely toward the Phantom Knight clan, a moment Chu Feng had deliberately captured. After watching these two scenes, the left-wing members were visibly shocked and furious, slamming the table in rage, unable to speak. The right-wing members, on the other hand, fell silent, speechless for a long time. Chu Feng swept his gaze around the room, a faint, imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He, of course, supported the idea of war. The Phantom Knight clan was naturally born as killers, with a bloodline harboring the power to destroy the Empire. Such a weapon was the key trump card for completing the Heavenly Eye Seer's mission. However, the issue lay with the right-wing members. They longed for peace. Their mindset was similar to Phantom Night Crow's. They prioritized the bigger picture. It wasn't that they were outdated or wrong. Although they appeared foolish, there would always be those willing to sacrifice personal interests for the greater good. Phantom Night Crow was a prime example. When there were internal disagreements within the clan, talk of an imperial revolution was nothing but a joke. The greatest threat to a revolution was disunity. With Phantom Night Crow being a double agent, there was likely to be a second one. If the right-wing members weren't shown the Empire's true face, they would never align with the rest of the clan to form a united front. And worse, if intelligence leaked before the war even began, the Phantom Night Clan would reveal all their cards and stand no chance in a revolution. That umbrella, can it really suppress the ocular powers of our Phantom Night Clan? The elderly woman's voice trembled. Her thoughts were somewhat naive. The Empire had always believed that although they suppressed the Phantom Night Clan, they would never truly strike against them. After all, the Phantom Night Clan possessed formidable strength and remained the Empire's sharpest weapon. As long as the Phantom Night Clan stayed out of trouble and maintained a low profile, the Empire could tolerate their existence. But reality proved that they were far too naive. Since the prosthetic clan had created such a powerful weapon, what use was there for the Phantom Night Clan anymore? Once the Thousand Mechanism umbrella entered mass production, their first target would be to eliminate the Phantom Night Clan, the Empire's most significant hidden threat. The Phantom Night Clan, being one of the three great families of the Empire, couldn't be granted too much real power, nor could their funding be easily cut, to avoid outright conflict. However, this was akin to raising a wolf that could turn on its master at any moment, a risk the Empire was unwilling to take. If they used the Thousand Mechanism umbrella for a surprise attack to wipe out the Phantom Night Clan, the entire Empire would breathe much easier. Moreover, the Thousand Mechanism umbrella, created by the prosthetic clan, could be used by anyone. As long as the Empire's leadership maintained a firm grip on this deadly weapon, it would greatly consolidate their rule. The disparity in treatment between the Phantom Night Clan and the prosthetic clan lay precisely in this. The Phantom Night Clan's weapons were uncontrollable, while the prosthetic clans were both efficient and manageable. At that moment, someone stepped into the room. Everyone looked over and was instantly shocked. This was a second Phantom you? Then who was the one sitting down? Don't worry, this is my clone, Xu Feng said as the two Phantom youths merged into one. Patriarch, you've actually mastered such a forbidden ninja art? Everyone was astounded. It seemed as though the Patriarch had been full of surprises today. See for yourselves. Xu Feng tossed an umbrella onto the floor before them. It was the Thousand Mechanism umbrella, stolen by his clone from the prosthetic clan's base. This umbrella is... They recognized it immediately. It was the same umbrella they had seen in Xu Feng's moon reading illusion. Their hearts were filled with shock. Who would have thought that while presiding over a meeting, the Patriarch had also personally infiltrated enemy territory and stolen the prototype? The efficiency was mind-blowing. Test the umbrella's power, Xu Feng said calmly. I'll go first. A stern-faced man stepped forward, picked up the Thousand Mechanism umbrella, and studied its mechanisms and usage. North Wind, use your illusion techniques to attack me. I won't defend with the Eye of Night, only this umbrella, he said to a young man beside him. Understood. The young man stood up. In the small conference room, under everyone's watchful eyes, the demonstration began. The young man activated his Eye of Night. 5 tomo appeared in his pupils, signifying a 5-star level. Though young, he was one of the top ninjas of the Phantom Night Clan. The fact that he was in this meeting was proof of his exceptional abilities. Using his ocular technique to test the Thousand Mechanism umbrella was of great significance. The moment the young man unleashed his technique, the stern-faced man opened the Thousand Mechanism umbrella. A faint glow spread across the umbrella's surface, clearly reflecting the ocular power. The young man staggered back several steps, his face pale, overwhelmed by the rebound of his own power. Everyone was dumbfounded, their disbelief evident. Only Xu Feng remained composed and unshaken. Although the exact grade of the Thousand Mechanism umbrella was unclear, its design undoubtedly originated from the highest-level ninja traditions, placing it in an extraordinary tier, achievable only through replication. The prosthetic clan must have a technological mastermind behind them. Patriarch. What should we do now? Are we to declare war? An elderly woman, an advocate of peace, trembled as she spoke, her resolve wavering. The prosthetic clan already has weapons specifically designed against us. A direct confrontation would result in heavy casualties for our clan, wouldn't it? Xu Feng shook his head with a smile. No, you're overestimating the prosthetic clan's production speed. Such a complex ninja prosthetic will take time to go from initial production to assembly line manufacturing. The craftsmen will have to start from scratch, gradually mastering their skills before scaling up to mass production, a lengthy process. The 1000-mechanism umbrella has diverse functions and a complex structure, not to mention the high-quality materials it requires. From sourcing materials to transporting them to the production line, everything takes time. Even producing just this batch of ninja prosthetics has likely cost the Empire dearly. My estimation is that from development to production will take at least 6 days. Adding assembly line mass production, we're looking at a minimum of half a month. Even if they accelerate the process, the first batch won't be ready for at least a month. And during this period, the prosthetic clan's ninjas won't have mastered the use of the 1000-mechanism umbrella yet. After all, such a complex ninja prosthetic requires time to adapt to. If we launch a sudden attack while they're just beginning production and seize their base, we can take the entire first batch of 1000-mechanism umbrellas for ourselves. The Phantom Knight clan excels in ocular illusion techniques but isn't as strong in close combat. I believe this first batch of ninja prosthetics will become the key to solidifying our family's dominance over the ninja empire. When Xu Feng finished speaking, the room fell silent. The stern-faced man's eyes glimmered with excitement. Patriarch, your plan is highly feasible. Until large-scale production of the 1000-mechanism umbrella begins, our Phantom Knight clan remains the Empire's most formidable fighting force. As long as we unite, we can infiltrate the prosthetic clan's base. Their weakness lies in illusions, which happens to be our Phantom Knight clan's strength. If we can seize their entire stock of 1000-mechanism umbrellas, we'll truly have the power to overthrow the Empire. The other core leaders of the Phantom Knight clan, all seasoned strategists, naturally saw the potential in this plan. For a moment, everyone's hearts were racing. Only a few advocates of peace hesitated. Xu Feng continued, everyone, the Empire's future must be in the hands of those truly capable. The current rulers sitting at the highest position have lost their credibility. Forcing them to relinquish the throne to someone truly competent is the only way to protect this land. You all know who the most suitable candidate is. As he spoke, Xu Feng exuded the same commanding presence he had displayed the last time he acted as the emperor. A silver light flashed in his eyes, radiating an undeniable, overwhelming authority. The others in the room subconsciously shivered, feeling an urge to kneel before the patriarch and address him as Your Majesty. They were astonished to realize that the patriarch possessed such an awe-inspiring aura. In the past, they had always thought of Phantom Yu as a weak and indecisive leader. But today, he revealed a completely different side of himself. Like a fierce tiger lurking in the shadows, suddenly baring its sharp fangs, inspiring fear in everyone around. This innate sense of overwhelming authority made those who wavered in their hearts completely submit. It was submission from the depths of their souls. When everyone reflected on this series of plans, they finally understood. So, our family head has always been this ruthless. I support him. The stern man was the first to speak, expressing his agreement with Xu Feng's plan. The Empire has always bullied those they see as weak and ignored our family's century-long contributions. It's time to change this situation. Though the young man's voice lacked maturity, it was firm and powerful. The anger that many members had bottled up for so long finally found its outlet. I support it too. Support. Overthrow the Empire. Count me in. In the end, even those who had originally advocated for peace joined in to support the plan. The division that once plagued the Phantom Knight clan was now mended under Xu Feng's leadership, turning them into a formidable force against the Empire. Xu Feng swept his gaze across the room, ensuring there were no traitors before laying out the blueprints of the prosthetic clan's base and the attack plan in front of everyone, beginning the process of drafting their counteroffensive strategy. The meeting lasted late into the night before concluding. The general outline of the plan would follow Xu Feng's proposals. Of course, clan members also offered suggestions on the finer details, resulting in some adjustments. As natives of the ninja world, they had a more comprehensive understanding of the intricacies, optimizing the original strategy. But having a plan was not enough. Next, the senior members would need to return to their respective family factions to communicate and secure their support for the plan to succeed. After the meeting, Xu Feng returned to his secret chamber to meditate for a while. Before long, dawn broke. Ordinary people would struggle to keep going after an all-nighter. But with his enhanced ocular power, Xu Feng's spirit remained strong. He could go 3 days and nights without sleep. Coupled with his physical endurance as an A-rank ninja, missing a night's rest had no effect on him. As per his usual routine, after breakfast, Xu Feng prepared to set out again. Dear. Before he left, Fujino Shizuka put down the plate she was holding and walked up to Xu Feng, adjusting his collar. Come back early. All right. Maintaining his dignity as the family head, Xu Feng nodded lightly. As he stepped out, he glanced back and noticed the worry in Fujino Shizuka's eyes. It seemed news of the previous night's events had already reached his wife's ears. This was undoubtedly a risky endeavor. However, Chu Feng had no choice, he was here to fulfill his role-playing mission. Once outside, Chu Feng focused his mind and activated his shadow clone technique. For such monotonous patrol tasks, a clone was more than sufficient. Meanwhile, his true body used transformation jutsu to stealthily infiltrate the territory of the Beast Clan. Among the three great clans, the Beast Clan possessed the most expansive lands. Beyond their family estate, the entire western grasslands were under their domain. After all, they needed the space to train and raise spirit beasts. Thus, it was universally accepted that this area belonged to them. Chu Feng infiltrated the most central region of the Beast Clan's territory. A group of majestic spirit beasts with white wings on their backs soared gracefully through the skies. This zone was usually off-limits to other ninjas, but Chu Feng navigated it effortlessly. With his ocular powers, casting a simple illusion made him practically undetectable. System, I'm checking in here. Ding! You have checked in at the Beast Clan's sacred land and obtained the Holy Spirit Flute. Holy Spirit Flute, the Beast Clan's treasured heirloom, capable of controlling spirit beasts on a large scale. It is only used by the Beast Clan during critical moments. It can also play a forbidden melody, driving all spirit beasts into a frenzy. Warning! Do not casually play the forbidden melody. Once the spirit beasts lose control, not even the Holy Spirit Flute can reclaim command. What a treasure! Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Who would have thought that signing in would reward him with the Beast Clan's ancestral artifact? In other words, despite not being a member of the Beast Clan, he now possessed the abilities of their most elite ninja. Though luck played a role, acquiring a treasure of this caliber was undoubtedly a huge gain. That's it. Tomorrow, I'll check in at the prosthetic clan's base and see what treasures they hold. Now that Chu Feng had mastered the shadow clone technique, his movements became far more convenient. A day's tasks could be handled by his clone, allowing his true body to scout the area and potentially zero in on enemy ultraocular users. As dusk fell, Chu Feng's clone completed its task and returned to merge with his true body. All the clone's experiences instantly transformed into memories, flooding Chu Feng's mind. The danger of the shadow clone technique lay in the fact that the clone's experiences would stack onto the user's memories. Ninjas with weak souls might lose control as a result. This was why the shadow clone technique was considered a forbidden jutsu. But for ultraocular users with strong souls, this posed no issue at all. Not to mention, Chu Feng carried the experience of a transmigrator. The Holy Spirit Flute can even drive spirit beasts berserk. What an unexpected surprise! From now on, the spirit beasts within the Empire's borders can all become my weapons. Chu Feng felt that he was one step closer to completing the mission of the Sky Eye user. Returning home, Chu Feng was about to head to the secret chamber to rest. At that moment, Fujino Shizuka suddenly appeared before him. She was dressed in a loose-fitting robe, her bare feet stepping lightly on the tatami mats, with a few droplets of water still clinging to her damp hair and dripping onto the floor. The lighting was dim, but under the warm, yellow glow, her face appeared even more radiant. Having just bathed in the hot springs, her blood circulation was heightened, making her skin appear even softer and more delicate. Dear! Fujino Shizuka stepped slightly forward, her robe swaying gently. Her smooth, fair legs emerged as she took a step, with a few droplets of water trickling down from her ankle onto the floor. What is this? Chu Feng furrowed his brows. Can you stay with me tonight? Fujino Shizuka lowered her head, her voice soft. She had dressed up especially for tonight, looking entirely different from her usual, composed demeanor, now exuding a more sensual allure. The loose robe only heightened a man's instinctive desire for conquest. A captivating fragrance wafted from her, intoxicating anyone nearby. For a moment, Chu Feng's mind was overwhelmed by the surge of hormones. But he immediately activated his eternal divine eyes, and an icy sensation surged into his heart, instantly suppressing his desires. He spoke in a low voice. I've been busy with official matters these past few days. There's still much important work to be done for the clan. Now is not the time to accompany you. Fujino Shizuka lifted her head, her eyes slightly misty. You're going to do something dangerous next. Could you, just this once, stay with me? Chu Feng frowned. He was playing the role of Phantom Naichu, who was also Fujino Shizuka's husband. By rights, this was part of the storyline. But he felt a sense of resistance deep inside. After all, this world of the multiverse tower was like a massive virtual game. It was hard to treat the people here as real. If he were to engage in a relationship here, wouldn't it feel like embracing a doll to vent desires? At this moment, a sudden knock came from the door. Patriarch, near the northern mines, prosthetic ninja clans and spirit beast ninja clans have erupted into conflict. Chu Feng's eyes flickered, recalling how two different guild members had cursed each other before entering this scenario. He needed to figure out what was really going on. Apologies, I have something very important to attend to. Without concerning himself with Fujino Shizuka's feelings, Chu Feng immediately left the residence, following the Phantom Knight Clan ninja toward the northern mines. Bang! 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 ***. Suddenly, an explosion of firelight burst forth from the northern mines. Luo Nanping, today I must kill you. Howl! From within the blaze, a ninja clad in tattered nightwear leapt out of the smoke. His clothing was in shreds, his face scarred, his appearance utterly wretched. Hot on his heels was a giant spirit beast, its body as large as a hill. Snow-white fur covered its frame, with a wolf's head and a lion's body, wings extending from its back, a creature of evidently extraordinary lineage. Behind the spirit beast stood another ninja, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Luo Nanping. You all, throw the explosive bombs together and blast him to pieces. Luo Nanping's expression darkened, clearly, he had underestimated his opponent's strength. Ha, you're just as greedy and vile as the rest of your guild, like rats scurrying in the shadows. This time, the spirit beast gift I brought will be your downfall. Ha, I never thought you'd align yourself with the prosthetic clan. All your scrap metal is worthless before my wife-herd Lionwolf. Behind him, several spirit beast clan ninjas controlled their powerful lineage beasts, charging at the prosthetic clan ninjas. In midair, various ocular techniques burst forth in a dazzling display of colorful sparks. Both sides possessed equally matched ocular abilities. Due to their similar eye powers, mental control techniques were ineffective, they had to rely on physical combat. Luo Nanping's ocular technique was somewhat peculiar, manifesting phantom soldiers in front of him as a shield. But his ocular prowess was evidently not advanced enough. Ever since the chubby kid had acquired a powerful spirit beast, such flashy techniques had become nearly useless. By the time Chu Feng arrived, the prosthetic clan's ocular users were already at a disadvantage, the adversaries being the spirit beast clan's ocular users. Why did these two guilds start fighting right from the beginning? Chu Feng frowned. Though the three factions of the Empire were hostile to one another, they still faced the external threat of the anti-Empire Alliance's ocular users, which had yet to be eradicated. Unlike other scenarios, the anti-Empire Alliance had far more ocular users. Chu Feng observed that the three great empires' ocular users combined barely numbered 100, while the anti-Empire Alliance boasted several hundred. External threats unresolved, internal strife erupting, the situation was utter chaos. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. First, he had to understand why these two factions had gone to war. The scene shifted to an ocular user trading interface. At this moment, Sun Nanping and the chubby kids still retained their virtual appearances from the multiverse tower. They were in the middle of a trade. The chubby kid entered 80,000 tower points, while Sun Nanping, without placing any items down, hastily clicked confirm. Sun Nanping was a greedy scoundrel. This trade involved 80,000 tower points, a substantial amount. The chubby kid was too careless, giving Sun Nanping the perfect opportunity to exploit. Indeed. Sun Nanping's eyes gleamed cunningly as he placed nothing in the trade and directly confirmed. He had pocketed the chubby kid's 80,000 tower points for free. That was a huge sum of money. The chubby kid froze on the spot, unable to react before Sun Nanping disappeared, logging off. Stunned, he opened the interface, attempting to connect via ocular link to confront Sun Nanping. But the result? The user has cancelled your ocular link request. It was as frustrating as seeing a red exclamation mark a second after sending a message. The chubby kid was furious. He was livid. How could someone be so shameless? He opened his computer, furiously pounding the keyboard, posting Sun Nanping's despicable act on the ocular users forum. He even spent all his silver notes to pin the post to the front page for a month, determined to make Sun Nanping lose all face in the ocular user community. However, the result was a flood of mockery. People ridiculed him instead, claiming Sun Nanping had done nothing wrong and that the chubby kid was just a fool. Even among trusted individuals, such carelessness was inadvisable, especially in trades between ocular users. Who would pass up the chance to pocket 80,000 tower points for free? The replies beneath the post all mocked the chubby kid's lack of intelligence. The chubby kid's mental state crumbled. He had lost 80,000 tower points, spent all his silver notes, and yet he was the one socially ruined. This feeling was both bitter and humiliating. He swore that if he encountered Sun Nanping in this scenario again, he would teach him a harsh lesson, make him taste despair. He would cripple him. blind him, force him into a maid's dress to dance to Carameldanson, Butterfly, and Macho Paradise, and then record it all and upload it online. In short, he would make Sun Nanping's life unbearable, no matter the cost. The scene ended there. After witnessing the chubby kid's plight, Chu Feng silently offered a prayer for this foolish yet pitiable boy. Then, he activated the Eternal Divine Eye. A glint of icy blue light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Underworld Frost. In the next moment, the chubby kid felt a chilling force pierce his soul, as though his entire being had turned to shards of ice. WH. Before he could finish his exclamation, the ice had already sealed his mouth, and his round figure tumbled from the spirit beast's back. If he hit the ground, he would likely shatter into a pile of icy fragments. President. Several ocular users from the same faction saw the chubby kid falling and immediately flew their spirit beasts forward, catching the massive block of ice. So cold. The group shivered uncontrollably, teeth chattering as the biting frost enveloped them. Sun Nanping froze in place, stunned. There shouldn't be anyone this powerful among his own faction's ocular users, right? It seemed this chubby kid had offended someone significant and was now facing retribution. Fire yourself out first before talking to me again. Sun Nanping laughed, his expression radiating the smug satisfaction of a petty villain. While the supervision members of the Beast Clan were busy rescuing the little chubby guy, the ninjas of the Prosthetic Clan had already pulled a cart of goods and swiftly retreated. Chu Feng turned his head to glance at the cart and nodded. Today, I've helped you keep your lives intact. I hope you can quickly finish crafting the 1000 mechanism umbrella for the Illusion Knight Clan. Chu Feng, of course, wasn't foolish enough to help the Prosthetic Clan's ninjas for nothing. But according to the plan, they couldn't be eliminated so easily. If the supervision members of the Empire's three major factions died too quickly, and the Anti-Empire Alliance got wind of this and stormed in with their army, there was no way Chu Feng alone could take on hundreds of supervision warriors. These weren't the rookies from the second level. By the fourth level, a squad of hundreds of supervision warriors would consist of nothing but elite among elites. This wasn't a problem that a single heaven-cloaking form of the Void Slash could solve. As for the remaining Beast Clan, Chu Feng activated his supreme dual pupils again to probe into their plans. As expected, the supervision members of the Beast Clan, leveraging the inheritance of the heavens, had brought many precious spirit beasts to the northern Elf Mountain range. The few spirit beasts on their backs were just the tip of the iceberg. That little chubby guy, though somewhat dim-witted, wasn't lacking in capability. They had acquired an inheritance of the heavens no less valuable than the Holy Spirit Flute. Regardless of how they planned to raise the beasts, as long as their goal was to transport batches of spirit beasts from the Elf Mountain range near the Empire's capital, this would be an opportunity for Chu Feng. He held the Holy Spirit Flute. Imagine if all the spirit beasts in the Empire went berserk at the same time. What kind of chaos would that be? Chu Feng was a little excited. The feud between the little chubby guy and Nanping's son, for the sake of the Empire's destruction plan, was actually beneficial. But it couldn't be resolved now, it had to be kept for later. Based on the situation in the ninja world, even if the Prosthetic Clan produced 1000 mechanism umbrellas in mass quantities, they wouldn't be a match for the Beast Clan. The Beast Clan's large physiques and innate defensive capabilities naturally countered the Prosthetic Clan's umbrellas. However, as long as the Prosthetic Clan could transport this shipment from the mines to the Empire, their strength would significantly increase. With the old man Wei Ming Xin protecting them, the little chubby guy wouldn't be able to do much and could only block the roads outside the Empire. Thus, the current stalemate. Chu Feng observed the supervision members of the Beast Clan standing still and guessed that they were planning to intercept the Prosthetic Clan ninjas' transport. He left his external avatar behind. If the Prosthetic Clan found themselves at a disadvantage, this avatar could step in to assist. The external avatar was a forbidden ninjutsu. Simply put, it involved splitting one's body in half, dividing the soul into two portions, while still being able to use Chu Feng's supervision abilities, though its power would be halved. But Chu Feng's vision abilities had already surpassed the limits. Even with half or even a quarter of his power, it was enough to deal with these supervision members. His true body, however, returned to the capital to continue his own work. When Chu Feng arrived back in the capital, dawn had just broken. Last night's events, under his arrangements, hadn't disturbed the Empire's higher-ups. As for why the Illusion Knight Clan's members knew in advance, that was, of course, orchestrated by Chu Feng. After all, the Prosthetic Clan's 1000 mechanism umbrella had already been pre-ordered by the Illusion Knight Clan, so naturally, they had sent people to keep an eye on it. Under Chu Feng's command, the ninjas in the Empire who knew of the situation had their memories erased through illusions. Afterward, The supervision members of Nanping Luo's guild seemed to have sensed something unusual but didn't pay much attention. Until the anti-empire alliance was dealt with, the supervision factions of the empire's three major clans wouldn't turn against each other. After all, with external enemies at the gates, the supervision members of the Illusion Knight clan likely didn't want to see internal strife erupt either. Of course, the other two clans didn't take the Illusion Knight clan seriously at all. Based on the current power comparison, Prosthetic Clan, 125,777. Beast Clan, 89,766. Illusion Knight Clan, 21,188. Over the past few days in the dungeon, the Illusion Knight clan's power hadn't increased, in fact, it had decreased. Faced with such a minor faction, as long as there was no direct conflict or major shifts in short-term data, the other two clans simply disdained to bother. In their eyes, the Illusion Knight clan was just there to join in the fun. Probably some ill-informed supervision individuals had mistakenly chosen this place. Truly unfortunate. Chu Feng's external avatar had other tasks to complete, and in the coming days, his main body would have to carry out some tedious errands again. By dusk, Chu Feng paced outside his home for a few rounds but ultimately did not go in. He didn't want to deal with Fujino Shizuka again. Though this was just a dungeon, unnecessary matters were best avoided. Today's sign-in opportunity hadn't been used yet. Chu Feng simply used the excuse of a mission to avoid going home for the night and secretly slipped into the Prosthetic Clan's territory to sign in. Ding! You have signed in at the Prosthetic Clan's mechanism tower and obtained the Ninja Prosthetic 3-dimensional maneuvering device. Two iron boxes appeared beside Chu Feng. He tapped on the boxes and discovered that they could launch grappling hooks, which could latch onto walls. Powered by a special type of fuel, they could quickly pull the user to the other side of the wall, similar to the equipment from the game Sekiro, but not limited to giant users. According to the data, the 3-dimensional maneuvering device was a weapon commonly used in the Empire a century ago. However, due to its high fuel consumption and minimal added value for already agile ninjas, it was eventually retired. Moreover, with this device, ninjas found it easier to infiltrate critical secret bases. Thus, the equipment had been decommissioned 50 years ago. With a thought, Chu Feng immediately stored the device into the system to prevent it from being exposed. 7 days of sign-ins, 4 days had already been completed. On the 5th day, in the dead of night, when no one was paying attention, Chu Feng used the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to silently climb deep into the Military Affairs Tower. System, I'm here to sign in. Ding! You have signed in at the Military Affairs Tower's cabinet and obtained Advanced Transformation Technique. This ninjutsu was rather useful. The advanced transformation technique allowed one to completely transform into another person, mirroring even their aura. Moreover, it could be maintained indefinitely and wouldn't revert due to injuries or energy depletion. This ninjutsu was perfect for Chu Feng to impersonate others. He activated Heaven Cloaking. In the night sky, the gigantic mysterious eye overlooked the ninja empire. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly noticed several figures sneaking over the empire's walls near the city's edge. They were dressed lightly and wore masks, but Chu Feng immediately guessed. The supervision members of the Anti-Empire Alliance had infiltrated. Move quickly. Even the buildings here seem to have eyes. Don't mess around. Stick to the plan. Anyone who slips up is as good as dead. Understand? Understood. After a brief, hushed exchange, a group of Anti-Empire Alliance Super Optics operatives began advancing toward the armory. Their movements were light and precise, avoiding the traps and surveillance of the Ninja Empire. They scaled the walls, slipping into the main city through a weakly guarded area. The route they followed made it clear that these individuals were intimately familiar with the Empire's layout, executing their plan as if they had rehearsed it countless times. Of course. In the darkness, a pair of sharp eyes tracked their every move. It was Chu Feng. Anti-Empire Alliance? Didn't expect them to head straight for the armory. How amusing. A faint sound of footsteps echoed as they infiltrated the armory. The area was heavily guarded, with countless hidden traps and mechanisms. A single mistake touching a trigger line would unleash a volley of concealed weapons from all sides, sound alarms, and alert all the guards. One mistake meant certain death. However, this vanguard team from the Anti-Empire Alliance was handpicked from hundreds of Super Optics operatives for a reason. At the front of the group was someone with the codename Disarm. His ability rendered nearby mechanical traps useless. As a flicker of deep blue light flashed through his eyes, the surrounding walls began to emit soft clack-clack sounds. This was his ability, nullifying the surrounding traps. Whether it was poison darts, alarm wires, spike traps, or poisonous mechanisms, all the weapons designed to guard the armory were rendered inoperative at that moment. All set. You can come down now. The first to drop down was a woman clad in a skin-tight outfit, her movements agile and fluid. Her perfectly contoured figure was evident beneath her outfit. But that wasn't the point. The moment she landed, her pupils revealed a complex pattern. It was as if the world she perceived wasn't ordinary but a completely new spectrum of vision. The structure of the armory, its layout, and the positions of the guarding ninjas all vividly appeared in her sight, with critical points locked in one by one. Ahui, have you confirmed the situation here? Disarm asked in a low voice. Ahui's visual abilities were extraordinary, and the team never addressed her by a nickname. While there were many super optics operatives capable of structural analysis, few like Ahui could instantly see through all structures and swiftly pinpoint enemy positions with such precision. She was one of the most valued members of the team. Confirmed. Ahui's voice was calm and resolute, her demeanor cold and distant. All right, the rest of you can come down now. With a few footsteps, the initial 2 figures quickly became 5. Disarm glanced behind him, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Where's A Chang? Didn't he come down with you? The group froze, looking around to find A Chang missing. Ahem, I'm here. A Chang cautiously climbed down. Why are you so slow? Trying to scare us? Disarm frowned slightly, visibly displeased. A Chang chuckled sheepishly. I was worried about making too much noise and alerting the ninjas, so I slowed down a bit. Hearing this, Disarm's expression softened, and he said no more. Their team consisted of 6 members. Disarm was in charge of disabling traps and mechanisms, and Ahui handled reconnaissance and intelligence. Yohuan was a mind control super-optics operative who could quickly turn the tide if they were discovered. Balpa was an explosive-type super-optics operative who could create massive blasts in emergencies to buy time for an escape. Yezi was a young girl and the team's healer. And finally, there was A Chang. A Chang's optical abilities weren't particularly impressive, but he was extremely wealthy. He could always afford the highest-grade equipment and abilities for their missions. Though his optics powers were weak, he entered missions with maxed-out physical strength and an ironclad body. Initially, the team didn't want to include A Chang, suspecting that his reliance on money meant he lacked skill. But they also worried about running out of optical power with no backup for the challenges ahead. With A Chang on the team, they could ensure sustained output and have someone to absorb damage. The downside was that A Chang often struggled to keep up with the team's pace. But based on his recent performance, he seemed fairly smart, knowing to move cautiously despite his strength. Though his skills were lacking, his awareness wasn't bad. Yohuan, you'll take the lead. Use your abilities immediately if we encounter enemies, no hesitation. Understood. Yohuan, a composed middle-aged man, replied with a voice that exuded reliability. A Chang, you stay at the rear. Don't move unless we tell you to. Got it. A Chang grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. As the group of ninjas carefully advanced, none of them noticed the flicker of golden light in A Chang's eyes. That's right. A Chang was, in fact, Chu Feng. Using his supreme optic eyes, Chu Feng had analyzed the composition of the team and immediately identified A Chang as the weak link. A Chang had only recently been added to the team, and more importantly, he hadn't established an optical connection with the others. This gave Chu Feng the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the anti-Empire alliance. He had recently acquired advanced transformation abilities, and it hadn't taken long for them to come in handy. As expected, with no optical connection, the super-optics operatives failed to notice that A Chang's identity had been swapped. Interesting. The Anti-Empire Alliance has sent a vanguard team to infiltrate the Empire's armory and steal explosive talismans. If they gather enough talismans, they could blow open the city gates and create a breach for the rebel forces to enter. Then these super-optics operatives would use local ninjas as cover to infiltrate the Empire's main city and assassinate the Grand Commander, Ashina Shin. Ha! Quite the bold plan. Chu Feng chuckled. With his supreme optic eyes, he glanced at Disarm. The Alliance's plan unfolded before him, the scenes of fate vividly playing out in his mind. At 3 o'clock ahead, there are 5 C-rank ninjas patrolling behind the wall, switching shifts approximately every 5 minutes. Their line of sight covers. Ahui quickly reported the situation ahead. Yohuan, control one of them first. We'll enter through the ventilation shaft. Understood. As a faint blue glow flickered in Yohuan's eyes, one of the patrolling ninjas froze in place. The others swiftly climbed up. When the glow faded from Yohuan's eyes, the ninja regained consciousness, shook his head, and continued walking as if nothing had happened. Through coordinated teamwork, Chu Feng followed the group as they continued their advance. Descending through a ventilation shaft, the team entered a base within the armory. Take all the explosive tags here. Disarm Size emitted another beam of dark cyan light, dismantling all the nearby traps one by one. A few individuals quickly stepped forward and packed the ammunition crates into a storage pouch. This must be one of the legendary storage treasures of the heavens. Chu Feng stared at the storage pouch, his gaze shifting slightly. Suddenly, he realized he could check in again. Before entering this place, it was late at night, nearing midnight. Upon entering, midnight had just passed. Chu Feng seized the opportunity to check in at this secret armory. System, I want to check in here. Ding. You have checked in at the Ninja Empire's armory and obtained 100,000 explosive tags. Chu Feng's eyelid twitched. Checking in at the armory actually granted him 100,000 explosive tags. This was enough to blow the entire empire sky high. 100,000 explosive tags were a trump card of the Ninja Empire. If they were all used at once, the entire empire would be turned upside down. Boom! Just as Chu Feng completed his check-in, the armory door was suddenly flung open. Hee, so there are indeed a few rats sneaking in. A ninja walked in, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light, evidently a super pupil wielder. Judging by his outfit and medals, he appeared to be a member of the prosthetic clan. The expressions of Chu Feng's group immediately turned serious. Blast them! Quickly blow them up! Boom! A violent explosion erupted nearby. Blast's face turned slightly pale. This type of explosive pupil technique typically consumed a significant amount of pupil power. Block them! The super pupil wielder from the prosthetic clan leaped backward, avoiding the explosion's aftermath, his expression dark and grim. In reality, Blast's true intention was to create a breakthrough point. If he had directly attacked the enemy, he'd likely already be dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens whizzed through the air. Disarm once again activated his pupil technique. The shurikens veered mid-air, colliding with one another, producing crisp metallic clanging sounds before dropping to the ground. Retreat quickly! Don't waste time here. Disarm waved his hand, signaling for his comrades to fall back swiftly. Yu Meng's pupils shimmered with light, freezing every native ninja within her line of sight. Ordinary ninjas lacked strong mental fortitude and could not resist the pupil techniques of super pupil wielders. However, against other super pupil wielders, mental control-based pupil techniques were less effective. Near the armory, more super pupil wielders from the prosthetic clan were already arriving as reinforcements. They had caught the scent of evolution points. If this group of super pupil wielders surrounded them, Disarm and his comrades would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. However, under the bright moonlight, a colossal divine eye emerged, gazing mercilessly downward. Wait! Not just one. Another Mayan eye appeared in a different location. Chu Feng had simultaneously deployed two Mayan eyes using his external manifestation technique. Although the pupil technique's effects weren't enhanced, the visual impact was utterly breathtaking. Netherworld Frost. Chu Feng unleashed a rare mental control pupil technique. In an instant, several ninjas rushing toward the armory were turned into ice sculptures. Their pupil power was far inferior to Chu Feng's, leaving them no chance to resist. They were instantly eliminated. You've killed 5 enemy super pupil wielders and earned 5,000 evolution points. Not much. After all, this was just the first stage. The higher the stage, the fewer evolution points gained from defeating super pupil wielders. Compared to the exclusive instances in the Great Zhou dynasty, these rewards were rather meager. But even the tiniest scraps of meat are still meat. Chu Feng wouldn't pass up any opportunity. Damn it, where are those reinforcements? The prosthetic clan ninja's face darkened as he continued his pursuit. From the beginning, he had used his surveillance eye to detect the Anti-Empire Alliance's super pupil wielders infiltrating the armory and had set up defenses in advance. Of course, he only notified his clan's ninjas and a few super pupil wielders to encircle the intruders. After all, these were evolution points. Bringing in too many outsiders might attract other unknown super pupil wielders to snatch the rewards. He used his super pupils to contact his allies, who had assured him they'd arrive shortly. Yet when he tried to reach them again, there was no response at all. At that moment, a silver blade suddenly struck from behind. The ninja barely sensed the danger before the blade pierced through his skull. He couldn't even react before letting out a muffled grunt and collapsing, dead on the spot. Another 1,000 evolution points earned. With no super pupil wielders left to obstruct them, the remaining native ninjas were one by one subdued by Yu Meng's control. Mental control-based super pupil wielders specialized in dealing with native ninjas, subduing them with just a glance with stunning precision. They fled through the night, finally escaping the ninjas' pursuit. Scaling the walls, they ran for their lives. Disarm size occasionally flickered with light. Chu Feng observed in secret, speculating that the leader was using his super pupils to contact allies for reinforcements. As expected, a large force of several hundred reinforcements soon arrived. "Are you all okay?" A bald man with dark skin stepped out of the Anti-Empire Alliance's base, frowning. "We're fine. No one died, but we barely managed to grab any explosive tags before being flushed out." Disarm's expression looked grim. "Damn it! If we can't open the city gates, our plan is doomed." The Anti-Empire Alliance's operation to steal explosive tags was intended to blow open the gates of the Ninja Empire, allowing them to launch a direct assault. With the city walls as a barrier, they could only sneak in a few people at a time, making it highly inefficient and risking total annihilation if discovered. The Alliance's plan was straightforward. Blow open the gates and leverage their numerical advantage to charge head-on. Simple and brutal. "Hey, are these the explosive tags you're talking about?" A voice suddenly rang out from the side. Everyone turned to look and were instantly dumbfounded. Behind Ah Chang, an enormous pile of explosive tags was stacked like a mountain. "Who keeps sabotaging my plans?" A chubby man was utterly frustrated. As a beast man specialized in countering the prosthetic clan's super pupil wielders, his group had been intercepting shipments from the northern mines. But every time they were about to succeed, a super pupil wielder would suddenly appear and freeze him into an ice sculpture with their pupil technique. Fortunately, it was an ice sculpture and not a sand sculpture, so he could still thaw out. Otherwise, the mission would have been a total failure. Recently, the chubby man even stationed people nearby, hoping to catch the super pupil wielder responsible. Unfortunately, after several attempts, they still came up empty-handed. The chubby man finally gave up. He realized that the ultra-eyed individual hiding in the shadows was far stronger than himself. The reason this person was stopping him was merely to maintain the current balance of the empire. In the Ninja World dungeon, the ultra-eyed members of the three great families had to first eliminate the Anti-Empire Alliance to complete the mission. Starting a direct battle now would benefit no one. After several failed attempts, the chubby guy gave up. He walked onto the plane and shouted loudly, "Sir, I know you're here. Could you come out so we can have a proper talk?" His voice echoed across the open area. But no one responded. The chubby guy felt very disappointed. In fact, he wanted to cooperate with this ultra-eyed individual. Judging by their actions, this person was undoubtedly a master. But why would someone so powerful choose the Phantom Knight Clan? Seeing how weak the Phantom Knight Clan was, he couldn't understand why such a great opportunity was being wasted. However, the avatar of Chu Feng, who had been left here, had long since returned. The materials from the prosthetic hand clan had also been sent back to the Empire. The chubby guy ceased attacking the prosthetic hand clan. There was no need for his avatar to waste time here. As for monitoring the manufacturing activity of the 1,000 machine umbrellas, this was naturally handed over to members of the Phantom Knight Clan. Upon learning of the Empire's actions, the Phantom Knight Clan members united as never before. They finally saw the Empire's true face. It was even more hateful than they imagined. Such an empire was not worth their loyalty. Before the Phantom Knight Clan perished, they would drag the entire empire down with them. Once the Phantom Knight Clan formed a unified front, the strength they displayed would be far beyond anyone's expectations. Where did you get this from? Beyond the Empire. At the headquarters of the Anti-Empire Alliance. Hundreds of ultra-eyed individuals stared, dumbfounded, at the mountain of explosive talismans behind Ah Chang. "Oh, I have an interdimensional storage treasure. While you were tangled up with them, I secretly collected everything." Although this was casually said, it would suffice as an explanation. Chu Feng thought for a moment, and the 100,000 explosive talismans disappeared into thin air, as if by magic. "To think you have such a convenient storage treasure. You should have told us earlier." The disarmed leader sighed in relief, walking over with a laugh and patting Chu Feng on the shoulder. "I thought this operation would yield nothing, but you've given us a huge surprise." I didn't do much," Ah Chang chuckled sincerely, his honest laugh amusing everyone. Who would suspect such a simple guy? Indeed, the power of cash wasn't a joke. If it weren't for this guy's great equipment, the operation to infiltrate the Empire might have truly failed. "Brother, can you give me the explosive talismans? I'll send someone to blow up the city gates. If we win the dungeon, you'll get rewards too." The bald-headed man's eyes sparkled. This was 100,000 explosive talismans. Enough to break open the city gates. Chu Feng smiled. "I'm a bit short on interdimensional points lately. Could I trade them with you?" The bald man's smile instantly froze. "How much do you want?" This fourth layer dungeon, if we win, will be worth at least tens of thousands of interdimensional points. How about this? I won't ask for much. Tonight's mission is extremely dangerous, and I risked my life for these explosive talismans. If everyone gives me 200 interdimensional points as a small reward, I'll hand over all 100,000 explosive talismans. Deal? Chu Feng wore the expression of a sly merchant. The crowd exchanged glances, inwardly exclaiming, "What a bold demand!" This was just the first phase, and the Anti-Empire Alliance still had over 500 ultra-eyed individuals. If everyone contributed 200 points, that would be 100,000 interdimensional points. Ah Chang's demand was outrageous. However, when divided among them, 200 points per person wasn't much at all. In cash, it wasn't significant either. Fine, 200 it is. Everyone, hand over your interdimensional points to me, and I'll handle the trade. The bald man didn't want to waste more words. In the ultra-eyed world, everything was about benefits. No one would blame Ah Chang for being greedy. Instead, they were beginning to see him in a new light. This seemingly simple fellow actually had quite a bit of cunning. 100,000 interdimensional points sounded like a lot, but split among everyone, it was manageable. Everyone found it acceptable. And this guy would gain a substantial fortune. No wonder he managed to gather 100,000 explosive talismans amidst all the chaos. Never underestimate this simpleton. When everyone had pooled together 100,000 interdimensional points, the bald man approached Chu Feng and said, "Alright, let's start the trade." A notification immediately appeared on the screen. North Tiger invites you to trade. Chu Feng clicked accept. The trade interface popped up. North Tiger glanced at Chu Feng's information and froze. 001? What kind of code is that? That's right. Before the trade, Chu Feng had set his title as 001. The purpose was to ensure they didn't know he was the god of seals. This was a special privilege granted upon joining Castle Academy. The trade began. Chu Feng handed over the usage rights of the 100,000 explosive talismans to North Tiger. In return, he received 100,000 interdimensional points. This was a massive fortune. Alright, I've got other places to visit. I'll take my leave. Chu Feng smiled and began walking away in the direction opposite the Empire. Boss, do you think he's suspicious? A subordinate quietly asked North Tiger. I'm not sure, but he's heading away from the Empire. If he were an infiltrator sent by the Empire, he wouldn't choose that path. He's probably just a dungeon-grinding, cash-burning coward. Anyway, he gave us 100,000 explosive talismans, which is plenty valuable. Besides, his eye technique isn't impressive, so he won't be much help later. Let's just let him pass. Let's focus on our mission. All right. The subordinate felt a twinge of jealousy. In his eyes, Ah Chang was purely lucky, managing to obtain 100,000 explosive talismans and even extorting 100,000 interdimensional points from them. How infuriating. After Chu Feng left, he ultimately visited Broken Moon Cliff. It was said that the friend of the Phantom Knight Raven had fallen from here. He had a bold theory. After a day of traveling, Chu Feng arrived at Broken Moon Cliff. The cliff stood 100 feet high, with a waterfall cascading downwards. The roaring sound of water was as deep and rumbling as thunder. Without protection, falling from here would mean certain death. Chu Feng quietly sat there, waiting through the night. He had left the Anti-Empire Alliance headquarters for two reasons: 1, to divert the enemy's attention and find a way back to the Empire, and 2, to come to Broken Moon Cliff. According to the Ninja Dungeon's information, signing in here might bring unexpected rewards. The early hours of the morning quietly passed. Chu Feng's system immediately prompted, "The sign-in has been refreshed. System, I'll sign in now." Ding! You have signed in at Broken Moon Cliff and obtained Biten Shui. Biten Shui, you can use the ultimate genjutsu on someone once. In this dungeon, you will completely control a target, and they won't realize they're being controlled until the dungeon ends. Note, ultimate genjutsu can cancel each other out. Avoid using it against overly powerful enemies. It was just as expected. Chu Feng's system now contained another Biten Shui. However, the items obtained through sign-in weren't as powerful as inheritances, they had limitations. The main issue was, items obtained through sign-in couldn't be taken out of the dungeon after it ended. So buying Biten Shui from Broface was absolutely worth it. If he didn't use it, he could sell it. It was a win-win situation. In this dungeon, Chu Feng held this Biten Shui in his hands, and it had other potential uses. For such a valuable item, having just one wasn't enough. After obtaining another Biten Shui, Chu Feng finally had full confidence in completing the Sky Eye Seer route. With a single thought, Chu Feng acted. On the other side of the sky, a massive divine eye appeared. However, this divine eye didn't manifest directly above Chu Feng, it appeared in the direction of the Empire. That's right. Chu Feng transmitted his intent, and the Empire's avatar quickly understood. He planned to use the avatar's Deceive Heaven combined with Twist Void skills to teleport back directly. The surrounding void rippled like water. In the next moment, Chu Feng felt his body sway, and then he landed firmly on solid ground. He was back in the Empire's capital city. Beside him, Chu Feng's avatar walked over and merged with him. I have to say, avatars are incredibly useful. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's lips. Especially since the avatar could also use his eye techniques, it was equivalent to having two Chu Fengs acting simultaneously, doubling the efficiency. All preparations are complete. Next, it's time to create a miracle. In the prosthetic clan's base, thousands of craftsmen surrounded a machinery room, their movements as precise and orderly as machines. The roar of machinery echoed continuously as the prosthetic clan forged sturdy mechanical components from rare ores, creating the 1,000-machine umbrella. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps approached. So it's the Grand Commander. The welcoming ninja was none other than the craftsman Ultraseer who had appeared in Chu Feng's destiny visions. Seeing Ashina Shin arrive, the craftsman immediately stepped forward. How long will it take to complete this batch of 1,000-machine umbrellas? Grand Commander, barring any accidents, the first batch will be ready in 3 days. The craftsman spoke with confidence. 3 days? Your efficiency is truly surprising. Ashina Shin's eyes flashed with astonishment. A few days ago, he had heard that the prosthetic clan's transport team had encountered obstacles, delaying progress. He hadn't expected the manufacturing pace to actually exceed the plan by several days. He couldn't deny that this craftsman was becoming increasingly enigmatic in his eyes, like a gifted individual ushering in an unprecedented industrial revolution. The craftsman chuckled but didn't elaborate. He had his own contingency plans. The official schedule was merely a facade. Secretly, he had used inheritances from the heavens to accelerate the base's operations, increasing efficiency tenfold and ensuring the 1,000-machine umbrellas would be completed on time. This way, they could deliver an unexpected blow at a crucial moment. Cough, cough, cough. Ashina Shin suddenly doubled over, coughing violently. Grand Commander, are you all right? The craftsman asked with concern. I'm fine. Ashina Shin's face darkened as he took out a token from his bag and handed it to the craftsman. From now on, you will be in charge of the Empire's arsenal. Don't let me down. Yes. The craftsman accepted the token, his smile growing even brighter. Opening the interface. Prosthetic Clan, 223,422. Spirit Beast Clan, 142,333. Illusory Night Clan, 19,987. Ashina Shin's lifespan had only 1 week remaining. Damn it! Damn it! Near the northern Elven Mountains, a chubby man stared at the changing numbers on the interface, stomping his feet in fury. Transport all these spirit beasts back to the Empire. I've had enough. Even if the Anti-Empire Alliance wins, I won't let that bastard Luo win this dungeon. Take thousands of spirit beasts and flatten the prosthetic clan to prove we are the true heirs of the Empire. Yes. The Ultraseers of the Spirit Beast clan responded in unison, preparing for action. Thousands of massive winged spirit beasts began flying from the northern Elven Mountains toward the Imperial capital. A cold wind suddenly blew from the north, sweeping across the entire ninja empire. The southern part of the Empire's city. A squad of ninjas stealthily infiltrated the area. The ninjas guarding the city walls seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion, their consciousness muddled. Several figures suddenly appeared on the walls. In the next instant, all the guards collapsed to the ground, without exception. Hurry up! Paste all these explosive tags. Understood. Though few in number, the infiltrators moved with lightning speed, far surpassing ordinary expectations. Explosive tags flew from their hands, covering the southern city walls. With so many explosive tags detonating simultaneously, even if the walls were reinforced twice over, they would undoubtedly be blown apart. Alright, now we just wait for those guys to arrive. An anti-Empire Alliance Ultraseer smirked coldly. Amidst the turbulent changes within the Empire, no one noticed. High above in the sky, a phantom divine eye quietly watched everything unfold. Chu Feng sat in a corner, gently tapping the chess piece in his hand. Everything is ready. In the Empire's capital city, within the arsenal, a craftsman fiddled with the token in his hand, his mood exceptionally cheerful. As soon as that old man Ashina Shin dies, the system will automatically transfer the throne to the prosthetic clan. If the Spirit Beast clan dares to attack, our weapons will make them pay a heavy price. Besides, Ashina Shin handed the position of Arsenal Overseer to me. This clearly means I am the Empire's next successor. Ha, if the Spirit Beast clan wants to challenge the Prosthetic clan, they'll have to deal with Ashina first. There are still 100,000 explosive tags stored in the arsenal. Although some rats managed to sneak in that day, no major damage was done. Rumble. The doors to the armory swung open. The craftsman was preparing to retrieve the 100,000 explosive talismans. According to the plan, the decisive battle among the three great clans was about to commence. Perhaps, those rats from the anti-imperial alliance outside would take this opportunity to barge in. Taking out these talismans early would definitely come in handy. He stepped through the doors, where a massive iron chest lay before him. "Open that chest," the craftsman ordered coldly. "Yes, sir." Several ninjas immediately stepped forward. But when they opened the armory chest containing the 100,000 explosive talismans, they were all dumbfounded. The chest was completely empty, there wasn't a single talisman inside. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from outside. The entire Empire's ground quaked violently, as if struck by a massive earthquake. What happened? The craftsman's face turned icy as he quickly stepped out of the armory. Before his eyes, flames soared into the sky, stinging his vision. In the brief time he had entered and exited the armory, the Empire's walls had already crumbled into ruins, dust and smoke blotting out the sky. In the distance, the panicked screams of countless civilians fleeing for their lives echoed. Damn it, those rats from the anti-imperial alliance. How is this possible? The craftsman was both shocked and enraged. He had personally confirmed that the 100,000 explosive talismans were still in the chest just days ago. How could they have been stolen and used by the anti-imperial alliance? This was the very foundation of the Empire. Damn it! Contact all the prosthetic clan's supersighted ones immediately. Deploy the 1,000 mechanism umbrellas and annihilate them all. However, there was no response from the supersighted members of the prosthetic clan. A few seconds later, a message suddenly popped up. Our base has been breached too. What? The craftsman was stunned. Who could have done this? It's the Phantom Knight clan's ninjas. The Phantom Knight clan? The craftsman froze. This was the lowest ranking family. What gave them the audacity to challenge the prosthetic clan? Besides, the Phantom Knight clan barely had any supersighted individuals. Suddenly, the craftsman shuddered, realizing something terrifying. Among the three factions, the Phantom Knight clan was one of the few indigenous ocular clans. That's right. Indigenous. These natives weren't weaklings, nor were they docile sheep to be slaughtered. On the contrary, they possessed top-tier ocular techniques, growing stronger the more they were suppressed. More critically, there was rumored to be an extraordinarily dangerous supersighted individual hidden within the Phantom Knight clan, the very one who had secretly helped smuggle materials for the 1,000 mechanism umbrellas out of the Empire. At first, the craftsman thought this was merely a personal feud among supersighted individuals. But now, it was clear that the supersighted one hidden within the Phantom Knight clan was the most dangerous enemy in this entire battle. At the prosthetic clan's base, the Phantom Knight clan's ninjas appeared like ghosts. The indigenous members of the prosthetic clan had no time to react before these merciless killing machines took their lives in an instant. The remaining supersighted individuals quickly deployed ocular techniques upon realizing the situation. But the Phantom Knight clan could use ocular techniques too. Mind control ocular techniques were utterly ineffective against them. The Phantom Knight clan were masters of illusions by nature. These mind control techniques were entirely useless against them. Not to mention, during the surprise attack, they had immediately seized all the 1,000 mechanism umbrellas. The 1,000 mechanism umbrellas were, of course, crafted by the indigenous people. Have you ever seen supersighted individuals working as laborers for indigenous craftsmen in dungeons? For this reason, the prosthetic clan ninjas guarding the umbrellas stood no chance against the Phantom Knight clan, falling to illusions in an instant. Once the umbrellas fell into the Phantom Knight clan's hands, they instantly became devastating weapons of destruction. The supersighted individuals still clung to the illusion that their ocular techniques could easily kill the indigenous people, and they immediately retaliated with those techniques. The result? The Phantom Knight clan's ninjas simultaneously opened the 1,000 mechanism umbrellas. Mind control ocular techniques were instantly reflected back. Physical ocular techniques, on the other hand, had their damage partially mitigated by the umbrellas. The Phantom Knight clan was not to be trifled with. Several elite members activated their mechanized armor, charging like gods of war descending to the battlefield. Before Chu Feng even had to lift a finger, the prosthetic clan's supersighted individuals were already wiped out by the indigenous members of the Phantom Knight clan. The remaining dozens of supersighted individuals who managed to react in time scattered to escape, barely surviving. Of course, once dispersed, their combat effectiveness was significantly reduced. And let's not forget, the prosthetic clan's strategic focus this time was entirely on the 1,000 mechanism umbrellas. The combat strength of these supersighted individuals was, in essence, only equivalent to D-rank ninjas from dungeon instances. Without any game-breaking buffs, this level of ninja was nothing more than a minor character. What the hell happened? The chubby man rushed back to the Empire, only to find the city gates blown open. They immediately landed at the prosthetic clan's base, discovering countless fallen ninjas and all the 1,000 mechanism umbrellas gone. What's going on here? The chubby man was dumbfounded. He almost wanted to pinch himself, wondering if he was dreaming. Could the Empire really be finished just like that? What kind of joke was this? Amidst the flames, a figure charged into the city, slaughtering the guards of the Ninja Empire. The Anti-Imperial Alliance? Those bastards are bold. The chubby man finally realized it was the work of the Anti-Imperial Alliance. Fine, I brought thousands of spirit beasts with me. Let's see the power of my spirit beast army. The chubby man sneered as he raised a flute to his lips, ready to command the spirit beasts behind him to tear through the Anti-Imperial Alliance's forces. However, from the other side came a fiercer, more divine sound of a flute. This melody carried an aura of rage. The spirit beasts behind the chubby man immediately lost control and went berserk upon hearing it. Roar! Thousands of spirit beasts simultaneously went mad, transforming into a destructive force that tore through the Empire. What the hell? The chubby man froze. The next second, a massive claw came crashing down towards him. From the office of the Empire's Supreme Commander, the view below resembled the apocalypse. The city gates were blown open. Flames erupted across the urban areas. In the distance, the screams of the wounded echoed. Above, terrifying beast roars reverberated across the Empire. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, doomsday had arrived. Send word, gather all ninjas immediately to cover the core forces and evacuate with the scrolls. Ashina Shin gripped the military command tightly, issuing his orders. In his eyes, the Empire was already lost. But the core forces could not be sacrificed in vain. As long as I can escape alive, regroup the elite ninjas, and train them into an army, there will still be a chance to rebuild the Empire in the future. After all, the Ninja Empire grew in the flames of war. This land and its foundations are not the lifeline of the Empire. Ninjutsu and core killing weapons are. But no ninjas responded to Ashina Shin's call from behind. Who's there? At this moment, he heard heavy, ominous footsteps. Creak! The office door opened. A middle-aged man walked in. Supreme Commander, long time no see. Shu Feng smiled and looked at him. Genya Gaku, it's you. You dare to collude with the Anti-Empire Alliance and betray the Empire? Ashina Shin recognized the man, trembling with rage, his voice shaking as he pointed at Shu Feng. Do you even know what you're doing? You treacherous fiend! The Empire's mortal enemy! Ha, as expected of the Supreme Commander, still trying to shift the blame even in your final moments. Shu Feng sneered coldly. If it weren't for you colluding with the prosthetic clan, trying to create ninja prosthetics to counter our Genya clan, I wouldn't have dragged the entire Empire down with me. You actually know everything. Ashina Shin glared at Shu Feng with unyielding eyes. Hand over the military orders, and I'll spare your life. Shu Feng said calmly. Haha, I, Ashina Shin, sitting on the throne, even on the brink of death, am not someone a mere grade A like you can provoke. Ashina Shin laughed maniacally, his hand already reaching for the sword at his side. At that moment, the SS-rank ninja unleashed his final strength. If you're intent on dragging the entire Empire to the grave with your Genya clan, then I will take this broken body of mine and perish with you. Shu Feng looked at his enraged face, shook his head, and found it laughable. If you have such capabilities, why not go all out against the Anti-Empire Alliance? Ordering a retreat for your subordinates while spouting grand words here, those who don't know better might think you actually have a backbone. I intended to conserve my energy, but it seems unnecessary now. A crimson eye appeared in Shu Feng's hand. What is this? Fear flashed through Ashina Shin's eyes. His body tried to move, but his consciousness was frozen. Kodo Amatsukami, activated. Under the overwhelming genjutsu, the SS-ranked Ashina Shin was powerless to resist, becoming a puppet in Shu Feng's grasp. Supreme Commander, with the last ounce of your life's strength, summon all the ninja forces over here. Yes. Reluctance flashed across Ashina Shin's face, but he still responded in a low voice. Wait. A ripple-like distortion appeared in the air before Shu Feng. In the next second, a massive ammunition crate appeared in front of Ashina Shin. This box contains the Empire's 100,000 explosive tags. Once you've gathered the forces, before launching a full-scale assault, have them attach these explosive tags. To live and die with the Empire, only then are they true warriors. Go now. Chu Feng patted Ashina Shin on the shoulder. Ashina Shin's eyes were filled with terror. His trembling hands picked up the iron crate, as if opening Pandora's box, with catastrophe looming on the horizon. Under the control of Koto Amatsukami, Ashina Shin's consciousness remained fully aware. But no matter how strong his will, he couldn't resist Chu Feng's commands. Yes. Finally, Ashina Shin, carrying the ammunition crate, walked step by step out of the office. Curious about where this ammunition crate came from? The 100,000 explosive tags gifted to the Anti-Empire Alliance were actually a sign-in reward. But Chu Feng used his spatial distortion to steal the Empire's reserve of 100,000 explosive tags. In this world, there's nothing he can't steal. Another ripple appeared next to Chu Feng, and his figure vanished into the void. Brothers, charge! We've stolen the Ninja Empire's explosive tags. They barely have any munitions left now. If you see a ninja, take them out directly. A bald Super-Eye wielder roared, and the Anti-Empire Alliance army stormed into the city, wreaking havoc across every part of the Empire. Ha, who would have thought the Empire was this fragile? I thought it'd be tough to take them head-on, but it's like fighting robots, too easy to kill. This feels amazing. The Super-Eye wielders of the Anti-Empire Alliance burst into laughter. Suddenly, a ninja army appeared ahead. Ashina Shin stood at the forefront, his blade unsheathed, pointing at the enemy. For the Empire, brave warriors, kill them all. How laughable. The bald man's lips curled into a sneer. They were Super-Eye wielders. Against these merciless ninjas, even with Ashina Shin leading them, there was no real threat. However, as the ninjas charged forward, a blinding white light suddenly erupted. The bald man's eyes were stung by the intense light, rendering his ocular powers useless and forcing him to shut them tightly. When he regained his senses, his face turned pale with terror as he shouted, "Run!" The moment the words left his mouth, 10,000 ninja death squads, each with explosive tags on their bodies, charged at the Super-Eye wielders like living bombs. The Super-Eye wielders' ocular powers were utterly ineffective against the overwhelming flood of ninjas, who carried explosive tags with the sole intent of dying together with their foes. The next second, a massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky, engulfing half of the Empire's capital. From a distance, half of the Empire's city was completely gone, replaced by an enormous crater. The other half of the city was trampled into ruins by rampaging spirit beasts. Chu Feng opened his panel, only to find that the faction value had completely vanished, reduced to 0. Prosthetic Clan, 0. Spirit Beast Clan, 0. Genya Clan, 0. The entire empire was gone. What faction value was there to speak of? At that moment, the scene of the empire suddenly froze. Everything seemed to rewind like a recording being played in reverse, retreating rapidly. Chu Feng opened his eyes again, realizing he was back in the secret chamber of the Genya clan's tower. He stood up and noticed a family portrait hanging on the wall, as if he had returned to the moment he first entered this tower. However, Chu Feng noticed that the previously empty spot in the photo now had someone there. Genya Crow. He had returned to the photo. This celestialite individual bore some resemblance to Genya Saku, though he appeared more mature, with 2 deep nasolabial folds etched on his youthful face. Fujino Shizuka's hand rested gently on these 2 young faces, her lips forming a faint smile. Chu Feng's lips curled up slightly. The cycle begins anew. The Tower of Myriad Realms. Hundreds of figures suddenly appeared simultaneously. They stood face to face, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at one another. Did you just come out of the ninja instance? Yes, and you? What exactly happened inside the instance? I don't know. I just remember the entire empire being destroyed, then time suddenly froze, and after that, I came out. I got slapped to death by a spirit beast. Ahem, it's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I got killed right at the start of the charge. Everyone was at a loss, utterly confused about what had actually transpired. Wait, didn't our panel show the instance failure notification? A surprised voice came from nearby. Luo Nanping opened his panel and stared at the remaining challenge attempts, his face full of doubt. Typically, after failing a mission, the personal panel would display the remaining challenge attempts, indicating how many tries were left before total failure. Luo Nanping had already failed once in this instance, so he had that panel. But when he opened it this time, the number hadn't changed at all. My panel doesn't show the remaining challenge attempts either. A super pupil who had never lost before also exclaimed in surprise. The chubby boy, too, had no time to berate Luo Nanping and hurriedly opened his own panel. Strange, does this really not count as a failure? Could it be that the Tower of the Heavens has a glitch? What's going on here? Even stranger was this, those super pupils who had died before the ninja instance had already lost one attempt previously. But when the cycle restarted, all their attempts were completely refreshed. Refreshed? What was going on here? Of course, only a very few super pupils knew the inside story. They certainly wouldn't reveal such a precious secret easily. Instead, they planned to leak it bit by bit, selling it at a high price to the major guilds to earn a large number of heaven points. As for what would happen to the blinded super pupils, no one cared. After all, the batch of super pupils who entered the fourth layer either had never lost or had only lost once. So whether the blinded super pupils could regain their sight remained an unknown. In any case, starting today, the news of a major glitch in the ninja instance would stir up a huge storm in the world of super pupils. First, heat up the news, then sell the core intelligence. This was always the routine of these old foxes. In the second cycle world's ninja empire, it was a city of death. Though on the surface, it looked much like what Chu Feng had seen the first time he used Mitian. On closer inspection, the entire empire was utterly devoid of people. Chu Feng withdrew from his Mitian form and stepped out of a secret room. He opened the door. In the living room sat a calm and composed young man cross-legged. His back was to Chu Feng, meditating with his eyes closed. Though older than the little boy in the photo, now an adult, the deep nasolabial lines revealed this was Phantom Raven. Is this the reincarnation illusion you recreated? Doesn't look too bad. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, his mind already connected to the systems Betty and Shui, ready at any moment to shatter the illusion. Phantom Raven suddenly spoke. You don't need to talk to me using your identity in this world. I've been wanting to meet you. He turned to face Chu Feng, his pupils rippling with water like waves, eerie and unfathomable. If you weren't occupying my father's body, I'd actually like to have a good chat with you. After all, I'm quite interested in your world. Chu Feng froze for a moment, then his brow furrowed sharply. How do you know about our world? Who knows? Phantom Raven shrugged. Perhaps this illusion has refreshed countless times, and seeing your people repeatedly play the same game in this empire, I came to understand. Chu Feng took a deep breath, a flash of golden light in his eyes. The supreme twin pupils. He suspected Phantom Raven had used an illusion on him. Directly using the supreme twin pupils, he confirmed whether the other was lying. The scene before him changed. Phantom Raven sat within this space, gazing coldly with his reincarnation pupils at the ninja empire outside, watching wave after wave of super pupils enter and engage in schemes and betrayal. Over and over again. Though the roles these super pupils played were similar, their pupil techniques revealed they were indeed different people. Phantom Raven could see the characters entering the instance? What was going on? Chu Feng's brow furrowed tightly. To him, the characters within the instance were nothing more than a group of endlessly refreshing NPCs. But, could NPCs actually see the real world? Was this guy in front of him truly a heaven pupil? Chu Feng began to doubt. He himself had the extraordinary origins, aura of the heavens, allowing him to play special roles. The possibility that this heaven pupil was backed by a super pupil couldn't be ruled out. You suspect I'm the same as you? Phantom Raven seemed to see through Chu Feng's thoughts and smirked disdainfully. If that were the case, I wouldn't be angry about you impersonating my father. Suit yourself. Chu Feng activated the eternal divine eye to keep his mind clear. Though Phantom Raven's ability to see the instance world surprised him, he was still an enemy. And facing the enemy, he couldn't let their words sway him. Killing him was a task that had to be completed. I can sense your intent to kill. How do you plan to break my reincarnation world? Phantom Raven stared calmly at Chu Feng. You've already used one Betty in Shui. To use a supreme illusion technique would be the only way to break my reincarnation world. But you already used the trump card against Ashina Shin. In my reincarnation illusion, I can control you however I want. Oh, and if you die, doesn't it directly count as instance failure? Because you'll enter another instance world. Before the words even fell, Phantom Raven's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. This world of reincarnation suddenly flipped, as if heaven and earth had turned 180 degrees. Chu Feng's body immediately left the ground, falling infinitely toward the sky. If this world was a reincarnation illusion, like the ancient heavenly court, there should be boundaries. As long as he escaped the boundaries, the instance would count as a failure. His thoughts firmed. Chu Feng didn't hesitate any longer and took out another Betty in Shui from the system. Boom! The space shattered layer by layer the moment Chu Feng took out Betty in Shui. In the next second, The scene before him underwent a massive transformation. Beneath his feet was a barren land. Scattered nearby were fragments of wood. Phantom Raven stood among the woodchips, his back to Chu Feng. "Ah, this is the real world, isn't it?" Chu Feng sneered coldly. No illusory Night Clan, no ninja empire, not even a single figure in sight. Only one desolate Heaven's Eye wielder, endlessly repeating in cycles of reincarnation, trapped in the self-hypnotized lie. When he awakened the reincarnation eye, he destroyed the illusory Night Clan, obliterated the empire, and annihilated all life here. It could be said without hesitation. The illusory Night Crow committed an unforgivable mistake. He could only choose between the empire and his family. He thought that choosing the empire meant choosing peace and justice. In the end, he became a sinner who massacred tens of thousands of lives. Ultimately, he could only create a cycle of illusions to deceive himself, becoming the most depraved of beings. The illusory Night Crow turned to look at Chu Feng, his eyes cold and emotionless, devoid of any human sentiment. He said indifferently, "How much do you truly understand about the power of the reincarnation eye?" "Just enough to break your illusionary cycle," Chu Feng replied calmly, unmoved by his words. "Humph." The illusory Night Crow sneered. "That's why you dare to be so arrogant." Chu Feng frowned. From his perspective, the illusory Night Crow should be similar to himself, someone who wouldn't waste words unnecessarily. But today, his behavior was unexpected. Could it be that there was some secret hidden in this instance? "What exactly are you trying to say?" Chu Feng asked in a low voice. Perhaps, from the illusory Night Crow, he could better understand the truth about the Tower of Multiverses. The illusory Night Crow was silent for a few seconds. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if I tell you. After all, you might be the last person to hear me speak. If I don't say it now, I might never have the chance. The reincarnation eye is an eye that reaches the divine realm. Reviving the dead, even altering the past, these are within its capabilities. When I awakened the reincarnation eye, I intended to sacrifice myself to rewrite everything that had happened. Unfortunately, when I used the eye's power, this world underwent unexpected changes. I was imprisoned in another illusory space, unable to move, unable to even break my own illusion. Later, as I studied the use of the reincarnation eye, I discovered that I could see another place. It was the ninja empire I was familiar with. But the difference was, there were many outsiders like you, who seemed to enter this world in some peculiar manner, playing various roles. I wanted to figure out what was going on. Each time a mission ended, it would automatically reset to the initial moment. Your appearance surprised me. I thought I had finally found the answer. But it seems you're just another character in all of this." Chu Feng frowned, deep in thought. According to the illusory Night Crow, the illusion he saw was the experience of other superpowered individuals entering this instance. All of this was a consequence of his attempt to rewrite the past using the reincarnation eye. But what happened afterward was completely beyond his expectations. He hadn't truly rewritten the past, or rather, an accident had occurred. The world of reincarnation he created had turned into an instance. No wonder. This instance was so unique. "What you say is interesting, but I'm sorry, I don't have time to discuss this with you here. I need your eyes. Once I clear this instance, I'll leave this place." Chu Feng activated the eternal divine eye, his mind regaining its calm and decisiveness. He didn't care whether these matters were true or not. Too much time had already been wasted on this issue. The illusory Night Crow shook his head. "Do you really think you can kill me? If I had just obtained the reincarnation eye, perhaps your mysterious eye techniques might have caught me off guard. But, after witnessing tens of millions of similar cyclical dreams, I developed a new ability, Infinite Tsukuyomi." In the next moment, countless chains suddenly entwined Chu Feng. The scene before his eyes changed once more. Another boundless illusion. The illusory Night Crow gracefully approached Chu Feng and said, "Though I am trapped in this world, I don't intend to surrender so easily. Your arrival has provided me with some amusing information. Perhaps, after killing you, I might find a way out." Chu Feng struggled, discovering that the chains carried a sealing power. Any significant exertion would cause his body to counteract violently. He focused his mind, gathering immense ocular power, attempting to break the illusion. Yet, it didn't work. Netherworld frost. Chu Feng concentrated an ice blue light in his pupils, unleashing a mind-controlling ocular technique toward the illusory Night Crow. But the figure of the illusory Night Crow merely wavered slightly. Using the eternal divine eye, Chu Feng fixated on him, realizing the figure was merely an illusion. The real body was nowhere to be found. The illusory Night Crow spoke softly, "This is the second supreme illusion technique I developed. Strictly speaking, this illusion is even stronger than Koto Amatsukami. Not even supreme ocular techniques can counteract each other. In other words, no matter how many Kodo Amatsukami you use, it won't work on me. And now, it's over. The illusory Night Crow's eyes shifted, and several pitch-black spikes emerged from the ground, piercing directly toward Chu Feng. In the infinite Tsukuyomi, death would inflict the same damage on the physical body. This was a real dream. Black spikes pierced through Chu Feng's body. In the next second, ugh, ugh, the illusory Night Crow abruptly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His pupils contracted violently. He appeared suddenly, standing where Chu Feng had been just moments ago. The two had swapped places. Chu Feng now stood where Phantom Night Crow had been, walking forward gracefully, a faint smile playing on his lips. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Your ocular technique is truly impressive. So, I'll take it. His left eye transformed into a series of ripple-like patterns. Phantom Night Crow stared at Chu Feng's left eye, a bitter smile forming on his face. I didn't expect you to have such a hidden card up your sleeve. A new supreme ocular ability ***, the Eye of Samsara ***. When the Eternal Divine Eye reached the 6th tier, Chu Feng acquired an exceedingly powerful ocular technique, one he had never used before. Ocular technique, copy. This ability allowed him to replicate one capability from his opponent's ocular techniques. Although it could only replicate one ability, it was more than enough to serve as his ultimate life-saving trump card. When facing advanced ocular technique users, Chu Feng's true ace wasn't the Kodo Amatsukami. It was his ability to copy his opponent's ocular techniques and use their power to retaliate. Is Infinite Tsukuyomi formidable? Indeed, it's immensely powerful. But this top-tier ocular technique has a fatal flaw: it cannot counter itself. Infinite Tsukuyomi creates a real dreamscape. When two real illusions overlap, they still form a real illusion. At that level, illusions cease to be illusions and instead become reality. Two realities overlapping naturally create a compounded reality. Thus, the one who uses the supreme illusion first is at a disadvantage, because the one who uses it afterward can seize control of the situation in reverse. As long as Chu Feng forced his opponent to reveal their ultimate trump card, he could turn it into his own weapon to counter them. Phantom Night Crow failed precisely because of this. Jet black spikes pierced through Phantom Night Crow's body. The ninjas of the Phantom Night clan were unparalleled in ocular techniques, but their defensive and regenerative abilities were mediocre. They couldn't even compare to ordinary ninjas. Especially after Phantom Night Crow used Infinite Tsukuyomi, his ocular power was entirely drained, leaving him unable to use any other techniques. Not everyone was like Chu Feng, awakening multiple supreme ocular abilities and being inherently endowed with exceptionally high ocular power. After losing his final trump card, this supreme eye wielder smiled faintly, as if accepting his fate or finding closure. You're an interesting opponent. I once thought I could rewrite destiny, but in the end, I was defeated by the rewritten destiny. Perhaps, this is my fate. Phantom Night Crow closed his eyes. I hope, with this eye of mine, you'll see the truth of this world. The next moment. Boom! The dream shattered. Chu Feng stood alone on a desolate plain, before him the destroyed estate of the Phantom Night clan. In the distance, the empire itself had been reduced to ruins. Chu Feng gazed at the scene before him and suddenly fell silent. For the first time, this devastated empire seemed so real to him. It was as if this was a truly destroyed and shattered reality. Just like the world beyond the Tower of Realms. He shook his head, withdrawing his thoughts, no longer dwelling on these irrelevant matters. Opening the system panel, a notification popped up. Congratulations on completing the Samsara Dungeon quest, the real world. Unlocking achievements for this Samsara Dungeon. You defeated the Supreme Eye Wielder of the Samsara Dungeon and obtained an additional Supreme Ocular ability, the Eye of Samsara. For details, please check the Supreme Ocular panel. You completed all achievements in the Samsara Dungeon and earned an SSS grade evaluation. Rewards, Void Points +0. Rewards, Evolution Points +0. You have unlocked the SSS grade exclusive rewards special privilege, Infinite Disguises. Infinite Disguises, you can freely edit displayed titles. Special note, this privilege is only available to select Supreme Eye Wielders. Please refrain from publicly claiming it as a VIP level service to maintain its exclusivity. So that's how it is. Looking at the Void Points and Evolution Points listed in the quest rewards, Chu Feng began to understand. At the moment he broke through Samsara, he had already entered another dungeon. The Ninja World dungeon quests were entirely cancelled. It was akin to jumping from one quest into a hidden, entirely different quest. And even the dungeon world had changed. In the dungeon where Phantom Night Crow resided, there was initially no challenge quest at all. Only by destroying the entire ninja empire could one enter this branch. And this dungeon didn't have quests assigned by the Tower of Realms, meaning there were no additional rewards. There were only extra supreme ocular abilities and the fixed exclusive rewards earned after an SSS grade evaluation. This time, the SSS reward wasn't the Void Halo but a special privilege: infinite disguises. This would be incredibly helpful for concealing his identity. In future dungeons, when trading with others, he could simply change his disguise, ensuring no one could guess his true identity. It was quite a practical ability. Opening the Supreme Ocular panel, a brand new interface appeared before Chu Feng. Supreme Eye, the Eye of Samsara. Level, Tier 1, 290-010/1000. Abilities, Samsara Illusion. Samsara Illusion: you can create a Samsara illusion that simulates everything occurring around you. Note, every 3 tiers, the Eye of Samsara gains a new ability while enhancing existing skills. Chu Feng glanced at the 290,010 evolution points remaining at his disposal, an enormous amount he couldn't exhaust. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Eye of Samsara directly to the 6th tier. You spent 1,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eye of Samsara to Tier 2. You spent 5,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eye of Samsara to Tier 3. You spent 20,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eye of Samsara to Tier 4. You spent 50,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eye of Samsara to Tier 5. You spent 100,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eye of Samsara to Tier 6. Opening the panel again. Supreme Eye, the Eye of Samsara. Level, Tier 6, 114/010/200,000. Abilities, Samsara Illusion, Samsara Rebirth, New, Infinite Tsukuyomi, New. Samsara Rebirth: during dungeon quests, when a target is on the brink of death, you can use the Samsara Rebirth skill to restore them to the state they were in before receiving fatal damage, limited to 3 uses. Infinite Tsukuyomi: cast Infinite Tsukuyomi on a target to create a real illusion. The longer it is used, the more exponentially the ocular power is consumed. It truly is the Samsara Eye. Its power is overwhelming. Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The Samsara Rebirth was practically an invincible skill. In the dungeon, he now possessed 3 get-out-of-death-free cards. Moreover, this ability could be used on others. It wasn't limited to superite individuals but could also be applied to key characters within the dungeon. It was practically a super cheat code. Unfortunately, this ability could only be utilized within the Tower of Worlds dungeons. It was unusable in the real world, otherwise, it would be far too overpowered. As for the Infinite Tsukuyomi, there was no need to elaborate further. The Phantom Night Crow had already demonstrated the terror of this ability. It could create a realistic illusionary realm and pull opponents into its domain, where anything could be controlled at will. The downside was that it consumed a massive amount of ocular power. Thus, it served as a trump card to deal with formidable enemies. You have completed the Samsara World dungeon. Do you wish to exit? A prompt appeared on the screen. Chu Feng didn't rush to exit. Before leaving, there was still one crucial thing he needed to do: explore the ancient celestial court. Every time he entered a new dungeon, an opportunity to explore the ancient celestial court would refresh. This was a golden opportunity that Chu Feng would never forget. When Chu Feng reappeared in the ancient celestial court, zot sap! A sudden surge of powerful electricity struck him without warning. The electric current instantly broke through the defenses of the Imperial Dragon Talisman and exploded on his body. He had almost died the moment he entered. In the next second, a white light slowly began to condense over Chu Feng's body. The Samsara Rebirth activated. I can't believe I had to use the Samsara Eye right after entering, Chu Feng said with a bitter smile. Thankfully, with the Samsara Rebirth, he could withstand 3 fatal injuries. Furthermore, the skill description stated that its usage count would reset each time he entered a new dungeon. This meant that upon entering the ancient celestial court, his usage count had been refreshed. With this, Chu Feng's sense of security while exploring the ancient celestial court was greatly enhanced. 3 hours remaining. The dungeon interface displayed the remaining exploration time and the rules, which were unchanged from the last time. Chu Feng activated his obfuscation form and quickly scanned for new points of interest. He was currently standing beside the altar where he had previously obtained the Triton halberd. Nearby, there were hardly any unexplored areas left. Overlooking the entire palace, Chu Feng noticed a massive dragon gate in the distance at another corner, seemingly leading somewhere. However, the dragon gate was currently blocked by a white barrier, making it temporarily inaccessible. It seemed that the barrier could only be passed after his Eternal Divine Eye evolved another level and his abilities improved further. Were there any other places of interest? Chu Feng continued to survey his surroundings. Then, he noticed a dilapidated ancient temple to the southwest, faintly glowing with Buddhist light. Perhaps a treasure was hidden there? A thought crossed his mind. Immediately, 2 iron cases appeared at Chu Feng's waist. That's right. It was the omnidirectional mobility gear. In the ancient celestial court, Chu Feng's body still took the form of Phantom Nightju, and the omnidirectional mobility gear, which he had obtained from signing in within the ninja world, still functioned. Although this was a dungeon in the samsara world, since he hadn't yet exited the Tower of Worlds, the sign-in rewards were still valid. Using the omnidirectional mobility gear, Chu Feng's figure swiftly traversed the palaces of the ancient celestial court. It had to be said, the scope of the ancient celestial court was truly massive. Even with the omnidirectional mobility gear, it still took Chu Feng a full hour to reach the entrance of the ancient temple. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A serene and ancient Buddhist chant floated to his ears, flowing like a gentle stream. Crossing the temple's threshold, a withered Bodhi tree came into view. Though its trunk was dry and its branches and leaves sparse, the massive roots suggested that it would have taken at least a dozen people to encircle the tree with their arms. This tree must have lived for thousands of years to grow this large. Chu Feng bowed respectfully to the Bodhi tree, expressing his reverence to the deities and Buddhas of this place. Then, he cautiously ventured deeper into the temple. The ancient celestial court was rife with dangers. The last time he had come to retrieve the trident halberd, he had nearly lost his life. This time, during his second entry, his respawn point had been at the very location where the lightning explosion had occurred. If not for the Samsara Eye's resurrection ability, he would never have had the chance to challenge it again. Even with 2 resurrection chances remaining, Chu Feng dared not waste them lightly. If he encountered a place of certain death, no matter how many times he exited, he would respawn at the same location the next time he entered. He would only die over and over again. With this in mind, he moved even more cautiously and meticulously. Chu Feng activated the Heavenly Fate Eye to observe the flow of energy in the area. The temple before him transformed into a land bathed in holy Buddhist light. Underneath a Buddha statue, he saw a faintly glowing golden square object in the corner. This was a special phenomenon visible only through the Heavenly Fate ability. After confirming the area was safe, Chu Feng quickened his pace and approached. This is a rune. Following the guidance of the Heavenly Fate ability, he shifted a small Buddha statue about half his height and discovered a piece of talisman paper beneath it. The talisman paper bore a design of a Buddhist seal. When he picked it up, a system notification suddenly popped up. You have obtained a heavenly treasure in the ruins of the ancient celestial court, Ancient Buddhist Rune. Ancient Buddhist Rune, a one-time use talisman created by the high monks of the ancient celestial court's Buddhist sect. It can exorcise evil spirits. Quality, unknown. Subsequently, the ancient Buddhist rune appeared in Chu Feng's heavenly treasure interface. He opened the Superite interface, and his personal information now displayed new details. Name, Fengshen. Alias, editable. Age, 17. Super Eyes, Supreme Heavy Eye, Quality Unknown, Eternal Divine Eye, 7th tier, Azure Eye, 5th tier, Heavenly Fate Eye, 5th tier, Samsara Eye, 6th tier. Unlocked Worlds, Martial Arts World, Immortal Cultivation World, Great Zhou Dynasty, Ninja World. The Heavens Treasures, Wayseeker's Wine Flask, 3rd tier, Imperial Dragon Talisman, 5th tier, 3-edged double-bladed sword, Damaged Supreme, Destiny Seal, 6th tier, Castle Academy Pass, Special, Ancient Buddha Talisman, Unknown. The Heavens Legacies, Great Tao to Immortality, Supreme, Sunset True Sword, Supreme, Myriad Demon's Pill, 7th tier. The Heavens Auras, Fortune's Favor, Extraordinary Lineage, 7 days sign-in. Cleared Instances, 4. Evolution Points, 114,010. The Heavens Points, 152,000. This ancient Buddha talisman can be used to dispel malevolence. It will be a great help for my upcoming instance tasks. But unfortunately, there's only one. For instances like the Evil God World or the Demon World, it's very likely that I'll need it. I have to use it sparingly. Although its quality was unknown, Chu Feng was well aware that treasures from the ancient heavenly court could never be ordinary items. As for his alias, he wasn't planning to set one up for now. After obtaining an SSS grade evaluation in an instance, he'd use the title Fengshen, God of Sealing. That way, no one would know that his alias could change at will. Even when interacting with other eye holders, it wouldn't matter if his alias kept changing. After all, the first eye holder he encountered wouldn't know that his title could freely shift. As long as he avoided exposing his identity too easily in both instances and the real world, it would be fine. In the eye holder world, it didn't really matter. After obtaining the ancient Buddha talisman, there wasn't much left to explore in this palace. Using his three-dimensional maneuvering device, Chu Feng roamed around for a while. When the allotted time ended, his figure was automatically ejected, returning to the Heavens Tower. Hey, have you all heard? A group of eye holders who entered the ninja instance actually encountered a bug. No way? You think this is a video game? A bug. The Heavens Tower isn't some MMORPG, bro. Then how do you explain the fact that the failure count of those eye holders who came out of the ninja instance didn't increase? I also heard that the ninja instance suddenly plunged into a catastrophe, and all the eye holders there suffered. But some survived till the later stages, only to discover that the world suddenly froze. Froze? Yeah, the scene just abruptly stopped. Then it was as if they got glitched out, they were suddenly back in the Heavens Tower. My god, something like that can actually happen? What on earth happened inside there? No one knows. Right now, there's a group of eye holders spilling the beans on the forums. Supposedly, 2 guild leaders personally came out to confirm the news, and their archenemies, no less. Feels like there's some hype-making going on here. Let's watch and see how this unfolds. Luo Nanping and that chubby guy both had a deep understanding of the unwritten rules in the eye holder world. After that earlier lesson, the chubby guy had been cramming knowledge like crazy, focusing especially on books like Thick Black Theory and reading Das Kapital 10 times over. Returning to the eye holder world, he played the game of schemes and tactics with even more craftiness. The higher-ups of the 2 guilds also had a good grasp of human nature. They first stirred up a buzz, throwing out some tantalizing tidbits. Then, as for key intel, such as instance experiences and critical segments, they held on to those to sell at high prices. As soon as the news dropped, it sparked an enormous discussion in the eye holder era. Even those eye holders who hadn't yet entered the Heavens Tower were talking about it with great enthusiasm, as though reading a novel. After all, when such bizarre events happen nearby and information spreads so quickly, the discussions are bound to be lively. Plenty of eye holders who hadn't yet stepped into the eye holder era stumbled upon the news while browsing forums online. They quickly passed it on to their own social circles, drawing massive attention. For a time, more and more people flocked to the eye holder era. Countless eye holders gathered, chattering away about the incident. And just then, the Heavens broadcast suddenly issued another announcement. Congratulations to Fengshen for achieving an SSS grade evaluation in the 4th layer reincarnation instance. Fengshen again. The breaking news had just exploded, and the eye holder era's attention was already peaking. Now, Fengshen had snagged another SSS grade evaluation, and everyone was talking about it. This time, the entire eye holder era was in an uproar. Fengshen again. This is already the 4th SSS grade evaluation. Legend. Absolute legend. Notice me, please. Does Fengshen need a decorative pendant for his leg? For SSS scores, this pace is insane. Wait, what's a reincarnation instance? Why haven't we heard of it? No idea. Even some higher tier eye holders were unfamiliar with the reincarnation instance. They had never heard of such an instance. The news of Fengshen's SSS grade achievement also reached Luo Nanping and the chubby guy. The timing felt a bit coincidental. Right as they were ejected from the ninja instance, Fengshen achieved an SSS evaluation. Could there be a connection? However, the chubby guy and Luo Nanping knew nothing about the Heavens Eye Holder route. They had heard rumors about the Heavens Eye Holders, and this shocking news was gradually trickling down from the core guild leadership. But at their level, it was impossible for them to know the specifics of the Heavens Eye Holder route in the ninja world. Let alone the fact that the ninja world connected to a special reincarnation world. Thus, most people just treated it as a coincidence. Major events often seem to cluster together. What connection could there be between the ninja world and the reincarnation instance? Meanwhile, news of Fengshen earning his 4th SSS grade evaluation echoed in the ears of every eye holder. At Castle Academy, the white-haired principal sat by his desk near a floor-to-ceiling window, sipping on a cup of Earl Grey tea. A faint smile crossed his face. Fengshen, quite intriguing. Let's hope our academy's number 001 doesn't disappoint. Sis, Fengshen is way too fast. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, having just finished a glass of lemon tea. A slight ripple flickered in Jiang Shue's eyes as she sighed softly. He is indeed very strong. He cleared the ninja world dungeon in such a short time. Only about an hour, right? Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes were full of admiration. That's right. In real-world time, Xu Feng took just an hour to achieve an SSS rating on the 4th level. The Great Zhou Dynasty and the Xianxia dungeons would take at least several months to complete. In comparison, the Ninja World dungeon progresses much faster. Of course, under normal circumstances, this dungeon would take at least a month. It wouldn't even be surprising if it took a year. After the old man Wei Mingxin's death, the three great empires would have to reselect their rulers, eliminate superoptics users, and fight against the anti-empire alliance's superoptics users for a long time before the dungeon could conclude. This would also involve the empire's development factors. However, Chu Feng's strategy as a Heaven's Eye user this time only required destroying the dungeon. After signing in for 7 days with his All Heavens aura, he had essentially gathered all the materials needed to destroy the empire. Combined with his earlier preparations, his progress was far faster than in the previous 2 dungeons. This speed was simply astonishing. The time spent on a ranked match might even take longer than this. Sis, don't be discouraged. When the time comes, team up with those guys from the group. If you speed up the strategy together, we might surpass Fengshen. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that Jiang Shui was quite affected and quickly comforted her. Forget it. Someone who can consistently achieve 4 SSS ratings in a row is destined to be out of my league. Jiang Shui had just finished speaking when she suddenly noticed a figure appear in the distance. It was Chu Feng. Xiaoyu, you've got quite the timing. Speak of the devil. Jiang Shui joked with a smile. Chu Feng walked over and asked, is Brother Zhong here? You cleared the dungeon so fast, he's still resting inside. Just go find him directly. All right. Chu Feng responded succinctly and immediately headed toward the small seaside inn. Sis, why is he so eager to find Brother Zhong? Jiang Xiaoyu asked curiously as she watched Chu Feng's retreating figure. I don't know either. Seizing the moment when Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't paying attention, Jiang Shui suddenly pinched her cheek. Ah, Jiang Shui. You sneaky little, attacking my adorable cheeks like that. That night, 3 major pieces of news broke in the world of superoptics users. The first big news, the All Heavens Tower seemed to have malfunctioned. Changes occurred in the Ninja Dungeon. Superoptics users emerging from this dungeon were not counted as having failed the challenge. This might be a self-repair mechanism of the All Heavens Tower. What was more intriguing? Superoptics users who had reached the 4th level of the All Heavens Tower went to check and discovered something strange. The Ninja Dungeon option had disappeared. In the 4th level of the All Heavens Tower, the Ninja Dungeon had always been selectable because it was a low difficulty dungeon. Anyone who reached the 4th level could choose this dungeon to challenge. But now, it was gone. This incident sparked endless speculation. Superoptics users flooded forums with all sorts of wild theories. Ah, if these people decided to write novels, they'd definitely be a hit. The second big news, Fengshen achieved his 4th consecutive SSS rating. Could he be the strongest superoptics user in history? However, since Chu Feng had already achieved 3 consecutive SSS ratings, the 4th one left everyone somewhat unsurprised. Moreover, with 2 other major news stories overshadowing it, discussions about Fengshen were surprisingly muted. Some speculated whether he could achieve 5 consecutive SSS ratings, but this was met with skepticism. The third big news, domestic incidents of destructive superoptics users were emerging one after another. Most of these superoptics users were immature teenagers with little education. Suddenly gaining immense power, they started engaging in violations and even acts of public disorder. Now, high-ranking officials in black uniforms had already arrested many of these teens. Investigations revealed that their actions were not without purpose. An organization was behind it. Although the investigation followed this clue, the trail soon went cold. These teens had been given All Heavens points by some veteran superoptics users. They used these points to complete adventure tasks, exchange for stronger All Heavens inheritances, and strive for higher levels. If All Heavens points were traded, the investigation couldn't proceed. After all, the identity-concealing mechanisms of the superoptics era were more secure than bank transfers and cash transactions. In fact, they were nearly impossible to trace. Superoptics users who received All Heavens points had to fulfill their contracts. Because they had signed superoptics agreements, the employers would offer a sum of All Heavens points significant for lower-level superoptics users to carry out their plans for destruction. Moreover, most of those hired were these immature teens. This enraged many people. Some said these superoptics users were societal tumors, solely disrupting public order and being antisocial. Others claimed this was foreign influence infiltrating the country, warranting high vigilance. Still, others argued that the superoptics era's surface tranquility masked a turbulent undercurrent, signaling that the world would never be peaceful again. Various opinions emerged one after another. But one thing was clear. More and more superoptics users began to ponder the meaning of the All Heavens Tower. Beep. The inn's door was unlocked with a keycard. Chu Feng stepped inside and immediately saw Brother Zhong standing by the bed, gazing at the sunset through the window. His faintly outlined silhouette carried an air of mystery. Hearing the commotion, Brother Joan turned around. His standard Cantonese accent instantly shattered the mood. "You've already snagged another SSS rating so quickly. Impressive." "Ahem, it's alright." Chu Feng felt a wave of exasperation. "Big brother, you're already a god-tier player who's reached the 15th level of the All Heavens Tower. Could you not sound so over the top when praising me? You completely lack the aura of a big shot. I've got a few questions to ask you." Chu Feng got straight to the point. "Oh? Regarding the Cthulhu dungeon, I've already prepared everything for you. Full-service intelligence package." As he spoke, Brother Joan transmitted a file to Chu Feng via super optics connection. Besides that, there's something else," Chu Feng said while receiving the data. "Alright then, go ahead. What exactly are Heaven's Eye users in the All Heavens Tower?" Chu Feng stared at Brother Joan, asking seriously. Unfortunately, the man was wearing a mask with the word on it, making it impossible to discern any changes in his expression. "However, as long as there's an agreement for equal cooperation, they shouldn't give me false information, right?" Brother Joan stayed silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "This question, I can't completely answer for you right now. After all, I never intended to follow the path of the Sky Seer, so I don't know much about the mechanics of the Sky Seer. I'm just a Super Seer who has reached the 8th level. Although I have advanced intelligence, I only know the tip of the iceberg about the entire Super Seer era. The Tower of Myriad Realms is like a vast ocean. There are still many unknowns that require Super Seers to slowly explore. These things might only be understood when you climb to a very high level. I don't even know how far I can go. The unknown ahead may rely on you young people with potential to explore. Others can't give you the answers." Chu Feng nodded. "I understand. But, I do have a piece of information for you, though it might not be of much use." Brother Joan paused. "Sky Seer's missions can only be completed once. In other words, once a Sky Seer is killed, they are permanently erased from the Tower of Myriad Realms. Not only that, but missions and locations related to that Sky Seer can no longer be entered, and even the entire world might become sealed. For example, after you achieve an SSS rating in the Martial World, although you can still enter the Martial World, you won't receive tasks related to Feather Sun City anymore. Instead, you'll receive tasks in other locations. The Martial World is vast. Super Seers might be teleported to other areas to complete missions, but Feather Sun City will never reopen, nor will there be tasks related to it, because the Sky Seer there is already dead. The Ninja World is relatively small, essentially just one instance. So once the Sky Seer mission is completed, that world can no longer be selected. So, an SSS rating can only be obtained once because for the same Sky Seer, once their mission is completed, they disappear, along with all related missions. So, does this lead to a bold hypothesis? In the various worlds of the Tower of Myriad Realms, could it be that only the Sky Seers are truly real? It seems I'll have to climb to the higher levels of the Tower of Myriad Realms to truly clarify these answers. Chu Feng responded in a calm tone. "Ha ha ha, exactly. No matter what, these are just speculations." Brother Joan laughed as he turned around. "If that's the case, your goal is clear, conquer the higher levels, and you'll naturally find the answers." "That's right." Chu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Thinking about these things now was of no use to him. The Tower of Myriad Realms had 99 levels, and he had only broken through to the 4th. Although he was stronger than other Super Seers, in the grand scheme of the Tower of Myriad Realms, he had only scratched the surface. Perhaps, this was just the beginning. On this path, Chu Feng had already chosen his direction. No matter the rules of the Tower of Myriad Realms, he was determined to press on. What if the Sky Seers were real? They were just another hurdle. Whether they were real or not, Chu Feng would never show mercy when facing an enemy. He would not go soft on a Sky Seer just because they came from another world. For all he knew, this Tower of Myriad Realms might not have anything good in it at all. Apologies. Chu Feng's moral bottom line only applied to his own people and when standing on the side of righteousness. But when it came to enemies in the Tower of Myriad Realms, he would show no mercy. When he acted ruthlessly, it would be without hesitation. The information on the evil god instance has been given to you. This intelligence exchange is about done. In the future, if you need anything, you can trade for it with myriad points or any unused legacies or treasures you have. In short, as long as the value matches, everything is exchangeable. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future. Brother Jiong said a polite word about cooperation. All right. Chu Feng nodded without saying much more. He had already understood the other party's intentions and promptly exited the room, turning to leave. Opening the Evil God Instance Dossier. Background: Snow Country, 7th Middle School in Chiba Town. There are 7 eerie legends circulating here, turning the school into a cursed place. In this school, there are 7 exceptionally gifted children capable of wielding the power of guardian spirits. Mission: Super Seers will randomly attach themselves as guardian spirits to one of the children. The goal is to help them survive until they leave the school. Notes: this mission is unique. Super Seers, as guardian spirits, cannot act independently. They can only influence the children's behavior through seer techniques, trying their best to keep them out of harm's way. Looking at the dossier, Shu Feng muttered under his breath, the Evil God world is one of the higher-level worlds of the Tower of Myriad Realms. Missions at the lower levels will have relatively reduced difficulty. This Snow Country Middle School is only a small part of the Evil God world. The mission feels more like survival and doesn't even involve confronting a true Evil God-level boss. But there's something special about this mission. As a guardian spirit, I can only attach to the children and influence them with seer techniques. I can't control their bodies freely. This means that ordinary super seers can't actively explore the Skyseer's path. However, if one possesses the Samsara Eye, the situation is different. As long as I activate the Samsara illusion, I can take control of the children and choose the route I want to take. No wonder obtaining the Samsara Eye is a must to complete the Evil God World mission on the 5th level. Otherwise, it would take several more levels. Put simply, Shu Feng's real goal was to gain qualification to enter the Demon Revival Instance as soon as possible. The earlier he obtained the Sky Seer of the Evil God World, the faster he could enter Demon Revival. But the Evil God World belonged to the higher-level instances of the Tower of Myriad Realms, usually accessible only around the 7th or 8th level. If approached step by step, by the time he finished the Evil God Instance, the value of Demon Revival would have diminished. Thus, Brother Jiang's route was to acquire the Samsara Eye on the 4th level, then complete the Sky Seer mission in the Evil God World on the 5th level to gain seer techniques related to demonic and evil entities. By the 6th level, he could enter the Demon Revival personal instance and obtain rewards rivaling those of the 10th level of the Tower of Myriad Realms, maximizing early-stage benefits. Once the Demon Revival instance was cleared by the 7th level, the subsequent missions would almost guarantee SSS ratings, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This was the reason Shu Feng chose this path. The Evil God instance had another unique feature. The main mission was to protect the children and ensure their survival as they left the school, so there was no clear division between Super Seer factions. Only 7 Super Seers would participate, each attaching to a different child. They could cooperate to survive until the end and claim the rewards. But don't think all Superite individuals are friends. In survival dungeons, if other Superite individuals die, you can earn more rewards. Cooperation on the surface might conceal backstabbing in the shadows. With no faction restrictions, you can work together or kill each other. When interests clash, anyone might turn against you. As for the Heavenite individuals in the world of the Evil God, they are connected to the 7 urban legends. According to the records, before the dungeon began, a member of an evil god cult targeted a child with a unique constitution in this high school, named Lin Han. She was born with the 9 nether evil body, a physique capable of bearing immense evil god power. By using her in a ritual, she could become a great artifact for the descent of the evil god. However, this cult member overestimated their abilities. During the ritual, Lin Han devoured them instead. But this kind-hearted girl, after consuming the evil soul, also gave birth to a violent soul. The good and evil souls battled within her, surrounded by a sacrificial formation designed for nurturing the evil god. In the intense conflict, Lin Han's soul split into the school's 7 urban legends. Among them, there were benevolent urban legends as well as malevolent ones. These corresponded to 3 good souls, 3 evil souls, and 1 neutral chaotic soul. To uncover the path of the Heavenite, one must use the good urban legends to eliminate the evil ones, restoring Lin Han's soul to normal for the girl to reappear. At that point, the 7 urban legends will dissipate but will coalesce into a sinister force again, attempting to corrupt Lin Han once more, turning her into a vessel for the evil god's descent. Shu Feng's task as a guardian spirit would be to resist this sinister force, convert it into his own soul power, and nurture a new Heaven Eye, thereby completing the Heavenite individual's task in this dungeon. With the goal clear, Shu Feng directly entered the 5th floor of the All Heavens Tower, ready to select the Evil God World. Driver, did you take a wrong turn? It's been an hour, and we still haven't reached the People's Hospital downtown? On the highway, Uncle Chen stared out the window. The sky was growing darker, and the road was becoming more remote and desolate. He couldn't help but ask. In truth, Uncle Chen had already sensed something was amiss. But the car he hired was a taxi, which was usually under the supervision of relevant authorities and far safer than a rideshare. Besides, what value would there be in robbing an old man with little money? Apologies, sir. The driver turned around, taking off his sunglasses. His eyes suddenly emitted a strange glow. Your ability is quite unique. You're the perfect key to open that door. Uncle Chen was stunned, unable to comprehend what the driver was talking about. Ability? Key? What kind of nonsense is this? But as Uncle Chen gazed at the driver, a wave of dizziness suddenly overwhelmed him. His consciousness blurred, his eyes closed, and his body slumped sideways on the seat. The driver put his sunglasses back on and adjusted his mask. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the taxi sped like a wild horse down the highway, heading rapidly toward the desolate outskirts. Chu Feng, while making his way toward the All Heavens Tower, continued studying the information about the evil god dungeon. According to the rules, only urban legends could counter other urban legends. AI techniques had no effect on them. Urban legends weren't living beings, they were more like a set of terrifying game rules. When you don't understand the rules, urban legends are indeed horrifying. But if you know the rules in advance and know how to exploit them, they're not so scary. These tricks pale in comparison to the tasks in the All Heavens Tower. Hanako-san in the bathroom, the human-faced staircase, the pool that turns red at dusk, the moving Mona Lisa, Tomi who can infinitely regenerate, and the life-size mirror in the art studio near the campus. These 7 urban legends surfaced in Chu Feng's mind as he pondered how to use the connections between them to trigger the Heavenite individual task. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Feng had already reached the 5th floor of the All Heavens Tower. The guiding sprite appeared beside him to assist in selecting a dungeon. At that moment, a conversation drifted over from the side. Junpei-kun, our people are ready. We can enter the evil god world. Can you ensure that I won't die in the dungeon? Don't worry. This dungeon has special mechanics. We've selected 6 Dragon Nation Superite individuals with corresponding abilities. They've all signed Superite contracts and will cooperate with you. Good. Chu Feng listened, his brows furrowing. Judging by the voices, they were from Sakura Nation? Although they spoke quickly in Japanese, in the Superite era, foreign languages were automatically translated. This was the first time he'd encountered foreign Superite individuals. And from the sound of it, they were a team of 7 going in to complete the task. Chu Feng hesitated about whether to wait for the next round. But on second thought, most other Superite individuals entering the evil god dungeon were probably in teams as well, not acting alone. Even if he waited for the next round, it would likely still be a group. Moreover, there probably weren't many Superite individuals who dared to tackle the evil god dungeon on the 5th floor. If he missed this chance, who knew when he'd encounter another? Chu Feng made up his mind. He would compete for a spot. Feigning interest in selecting a dungeon, he discreetly watched the opposing team's movements. He couldn't select a dungeon first. If they found out, they'd definitely avoid him. So, he waited for them to gather their members and enter the dungeon together. Chu Feng didn't believe that, with 7 of them, he couldn't outmaneuver them. While examining the dungeon information, he secretly observed the opposing team. This group of Superite individuals from Sakura Nation was led by Hamazaki Junpei. They seemed to have formed a special task force. Chu Feng had seen related news on the forums. The Superite era had boundaries. Wherever you connected, you'd enter that country's Superite era. In other words, these Superite individuals from Sakura Nation had already arrived in the Dragon Nation. From their conversation, it seemed Hamazaki Junpei had a secret mission. Let's see what secrets you're hiding. Chu Feng discreetly activated his supreme dual pupil ability, focusing his thoughts to lock onto and view Hamazaki Junpei's relevant past in this dungeon. The next moment, the scene before him changed dramatically. A small conference room appeared. Behind Hamazaki Junpei was a projection screen playing videos of the evil god dungeon, all containing strategy information. Seated around the table were 6 Superite individuals, evidently his team members. Hamazaki Junpei pointed at a few images on the screen and said, "This time, the mission is simple. Assist the evil urban legends to eliminate the good ones. This mirror in the art room, which is Lin Han's chaotic soul, will shift closer to the evil tail if we generate more negative emotions at this school. By then, all we need to do is help the evil tail eliminate all the good tails, and the evil god will descend. My pupil technique can seal the evil god within the mirror. At that moment, all you need to do is inject the guardian spirit's power into Lin Han to ensure the target doesn't die. This way, we'll secure an SS rank evaluation for this instance. Does everyone understand?" "Understood." The scene ended here. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. That Junjie, actually knew the heavenly pupil path for this instance? Using tails to combat tails. Whether aiding the evil or the good, the tails would ultimately merge, leading to Lin Han's emergence. Benzaki Junjie was undeniably a seasoned veteran. The other few super pupils around him were likely powerful freelancers. With their super pupil contracts, they could take on scattered tasks from various guilds. Only particularly skilled super pupils could secure such jobs. The rewards were often higher than those offered by guilds, and the freedom was much greater. These individuals wouldn't align themselves with any particular guild, only accepting tasks they preferred with high pay, forming professional teams. But within this setup lay an information gap. The client commissioning the task was none other than the super pupil who had crafted the contract. Therefore, the deeper details of the instance were never disclosed to them. For example, the path Benzaki Junjie had chosen wasn't an SS rank evaluation but an SSS rank one. If it were revealed to be SSS rank, the hiring fee would surely double. Benzaki Junjie clearly understood the heavenly pupil path for the evil god instance, but he deliberately withheld this information to use these freelancers as cannon fodder. Who would have thought, this instance would bring me face to face with someone who also knows the heavenly pupil path? In that case, I absolutely can't let them enter so easily. This time, they must be eliminated. A sharp glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Since the other party knew the heavenly pupil path, there was no way he could let them complete the mission effortlessly. The heavenly pupil mission only offered one opportunity. If they succeeded, his own plans would be completely ruined. That Benzaki Junjie is probably no simple figure. Coming from Sakura Nation yet knowing the heavenly pupil path of the evil god instance. If not for my supreme heavy pupil, I wouldn't have even noticed. Let me take another look at his pupil abilities. Chu Feng now possessed 5 types of super pupils, and his supreme heavy pupil had also upgraded. He could use the supreme heavy pupil on the same target 3 times in succession. For the second use, he chose to inspect the other party's abilities. The scene shifted, entering another instance set in a demonic background. Beside Benzaki Junjie appeared an evil spirit emanating a ghostly purple flame, resembling a combat puppet, which lunged violently at several demons ahead. The demons, being spiritual entities, held an inherent advantage against super pupils due to their numbers and difficulty to handle. But upon encountering Junjie's evil spirit, the demons fled in terror as though they had seen a phantom. The purple evil spirit pursued relentlessly, its speed astonishing, capturing demons and savagely devouring them. The consumed demons transformed into evil energy, which was absorbed into the evil spirit's body, simultaneously feeding back into Junjie's super pupils. Then, facing a stronger demon, Junjie's pupils erupted with a strange, otherworldly purple glow. The massive evil spirit before him was instantly sealed within his pupils, shockingly refined into his evil spirit. The scene ended here. The third time, destiny. Chu Feng peered into Benzaki Junjie's future. The vision was blurred, roughly depicting Junjie possessing a young boy in a school, leading a group of mischievous boys to generate negative emotions and influence the neutral and chaotic tails. There was also a scene of him communicating with the tails. Other parts of the vision were hazy, as though shrouded in a veil. It was likely due to Chu Feng's interference. The supreme heavy pupil could only reveal events that were certain to occur while leaving out uncertain elements. The future held countless possibilities. The supreme heavy pupil could provide fragmented information but not the complete outcome. For Chu Feng, having critical information was sufficient. At this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared on the 5th floor of the heavenly tower, gathering around Benzaki Junjie. Is everyone here? All present. We can start now. Good. Let's enter the instance. The group of super pupils exchanged brief words with Junjie at the center, then opened the instance selection interface. They chose the evil god instance. Confirmed. 7 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the 7 super pupils on the 5th floor of the heavenly tower. However, one of the super pupils standing around Benzaki Junjie showed a bewildered expression. You have already selected the evil god instance. Waiting for other super pupils to confirm. What was going on? Why hadn't he joined the others? He hurriedly tried to establish a super pupil connection to confirm the situation. The result? The target is in another domain of the heavenly tower. Unable to establish a super pupil connection. What? His mind went blank. His teammates were in another domain. So what was this interface he had entered? Damn it, what the hell is that guy up to? Meanwhile, Benzaki Junjie roared in fury. They had agreed long ago to maintain constant super pupil connections upon entering the instance selection interface. Yet, one fool in the team had somehow messed up and failed to keep up. Now they couldn't connect? If super pupils entered the same instance and had previously connected, they could communicate with each other. But if they were in two different instances or if one was outside an instance, connection was impossible. Simply put, the signal couldn't reach. Benzaki Junjia's face darkened. One of his team members had suddenly gone missing, and now they had entered the instance. There was only one possibility. Someone else had chosen the evil god instance at the same time and pushed one of their teammates out. From a statistical standpoint, the likelihood of one person being pushed out of their team of 7 was much higher than all 7 being ejected simultaneously. Benzaki Junjie, did you provoke some enemy? Is someone targeting you? A cold, unfriendly female voice came through the super pupil connection. The speaker was a super pupil from Sakura Nation, and everyone had been wary of her from the start. If not for the bounty being so high, who would take on such a task? Benzaki Junjie had acted cautiously, even taking on an instance in a foreign domain. Clearly, he had been targeted. That's why he came up with the strategy of asking other superite individuals for help. As Shunsuke Hamazaki, at least a core member of a super guild. For someone like him, being targeted was entirely normal. No, if it were truly my enemies, there wouldn't just be 6 people coming in, Shunsuke Hamazaki denied, though it was more to reassure everyone. It's probably just some stragglers who happen to pick the same mission. Stick to the plan. Without him, as long as the progress is on track, there won't be an issue. A woman coolly replied, let's hope everything goes as smoothly as you say. The call ended. Shunsuke Hamazaki squinted his eyes. I don't know which idiot disrupted my plans halfway. Once inside the dungeon, I'll make him regret it. When Shufeng entered the dungeon standby interface, an information panel popped up before him. Dungeon, World of the Evil God. Background asterisk in Chiba Town, Snow Country, at the 7th middle school, there are 7 urban legend stories. Within this school, there are 7 children possessing strong spiritual powers who can command guardian spirits. Mission asterisk superite individuals will be randomly assigned as the guardian spirits of one of these children. Your task is to help them survive until the day they leave the school. Danger level asterisk extremely high. Asterisk note, this mission is special and will not trigger any universal protection effects asterisk. Asterisk note 2, there are no faction divisions within the dungeon. Killing other superite individuals will not grant evolution points, nor will it incur penalties asterisk. Asterisk note 3, if the child you are protecting dies, the dungeon will be considered failed asterisk. Your protective target has been randomly assigned. Protective target, Yuta Izumitani. Chiba Town, Snow Country. Snowflakes fell, blanketing the earth. This sparsely populated country, paired with the even more deserted town, appeared especially desolate. But at the bend of a mountain road, there stood a luxurious building. Inside one of the rooms. Take this punch. Bang! A fist slammed into the wall, producing a muffled thud. Yuta Izumitani sprang up from his bed, looking at his fist that had just struck the wall, suddenly feeling a sharp pain. So it was a dream. Ah, it hurts. Fortunately, his body was small and his arms thin, lacking much strength. Otherwise, the pain would have lingered for days. The small boy cradled his fist, tears welling up from the pain, but he couldn't help but smile. It wasn't because he enjoyed punching walls. Yuta Izumitani had just had a wonderful dream. In the dream, he suddenly possessed immense power, instantly defeating those bullies who tormented him. He had endured for so long, finally able to vent his frustrations, it was incredibly satisfying. The place where he lived was very isolated, with almost no connection to the outside world, as if they were left to fend for themselves. Yuta Izumitani was an orphan. With no one to adopt him since childhood, he had been moved from place to place, eventually ending up here. In this place, he had always been in a vulnerable position. Ever since arriving, he had been frequently bullied. Lifting the thin blanket from his body, Yuta Izumitani's small, thin legs bore several adhesive bandages. Some wounds couldn't even be covered, revealing unhealed scars. His knees still had visible bruises. For a boy accustomed to injury, having a dream where he wielded great power and fulfilled his inner desires made even a month of sore fists feel worthwhile. Sigh, if only I could have that dream a few more times. Yuta Izumitani stared blankly for a moment before suddenly jolting. Ding dong! The sound of a bell rang out, like an alarm echoing in his ears. The little boy immediately jumped up and hurriedly ran out. Oh no, I'm late again. Yuta, is it? A fat man plopped himself onto the desk, his layers of flesh jiggling as he moved. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses, grabbed a glass of water from the desk, and took a sip before flashing a fierce gaze at Yuta Izumitani, causing the young boy to shrink back in fear. Sorry, I overslept today. I'm doomed. Yuta Izumitani felt that today was bound to be an especially bad day. The consequences, well, they wouldn't be pretty. You should know how you'll be punished, right? I happened to see a branch fall outside the door this morning. Using that to discipline you seems just perfect. The man bent down, rummaging under the desk, and suddenly pulled out a thorny vine. If that vine struck, it would undoubtedly leave wounds. The fat man turned, vine in hand, and happened to catch a glimpse of Yuta Izumitani's eyes. He froze. Those eyes had somehow become incredibly sharp, with a ghostly blue light flashing in their pupils. It was as if he were being stared at by a demon. Terrified, the man immediately backed into the corner, cold sweat pouring down his face. You, get out and stand in the hall. Go outside and shovel snow, now go. Yuta Izumitani was startled and quickly ran out. The man's expression was terrifying. Like a wild beast gone mad, ready to pounce and tear someone apart at any moment. Yuta Izumitani didn't dare look at him again. Grabbing a broom, he rushed out to the entrance to start shoveling snow. The area was desolate and empty, not a single person in sight. The usual bullies had also been laying low recently. This was thanks to the fat man's ruthless methods of dealing with unruly troublemakers. If it weren't for his intervention, it wouldn't be so quiet now. In the freezing snow, Yuta Izumitani wore only shorts and a summer jacket as he shoveled outside. Though he was accustomed to the cold, the sudden transition from a heated room to the outdoors would have left any normal person shivering uncontrollably. But Yuta Izumitani noticed something strange about his body today. Despite wearing so little, standing barefoot in the snow, he didn't feel cold at all. And as he continued to swing the broom, his strength seemed to grow with each movement. Could it be, am I really becoming the superhero from my dream? This wild thought crossed Yuta Izumitani's mind. As he continued shoveling, ding-a-ling, the bell rang again. A group of restless boys, bored out of their minds, came charging out. Hey, isn't that Yuta? Why's he shoveling snow? Mocking laughter came from the side. If he doesn't finish, he'll probably be punished, right? No sooner had the words been spoken. A snowball flew straight at Yuta Izumitani. What's your problem? Yuta Izumitani was furious. The snow he had painstakingly cleared was now a chaotic mess thanks to these troublemakers. Although his body was frail, he was defiant. Oh, showing some attitude now, are we? Suddenly, a towering figure standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds shoved aside a few people and stepped forward. Izumiya Yuta felt a tinge of fear. Uehara Kotaro was the most robust and well-developed among his peers. Despite his young age, his physique was equivalent to 2 grown men, and everyone feared him to some extent. Izumiya Yuta hadn't expected those thugs to bring Uehara Kotaro along, and he instantly felt intimidated. Kneel down and apologize. Uehara Kotaro sneered menacingly as he gave the command. The others gathered around to watch. Many of the thugs took the moment to enjoy the spectacle, surrounding the scene as if anticipating a fight. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Izumiya Yuta clenched his teeth. His delicate face revealed a trace of stubbornness. I won't. Ha, got some backbone, huh? I like it when tough guys kneel before my fists. A sinister grin spread across Uehara Kotaro's face. He lunged forward abruptly, charging at Izumiya Yuta. Whoosh! All anyone could see was the towering figure of the 6-foot-tall man, transforming into a blur as he darted past their eyes with incredible speed. Uehara Kotaro, born with naturally developed muscles and a physique built purely of solid muscle, not only possessed immense strength but also astonishing explosive power. The male onlookers began mocking, while some of the girls instinctively covered their eyes. That kid Izumiya is done for, huh? Yeah, picking a fight with Uehara Kotaro, that troublemaker? If he can walk out of here alive today, it'll be a miracle. Ha, I wonder if this will lead to a showdown with the disciplinary officer. Now that would be entertaining. Izumiya Yuta, standing at less than 5 feet tall, had legs thinner than some girls. Compared to Uehara Kotaro, he looked like a rag doll facing a tiger. As the rag doll seemed moments away from being torn apart by the tiger. Almost everyone could envision the scene of Izumiya Yuta being savagely beaten. However, Izumiya Yuta's left eye suddenly became profound and sharp. Uehara Kotaro's movements, which seemed lightning fast to everyone else, were as slow as a turtle in his perspective. Moreover, he could discern the flaws in the other's actions. At that instant, Izumiya Yuta took a deep breath. He shifted slightly to the side, dodging Uehara Kotaro's lunge. Then, with a sudden burst of force from his back leg, he delivered a vicious kick to Kotaro's groin, a ruthless low blow. A piercing scream instantly echoed across the entire school. The surrounding thugs were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what had just transpired. The scream didn't come from Izumiya Yuta, it erupted from Uehara Kotaro's mouth. No one could have imagined that this 6-foot-tall giant could produce such a high-pitched, shrill sound, one that was even louder than the loudest screamer in their class. You actually used such a dirty move." Uehara Kotaro clutched his groin, his face twisted in agony. Every male present wore an expression of sympathy. My God, that kick from Izumiya was brutal. Can people even kick like that? Ahem, Kotaro's definitely not going to let him off the hook for this in his lifetime. At the same time, many people began to change their opinion of Izumiya Yuta. This guy actually defeated Uehara Kotaro? Izumiya Yuta snapped back to reality, lowering his gaze to look at his hands, then to his feet. That feeling just now, could it have been real? Did I really land that kick? Did I actually manage to defeat Uehara Kotaro, the toughest guy in the 7th district? The feeling was like a dream. Wait. Last night's dream, it seemed like this exact scene happened. Izumiya Yuta stared blankly at the scene before him. He remembered this moment happening in the dream. Could it be that he had awakened the ability to foresee the future? In the manga he had borrowed recently, the protagonist was a loser who suddenly awakened a powerful ability, defeated all the villains along the way, rose to the top, and won over a beautiful heroine. Sure, the plot was cliched and overused. But to Izumiya Yuta, a boy who had grown up in darkness, it was like a whole new world had been opened to him. He stood there, staring in a daze at Uehara Kotaro, who was writhing on the ground and unable to get back up. It all felt like a dream. You just wait. I'll be back." Uehara Kotaro clutched his groin, limping away, but not without leaving a parting threat. Honestly, if he had just waited a few minutes for the pain to subside, he could have fought again. But with so many people watching, the fact that he, a massive figure, had been kicked in his most vulnerable spot by a tiny guy was too humiliating to bear. There was no way Uehara Kotaro could swallow this indignity, and he would certainly find an opportunity to get back at this little runt Izumiya. Where did he even learn such a vicious move? Cunning, absolutely cunning. Did he really just scare him off? The thugs who had come with Uehara Kotaro were dumbfounded. Izumiya Yuta turned to glare at them. The group of thugs immediately panicked. Even combined, they couldn't take on Uehara Kotaro. "Let's get out of here." The disorganized mob, having lost their leader, turned tail and fled, not daring to linger any longer. Soon, only Izumiya Yuta was left standing there, alone. Ha 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 ha. The boy threw his head back and laughed, a laughter filled with unrestrained joy, uninhibited and unbridled, as tears streamed down his face. In that moment, his emotions were indescribable: excitement, exhilaration, relief, and the surge of ambition finally realized. The bittersweetness of his past experiences seemed to blend together in this moment, creating an indescribable taste. In the corner, 6 teenagers of similar age gathered, 4 boys and 2 girls. Their faces bore an expression of cold indifference that was far beyond their years. Their sharp gazes, even tinged with a hint of murderous intent, were locked onto the boy laughing so radiantly at the school gate. "What do you think? Should we go ahead and take care of him now?" A girl with a ponytail said coldly as she glared at Izumiya Yuta. "He's definitely that newly awakened eye master." Everyone turned their attention to the boy behind them. He was quite handsome, with pale skin, but his gaze carried something unusual. Hamazaki Shunsuke hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head. "That guy's probably just a clueless idiot, completely unaware of the situation he's been thrown into, a pawn dumped into the evil gods scenario. His ocular technique is a combination of power and combat type, capable of enhancing the physique of a superite individual. But this ability is practically useless in the Cursed God Dungeon. I don't even understand how he managed to fight his way through to the 5th layer of the superite. Let's focus on completing our own mission. As long as he can survive these few days, he'll clear the dungeon. He's not our real target, so let's not get involved with him and risk unnecessary trouble." Understood. After the discussion ended, the 6 superite individuals split up and began their operations across the campus. In a certain special space, Chu Feng sensed the changes around him and concentrated his spiritual energy. After taking on the form of a guardian spirit, he could monitor his surroundings with a 360-degree field of vision, having complete control over the situation at all times. The actions and reactions of the 6 superite individuals could not escape Chu Feng's scrutiny. Interesting. Among them, there's someone with the eye of mind control. That's far more direct than my eye of reincarnation, Chu Feng chuckled. In truth, if he activated the reincarnation illusion, he could directly control Izumiya Yuta and seize his body. But in the end, he chose a different method. When Chu Feng descended onto Azumi Yuta as a guardian spirit, he had already seen the entirety of his life. For some reason, Chu Feng suddenly wanted to follow the normal course of action, to protect this boy as his guardian spirit. Perhaps it was a whim. But Chu Feng was resolute in using this method to complete the mission of a celestialite individual. To attempt this act of guardianship. At 10 o'clock at night, Izumi Yuta returned to his dormitory from the office of the dean. The incident that occurred at school today, though clearly instigated by Uehara Kotaro, ended with Izumi Yuta being punished since the other party was technically the victim. That evening, the dean had lashed him a few times with a whip, a treatment that was blatantly unfair. However, Izumi Yuta couldn't even be bothered to dwell on it anymore. Having acquired such immense power, he was so thrilled that he could hardly sleep at night. Besides, when the dean saw the glare he gave earlier in the morning, he seemed somewhat intimidated and didn't dare to hit him too hard. Who knew how formidable this frail-looking boy truly was? The dean only gave him 2 symbolic lashes, and with Yuta's strength and physique, these superficial wounds barely mattered. In fact, when the dean was whipping him, Yuta was actually lost in thought, returning to his empty dormitory. To be precise, he had his own room to himself after being bullied repeatedly when sharing accommodations with his classmates. Once, while using the restroom, another boy suddenly shoved him from behind, causing him to fall and hit his head on the wall, resulting in significant bleeding. Fortunately, it wasn't serious and only required simple bandaging. But ever since then, Izumi Yuta had been assigned his own dorm room to avoid further bullying from his peers. After a quick wash, Yuta lay down on his bed, imagining how he could use his newfound power to protect his friends from harm. Wait, I don't really have any friends. He froze, suddenly realizing this fact. Awkward. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, Yuta's consciousness gradually blurred, and before long, he drifted into sleep. However, when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a desolate mountain. The ground beneath his feet was barren, and the distant, bald mountain peaks were lifeless, devoid of any insects, birds, or beasts. There wasn't even a blade of grass. From this desolate mountain, he could see in the distance a sinister tower brimming with malice, suspended over an abyss and held up by chains. A chilling wind, mingled with blood-curdling wails, blew from the direction of the floating tower, like the cries of ghosts from hell. Izumi Yuta felt a surge of fear and took a few steps back, only to bump into a figure. "Who's there?" The young boy jumped back in alarm, turning his head to see an old man in tattered clothing, holding a wine jug and smiling at him. "Ha, you inherited power from me, and now you ask who I am?" The old man took a sip of wine and pointed at Yuta, saying, "Have you recently noticed yourself gaining some special abilities?" Yuta froze for a moment and quickly understood, his eyes lighting up. "My powers came from you? You and I are connected by fate. That's why I passed this power on to you. However, what you can use now is only a small portion of it. To unleash even greater strength, you must learn how to control it." The old man's tone was calm and unhurried. Can I become your disciple?" Yuta stammered, so excited that he could barely speak. The old man didn't say much, simply nodding. The disciple ceremony was simple yet solemn. Yuta stood respectfully and asked, "What other powers do I have? How do I use them? Will I become strong in the future?" He fired off a series of questions in one breath, then quickly scratched his head, realizing he was being overly hasty. The old man didn't mind and smiled as he explained, "Your true power lies in your soul energy, which can manifest as different ocular techniques." "Ocular techniques? For example, like this." The old man casually glanced at a mountain peak in the distance. In an instant, a silver blade of energy sliced through the air, crossing hundreds of feet and splitting the mountain in half. Yuta's eyes widened. "Wow, that's incredible. Want to learn?" "Of course I do." The young boy nodded fervently. "First, try focusing your mind." The old man patiently guided him. Yuta closed his eyes, concentrating hard to sense the soul energy within him. The next second, he opened his eyes. A blade of energy, summoned by sheer will, slashed through the void. This was the embryonic form of the void slash technique. Though its power was far from being able to split mountains like the old man's earlier demonstration, it already had significant destructive potential. Remember, deadly techniques can't be used recklessly. Only when you're in danger should you strike back at your enemies, the old man said sternly. "Next, I'll teach you other ocular techniques." He then demonstrated techniques like netherworld frost, fate suppression, and killing intent condensation. Yuta learned incredibly quickly, mastering the basics in no time. This was also due to his special identity, which allowed him to borrow the power of his guardian spirit. Superite individuals, in their guardian spirit form, could possess the youth, making it much easier to learn ocular techniques once they understood the guardian spirit's existence. The energy consumed was the guardian spirit's soul energy. This made mastering the techniques significantly simpler. You've now grasped the basics of this power. From here on, how you use it is up to you. The old man smiled and suddenly remembered something. Also, if you ever have the chance, go to the third stall of the girls' restroom on the third floor of the old school building and knock on the door 3 times. There, you'll find another disciple of mine, your senior sister, named Miss Hanako. All you need to do is softly recite 2 lines, Miss Hanako, are you there? Then she will appear. You'll need her help someday. Izutani Yuta was startled upon hearing this. As expected, a master who could impart powers through dreams would naturally have extraordinary disciples as well. Could it be that a whole new world was truly about to open its doors to him? Yes, master. He agreed without hesitation. There are other places in the school that will require your power. When the time comes, I'll give you a hint. Just do as you're told. After saying this, the old man's figure slowly faded away. Izutani Yuta felt a pang in his heart and quickly followed after him. Excuse me, master, I still don't know your name. The old man turned around, took a hearty swig from his wine flask, and said with a laugh, You can call me the wine Taoist. The next day, Izutani Yuta returned to his class. As soon as he pushed the classroom door open, he froze in place. In the very moment he stepped inside, the entire class turned their heads in unison to look at him. In their gazes, there was admiration, surprise, fear, and even reverence. Regardless of what emotion, they all pointed to one undeniable fact. He, Izutani Yuta, who used to be a small, insignificant, often bullied nobody on the fringes of society, had now become the center of attention for the entire school. Especially the scene where he had disabled Uehara Kotaru with just one kick, many of his classmates still remembered it vividly. Izutani Yuta gave an awkward smile, walked to his seat, scratched his messy hair, and felt a little out of place. Even though he'd suddenly gained immense power, being stared at by the entire class like this all of a sudden was still a bit embarrassing. Ring ring ring. The school bell for the 8 a.m. class sounded. Shortly after, a middle-aged male teacher with polished shoes, a suit, and a receding hairline walked into the classroom. His outfit was meticulous and entirely different from his usually casual appearance. Following behind him was a slightly shy girl, presumably a transfer student. However, the moment the girl entered the classroom, all eyes that were previously on Izutani Yuta shifted to her. She instantly became the center of attention. Such a cute girl. How could there be someone even prettier than our class belle? This is unbelievable. Oh my god, how could a girl with such looks end up in our school, 7th high? Kamigawa-kun, hit me and see if I'm dreaming. A girl like this actually came to our class? Slap, I already slapped myself, and it hurt a lot. You still want to try? Ahem, you guys in the back, we're in the middle of class. Can you tone it down a bit with the overreactions? The new transfer student, like a moonlit goddess, immediately captured everyone's attention as she stepped into the classroom. From today onward, Tomi-san will be a member of our class. Everyone should get along well with her and not bother her, okay? The male teacher cleared his throat. He originally intended to say don't bully her, but upon considering Tomi's beauty, he quickly changed it to don't bother. Who would dare bully a girl like this? That would be courting death. Hello, everyone. My name is Tomi. Tomi wore a polite smile. Although it was graceful, it carried a faint sense of distance. One had to admit, her complexion was porcelain white, her figure slender, and for a 14-year-old, she had the maturity of a high schooler, with a well-developed physique. Strangely, beneath her left eye was a beauty mark shaped like a tear, which added a mysterious allure to her already unique charm. As she introduced herself, Tomi maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an invisible confidence. This air of aloofness was a clear expression of her pride. Yet, this pride did not deter the boys. Instead, it left them spellbound, their eyes fixed on her as if enchanted. Some of the girls, on the other hand, wore expressions of disdain, mixed with jealousy. After all, how could such an extraordinarily beautiful girl instantly captivate all the boys? The girls in secret relationships within the class were especially fuming, itching to kick their boyfriends out of their dazed infatuation. Tomi-san, why don't you take the seat in the very back? The male teacher worried that placing such a stunning girl at the front would render the boys incapable of focusing on the lesson, as all their attention would be drawn to this little enchantress. And the seat in the back coincidentally happened to be right behind Izutani Yuta. This girl, something's off about her. Izutani Yuta furrowed his brows. At first, he too had been stunned by her beauty. But his instincts told him that there was something strange about her aura that made him uncomfortable. Her allure felt as if it was deliberately designed to control people's minds. Izutani Yuta felt a cold sensation in his left eye, suppressing the impulse in his heart. It allowed him to calmly observe his surroundings. When Tomi walked past Izutani Yuta, she noticed that he was the only one in the class who didn't show much interest in her. She slightly raised an eyebrow and quietly took the seat in the back row. Clearly, the male teacher had underestimated Tomi's charm. During class, the boys couldn't help but glance back at her. They thought they were being subtle, but to the homeroom teacher standing at the lectern, their actions were both absurd and obvious. It was like watching a duck trying to turn its head inconspicuously, pretending no one could see it, utterly awkward. By the end of the lesson, at least a dozen boys were summoned to the office for a thought correction session. The ones who weren't called in could no longer contain themselves and eagerly rushed to Tomi's side, each trying to be the first to talk to her. Unexpectedly, Tomi pulled her chair over to Izutani Yuta's side, sat down, and deliberately put on an innocent expression as she leaned closer. "Hello, my name is Tomi. May I know your name?" As she spoke, Tomi intentionally paused, showing a shy expression as she lowered her head. From the side, her fair face flushed with a light pink hue. "Oh my God!" The other boys felt as if a stampede of 10,000 wild horses had just galloped through their hearts. So it turns out, the reason Tomi transferred to this class was because she liked Izutani Yuta. Now it all made sense. A girl this beautiful could easily attend an elite school for celebrities. Why would she come to such a rundown school? And the moment she entered the class, she went straight for Izutani Yuta. Clearly, she had a purpose in mind. Realizing all of this, every boy was consumed with envy. Their hearts surged with a wave of jealousy. Jealousy. How could such a beautiful girl end up with another guy? What was so special about Yuta Izumigu? Some of the boys even started thinking about causing trouble for Yuta Izumigu. However, when they recalled the scene from yesterday, Kotaro Uehara being ruthlessly kicked, they immediately chickened out. Even the toughest guy from 7th middle school couldn't handle it. If they, mere nobodies, tried anything, wouldn't they just be asking for death? They couldn't win a fight, and their girlfriend was stolen. It was infuriating. Bang! Suddenly, Yuta Izumigu abruptly stood up from his seat. The entire class froze in shock. What's wrong? Tomi jumped in fright, her eyes staring at Yuta with a look of grievance, as if his sudden action had scared her. From her reaction, Tomi seemed like a delicate, timid girl, easily startled, evoking a protective instinct in others. Yuta Izumigu took a deep breath, his expression complicated as he looked at Tomi and said slowly, "Classmate, I need to go to the restroom." Tomi. The boys in the class watched Yuta Izumigu's departing figure as he left the classroom, almost as if worshipping a war god. Instantly, they grabbed chairs nearby and surrounded Tomi, forming an impenetrable barrier. Outside the classroom, Yuta Izumigu walked to a deserted corner, his legs suddenly giving out. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. What kind of monster is that? It's terrifying." A glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. The moment Tomi had been facing him, his vision had changed. Where was the cute girl? Tomi's body suddenly split apart, yet no blood spilled. Instead, she split into two individuals. Her expression turned monstrously vicious, like a feral demon. Her mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs, and her eyes were dripping with blood. She was more horrifying than any monster in a horror movie. In that vision, Yuta Izumigu jumped in fright and quickly unleashed a void slash from his eye. The silver blade struck, slicing Tomi's body cleanly in half. But the creature didn't die. Instead, it let out a piercing scream and split into several identical copies of Tomi. Identical faces, identical figures, each bearing a grotesque expression, crawling toward him like demons. The next second, the vision returned to normal. Tomi was still sitting in front of him, her smile sweet, her beauty unparalleled. But Yuta Izumigu had already sensed her abnormality and immediately chose to flee. At that moment, his left eye emitted a cold sensation, suppressing the fear in his heart, allowing him to remain calm and excuse himself to the restroom. Even so, by the time he left the classroom, Yuta Izumigu's back was drenched in cold sweat. That vision, was it a warning? Or was it my ocular technique at work? Yuta Izumigu wasn't stupid, he didn't think it was merely an illusion. Last night, the drunken Taoist had already told him. He possessed a powerful soul force within him, which could manifest through ocular techniques. And there was more. A revelation? That's right. Before sobering up, the drunken Taoist had instructed him to act according to any revelation. Perhaps that vision was part of the revelation? Could it be that he could see the true nature of others? Or perhaps what he saw was the future? In truth, Yuta Izumigu's guesses were already quite close to the truth. For someone his age, to grasp the situation so quickly was already remarkable. 7th middle school had a long break period between classes, a full half-hour since there were only 2 periods in the morning. This gave Yuta Izumigo plenty of time to calm himself. How could such a terrifying monster appear on a school campus? And why did I gain this new ability at this exact moment? The drunken Taoist mentioned he had a disciple named Hanako-kun, connected to a strange summoning ritual in the 3rd-floor restroom of the old school building. Could there really be some mysterious force at play in this school? Although the details weren't yet clear, he was already close to uncovering the truth. Yuta Izumigo took a deep breath and decided to head to the old school building immediately to summon the legendary Hanako-san. The drunken Taoist had said he would need Hanako's power, and now seemed to be the critical moment. The old school building of 7th middle school was an abandoned structure. It wasn't just about outdated facilities. There had been numerous incidents there, leaving behind various rumors. At first, the students treated these as mere campus ghost stories. But gradually, no one dared to bring them up, and the old building became a taboo topic at 7th middle school. The old school building had been sealed off years ago, and students were prohibited from entering. There had to be a reason behind this. When he arrived near the old school building, Yuta Izumigo looked around. The abandoned campus was completely deserted. In this remote snowy region, there wasn't even enough money to install surveillance cameras. Thick iron bars had been installed over the corridors and stairways leading to the old building. Such minor obstacles, of course, were nothing for the enhanced Yuta Izumigo. He easily climbed over the bars, jumping down from a height of 3 meters, landing steadily before continuing into the depths of the old building. Many of the classroom doors in the old school building were tightly sealed. Through the windows, he could see the disarray of old desks and chairs piled up inside. The blackboards were covered in various drawings left untouched, with chalk dust scattered across the floor. Even the floors of the hallways were marked with chalk drawings. As Yuta Izumiga reached the stairway of the 4th block of the building, he turned to look back. On the stairs, there was a crooked drawing of a child's smiling face. The child looked as if they were smiling, but most of the time, it seemed more like they were crying. White, pink, blue, gray, various colors of chalk lines intertwined chaotically on the child's face, resembling a group of mischievous children scribbling aimlessly. There was absolutely no pattern, nor any sense of beauty. "Hey, you there! Can you give me a hand?" Suddenly, a voice came from the staircase. Yuta Izumitani became alert immediately and asked in a low voice, Who's up there? I fell down. Can you come up and help me? Where are you? Just come up the stairs and turn the corner. You'll see me. My knee is bleeding, and I can't move." The voice was very tender, not like that of a middle schooler, but more like that of a small child. Taking a deep breath, Yuta cautiously approached the staircase. As his foot stepped on the smiling face of that child, he suddenly felt something soft underfoot. Looking down, he saw a child's face at the foot of the stairs, with bleeding features and an open mouth, as if simultaneously smiling and crying. In the next moment, Yuta felt his foot slip, and his body was suddenly thrown backward down the staircase. Bang! His head struck something sharp, and he instantly lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Yuta found himself back at the entrance of the old school building's hallway. Just now, didn't I fall down the stairs? He quickly recalled the scene from earlier, hearing a voice, walking over, stepping on a face, and then slipping down the stairs. His head had even hit something sharp. Under normal circumstances, he should have been dead. Wait a second. My body isn't the same anymore. With my current abilities, falling down the stairs should have allowed me to react and stabilize myself. How could this happen? Piecing together the series of events that happened today, Yuta soon realized one thing. This school was far more complicated than he had imagined. He took a deep breath, speculating that what he had just seen might have been a fragment of his own future fate. If he had really stepped on that staircase, he might have actually died. He resumed walking forward, deliberately avoiding that staircase, and headed toward the 3rd-floor girls' restroom of the old school building. Faintly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. But Yuta completely ignored it. While he didn't know what that voice was, he trusted that if the sake-drinking sage had told him to go to the 3rd-floor girls' restroom, it wasn't with bad intentions. Before taking action, he had specifically used a technique he learned in his dreams to test if he could use his ocular power. With a change in his pupils, he successfully activated the void/eye, easily cutting a nearby steel pipe into 2 segments. The ability was real. Following the sage's instructions, Yuta arrived at the third floor of the old school building and stepped into the girls' restroom. A beam of sunlight streamed in through the window at the far end of the restroom. Most of the restroom doors here were broken, some cracked, others even collapsed. But only the door near the window remained intact, looking brand new. Yet, the door was closed, as if someone was squatting inside. Yuta approached and, following the sage's method, knocked on the door 3 times, speaking softly. Miss Hanako, are you there? There was no response. He frowned. Was the summoning method incorrect? Or was the knock too soft? Or perhaps his voice was too low for the other party to hear? Hey, were you the one calling me? A neutral, youthful voice suddenly came from behind him. Yuta turned around and saw a boy of about 12 years old, dressed in an old-fashioned school uniform and wearing a navy cap. Beside him floated 2 ghostly flames, one blue and one red. The boy's amber eyes carried a playful and mocking look as he studied Yuta, seemingly waiting for him to show an extremely shocked expression and point at him, shouting, "You, what on earth are you? How can you appear here? Are you human or a ghost?" However, several seconds passed. Yuta wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he gave the boy a strange look and asked, "Are you really Hanako?" But Hanako's expression immediately crumbled. Holding the 2 ghostly flames in his hands, he threw them in front of Yuta. Hey, look, do normal people have these 2 glowing things floating around them? If I'm not Hanako, then what are these glowing things supposed to be? You see me and neither act surprised nor scared, but instead question my identity. You are so boring. You're no fun at all. That tone did have a bit of Miss Hanako's flavor. But Yuta frowned. My master said Miss Hanako was a girl, but you clearly look like a boy. It's just that the name sounds like a girl's name. And by the way, I'm pretty cute, so a lot of people mistake me for a girl. Most versions of the Hanako legend are about a girl, but I am indeed a boy. If I weren't in this ghostly state right now, I could prove it to you. Hanako floated up, trying to use his ghostly form to prove himself while staring at Yuta's face, hoping to catch a hint of normal, entertaining surprise in his expression. But Yuta remained as calm as ever. Alright, what you said makes some sense. I guess I'm convinced. Hanako. This time, the visitor was definitely an oddball. Alright, tell me your wish, Hanako finally said seriously. But I hope you're prepared to pay the price for your wish. Wish? Hanako was taken aback again. Seeing Yuta's utterly confused face, he was momentarily speechless. No way, sir, you summoned me without even knowing the legend about me? My master told me to come. He said you were his apprentice. Kid, I think you've been duped. Hanako rolled his eyes dramatically. What kind of idiot could turn an urban legend into their apprentice? Looking at Yuta's clueless expression, Hanako was absolutely certain. That so-called master had probably just heard some legend and sent him here to try his luck. Trying his luck was a recipe for disaster. Kid, you have no idea what sort of being you're dealing with. Luckily, I'm not one of the scarier urban legends, or else you might not have survived. Alright then, since you don't have a wish, you might as well head back. Hanako's tone carried a hint of impatience. It was no easy feat to be summoned, only to encounter a fool with no sense of fun. But when Hanako looked into Yuta Izumitani's eyes again, she suddenly froze. The boy's pupils rippled in concentric circles. Those eyes. They were stranger than any ghost story. The next moment, Hanako found herself in a vast white expanse. Yo, hello, came an old man's voice from the side. Hanako turned to see an elderly man in ragged clothes, holding a gourd of wine and drinking freely, standing there. Are you the master that kid mentioned? Hanako narrowed her eyes, guessing the man's identity and sensing his mysterious power. Though not a ghost story himself, his abilities clearly influenced them. Not someone to be trifled with. The old man spoke, I'm here to make a wish on that kid's behalf. Oh? Let's hear it. What's the wish? Hanako crossed her arms, her interest piqued. Now this was getting interesting. The old man said plainly. Eliminate malicious ghost stories, merge Lin Han's fragmented soul, and bring her back to this world. Hanako's gaze turned cold. Do you realize what consequences bringing her back could have for this world? Of course I do. But I have a way to deal with the evil god, the old man, Shufeng said with confidence. Hanako hesitated, then let out a soft snort. And what price are you prepared to pay for this wish? It's simple. When the evil god descends, I will perish alongside it. In return, Lin Han will be restored, and that means, your soul. The 7 great ghost stories were fragments of Lin Han's soul. Hanako surely cared about this revelation. Hanako also noticed Chu Feng's unique form, a type of guardian spirit. This kind of spirit might truly have the capability to confront the descending evil god. Hanako could clearly feel the immense soul power within Shu Feng, a force perhaps even capable of devouring the evil god. Alright, I agree to work with you. In the end, Hanako nodded. The white expanse began to crumble. With negotiations concluded, Shu Feng dispelled the cycle illusion, and Hanako returned to reality, bringing Yuta Izumitani along. Shu Feng, as a guardian spirit, stayed by the boy's side, only intervening in critical moments. Consciousness returned to reality. Hanako glanced at Yuta Izumitani with a complicated expression. Looks like you don't know much about this school, do you? Yuta blinked in surprise, then nodded. I didn't expect you to be so bold. I thought you knew the details and that's why you weren't scared. Seems I'll have to explain some things to you. Hanako sighed helplessly and then briefly explained the school's 7 great ghost stories and Lin Han's situation. Though it sounded far-fetched, Yuta, having gained immense power, accepted the information quickly. Got it. So, those scary ghost stories are actually just bad guys in the school. What we need to do next is defeat them. Hanako shrugged. Sounds like something out of an anime, but sure, think of it that way if it helps. By the way, you floating around like that, won't it frighten other people if they see you? Yuta found it odd. If someone saw Hanako hovering like that, they'd surely be startled. So you do realize. Hanako rolled her eyes and explained, only the one who summoned me can see me. Others can't. So I just float around you normally. You'll have to get used to my presence. Yuta thought for a moment, nodded, and suddenly his tone turned excited. Then should we go save the world later? Alright, keeping up with this guy's train of thought was impossible. The sound of the class bell rang softly. Yuta quickly returned to the classroom. Passing by the old school building's face staircase, for some reason, he didn't hear those strange noises again. According to Hanako's explanation, that staircase was also one of the ghost stories. It was probably afraid of Hanako and didn't dare make another sound. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Yuta felt surprised, as if his personality had shifted. How to put it? He seemed to have become calmer. Whenever he encountered something incomprehensible, his left eye would emit a cool sensation, helping him calm down quickly and process things with remarkable speed. Back in the classroom, the teacher had already arrived, and Yuta was relieved to have made it just in time for the bell, seamlessly slipping into his seat. He glanced at Tomi, noticing the girl's gaze filled with fear as she looked at him. No, more precisely. She was staring at Hanako behind him. Hanako wore a mocking smile, stepping forward to confront Tomi. TSK, isn't this Tomi? Been a while since you showed up, what's with the uniform again? Oh my, that teardrop mole really is captivating. No wonder you've got all the boys in the class wrapped around your finger. You must enjoy it, don't you? Seducing all those boys, and then devouring them, right? What? Tomi was one of the ghost stories? Yuta was shocked, but quickly came to terms with it. No wonder he'd seen those visions. He had witnessed Tomi's true form as a ghost story, devouring humans. Among the 7 great ghost stories, there were 3 good and 3 evil. Tomi clearly belonged to the evil side. And Hanako's power happened to counter Tomi. Tomi had an overwhelming allure for men. With just a glance, she could make them infatuated, turning them into mindless followers. She never truly loved anyone but relished making others fall for her, especially taking pleasure in stealing other women's men. Once she had full control over them, Tomi would commit horrifying acts, dismembering them. Even more terrifying, Tomi couldn't die. She felt no pain when injured. When enraged, her cells would divide, forming independent entities. The more you killed her, the more of her there would be. However, Hanako carried a special blade. A single cut from that blade would leave a wound that could never heal. That was the secret weapon to restrain Tomi. Thus, Hanako was Tomi's natural enemy. Facing Hanako, Tomi cowered in her seat, trembling, too afraid to move, even too scared to get angry. If she lost her temper in front of the entire class, causing her cells to divide uncontrollably, Hanako would undoubtedly slash her without hesitation. Of course, Hanako had her limitations too. She could only act when summoned by someone to fulfill a wish. Moreover, Hanako could only do things that were related to the wish. This time, it worked perfectly. The wish Hanako had accepted was to eliminate the evil urban legends. So, Tomi would be the first target. However, now wasn't the time to act. Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. Just after the class bell rang, Tomi raised her hand. The male teacher looked a bit annoyed. What have you all been doing all this time? But seeing such a beautiful girl making the request, he couldn't refuse her. Be quick and come back soon. 10 minutes passed, and Tomi had not returned. 20 minutes passed, and she was still nowhere to be seen. 30 minutes later, there was still no sign of her. However, it seemed as if the entire class had completely forgotten Tomi's existence, even the male teacher. As if this girl had never even been in the class. In the cafeteria. Though the facilities were a bit lacking, the food here was decent enough, at least it was nutritious. After the morning classes ended, Yuta Izumigo headed to the cafeteria as usual to line up for lunch. Hey, get out of the way. Don't block me from getting my food. Suddenly, a commotion broke out ahead. A group of over 20 boys with fierce expressions had formed a gang of bullies and cut straight to the front of the lunch line. Those in line looked visibly upset. After waiting for so long, they were finally about to get their turn, only for a bunch of thugs to jump in line. Even the lunch lady, seeing how intimidating these bullies were, didn't dare say much and just hurriedly served their meals. No one wanted to get involved. Once the school day ended, everyone would just go home, and with so many people, intervening seemed futile anyway. Yuta Izumiga narrowed his eyes, wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and walked toward the group of unruly boys. All of you cutting in line, get lost. The 20 or so bullies all turned their heads at once. It's him? The kid who crippled Kotaro Uehara with a single kick. Many recognized Yuta Izumigo and displayed a hint of fear. But then someone shouted, "What are you afraid of? There are over 20 of us, you think one scrawny kid can stop us? Let's all go at him together, one punch each, and we'll crush him." Yeah. The bullies grinned maliciously. Kid, you seem to have some skills. How about joining us? We'll even let you be the boss. If you don't want to hang with us, then don't meddle in our affairs. Let's all just stay out of each other's way, alright? A boy with a green dragon tattoo on his arm, wearing a black tank top, stepped forward and cracked his knuckles. But if you insist on going head to head, the outcome won't be pretty. The onlookers around the cafeteria watched Yuta with concern. Although he had managed to defeat Kotaro Uehara, facing such a large group seemed like a losing battle. Yuta's lips curled into a faint smirk. When I say get lost, do you not understand? The tattooed boy's expression immediately darkened. Fine, if you won't take the easy way. Everyone, take him down. In an instant, over 20 people lunged at Yuta. Yuta's left eye narrowed slightly, and the superhuman vision he had when he took down Kotaro Uehara kicked in once more. Slow. Way too slow. To Yuta, their movements were so sluggish, it was as if they were in slow motion. Their formation was disorganized, like a swarm of headless flies, completely vulnerable. The first to charge was the tattooed boy, clearly their leader. Yuta kicked out, his move so fast it left a shadow in its wake. The tattooed boy felt a sharp, searing pain in his groin, and the next moment, his entire body was airborne. Following behind him, 3 more boys lunged at Yuta. However, Yuta's nimble frame darted gracefully between them, like a fish swimming through water. Without hesitation, he delivered 2 precise kicks to the groin of 2 attackers. Each kick landed perfectly. In the blink of an eye, 3 boys were on their knees. They groaned, clutching their most sensitive areas, their dignity utterly shattered. Thud. 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 The 4th, 5th, and 6th kicks landed in rapid succession. Yuta moved effortlessly through the crowd. Every time he dodged an attack, the unfortunate offender would receive a devastating blow to the groin. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Bro, could you please stop targeting that spot? Before long, the entire gang of boys lay sprawled on the ground, all clutching the same embarrassing area, writhing in agony. Some had even been kicked so hard they flew into the spinning ceiling fans in the cafeteria. Fortunately, it was winter, and the fans weren't turned on. Otherwise, getting sliced by the blades would have made their plight even worse. The few remaining boys who hadn't been taken down were now panicked, instinctively shielding their groins. Watching their comrades get taken out one by one, their legs started to tremble uncontrollably. Why did you guys have to mess with this troublemaker? Let's get out of here. The boys were utterly terrified. At their age, they liked forming cliques, believing that pledging loyalty to some so-called boss gave them the right to bully others and gain a bit of notoriety. But in the end, it was all just childish bravado. Even when grouped together, they were nothing but a pile of loose sand, scattered and incapable of causing any real damage. The moment they encountered real trouble, they scattered like the wind, each one fleeing for themselves. The students in the cafeteria, both boys and girls, looked at Yuta with a newfound admiration. It was as if they were seeing a hero appear before their eyes. Yuta-kun, you're so cool. A chorus of excited cheers erupted from the girls behind him. Hey, man, thanks for taking care of those jerks for us. Next time you step in, let me join you. That was amazing, taking down over 20 people all by yourself. Be our leader. Are you accepting disciples? When I was 5, a fortune teller told me I was destined to master martial arts. Yeah, sure, but maybe lose some of that belly fat first. Surrounded by the excited crowd in the cafeteria, Yuta scratched his head, his cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Among the crowd were not only girls of various kinds but also stylish older girls who looked at him with admiration. Some even stepped forward to shake his hand. Wow! This feeling, it's truly unprecedented. Absolutely amazing. Yuta Izumitani finally took the unfinished lunchbox to the rooftop to finish his meal. If he stayed in the cafeteria, he'd probably be surrounded by a crowd, unable to eat properly. Hanako suddenly appeared behind him, smiling as she said, "Tsk, who would have thought you'd get shy? I always thought you were so composed. Don't be ridiculous. I just think your way of scaring people is too boring." Yuta waved his hand, looking annoyed. Although in critical moments he could rely on the eternal divine eye to keep him calm, in everyday life, he was still an ordinary young man, prone to normal reactions. 2 hours of lunch break passed. The afternoon bell rang right on time. As Yuta walked to the classroom door, he saw the director standing there, staring at him with eyes as sharp as knives. "You, come here." The director didn't even bother with formalities, directly calling him into the office. No need to guess, he must be in trouble. But Yuta wasn't afraid. After all, they provoked him first. As long as he explained clearly, the worst he'd get was some punishment. However, upon entering the office, he noticed there were several police officers inside. "You got into a fight with these guys, didn't you?" The director tossed a few photos onto the desk. Yuta recognized the group of delinquents from the cafeteria earlier. The officer squinted, scrutinizing him as if afraid to miss any detail. Without hesitation, Yuta nodded. "Yes, I fought them." The director rubbed his hands together, raising his head with difficulty to say, "Do you know, they're dead? Dead?" Yuta was so shocked his mouth dropped open, his pupils visibly dilating. They're really dead? You didn't know?" "I really didn't know. They were cutting in line at the cafeteria. I told them to stop. They tried to fight me, so I fought back." Yuta recounted everything that happened at noon, down to the smallest detail. The officers beside him, holding notebooks, meticulously documented his testimony. Yuta understood perfectly well. If it weren't for the fact that he was underage and there was no direct evidence linking him to their deaths, he wouldn't be sitting in school answering questions, he'd be locked in an interrogation room. There were other students in the cafeteria watching at the time, right? Yes. Bring them all here. The entire afternoon was anything but peaceful. One by one, students were called into the office. The cafeteria witnesses all spoke in Yuta's defense. Their accounts were consistent. Yuta only fought back against the delinquents. Afterward, he left with his lunchbox and went to the rooftop to eat. One officer squinted and asked, "You were really eating on the rooftop?" "That's right. After eating, I immediately brought the lunchbox back to the cafeteria ante for washing." Yuta calmly explained the entire process. Justice would prevail. As long as he told the truth and did nothing wrong, what was there to worry about? The cafeteria ante also testified, confirming that Yuta returned the lunchbox shortly after, with some leftovers still inside. This proved he hadn't simply thrown the food away and had indeed been eating. All this provided Yuta with a solid alibi. After eating, he went straight back to the dormitory to rest. The surveillance footage at the dormitory entrance recorded his exact time. Everything matched up. With this, Yuta was completely cleared of suspicion. How did they die, exactly? After giving his statement, Yuta couldn't help but ask. The officer conducting the questioning hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth to the young man. "They fell down the staircase in the old school building. The back of their heads was pierced by something sharp, killing them. Although no fingerprints were found at the scene, several kids around your age have died in the same manner. This is highly suspicious." Yuta immediately understood. This was the work of the sinister urban legends. "Do you have any thoughts on this?" The officer suddenly noticed Yuta's breathing had become heavier. His gaze turned cold, and he directly asked the critical question. Yuta knew he had to clear his name as soon as possible. At this crucial moment, his mind was exceptionally clear. "I was just reminded of a school legend." "Legend?" "Yes, about the old school building. There are many horror stories. Like the face staircase." Yuta recounted the tale of the face staircase, then let out a long sigh. "Officer, when you described how they died so strangely, I couldn't help but think of this legend. It scared me a bit. Do you think such things could really exist?" "And no, those stories are just meant to scare kids. Don't overthink it, go back and rest." The officer's expression shifted, and he forced a smile, waving Yuta off. All right. Yuta looked visibly relieved as he quickly left the office. But just as he pushed the door open, that gaze, it was as sharp as lightning in the dark night. They might already know about the sinister urban legends. His left eye caught the subtle shift in the officer's expression. This meant he wasn't the only one aware of the legends. Then why weren't they taking action? If they knew the school was haunted by such stories, why let students continue studying here, risking their lives? It was a mystery. Completely incomprehensible. That night, back in his dormitory, Yuta couldn't sleep at all. Hanako, Hanako. He called softly. What is it? Hanako lazily leaned against the edge of the bed, yawning. Those adults all know about the urban legends, don't they? Yuta asked in a low voice. Of course. That much is obvious. Then why do they still let students study here? Aren't they afraid something might happen? Hanako was silent for a moment before letting out a bitter sigh. You're oversimplifying things. I've told you about the 7 mysteries and the 9 nether evil body, haven't I? Yeah. Lin Han's soul remains balanced only because of the students in this school. You think she hasn't appeared, but in reality, she is the school itself, watching every corner, monitoring everything. There are good students and bad students in this school. Every day, all sorts of things happen. Bad people do bad things, but good people also care, help, and understand those around them. For example, you. It is precisely because this world is complex that Lin Han's soul has always been hesitant and indecisive. She ponders over what is truly right, what the main theme of the world is, and what the meaning of life ultimately is. This world is gray, so a pure soul must endure various trials to determine the fundamental hue of its character. But what if all the students here were transferred away? Then Lin Han's thoughts would also come to a halt. Her hue would forever remain frozen on the day she was hurt, and the evil god would descend upon the human world. Thus, once the students are transferred away, what follows is the arrival of the evil god and the descent of hell on earth. The truth about this school is, all the children here are descendants of the evil god. Every action and thought you have in this school determines the fate of the world. Even if you are orphans, living in this rundown school, with no one to raise or love you. Just by standing here, you are already influencing the future of this world. Youth, perhaps you haven't realized the burden on your shoulders yet, but if possible, you have already embarked on the path to becoming a savior. The truth can sometimes be especially cruel. The reason why this 7th high school still exists is because these children are all descendants of the evil god. If they leave, the apocalypse will arrive. Rather than face the true evil god, they would rather continuously accept orphans and troubled youths. As for why troubled youths? What normal person would willingly send their child to such a place? What are they supposed to tell the parents? That the 7th high school harbors an evil god and they should send their excellent children there to educate the evil god about human goodness and beauty? What a joke! No one would ever do that. Moreover, after Lin Han's soul split into 7 urban legends, tales like Hanako were born, and her intelligence is extraordinarily high. False goodness, in her eyes, is an even uglier form of evil. This isn't simply a trolley problem, it's about the helplessness and inaction of those so-called adults when facing the evil god. They can only watch as the problems pile up, unable to resolve them. The descendants of the evil god seeking liberation. They can only rely on themselves. After that night, Yuta Izumigaya felt he had matured significantly. He didn't complain about the world's unfairness, instead, he began to ponder how he could change everything. Hanako, I'm going to deal with those 3 most malicious urban legends, Yuta Izumigaya said seriously. Hanako was silent for a moment. By then, the evil god will still descend. Are you truly prepared to face such a formidable existence? Not just me, but my master as well. Yuta Izumigaya grinned. You might all die. So what? Hanako looked at the boy's resolute expression and finally let out a helpless sigh. All right. Actually, I quite like you. If you die, I suppose I'd feel pretty sad too. If you were the legendary Hanako-san, I'd probably be happy to hear that. But since you're Hanako's younger brother, let's just forget it. Younger brother? I'm clearly your elder brother. I'm 100 years older than you. Really? This 7th high school has been around for over 100 years. The 7 urban legends were almost all born in the old school building, back when the old teaching building was still in use. Lin Han was a student from that era. After the urban legends emerged, the old school building was abandoned. A section of the backyard was sectioned off to construct a new school building. The old school building was at least 3 times larger than the new one, possibly more. Yuta Izumigaya fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. Hanako, my wish is to eliminate those malicious urban legends and prevent the evil god from descending. You'll help me, won't you? Looking at the boy's youthful yet determined face, Hanako's heart stirred slightly. In the end, she nodded. I'll help you. Great, tell me what to do. Only urban legends can confront other urban legends. Hanako's eyes flickered. The human-faced staircase speaks, using a voice imbued with an entrancing power to lure others into stepping on it. Once a foot lands on that face, death is almost certain. My kitchen knife can cut through Tomi, but it doesn't work on the staircase. So, you'll need another urban legend to help. However, it's very difficult for one urban legend to kill another, especially the human-faced staircase. It can be controlled but not destroyed. The real key is you all. You must make Lin Han's neutral soul feel kindness and make a choice. Only then will the battles between urban legends lean toward the side of goodness. Yuta Izumigaya gradually understood Hanako's meaning and nodded. That works too. At the very least, we can't let that staircase keep harming classmates and causing trouble. You need to head to the old school building right now and find the Mona Lisa painting hanging in the corridor of the art room. Hanako stopped hesitating and provided the plan. Is it an urban legend? But a relatively benevolent one. It can deal with the human-faced staircase, it's just not easy to negotiate with. Doesn't matter. As long as it can help, we'll deal with the rest later. Yuta Izumigaya jumped out of bed, ready to sneak into the old school building and begin his mission to eliminate the urban legends. The energy of youth is unmatched. Hanako cast a look of envy his way. But, sometimes, actions driven by justice come with unexpected costs. Yuta Izumigaya realized his memory had improved significantly. He remembered the location of every surveillance camera clearly. When the new school building of the 7th high school was constructed, it received a decent amount of funding. To monitor the students, cameras were installed at the entrances and in the corners of the corridors. Yuta Izumigaya cautiously avoided the cameras, using their blind spots to his advantage. He climbed down from the balcony, jumped onto a flower bed, then to another spot, and finally leapt directly from the second floor. Rolling upon landing, he remained unscathed. At that moment, a strong beam from a flashlight suddenly swept over from a distance. Yuta Izumigaya reacted swiftly, moving with the agility of a wildcat to slide behind a pillar. Who's there? A magnetic voice belonging to a middle-aged man came from not far away. Yuta Izumigaya peeked at the silhouette and saw the man dressed in plainclothes, with a badge hanging on his chest. He recalled seeing this man earlier that afternoon in the vice principal's office. The security team hasn't left yet? Yuta Izumigaya frowned, sensing that things were becoming more complicated. He hadn't expected these police officers to stay at 7th High School directly. Could it be that they already knew the secret of the evil god? The police, with their sharp senses, felt someone nearby and quickly scanned the surroundings. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Yuta Izumaguchi grew tense as a cold sensation emanated from his left eye once again. His breathing gradually steadied as he tried to calm his racing heartbeat. He listened closely to the approaching footsteps, pinpointing the officers' positions, and began to silently move sideways. He circled around a pillar, staying hidden behind it and maintaining a parallel position with the police, a technique commonly referred to as field of vision block. The officers didn't notice him, dismissing it as a false alarm, and turned to patrol elsewhere. When the sound of footsteps faded, Yuta cautiously made his way toward the entrance of the old school building's corridor, only to find several police officers standing guard. Not only that, but a new iron gate had been installed at the entrance, clearly to prevent students from accessing the dangerous area. The path to the old school building was sealed off, with tight police surveillance. Yuta frowned, pondering how to get inside. At that moment, Hanako floated beside him, pointing to an iron railing and said, "Climb over there, follow the grass path toward the old school building, and hop over the railings at the back. You should be fine." The school's perimeter wall was 3 meters high, but for the enhanced Yuta Izumaguchi, it was hardly a challenge. In the darkness, Yuta nodded briefly to Hanako and moved silently. With swift and shadow-like movements, he scaled the wall without making a sound. The other patrolling officers, less meticulous, failed to notice the figure darting through the grass beyond the wall. One officer even joked, "The old school building has seen deaths before. Which student would dare come here at night?" Another responded sternly, "You never know. These kids are fearless, with no parents to discipline them, they'll try anything. We need to guard this place carefully and make sure nothing else happens." From their conversation, Yuta confirmed he hadn't been detected. He successfully bypassed the toughest guards. Climbing over the railings of the old school building, he arrived at an abandoned playground. What lay before him was a derelict swimming pool. The old 7th High playground was expansive and well-equipped. Students used to swim here in the past. But ever since someone drowned in the pool, it had been sealed off. As Yuta approached the pool, he suddenly froze. The pool, which should have been overgrown with weeds, was inexplicably filled with water. Under the moonlight, the water's surface reflected an eerie crimson glow. Suddenly, a wave of red surged from the pool, rushing toward Yuta. "Watch out!" Hanako hurriedly pushed Yuta aside, wielding a kitchen knife and slashing fiercely at the crimson water. Ordinary blades can't cut water, it flows naturally, but Hanako's knife was different. The slashed blood water froze mid-air, splattering uncontrollably onto the ground. Then, the blood pooled together, forming a massive monster with a cold expression. It stared at Hanako and sneered, Hanako-kun. I didn't expect you'd possess a little boy. I heard you like Lolis the most and hate helping boys fulfill their wishes, right? My business is none of yours." Hanako retorted with a cold laugh. "Don't be like that. We're all fragments of the same soul, we're practically family. Why turn on each other?" The blood monster, resembling a crimson Godzilla, opened its mouth, emitting a hoarse and grating voice. "Let me guess. Tonight, a few more boys died in the old school building thanks to the staircase. A lot of fresh blood was added to the blood pool. I suppose you're planning to find Mona Lisa to deal with the staircase, huh? Stay out of my affairs." Hanako sneered. "If you value your life, get lost." The blood Godzilla's expression darkened. "You think I'm afraid of you? Tomi might, but I won't." Hanako turned to Yuta, his tone serious. "You go find Mona Lisa in the art room. I'll handle him." The next moment, the blood surged violently toward Hanako. In the world of sinister and virtuous spirits, they were natural enemies. The moment they crossed paths, they were ready to destroy each other. A blue ghostly flame floated beside Yuta, surprisingly speaking. "Take me with you. Go." "All right." Without hesitation, Yuta seized the opportunity while the blood pool and Hanako were locked in battle, sprinting toward the old school building. "Trying to run?" The blood Godzilla sneered, splitting off a stream of blood to ensnare Yuta. "Void slash." Without hesitation, Yuta swung his blade backward, a streak of silver light slashing upward and splitting the blood in two. This strength. It's as powerful as Hanako's. The blood monster was shocked, its gaze turning serious. "Stop getting distracted, your opponent is me." Flames ignited in Hanako's eyes as the red ghost fire surrounding him suddenly erupted into searing heat, sweeping violently toward the blood. Stop pretending. Don't think that just because you're the strongest of the 7 mysteries, I'll fear you." The blood monster blustered, though it was clearly cautious and unwilling to underestimate Hanako, the most formidable of the 7 mysteries. Because of this, for years, the malevolent spirits hadn't dared to act recklessly. If not for those 6 peculiar boys appearing, they wouldn't have grown so bold. Over the years, Hanako had single-handedly suppressed the other 3 sinister spirits, leaving none daring to act rashly. Planning to use Mona Lisa to deal with the human-faced staircase? Your plan won't succeed. The blood monster sneered internally. Those 6 had long anticipated tonight's unrest and had prepared 2 plans, waiting to catch a big fish. Yuta reached the art room corridor of the old school building as quickly as possible. "This is it." The blue ghost flame spoke. But as Yuta stood there, he found that the place Hanako had pointed to was completely empty. "What's going on? Where's Mona Lisa?" Hanako's voice was filled with surprise, clearly not expecting this outcome. "Ha, are you talking about this?" A girl's voice rang out from the art room. It was Tomi. She was holding a painting, one depicting the smiling Mona Lisa. But now, the smile at the corners of her mouth had twisted into a terrified grimace. What are you trying to do? Don't do this to me." Mona Lisa cried out in horror from within the painting. "Don't worry, little Mona Lisa, I'll protect you well," Tomi said with a cheerful smile. Hanako said coldly, "I should have dealt with you, you troublemaker, long ago." Tomi replied with a laugh, "You should worry about yourself first." Suddenly, 6 figures appeared simultaneously, surrounding Yuta Izumagi. The eyes of the 6 individuals gleamed with different lights. Yuta Izumagi froze in place. He saw a female student about his age, whose eyes emitted a yellow glow. That glow seemed to possess a magical power, as if it was trying to devour his soul. Yuta Izumagi felt his consciousness begin to blur, as though he was about to disappear. Suddenly, a hand supported his back. He snapped awake and turned around. It was Sake Taoist. "Leave the rest to me." Is that all you've got?" a voice sneered coldly. "You couldn't even fend off an illusion? This so-called super pupil isn't impressive at all. He seems to know some dungeon strategies. Hurry up and deal with him before he ruins our plan. The 6 super pupils exchanged glances and decided to eliminate Yuta Izumagi without delay. At that moment, swish! A silver blade swiftly slashed across the neck of the female super pupil. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed through the air. A golden sheen suddenly appeared around the female super pupil's neck, forcefully deflecting the blade. You resisted the illusion. No, you had another trick up your sleeve. Shunsuke Hamazaki frowned. What a nuisance. Everyone, attack together and finish him off. A malevolent spirit emerged beside him, its entire body radiating ghostly flames. This is bad, too many people, what a mess. Hanako's voice carried a tone of resignation. He hadn't expected this many to show up tonight. A calm voice spoke from the side. You handle the ghost spirit. Leave the rest to me. Hanako was momentarily stunned. That tone, it didn't sound like the Yuta Izumagi he knew. Could it be Sake Taoist? All right. Hanako immediately regained his confidence and positioned himself in front of the ghost spirit. Although Hanako only unleashed a small ghostly flame, he had a natural advantage when dealing with ghost spirits. Little boy, do you really think you can handle all 6 of us super pupils? The female super pupil laughed coquettishly, her voice carrying a magical allure meant to lull Chu Feng into a deep sleep. The other super pupils also unleashed their mind-controlling abilities. It was straightforward. When multiple super pupils simultaneously attacked a single opponent with mental control, the target wouldn't even have a chance to use their abilities. Their spirit would be drained, leaving them defeated effortlessly. Multicolored lights flickered in the eyes surrounding them. Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged, a trace of a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Have you played enough? The faces of the 5 other super pupils instantly shifted. How was this possible? The combined abilities of 5 of them couldn't suppress him? In the next instant, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a silver light. He drew out the Destiny Seal. Destiny Suppression. A golden aura erupted from the Destiny Seal, transforming into a powerful dragon's energy that coiled around his body. A formidable regal presence suddenly emanated from him, exuding the majesty and unassailable authority of a true emperor. The pressure condensed into the air, slamming down heavily on the 5 super pupils, pinning them firmly to the ground. Bang! Their knees crashed against the floor with a dull thud. Not a single one of them could withstand Chu Feng's destiny suppression. They all collapsed to their knees, unable to muster the strength to rise. How is this possible? Such overwhelming pupil power suppression? The expressions of the super pupils changed dramatically. They finally realized they were up against an extraordinary opponent. A glint of malice flickered in Shunsuke Hamazaki's eyes as he immediately directed the malevolent spirit to lunge at Chu Feng. However, Hanako's ghostly flame transformed into a faint blue fire, tracing a beautiful and mysterious pattern in the dark corridor, blocking the malevolent spirit's advance. Have you played enough? Chu Feng's cold voice resonated through the air. With a single thought, a giant divine eye appeared above the school. That's... The 5 kneeling super pupils suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of doom. We're done for. Run! A sharp scream pierced the air. The 5 super pupils exerted every ounce of their strength, frantically unleashing their pupil powers and summoning various powerful artifacts, finally breaking free from the destiny suppression. But what awaited them was Chu Feng's Oblivion State sky-cleaving pupil slash. Hundreds of silver blades simultaneously flashed through the dark corridor. The super pupils who attempted to flee in different directions only managed a few steps before colliding head-on with the razor-sharp blades. Thud! 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 5 muffled slicing sounds rang out in unison. Shunsuke Hamazaki's 5 subordinates were almost instantly slaughtered. How are you this powerful? Shunsuke Hamazaki's face turned deathly pale. He had assumed Chu Feng was just an ordinary strength-type super pupil. Who could have imagined that he could annihilate 5 super pupils of the same level with just a single glance? These were elite experts from the 5th floor of the Tower of Heavens. Shunsuke Hamazaki was well aware of the pupil power levels of his 5 subordinates. Yet they couldn't withstand even a single look from the opponent. What this implied was crystal clear to him. Tomi, sensing the dire situation, quietly took a few steps back, ready to flee. Just then, Chu Feng turned and glanced at Tomi. In the moment her consciousness faded, Tomi saw ripples forming in Chu Feng's pupils. Then, her awareness was completely ensnared in an illusion, leaving her immobilized. 2 types of pupil techniques. You're the God Sealer. At last, Shunsuke Hamazaki recalled the rumors he had heard when he first came to the Dragon Kingdom. There was a supremely powerful super pupil, shrouded in mystery, who had achieved 4 consecutive SSS rank evaluations. That meant possessing 5 distinct super pupil talents. Shunsuke Hamazaki knew full well what having 5 different pupil powers signified. In the same rank of the Tower of Heavens, that was an invincible existence. Even in a one-on-one fight, such a person could easily annihilate a team of super pupils, or even elite members of a top guild. Initially, he couldn't believe the Dragon Kingdom harbored such a formidable enemy, dismissing it as mere rumor. But now, that very person had appeared in this world of the evil god. At that moment, cold sweat drenched Shunsuke Hamazaki's back. "You're the first to recognize me within a dungeon," Chufeng said coldly. "And for that, you must die." The next second, a blue light flashed in Chufeng's eyes. Immediately, Shunsuke Hamazaki's entire body was encased in thick ice crystals, his consciousness gradually fading. Crash! The ice shattered suddenly. Shunsuke Hinasaki's body dissolved into a cloud of gray mist and vanished in an instant. Chufeng frowned slightly and immediately activated his Heaven Shroud form, scanning the entire school from above. But no trace of Shunsuke Hinasaki could be found. What a pity, letting that guy escape. Chufeng frowned but didn't dwell on it. Though it left a hidden threat, all of Hinasaki's subordinates had been instantly killed by him. As for Hinasaki himself, turning into gray mist to escape must have significant side effects. In a short period, he would pose no threat whatsoever. Chufeng snatched the Mona Lisa from Tomi's hands. "You, what are you trying to do?" The Mona Lisa stared at Chufeng's cold face, fear surging in her heart. Yuta Izumiya groggily opened his eyes, seeing the Mona Lisa in his hands and freezing in place. He looked around and found the 6 people surrounding him earlier all lying on the ground, not one able to stand. Tomi stood there motionless, as if she wouldn't resist no matter what he did to her. Was it my master who took over my body and acted?" Yuta Izumiya recalled the moment his consciousness was seized. Although he couldn't see what was happening outside, his body remembered the actions just moments ago. He could faintly sense that everything around him had been caused by him. If his consciousness wasn't in control, then it must have been his master who resolved all the trouble for him. Master is incredible. Admiration sparkled in Yuta Izumiya's eyes. Those 6 people seemed to also understand eye techniques, and their strength far surpassed his. Especially one woman, when her gaze locked onto him, he was completely paralyzed. But after his master took control of his body, all the enemies were taken down in mere seconds. The strength was unbelievable. Even Hanako's ghostly flame emitted a tone of awe. "I didn't expect you to harbor such powerful strength. If I weren't bound by the limitations of ghost tales and unable to kill you, I'd probably have run the moment I saw you." He. Being praised by Hanako, Yuta Izumiya became a bit shy, chuckling foolishly. "Take Tomi to the biology model classroom over there. After I deal with that cursed pool, I'll come and handle her," Hanako reminded him. She was just a ghostly flame, following Yuta Izumiya, and couldn't kill Tomi. She would need to use the blade in her possession to do so. That must be another ghost tale. Yuta Izumiya remembered Hanako mentioning that there was another ghost tale in the biology classroom, those human models. This ghost tale was considered kind-hearted and listened to Hanako fairly well, though it wasn't particularly intelligent. Kind of like the Mona Lisa. It seemed Hanako had taken all the intelligence from the kind-hearted ghost tales. Yuta Izumiya carried Hanako in his left hand and held the Mona Lisa in his right, sprinting toward the biology classroom. Where are you taking me? I'm scared. Please, just put me back in my frame," the Mona Lisa pleaded. The face within the painting, once adorned with a mysterious smile, now twisted into sheer terror. Hanako reassured her, "Don't worry, little Mona Lisa. I'll help you find someone willing to kiss you and love you." "Really?" The Mona Lisa's face lit up with delight, hope gleaming in her eyes. "Of course, but you'll need to close your eyes and ignore whatever's happening around you. I'll guide you to your Prince Charming." "All right." The Mona Lisa seemed convinced. She closed her eyes, puckered her lips, ready to offer a kiss. Ahem, what a gullible and pitiful child. Yuta Izumiya shot Hanako a sidelong glance. This so-called kind-hearted ghost tale was actually quite devious. He figured the 7 ghost tales must each have distinct personalities, all fragments split from Linhan. Hanako represented rationality, decisiveness, and bravery. Tomi represented desire, jealousy, and extremes. The bloody pool represented brutality, slaughter, and rage. The human-faced staircase represented cunning, deceit, and treachery. The Mona Lisa represented insecurity, fear, and a longing for love. So, what did the biology models represent? Bam! The door to the biology classroom was suddenly flung open. Inside the room, human models were scattered here and there. The moment Yuta Izumiya stepped in, all the models turned their heads to stare at him simultaneously. Quickly, throw yourself at Tomi and pin her down, do it fast. Hanako hurriedly instructed. Ha! Yuta Izumiya was momentarily dumbfounded. Pin her down, what on earth was Hanako planning? Now! Don't hesitate. Before Hanako's words faded, the sound of creaking filled the air. Those human models were standing up, slowly moving toward him. Hiss, this is way too creepy. Although Yuta Izumiya kept his composure, it was only thanks to the eternal divine eyes. Under normal circumstances, facing such a scene, he would have been paralyzed with fear. Hanako wouldn't harm him. He quickly lunged at Tomi. Yes, your movements are quite skilled. Now, let's go. The creaking noises grew louder and closer. The human models seemed to have received some command, lunging toward Yuta Izumiya. He dodged swiftly, then saw dozens of human models simultaneously pouncing on Tomi, pinning her down firmly. What's going on here? Hanako explained, the human models mimic your actions. As long as you're in this classroom, if you don't have a clear target, they'll follow your lead. I get it now. The human models represented childhood's uncertainty and confusion, imitating others' behavior regardless of whether it was good or bad. So while they were kind-hearted ghost tales, if misguided, they could also commit harmful acts. Next, let's head for the staircase. The path to the human-faced staircase had been blocked. But Yuta Izumiya could circle around from upstairs. Hey, you two, hurry up and leave. Don't come near me. As a young figure approached, followed by a ghostly flame, nearing the human-faced staircase, a frightened shout came from below. Heh, what's there to be afraid of? We're just helping Miss Mona Lisa fulfill her wish, what's so bad about that? Hey, I have my dignity. You can't treat me like this. The voice of the human-faced staircase was filled with panic. Please, I'm begging you, don't bring the Mona Lisa over here, I'm going to lose my mind. Hanako said calmly, you're too noisy. It's better if you stay quiet. Sigh. Yuta Izumitani let out a sigh. In the next moment, he pressed the Mona Lisa in his hand directly onto the grotesque face on the human-faced staircase. Chew me. A strange sound echoed from downstairs. Miss Mona Lisa's kiss was like a chain, tightly sealing the human-faced staircase's mouth. It could no longer make any sound. My fight is almost over as well. Tonight, we should be able to put an end to all these malevolent ghost stories. Only then did Hanako finally reveal a relaxed smile. On the other side of the playground, Hanako swung his blade like the wind, scattering the blood from the scarlet pool in all directions. Behind him, the ghostly flame suddenly ignited into a blazing inferno, as if intending to burn away all the blood. As expected of Hanako, the leader of the ghost stories. The blood pool barely managed to let out a few chuckles, but it was clear its strength was spent. Your plan has completely failed. Though I don't know where you found those 6 special ones. But unfortunately, my friends and I took care of all of them. Hanako's lips curled into a faint smile. The interconnectedness of the ghost stories gave him confidence. Tomi and the human-faced staircase were already dealt with, and the blood pool clearly felt the pressure. I hope you won't regret this, the blood pool snorted coldly, its voice weak as it admitted defeat. With one final slash, Hanako cut down his opponent. The blood on the ground slowly evaporated until it was completely gone. The pool returned to a deathly silence. Yuta Izumitani arrived. Did we succeed? Yes. Next, it's likely Lin Han will appear. As soon as he spoke, an eerie storm erupted from the old school building. Boom! The sky grew dark with thick clouds, and bolts of lightning danced incessantly within the dense cloud layers. The clouds spun into a vortex, countless bolts of lightning coiling within, roaring like thunder dragons, shaking the heavens. The wind grew wild, rustling the trees across the campus and stirring up chaos everywhere. Bang! A door at the top of the old school building slammed open. Yuta Izumitani immediately turned his head and saw a cold-faced girl stepping out from the art room. Lin Han. Though he had never seen her before, Yuta Izumitani could feel the immense power within her, dozens of times stronger than Hanako, the leader of the ghost stories. The girl, her expression indifferent, first entered the biology classroom. With a light touch, Tomi's body instantly disintegrated into a pile of ash. With a gust of wind, nothing remained. Next, Lin Han approached the human-faced staircase and gently moved the Mona Lisa aside. The human-faced staircase's expression instantly twisted. No. In the next second, Lin Han's pale, delicate hands lightly brushed over the ridiculous face. The chaotic lines seemed to be erased by a giant rubber eraser, disappearing entirely without a trace, as if they had never existed. The staircase was now devoid of any chalk marks, unusually pristine. Finally, Lin Han walked to the playground, stopping by the pool. She entered the sightlines of Hanako and Yuta Izumitani. She didn't look at them, instead, she bent down slightly and stomped firmly on the nearby grass. Ah-ha! A wailing cry of agony erupted from the ground. It turned out, a small pool of blood had been hiding there, previously left unvanquished. The scarlet pool was incredibly resilient, it had only pretended to be defeated by Hanako earlier. It wasn't until Lin Han delivered the final blow that this battle between ghost stories truly ended. Hanako! Lin Han slightly lifted her head, gazing at the boy. Why yes, my princess. From now on, my strength will forever be yours. Hanako sighed softly, then turned to wave goodbye to Yuta Izumitani. Farewell, my friend. I must return now. Yuta Izumitani nodded lightly, saying nothing more. This ghost story named Hanako, he would remember forever, always remember, never forget. Boom! 3 beams of light surged simultaneously from Hanako's body, the biology classroom and the old school building, and the human face staircase, transforming into a pure energy that converged onto Lin Han. The kind-hearted spirits ultimately became the dominant force within Lin Han. As the 3 beams of light merged into her, a glimmer of brightness finally appeared in the girl's vacant gaze. The very next moment, SHSHSH. An eerie whisper suddenly echoed through the air. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, gathering an overwhelming aura of malevolence. It's the evil god. Quickly inform headquarters to evacuate all the children here. Call all the espers, every single one. Even if it costs our lives, we must prevent the evil god from descending into the world. Outside the old school building, sirens blared. Many police officers, holding walkie-talkies, gave tense commands. It seemed these officers were no ordinary policemen, they already had knowledge of the evil god. And espers, perhaps the only ones in this world capable of confronting the evil god. But even they could only deal with the members of the evil god's cult. If the evil god truly descended upon the world, it would be far beyond their capacity to handle. However, when the sky falls, someone has to bear it. In the face of the evil god, espers might seem insignificant, but they are the only ones who can stand against it in this world. If they don't step forward, no one will be left to stop this catastrophe. On the playground, a ferocious aura erupted suddenly from Lin Han. The ground beneath her feet began to crack slowly. Yuta Izumitani, terrified by the frightening presence emanating from Lin Han, stumbled backward. As he fell, he caught a glimpse of Lin Han's eyes, they were filled with malice and madness. It was a sign that the evil god was awakening within her. It seemed as though, in the next moment, this girl would become a calamity upon the world, wreaking havoc across nations and plunging this land into a pit of destruction. Just then, a sacred light of protection burst forth from Yuta Izumitani's body. Will you expend all your protective power to help Lin Han resist the evil god's descent? This special prompt appeared before Chu Feng's eyes. The evil god instance had reached the final stage of the Sky Seer route. Mission: protect Lin Han and prevent the evil god's descent. Without hesitation, Chu Feng channeled his I-Force into Lin Han. I-Force, in a certain sense, is the soul energy of a Sky Seer. After entering the guardian spirit state, as long as he willed it, the power of protection would unfold according to his desires. When the power reached Lin Han, Chu Feng immediately sensed the extreme chaos within the girl's soul. Her soul's strength is overwhelming. Chu Feng's heart stirred faintly. After devouring the 3 major malevolent spirit tales, the battle between good and evil souls within Lin Han was raging fiercely. The evil god was taking this opportunity to invade her body. Chu Feng swiftly controlled all his soul power, transforming it into a guardian spirit to protect Lin Han through this crisis. Stay conscious. You must use the good in your heart to overcome the evil and stop the evil god's arrival. Chu Feng's voice resonated within Lin Han's mind. Okay. The girl, seemingly calmed by Chu Feng's presence, nodded, indicating she understood what needed to be done. Chu Feng smiled faintly. With the brilliant Hanako assisting her, he believed Lin Han understood better than he did how to resist this force. He only needed to deploy all his guardian power to block the evil god. If it were an ordinary supervisioner, completing this mission would have been impossible. The evil god's soul power was terrifyingly immense. Even for Chu Feng, resisting it brought immense pressure. For any other average supervisioner, the difficulty would have been unimaginable. Damn outsider, what are you? How dare you block my invasion? A crazed whisper echoed in Chu Feng's ears. The evil god's voice was imbued with a madness so potent that merely hearing it could drive a person insane and out of control. Chu Feng also felt discomfort, his soul power rapidly depleting. At that moment, the guardian spirits of all supervisioners manifested simultaneously. The supreme double pupils transformed into a golden dragon, standing guard before Lin Han. The eternal divine eyes morphed into a colossal divine eye, protecting her from above. The Azura eyes became a mark of killing intent, forming a barrier to either side. The destiny eyes turned into a galaxy, encircling Lin Han to slow the evil god's invasive power. Finally, the reincarnation eyes created an illusionary formation, isolating the evil god's power outside. This is Master's pupil technique? Izumi Yuta, observing the battle between Chu Feng and the evil god from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. The scene before him resembled the collision of two ultimate forces. It was indescribable, a spectacle that transcended all the boundaries of his understanding of the world. Like splattered paint on a canvas, the gold shone brighter, the silver gleamed sharper, the black turned deeper, and the gray grew heavier. This corner of the world, this entire realm, had become a swirling mass of radiant lights intertwining. Amid the brilliance, violent explosions erupted at times, while eerie laughter drifted through at others. What is happening here? A dozen individuals in peculiar attire descended upon the scene, their faces filled with shock as they took in the spectacle. The leader of the group, dressed in a pure white cleric's uniform with deep, penetrating eyes, gazed at the battle between the evil god and Chu Feng. His tone was unusually grave. We mustn't interfere with their fight. This level of combat is beyond anything we can intervene in. For now, evacuate all the students nearby and relocate the residents from the surrounding towns. Suddenly, a female spirit user screamed, pointing toward the sports field where Izumi Yuta stood. Look! There's a child over there. The captain frowned, putting on gloves as he reached out toward Izumi Yuta's location from a distance. In the next moment, Izumi Yuta felt his body suddenly lift into the air. Before he could react, he found himself being carried away like a little chick by a man. Young man, can you tell me why you're in such a dangerous place? The captain asked in a deep voice. Why? My master is over there. Izumi Yuta responded passionately. He suddenly froze, realizing his emotions had flared, leaving him uncharacteristically agitated. Wait! These past few days, whenever he lost control, a force would emerge in his left eye, stabilizing his emotions. But his master had already left. And that power was gone too. Izumi Yuta suddenly felt a wave of despair and dejection. So, in the end, he had no abilities of his own. Everything he thought he had was bestowed by someone else. From the beginning, he was nothing more than an ordinary person. All that talk about being a savior, it was all a lie. Without his master, without Hanako, he was just a helpless ordinary kid who couldn't even defeat Kamihara Kotaro, let alone protect his friends from being bullied. Izumi Yuta's spirits plummeted to rock bottom. The spirit user captain's eyes flickered, sensing that this boy might have some connection to the evil god, but he guessed the child likely had no real understanding of what was happening and was merely being used as a tool. Die! Suddenly, a venomous voice rang out from behind. Who are you? Izumi Yuta turned to see none other than the leader who had ambushed him in the old school building's hallway, Hamazaki Shunsuke. He hadn't been defeated by his master after all. Ha! Even if I can't win this instance, don't think you'll get an SSS grade evaluation. His eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Not good. The spirit user captain immediately released Izumi Yuta, retreating swiftly. Izumi Yuta felt a sinking sensation in his head. Looking down, he saw a mass of pitch-black tentacles emerging from his body, grotesque and sickening. The tentacles exploded outward in an instant. The next moment, he felt as though something inside him was being stretched to its limits. Every cell in his body was being pulled apart by an intense, scorching force. He felt neither pain nor fear. Only heat, with a faint, tingling sensation. And then, where am I? He vaguely heard a boom, sometimes near, sometimes far. And finally, that was probably the end, wasn't it? He knew nothing after that. The spirit user captain's eyes burned with an intense fury, filled with murderous intent. Reflected in his gaze was the image of the boy being torn apart by the evil god's power. Perhaps the child didn't feel any pain, because death often comes in an instant. But to treat a child so cruelly, muttering about instances and incomprehensible things, it was infuriating beyond words. The captain's figure turned into a streak of light, charging at Hamazaki Shunsuke with incredible speed. His punch, like a falling meteor, smashed into Hamazaki Shunsuke. Hamazaki Shunsuke's head was sent flying, but he wasn't dead. The head exploded into a mist of blood. His body remained standing on the spot. In an instant, he flashed forward, moving toward Lin Han. Die! The next second, a plume of pitch-black smoke emerged from Shunsuke Benzaki's head, astonishingly restoring it instantly. His eyes emitted a dark, ominous glow. This ghostly light was pointed directly at the girl battling the evil god. Then, Lin Han's body burst apart. The aura of the evil god descended upon the mortal realm. At the very same moment, hundreds of silver blades simultaneously pierced through Shunsuke Benzaki's body. Spectral Void Slash. This was Chu Feng's most powerful physical ocular technique attack to date. In the blink of an eye, Shunsuke Benzaki's body was sliced into countless pieces by the silver blades. However, he was still alive. A sinister aura was spreading wildly within his body, as if he had become an immortal being. I see. Chu Feng said coldly, no wonder you're still alive. You brought something extraordinary with you. You even used a supreme inheritance, how extravagant. Chu Feng stared unblinkingly at the scene before him. Shunsuke Benzaki's shredded body was rapidly regenerating, and a sinister laugh escaped his mouth. As expected of Lord Fengshen, you saw through my secret at a glance. But what can you do about it? I've become the vessel of the evil god. You can't kill me. This time, although I failed the mission, don't think you'll easily achieve an SSS grade evaluation. Oh? Is that so? Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Shunsuke Benzaki frowned. Hearing Chu Feng's laughter, a tinge of unease arose in his heart. In this world, there is no such thing as true immortality. Perhaps you just haven't encountered the right method. As soon as he finished speaking, a weapon glowing with lightning suddenly shone brightly, like a miniature sun. It tore through the darkness, transforming the surroundings into dazzling daylight. The three-pronged two-edged blade. If only an evil god could defeat another evil god, then what about a supreme-grade weapon? You have a supreme inheritance, but I have a supreme-grade treasure from the heavens. Shunsuke Benzaki's pupils constricted abruptly, and he instinctively tried to retreat. A fatal threat. He felt the danger to his life emanating from that weapon. Indeed, in the world of the evil god, only an evil god could defeat another evil god. But the evil god was merely the top-tier powerhouse of this world. When encountering the top-tier powerhouses of other worlds, the situation changed entirely. The three-pronged two-edged blade might not belong to the world of the evil god, but it originated from the far superior ancient heavenly court and contained the power of tribulation lightning. Lightning was the most potent attribute against evil entities. And tribulation lightning was the king of lightning, the emperor of all thunder. In the world of the evil god, the concept of tribulation did not even exist. If it did, the evil god wouldn't be considered an evil god, just a terrifying-looking puppet. No. Impossible. Shunsuke Benzaki screamed in madness. How could you possibly have a supreme-grade treasure from the heavens? Before he could finish, the three-pronged two-edged blade summoned tribulation lightning. Billions of lightning bolts obliterated the surroundings in an instant, destroying everything. Aha! In the next moment, Shunsuke Benzaki's figure was swallowed by the lightning and disappeared completely. Retreat immediately, the captain of the Spirit Guardians shouted. Under his call, the other team members finally snapped out of their daze and quickly retreated. Countless bolts of lightning surged across the ground like a tide, causing catastrophic destruction. In a flash, the schoolyard was transformed into a massive crater. This power is terrifying. The Spirit Guardians, who had narrowly escaped, looked back at the scene before them, their faces pale with fear. Especially the captain, who was nearly in despair. Two evil gods had appeared. This was practically the destruction of the world. Yet, an even more powerful weapon had emerged and obliterated everything. As the lightning dissipated, Shunsuke Benzaki was gone. But so was Lin Han. Vanished, along with her guardian spirit. The vessel of the evil god was dead. And with it, the evil god disappeared too. The dark clouds in the sky slowly cleared, and soft moonlight once again blanketed the earth. In the distance, a ray of dawn broke through the shadowy clouds. Light returned to the world. The Spirit Guardians stood dumbfounded, their minds still unable to process what had just happened. The danger had passed so suddenly, and the world was once again at peace. Their inability to understand was only natural. Originally, the evil god's plan was to resurrect through Lin Han. But after Shunsuke Benzaki's resurrection, he used the supreme inheritance to turn himself into the vessel of the evil god. This was his final trump card within the evil god's domain. As long as he replaced Lin Han and became the evil god, the entire school and even the replica world would have been destroyed. But his mission wasn't entirely a failure. Surprised? Don't worry, let me explain. Going back to the beginning of the Super Ocularist mission, The task required the super-ocularist to randomly become the guardian spirit of a child and help them survive until graduation. As a guardian spirit, Shunsuke Benzaki used the supreme inheritance of the evil god's world to turn the child he was protecting into the vessel of the evil god. This was entirely within the rules. After becoming the evil god, the child did not die. By leveraging the evil god's power to destroy the school, wouldn't that count as completing the mission of helping the child leave the school? Transforming the child into an evil god and destroying the entire school did not contradict the main mission. It was simply a unique form of protection. Thus, Shunsuke Benzaki's plan to conquer the evil god's domain was built on this premise. Because the evil god possessed the power of the heavenly eye, after Shunsuke Benzaki turned the child he was protecting into the vessel of the evil god, he could still inherit the power of the super-ocularist. This was because he had become a true super-ocularist. The evil god was the true source of the super-ocularist's power. Lin Han was merely a vessel. When the vessel changed, the super-ocularist naturally changed too. When Shunsuke Benzaki cast his ocular technique on Lin Han, the evil god transferred from Lin Han to the child he was protecting. In other words, Shunsuke Benzaki essentially stole the evil god from another vessel. Originally, Shunsuke Benzaki would have become the evil god and an indestructible existence within the replica world. But then he encountered Chu Feng. The three-pronged two-edged blade in Chu Feng's hand was so overwhelmingly powerful it felt like cheating. It instantly annihilated the evil god. Of course, as a cost, Chu Feng himself was also instantly obliterated. The psychics at the back narrowly avoided the strike due to their quick reaction. The entire playground was utterly destroyed. Nothing was left behind. From the perspective of the psychics, the playground had become a massive crater. The thunderclouds in the sky were also slowly dissipating. Is it really over? Faced with the shocking scene before them, all the psychics were dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Let us mourn for that child and the guardian spirit. After a long silence, the leader of the psychics exhaled deeply. Though he had just arrived, he could roughly piece together what had happened. The guardian spirit had descended upon the child at the school, assisting the benevolent specter in defeating the malevolent one, and also preventing the birth of the evil god. The 7 great urban legends of the 7th school, the evil god's feeding curse, all of these incidents had finally come to an end today. It was a sorrowful conclusion. Perhaps not a perfect one, but it was deeply moving. All personnel, salute that great existence. The leader of the psychics shouted loudly. The psychics behind him stood at attention, forming neat lines. They clenched their right fists and pounded them against their chests, paying tribute to the guardian spirit that perished alongside the evil god and to the children as well. The air was thick with sorrow. This somber atmosphere lasted for several minutes. Suddenly, 3 beams of white light appeared in the pitch-black crater, slowly converging into humanoid shapes. Captain, what is that? One of the psychics stared in astonishment at the white light gradually coalescing in the crater. No one answered. Even the usually stern leader couldn't help but take a step forward, holding his breath as he quietly observed what would happen next. The white light gradually transformed into 3 human figures. 2 of them were Lin Han and Yuta Izumitani. The final figure did not take on a human form but instead became a protective white glow, manifesting as an elderly man before the crowd. It was none other than Chu Feng, transformed into the drunken Taoist. He had reserved 3 opportunities for reincarnation, 1 each for himself, Lin Han, and Yuta Izumitani. This time the lunatic Shunsuke Hamazaki had miscalculated. He never expected Chu Feng to have so many hidden cards, repeatedly emerging to aid his targets and himself in resurrection. Shunsuke Hamazaki's plan to kill the child under Chu Feng's protection and Lin Han, leaving no victor in the replica world, had utterly failed. When one's power grows strong enough, all schemes and intrigues become meaningless. Yuta Izumitani opened his eyes in confusion, looking around. What was going on? Hadn't he just died? How was he alive again? He turned to look at Lin Han, who had also emerged from the white light, then spotted the drunken Taoist, his face lighting up with surprise. Master! Chu Feng smiled slightly. Child, it's time to grow up. I've protected you for so long, now it's your turn to learn to protect others. After speaking, he shifted his gaze to Lin Han, motioning for Yuta Izumitani to look at her. The girl seemed a bit dazed, perhaps from the recent experience of reincarnation, or perhaps still assimilating the memories of the specter. In any case, Lin Han's mind was in disarray. The specter's memories might remain, but accepting, digesting, and understanding them would be no easy task. So, you'll protect her, won't you? Hearing this, Yuta Izumitani froze, then smiled bitterly. Master, I don't actually have any great power, do I? It's always been you helping me, right? Chu Feng didn't answer, but the boy had already understood. Sometimes, the truth is harsh. You may think you're a savior, only to discover that it was just an opportunity handed to you, a staged performance. Such a realization stings far more than having nothing at all. Kid, who says you've got no talent? Suddenly, a handsome young man walked up behind Yuta Izumitani and patted him on the shoulder. Our captain just said you have great psychic potential. How about considering joining us? Really? Yuta Izumitani turned around, full of disbelief. Do you even know who our captain is? The young man leaned close to his ear. That guy is extremely picky about teammates. Back when I joined as the top recruit, he still gave me a hard time. If he sees potential in you, it means your talent is exceptional. Chu Feng added, from the beginning, I helped you only because those 6 enemies were my adversaries. If you didn't have the gift for controlling guardian spirits, you wouldn't have been able to use my power at all. So that's how it is. Yuta Izumitani suddenly realized, his face flushing. To think he had just said such disheartened words in front of his master, how embarrassing. Ha! Yuta Izumitani straightened his posture, taking a deep breath, and walked over to Lin Han. From now on, I will protect you. Lin Han lifted her pale face, gazing at the boy's serious and determined expression. Suddenly, a pure smile spread across her face. All right. The psychic captain approached Chu Feng with a respectful demeanor. Sir, after the evil god was destroyed, its power. You mean this? Chu Feng focused his mind, and a pitch-black orb floated into the air. Though its aura was faint, the orb still contained malevolent energy, albeit in a dormant state. Dormancy did not mean complete annihilation. From a certain perspective, the evil god was akin to a rule-bound existence, much like the urban legends. Overwhelming force alone might not be enough to destroy it. A specific method was necessary. If it's convenient, could you entrust this orb to the Psychic Alliance for handling? The captain asked. Chu Feng shook his head. I plan to destroy it completely. This is my destiny. You need not concern yourselves. I understand. The captain saw the determination in Chu Feng's eyes and said no more. Actually, even the psychics had not found a complete way to kill the evil god. If Chu Feng was truly determined, he might be able to achieve it, but the cost would be significant. Izumi Yuta listened to the conversation between the two of them. His eyes suddenly became moist, and he took a few steps forward. But in the end, he said nothing and only lowered his head. Kid, on the road to growth, you must learn to discern. You will have new companions in the future. The old man smiled kindly. The boy abruptly lifted his head, wanting to say a final goodbye. Yet, he saw the white figure suddenly dissolve, disappearing into the air, leaving only a white expanse of foam. Izumi Yuta stood there for a moment, bowing deeply toward the shadow left in the white light. Master, thank you. Tears slid down the boy's cheeks. His voice echoed across the vast, empty field for a long time. A small, tender, and pure white hand gently held his. The snow country began to snow again. Wind and snow blanketed the land. But when the boy left, his silhouette was no longer lonely. Chu Feng arrived at a sacred hall. Legend had it that this was the world of the guardian spirits. Guardian spirits who completed their missions could enter here and become heroic spirits. At this moment, Chu Feng was no longer merely a spirit. If he wished, he could temporarily assume a complete form with the power of the hall. Before him floated an evil seed. It was the evil god seed, obtained after killing Hamazaki Shunsuke. The seed contained the power of the evil god. If left in the human world, it would eventually give birth to a new evil god. The time has come. Chu Feng willed it, merging the evil god into his body. A surge of cold and malevolent soul energy immediately surged up, trying to corrode his body. But Chu Feng used the power of his 5 types of divine pupils to tightly seal the evil god's power. These 5 abilities continuously suppressed the evil god, even converting its power into new abilities for the pupils. In the beginning, the evil god resisted fiercely, and Chu Feng's divine pupils were impacted several times. Unfortunately, the 5 supreme pupil talents were incomparably powerful. Together, they suppressed the evil god with ease. Moreover, the sacred hall was filled with holy power, leaving the evil god unable to exert even 30% of its strength. It was soon completely subdued. Gradually, this power was disassembled, integrated into Chu Feng's soul, and slowly transformed into a new pupil ability attribute. It's done. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed faintly as he opened his system interface, and prompt after prompt appeared. Congratulations on completing the final trial, eliminating the evil god. In this role-playing mission, the guardian spirit of Izumi Yuta has achieved the ultimate victory. Unlocking achievements for this Evil God World quest instance. The person you guarded, Izumi Yuta, successfully left the school and joined the psychic organization, unlocking the achievement, Youth of This Moment, and earning the reward, Universal Legacy Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant, Tier 7. You completed the Eradicate Evil Tales mission, successfully unifying Lin Han's soul, unlocking the achievement, 7 Great Tales, and earning the reward, Universal Treasure Horror Tale Summoning Card, Tier 6. You have eliminated the Evil God and merged its power into your body, unlocking the achievement, Evil God Terminator, and earning the reward, Supreme Pupil Talent, Eye of the Evil God. For specific attributes, please open the Supreme Pupil interface to review. In this instance, you are the only Supreme Pupil user who survived to the end, unlocking the achievement, Survivor, with comprehensive rewards doubled through critical hits. Granting 300,000 Universal Points. Granting 350,000 Evolution Points. Unlocked exclusive reward for SSS level evaluation, Universal Space, 99.99. Universal Space, 99.99. In the era of Supreme Pupils, you can establish a small world of your own at this coordinate. You can store items from reality here. Go ahead and craft your exclusive space. Eye of the Evil God. Chu Feng's heart stirred as he opened the Supreme Pupil interface. Supreme Pupil, Eye of the Evil God. Grade, Special Netherworld Type Supreme Pupil, currently owning 1. When you possess 3 different Netherworld Type Supreme Pupils, they will fuse into a Sovereign Grade Netherworld Type Supreme Pupil. Abilities, Blood Sacrifice Ritual, Evil God Manipulation, Soul Locking, Evil God Descent. Blood Sacrifice Ritual, obtain the power of the Evil God through the blood sacrifice of numerous living beings. Consuming the power of the Evil God allows you to unleash Supreme Pupil skills such as Curse, Summon Evil Beings, Madness Whispers, etc. Evil God Manipulation, consume the energy from the blood sacrifice ritual or soul energy to forcibly control the Evil God. Soul Locking, lock onto a target's soul aura, enabling tracking no matter where they are. Locking consumes pupil energy continuously. Evil God Descent, consume 1 million blood sacrifice energy units to invoke the descent of the Evil God's power into your body. Note, this may result in your consciousness being devoured by the Evil God or losing control entirely. It is advised not to use this in reality, and be prepared to face death at any time. So, Netherworld type Supreme Pupils are upgraded not through evolution points, but by collecting more related Netherworld type Supreme Pupils. This kind of Supreme Pupil ability is extremely rare. No wonder Hamazaki Shunsuke knew about the information on Celestial Pupils so early. It turns out his Supreme Pupil interface was different from the norm. I suppose you could say he came with a cheat code. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, a hint of astonishment in his heart. The upgrade path for Netherworld-type Supreme Pupils involved merging with other related Supreme Pupils. Its starting point was already high, with 4 powerful initial abilities, and it required no further leveling. However, subsequent advancement was exceedingly challenging, a trade-off of gains and losses. Chu Feng also noticed a detail. Since Netherworld-type Supreme Pupils were interconnected, could Netherworld-type quest instances also be linked? For example, the Evil God world might be related to the world of Demon Resurgence. In any case, with the Eye of the Evil God, he now held significantly more cards when entering the Demon Resurgence instance. He reopened his personal interface, discovering numerous new details. Name, Fengshen. Alias, editable. Age, 17. Supreme Pupils, Sovereign Grade Heavy Pupil, Level Unknown, Eternal Divine Eye, Tier 7, Azura Pupil, Tier 5, Destiny Pupil, Tier 5, Samsara Pupil, Tier 6, Eye of the Evil God, Netherworld Type. Unlocked Worlds, Martial Arts World, Immortal Cultivation World, Great Zhou Dynasty, Ninja World, Evil God World. Universal Treasures, Path-Seeking Wine Jug, Tier 3, Imperial Dragon Talisman, Tier 5, Trident, Damaged Sovereign Grade. Destiny Seal, Tier 6, Castle Academy Access Pass, Special, Ancient Buddha Talisman, Unknown, Horror Tale Summoning Card, Tier 6. The Inheritance of the Multiverse, Supreme Path to Immortality, Sunset True Sword, Supreme, 10,000 Demon Pill, 7th Tier, Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant, 7th Tier. Multiverse Halos, A Stroke of Fortune, Extraordinary Background, 7-Day Sign-In. Multiverse Space, 99.99. Dungeon Clearances, 5. Evolution Points, 414,010. Multiverse Points, 452,000. What a pity, I'm still 100,000 evolution points short of upgrading my Eternal Divine Eyes to the 8th tier. Chu Feng sighed. He had almost fully explored the ancient Heavenly Court's palace. To uncover more secrets, he needed to upgrade his eternal divine eyes or find the matching divine spirit eye. However, there were no clues about the divine spirit eye for now. Meanwhile, the ancient heavenly court housed many potent treasures of the multiverse, no less impactful than upgrading his super sight. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng decided to delve further into the ancient heavenly court. Opportunities must not be wasted. Hui Cheng. In a luxurious 5-star hotel. Fengshen, I've remembered your name. Benzaki Shunsuke awoke from bed, his eyes gleaming with a madden light. He took several deep breaths to barely calm his emotions. Although, in a certain sense, this high-ranking guild member from Sakura country was utterly deranged, his mind eventually cooled down, preventing the role-playing from the dungeon from overwhelming him. The influence of the evil god was still gradually eroding his consciousness after leaving the evil god world. He walked to the mirror. Benzaki Shunsuke turned on the faucet and splashed his face with water. Raising his head, water droplets slid down his face. Under the long bangs, his wildly gleaming eyes exuded an unsettling aura as they stared intently at his reflection. After a while, the madness in his gaze gradually receded. After all, once outside the dungeon, the evil god's influence would slowly dissipate. He hesitated briefly. Once his state stabilized, he made a phone call. Was that old man brought over? Yes, but my illusions are becoming increasingly ineffective on him. The sound of a car engine roared through the phone. Clearly, the person on the other end was driving fast. Wait for me at the planned location. Boss, was the mission involving the Heaven-Eyed One completed? No. Benzaki Shunsuke's voice turned colder. The person on the other end immediately realized something might have gone wrong with the dungeon's progress and dared not probe further. In both reality and dungeons, Benzaki Shunsuke was a ruthless figure. Allowing the evil god to descend into his body? That alone demonstrated his lack of limits and his willingness to do anything to achieve his goals. Moreover, he could quickly shake off the evil god's influence and regain composure. Most super-sighted individuals wouldn't dare provoke him. Even his partners avoided crossing this madman, especially when he was in a foul mood. After a while, Benzaki Shunsuke spoke calmly. Even though I didn't obtain the evil god's eye, I successfully replicated the evil god's power. To think the second nether-type super-sighted individual came from Long Country. It did take quite a bit of effort. But in that case, things will be even more convenient. Next, I will bring the evil god world into reality. Heavy breathing came through the phone. Bringing the evil god world into reality, triggering the evil god's resurgence. The plan was insanity itself. But if it succeeded, it would bring devastating destruction to Long Country. Eliminating other nations' super-sighted individuals within dungeons was far too slow. If the power of the evil god world could be replicated on their soil to nurture disasters, it would outpace dungeon-based competition by leaps and bounds. Who, exactly are you people? On the highway, a taxi sped at 150 kilometers per hour. A frail voice came from the back seat. However, when the elderly passenger opened his eyes, an aura of terror emanated from him. Bang! Bang! Several shadowy wraiths suddenly appeared, surrounding the taxi and slamming against the windows. Damn it! Have I stimulated this old man's nether power into awakening? The driver cursed and pulled out several golden talismans from his pocket. These are worth tens of thousands of multiverse points, and now I have to waste them in reality. What bad luck! He muttered a few curses and threw the golden talismans. The talismans instantly shone with radiant Buddhist light, transforming into chains that wrapped around the old man. The elder's face contorted with pain. Hiss, hiss. The surrounding wraiths screeched in agony as they dissolved into gray mist and dispersed. The driver floored the accelerator, pushing the car to its limit. Though the golden talismans restrained the elder, the driver couldn't fully control him. Anyone who had crossed paths with Benzaki Shunsuke knew how terrifying nether-type super-sighted individuals were. The driver thought this elder's super sight was even more fearsome than Benzaki Shunsuke's. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the key to unlocking the gate between nether and reality. Thankfully, Huicheng was merely a second-tier city, and they had split their operations. If the car's speed held, they'd be able to traverse the city in an hour or two. Exiting the highway, the taxi slowed down, entering an abandoned road leading to the urban-rural fringe. Majin was an industrial zone designated within Huicheng. The area was underdeveloped aside from rural settlements. Only areas near the road saw any activity. Transportation was decent, but the low population and mediocre environment hindered commercial growth, making it an ideal location for factories. Over a decade ago, several chemical factories were established in Majin. However, due to excessive pollution emissions, many factories were shut down. Numerous factory buildings were left unreconstructed or demolished, turning into wastelands. If new factories were to be built here, the old ones would first need to be torn down, and the pollution problem would have to be resolved. No one wanted to take on such thankless work, leaving the area neglected and unmanaged. The taxi slowly drove into this abandoned industrial zone and unloaded the elder. The old man's eyes were half closed, occasionally flashing with a ghostly coldness, as an icy aura radiated from him. Terrifying, just barely awakening, and already this powerful. Nether-type supersighted individuals truly aren't to be trifled with. Sweat trickled down the driver's forehead. Thankfully, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. Binzaki Shunsuke. The driver finally felt a sense of relief and exhaled deeply. The person has been brought here, the driver said, and I even wasted a secret treasure talisman worth hundreds of thousands of heavenly points. This loss, surely the organization will reimburse me? Binzaki Shunsuke nodded. Rest assured, the organization acknowledges every supersight wielder's contributions. You will not be treated unfairly. That's good to hear. The driver smiled. But the next second, his smile froze. He looked down and noticed a dark stain spreading across his abdomen. You? His eyes widened as he stared at Binzaki Shunsuke. In this mission to capture the Eye of the Undead, you have heroically sacrificed yourself. Your name will grace the Hall of Honor, remembered forever by the organization. Goodbye. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Binzaki Shunsuke's lips. He walked slowly past the man, and with a loud bang, dark liquid sprayed forth from the body, painting the entire ground in black. Who are you really? Shenbo slowly climbed to his feet, faint shadowy figures of undead entities appearing around him. These specters seemed like his servants, loyally awaiting his commands. Shenbo was initially startled, but his accelerated heartbeat soon steadied, and he regained his composure. As expected of someone with a nether spirit eye. You adapt quickly to supernatural phenomena, Binzaki Shunsuke remarked, clapping his hands in mock admiration. What nether spirit? What supersight? I don't understand what you're saying. Shenbo quickly regained his footing but took a few steps back, clearly sensing that this man before him was no friend. He had no idea why these undead shadows responded to his summons, nor could he fathom the other's intentions. Yet his instincts screamed danger. The man carried deep malice within. Binzaki Shunsuke studied Shenbo in silence for a few moments before speaking. I pity you. At your age, to be burdened with such a fate. But you cannot escape. The nether spirit eye wielders are destined to bring disaster and suffering to this world. So, you need only surrender quietly, turn into an unconscious gateway, and fulfill your purpose. What happens afterward is not for you to know. The shadowy spirits around Shenbo grew in number. His gaze sharpened, and the shadows surged forth like a tide toward Binzaki Shunsuke. Binzaki Shunsuke's lips curled into a faint smirk, as if he had anticipated this. As soon as the shadows crossed into a 5-meter radius around him, they let out a sharp scream and dissolved into smoke. I didn't expect that even with your nether spirit eye barely awakened, it would already be this powerful. What a shame. Outside of the dungeons, I can't strip you of your supersight abilities. And those eyes of yours, they have other purposes. Otherwise, I truly desire your power for myself. A burst of violet light erupted from Binzaki Shunsuke's eyes. Shenbo felt a stabbing pain in his head and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Binzaki Shunsuke approached slowly, placing a hand on Shenbo's body. A sinister aura suddenly surged. Shenbo's pupils flickered with a gray light as a formidable energy erupted from within him. Binzaki Shunsuke stepped back a few paces, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. A rift tore open in the air, revealing a ghostly gate to the void, attempting to forge a path. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Binzaki Shunsuke burst into laughter, his voice tinged with madness. Countless shadowy figures crawled out from the nether gate, spreading in all directions. The evil god shall awaken today. Binzaki Shunsuke dropped to his knees, raising his hands high in reverence. At this moment, he became the most fervent of believers in the world. 3 hours before the evil god's awakening, Chu Feng arrived at the ancient celestial court. It was the same familiar palace. Standing at the starting point, he made his way to the temple where he had previously obtained the ancient Buddha talisman. Exiting the temple, the Bodhi tree shimmered with a mysterious light, imparting a sense of inner peace. Chu Feng once again activated his misty heaven vision. Overlooking the ancient celestial court, everything was almost identical to before, like a still painting. Having acquired the 3-pronged blade and the ancient Buddha talisman from the temple, this area had been nearly fully explored. If I want to explore further, I'll need my eternal divine sight to reach the 8th tier to pass through the Dragon Gate. Chu Feng glanced at his current evolution points, 400,000. He let out a wry smile. Still short by 100,000 to level up. If he could gather another 100,000 evolution points, he could unlock a new area beyond the Dragon Gate. Anyone else hearing this would likely be green with envy. Only 400,000 evolution points? Most super sight wielders, upon reaching the 5th level, would manage to acquire around 200,000 points at best, an impressive feat in itself. But Chu Feng had not only elevated 4 different super sights to high levels, he had also amassed 400,000 evolution points. Far surpassing others, enough to make anyone jealous. After completing the next dungeon, Chu Feng would be able to gather enough points to upgrade his Eternal Divine Sight to the 8th tier. At that point, he could explore the new area beyond the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate was still some distance from the temple. Coming here this time allowed him to position himself near the gate, saving travel time for his next expedition. Although he hadn't stumbled upon additional treasures, he had laid the groundwork for future exploration. With a thought, Chu Feng retrieved the celestial treasure he had obtained from the Great Zhou dynasty, the Destiny Seal. Golden dragon energy gathered around him, transforming into a war chariot that carried him toward the Dragon Gate. The scale of the ancient celestial court was truly immense. With only a minute left before time ran out, Chu Feng finally reached the vicinity of the Dragon Gate. Before him stood a white barrier, blocking his path. He stepped closer, placing his hand on the barrier, and was immediately met with a powerful repelling force, barring his way forward. As I suspected. I'll need to advance the Eternal Divine Sight by 1 more tier to proceed. He sighed softly. This wasn't unexpected. From the ancient celestial court, he had already unearthed a supreme-level celestial treasure. Though incomplete, its power was undeniable. The area beyond the Dragon Gate required a higher level of access, and perhaps another supreme-level celestial treasure awaited there. Who could say? The thought heightened Chu Feng's anticipation of the ancient celestial court. He couldn't wait to complete his next dungeon, upgrade the Eternal Divine Sight to the 8th tier, and claim another supreme-level celestial treasure. With 2 supreme treasures in hand, he could likely clear any celestial tower below the 10th level on his own. As time expired, Chu Feng was automatically ejected from the ancient celestial court. He chuckled to himself. For this evil god dungeon, he had done everything within his power. Since he had completed the mission of the Celestial Eye-Seer, and no related tasks would refresh anymore, there would be no more Super Eye-Seers acting as guardians for Izumi Ayuda. The story here had come to an end. That boy was eventually taken away by the psychics, leaving the school and starting a brand new life. Although he wasn't sure whether, after exiting the instance, those people and events would disappear completely or had never even existed in the first place. At the very least, Chu Feng had given that boy a beautiful memory. So, goodbye, world of the evil god. With that thought, he exited the instance and returned to the Tower of All Realms. Congratulations to Fengshen for achieving an SSS evaluation in the 5th floor evil god instance of the Tower of All Realms. The familiar broadcast sounded again. The number of people in the Super Eye era was still growing. When they heard this announcement, they were instantly stunned. What just happened? Fengshen got another SSS evaluation? Oh my god, is this a joke? Didn't he just get an SSS evaluation a moment ago? How did he get another one so quickly? This is unbelievable. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he got another SSS. Are we sure this isn't like Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong? Brother, getting the highest score in the Tower of All Realms is way harder than that. Fengshen treating the tower like a training ground is just too insane. Chu Feng had just stepped out of the Tower of All Realms when he overheard the discussions around him, and he was a bit surprised. Had so little time passed? But thinking about it, it made sense. The main storyline of the evil god instance required protecting the child until the day they left the school. If one avoided provoking the 7 great urban legends, it might take much longer. Of course, there would still be danger, especially from the psychics. According to the normal progression of the instance, a Super Eye-Seer would try to avoid the 7 great urban legends as much as possible. The school would experience a series of horrifying incidents, and finally, the psychics would intervene. After enduring the final test, the rescue team would arrive and take the children out of that haunted place. As for how the evil god would wreak havoc afterward, that had nothing to do with the Super Eye-Seer. By that time, the instance would most likely reset, and the evil god wouldn't even have a chance to appear before it ended. But Chu Feng had chosen to actively take the Celestial Eye-Seer route, so naturally, his strategy progressed much faster. With Izumi Ayuta in tow, he resolved the 7 great urban legends in just a few days. Then, eliminating the evil god and exploring the ancient celestial court didn't take much time either. The flow of time on the 5th floor had accelerated. Though he was tackling higher-level floors, the time he spent was actually shorter. It was like the time it took to drink a cup of tea. In the evil god world, he felt as though a long time had passed. Though the process wasn't lengthy, the pace was incredibly tight. From protecting Izumi Yayuta to negotiating with the 7 great urban legends, to defeating the evil god and exploring the ancient celestial court, it was non-stop action. This was far better than spending days playing chess and drinking wine in the world of cultivation. A few days in the evil god instance felt like several months. Yet in reality, only a very short time had passed. This made the other Super Iseers feel as though Chufeng had achieved another SSS evaluation in the blink of an eye. No wonder everyone was so shocked. 10 minutes ago, everyone was marveling at Fengshen's SSS evaluation, busy posting about how amazing he was. 10 minutes later, before some had even finished posting, Fengshen had already claimed another SSS on the 5th floor. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. It wasn't just the bystanders, even Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu were standing there in shock, the sea breeze brushing against their faces, their expressions almost copy-pasted. "Sis, how did Fengshen manage this?" Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. She felt like Fengshen had just left here, as if he had barely stepped out, ready for battle. Yet somehow, in the time it took to use the restroom, he had returned. And he returned victorious. Was this guy even human? Jiang Shui was stunned for a long moment before laughing bitterly. "I don't know either. Maybe it's just the difference between people, a difference we can't compare to him." Well, Jiang Xiaoyu took a deep sip of the lemonade in her cup, trying to calm herself. Oh my god. Her lemonade wasn't even finished, and Fengshen had already earned an SSS. This was terrifying. She was left speechless. Forget it. A girl should remain elegant and reserved, not use crude words to express her feelings. All she could say was that Fengshen was even stronger than she imagined, and no one knew where his limits lay. He always managed to surprise people. Who could possibly know how he did it? Even using cheats wouldn't be this powerful. On the Super Iseer forum, posts about Fengshen achieving an SSS evaluation in the time it took to drink tea flooded the pages. Those who had previously claimed that Fengshen might falter here were instantly and utterly humiliated. Some had said that below the 5th floor of the Tower of All Realms was considered low level, and that getting 4 consecutive SSS evaluations wasn't that hard. But upon reaching the 5th floor, the difficulty noticeably increased. At this stage, most solo Super Iseers would need to start teaming up with experienced Super Iseers. The 5th floor was a dividing line. Crossing it meant truly stepping out of the lower levels. Super Iseers who completed 5th floor tasks without failure had immense potential, and many guilds would fight to recruit and nurture them as prized members. Advancing another 2 or 3 floors, and one could become a core member. Even outsiders would be offered shares and power without hesitation. A strong Super Iseer joining would bring returns far exceeding the value of shares. However, Fengshen was hundreds of times stronger than just that. What's more, Chufeng hadn't just cleared an ordinary 5th floor, it was the evil god world, a realm high-level players would enter. Entering a high-level instance from a lower floor was far more difficult, requiring special methods or spending a massive amount of all realms points to acquire inheritances. The challenge was immense. Achieving an SSS rating in the 5th layer of the evil god dungeon in such a short time is beyond description. On the forums, everyone was worshipping and praising the newly crowned Fengshen, god of sealing. Some supervisioned individuals who had never encountered Fengshen before now revered him as though he were a deity. In fact, many supervisioned individuals who had not even cleared the 2nd layer began calling him their father in advance, hoping to become his followers. Of course, they understood that compared to Fengshen, they were not even fit to carry his shoes, let alone be his followers. They would only be a burden to him. But that did not stop them from fantasizing about strong individuals. Who doesn't want to grow stronger? At this moment, Chufeng naturally had no interest in others' praise. However, he wasn't in a rush to log out either. Up to now, Chufeng no longer needed to be cautious about concealing his identity. He had already reached such a high level that even if his identity were exposed, with 6 different supervisions under his command, who would dare to challenge him? With that thought, Chufeng silently recited the coordinates, 99, 99, in his mind. That's right. Where he was heading was his own all-heaven space, a unique reward for achieving an SSS rating in the evil god dungeon. With a single thought. In the next moment, Chufeng's figure appeared in an entirely new space. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, empty and devoid of anything. However, Chufeng could sense that his will was tightly connected to this space. He closed his eyes and activated his vision power, or rather, his soul power, immediately merging with the space. Guided by his intentions, this initially small, room-sized white space began to expand. In the blink of an eye, the all-heaven space had grown to the size of a football field. So that's how it is. The all-heaven space is expanded through soul power. As long as soul power is consumed, things can be created here. It's hard to imagine how strong the soul power of Castle Academy must be to create such an enormous space. Brother John's seaside space is still manageable. Although the sea there looks vast, it actually only spans a beach and a range of a few kilometers. But Castle Academy, now that's truly the size of an entire city. Chu Feng chose not to continue expending his soul power to expand the space further. The all-heaven space was extremely important for guilds, but for his personal use, its practical functions had yet to be discovered and required further exploration. Oh, that's right. It seems like the all-heaven space can bring items from the real world into it? Chu Feng suddenly recalled the lemonade that Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu had been drinking. That should have been something from the real world. With a single thought, his mind returned to reality. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was only 9 in the evening, too early for bed. Casually scanning his desk, Chu Feng's eyes landed on an old 5-year Gokao, 3-year simulation workbook on his bookshelf. Delighted, he quickly grabbed it for an experiment. The college entrance exams were over, and he had no use for these books anymore anyway. They might as well serve as material for testing his all-heaven space. Holding the book, Chu Feng connected to the all-heaven space. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the vast, white expanse of the space. And in his hand was still that 5-year Gokao, 3-year simulation workbook. It actually worked. Chu Feng was a bit surprised. He had assumed that the lemonade Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu had been drinking might have been fake, but it turned out to be real. However, the lemonade likely wouldn't actually be ingested into their stomachs. This was because the supervision era showcased the soul forms of supervision individuals, not their physical bodies. Naturally, the lemonade would not remain in the digestive system. But this was quite convenient for girls. Eating high-calorie items, such as chocolate, wouldn't lead to weight gain, yet it would still satisfy their cravings. Truly the best of both worlds. Returning to reality, Chu Feng tried bringing in various other items. As long as he concentrated his mental energy on an object, he could successfully bring it into the space. However, real-world items brought into the all-heaven space could not then be brought into the supervision era. This was likely because the supervision era existed in a world of soul energy, which rejected physical objects. With another thought, Chu Feng attempted to retrieve his all-heavens inheritance. The Sunset True Sword, the Myriad Demon Pill, and the Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant all appeared before him. Could it be possible to exploit this loophole and bring the all-heavens inheritance into the real world? Chu Feng's breathing quickened involuntarily. If this were truly the case, the value of the all-heavens space would be absolutely unparalleled. However, after testing, he found it was impossible. The all-heavens inheritance could only manifest within the all-heavens space and could not be taken out. What exactly is the mechanism behind this? Chu Feng muttered in frustration but ultimately accepted it. If such a thing were possible, guilds would have long since mastered the all-heavens space, bringing game-breaking inheritances into reality. Who would dare to challenge them then? It seemed that the all-heavens space was a one-way channel, capable of bringing real-world items into the space but not transferring inheritances or similar items out. Wait, what if items from dungeons could be integrated into supervisions? Chu Feng suddenly thought of a critical point. For instance, in the Evil God dungeon, if a supervision individual could replicate the Evil God into their vision technique, wouldn't it then be possible to bring it into reality through the all-heavens space? Although items from the all-heavens space couldn't be directly taken out, using a supervision individual's vision technique as a medium might open a door. Of course, this was merely a fleeting idea in his mind. There was no concrete evidence to support it yet. Even if he wanted to test it, he would need the appropriate tools. Currently, Chu Feng didn't possess such a vision technique. However, a supervision individual named Shunsuke Hamazaki from Sakura Nation seemed to have his own supervision space, capable of storing evil spirits. Evil spirits were a unique skill of Shunsuke Hamazaki, confined within his mental space and usable as a skill. Without relying on the all-heavens space, he could already bring them into reality. Of course, the effect was limited. The mind space itself was very small. After observing, Chu Feng found that Shunsuke Hamazaki could only raise one evil spirit, at most two, which couldn't stir up any major trouble. If his mind space could expand 10,000 times, then it might truly pose a threat to this world. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. An anomaly has occurred in the Eastern 8 Zone. All Supertongue users in the region between 22 degrees 24 minutes to 23 degrees 57 minutes north latitude and 113 degrees 51 minutes to 115 degrees 28 minutes east longitude will be forcibly logged out of the Supertongue era. Repeating once more. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, 0. As soon as the countdown number in front of Chu Feng's eyes hit 0, his figure was instantly forced out of the space. What's going on? He frowned. He tried to re-enter the Supertongue era, but a red warning popped up on the screen. An anomaly has occurred in your area. The world of the Tower of Myriad Realms is invading, potentially causing a disaster. All Supertongue users are requested to leave the area immediately and re-log in. Failure to comply is at your own risk. The invasion of the Tower of Myriad Realms. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. He opened the Supertongue forum, and sure enough, the posts that were discussing him earlier had now all turned into urgent messages about the invasion of the Tower of Myriad Realms. Did all the Supertongue users in the Huicheng area get forcibly logged out? Damn, is this for real? It's true. I'm a Supertongue user in Huicheng, and I've already been kicked out. I can't log back in at all. I heard it's the Tower of Myriad Realms invading. What on earth is going on? No idea. The forum instantly exploded, and even the internet speed slowed down. Chu Feng confirmed that something big had indeed happened nearby. But as he looked out the window, the scenery outside was still normal. It was just livelier than usual, obviously because the Supertongue users were buzzing with discussions. He stepped out of his house, preparing to see what exactly was happening outside, when he suddenly noticed an elderly lady persistently knocking on Uncle Chen's door. Brother Chen, are you home?" The elderly lady was knocking hard on the door, but there was no response from inside. The gap under the door was pitch black, no lights were on in the house. Uncle Chen usually returned home on time and had gone to the hospital earlier in the afternoon. How could he be delayed for so long? Logically, he should have been back by now. "Auntie, Uncle Chen isn't home?" Chu Feng quickly approached, his tone laced with urgency. The elderly lady sighed. "I've been watching the shop all afternoon, and I haven't seen the old man come back. There weren't many customers today, so I closed the shop early and thought I'd come upstairs to check, maybe I saw wrong. But it turns out his house is dark. Looks like he hasn't returned. The old man went to see the doctor, but it's taking so long, it's really worrying. Don't worry, I'll help look for him. Maybe something complicated came up at the hospital and delayed him." Chu Feng comforted her. "Alright, if you're helping look, then I can rest easy." The elderly lady finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Chu Feng was a Supertongue user, and his abilities were not weak. In these times, having a Supertongue user help find someone was no problem at all. After sending off the elderly lady, Chu Feng headed to the rooftop, summoning the Destiny Seal. Golden Dragon energy rapidly coalesced into a chariot, which shot into the sky at high speed. The Supertongue users wandering below saw the Golden Dragon energy flying through the air, with a person sitting atop it, and immediately gasped. "Holy crap, a Myriad Realms treasure that can fly, this must be a big shot. I want a Myriad Realms treasure like that too. So cool. Mom, why can that person fly? Ahem, when you grow up, maybe you can become a superhero too." That statement wasn't wrong at all. In the Supertongue era, having superhuman abilities was just the baseline. Sitting in the chariot formed by Golden Dragon energy, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a silver light. He activated the Fate Observation Vision mode. He recalled the time Uncle Chen went to the hospital. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So, he retrieved the footage from his doorstep at 4 p.m. and activated the Universal Rewind technique. Uncle Chen's movements were immediately replayed in Chu Feng's vision. To conserve energy, Chu Feng predicted Uncle Chen's next steps and used the Universal Rewind technique again at the turns. The footage showed Uncle Chen arriving at an intersection and hailing a taxi. But just then, the flow of fate around the driver suddenly fluctuated violently. Chu Feng's eyes sharpened as he saw a dark fate flow emerging beside the driver. A massive conspiracy was brewing there, and its destructive power was immense. In an instant, Chu Feng connected Uncle Chen's disappearance, Shunsuke Hamazaki's arrival in the Dragon Kingdom, and the forced logout caused by the invasion of the Tower of Myriad Realms. "Shunsuke Hamazaki, I will kill you with my own hands." At that moment, an incredibly intense murderous intent erupted from within Chu Feng. This killing intent instantly transformed into powerful eye energy, fully restoring all the strength Chu Feng had just consumed using the Eye of Fate. Chu Feng activated the Universal Rewind technique once more, closely tracking the taxi's movements. The chariot formed by the fate controlling technique could fly through the air, its speed far surpassing that of the taxi. By predicting the taxi's route and combining it with his speed, he could observe the taxi's direction and path at the next intersection, using less eye energy to gather the information he needed. Before long, the Golden Dragon chariot appeared directly above Ma Town. As Chu Feng entered the area, a commotion reached his ears. Pitch-black shadows, as dark as ink, enveloped the residential buildings in the small town, and various monsters appeared in reality, turning the area into something resembling a dungeon. Evil gods were invading reality. Many Super Tongue users desperately used their eye techniques to fend off the monsters, but most of them were only at the first tier. Their water splashes, fireballs, and spikes were completely ineffective against the demons. Ma Town requesting support. Ma Town requesting support. Calling Dragon Martial Guards, the city defense forces should intercept first. At the 8 o'clock direction, the gate of the Netherworld has opened. It is suspected that foreign Super Tongue users have invaded the Dragon Kingdom, attempting to resurrect an evil god on our land. These monsters are creatures of the underworld. Ordinary eye techniques can't harm them. The Netherworld type, Light type, Purification type, and Thunder type override users will serve as the main strike force. Healing type override users are responsible for support, and Resonance type override users are on standby in the rear to replenish ocular power for the frontline fighters at any time. The hum of helicopters echoed through the sky. It had only been a month since the era of overrides began, yet the Dragon Nation had already formed a well-trained override force, ready to respond to any crisis at a moment's notice. Of course, Chu Feng was more concerned about Uncle Chen's safety right now. The ordinary people on the road already had the override forces for backup, so he didn't need to worry about them for now. A squad of override users dressed in black plainclothes jumped out of the helicopter. As soon as they landed, Light type and Purification type override users immediately unleashed their ocular powers. A beam of white light covered the area, instantly purifying much of the nearby evil deity's aura. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with judgment as he evaluated. The strength of this frontline squad averaged around the 6th tier. In a dungeon, this would absolutely be considered an elite force. Hey, override user up there. The situation ahead is dangerous. Stay behind us, or act with us. At that moment, a broadcast voice came from below towards Chu Feng. A member of the Dragon Martial Guard spotted the Golden Dragon chariot floating in the air and immediately realized that it belonged to an extraordinary override user. But the situation was dire. An evil deity was awakening. This was not something an ordinary override user could handle. Only specific override abilities could deal with these enemies. He didn't oppose capable override users lending a hand, but throwing one's life away unnecessarily was just wasteful. Chu Feng ignored the warning and charged forward. That guy, why is he so reckless? The Dragon Martial Guard was so frustrated that he nearly smashed the microphone. Unfortunately, the Golden Dragon chariot beneath Chu Feng's feet carried him high above, making it impossible to stop him. Suddenly, dozens of human figures emanating the aura of the evil deity appeared before Chu Feng. These individuals had been corrupted by the evil deity's aura. They were beyond saving and had gained sinister powers, now acting as the offspring of the evil deity on Earth. In terms of strength classification, the offspring of an evil deity only possessed 1/1000th of the deity's power. Their attacks weren't strong, but their methods were bizarre, rendering ordinary ocular powers ineffective. To kill them, one required at least the 6th tier of override strength, and even then, it had to be a specific type of override. The dozens of evil deity offspring erupted with a surge of malevolent energy, levitating midair to block Chu Feng's path. That idiot. The Dragon Martial Guards watching from behind couldn't help but curse. That kid had no idea what he was walking into and was rushing straight to his death. These dozens of evil deity offspring were difficult for their entire squad to handle, even when combined. But this was a battlefield. No one would care about the life and death of a lone override user. They had to focus on preventing the spread of the evil deity's awakening. Move aside. A cold gleam of killing intent flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He had no time to waste. These creatures dared to stand in his way? In the next moment, Chu Feng activated the evil deity's eye. The instant the evil deity's eye was unleashed, the dozens of evil deity offspring preparing to attack Chu Feng suddenly plummeted from the air, falling to their knees. All the Dragon Martial Guards were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they witnessed the scene. Did they see that right? These dozens of evil deity offspring, each with the strength of a 6th tier override user, were all kneeling before that override user? They knelt on the ground, trembling all over, as if they had seen something utterly terrifying. You shall die. Chu Feng's voice echoed across the battlefield. In the next moment, all the evil deity offspring self-destructed simultaneously. This scene completely shocked every Dragon Martial Guard present. Chu Feng had instantly annihilated dozens of evil deity offspring, as if he had never lingered there at all. After activating the heavenly mandate eye, he once again utilized the Dragon Chi technique, commanding the golden dragon chariot to vanish from everyone's sight in an instant. That guy. The Dragon Martial Guard captain snapped out of his shock, calling out loudly to Chu Feng. But all he got in response was a silhouette fading into the distance. Clearly, this incredibly powerful override user had no intention of cooperating with the Dragon Martial Guard. He alone could dominate the entire battlefield. Captain, should we follow him? A young Dragon Martial Guard approached the captain hesitantly, asking. The captain smiled bitterly. How could we possibly keep up with him? Still, he did us a great favor by taking care of those dozens of evil deity offspring. Now our mission to stop the evil deity's awakening will be much easier. Report this to headquarters later. Have them investigate his identity. If he's an override prodigy from our dragon nation, we must protect him. If there's a chance to collaborate, we'll seize it. If not, we'll let him grow freely. But we absolutely cannot lose him. Yes, sir. The subordinate immediately relayed the order. The Dragon Martial Guard squad continued their mission without disruption. Chu Feng's appearance hadn't disturbed their coordination or pace. This showed that their brief training had already forged a highly cohesive team. The further Chu Feng advanced, the stronger the aura of the evil deity's awakening became. Most of the townsfolk had become sacrifices for the birth of the evil deity. Although the evil deity hadn't fully formed yet, the sheer number of evil deity offspring posed a massive headache for the override users. After all, this wasn't a dungeon. Without spirit energy users, override users could only rely on their ocular powers. And most override users would exhaust their ocular power after casting a few high-level techniques. This made override users ill-suited for prolonged battles, and stopping the ever-growing threat of the evil deity's awakening was no easy task. Chu Feng entered his heavenly veil form. Immediately, he spotted a factory ahead, or a netherworld gate had been opened. Beneath the gate stood Uncle Chen. A surge of rage erupted within Chu Feng. It had been a long time since he'd felt such a burning desire to kill. As a netherworld-type override user from the Sakura Nation, he was highly attuned to such auras. And so, his gaze locked onto Uncle Chen. He hadn't killed him in the dungeon, which had allowed him to orchestrate this disaster. This time, Chu Feng resolved to deal with him personally. Just then, a shadow lunged at Chu Feng from behind a vengeful spirit. Die! Shunsuke Hamazaki roared. His eyes burned with madness. After opening the evil deity awakening gateway, he had been thoroughly tainted by the evil deity's aura, driving him to near insanity. But his rationality wasn't entirely gone. Sensing Chu Feng's arrival, Shunsuke Hamazaki gauged his opponent's strength as formidable. He hid in the shadows, preparing a sneak attack. Chu Feng turned his head slightly, casting a glance at the vengeful spirit. In the next instant, the spirit, engulfed in ghostly flames, vanished without a trace. Shunsuke Hamazaki froze, his expression becoming grim. So, you're also a netherworld-type override user. Wait a minute, from what I sense, there should only be one nether-type ultra-eye wielder in the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that you are? Shunsuke Hamazaki suddenly recalled something. The killing intent on his face vanished, replaced by deep fear. There was a unique connection between nether-type ultra-eye wielders. This was also how he had tracked down Elder Chen. Yet, as far as he could sense, there was supposed to be only one nether-type ultra-eye wielder in the Dragon Kingdom. So who was this additional presence that had appeared out of thin air? The answer was glaringly obvious. It was none other than Fengshen, who had recently obtained the Evil God's Eye in the Evil God dungeon. Shunsuke Hamazaki had never imagined that this god of death would also show up here. According to his plan, even if Fengshen had acquired the Evil God's Eye, he might not necessarily come to aid anyone. Doing so would risk exposing his identity and waste precious time. By then, the evil god's resurgence could have already engulfed the entire Dragon Kingdom. No matter how formidable Fengshen's ocular power was, it would be impossible for him to annihilate all the evil gods in one go. Shunsuke Hamazaki had decided to proceed with his original plan. Everything had been going smoothly. But he hadn't anticipated that Fengshen would show up so quickly. You've recognized me. Chu Feng sneered, his laughter cold and chilling to the bone. In his eyes, Shunsuke Hamazaki was already a dead man. Trying to kill me? It's not going to be that easy. Shunsuke Hamazaki let out a sinister laugh, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a patch of black markings appeared on Chu Feng's body. In the Evil God dungeon, Shunsuke Hamazaki had used this very move to kill Lin Han and Yuta Izumitani. You think this trick would work on me? Chu Feng's thought shifted, and the black markings instantly disappeared. The essence of a battle between Nether-type Ultra Eyes lay in the clash of ocular powers. And to enhance the power of a Nether-type Ultra Eye, one must first awaken it. This was far more challenging than a standard upgrade. Shunsuke Hamazaki's ocular power was like an ant trying to lift a tree, it couldn't even budge Chu Feng in the slightest. Perish! A strange blood-red pattern emerged in Chu Feng's eyes. Shunsuke Hamazaki looked down and saw that a sacrificial ritual circle had appeared beneath his feet at some unknown moment. Evil God sacrifice. Chu Feng's gaze flickered, and the patterns of the ritual circle instantly erupted with a surge of blood-red light. Before Shunsuke Hamazaki could even cry out in pain, he was instantly reduced to a pool of blood. Shunsuke Hamazaki died a miserable death. Through the blood sacrifice ritual of the evil god's eye, Chu Feng directly converted him into evil god power. Even more crucially, he had absorbed the ocular power of a fellow Nether-type Ultra Eye wielder. The blood sacrifice ritual was originally a ceremonial act to offer living beings, it was rarely used to directly kill. But Chu Feng's ocular power was overwhelmingly strong. He possessed 6 different Ultra Eye abilities, and when facing an opponent of the same Nether type, he could annihilate them purely with his ocular power. Shunsuke Hamazaki had no chance to resist, he was consumed by the blood sacrifice ritual of the evil god's eye. At the same time, a formidable evil god aura surged within Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng felt that the evil god power within him was now sufficient to summon a fully formed evil god. The power was immense, almost uncontrollable. But Chu Feng's ocular power was unparalleled. With just a slight fluctuation of his mind, he quickly stabilized this overwhelming force. After suppressing the immense evil god power, he immediately turned his attention to Elder Chen. A golden glint flashed in his eyes. Everything Shunsuke Hamazaki had done was revealed to Chu Feng through the scenes of fate displayed in his mind. He instantly grasped the full picture. Scum! To let you die so easily, you're getting off too lightly. A surge of intense killing intent burst forth from Chu Feng's gaze. In his eyes, someone like Shunsuke Hamazaki deserved to die 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times to even begin to quell his fury. To think this lunatic had used an elderly man's Ultra Eye to open another passage, facilitating the evil god's resurgence. And all of this was simply because this madman thought it was worth it. In his twisted logic, merely conquering the Tower of Worlds wasn't interesting enough. Bringing the worlds of the tower into reality, that, he believed, was the true pinnacle of the Ultra Eye era. And he had succeeded. Shunsuke Hamazaki controlled a world space filled with inheritances from Nether-type dungeons. World spaces could be freely shaped by the will of an Ultra Eye wielder. Shunsuke Hamazaki had turned his world space into a breeding ground for evil spirits, evil god descendants, and nether monsters. However, the inheritances couldn't be directly brought into reality. In other words, the evil god Shunsuke Hamazaki had nurtured couldn't directly enter the real world through the world space. A passage was needed. Elder Chen's spirit eye could connect the netherworld and reality. By linking Shunsuke Hamazaki's world space with Elder Chen's Ultra Eye ability, the nether gate could be opened. Once Shunsuke Hamazaki's world space and Elder Chen's spirit eye were connected, the gate was opened, allowing the power of the evil gods to flow into reality. Thus, the evil god's resurgence in the real world was completed. At this moment, Elder Chen had fallen into an unconscious state due to the rapid depletion of his soul power. Unless Elder Chen awakened and actively closed the nether gate, the gate would remain open, making it extremely difficult to seal. A chilling, sinister aura began to pour out of the nether gate once more. The second wave of the evil god's resurgence had arrived. Chu Feng's evil god's eye swept across the nether gate. In an instant, the evil god power within him erupted, transforming into a terrifying force that annihilated every monster within the gate. With the evil god's eye, he could expend his ocular power to even control a true evil god. The descendants of the evil gods and the wraiths of the netherworld had no resistance before Chu Feng, self-destructing in despair. This was the dominance of a higher being at Chu Feng's will utterly controlled them. In their eyes, Chu Feng was even above the evil gods themselves. For now, the scene was stabilized. But the nether gate remained open, and a third wave of invasion was inevitable. What should he do? In eliminating the second wave of evil gods, Chu Feng had already exhausted the evil god power he had absorbed from Shunsuke Hamazaki. His remaining ocular power was insufficient to sustain further consumption. He looked at Elder Chen, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes. That's it. Elder Chen was able to open the nether gate because his Ultra Eye is linked to the world space, creating the passage. If I transfer Elder Chen into my world space, would that sever the connection? After all, Elder Chen is the key to the nether gate. If I shift him into my world space, perhaps the gate will close. Regardless, it's worth a try. Xu Feng took a deep breath. This approach was highly risky. But at the moment, it seemed the only way to address the situation lay with the world space he had just acquired. He placed his hand on Elder Chen. With a single thought, he connected to his own multiverse space. The next second, his ocular power began to deplete rapidly. The netherworld gate before him was also slowly closing. It works! A hint of joy appeared on Xu Feng's face. Without hesitation, he poured all his soul power into his efforts, gritting his teeth as he hurried to seal the netherworld gate. However, just as the gate was halfway closed, Xu Feng's ocular power was completely exhausted. Spend 50,000 evolution points to upgrade the Eye of Fate to the 6th tier. With a thought, the Eye of Fate flashed with a mysterious silver light. Immediately after, his ocular power was replenished in an instant, now fully restored. When the Super Eye evolves, all depleted ocular power is instantly refilled. Moreover, the upgraded Eye of Fate now had an even higher ocular power limit. Xu Feng unleashed his full ocular power, continuing to seal the netherworld gate. At that moment, the third wave of the evil god's revival began. Xu Feng quickly switched to the evil god's eye mode, converting all his ocular power into the power of the evil god, forcing the evil god's offspring to self-destruct. Boom! 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 A series of deafening sounds came from within, followed by various agonized screams. An ordinary person standing at the gate might have been scared out of their mind. Xu Feng felt a wave of dizziness in his head. By the time he eradicated the third wave of the evil god, his ocular power was completely drained. Yet, spend 50,000 evolution points to upgrade the Azura Eye to the 6th tier. A crimson light flashed across his pupils. The next second, his ocular power was refilled once again. Boom! Boom! With his remaining ocular power fully depleted, the netherworld gate was finally sealed shut. Before him was now a blindingly white space. This is my multiverse space? Lying in this vast white expanse was Elder Chen. Xu Feng quickly walked over and placed his hand in front of the old man's nose. He was still breathing. His condition seemed stable. Xu Feng let out a long sigh. For now, it seemed Elder Chen was not in life-threatening danger. But when Xu Feng activated the Eternal Divine Eye, his brows furrowed slightly. Although Elder Chen's body was unharmed, his consciousness had fallen into a coma. Xu Feng stood up. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a new door in his multiverse space. It was the netherworld gate. However, this gate, which once belonged to the real world, had now been transferred to Xu Feng's multiverse space. Xu Feng's heart tensed. Could the evil god be planning to revive in my multiverse space? If that happens, what will my multiverse space even be worth? Would it turn into some kind of replica dungeon for the evil god? Would I still be able to call in Brother Rong and the others to grind away at monsters together? For a moment, Xu Feng was speechless. But saving Elder Chen, even at the cost of his multiverse space, was worth it. He approached the gate and found that, in the multiverse space, the netherworld gate remained in a closed state. However, when he used his soul to sense the gate, he could feel that it could be opened at will, driven by his intent. That's right, the multiverse space is my own world. The rules here are dictated by me. If I want the netherworld gate to open, it will open. If I want it closed, it will close. The decision is entirely mine. Which means, my multiverse space not only stores objects from the real world, including myself, but it can also be used to open the netherworld gate and access new worlds? Xu Feng's heart surged with excitement. This was thrilling. The netherworld gate led to a dungeon world. As long as this gate existed in his multiverse space, it was equivalent to owning a portal he could enter and exit at any time. It was like having a secret realm he could explore or leave as he pleased. But Xu Feng felt that things wouldn't be so simple. He still didn't know what kind of world lay behind that gate. If he rashly entered, he might die without leaving a trace. Entering with his real body meant that death would be absolute. This wasn't a game, this was reality. He turned back to look at the still unconscious Elder Chen, his brows furrowing deeply. I still don't know what's wrong with Elder Chen. This gate can wait for now. The most important thing is figuring out a way to save Elder Chen. I don't have enough information. Xu Feng had no idea what exactly had happened to Elder Chen. The Supreme Divine Eye could only reveal what Shunsuke Benzaki had done to Elder Chen. As for Elder Chen's current condition, he might need to ask someone else. Brother Rong. A figure immediately surfaced in Xu Feng's mind. That man seemed to know almost everything. But if he saw that there was now a netherworld gate in Xu Feng's multiverse space, who knew how it might affect their future collaboration? Never mind, I'll ask first and deal with the rest later. Xu Feng didn't have many options right now. The only people he could consult were the members of the Becoming God group. With a thought, he entered the era of Super Eyes. If I'm able to enter, it means the multiverse tower has detected that the invasion of Huicheng has been resolved. Perhaps it's because I moved the netherworld gate into my multiverse space. Chu Feng thought to himself. Many Super Eye users were gradually regaining their connections. We're back online. What happened? I heard that over in Huicheng, some foreign Super Eye users invaded, opening a connection between the Evil Gods dungeon and the real world, attempting to trigger the Evil Gods revival in our country. Foreigners? Which country is so shameless? I'm going to teach them a lesson. A middle-aged man with a scarred face was furious to the extreme. Everyone had initially thought that the multiverse tower was malfunctioning, only to realize that foreign Super Eye users were causing trouble in the Dragon Nation. It was infuriating. There had been many reports recently about Super Eye users causing destruction, suspected to be the work of foreign forces. People had thought their actions would stop there, but no, they had planned something even bigger. The Evil God's revival, set to unfold in the real world. If the Evil God had truly descended, countless lives in their nation would have been lost. But thankfully, the danger was resolved later, and we're back online. How was it resolved? Not sure. They say the Dragon Martial Guard intervened, but frontline reports claim they also don't understand why the Evil God's revival suddenly ceased. The reason is still under investigation. Some say it was the work of an exceptionally powerful Super Eye user, but it's unclear who. As they spoke, that very exceptionally powerful Super Eye user walked past them. Listening to their discussions, Chu Feng's gaze shifted slightly, confirming that the danger in the Dragon Nation had been neutralized after he sealed the netherworld gate. While there had undoubtedly been casualties, and likely not a small number, at least the destruction caused by the Evil God's revival had been minimized. This debt, the Sakura Nation would have to settle with him someday. For now, the most pressing matter was understanding Elder Chen's condition. Muttering the coordinates, Chu Feng's figure appeared in the seaside section of his multiverse space the next second. Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu sat under the pavilion, also discussing the matter. When they saw Chu Feng approaching with a solemn expression, Jiang Shui immediately stood up. Fengshen, do you know about what's happening in Huicheng? Chu Feng hesitated for a moment but decided not to conceal the truth. I am in Huicheng. What? Both Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu were astonished. Fengshen is actually in Huicheng? However, since he disclosed this, wasn't he exposing his whereabouts? Of course, revealing his location wasn't really a big deal. Huicheng is a second-tier city with a population of over 1 million. Finding someone like Fengshen in such a sea of people would be nearly impossible. But voluntarily sharing this information was indeed out of character for Fengshen. Jiang Shui wasn't naive, she immediately realized that Fengshen might be involved in this matter. Sure enough, Chu Feng continued, I just went out and closed the gate of the netherworld. The two sisters were at a loss for words. Fengshen, the great master. In one night, you achieved 2 SSS level evaluations, encountered an unprecedented invasion by the All Heavens Tower, and stopped it right in the city where you reside. Why is it that things others consider godlike achievements seem as mundane as going home to sleep or waking up to eat for you? Jiang Shui thought she was already quite capable. But suddenly, she felt that compared to Fengshen, she was just a novice, utterly incompetent. This was truly demoralizing. Enough talk. Is Brother Awkward inside? I have something to ask him. Chu Feng went straight to the point. Of course, by speaking to Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu this way, he also implied that he might need their help in the future. After all, they were part of the same group, and when trouble arises, everyone would resolve it together. Yes, he's inside. Go ahead and find him, Jiang Shui responded immediately. She had a vague feeling that something significant might have happened with Fengshen. Beep. The door of the small motel opened again. Brother Awkward was still standing by the window. It seemed he hadn't had enough of the seaside view when Chu Feng came in again. Looks like you have something interesting to show me. Before Chu Feng could speak, Brother Awkward's faint voice lingered in the air. Why do I feel like you know everything? Well, I'm just guessing. After all, if you didn't have something interesting to bring, why would you come to me, right? That mask with the character turned toward him. I can collaborate with you, as long as what you bring is intriguing enough. Chu Feng hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. I promise what I bring will be extraordinary, but I need relevant information in exchange. Information? That I don't lack, Brother Awkward said confidently. Alright, then come with me. The two walked out of the Sunset Motel, and Chu Feng went to the pavilion where Jiang Shui and her sister were sitting. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to bring them along too. If his All Heaven space had a door that could connect to other instances, then when forming a team to enter an instance, collaborating with contracted members of the group would certainly be the best choice. More importantly, bringing Jiang Shui and her sister would make the collaboration fairer. This way, the matter would be the concern of the whole group, not just a private deal between him and Brother Awkward. Honestly, Brother Awkward held too much information. The gap was too wide, dealing with him alone might put Chu Feng at a disadvantage. Jiang Shui had a deeper understanding of Brother Awkward, and bringing the sisters along would ensure a more balanced collaboration. Brother Awkward seemed to perceive Chu Feng's thoughts and was even more delighted. Perhaps, for this man, profits weren't the most important thing, interest and fun were the key. Coordinates, 9999. I've temporarily unlocked your access permissions. You can enter any time. After saying this, Chu Feng's figure disappeared before the three of them. Fengshen actually has an all-heavens space now? Jiang Shui's eyes shifted as she immediately guessed the truth. However, she didn't appear too surprised. Tonight, Fengshen not only achieved 2 consecutive SSS level evaluations but also closed the gate of the netherworld. If this guy were to accomplish something even more earth-shattering, she wouldn't find it surprising anymore. Jiang Xiaoyu thought the same. After all, they were sisters and shared a tacit understanding. Silently memorizing the coordinates, Brother Awkward, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Jiang Shui's figures disappeared from the seaside one after another. The next second, they entered a white, boundless space. Chu Feng stood beside an old man, his hands clasped behind his back. That old man is unconscious. Could it be that Fengshen saved him when he closed the gate of the netherworld? No, if it were truly an evil god's resurrection, the casualties wouldn't be limited to just one person. This means the old man must be very important to Fengshen. Moreover, the old man entered the all-heaven space with his physical body, which requires protection, but their appearances might not be authentic. Jiang Shui speculated extensively in her mind. The old man lying here was definitely in his real-world body. If it were his soul entering the all-heaven space, he should still be active. But his appearance might not be genuine. This was Chu Feng's all-heaven space, the rules were set by him. As long as he used soul power, appearances could be altered at will. Chu Feng was naturally aware of this. When he entered, he changed the old man's appearance to that of another elder and also used his form from the Super I era, avoiding revealing his identity easily. In the Super I era, no matter how familiar someone was, one must maintain basic vigilance. Collaboration needed boundaries. That door. Jiang Shui caught Brother Awkward glancing in another direction out of the corner of her eye. She shifted her gaze and immediately noticed a portal emanating a netherworldly aura, suspended in the white space. The door's shape resembled the teleportation light gates of the All Heavens Tower but was tightly shut. A chilling, eerie aura emanated from behind the door, as if it led to the netherworld itself. Wait. Could it be that Fengshen moved the evil god's resurrection passage into his all-heaven space? Jiang Shui's pupils contracted as she guessed the possibility. Sure enough, what Brother Awkward said next confirmed this fact. As expected of Fengshen, you even managed to relocate the gate of the netherworld. Truly eye-opening. According to my intel, places capable of opening this door wouldn't exceed 3 worldwide. 3? Chu Feng immediately caught the key information from Brother Awkward's words. This indicated that in the world of Super Eyes, the passage connecting to the All Heavens Tower had been opened before. Before the evil god's resurrection, perhaps someone had already succeeded in doing this. Shunsuke Hamazaki was merely replicating the successes of others, but he was far from being the originator. So, who exactly made such a shocking move, bringing the world of the Tower of Heavens into reality? It was simply unheard of. What you brought today has truly opened my eyes. I'm very impressed. Let me share some intelligence with you first, and we can discuss further cooperation later. Brother Joan's words were exceptionally smooth, using the intelligence as bait to attract the other party, reducing the information gap before negotiating future collaboration. Speak. Chu Feng understood well that in such a conversational rhythm, the initiative undoubtedly lay in Brother Joan's hands. But he had to know this information. From that perspective, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Before that, there's one critical piece of information you need to know, something that might completely alter your understanding. Brother Joan paused for a moment, then suddenly chuckled and said, the dungeon tasks of the Tower of Heavens and the worlds they belong to aren't separate but are interconnected. Interconnected? Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu cried out in shock, completely unprepared for such a revelation. But Chu Feng's expression was evidently much calmer. His eternal divine eyes still required their complementary counterpart to form the complete supervision. Moreover, the Nether series of supervision belonged to an independent faction, and the dungeon worlds of this faction followed a consistent lineage. All this information suggested that the Tower of Heavens might possess a complete world capable of linking different tasks and events together. Just like when Chu Feng was teleported to the martial arts world on the first floor and completed a dungeon task in Yuyang City. However, it was highly possible that at a higher level, say the 20th floor, he could re-enter the martial arts world, and that world would still be the same one as on the first floor. Only the tasks would differ. In Yuyang City of the martial arts world, the final boss was Xia Jiuyo. But by the 20th floor, the enemies could range from demon gods and celestial emperors to even some kind of sovereign. Yet, all of this would still take place in the same world. Exactly. Brother Jiong nodded, noticing that Chu Feng quickly grasped the concept. He turned around, staring at the Nether Gate, and slowly said, "If my guess is correct, this gate connects to the Nether Faction's dungeon world, and it's the highest level part of it. According to my intel, the ultimate Nether dungeon will lead to the 90th floor of the Tower of Heavens. That world is hell." Zhang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in unison. A dungeon world on the 90th floor. Entering it would be suicidal. If my guess is correct, that group of individuals must have used the Nether supervision in Old Chen's possession to open this pathway, am I right? Brother Jiong glanced subtly at Old Chen, who stood behind Chu Feng. That's right. There's a supervision wielder named Shunsuke Hamazaki. I encountered him earlier in the Evil God dungeon. At first, I thought he was merely attempting to clear the Celestial Vision dungeon. But it turns out he had a deeper purpose, using his ocular techniques to replicate the power of the evil god and then transferring it to the real world to initiate the evil god's resurrection plan. Chu Feng spoke lightly, as if recounting a trivial matter, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This way, others wouldn't suspect any special connection between him and Old Chen. With this explanation, in the eyes of others, Chu Feng had merely encountered Shunsuke Hamazaki in a dungeon by chance. It was a coincidence that Hamazaki was attempting to resurrect the evil god in Chufeng City, prompting Chu Feng to step in and stop him. Furthermore, Shunsuke Hamazaki was aware of the Celestial Visioner's tasks. This evil god dungeon must have involved significant conflict between him and Chu Feng. When enemies met, the tension was palpable. Thus, Chu Feng targeting Shunsuke Hamazaki was perfectly justifiable. And the possibility that Chu Feng got involved in this incident solely because of Old Chen was greatly diminished. Zhang Shui's gaze toward Chu Feng shimmered with admiration. Chu Feng's experience in clearing the evil god dungeon was far more complex than she had imagined. His opponent must have been a member of a top-tier guild from Sakura Nation, someone with access to insider information about the Celestial Visioners, boasting an incredibly powerful background. Even so, Chu Feng managed to eliminate all his enemies in the time it took to sip a cup of tea, achieving the highest SSS rating. This guy was simply too strong. Heh, such a reckless move. It does seem like something that group would do. Brother Jiong chuckled, saying no more. However, Chu Feng could discern the underlying implication, realizing that Brother Jiong was familiar with those lunatics. A top-tier guild from Sakura Nation? Or perhaps a large-scale team of supervision wielders? In any case, being labeled as lunatics by someone of Brother Jiong's caliber meant they were undoubtedly formidable opponents. Fengshen, do you want to save this old man's life? Brother Jiong suddenly asked, his tone casual. Then he added, if you want to save him, I can discuss the next steps for cooperation with you, concerning this dungeon world. What a cunning move! Chu Feng cursed inwardly, once again reminded not to underestimate this masked man. He wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him for free. Zhang Shui's eyes flickered, she understood the meaning behind Brother Jiong's words. Meanwhile, the younger Jiang Xiaoyu, listening to the adults' conversation, didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. She simply thought it was a matter of mutual assistance between teammates. Was it really that simple? Impossible. From the very beginning of their conversation, Brother Jiong had emphasized cooperation. Yet, as he kept revealing information, he never mentioned any compensation. It wasn't until the subject of the old man's life came up that he suddenly broached the topic of cooperation. He had already deduced that the old man lying there must have some connection to Chu Feng. When it came to matters of life and death, Brother Jiong chose this moment to discuss collaboration. If Chu Feng wanted to know how to save the old man, he'd have to agree to cooperate moving forward. More importantly, this detail could reveal the true nature of the relationship between Chu Feng and the old man. Chu Feng replied calmly, I want all the details regarding this gate and this dungeon, including information about that old man. Brother Jiong nodded. In return, I will need the usage rights to this gate. Of course, I'll explain exactly what I intend to use it for. Usage rights. Chu Feng rubbed his chin, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Actually, based on the current intelligence, Granting the other party the right to use it is not excessive, and this is the minimum trading condition. The right to use is not the same as ownership. In other words, this door still belongs to Chu Feng, but Zhong Ji can use it. In the Tower of the Heavens, usage rights and intelligence are almost equivalent. Intelligence is the most powerful weapon. Apart from this, Zhong Ji did not make any other demands. All right. Chu Feng nodded. Now, tell us all the intelligence you have about this world. He turned to glance at Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu. Since we're all in the same group, and we might team up for future instances, everyone can listen together. Everyone got ready. Zhong Ji began explaining in detail. With the progress of the Super I era, we discovered that the Super I era isn't just about the Tower of the Heavens, but also about the heavenly spaces. If the Tower of the Heavens connects to other worlds, possibly external worlds, then the heavenly spaces are more like a passage between reality and the Tower of the Heavens world. The concept of a passage is easy to understand. Items from reality can be transferred into the heavenly spaces at the will of the super-id individuals. Even inheritances from the Tower of the Heavens that cannot be brought back to reality can be accessed in the heavenly spaces. This is the unique intersection between instances and reality. However, the heavenly spaces are sealed and not an open channel. Only super-id individuals can freely enter and exit. So, the heavenly spaces are like a sealed water pipe, and the super-id individuals are like water that can freely flow within the pipe. Moreover, only those with the corresponding super-I abilities can transfer the water from the instance into reality. Everything is based on the super-I. Without the corresponding super-I ability, having access to the heavenly spaces is useless. But what if the ability of a super-id individual connects to a special world? When this super-id individual and that world form a complete passage through the heavenly spaces, their body and soul will separate. The body remains in reality, but the soul enters the instance world. To put it simply, although this old man's body is fine, his consciousness is trapped in the instance world because the passage was opened. The meaning is clear, isn't it? This old man is in hell. Hell. Chu Feng's heart sank. He had initially thought that Uncle Chen's unconscious state was due to soul force exhaustion. But after hearing Zhong Ji's explanation, Uncle Chen's condition was far more complicated than he imagined. The 90th floor of the Tower of the Heavens? The Hell Instance World. With his current strength, could he really enter it? Even with the evil god's eye, entering would be an enormous risk. What's more, entering this passage would mean sending his true body, not just his soul or a game character. If he died, it would be true death. No three chances. No punishment of blindness. Pure, absolute death. However, entering doesn't necessarily mean death, otherwise, I wouldn't have asked for the usage rights. Zhong Ji paused and added, but now is not the right time. With the current super-I level and the inventory of heavenly treasures, even for me, attempting the 90th floor would be suicide. Moreover, in the later stages, super-Is may not even be the most crucial ability or method. Chu Feng felt a realization dawning upon him. The level of super-Is was ultimately limited. Most super-id individuals couldn't achieve an SSS rank evaluation. Unlike him, they couldn't possess multiple super-I abilities to handle various situations. But they could rely on heavenly treasures. With a sufficient accumulation of high-level heavenly treasures, their effects could rival the combination of multiple super-I abilities. After all, heavenly treasures could also be brought out of instances and used in reality. So, for most super-id individuals, achieving SSS rank wasn't the only path. They could take another route. Choose the optimal instance strategy, save heavenly points, purchase high-grade treasures, and use the treasures' abilities to navigate instances. This was the speedrun route Zhong Ji had chosen. First, quickly accumulate intelligence and expand his network, then exchange intelligence for heavenly points and treasures, and finally, push to the higher levels of the Tower of the Heavens. Because his intelligence was extremely valuable, the gains from exchanging it for heavenly points were on par with the rewards of a high-level evaluation. All these points could then be used to acquire heavenly treasures. However, if it's you, there might be a chance. Zhong Ji suddenly seemed to think of something and added, "Are you saying, to gather 3 types of nether-type I techniques?" Exactly. You should already know this from conquering the evil god instance. As long as 3 different nether-type super-Is were gathered, one could unlock a supreme-level I technique. Although the specific nature of the technique was still unclear, the key was supreme level. This would provide a glimmer of hope for surviving the most difficult instance on the 90th floor, the Hell instance. At the very least, it offered a chance to come out alive. So, where were the remaining 2 nether-type super-Is? One was in Chu Feng's personal instance. The instance of Demon Resurrection was also a nether-type instance, and there was bound to be a sky-eyed individual within it. By leveraging the power of the evil god's eye, Chu Feng could aim for an SSS rank evaluation in his personal instance of demon resurrection. This way, Chu Feng would possess two different nether-type super eyes. The final nether-type super eye was behind that door. As for how to obtain it, this was not only beyond Chu Feng's understanding but also something even Zhong Ji's intelligence hadn't delved into deeply. I'm planning to tackle the demon resurrection instance next. I want to trade for corresponding heavenly treasures, with the price capped at 450,000 heavenly points. Chu Feng thought for a moment, then looked up at Zhong Ji. The true difficulty of the demon resurrection instance was roughly equivalent to the 10th floor of the Tower of the Heavens. He needed to prepare adequately before entering. 450,000 heavenly points. Jiang Shui and Zhang Xiaoyu were once again stunned. This time, it wasn't due to Chu Feng's abilities but because, how could he possibly be so wealthy? Especially Jiang Shui. To her, 100,000 heavenly points was already the entirety of her assets if she sold everything she owned. Yet Chu Feng casually mentioned 450,000. He was only on the 5th floor of the Tower of the Heavens, wasn't he? How had he accumulated so much? Zhong Ji hesitated for a moment before saying, even if you have 450,000 heavenly points, it's not guaranteed that you can buy the best heavenly treasure available. The reasoning was simple. Chu Feng wanted to use all his heavenly points to buy the best treasure. But such top-tier treasures were often so scarce that almost no one would sell them. Even at high prices, they were hard to come by. However, Brother Zhong's tone shifted. I remember I have a friend who possesses a Buddhist secret treasure of the heavens, roughly at the 8th tier. It seems to be called the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. But this treasure has a limitation, it can only be used after a certain cooldown period. It's considered a burst-type weapon. The attack method is relatively straightforward, it releases Buddhist light, mainly targeting demons and evil deities, with extremely high destructive power. But if used against ordinary monsters, like Godzilla, the effect is average, roughly equivalent to the attack power of a 5th-tier secret treasure. Moreover, it requires time to gather Buddhist energy. So my friend is somewhat dissatisfied and wants to replace it. If you offer 400,000 heaven points, I can guarantee to get it for you. All right. Chu Feng agreed without hesitation. Jiang Shui and Zhang Xiaoyu, standing nearby, were both holding their breath, their excitement palpable. 400,000 heaven points, spent just like that, without the slightest hesitation. Is this what it truly means to be a top-tier expert? So enviable. Of course, in Chu Feng's view, spending 400,000 to buy an 8th-tier heavenly secret treasure was absolutely worth it. He understood how terrifying the power of high-tier treasures could be. Even the incomplete supreme-level secret treasure, the Trident Blade, could instantly kill an evil deity. An 8th-tier Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon, specifically designed to combat demons, would surely be even more powerful. It was more than enough to serve as a life-saving trump card. In the upcoming demon resurgence and hell dungeons, it would definitely prove invaluable. Moreover, the real reward of the demon resurgence personal dungeon was the reward for reaching the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven, which would undoubtedly be explosive. Perhaps the return on investment would be double that of the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Since you've agreed, I'll go arrange it for you. As soon as Brother Zhong finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. He was likely off to negotiate the deal with his friend. A few minutes later, Brother Zhong returned. I got it for you. The speed was astonishing. In just a few minutes, he had acquired a top-tier heavenly secret treasure. The Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon, 8th-tier heavenly secret treasure. Let's trade. Brother Zhong didn't waste words and directly pulled up the trade panel. Chu Feng selected 400,000 heaven points. The transaction was completed. A new entry appeared in Chu Feng's heavenly secret treasure inventory, the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon, marked as 8th tier. Apart from the Trident Blade, the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon was now the strongest heavenly secret treasure in Chu Feng's possession. Moreover, it was a treasure capable of active attack. Now that you have the Evil God's Eye and the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon, entering the Demon Resurgence dungeon should pose no problem. Brother Zhong gave his assessment in a calm tone. Chu Feng nodded and turned his gaze toward the gate of the Netherworld. Since this gate doesn't need to be opened for now, I'll enter the personal Demon Resurgence dungeon first. Alright, we have nothing else to do here, so we won't disturb you. Jiang Shui, ever perceptive, quickly understood the implication in Chu Feng's words. He wanted to enter the dungeon, and having others lingering in his heaven space would certainly be inconvenient. Good luck. After saying this, Brother Zhong disappeared along with Jiang Shui and her sister. Chu Feng focused his thoughts, and the heaven space immediately sealed itself, preventing anyone from entering at will. Even though Brother Jiong and the others knew the space's coordinates, this was his domain. Who could enter and who couldn't was entirely up to him. Opening his personal panel, a red exclamation mark appeared in the lower left corner. With a thought, a message popped up. Do you wish to challenge your personal dungeon? Yes. In the next moment, Chu Feng found himself in the loading interface of the Tower of Heaven dungeon. Dungeon name * Demon Resurgence. Teleportation location * unknown. Floor level * 6. Difficulty * extreme, hell level. Background introduction * in the world of Demon Resurgence, humanity is almost extinct. The remaining spirit energy users have built the last human spiritual city atop a snowy mountain, resisting the demon invasion while searching for opportunities to fight back. Main tasks * defeat 4 epic level demons, raise your spirit energy level to B tier, explore at least 1 spiritual user's ruin, and complete 1 S tier mission. Upon completing all tasks, you may choose to end the challenge or continue unlocking more achievements. Maximum dungeon duration, 3 years. Notes * 1. Personal dungeons do not match you with other supervisioners, but those entering the dungeon simultaneously will still exist in the same world. 2. Tasks are assigned randomly. Completing all tasks is considered a successful challenge, and you may choose to stay in the dungeon to pursue additional achievements. 3. The more tasks you unlock, the greater the rewards. 4. The dungeon difficulty is extremely high. Proceed with caution and plan your route carefully. 5. The dungeon spans the entire world. Seize every opportunity. So that's how it is. Chu Feng noted that the dungeon might not be exclusively his and wasn't particularly surprised. Brother Jiong had mentioned that the Tower of Heaven connected to other worlds, and this tower, much like the heaven space, was a gateway. If other supervisioners entered this dungeon at the same time, they were bound to encounter each other. However, such occurrences were rare. And even if they met, as long as their main tasks didn't clash, they wouldn't immediately become enemies. Thus, there was no need to worry too much. The notes faded away, and a new option appeared before Chu Feng. You have triggered the Extraordinary Origins Heavenly Aura. You may choose. 1. Be born in the Spirit City, assuming the identity of an ordinary student. 2. Assume the role of someone who should have long been dead. Playing the Extraordinary Origins role will trigger special conditions and affect subsequent task routes. Please choose carefully. Chu Feng's gaze flickered. Someone who should have long been dead. He thought to himself. This might be related to the supervisioner of the Demon Resurgence world. In the Great Zhou Dynasty dungeon, the 9th prince was the child of a supervisioner. In the Ninja World dungeon, Phantom Moon Yu was the father of a supervisioner. In the Evil God world, due to unique circumstances, the heavenly aura hadn't triggered. But in the Demon Resurgence dungeon, the aura had returned. So this someone who should have long been dead might very well be connected to the supervisioner of the Demon Resurgence world. Chu Feng wasn't just here to complete tasks. He also had to find the second type of Nether Elemental Supervisioner in order to access the gate of the Netherworld and locate Uncle Chen's consciousness. So, I'll choose the second option. A beam of light enveloped Chu Feng's head. The next second, he was transported to a world where demons and monsters had revived. Under the gloomy sky lay a desolate land. A few crows pierced through the dark clouds, landing on a withered locust tree. Next to the locust tree stood a nameless grave. Weathered by time, the tombstone was shattered, and the name engraved on it had long faded into obscurity. The crows hopped from the dead tree onto the grave, letting out hoarse cries. Bang! Suddenly, a tremor erupted from the grave, startling the crows into flight, their black silhouettes vanishing into the distant sky. Bang! The grave quaked again. The surrounding soil began to crack open, as if something was struggling to emerge from within. Bang! With the third tremor, a dirt-covered hand suddenly broke through the grave and forcefully tossed aside the tomb's covering. A ghostly figure climbed out of the grave. The flesh on his body had already decayed, and maggots crawled across his face. Yet, he stood up, alive. Pah! I nearly lost my life. With a curse, a few maggots spilled from his mouth. With a wave of his right hand, a bottle of liquor appeared as if by magic. He tilted it back, taking a heavy swig. Astonishingly, his rotting flesh began to regenerate visibly, restoring itself at an incredible speed. After finishing the liquor, he poured the remaining contents over his head, washing away the dirt that clung to him. His face, surprisingly, bore a hint of handsomeness. Upon closer inspection, he appeared to be around 15 years old. His horrifying appearance when he first emerged from the grave had distracted from his youthful age. If I trigger another extraordinary origin aura next time, I might not survive the moment I arrive. Chu Feng shook his head, feeling fortunate that he had awakened the evil god's eye. Otherwise, the cursed power within this body would have corroded his soul entirely. He opened the character panel. Name, Chen. Age, 101 years old, died at 15. Background, died in the year 1028 during a mission to prevent an evil god from attacking Portma, at the age of 15. Recognized as one of the top 10 most talented psychic warriors in history. Psychic level, A grade, damaged state. Asterisk, warning. Your body is corrupted by the power of the evil god, and you are at constant risk of losing control. Asterisk. Asterisk, time until next loss of control? Asterisk. The danger of losing control had subsided. Evil god's power? Before the evil god's eye, such power was nothing more than a toy, easily converted into energy to replenish his ocular strength. Chu Feng sensed an overwhelming contamination of evil god's influence within this body. What was even more terrifying was the severe physical trauma it had suffered. By all accounts, it should have been long dead. Yet, due to the evil god's corruption of its soul, the body persisted despite its decay, its soul's lingering obsession refusing to fade even after nearly a century. After arriving in the world of demon resurgence, that lingering obsession had attempted to corrupt Chu Feng's soul. Of course, Chu Feng eradicated it with ease. In truth, the remaining obsession was no longer the soul of the original owner but more akin to a malevolent will born from the evil god's corruption, stubbornly clinging to existence. One of the top 10 most talented psychic warriors in history, possessing A-grade psychic power at just 15 years of age, died honorably during a mission. The fatal injuries this body sustained must have been inflicted during that event. If I can repair the damaged psychic power, returning to A-grade level should be achievable. Most demons and monsters wouldn't stand a chance. Chu Feng's eyes glimmered as he pieced together the most likely scenario from scattered bits of information. He opened his Super Eye user panel. After closing the Nether Gate previously, he had upgraded both the Destiny Eye and the Shura Eye to the 6th tier, using 100,000 evolution points to unlock new abilities. Destiny Eye Majestic Terrain harnesses the power of destiny to manifest as a vast, overwhelming force of mountains and rivers, capable of crushing enemies. Shura Eye Killing Intent Storm transforms killing intent into a destructive storm, sweeping over nearby enemies. Two powerful, wide-range ocular techniques. Chu Feng assessed that while these techniques were incredibly potent, they consumed an enormous amount of ocular energy. Ordinary Super Eye users could only use them once or twice before being drained. Even with Chu Feng's 6 Super Eyes and unparalleled ocular energy reserves, he could only manage about a dozen uses. At higher levels, Super Eyes provided limited increases in energy but allowed users to outclass others of the same tier. Spectre Summoning Card summons a Spectre to assist in battle for 3 hours. After use, a 7-day cooldown is required. Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant summons a spirit with comprehensive A-grade abilities to assist for 1 day. After use, a month-long cooldown is required. The Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant is a legacy from the multiverse, but it can also be used in Nether-type instances. This means, it's applicable in Evil God instances, Demon Resurgence, and Hell instances, which is quite surprising. The Nether-type instances seem to share a common lineage. What connection existed between these worlds was still unclear. Chu Feng activated the Obscuring Heavens mode. A colossal divine eye hovered high in the sky, gazing down upon the land. He saw that he was in a barren wilderness. 5 kilometers away, there was a road that seemed to lead to the outside world. The instance's data confirmed that this was not the city of psychics. In this world, the remaining humans had all gathered within the city of psychics, a stronghold fortified by impenetrable walls. I need to find a way to reach the city of psychics. Chu Feng frowned, sensing the difficulty of his situation. This demon resurgence world was different from previous multiverse tower instances. It was no longer confined to a single city or empire but spanned the entire world. Even with the Obscuring Heavens eye, it was impossible to scan the entire world in one glance. He had no idea what this world's map looked like, let alone the precise location of the city of psychics. Even if he used the Destiny Seal in tandem with the Destiny Eye to perform the art of commanding destiny and achieve flight, his ocular energy wouldn't sustain long-distance travel. Not to mention, ocular energy was his lifeline against potential demon attacks along the way. At that moment, an off-road vehicle suddenly rushed from a distance, entering Chu Feng's vast field of vision. Hot on the vehicle's trail were the silhouettes of over 1,000 demons, relentlessly pursuing it. Chu Feng immediately focused his attention, zooming in on the scene. No, this was no ordinary off-road vehicle. The surface of the car appeared to be made of some sort of special metal. Whenever a demon touched the vehicle, a holy aura radiated from its body, repelling them instantly. Clang! The sound of machinery operating came from the roof of the car. Moments later, a cannon with a 35-centimeter caliber emerged. A red-haired woman popped her head out of the sunroof, gripping the cannon tightly with both hands. Persistent pests, you're all going to die for me. She forcefully pulled the trigger. In the next second, a white beam of light shot out from the cannon, forming a straight line that annihilated the swarm of demons rushing toward them. The demons struck by the white light instantly turned to ash, disappearing with a piercing wail. Damn it! I told you not to insist on killing that epic tier demon. Now you've exposed the enemy's entire lair. A man's angry voice came from inside the vehicle. Cough, cough, how could I let such a rare epic tier demon go without studying it? It'd be a waste. The red-haired woman chuckled awkwardly, trying to brush off the scolding. Our psionic reserves are almost depleted. If we run out, we'll have no choice but to fight to the death with these thousands of demons. Suddenly, a few demons charged directly toward the front of the off-road vehicle, fearlessly lunging at it. Bang! The vehicle skidded as it struck the demons, veering off the road and slamming hard into an intersection. The car flew off the road, plummeting toward a 100-meter-high cliff. Seeing an opportunity, the swarm of demons dove madly after the falling vehicle. Damn it, at such a critical moment. Bang! The roof of the car was suddenly blown open with immense force. A man, approximately 1.5 meters tall, wearing a cape and carrying two swords at his waist, leaped out, holding the red-haired woman in his arms. If they didn't jump in time, the demon's speed would soon surround them completely. Being trapped inside the vehicle would have meant certain death. Their only chance was to escape mid-fall and engage the demons in close combat, only then might they have a sliver of hope. However, the swarm of demons quickly surrounded the two, leaving no openings. Whoosh! Two streaks of sword light shot out from the man's waist. In that instant, he streaked across the air like a meteor. Psionic energy carved a dazzling trail through the air, slicing a dozen demons into pieces in an instant. Faced with such a powerful opponent, the demons showed no fear, continuing to charge at the pair with reckless abandon. It was as if hunting psionics was ingrained in their very instincts, mindless, driven solely by primal urges. The red-haired woman wielded a blade in one hand and a gun in the other. Before the demons could even get close, her bullets tore them apart. Those that managed to reach her were shredded into minced flesh by her blade. The pair's teamwork was seamless, their synergy perfect, as if they were one. Yet the demons surged like a tidal wave, giving them no respite. These mindless creatures, dying in battle is an honor, but being killed by them? That's just humiliating. Another dozen streaks of sword light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, dozens more demons dissolved into black mist. Such an attack was taxing, even for top-tier psionics. Sweat began to bead on the pair's foreheads, their breathing growing unsteady, evident signs of severe psionic overexertion. The 1,000-strong horde of demons had already been halved. Although their numbers seemed to dwindle, the situation remained dire. As the next wave of hundreds of demons charged in, the scene seemed utterly hopeless. But in the next moment, the movements of the hundreds of demons suddenly froze. What's going on? The two psionics exchanged puzzled glances as they prepared to strike, only to see the demons completely immobilized. It was as if someone had pressed pause on a video. Boom! Before they could react, the demons collectively self-destructed, black mist filling the air in a terrifying spectacle. The hundreds of demons that had been closing in were neutralized in an instant? This unbelievable turn of events, what on earth was happening? Suddenly, the two psionics sensed a presence nearby and immediately turned to look. From within the black mist ahead, the silhouette of a young boy slowly emerged. His clothes were tattered, barely hanging onto him, almost as if he wasn't wearing anything. Yet his face was delicate and youthful, making him appear quite young. There was a faint aura of malevolence about him, though it wasn't overwhelming. A faint golden glow flickered in his eyes before exhaustion washed over his face. He looked like someone who had just exhausted their abilities. The newcomer was none other than Chu Feng. In his heavenly vision form, he had arrived at the scene as quickly as possible to witness the battle. If you were a psionic, you would know where the psionic city was located. Chu Feng realized his current state was less than ideal, and there was little information about the resurgence of demons in this world. To fully grasp the scope of this scenario, he would need to visit Psionic City. As he approached, the two psionics initially remained tense. But when they used their telepathic abilities to sense his aura, they detected lingering psionic energy on him. Thankfully, he was likely an ally. Is that control-based psionics? Or is it explosive-based? What kind of technique did this guy use to instantly eliminate all the demons? The man narrowed his eyes, trying to recall if there was any psionic of such power in his memory. He himself was an A-rank psionic. But judging by the others' display, this was likely A+ rank or even S rank. Such a powerful psionic should have been commemorated in the Hall of Honor, yet he had no recollection of him. "Hey, friend, care to join us?" The red-haired woman waved and called out. "You brainless woman, he's already walking toward us. What do you think?" the man retorted. Chu Feng approached, giving the two of them a brief glance. "You're psionics from Psionic City, aren't you? That's odd. In this world, Psionic City is the only place left with humans." "The way you said that sounds strange." The red-haired woman eyed Chu Feng suspiciously. "Don't tell me you're not from Psionic City?" "I'm not sure either." Chu Feng shook his head, speaking half-truthfully. "There are a lot of things I can't remember right now. Most of my memories are just fragmented pieces." "So, you're saying you have amnesia?" "Just about," Chu Feng nodded faintly. "I'm not entirely sure about the current situation, but when I saw you surrounded by demons earlier, I instinctively used this power. As for the details, I can't really explain." In truth, the power Chu Feng used to vanquish the demons came from the evil god's eye. Before his arrival, he had already used his supreme heavy pupil to discern the identities of the two individuals. The man was named Sorat Sugawa, deputy captain of the investigation corps in the city of psionics. His psionic level was classified as A, and he excelled in dual blade attacks with exceptional speed, capable of instantly slaying powerful demons. Additionally, he was proficient in piloting vehicles with lightning-fast reflexes. Though his height was only 1.5 meters, his speed was undeniably remarkable. The woman was Reina Oda, Sorat Sugawa's subordinate and most synchronized combat partner. She was a B-class psionic, skilled in mechanical modifications and the crafting of psionic weaponry. She had developed over a dozen psionic weapons specifically designed to counter demons and had authored countless research papers on demonology, half of which earned her the prestigious A-class academic medal in the city of psionics. She was regarded as the city's most brilliant scientific prodigy. Having saved these two high-ranking psionics, entering the city of psionics would pose no problem. The real issue lay in his identity. Chen was a psionic from a century ago. Though he technically had an identity, he should have long been deceased. If he entered the city of psionics, an investigation would inevitably follow, and his identity would be exposed. Thus, fabricating a false identity wasn't feasible. However, directly revealing himself as Chen, the psionic prodigy who died a century ago, would likely lead to suspicions of an evil god's resurrection. The only solution Chu Feng could think of was to feign amnesia. After all, his knowledge of this world was indeed limited. Pretending to be Chen was essentially no different from having amnesia, since he was ignorant of most events that had transpired in this world. Sorat Sugawa stared at Chu Feng's expression for a long time before concluding. This kid really wasn't lying. Reina Oda summoned a beam of holy light in her hand, gently sweeping it across the body of the off-road vehicle. She closed her eyes slightly, as if sensing something. "Fortunately, it's just a minor collision. The surface anti-demon jade is slightly damaged, reducing resistance by about 9.12%. Other functions are normal. And the vehicle still has 43.32% of its psionic reserves. If the road ahead is uneventful, we should be able to reach the sanctum without issue." Sorat Sugawa rummaged through the trunk and pulled out what looked like a cloak, though it was more accurately a flag-like piece of silk, and tossed it to Chu Feng. "We didn't bring any spare clothes, so make do with this for now." Chu Feng didn't say much, taking the cloak and draping it over his shoulders. It ended up looking more like a bathrobe. His arms and ankles were exposed, the shoulders were loose, and he had to tie the cloak around his waist with a rope to keep it on. Though his attire left much to be desired, it was a significant improvement over the few scraps of fabric barely covering him earlier. Of course, in a world overrun by demons where humanity was nearly extinct, no one cared about trivialities like clothing etiquette. "Are you planning to stick with us for now?" Sorat Sugawa hesitated before deciding to ask Chu Feng's intentions. A guy with amnesia possessing such immense power, it felt unsafe to leave him unchecked, but taking him alone, well, they couldn't exactly overpower him. So asking was the only option. Chu Feng deliberately hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. I want to figure out what happened to this world anyway. Being with you might help me recover my memories." The off-road vehicle, known as the psionic armor, was a specialized transport used by the investigation corps of the city of psionics for external reconnaissance and exploration missions. It was equipped with 30 million units of psionic energy, capable of taking on an entire demon battalion by itself. From the outside, the psionic armor exuded an imposing presence. Its size was comparable to a standard off-road vehicle, but its appearance resembled a light tank straight out of a sci-fi movie. It boasted high-powered weaponry as well as high-speed mobility. The interior, however, was cramped, leaving just enough room for operation, with most of the space devoted to various devices to fulfill multiple functional needs. Fortunately, there was a rear seat available, where Chufeng could sit. Otherwise, he might have ended up sitting on Reina Oda's lap. After all, Sora Tsugawa was the one driving. Although the vehicle had previously veered off the road and plummeted from a 100-meter-high cliff, its sturdy construction left it mostly undamaged. With Reina Oda, the tech expert, handling repairs, it was back in working order. The engine roared to life, and the psionic armor was back on the road. Sitting in the back seat, Chufeng gazed out the small window at the scenery. The sky in this world was universally dark, devoid of sunlight. It felt as though the entire world was trapped in a lightless demon ceiling tower. We're 300 kilometers from the target. It'll take about an hour and a half. Our food supply was originally enough for half a month, but with that boy added, it'll only last about 10 days. 3 kilometers ahead at 3 o'clock, there's a strong demonic presence. We'll need to take a detour. Throughout the journey, Reina Oda continuously reported the situation. Sora Tsugawa occasionally responded but spent most of his time focused on driving. Chufeng, meanwhile, alternated between gazing out the window and recovering the pupil energy he had expended earlier. Closing the netherworld gate had consumed a significant amount of his pupil energy. Without time to recover, he had plunged directly into the demon resurgence scenario. To save time, he had instantly wiped out 500 demons earlier, which had further drained his pupil energy. Now, only about 1/10 of his pupil energy remained, and full recovery would take at least a week. As his pupil energy capacity increased, so did the recovery time required. Although the recovery rate had improved, the significant boost in capacity still demanded more time to fully replenish. After a day of travel, Chufeng closed his eyes and concentrated, eventually restoring his pupil energy to roughly 30%. Activating his eternal divine eye, he began introspection. The psionic energy within him was scattered like fragments. If complete psionic energy resembled a finished jigsaw puzzle, then his current state was akin to scattered pieces spread across his body. Once his pupil energy was sufficiently recovered, he attempted to communicate with the psionic energy within him, painstakingly working to piece it back together. Though the process was arduous and mentally exhausting, it proved feasible. Another day passed. By nightfall, the psionic armor had ascended a steep mountain peak. We'll rest at the summit tonight. The higher the altitude, the less likely we are to be attacked by demons. Although the reason isn't clear, these demons are semi-spiritual entities. They don't climb, they typically float to move. Most demons have limited floating altitude. So if you encounter a troublesome demon, try to run to higher ground. Your chances of survival will be greater. After the car stopped, Reina Oda continued her chatter while taking food out of the trunk and tossing it to Chufeng. Probably because she saw he was just a teenager, her guard was low. Like an older sister from next door, she casually shared bits of background about this world. Actually, I don't really need to eat. Chufeng threw the biscuits back. Food is precious. There's no need to waste it on me. You really don't eat? Reina Oda looked at him curiously. Yeah, my body seems to have undergone some changes. It's fine even if I don't eat. Chufeng slowly revealed his special circumstances. In truth, his body was vastly different from an ordinary person's or even from that of an Esper. The power of the Eldritch God had already fused with his body. At this point, Chufeng could be considered half an Eldritch God, while still being able to wield the powers of an Esper. Eldritch Gods were entities that couldn't be killed. Once someone became a vessel for an Eldritch God, at the moment they lost control, they would gain terrifying power that was nearly impossible to destroy and capable of wreaking catastrophe. Tsugawa Sora furrowed his brows and cast a glance at Chufeng, a look full of disgust. His attitude, of course, did not escape Chufeng's notice. But soon, Tsugawa Sora spoke. Sorry. I'm not targeting you or doubting you, it's just that the aura emanating from you is hard for me to accept. You're different from demons. You're more like the descendants of those Eldritch Gods that went extinct 100 years ago. Though I've only read about them in history books, the feeling you give me, it's unmistakable. Eldritch God descendants? Chufeng feigned confusion, asking the question as if he understood nothing. In fact, he had already noticed this unique trait. In a world where demons had awakened, the connection to Eldritch Gods was undeniable. The two were merely different stages of the same alternate world timeline, so overlapping settings were only natural. However, Tsugawa Sora's unintentional mention of the extinction of Eldritch Gods did pique Chufeng's curiosity. Don't overthink it. We espers are naturally repulsed by such dark and malevolent forces, Reina Oda shrugged as she spoke. What's that supposed to mean? Chu Feng frowned and asked. Reina Oda hesitated for a moment but decided to explain to Chu Feng, 100 years ago, there weren't so many demons. They might have existed, but most of them were monsters summoned by cultists of the eldritch gods through special rituals. However, according to historical records, their main goal was to summon the eldritch gods. In the end, espers fought a great battle against the eldritch gods, and the eldritch gods were completely annihilated. Logically speaking, humanity should have enjoyed a period of peace after that. But, unexpectedly, a few months later, demons suddenly reawakened and swept across the entire world. No one knows where these demons came from. It was as if, overnight, humanity was overtaken by them. These demons are even more terrifying than the descendants of eldritch gods. They have an innate aggressiveness toward humans. If eldritch god descendants still followed certain rules of behavior, then demons operate on a single instinct, hunting humans. They don't do anything beyond that. Demons were originally supposed to be mere malevolent spirits, not much of a threat. But for some reason, one day they erupted and began rampaging across the human world. At that time, humanity's strongest espers sacrificed themselves in the final battle against the eldritch gods, taking 3 of the great eldritch gods down with them and ending the war. That's roughly how it's written in the history books, though the details are quite vague. Reina Oda's explanation was indeed vague. If not for the Chen background listed in Chu Feng's character panel, he might not have understood any of it. To put it simply, 100 years ago, demons were weaker than eldritch gods and didn't pose much of a threat. Espers focused their efforts on dealing with cultists of the eldritch gods. Having experienced the eldritch god dimension, Chu Feng knew how terrifying their power was. It was nothing short of disastrous. Espers had also appeared in the eldritch god world. Perhaps it was just different stages of the same world, or perhaps the world of demon resurgence was the future of the eldritch god world? After the strongest esper wiped out the cultists of the eldritch gods, demons reappeared. And not just a few, they came in overwhelming numbers, sweeping across the human world overnight. Many people had no time to react before being slaughtered. After entering the era of demon resurgence, humanity was almost wiped out. The survivors established the final city of espers, becoming humanity's last line of defense. Demons and eldritch gods had different abilities. Eldritch gods were more akin to mental corruption, causing catastrophic power after eroding humans. They were immortal monstrosities with fixed behavioral rules. Demons, on the other hand, were purely malevolent spirits with simple actions. They only knew how to hunt humans and could be destroyed with spiritual energy. Their strength was far inferior to that of eldritch gods. But humanity's destruction at the hands of demons came down to 2 reasons. First, there were simply too many of them. They couldn't be stopped. Second, the attack came too suddenly, sweeping through all cities overnight, completely different from the step-by-step plans of the cultists of the eldritch gods. Whether it was the eldritch god dimension or the era of demon resurgence, the number of espers was always limited, and their abilities were mediocre. Losing the war was almost inevitable. But the problem was, the sudden surge of demons overtaking the world was inherently suspicious. And the fact that the demon resurgence happened right after the final battle with the eldritch gods didn't seem like a mere coincidence. Given Chen's background, it was hard not to suspect that the demon resurgence was related to the last battle against the eldritch gods. But this event had already happened nearly a century ago. The truth of history had long become blurred. No one knew the true cause of the demon resurgence. Most of the espers from that era had either perished or grown old, and those who knew the truth were few and far between. Do you want to know more details? Reina Oda noticed Chu Feng deep in thought. Clearly, he was very interested in this matter, so she asked. I do. After all, if there's truly eldritch god power inside me, these events are closely tied to my background. I want to figure out what really happened back then. Chu Feng seemed to be unconsciously answering Reina Oda's question. In such a state, the words spoken tended to be the most genuine. Like unintentional confessions made under the influence of alcohol, they more accurately reflected one's inner thoughts. Sugawara finished the dry rations in his hand and glanced at Chu Feng. We don't know much either. That woman's brain is full of machines, and I couldn't care less about how history unfolded. If a demon shows up, I'll just kill it. If you want to know more, come back with us to the city of Synergy. But before that, there's something you have to do with us. The power within you will be of great use to us. It was all about that power. If Chu Feng hadn't effortlessly annihilated all the demons just now, these 2 synergists wouldn't have been negotiating so politely. They would have dragged him off for interrogation without all this chatter. Alright, Although I don't quite understand what's happening to me, I feel like I can control this power, Chu Feng replied, maintaining the tone of someone with amnesia as he answered the synergist's questions. We're heading to a synergist relic site next. Oda Reina pulled out a tablet, showing a remarkably detailed map. A sanctuary about 200 kilometers away, which used to be a division of the synergists. It has a large reserve of synergy minerals and relics, expected to provide the city of synergy with 5 years of energy. Once we arrive and set up a two-way synergy teleportation array, the mission will basically be complete. Then we'll return directly to the city of synergy via the teleportation array, saving time. Chu Feng nodded, indicating that he roughly understood their plan. A synergist relic site? How convenient, that's one of my main missions too. According to Oda Reina's explanation, the synergist sanctuaries once spanned the world, possessing endless reserves of synergy resources. But ever since the demons re-emerged, many synergists were forced to retreat, gathering at the city of synergy. The sanctuaries left scattered outside still held vast amounts of unrecovered resources. These included synergy minerals, ancient texts, synergy techniques, mystical relics, and even special elixirs that could enhance one's physique, all invaluable treasures of the synergy relics. Though decades had passed, most of the synergy relics remained functional. Synergy, an extraordinarily precious power in this world, could even be passed down through generations and preserved indefinitely. Only a few individuals could awaken the synergy within them. Some said that synergy originated from the power of the mind and soul, capable of transforming the body. Each individual synergy had unique attributes. Oda Reina's synergy leaned toward mechanics and synergy research. Her combat abilities relied primarily on controlling synergy devices, while she excelled in scientific studies. Sugawa Sora's synergy possessed overwhelming explosive power, and his reaction speed was among the best among synergists, making him the team's close combat fighter and pilot, adept at handling emergencies. Demons typically moved in swarms. The larger the group of synergists, the more demons they attracted. Thus, the Synergy Recon Corps rarely moved in large groups. Instead, they divided their strongest synergists into small teams, balancing complementary or enhanced abilities. This was quite similar to the teams of supervisioners. After a night's rest, the Synergy armor continued its advance the next day. 3 hours until we reached the sanctuary. Wait! There's an epic-level demon's presence ahead. Oda Reina couldn't help but exclaim. The instrument panel of the Synergy armor displayed rapidly rising red digits. Damn it, there are actually 2 epic-level demons on this mission. If we make it back alive, they'd better give us a raise. Sugawa Sora cursed. Chu Feng said calmly, I can kill that demon. Both Sugawa Sora and Oda Reina turned to look at him simultaneously. Killing an epic-level demon isn't that simple. Sugawa Sora hesitated. Epic-level demons are usually surrounded by nests of other demons. With just the 2 of us, killing one epic-level demon might be doable, but the real trouble is the swarm in the nest. You can't kill them all, and it's especially troublesome. Then let's try. I have a way to wipe out all the demons in the nest, Chu Feng stated firmly. After all, one of his main missions was to kill 4 epic-level demons. Now that one had presented itself, how could he let it go? You're not joking, are you? Oda Reina asked, her tone skeptical. But recalling the scene of the demons collectively self-destructing yesterday, she couldn't deny that this young man seemed to possess some unfathomable power. Reina, if we bypass the epic-level demon's territory and take another route to the sanctuary, how much longer would it take? Sugawa Sora asked in a low voice. At least another half-month. That's too long. Sugawa Sora frowned deeply. He turned to Chu Feng, his gaze sharp. If you can handle the hordes of demons, then we can take care of the epic-level demon. Compared to the difficulty of taking a detour, the 2 synergists judged the risks of such a maneuver to be even greater. They had no idea what other obstacles might lie on the alternate path. The Synergy armor's energy was limited. Once it was depleted, they would be stranded. If anything went wrong during the detour, they would have no choice but to retreat. But the energy cost of killing an epic-level demon was predictable. After decades of fighting demons, they had mastered effective methods for slaying them. With 2 A-rank synergists working together, an epic-level demon was merely a tough opponent. The truly insurmountable challenge was the massive number of lesser demons in the nest, which could overwhelm them through sheer numbers. The original plan had been to hunt one epic-level demon first, then the second, but that would have completely drained their energy reserves. However, Chu Feng's appearance provided them with an unexpected advantage. Can you control the epic-level demon for 1 second? Sugawa Sora suddenly asked. If you can, I can finish it off in that 1 second, and then we can charge straight into the sanctuary without stopping. No problem, Chu Feng nodded. Although he wasn't entirely sure of the epic-level demon's strength, controlling it for 1 second would be a piece of cake. Not only did Chu Feng possess the Eye of the Dark God, he also had abilities like Netherworld Frost and the Reincarnation Mirage, among many others. Moreover, his ocular power had somewhat recovered, so such a simple task was effortless. Reina, mark the epic-level demon's position. 11 o'clock, 2 kilometers ahead. Perfect. It only has 15 minutes of life left. Sugawa Sora's eyes narrowed slightly as he slammed on the accelerator. The synergy armor surged forward in an instant. A colossal demon, towering like a small mountain, stood in their path. Prepare to control it, Sugawa Sora instructed Chu Feng. Understood, Chu Feng nodded. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, 0. At the count of 0, Sugawa Sora abruptly let go of the steering wheel and leapt out of the vehicle. Oda Reina swiftly slid into the driver's seat, taking control of the wheel. The sunroof opened. Chu Feng peeked out, his eyes rapidly shifting through 3 different pupil techniques. Netherworld Ice. Reincarnation Illusion. Evil God's Control. The Netherworld Ice first weakened the demon's soul defenses. The demon, being a semi-spiritual entity, began to emit strands of cold mist from its body under Chu Feng's icy assault, reducing its mobility and resistance. Next, he cast the Reincarnation Illusion. The demon immediately lost control of its body, freezing in place, unable to move. Finally, using the evil god's control, he delivered the finishing blow to ensure absolute success. At that moment, the figure of Tsugawa Sora transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing above the epic-level demon. His dual blades rotated like a spinning top, and in the blink of an eye, countless flashes of sword light slashed across the demon's massive frame. In the next instant, the towering epic-level demon, as large as a hill, was reduced to countless fragments. Success! Oda Reina's face lit up with a smile, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked at Chu Feng. An epic-level demon was already incredibly challenging for an A-rank psyker, especially one that was semi-spiritual. Monsters like evil gods and demons were almost impossible to control. But this young man before her seemed to wield some mysterious power, effortlessly controlling the demon, which was truly awe-inspiring. Just then, a sudden loud noise erupted from behind. Turning their heads, they saw countless black shadows filling the sky, surging toward the psychic armor like a tidal wave. Damn it, after the epic-level demon was taken down, the creatures in its nest must have sensed our presence and are rushing at us like mad. Oda Reina's expression turned grim as she quickly slammed the accelerator. As the psychic armor passed by Tsugawa Sora, he swiftly leapt into the passenger seat. How far are we from the sanctum? 11 kilometers. That's enough. As long as we reach the Psyker ruins, these creatures won't dare to follow. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the tide of demons closed in. They came in waves, faster than expected. To make matters worse, a pack of demons suddenly emerged ahead, seemingly out of nowhere, blocking the path of the psychic armor. Both Tsugawa Sora and Oda Reina's faces changed. I'll handle them. Chu Feng spoke up. All right. Oda Reina didn't hesitate, immediately opening the sunroof. In the next second, the number of demons rushing toward them was staggering, at least 100. If they managed to swarm the vehicle, even the sturdiest psychic armor wouldn't hold up for long. Slowing down would mean being caught by the demons behind them, spelling doom for everyone in the vehicle. However, when a crimson glow flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, the demons suddenly self-detonated en masse, turning into clouds of black mist. Not a single attack was needed. Before their eyes, the horde of demons vanished without a trace in an instant. Even Oda Reina, who had seen Chu Feng's strength before, was filled with shock, as was Tsugawa Sora. Though they had witnessed Chu Feng's capabilities earlier, confirming that he could annihilate so many demons with just a glance was still beyond belief, as if they were dreaming. The demons behind us shouldn't be able to catch up now, right? Using the evil god's power to force the demons to self-destruct had significantly drained Chu Feng's pupil energy, and his voice carried a hint of fatigue as he spoke. No problem. As long as we keep the psychic armor at full speed, those demons won't be able to catch us. Oda Reina's assurance put Chu Feng at ease. Of course, even if the demons behind caught up, Chu Feng still had a trump card. He still had 300,000 evolution points in reserve, enough to upgrade either his Azura Eye or Destiny Eye by 1 level. This would instantly restore his pupil energy to full capacity. The psychic armor cruised steadily into the Psyker ruins. Before them stood a grand hall, each brick radiating golden light, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. The The swarm of demons continued to chase the psychic armor. But as they approached within a few hundred meters of the hall, an invisible barrier materialized in the air, blocking all the demons. The demons slammed into the barrier, emitting shrill howls. More demons surged from behind, only to find themselves stuck outside the barrier, with some even crushed to death by the crowd. The area around the Psyker ruins is protected by a ward, powered by psychic minerals. Nearly all Psyker ruins are built atop these minerals, Oda Reina explained briefly. Only then did Chu Foam understand why only 2 Psykers dared to take on this mission. The outside world was dangerous, but as long as they successfully entered the ruins, they could replenish psychic minerals and fend off demon attacks. As long as they were fast enough, the demons wouldn't catch them. This hall was massive, comparable to a small city, and it had once been a major institution for Psykers, equipped with various facilities. Exploring the entire place would probably take a full day. And if they intended to mine the ruins, it would take even longer. They arrived at an open area. Let's activate the teleportation array here. Alright. After a brief discussion, Sugawa Sara and Oda Reina retrieved a small chip from the trunk and casually placed it in the center of the open space. In an instant, a massive psychic teleportation array automatically assembled itself, covering an area about the size of half a football field. Inputting teleportation permissions. Accompanied by a notification sound, a projection of a bald military officer appeared above the teleportation array. Did you complete the mission? Yes, Sugawa Sora nodded. With the help of a friend, the mission was relatively smooth. A friend? The bald officer's eyes lit up, clearly catching the hint that there had been some unexpected variables in this mission. Sugawa Sora glanced at Chufong, his expression serious. His identity is rather special. I'll explain in detail when you arrive. Alright, I'm curious to know how you found any friends when it seems like everyone outside is dead. The bald officer chuckled before cutting off the communication. A few minutes later, a beam of light descended onto the platform from the teleportation array, and a team of over 10 Psykers appeared instantly. This teleportation array is truly advanced. Chu Feng watched the scene unfold before him, finding it quite intriguing. Such a small chip could contain an entire psychic teleportation array. As long as they successfully entered the Psyker ruins, with the protection ward in place, they could set up the teleportation array right there and connect directly to the psychic city. No wonder they only dispatched 2 elites for this mission. He had been wondering how 2 people could safely transport resources back to base after scavenging the ruins. So, with just this one chip, it was possible to connect the ruins and the Psionic City. Once at the destination, one could teleport between the ruins and Psionic City at any time. The convenience was simply unimaginable. If there was anything valuable in the Psionic ruins, they could just activate the teleportation array and have teammates come in to haul it away. What a revelation! The bald soldier emerged from the teleportation array, dressed in a special psionic uniform with a unique badge pinned to his chest. His demeanor and attire were unlike any ordinary psionic individuals. Who would have thought that the 2 of you would reach the next psionic ruin so quickly? Truly a great achievement. The bald soldier's eyes carried admiration as he looked at Sora Sugawa, as though he was seeing the future of Psionic City. Although your talent didn't make it into the top 10 of Psionic City, your contributions are no less than theirs. I have no interest in those superficial titles, Sora Tsugawa shrugged. After a moment of silence, he added, honestly, if it weren't for a friend's help, we might not have made it to the sanctuary for this mission. We almost didn't make it out alive. Ahem, especially since we encountered 2 epic-level demons, Rina Oda interjected. 2 epic-level demons? At these words, everyone present tensed up. How did you manage to escape? A chubby man couldn't help but ask. Escape? Sora Tsugawa cast him a disdainful glance. That's something only your city defense forces would think to do. Hiss. The entire crowd drew in a sharp breath. From his tone, it was clear they had taken down both epic-level demons. If demons were born to hunt humans, then Sora Sugawa was undoubtedly born to hunt demons. Though his psionic abilities didn't rank within the top 10 of Psionic City, the number of demons he had slain was unmatched in the city's history. Of course, the greatest psionic individual lived during the age of the evil gods, dedicated to hunting the cultists of the evil gods, even capable of tearing apart the evil gods themselves. That was a different league altogether. But in this era, Sugawa Sora was undoubtedly the top demon slayer. Sara, the friend you mentioned is. The bald soldier's gaze shifted to Chu Feng, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Sara Sugawa had just mentioned that the mission's success was thanks to a friend's help. That was an odd statement. Almost everyone outside Psionic City was dead. Sara Sugawa and Rina Oda were teammates, so they wouldn't refer to each other as friends. With the appearance of an unfamiliar young man nearby, the answer was obvious. Yes, his abilities are rather unique. Sara Sugawa glanced around, signaling that it wasn't the right place to elaborate. This left the other psionic individuals feeling somewhat resentful. After fighting so many battles together, was there really anything that couldn't be shared? The bald soldier cleared his throat and addressed the rest of the group. Don't just stand there, start collecting the relics. The more you gather, the greater your reward. Move it. Yes, Commander. The other psionic individuals didn't dare disobey and immediately began their tasks. Sara Sugawa, you've helped us accomplish such an important mission. We must thank you properly. And your friend, too, since he contributed, he shouldn't be overlooked. Let's all have a meal together. The bald soldier smiled as he glanced at Sara Sugawa and Chu Feng. Sara turned to Chu Feng. You probably have a lot of questions. Psionic City is the most knowledge-rich place in the world. You might find the answers you're looking for there. How shrewd these two were. Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If they were offering hospitality, it would undoubtedly be in Psionic City, the most prestigious place. That was their territory. No matter how strong he was, being on their turf meant being subject to their rules. Still, Chu Feng nodded. After all, Psionic City was a place he needed to visit. Agreeing to this opportunity wasn't a bad idea. The bald soldier's eyes narrowed slightly. Based on Sara Sugawa's words and his own observations, it was clear this young man wasn't from Psionic City. He wore the insignia of the Survey Corps, a garment far from ordinary. The only possibility was, this figure had appeared with virtually nothing, like a wild man. In a world devoid of people and resources, how had he survived? And though he appeared to be just a boy, he possessed abilities that even Sara Sugawa had to handle with caution. All signs pointed to Chu Feng being extraordinary. And he seemed interested in information about Psionic City? What was he trying to learn? Though doubt lingered in his heart, the bald soldier remained tactful. Outwardly, he extended the invitation in a friendly manner, aiming to draw Chu Feng into Psionic City. This served two purposes, avoiding conflict and getting a better grasp of his identity for easier control. Sara Sugawa understood as well, yet he still chose to consult Chu Feng. The Survey Corps valued the bonds formed with former comrades in arms. If Chu Feng were unwilling to go, they wouldn't force him. As they stepped onto the teleportation array, 4 beams of light enveloped Chu Feng, the bald commander, Sara Sugawa, and Rina Oda. In the next moment, a grand hall unfolded before their eyes. Several staff members were busy operating various devices or delivering reports. When they saw the bald commander return so quickly, the entire room was surprised. But what shocked them more was Chu Feng, a stranger they had never seen before. Many turned their curious and puzzled gazes toward Chu Feng, and murmurs filled the hall as everyone speculated about his identity. Scan complete. Psionic state, normal. Identity, no anomalies detected. Scan complete. Psionic energy slightly depleted, minor sprain in lower left leg. Identity, no anomalies detected. Scan complete. Psionic energy depletion within normal range, minor injuries present. Identity, no anomalies detected. The laser scanning from the teleportation portal swept over the other 3, and the system began to report the results. This location was equipped with professional psionic detection devices capable of not only confirming identities but also assessing psionic conditions. After all, it was common for psionic individuals to sustain some injuries after missions. No problem. Your situation is unique, just come with me. I'll explain to them, the bald commander said to Chu Feng with a smile. Chu Feng nodded and stepped forward. Scan complete. Psionic energy severely damaged. Physical condition, unknown. Scanning identity. The system has matched your identity. Name, Chen. Date of birth, year 1013. Age, 101 years old. Identity, one of the top 10 strongest psychic geniuses in history, deceased in the year 1028. This news spread throughout the hall, leaving everyone in shock. Chen? Why haven't I heard of him before? 101 years old? This psychic who should have died long ago, how could he appear here? Could the system be malfunctioning? What is going on? The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions, their hearts filled with confusion. The system's identity detection could not be wrong. After all, it detects the psychic energy attributes within a psychic's body. Appearance can be disguised, but psychic energy is unique to each individual and absolutely impossible to counterfeit. In other words, the young man standing before them was truly Chen, the one who should have perished a century ago. The same Chen who was recognized in history as one of the top psychic geniuses, only appearing in historical records and the Hall of Honor. Now, this figure of history stood before them, looking exactly as he had back then, an unbelievable sight. Both Tsukuwa Sara and Oda Rina turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes filled with astonishment. Clearly, they hadn't expected things to take this turn either. The bald commander's gaze deepened. He was observing Chu Feng's reaction. Chu Feng froze for a moment before falling into contemplation. This name. It feels familiar. Chen. That's my name. Everyone immediately realized that Chen was recalling something. Did you remember anything? About your past, or why you didn't die? The bald commander stepped forward, probing cautiously. Chu Feng raised his head and said, I saw some chaotic images appearing before me. It looked like a battlefield, with flashes of light everywhere. In the distance, there were several humanoid shadows emanating an eerie aura. It must be a scene from the final battle back then. The bald commander's heart stirred. From Chu Feng's description, he was almost certain that the young man before him was indeed Chen. The story of Chen was something he had only read about in history books, as this young man's actual age far exceeded his own. A century ago was the era when psychics were at their most glorious. During that time, 3 top-tier geniuses emerged, directly entering the ranks of the 10 greatest psychics in the history of Psychic City. In other words, the talent of these 3 youths surpassed that of the prior top 10 geniuses, effectively replacing them. To surpass the legendary geniuses of history was far harder than simply entering the list for the first time. For those predecessors had already become legends, their dazzling stories and extraordinary abilities only visible in the annals of history. To replace their positions, one needed to demonstrate a strength so convincing that it left no room for doubt. And that was no easy feat. Yet during that era, 3 individuals hailed as geniuses among geniuses emerged, their extraordinary abilities showcasing how glorious Psychic City had been at the time. The War of the Evil Gods erupted during that period. The psychic potential of the 3 geniuses was so astonishing that it almost overturned people's understanding of power, prompting the evil god cult to resist at all costs. Had these 3 been allowed to fully mature, the psychic's complete victory over the evil god cult would have been inevitable. In the ultimate battle against the evil gods, all 3 geniuses fought personally. Among them, the greatest psychic was one of these 3. At just 16 years old, he could single-handedly slay an evil god. It was also he who ultimately destroyed the evil god. The remaining 2 geniuses were Chen and his elder brother. Chen was the youngest genius during the evil god war, and naturally, his strength was the weakest. When the evil god appeared, he was corrupted and killed, and in the end, a psychic missile had to be used to end his life. This was all that remained of the scant historical records of Chen's youth. Although he had been the brightest star in Psychic City, due to his death at the young age of 15, little information about him was preserved in the annals of history. Most of it consisted of his psychic energy evaluation data, with very few recorded missions. His most noteworthy contribution was his participation in the War of the Evil Gods. But compared to the strongest psychics, Chen's performance in the Evil God War was rather ordinary, barely earning him an upper-tier evaluation and an honorary medal. At the time, his strength wasn't even necessarily superior to Tsukuwa Sora's current level. After all, Chen had been only 15 back then, while Tsukuwa Sora was now 22. Although Tsukuwa Sora's talent was average, he had rich combat experience and a decent psychic energy level. So how could Chen, who should have died long ago, suddenly resurrect and reappear before everyone? Based on the information at hand, even if Chen had been revived, his strength wouldn't necessarily surpass Tsukuwa Sora by much. Moreover, the system detected that his psychic energy remained incomplete. Then, how exactly had he managed to help the 2 psychics successfully kill an epic-level demon and escape its lair unscathed? Ahem! The bald commander cleared his throat, addressing everyone present. In the mission to reclaim the ruins of the Sacred Hall, Chen assisted Tsukuwa Sara and Oda Rina in slaying an epic-level demon, contributing greatly to Psychic City. Although we were unaware of his identity before and are surprised by this revelation, everything remains under control. Now, while Chen's identity is somewhat unique, he is a friend of Psychic City. Everyone, please rest assured and return to your duties. Clearly, this was an attempt to buy time. The bald commander was well aware that Chen's unique identity might raise suspicions. He had to first establish that Chen was an ally of Psychic City, with no abnormalities, to stabilize the situation. Bang! At that moment, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Several well-dressed, imposing psychics stepped out. One of them was clad in specialized combat gear, followed closely by a group of psychics in distinctive battle uniforms. The atmosphere grew tense, their steps deliberate and exuding menace. The officer of the City Defense Forces, Gray. He fixed a sharp gaze on Chu Feng and said coldly, "Surround him. His identity is questionable." The bald commander's face darkened, stepping forward to say, "He is a friend who assisted Psychic City in completing a critical mission. You shall not act disrespectfully." Gray responded flatly, "All I know is that I am a City Defense Forces officer. Is the safety of Psychic City my responsibility or yours? Don't forget your duties." The bald commander's expression grew even grimmer. Gray wasn't wrong. As a strategic deployment commander, the bald commander was tasked with assigning psychics to missions and devising strategic plans, akin to a military advisor. Though the position of military advisor held considerable status, it lacked direct authority within the army, focusing instead on behind-the-scenes planning. The decision on whether to apprehend Chu Feng was indeed Gray's to make. The scene fell into a stalemate. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, transforming into a cloak. From within the cloak stepped out a composed middle-aged man with an air of authority. "Commander!" As soon as the cloaked man appeared, Sugawara quickly walked over and saluted. The commander nodded at Sugawara, then approached Gray with a smile and said, "I didn't expect such a minor issue to alarm the City Defense Forces. I thought it wasn't a big deal, but it turns out it's a friend assisting the Survey Corps in completing a mission whose identity has caused some trouble. This is no small matter. He's Tatsu, who should have died decades ago in the War of the Evil God. Who knows how he's here now? Perhaps the evil god is hidden within him, or he's being controlled by demons, resurrected from death. If something happens in Psionic City in the future, can you take responsibility?" Gray retorted sharply, staunchly defending the City Defense Army's stance. When did Psionic City become a place where the mere infiltration of an enemy spells catastrophe? The bald-headed commander's tone was laced with sarcasm. "There are billions of demons outside watching us, and we haven't had any trouble. Are we really going to fear a 15-year-old youth? The problem often begins from within, not from external enemies. Haven't you understood this from reading all that history? You, the leader of Psionic City." Gray sneered. "Take Tatsu away for interrogation." "Yes, sir." A dozen city defense soldiers prepared to act. At this moment, an aged voice resounded. "Enough, stand down." Gray's expression darkened as he turned to see an elderly man in a white robe pushing a wheelchair approaching. His heart sank, and he immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, City Lord." "Greetings, City Lord." The other psionics present also bowed, with the bald-headed commander and the commander of the Survey Corps following suit. The City Lord of Psionic City, the highest authority here. Even the City Defense Forces had to obey the City Lord's orders. "But, my Lord City Lord, the internal situation in Psionic City is currently very unstable," Gray said gravely. This statement immediately aroused suspicion among those present. Psionic City unstable internally? Does this mean there's some danger? What exactly is happening? The appearance of Chu Feng had already drawn out a number of high-ranking figures in Psionic City. Now, Gray's words revealed a secret that shocked everyone. The murmur of discussions became uncontrollable. Originally, with the City Lord's arrival and the assembly of Psionic City's upper echelon, the atmosphere should have been solemn. But the matter was too significant, and all the psionics were speculating about the truth. Rumors even began spreading throughout the city. The City Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. "Gray, you're overthinking this." Gray immediately realized he'd gone too far and quickly lowered his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, I overstated things." Chu Feng stood silently to the side, his gaze narrowing slightly. Normally, it was reasonable for Gray, as an officer of the City Defense Forces, to be concerned about the city's affairs. But judging from the City Lord's reaction and Gray's apology, it was clear something was indeed amiss within this city. It seemed that Psionic City, humanity's last stronghold, was far from secure and instead harbored numerous hidden crises. The City Lord then turned his gaze to Chu Feng. "Tatsu, it's been a long time. You finally returned." The psionics present felt a subtle stir in their hearts. They all knew that the City Lord had participated in the War of the Evil God and was one of the few surviving psionics. He had led 3 great psionic prodigies in the vanguard. Although the City Lord's strength was not as remarkable as the 3 prodigies, his seniority was unmatched, and he had been their captain. It was under his leadership that the now bald commander had risen, guided by his exceptional strategic mind. Back then, with him commanding operations, everyone had confidence. Unfortunately, the 3 great prodigies had all perished in that battle, leaving the City Lord despondent for a long time, blaming himself for the failure of his plans that led to their deaths. He had repeatedly declined the position of City Lord until the entire city unanimously agreed that only he could lead Psionic City into the future. Only then did he formally accept the position. Thus, the City Lord was intimately familiar with the three prodigies. After all, they were comrades in arms, there was no way he could mistake them. Chu Feng furrowed his brows and eventually showed a helpless expression. Apologies, I can sense you know me, but I truly can't recall anything from the past. The City Lord smiled warmly. Heh, but you are indeed Tatsu. Your psionic energy wave, I would never mistake it. Though your demeanor has changed, the residual psionic energy on you will never change. He glanced around at the crowd, his tone firm as he declared, whether in the past or now, Tatsu's contributions to Psionic City are indelible. He even paid the price of his life for it. Though he carries a peculiar aura and wields extraordinary power, we cannot ostracize him for it. Psionic City is humanity's last defense. If we can't even trust our comrades, what right do we have to call ourselves humanity's last hope? The City Lord's words were final. Gray lowered his head in silence. Sugawara took a deep breath and quietly stood behind the commander. In truth, if Gray truly dared to act against Chu Feng, Sugawara would have been the first to step forward. Though he was someone who always followed the rules and disliked those who broke them, he would never stand by and watch a comrade in arms be treated unjustly. Of course, his actions would likely incur severe punishment, and even the commander might not be able to protect him. From Gray's confrontation to the commander's intervention and finally to the City Lord's appearance, Chu Feng's arrival at Psionic City had already alarmed so many high-ranking figures, a considerable show of influence. Far beyond Sugawara's expectations. He turned to look at Chu Feng, his expression complex. Initially, he thought that even if Chu Feng's identity was questionable, as long as his character was sound, it might still be possible for him to establish a new identity in Psionic City, perhaps even join the Survey Corps. If that happened, the Survey Corps would gain a powerful ally for future expeditions to psionic ruins. Someone capable of instantly annihilating all demons and controlling epic-level demons, such an ability was unprecedented in Psionic City's history. It could drastically reduce casualties and greatly increase mission success rates, an unimaginable boon. But after Chu Feng entered the city, it turned out his identity was that of Tatsu, who should have died decades ago. This was far from what Sugawara had envisioned. Sai, even though you don't remember me, there's still so much I need to tell you, so much you must know. Come with me. The City Lord gestured for Chu Feng to follow as he pushed his wheelchair toward the elevator. Gray's face darkened, and he took a few steps forward, seemingly about to protest. After glancing at the Lord of the City for a moment, he ultimately stopped and did not step forward. Anyone could guess that the resurrection of Chen was a tremendous shock to the City Lord. The guilt the City Lord felt for the death of the three great talents back then was probably something only he himself understood. Now that Chen had returned alive, the City Lord would undoubtedly do everything in his power to protect him. Even if there were potential threats surrounding Chen, it wouldn't matter. This was the greatest regret of the old City Lord's life. Chu Feng followed the City Lord into an elevator, which went straight up to the top-floor office. The City Lord gestured, and all the espers left the room. In the spacious office, only the City Lord and Chu Feng were left. Don't blame Gray for his impatience. He has his reasons to be concerned. In fact, the situation in the city of Espers is far more complex than it appears from the outside, the City Lord explained patiently. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment before finally asking, what exactly is going on in the city of Espers right now? Gray wasn't wrong about it being complicated. But from what I know, demons are actually mindless spiritual entities whose instincts drive them to attack humans. So the real enemies in the city of Espers aren't the demons, but other humans? Chu Feng speculated. The City Lord remained silent for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. You truly are as sharp as Chen was back in the day, quickly grasping the core of the issue. Chu Feng thought to himself, that wasn't hard to figure out. However, you're only half right. The era of the demon's resurgence has already arrived, and the situation is far more complex than you imagine. The City Lord pondered for a moment and then began to speak at length. You were involved in this back then, and you have the right to know, so I must tell you the full truth about the War of the Evil Gods. History books claim that the evil gods were completely eradicated by the greatest espers of all time, but the truth isn't so simple. By that time, your brother had already fallen in battle, so even if your memories are restored, you wouldn't know the subsequent truth. Kwanggu, that kid, truly gave his life alongside the three evil gods. The battle was unimaginably fierce, and the power he unleashed exceeded even my expectations. But the evil gods were summoned through the rituals of evil god cultists, using special human vessels as mediums. It was the cultists, not the evil gods themselves, who orchestrated everything. The three evil gods weren't the ultimate enemy. The real enemies were those evil god cultists who held the core secrets. Only by eradicating them can the war between humanity and the evil gods truly end. Quan Gu ultimately perished in the final battle, and the task of eliminating the evil god cultists fell to one other person. That person was your brother. Xu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Wait, he couldn't help but ask, Quan Gu, what was his full name? It sounds very familiar. The city lord smiled. You should still remember the bond you shared with him, right? Yuta Quan Gu, he was one of the geniuses who entered the city of Espers in the same batch as you. At first, neither you nor your brother acknowledged him, but later you were both defeated by him. He became the #1 genius of the city of Espers. You all became friends after fighting it out. A wave of emotion surged through Chu Feng. How could he not know that name? The truth behind the resurgence of demons was actually tied to the century-old legend of the evil god's world. Yuta Quan Gu was one of their greatest espers. If it hadn't been for him becoming my mentor back then, we would all have been killed by those monsters. He vividly remembered watching Yuta Quan Gu being taken away by the espers. The scene had played out just today. How could he not remember? It was far too familiar. Wait a second. Why did the city lord's face look so familiar? Chu Feng suddenly recalled, wasn't this the captain of the espers back then? The very one who took Yuta Quan Gu away. It was just that now he had aged, his face weathered and lined, making him unrecognizable at first glance. So it was you. Noticing the change in Chu Feng's expression, the city lord paused, waiting for him to process everything. After a while, Chu Feng spoke. That name brings back a lot of memories. If I recall correctly, Yuta Quan Gu came from an ordinary background, and it was you who brought him in. His progress was astonishing. He didn't even start learning about espers until he was 14, and in just 2 years, he reached such a level. Yuta Quan Gu had joined the city of espers at around 13 or 14. At most, he had been training for 3 years. Could this guy have inherited Lin Han's talent? He was advancing faster than the protagonist himself. Being able to take on the evil gods in just 2 years, it was no wonder the evil god cultists were in such a rush to start a war. Give him a few more years, and he might have been chasing the evil gods down one by one. What about Lin Han? How's that little girl doing? Chu Feng suddenly asked. Seeing Chen begin to recall more of the past, the smile on the city lord's face deepened. Ha, you mean the little girl Yuta took under his wing? After Yuta Quan Gu's death, she was heartbroken for a while but soon recovered. Though she never married in her lifetime, she dedicated all her efforts to Yuta's cause and lived strong in the city of Espers until she peacefully passed away at the age of 76. If her power as an evil god hadn't been forcibly extracted by an evil god cultist, she might have lived even longer. But living as an ordinary person isn't so bad either. Chu Feng nodded. In truth, Lin Han didn't actually live to 76. Her real age should be nearly 100 years older. After all, her soul had accumulated countless memories when it split into the 7 great specters. Just processing those memories was equivalent to living through several generations. By the way, what happened afterward? What exactly transpired? After confirming that the greatest esper in history was Yuta Quan Gu, there was still an important matter left unsaid. And that was the story after the evil gods were defeated. The destruction of the 3 evil gods marked the end of the War of the Evil Gods in recorded history. But the true conclusion wasn't as simple as just eradicating the evil gods. That story begins with your brother. The city lord leaned back in his wheelchair, tilted his head toward the ceiling, and his gaze became distant, as if he were struggling to recall events from the past. After a long silence, he began to speak slowly. You should still remember your brother's abilities, right? Not very clearly, and I don't remember much about many things. It's all right, the city lord began to recount from the beginning. Your brother's esper ability was Devour, second only to Yuta Quan Gu. He could devour powers of different attributes to enhance himself, even inheriting others' traits. In the final battle, the moment your death was witnessed, your brother nearly went insane. I intended to stop him, to retreat first. As long as we held on to Quan Gu, we still had a chance to defeat the heretic god. But your brother charged right in. Whenever he encountered a heretic cultist, he devoured one. He acted recklessly, as if nothing else mattered in that moment. He was utterly deranged, with only murderous intent in his eyes, like a black hole consuming everything in madness, swallowing anyone he saw. I was terrified just looking into his eyes and didn't dare stop him. At that time, Quan Gu saw you die. If your brother also died, then everything would have been lost. So he followed and charged in as well. And it was then that your brother's psionic abilities evolved into their ultimate form. However, as the battle raged on, Kwangu was blocked by the three great heretic gods, while your brother took the opportunity to storm into the cultist's lair. We were already struggling to deal with the three great heretic gods, and in the end, it was only through Kwangu's outburst that we managed to defeat them. Of course, the three great heretic gods were the final trump card of the heretic cultists. With them defeated, victory for the psionic users seemed close at hand. Even so, the heretic cultists were not easily dealt with. Given our strength at the time, the final eradication campaign was bound to be a grueling battle. And yet, when we broke into the heretic lair, we found it completely empty. There was no sign of the heretic cultists, their texts, or their ritual formations. Nor of your brother. Everything had vanished. So, in truth, the war of the heretics never had a proper conclusion, because the enemy simply disappeared. But to boost morale, we had to declare victory. So many lives were lost back then. If we had admitted to all the psionic users that the outcome was uncertain, how could we face the families of those who sacrificed themselves? How could we justify the meaning of this war? What value would all that painful loss have held? And so, the history books only recorded our glorious victory over the three great heretic gods. No one ever mentioned the subsequent eradication campaign. Although some psionic users were skeptical at the time, since the three great heretic gods were gone, no one doubted the ultimate victory. In the chaos of battle, unexpected outcomes are normal, and victory was real. At the time, that's what we believed. Because your brother's ability was devouring, we assumed he perished along with the heretic cultists. He devoured everything there, including himself. Yet it wasn't until the resurgence of the demons that we began to suspect your brother might still be alive and could even be the mastermind behind this resurgence. This is just a suspicion. To this day, we haven't found evidence that he's alive or that his abilities are linked to the demon resurgence. But we can't rule out the possibility that, after devouring all the heretic cultists, he awakened some special abilities and used their texts to create new dark arts. Very few people know about this. Even top-tier psionic users like Jingchuan Kong and his group are unaware. In all of Psionic City, fewer than a handful are privy to this information. It's only because of your unique identity that I'm telling you all this. After hearing the city lord's account, Chu Feng nodded, finally understanding Gray's actions. Back then, Chen's brother had suddenly disappeared, while Chen himself miraculously came back to life. It was hard not to connect the two events. The city lord's openness with him clearly stemmed from their shared past. The likelihood of Chen's resurrection was too great. It seemed more like something his brother would orchestrate. After all, if Chen's brother truly possessed the power to resurrect demons and threaten humanity, reviving his most beloved younger brother wouldn't be impossible. But after Chen's revival, had he been controlled? Could he pose a danger to Psionic City's survival? These were questions worth pondering. Still, the city lord harbored deep affection for these three geniuses. That's why he risked it all to meet Chen alone. Even if Chen were under control, it would be akin to conversing with his brother. No matter what, they had once been comrades. Even in death, if it meant sharing a few more words with an old friend, it was worth it to the city lord. The city lord smiled and said, "But judging by now, it seems you and your brother really have no connection. If he could truly revive you, he wouldn't have done something as extreme as causing the demon resurgence. Perhaps I could stay in the Survey Corps to explore things, and maybe recover my past memories. I might even be of some help." Chu Feng thought for a moment before making a serious decision. "I can control demons, make them self-destruct. Though it consumes energy and can't be used constantly, it should help the Survey Corps complete missions." "Indeed, your ability is very useful," the city lord nodded without saying much more. "Psionic City doesn't support freeloaders. Prove your potential, and you'll receive the resources you deserve. With your ability to control demons, you'll certainly have a chance to shine." The city lord drafted a document, bypassing lengthy reviews, and directly enlisted Chu Feng into the Survey Corps, assigning him to Jingchuan Kong's team. There was no need to start from scratch. Chu Feng was immediately classified as a first-tier member of the Survey Corps. After all, Chen had been a powerful psionic user in the past, and now, with new abilities after his revival, fighting alongside Jingchuan Kong was the most fitting arrangement. Although the past remained riddled with mysteries, and Chen's memories hadn't returned, the once young captain had aged, becoming the city lord and bearing even greater responsibilities, unable to reminisce about the past as he once did. But the past didn't matter. They still had the future ahead. "Oh, there's one more thing I need to tell you." Before Chu Feng left, the city lord called him back. "You probably don't know about the legendary grade demons, do you?" "Legendary grade?" "Yes. The city lord paused before explaining, we classify demons by the energy fluctuations they emit. Epic grade demons are currently the highest level we can detect. But through our research, we've discovered that epic grade demons are not the pinnacle. Above epic grade, there should be legendary grade demons. But no one has ever seen such demons. This is purely theoretical speculation. Our studies show that epic grade demons already possess a certain level of intelligence. They can perceive the traits of psionic users and launch targeted counterattacks. The higher the demon's grade, the greater its intelligence. Epic grade demons, in terms of intellect and strategy, can even rival top-tier psionic users. According to this logic, the intelligence of legendary demons should far surpass that of ordinary psionics, to the point where they could even impersonate humans. Even disguise their aura? Xu Feng's eyes lit up. Are you saying there might be other legendary demons hiding in Spirit Energy City? The city lord spoke gravely. Just a month ago, Spirit Energy City suddenly detected an extremely high demonic fluctuation, but it quickly disappeared. We traced the data and found that the values closely matched the estimated index for a legendary demon. This theory was proposed years ago, but it wasn't confirmed until recently. We haven't disclosed this to the public to avoid panic. Before the enemy shows itself, we cannot afford to lose our composure. Legendary demons do exist. They have already infiltrated Spirit Energy City and may even be lurking among the higher-ups. The recent heightened city defenses were implemented to prevent any potential dangers. Of course, you're an outsider, and legendary demons would have already infiltrated internally, so your suspicion is minimal. So there was such a thing. Xu Feng was a little surprised. However, legendary demons weren't mentioned in the main mission. Perhaps the Tower of All Realms thought he couldn't handle such enemies, so it lowered the difficulty? Of course, the mission's difficulty should align with the levels he had cleared. His true strength definitely exceeded the 6th level, likely far surpassing many others. Dealing with legendary demons? Xu Feng could handle it with ease. Xu Feng's dungeon challenges had always been at the highest SSS difficulty level. Encountering legendary demons? He wouldn't let the opportunity to slay a few slip by. After all, taking down one or two would not only enhance his score but also prove his strength. How could he achieve a perfect score without defeating some hidden, formidable adversaries? By the way, I'll arrange accommodation for you. Just wear the Investigation Corps uniform, you'll be fighting alongside them soon enough. Xu Feng looked at his current attire. His shoulders were exposed, and his arms and ankles were bare. While it exuded a casual vibe, it indeed seemed out of place in the formal environment of Spirit Energy City's command center. After taking a few minutes to change into the uniform, he and the city lord left the room and took the elevator downstairs. When the elevator doors opened, there were noticeably more people outside than before. Among them, many stood with the corps leader, the bald commander, and Gray, indicating their significant status. With a single glance, there were about a dozen people. It seemed today's events had drawn considerable attention from the upper echelon. As the elevator doors opened, all eyes turned to Xu Feng and the city lord simultaneously. I've already confirmed his identity. Though part of his memory is missing, he is undoubtedly Chen. From today onward, he will join the Investigation Corps as a first-tier member, assigned to Jin Chuankong's team. Together, they will protect Spirit Energy City. If anyone has no objections, this matter is settled. As soon as these words fell, a burly man stepped forward. Since the city lord has confirmed his identity, we naturally have no objection. However, a first-tier Investigation Corps member is a high-ranking position, enjoying considerable psionic resources. I've heard that Chen's psionic energy is still damaged. Assigning him as a first-tier operative doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? The city lord listened patiently to the burly man's statement before shifting his gaze to Jin Chuankong. Jin Chuan, tell everyone what Chen contributed to your mission. Yes, city lord. Jin Chuankong bowed slightly and stepped forward, calmly recounting, we killed an epic-level demon on the way, which attracted a demon nest, and we were pursued by thousands of demons. While escaping, we were intercepted by a few demons, and our psionic armor was knocked off the highway. Surrounded by thousands of demons, prepared to fight to the death, Chen appeared. His ability is to control demons, even making them self-destruct. Wow! The crowd couldn't help but gasp. The ability to control demons, such a terrifying power appearing in a psionic's arsenal, was truly astonishing. Jin Chuankong continued, after discussions, Chen agreed to accompany us in order to recover his memories. It was our initiative to invite him. Approaching the sanctum, we sensed the aura of an epic-level demon blocking our path. Our supplies and psionic energy at the time could only last half a month. Taking a detour was highly risky. So, we decided to take the gamble and eliminate the epic level demon directly. Chen could control demons, even freezing an epic level demon for a few seconds. If I seized that moment, it was easy to take it down. Without Chen's help, perhaps Reina and I could have killed the epic level demon, but we would have certainly been hunted down by the demon nest afterward. So, without Chen's assistance, we wouldn't have had the chance to activate the teleportation array to the sanctum. And there wouldn't be today's gathering. The Corps leader suddenly clapped his hands, smiling. We of the Investigation Corps never reject talented individuals. Especially comrades who have fought alongside us. Chen, welcome to the Investigation Corps. With Chen here, my upcoming battle plans will be much easier to arrange. Maybe with a few teleportation chips, we can effortlessly resolve the next psionic relics. The bald commander chuckled. Other psionics also cast curious and attentive glances. They were all high-ranking officials and could tell that the city lord was clearly favoring Chen, and the Investigation Corps was protecting him. Unlike the city defense force, the psionics in the Investigation Corps were all battlefield elites. They frequently ventured out for combat, facing high mortality risks. Every surviving member was a genuine powerhouse. While the city defense force was well equipped, they paled in comparison to the Investigation Corps. Spirit Energy City's long-standing stability relied heavily on the Investigation Corps risking their lives to reclaim psionic relics. Offending this group could significantly destabilize the city's situation. I agree as well. Having such a strong psionic join the Investigation Corps is undoubtedly a good thing. While the ability to control demons is exceptionally powerful, it's still slightly inferior to the most elite psionics, so there's no need to worry excessively. Exactly, he's originally from Spirit Energy City. Although he's been gone for half a century, he's back now. After all, we're family. Other high-ranking psionics also voiced their support for Chen. The city lord turned his gaze to Gray. Do you have anything else to say? As you command, my lord. Gray bowed in response. Good. Then it's settled. From now on, Chen will join the Survey Corps, enjoy the privileges of a level 1 warrior, receive 30,000 energy points per month, and his food and lodging will be the same as other level 1 warriors. The crowd at the scene gradually dispersed, and the commotion caused by Chen's arrival in the city of psionics temporarily subsided. Chu Feng followed the commander and Sugawa Sora to the Survey Corps' branch office. Our Survey Corps are the most respected warriors in the city of psionics. Unlike the city defense forces who sit around in their greenhouse every day, we risk our lives to go out and fight demons. Once you join us, you won't have to worry about being bullied. Your brothers here will have your back. Since you're a level 1 warrior, you'll be working with Sugawa Sara and Oda Reina. After all, you're already familiar with each other. Level 1 warrior is a very high rank. Across the entire Survey Corps, there are fewer than 20 level 1 warriors, and some of them are currently out on missions. When you get to the base, you'll eventually meet them. There are also some level 2 warriors waiting to accumulate enough merit to be promoted to level 1. Seeing you jump straight to level 1 might make them a bit resentful. Our core values strength above all else. If anyone has a problem with you, you can endure it for now. But once your energy recovers, feel free to knock them down. When you're strong enough, no one will dare to question you. The commander's style of speech differed noticeably from Sugawa Sora's. The commander was extremely talkative, his tone somewhat reminiscent of the city lord in his younger days, as if imitating him, but it couldn't hide the fact that he was a chatterbox. Chu Feng nodded along as he listened, quickly reaching the base. At the entrance to the base, a receptionist stood at the front desk, tasked with handling registrations. When she saw the commander and Sugawa Sora arrive, she immediately saluted. Good day, Commander. Good day, Vice Commander. Rin, input Chen's information. From now on, he'll be a level 1 combat member of the Survey Corps. Make him an ID card. Understood. Rin cast a surprised glance at Chu Feng. Wait a second. I've never seen this boy before, and he looks no older than 15. Normally, boys of this age would still be in psionic schools, only considering joining a psionic division at 18. Joining a psionic division is just the beginning. One must pass rigorous assessments in merit, ability, personality, mindset, decision-making, and courage before being promoted. And that's just promotion. To rise from junior combat personnel to level 1 combat personnel requires at least 5 rounds of stringent examinations, each level exponentially harder than the last. Every year, over 100,000 psionics apply to the Survey Corps, but only a few thousand are selected. Of those, fewer than a few hundred reach level 3 combat status after a year, and even fewer, less than 10, achieve level 2. To this day, the total number of level 1 combat personnel in the entire Survey Corps hasn't surpassed 20. And now, this boy, brought in by the commander in Sugawa Sara, has directly become a level 1 combat member? It's simply unbelievable. In truth, the city lord had bent the rules a little. Even assisting Tsugawa Sora in completing the Psionic Ruins teleportation activation mission would, at most, have earned a promotion to level 2. The gap between level 1 and level 2 is significant. However, Chen's contributions during the war against the evil god decades ago made up for it. The Survey Corps, established after the resurgence of demons, differs significantly in function from the Psionic Combat Division of a century ago. Naturally, some psionics might be dissatisfied. Of course, since the commander and city lord had the final say, Rin, whose role was merely to handle the registration, remained silent and proceeded with the paperwork. Once the registration was complete, Chen's personal information was entered into the system. Rin was startled when she saw his age. 100 years old. Did this boy drink some kind of immortality potion? He's older than my grandfather's father, yet he looks like a 15-year-old boy. He could even pass as my younger brother. Rin suddenly felt her worldview shatter. The commander immediately noticed Rin's efforts to suppress her expression, as she struggled to appear composed while her astonishment threatened to break through. The atmosphere became so tense that even her breathing seemed careful. TSK, TSK. That expression, it's just too endearing. About 10 minutes later, a brand new ID card was placed on the front desk by Rin's slender fingers. Identity information has been fully registered. Chen's privileges have been fully approved as level 1 combat personnel. The system audit is complete. Starting today, this ID card is ready for use. Chu Feng took the ID card, placed it in his pocket, and secured it. Next, I'll take you to the storage room to collect some clothes. All right. After leaving the city lord's office, Chu Feng picked up a set of psionic combat gear to wear for now. Although the size wasn't quite right, it would suffice temporarily. In addition to combat gear, there were formal suits, ceremonial robes, and other attire for various occasions, some of which needed to be custom-made to fit his measurements. After all, combat personnel couldn't wear the same outfit year-round. Watching Chen's departing figure, Rin couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He's 100 years old and still looks so young. She glanced at her salary card, which only had a few thousand energy points left, making her part of the paycheck-to-paycheck crowd. She couldn't even afford a trip to the beauty clinic. Sigh, the disparity between people is truly vast. Chu Feng first went to the storage room to collect several sets of casual and combat attire, designated for attendance and mission purposes. He then left the base and headed to a high-end boutique specializing in custom formal wear. As a level 1 combat personnel, he might be invited to various social events during important holidays to meet influential figures. Although these old-fashioned ceremonies felt somewhat outdated, the stability of governance often relied on maintaining these traditional practices. How ironic. Finally, Chu Feng returned to his quarters. The living space for level 1 combat personnel wasn't large. It was a square-shaped capsule room, somewhat like a space pod. Though small, it was fully equipped. A small LCD screen was installed at the head of the bed, allowing him to watch the news before sleeping. Dishwashers, washing machines, robotic vacuum cleaners, automated cooking machines, everything exuded high-tech vibes, resembling a cyberpunk-style room straight out of a sci-fi movie. These devices greatly improved the quality of life. Though compact, they perfectly met the needs of a single occupant. The refrigerator contained soda water and fruit, while the storage box held emergency supplies like long-lasting compressed rations with a shelf life of over a decade. For daily meals, he usually went to the cafeteria. Level 1 combat personnel were entitled to free meals from all cafeteria counters, and their children could receive priority enrollment in psionic schools, along with subsidies and bonus points. No wonder so many people were envious. After familiarizing himself with the room, a knock came at the door. Opening it, he found the captain and Sora Tsugawa standing there. Come on, let's take a walk to the cafeteria. Honestly, I'm not really hungry. Chu Feng intended to use this as an excuse to decline. Chen's body still bore traces of the evil god's aura, causing some changes to his physical state. The evil god's aura was a form of corruptive power, capable of transforming humans into monsters or even undead beings. The psychic missile had nearly obliterated Chen's body, yet he didn't die. Having gone 100 years without food, skipping meals now wouldn't really be an issue. But he noticed the subtle intention in the captain's eyes, and his heart stirred. The captain held a special status. An invitation to the cafeteria surely had a deeper purpose. Moreover, consistently refusing to eat might make him stand out as abnormal, which could invite unnecessary scrutiny and trouble. All right. Chu Feng nodded and followed the captain and Sora Tsugawa to the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was packed with psychic users. New recruits and veterans sat at the same tables, with the recruits serving food and even giving massages to the veterans. This wasn't mere flattery, the veterans would share their experience in dealing with demons and psychic techniques over the meal, effectively passing on their knowledge. It was only fair for the recruits to have this exchange for the guidance they received. As Chu Feng, the captain, and Sora Tsugawa approached the entrance of the cafeteria, the previously noisy hall suddenly fell silent. All eyes were on the captain and Sora Tsugawa. Many were also staring at Chu Feng. He swept his gaze across the room and noticed one table of psychic users glaring at him with hostility, much like tigers eyeing a rival who had stolen their prey. The news of Chen joining the Survey Corps as a first-tier combatant had already spread. While information might travel slower elsewhere, news within the Survey Corps moved quickly, especially about newly promoted first-tier combatants. Normally, bringing in new members was a good thing. The Survey Corps was like a family, and an additional member meant more strength. But an outsider, an unfamiliar name, suddenly being elevated to first-tier combatant status unsettled many. Even after they learned of his true identity as the psychic prodigy Chen who had passed away decades ago, there were still plenty who remained unconvinced. At that moment, a young man with a buzz cut stood up from one of the tables. He jogged over to the captain, saluted, then turned his attention to Chu Feng. "I heard we've added a new first-tier combatant to the Survey Corps. If I'm not mistaken, that would be this brother here?" The captain smiled slightly but didn't respond. "Fong Ping, do you have a problem?" Sora Tsugawa narrowed his eyes at him. Fong Ping took a deep breath and introduced himself. "My name is Fong Ping. I've served in the Survey Corps for 5 years and have accumulated 108,000 merit points. Among all second-tier combatants, I have the highest merit and am widely regarded as the strongest. I've heard that our new teammate is a first-tier combatant, personally recognized by the city lord, and even assisted the vice-captain in completing the recent exploration of the psychic ruins. His strength must undoubtedly be exceptional. However, as fellow psychic users, we would like to witness firsthand just how powerful this newly promoted first-tier combatant truly is. Does he really deserve this position? I've also heard that Chen's psychic powers have been damaged, so here and now, I formally issue a challenge. Once Chen's psychic powers have fully recovered, I want to face him in a duel. If I win, I believe I have the right to apply for promotion to first-tier combatant." Fong Ping's words were both clever and strategic. He issued a challenge but didn't rush into a fight, instead waiting for his opponent to recover his psychic powers. He also didn't demand that the other step down if defeated, he merely sought an opportunity to advance himself. This approach would also earn the trust and respect of other psychic users. After all, once a real battle took place, everyone would see clearly who deserved what. The captain and Sora Tsugawa remained silent, seemingly waiting for Chu Feng's decision. "1 month from now, I'll be here waiting for you," Chu Feng nodded, his gaze carrying a hint of approval. Though it was a challenge, the other party's demeanor wasn't hostile. This also showed that Fong Ping embodied the core spirit of the Survey Corps, along with a touch of shrewdness. With the duel set, the atmosphere in the cafeteria returned to normal. The hostility from other psychic users toward Chu Feng noticeably softened. After all, the outcome of the duel would make everything clear. Some psychic users grew curious about Chu Feng, but with the captain and Sora Tsugawa nearby, no one dared to approach him recklessly. Chu Feng glanced at the captain, and from the expression of expectation on his face, he guessed that this was likely orchestrated by the captain. On one hand, abruptly elevating Chu Feng to first-tier combatant status would naturally stir dissatisfaction among other psychic users. Arranging a duel could quell the disputes. On the other hand, with the captain personally overseeing the duel, he could control the situation, allowing Chu Feng more time to recover his psychic powers before the fight. There was another key reason. It provided a legitimate excuse for the strongest second-tier combatant in the team, Fong Ping, to seek promotion. Even if Fong Ping lost in the end, as long as his performance was impressive, the excuse would still stand. It had to be said, the captain's grasp of people's thoughts was remarkably precise. Chu Feng casually found an empty table and sat down. The food in the Survey Corps was consistently excellent. The ingredients were top quality, the preparation meticulous, and the nutrition well-balanced. Everything was tailored specifically for combat personnel. After finishing a simple meal, the captain left early to attend to official duties. Sora Tsugawa, who had never been one for unnecessary chatter or actions, also prepared to leave after eating. Before leaving, he said to Chu Feng, "The psychic control room has a special space where your psychic powers will recover faster. When it comes to shattered psychic powers, other medications have limited effectiveness. The key is still relying on yourself. But entering isn't free. It costs psychic points. Your ID card still has 30,000 psychic points, which should be enough for this month. Understood, Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. On the road, he had already experimented with using his mental strength to repair his shattered psychic powers, and the results were promising. Psychic power was somewhat similar to ocular power in that it was influenced by mental strength. However, unlike ocular power, psychic power was more like an energy coursing throughout the entire body, capable of activating various abilities when stimulated. Each person's distribution of psychic power was unique, much like their physical constitution. The only one who truly understood their psychic power was the psychic user themselves. Thus, to fully repair shattered psychic power, one had to rely on their own efforts to piece it back into its original state. Other resources could only serve as supplementary aids. After spending a day getting a preliminary understanding of the city of psychic power, Chu Feng headed to the psychic control room that Sora Tsugawa had mentioned. According to the description, the psionic control room requires psionic points to create a space conducive to psionic recovery while also aiding in mental concentration. Spending one day in the room costs 1,000 psionic points, which is quite expensive. However, the benefits are significant. Psionic recovery is rapid. Both injured psionic users and those seeking to break through bottlenecks often choose to retreat here, leveraging the accelerated recovery or breakthrough opportunities. Chu Feng arrived at the front desk of the psionic control room and directly spent 10,000 psionic points to book 10 days. The resources of the psionic control room are limited, but fortunately, no one had booked the space during this period, so Chu Feng managed to secure a spot on his first day. Upon entering the psionic control room, a prompt sounded in all directions. Dear psionic user, you may freely choose the color of the space and various psionic parameters. There are 3 modes available: recovery mode, combat mode, and environment simulation mode. Please select one of the basic modes first. Chu Feng replied indifferently, choose recovery mode. In an instant, the world before his eyes turned into a vast expanse of whiteness, with no visible boundaries. Yet Chu Feng felt that his perception of psionics became much sharper here. The psionics within his body also seemed to be activated by some mysterious force, beginning to recover bit by bit. This method is truly impressive. Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim quietly before sitting cross-legged, focusing his mental energy on the psionics within his body. Immediately, an image of a vast starry sky emerged in his mind. In reality, this was the manifestation of the psionics within him. Countless small clusters of light were scattered throughout, like stars in the night sky. Chu Feng needed to locate the correct clusters of light, piece them together, and restore the psionics to a complete state in order to regain his abilities. He activated the Eternal Divine Eye. A wave of coolness seeped from his left eye, making his mind more composed and his concentration sharper. The Eternal Divine Eye was the first superpowered eye he had acquired in the martial arts world. It allowed his brain to remain calm and accelerated his thought processes. Its applications were incredibly versatile, making it Chu Feng's most frequently used super eye. Moreover, because the Eternal Divine Eye was of the highest grade, it also greatly enhanced his learning and analytical abilities. No matter where he went, learning ability was of paramount importance. With the aid of the Eternal Divine Eye, Chu Feng quickly mastered more efficient ways to restore psionics and piece them back together. Reassembling shattered psionics was like solving a puzzle broken into 100,000 pieces. Identifying the correct position for each piece was an extraordinarily challenging task. But under the extraordinary vision of the Eternal Divine Eye, the placement of each puzzle piece became evident with just a glance. In less than half a day, Chu Feng had restored 10% of his psionics. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. It wasn't until he had restored 20% that the pace began to slow down. This slowdown wasn't due to increased difficulty but rather because Chu Feng's mental energy was depleting too quickly. He had to stop to rest and allow his mental energy to recover. While staying in the recovery mode of the psionic control room, Chu Feng's mental energy recovered rapidly. This was different from recovering ocular power. While mental energy could replenish quickly after depletion, excessive use of ocular power resulted in slower recovery. Perhaps it was due to differing attributes. After all, psionics, ocular power, mental energy, and soul power, while sharing some similarities, each followed distinct rules and recovery methods. And so, within the psionic control room, Chu Feng continued to rapidly repair the shattered psionics within his body. During Chu Feng's retreat, the news that Chen had become a Tier 1 combat member of the Recon Corps began to spread. Within just a few days, nearly everyone in the Psionic City was discussing this matter. This, in turn, stirred great anticipation for the duel scheduled 1 month later. Fang Ping's psionics must be of the destructive type, right? Exactly, his psionic characteristics are somewhat reminiscent of the strongest psionic user from back then, though he's far from reaching that level. Both are explosive, destructive psionics. One person alone could rival an entire army. What about Chen's psionics? Are they high level? Not sure. Historically, it's said he once reached grade A, on par with the vice captain. Fong Ping might be in trouble. Not necessarily. I heard Fong Ping is close to reaching grade A himself. He's been pushing hard this month. By the time of the duel, both may very well be grade A. Wow, that would be a duel between grade A psionic users. It'll definitely be spectacular. Cafeterias, psionic academies, parks, tea houses, restaurants. Everywhere, people were discussing Chen and news about the Recon Corps. Soon, historical records about Chen were unearthed. It was revealed that the young man who had died decades ago in the final battle against the evil god had miraculously come back to life. And he could even control demons. This revelation instantly sparked heated discussions. Some said that if it were true, the future of Psionic City would hold hope. Controlling demons might allow humanity to gradually reclaim its territory rather than being confined to the small confines of Psionic City. Others were skeptical, finding the idea of resurrection too far-fetched to believe. Regardless, the fact that Chen had joined the Recon Corps was now indisputable. However, everyone knew that Chen had recently entered the psionic control room, clearly to repair his psionics. No one dared to contest his place there. A psionic prodigy who died decades ago has actually been resurrected? In a corner, an unnoticed recruit, just 17 years old, with fair skin and a hint of coldness in his gaze, listened to the news. His eyes flickered as if he were speculating about something. I wonder if those other three guys know about this. How interesting. With that, he walked into an empty restroom, suddenly transformed into a shadow, and slipped through the ventilation duct in the ceiling. About half an hour later, in a single-occupancy space pod for ordinary recruits, a white-haired youth sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in rest. Suddenly, a shadow slid in through the gap under the door, forming the shape of a person. Hey, did you hear about what's been happening in Psionic City lately? The white-haired youth opened his eyes slightly, his tone calm. My information is faster than yours. Then you must have told that master about it already. What did he say? The master instructed us not to touch the one called Chen. If there's an opportunity, he will personally investigate. Things are getting more and more interesting. That master won't just let this go, will he? Probably not. The current master is no ordinary person. He knows exactly what he's doing. Good. The shadow paused for a moment. When do we start dismantling Psionic City? The white-haired youth's gaze flickered with a trace of coldness, his voice laced with anger. I already warned those two idiots not to use their powers recklessly. Last time, a psychic discovered them, and I had to help erase his memories. Even the city of psychics detected my fluctuations. Now, those people are on high alert. If we want to act again, we must wait for the right moment. Keep an eye on that gray guy for now. The city defense force is the biggest weak point of the psychic city. As for that troublesome group led by Tsugawa Sara, we can't afford to provoke them for the time being. Alright, your call. The shadow shrugged, then turned into a wisp of darkness and vanished through the gap under the door. The white-haired youth narrowed his eyes slightly. The appearance of this Chen. I hope it isn't an anomaly. Humph, that lord is too soft-hearted. If it were up to me, we should deal with Chen before his psychic power fully recovers. An A-rank psychic, another one, truly a headache. On the 7th day of Chu Feng's stay in the psychic control room. Boom! A surge of powerful energy suddenly erupted from his body. He stood up, the space around him rippling like water, his figure becoming strange, as if he might disappear at any moment. So that's it. My psychic attribute is actually related to space. His brother's psychic power was devouring. His was space. Indeed, they were brothers, both with top-tier psychic attributes. Xu Feng took a step forward, and in an instant, his figure appeared 30 meters away. This was just the initial application. If he used more psychic power, he could travel even farther. The recovery speed is faster than I expected. It only took 7 days for my psychic power to fully return. A satisfied smile appeared on Xu Feng's face. This speed surprised even him. Ordinary psychics, when their powers were shattered, would take at least 6 months to recover. Considering Chen's talent, the captain estimated that 1 month would be sufficient, especially since he had other abilities. But in reality, Xu Feng had fully recovered in just 1 week, an unprecedented feat in the history of the psychic city. My spatial psychic power not only allows for instant teleportation but can also imprison space, restricting the enemy's movements. With a single thought, Chu Feng switched the psychic control room to combat mode. Dozens of demons immediately appeared around him, charging toward him. For a psychic to face dozens of demons at once was already a challenging feat. Chu Feng mobilized the psychic energy within him, and suddenly, the void trembled. All the demons were frozen in place, unable to move, as if caught by the gaze of an evil god. But Chu Feng hadn't used his ocular power. Instead, he relied on Chen's psychic ability to imprison the surrounding space, halting the demons. From a certain perspective, Chen's psychic power was extraordinarily suited for combat. Unfortunately, he was born in the era of the evil god. While this ability was effective against the half-spiritual forms of demons, it was of little use against the formless corruption of the evil god. "Don't worry, I will take your body from 100 years later and return us to the peak." Standing amid the suspended space, Chu Feng murmured to himself. 10 days had passed, but Chu Feng hadn't left the psychic control room. He approached the front desk and exchanged all his psychic points for more time in the control room. The staff at the front desk said nothing. They all knew that recovering shattered psychic power took time. 10 days? Far too short. Even a month might not guarantee full recovery. But in truth, Chu Feng had fully recovered 3 days earlier. He remained in the control room because he felt he had reached a bottleneck. The psychic control room was not only a place for recovery but also a facility to simulate various scenarios, aiding psychics in their training. Perhaps because he had meticulously pieced his psychic energy back together bit by bit, Chu Feng felt that his psychic power was now significantly stronger than Chen's had been back in the day. He had already reached the bottleneck of A-rank psychic power. If he could break through, he would advance smoothly to A+ rank. Beyond A+ rank lay the legendary Saint rank psychic power, also known as the Saints. In the history of the Psychic City, there had been only 3 saints. Izumi Yayuta was one of them. Even if Chu Feng broke through to A+ rank, it would likely be his limit. After all, Chen's talent couldn't compare to Izumi Yayuta's or his brother's. Moreover, this scenario had a time limit of only 3 years. Reaching the Saint rank in such a short time was practically impossible. But as long as he advanced to A+ rank, with the abilities granted by the ocular power, his overall strength would reach the Saint level. And he would possess far more techniques than ordinary saints. My psychic power is space. To break through, I must understand space even more deeply. In this world, there is the space you can see and the space you cannot see. The space you can see is defined by distance. For example, from here to there, you must travel a certain distance to reach it. That is basic geometric space. But the space you cannot see, the relationships between points are far more complex. In some spaces, certain points may even overlap. My psychic power is naturally attuned to sensing unseen spaces and controlling them. But there's still a small gap. What exactly is that gap? Chu Feng fell into deep thought and commanded the psychic control room, activate spatial simulation mode. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a vast starry sky, with fragmented spaces intertwining and overlapping. Chu Feng closed his eyes, focusing entirely on sensing the changes in space. At first, these unseen spaces continued to shift. He relied on his innate psychic sensitivity to perceive and control them. But because he had always been naturally attuned, he had never truly tried to understand the essence of space. Especially these unseen spaces. What force drove their changes? As he closed his eyes, Chu Feng entered a state of total immersion. It was reminiscent of the time he had meditated on the path to immortality in the cultivation world scenario. That experience had instilled in Chu Feng a habit of tracing things back to their roots when pondering questions. Without grasping the essence, any understanding remained superficial, merely self-deception. Humanity was so insignificant. Despite possessing cognitive abilities, much of human understanding was either incorrect or incomplete. Humanity was still far from the truth. And so, he sank deeper into this state, entirely forgetting the passage of time. One day passed, then another. The day of the duel drew closer. After a cooling-off period, as the date of the duel approached, the clash between Chen and Fang Ping once again became a hot topic. On the 25th day, a shocking message arrived from the Survey Corps Division. Fang Ping has successfully broken through to A-level psionics. As soon as the news spread, it caused an uproar. Is it true? Fang Ping broke through to A-level psionics? The city of psionics has gained another top-tier combatant. I thought it would be tough for Fang Ping to defeat Chen, an A-level psionic, but now, it's hard to say. Exactly, Chen can control monsters, but Fang Ping isn't a monster. Can his psionic power recover so quickly in such a short time? I feel like the duel date was set too early. That's right. A month is hardly enough time to recover broken psionic energy. The higher the level, the harder the recovery. Hey, should we place bets? I'm rooting for Fong Ping. Me too, I'm betting on Fong Ping. His destructive psionics were terrifying to begin with, and now that he's reached A level, his power must have transformed. Fong Ping emerged from seclusion. As he walked through the streets, the psionics passing by could all sense the drastic change in his aura. He was like a sharp blade ready to be unsheathed, prepared to cut down anything in his path. Some particularly sensitive psionics were even overwhelmed by his aura when they got close, their legs giving out as they collapsed to the ground. Having just broken through to A-level psionics, Fong Ping had yet to fully master control over his new power. The strength was so immense that it risked running wild. It was akin to someone who normally possesses only 100 pounds of strength suddenly gaining 200 pounds overnight. Using the same methods as before, a force of 30 pounds would now become 60, making it impossible to maintain control. He would need time to refine his abilities before he could fully harness this newfound power. I hope you won't disappoint me, Chen. Fong Ping looked in the direction of the psionic control chamber, his eyes blazing with a fierce fighting spirit. Though Chen's psionic power had yet to fully recover, he was undeniably one of the top 10 geniuses in history. Even Sugawa Ku, the deputy commander known for his combat prowess, couldn't match Chen's innate talent. A formidable opponent always brings out the full fighting spirit of a true warrior. On the 30th day, inside the psionic control chamber, Chu Feng took a deep breath, a smile finally appearing on his face. With a light wave of his hand, the surrounding space began to fracture layer by layer in an instant, tearing through the void. This was nearly the ability of a saint-level psionic. Chen's psionic attribute was exceedingly unique, and combined with Chu Feng's comprehension of the essence of space, his psionic power had successfully broken through to a plus level, granting him the ability to perform saint-level techniques. So that's how it is. The essence of space is a constantly shifting force. And this force originates from the pressure within space itself. It's because of this internal pressure within space that invisible cracks appear. By mastering this force, I can easily tear through the void, even triggering the collapse of space. My spatial psionics are no longer just about simple teleportation or restricting an enemy's movements. Chu Feng gazed at the energy gathered in his palm, his eyes burning with intensity. Before, Chen had relied on the unique mobility of spatial laws to catch opponents off guard. Now, with a mere wave of his hand, he could tear open voids, leaving enemies consumed by spatial rifts. Even an evil deity would struggle to withstand such a level of spatial power. Without the enhancement of ocular techniques, Chu Feng already possessed the strength of a half-step saint. He was only a sliver of psionic energy away from becoming a full-fledged top-tier saint, a gap that would only be bridged with talent and time. Honored psionic, your session has ended. Please leave the psionic control chamber. A voice notification pulled Chu Feng back to reality. He exited the chamber and approached the front desk to register. The staff handed him a golden envelope. This is a letter from Fong Ping. Chu Feng suddenly remembered the duel he had agreed to with Fong Ping a month ago. Opening the envelope, the sharp, blade-like handwriting leapt off the page. The 1-month deadline is up. I'll be waiting for you at the bird's nest. I hope you'll keep your word, Fong Ping. After reading the letter, Chu Feng stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the agreed battleground, a journey of several miles completed in an instant. A terrifying surge of psionic energy erupted from him. The receptionist's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Incredible! A+ level? At the bird's nest. Tens of thousands of psionics filled the seats, eager to witness this spectacular showdown. Outside, more psionics crowded together, gazing upward, their lively discussions filling the air. The atmosphere on-site was electric. After a month of build-up, the duel between A-level psionics had drawn a packed house on the day of the event. Outside the stadium, some had even set up tents, unwilling to miss this grand occasion. This wasn't just a clash between two A-level psionics. Ever since Chen's resurrection and his arrival in the city of psionics, he had been shrouded in an aura of mystery. His month-long seclusion in the psionic control chamber had only deepened this enigma. No one knew his true strength. A legendary figure from history facing off against one of the most elite psionics of the modern era promised an unparalleled spectacle. In the front rows sat several distinguished psionics, clad in the uniforms of the Survey Corps. Their presence commanded respect and awe from those around them. That's right. Even high-ranking combatants from the Survey Corps had come to witness the battle. Normally aloof, they now wore expressions of excitement, just like the ordinary spectators, as they eagerly awaited the showdown. Fong Ping sat cross-legged at the center of the bird's nest, his eyes calmly closed, waiting for Chen's arrival. Time ticked by, and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. An hour passed. Chen still had not appeared. Doubt began to creep in for many. Is Chen afraid? Did he chicken out? Could Chen have been a fabrication all along, just a performance staged by the upper echelons? That shouldn't be the case. Maybe his psionic power hasn't fully recovered yet. So, is the fight happening or not? I took time off just to see this. The stadium grew noisy, and some impatient psionics started to grumble. Just then, the void suddenly split open with a crack. What's that? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. A figure stepped out from the rift. It was Chen. Chu Feng's appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Wow, that's Chen? Isn't he supposed to be 100 years old? Why does he look like he's only 15 or 16? Did you not read the history books? Chen died at the age of 15. If he's truly resurrected, of course he'd look the same as before. His psionic power seems to be spatial. He can directly traverse space to get here. So cool. I want spatial psionics too. Spatial psychic abilities are incredibly rare, and those gifted with such talents possess terrifying combat prowess. I wonder what would happen if he fought Fong Ping, a destruction-type psychic. Fong Ping stood up, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he fixed his gaze on Chu Feng. Let's begin. In the wide battle arena, a blue protective barrier abruptly appeared, shielding the surrounding spectators. When an A-rank psychic unleashes their full power, without the barrier, the entire stadium might be torn apart, and the audience wouldn't stand a chance. As the protective barrier rose, Fong Ping immediately made his move. With a thunderous shout, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, golden light emanated from his palms, as if his hands were coated in gold, radiating an aura of unparalleled might. At the same time, Chu Feng felt an immense force pulling at him, rendering his body immobile. It's here, the force of 10,000 momentum. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. A psychic familiar with Fong Ping's abilities exclaimed, Fong Ping's psychic power can manipulate immense forces, obliterating everything in his path. The moment his aura emerges, a powerful force field forms around him, locking his opponent in place. When he charges his punch, any obstacle in his way is destroyed in an instant. Spatial psychics are adept at swift, unpredictable movements. But in this arena, the space for movement is limited, putting spatial psychics at a disadvantage. By all logic, Chen is likely to lose this time. Psychics well-versed in combat strategies nodded in agreement. The next second, Fong Ping unleashed his charged punch with full force. Even through the protective barrier, the air reverberated with continuous sonic booms. The powerful shockwaves rippled through the air, creating deep, resonant echoes that reverberated throughout the vast arena. All the psychics felt the oppressive aura emanating from Fong Ping, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Those with weaker psychic abilities felt a tightness in their chest as the sonic booms echoed. Rumble! Fong Ping's punch triggered a violent explosion, shaking the very space it passed through. Anything thrown into its path would be instantly consumed by the destructive force. This was an all-out attack. Facing a spatial A-rank psychic, his attack covered the entire arena, leaving no room for escape. Of course, this punch almost drained Fong Ping of most of his psychic energy. If Chen could dodge this strike, he would win. Otherwise, Chen would likely face life-threatening consequences. In the front row, the expressions of the first-tier combat specialists changed drastically. Is Fong Ping insane? Is he trying to kill Chen? He has no choice. He's a destruction-type psychic. When facing a formidable opponent, it's either a one-punch victory or be defeated. Don't jump to conclusions. They're both A-rank psychics. Chen won't go down so easily. But, his psychic energy hasn't fully recovered yet. Before the words were finished, Fong Ping's fist had already reached Chen. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted. The spot where Chu Feng stood was engulfed in dazzling golden light. The explosion then transformed into an endless brilliance, so intense that all psychics had to close their eyes, unable to see what was unfolding. Even the surrounding protective barrier began to crack. This was the strongest psychic protection barrier. Yet even it couldn't withstand the residual force of Fong Ping's attack. What kind of catastrophic devastation would Chen, who was directly hit, face? It was unimaginable. Is it over? The crowd murmured in low voices. The golden light gradually dimmed. At the spot where Chen once stood, a massive crater spread outward. The sight sent a chill through everyone present. If they had been the ones facing that attack, survival would have been nearly impossible. Did he dodge it? No, Chen is still standing there. What? Isn't he a spatial psychic? Why didn't he use his spatial abilities to evade the attack? All eyes were glued to the two figures on the battlefield. Chen stood perfectly still, rooted to the spot. Upon closer inspection, Chen's body didn't bear a single scratch. How had he managed to block such a terrifying attack? A spatial rift. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Only then did the others notice that Fang Ping's arm had been swallowed by a spatial rift. In front of Chen, a translucent, glass-like shard hovered in the air. Through its jagged edges lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Fang Ping's arm was deeply trapped within this rift. At the same time, cracks began to spread like a spider web, rapidly encroaching toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping's pupils contracted sharply as he exerted every ounce of his remaining psychic energy to yank his arm back. Just as his body swiftly retreated, the spider web-like cracks exploded outward, engulfing the area where he had just stood. Crack, crack. The shards, like the jaws of a demon, relentlessly tore through the space, leaving behind gaping voids of darkness. Fang Ping narrowly evaded the attack, pulling his arm back as he retreated to the other side of the arena. His massive frame slammed heavily into the protective barrier. Were it not for the barrier, he might have been flung even farther. He lowered his gaze to his arm. Though it was still intact, his skin was riddled with fractures, and blood flowed profusely from the wounds, pooling on the ground in moments. He turned his focus inward to assess his psychic energy. At that moment, nearly all of his psychic energy was depleted. From the very first destructive attack, Fang Ping had already expended most of his energy. Pulling his arm back from the spatial rift had drained the last remnants of his strength, barely sparing him from losing the limb. In truth, he knew very well. Chen had held back. Chen could have easily used the spatial shards to tear him apart and end his life in an instant. But because this was a duel between psychics, Chen had deliberately restrained himself, merely intending to scare him. A bitter smile crept onto Fang Ping's face as he instantly realized the chasm of disparity between himself and Chen. He had once believed that reaching A-rank psychic abilities granted him the right to challenge this historic top 10 ranked genius. But the result? The gap between them was like an insurmountable abyss. If Chen hadn't held back, killing him would have been as effortless as crushing an insect, requiring no effort at all. The arena fell into a deathly silence. No one could have expected that Fang Ping, who had just broken through to grade A, failed to inflict any damage on Chen and was nearly annihilated instead. Is that the power of a saint? A trembling voice echoed through the silent arena. The crowd looked at Chen with eyes full of awe and shock, as if they were staring at a ghost. To tear through space. That was something only legendary saint-level espers were said to be capable of. Could Chen really be a saint-level esper? What was going on? At that moment, a voice came from behind the bird's nest. An impressive duel. I never thought you had already broken through to a plus esper level. Truly surprising. Everyone turned to look and saw that the commander had appeared at the entrance of the bird's nest without anyone noticing. He clapped his hands as he walked in, with Tsugawa Sora following closely behind. So he's already at a plus level. I thought he was a saint. Scared me to death. Chen's esper ability is spatial. If his ability has reached A+, theoretically, it's indeed possible for him to tear through space. But that's already incredibly powerful. Exactly, tearing through space is one of the strongest offensive techniques for espers. Wait, wasn't Chen's esper ability only at grade A? How did he advance to A+ so quickly? Yeah, when he entered seclusion, his ability was still in a damaged state. The crowd suddenly realized a critical point. During Chen's 1-month retreat, everyone thought he was just repairing his damaged esper abilities. But when he emerged, his powers had directly advanced to A+. This was already among the top-tier combat power in the entire Esper City, surpassing even Tsugawa Sora as the strongest. Did you notice? Chen isn't exuding much of his Esper energy, which means his control over his inner energy is incredibly precise. Another Esper chimed in. The others began to understand. When Fang Ping had just awakened to grade A, he couldn't control his inner power at all. Yet Chen could effortlessly wield this energy without giving away any signs. This alone demonstrated that Chen's realm far surpassed everyone else's. The outcome of the battle between Chen and Fang Ping quickly spread throughout Esper City, the news traveling like wildfire. The fight was even recorded and uploaded to Esper City's online platforms. Of course, the video footage couldn't compare to the live experience. The deafening explosions and the series of flashing lights made the video blurry and lacking in detail, with poor visual quality. However, the scene where Chen used a rift in space to effortlessly block Fang Ping's all-out strike and could have easily killed him at any moment still stunned the entire Esper City. My god, he actually tore open a spatial rift. He must rank in the top 5 of Esper City's historical combatants, right? More like 4th. Tearing space is a saint-level ability. If not for some slight shortcomings in his Esper energy, he could fully demonstrate the power of a saint. Who would have thought Chen was this powerful? Does anyone still dare say Chen is just a fraud seeking attention? My apologies, I take back what I said before. Ahem, let's not bring it up anymore. I even mocked him a few days ago, and now I feel like my face is burning. I just hope the legendary Chen doesn't hold it against me. Humph, he wouldn't even bother looking at you. No matter what you say, you're not worth a glance from him. So, does this mean Chen is the strongest Esper of our era? Not just that. With his ability to control monsters and demons, he might be the strongest Esper in history. Even Sugawa Sora has to step aside. Careful, if Sugawa Sora hears you, your neck might not be safe. In no time, the entire Esper city was buzzing with discussions about Chen. When Fang Ping first advanced to Grade A Esper, the buzz around this duel was already intense. After all, Espers who could reach Grade A were extremely rare in Esper City. Newly advanced Grade A Espers were always the center of attention, and news of this challenge spread to every corner. But then Chen advanced to a plus level and defeated Fang Ping with just one move. This news shocked everyone. Though no one had underestimated Chen's strength, most believed the battle would be a tough one. No one expected his victory to come so easily. After this battle, no one doubted Chen's qualifications as a top-tier combat operative. Some even began speculating about when he might take over as commander. But the vice-commanders wouldn't be easy to deal with. Fang Ping, though slightly injured, hadn't suffered much damage to his Esper energy and would recover after some rest. Despite losing the fight, he demonstrated the rare destructive power of a Grade A Esper. The commander reported this data to headquarters, and with the city lord's approval, Fang Ping was promoted to first-tier combat operative. Originally, Chu Feng was assigned to Tsugawa Sara and Oda Reina's team. However, first-tier combat units typically pair one Grade A Esper with a B-grade Esper who possesses strong overall abilities. While being a Grade A Esper wasn't a strict requirement for first-tier operatives, Fang Ping's ability leaned heavily toward destructive attacks, so his Esper level was a key factor for promotion. If Chu Feng were placed in Tsugawa Sora's team, it would create an imbalance, and Fang Ping would have trouble forming a team. Conveniently, the high mobility of spatial Esper abilities complemented Fang Ping's destructive nature perfectly, creating an explosive combination of speed and power. After careful consideration, the commander assigned the two of them to form a team. Though a new pairing, both Chu Feng and Fang Ping had already reached Grade A. Moreover, Chu Feng possessed the strength of a half-step saint, making this lineup arguably the strongest in the investigation corps. Tsugawa Sora's position was overshadowed once again. 1 week after the duel. On a sunny afternoon, the commander suddenly issued an emergency summons, calling all first-tier operatives in Esper City to gather at headquarters for a meeting. Chu Feng happened to run into Fang Ping, and after exchanging friendly nods, the two pushed open the door together. Inside the meeting room, most of the first-tier operatives were already seated. On the stage stood the bald commander and the group leader, with Tsugawa Sora standing to the side. Once everyone had arrived, the bald commander cleared his throat. Everyone, we are about to embark on the largest scale operation in the history of the Esper City Investigation Corps. He placed a white jade pendant on the table. This is an artifact we recovered from the ruins of the Sacred Hall. The Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant. In the ancient records, there is mention of a Hall of Heroes, a place where the souls of heroes ascend to divinity after their lives come to an end. Our greatest psychic, after that great war, has already fully ascended. From this Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant, I can sense that his soul resides in the Hall of Heroes. When humanity faces a crisis, the spirits of the heroes can be summoned to descend to the mortal world and protect the order. However, summoning a heroic spirit requires collecting 4 Guardian Stones of different attributes, as well as locating a relic associated with Quangu in order to succeed. The bald commander scanned the crowd, noting the shock on everyone's faces, and continued, for this mission, we may need to mobilize massive resources to thoroughly search all known psychic relic sites. The Guardian Stones are extremely rare. Currently, we only have one, which was collected last week from the ruins of the Holy Temple. The archaeological department has already confirmed its value. If we can summon the greatest psychic, humanity's odds against the demons will greatly improve. As he said this, the bald commander's gaze inadvertently landed on Chu Feng. The first-rank combat personnel present quickly deduced that the reason for such a large-scale operation from headquarters must be closely tied to Chen's promotion to a plus-level psychic. Otherwise, the City of Psychics would never allocate so many resources to fully support the Survey Corps in exploring psychic relics. After all, past missions had a very high failure rate. Investing significant resources often resulted in nothing but reports of casualties among team members. But if Chu Feng could control the demons, the Survey Corps' margin for error would greatly increase, and the likelihood of mission success would rise significantly. It would also minimize the rate of casualties to the greatest extent possible. But, do we really have a relic of the strongest psychic? Asked a soldier, raising his hand. The bald commander replied gravely, our final operation site will be the battlefield of the evil god war from back then. As long as we find the relevant relics and gather the 4 guardian stones, we can succeed in the summoning. Once the objective was clear, everyone fell silent. To summon the strongest psychic, including the resurrected Chen, 2 of the 3 legendary geniuses from back then had already returned. The city lord was thrilled. However, Xu Feng's expression was somewhat complicated. If Quangu comes back, wouldn't that make him my brother? From mentor and apprentice to brothers, it felt bizarre. It was like watching a teacher who had guided you throughout your childhood suddenly start competing with you in fights. The contrast was just too overwhelming. Xu Feng suddenly thought of his guardian spirit jade pendant. As a guardian spirit, I once stopped the evil god from descending in the evil god dungeon and eventually ascended into the Hall of Heroes. That means the world of the heroic spirits is connected to the netherworld type dungeons. No wonder my guardian spirit jade pendant functions here. However, the heroic spirit summoned by my pendant may not be Quangu, because I don't have his relic. Summoning a heroic spirit requires a special medium, a relic left behind by the spirit during their lifetime. To summon a more powerful heroic spirit, all 4 distinct guardian stones are also necessary. After the meeting concluded, Xu Feng returned to his room, focused his thoughts, and took out his guardian spirit jade pendant. Activating the eternal god's eye. The material of the guardian jade pendant was immediately analyzed by his supervision. This pendant is also made of guardian stone. It has already formed a complete energy field, which is why it can directly summon a heroic spirit. However, the heroic spirit summoned is likely random, and their strength is incomplete, otherwise, its tier wouldn't only be at the 7th level. But being able to summon a heroic spirit is already an exceptional legacy. Unfortunately, it can only be used in netherworld-type dungeons. Xu Feng dismissed his own thought. No, the Hall of Heroes is a realm formed by the ascended souls of heroes, a force that maintains order. The memories and personalities of the heroic spirits are preserved. Does that mean other dungeons can also connect to the Hall of Heroes? Perhaps the Hall of Heroes is a higher-level dungeon, a special world that links to others? When entering the Demon Resurrection Dungeon, Quangu's future was still there, which proves that the worlds of the Heavenly Tower are indeed interconnected. From a certain perspective, Xu Feng himself was also in the Hall of Heroes, albeit in the form of the Wine Taoist. With a thought, Xu Feng decided to test summoning a heroic spirit. He wondered, would this pendant summon his own self from the evil god world? Wouldn't that mean summoning himself? The guardian spirit jade pendant suddenly emitted a holy white light. From the light screen emerged a golden-haired girl clad in armor. She had emerald green eyes and looked no older than 16, but her face carried an air of heroism. The female heroic spirit coldly opened her mouth. My name is Artoria. Are you my master? Xu Feng nodded. Artoria bowed. What are your orders? Xu Feng shook his head. Nothing for now. You may return. Artoria? Before she could react, the light of the guardian spirit jade pendant faded, and Artoria disappeared along with it. A wasted summoning opportunity, but it's only a month's wait. The exploration plan for the psychic relics would likely have to wait until a few first-rank warriors returned from their missions before it could officially commence. Once they returned, they would also need time to adjust. Xu Feng's psychic energy points for next month were also about to be distributed. The perks of being a first-rank warrior were excellent. Even if he spent all day in the psychic control chamber, the energy points would seamlessly roll over. In his idle moments, Xu Feng continued to visit the psychic control chamber to train his spatial psychic abilities. Some psychics initially intended to book the chamber but, upon learning that Chen had already reserved it, left reluctantly. What else could they do? Someone else spent just 1 month inside and not only recovered their shattered psionic energy but also directly broke through to a plus level. Even if they stayed for a year, they might not even reach B level. Even if they reserved a spot before Chen, he'd cut in line anyway. Psionic City was just that realistic and ruthless. As long as someone had more value, they would get the best resources first. Not convinced? Then go challenge them. Feng Ping, that A-level psionic in the destruction category, was nearly killed in seconds by Chen. If they went up against him, they'd just be courting death. All they could do was watch helplessly as Chen easily broke through the enemy ranks. Psionic City. Inside a certain room, a shadow once again gathered into a humanoid shape and walked to the side of a white-haired young man. Psionic City is up to something big lately, and there's even an A+ level Chen. What's your plan? The white-haired youth opened his eyes, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. The opportunity has come. The last few ruins they're exploring are precisely traps set by that person. When the time comes, they will definitely activate the psionic teleportation array and deploy a large number of troops to respond. That will be the best chance for us to open the heavenly demon rift and let all those creatures from the demon abyss flood in. Even if Psionic City manages to survive this calamity, they'll suffer heavy losses. The Shadow grinned. Good. Let's hope the plan goes smoothly that day. With a cold sneer, he added, I've been itching to take down Psionic City. Holding back for so long has been unbearable. The white-haired youth glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. The shadow shifted back into a tide-like form and receded out the door. Before leaving, he left one final remark. I'll start with crippling the city defense forces. I've already thought of 100 ways to finish off those Psionic City weaklings. After the shadow left, the white-haired youth remained silent. After a long while, a trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fools! I have no intention of dying alongside them. 1 month later. At the control center of Psionic City's headquarters, all members of the investigation corps had gathered. The bald-headed commander spoke gravely. Next, we will launch an S-level operation for the investigation corps. It's been several years since our last S-level operation. This time, we are deploying almost all our forces. The mission must be completed as quickly as possible. So do not expect this battle to be any easier than fighting against an evil god. With that, the control center's large screen lit up as the bald commander began explaining the key points of this operation. Chu Feng quickly understood why this mission was so difficult. The investigation corps was tasked with exploring psionic ruins. To do so, they had to fight their way through hordes of demons, reach the ruins, and use the protective array within to activate a two-way teleportation array. Only then could reinforcements be transported in to excavate the treasures within the ruins. Thanks to the teleportation array, psionic users could be directly transported from Psionic City to operate near the ruins. In simple terms, the investigation corps expanded their exploration range by opening more ruins and establishing two-way teleportation arrays, setting up multiple outposts in the outside world. Thus, the investigation corps had to meticulously plan their routes for raiding the ruins, minimizing resource consumption by moving from one ruin to the next in the shortest possible distance. The Sanctum ruins were the last relatively easy ruin to raid. The remaining 3 ruins lay far away and required aerial travel. Ordinarily, flying at higher altitudes would help avoid demon attacks. But for those 3 ruins, the higher one flew, the more dangerous it became. Because those skies were dominated by numerous epic-level demons. Epic-level demons controlled the airspace, making it far easier for them to launch deadly attacks on psionic users at high altitudes. Traveling by land meant facing the onslaught of 2 to 3 demon nests while still risking ambushes from epic-level demons above. Therefore, the expeditions to those last ruins would face extreme perils. Yet, records indicated that the other 3 guardian gemstones were hidden within those ruins. To successfully summon the spirit of the greatest psionic, the investigation of those 3 ruins was essential. If all these missions are completed successfully, the rewards will undoubtedly be lavish. A gleam of determination flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. This time, the personal instance rewards would surely be double those of previous ones. Completing this S-level mission was tantamount to completing 4 ruin explorations, unlocking even the most critical ruins, and achieving the highest accomplishments. Moreover, this would also coincide with completing the main S-level mission. Along the way, they'd kill 3 epic-level demons and bring an end to the main storyline of the demon resurgence. Since he was playing the role of Chen, with his psionic power already at A+ level, far surpassing B level, he no longer needed to concern himself with the psionic enhancement storyline. The bald-headed commander continued, all first-level combat personnel will board the Ark and form the main combat force. Second-level combat personnel will be divided into 4 teams to guard the perimeter of the Ark and fend off demon attacks. Third and fourth-level personnel will take the Skywing aircraft and, in case the Ark encounters danger, deploy missiles to attract the demons and create a diversion to break the encirclement. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. The meaning was clear: third and fourth-level combat personnel were cannon fodder. If the Ark was in danger, their role was to use demon-attracting missiles to divert the enemy's attention. If the Ark faced peril, they would die in place of the first-level combat personnel. Yet none of the soldiers assigned to this mission complained. The only ones showing signs of fear were from the city defense forces or those who hadn't joined the investigation corps. Having never witnessed the deadly threat posed by demons firsthand, they lacked the steel nerves required. Hearing they'd serve as cannon fodder naturally made them tremble. But members of the investigation corps had long been accustomed to walking alongside death. In battle, sacrifices were inevitable. Dying wasn't a big deal. During missions, they brushed past death every single day. People could die, but their deaths had to be meaningful, worthwhile. First-level combat personnel represented the future of Psionic City. Using their lives to shield the most elite warriors from sacrifice was unquestionable. It was for Psionic City and for humanity's future. Wearing their battle gear, standing here in this moment, they had long steeled themselves to face death. All combat units, prepare to deploy. Proceed to use the teleportation array in staggered batches. Commence action. With the Bald Commander's order, the first-tier combat personnel followed the regiment leader in Sugawasara, stepping into the teleportation array. There were 9 first-tier combat personnel participating in this operation. Aside from the familiar Sugawasara, Oda Reina, Fongping, and the regiment leader, there were 4 others occupying different roles. Ahead of Chu Feng was a purple-haired girl in combat attire. Her figure was impeccably toned and brimming with a sense of power. Her waist was taut without a trace of excess, and her long legs outlined an astonishingly graceful curve. She carried a heavy psionic sniper rifle on her back and moved toward the Ark's watchtower, tasked with reconnaissance and long-range sniping of epic demons. Yu Shan. Chu Feng remembered her name. Her file indicated she had once shot down an epic demon with a single bullet, a feat of dazzling achievement. But her psionic abilities were enigmatic. No one knew her specific psionic attributes, only that she possessed immense explosive power. A golden light flickered in Xu Feng's eyes. He didn't rush to examine the fate of others but decided to first assess the fortunes of his teammates. Their fortunes could influence the outcome of this battle, so Chu Feng intended to identify which psionic wielder had the worst luck before evaluating the enemy's situation and formulating a strategy. Among the others, including the regiment leader, their fortunes appeared as burning flames mingled with demonic hues above their heads. This foretold an impending fierce battle. But Yushan's fortune alone was different. A black demonic aura seemed to be swallowing that flame. This was completely opposite to the others? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss with Yushan's fortune. Let's see your fate. The next moment, his supreme dual pupil deepened, and the scene before him abruptly shifted. A stormy night, with lightning tearing through the dark sky. A vortex appeared on the pale ground. Endless black mist converged toward a point on the earth. Cough, cough. Moments later, faint coughing came from the ground. As the black mist dissipated, a girl lay on the cold, damp floor, her body drenched by the rain, her eyes filled with confusion. Suddenly, a piece of clothing was tossed onto her. The girl looked up and saw the face of a young boy. His hair was white as snow, and his dark eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded her coldly. Then he said, "From now on, you're one of us." "Who am I?" The girl's face was pale, her voice trembling. She had a conscious mind and awareness but no memory, no idea where she came from. "You were created by that Great One." "The Great One?" "That's right. Your current consciousness and life were bestowed by that Great One." "I see." The girl's eyes were filled with confusion. "Then who are you?" "Like you, I was also created by that Great One." The white-haired boy paused for a moment, seemingly reluctant, before saying, "Consider me your family." "Family, family," the girl repeated the word, her tone uncertain. The white-haired boy grew a little impatient. "Put on the clothes quickly. From now on, your name is Yushan. You're an abandoned child of the Psionic City. Your mother secretly gave birth to you and, fearing punishment, left you in the wilderness. But that's just a fabricated identity. You'll undergo psionic training, join them, and play the role of a prodigious psionic wielder. Remember, you were created by the Great One. Joining them is merely part of the plan. Your real mission is to destroy them." Yushan scratched her head. "This is so complicated. I don't quite understand." "No matter. I'll teach you step by step. If you don't want to be discarded, stop whining and follow me." The white-haired boy turned and walked away without looking back. The girl, curled up on the ground, was startled when she heard the word discarded. She quickly picked up the clothes, put them on, and, barefoot, ran desperately after the boy's retreating figure on the muddy road. Her body was still unstable as she had just been created, and she fell several times along the way. The white-haired boy glanced back with a face full of disdain. But after a few steps, he suddenly turned around coldly and carried Yushan on his back. "Remember, you must obey me unconditionally, or you will die." The girl nodded hurriedly, her small hands clutching the boy's shoulders tightly, as though afraid of losing something. The subsequent scenes unfolded like a film reel, swiftly replaying in Xu Feng's mind. Under this identity, she successfully entered the Psionic City. Initially, she faced rejection due to her fabricated background. But she was soon admitted to the most elite psionic academy thanks to her overwhelming abilities. From then on, Yushan operated like a machine, executing her missions with unmatched precision. She completed tasks swiftly and with the utmost efficiency, employing the simplest means. Under her leadership, casualties were minimal, and missions were completed at unprecedented speeds. Her accumulated merit points soared, earning her the rank of a first-tier combat operative by the age of 20. She received numerous accolades but remained out of sync with other psionic wielders. Even her teammates found it difficult to connect with her. Even as a first-tier operative, she always dined alone, with no one willing to sit near her. One day, while she was eating in the cafeteria, the white-haired boy leaned close to her ear. In this upcoming S-rank mission, find an opportunity. Once the Chen leaves, detonate the Arkansas, make sure all the first-tier operatives perish there. Yushan's eyes trembled slightly, but she ultimately nodded without saying much. After speaking, the white-haired boy put on his hat and left the cafeteria at a leisurely pace. The vision ended there. So, this Yushan is actually a legendary demon. Through the vision of fate, Chu Feng had fully uncovered Yushan's true identity. That white-haired boy was also a legendary demon. He glanced around. The rest of the team was preoccupied with their respective tasks. Sugawa Sora sat in the pilot's seat, conversing with Oda Reina in the co-pilot's seat. The regiment leader held a communication device, constantly coordinating with the Psionic City's control center. Although the bald commander hadn't personally come, he was seated at the central control hub, ready to adjust strategies at any moment. When the regiment leader temporarily turned off the communication device and turned around, he noticed Chen standing behind him, seemingly waiting for a while. Chen, is something the matter? The regiment leader's eyes flickered slightly. Chu Feng scanned the surroundings. Is there a place suitable for speaking in private? The regiment leader hesitated briefly. Follow me. The two passed through several corridors. The regiment leader pulled out a key from his pocket, discreetly unlocked a cabin door, then led Chu Feng inside, shutting the door behind them. The commander spoke in a low voice. If you have something to say, say it here. This is the Ark's specially designed confidential room, with absolute soundproofing. No one can hear what we're saying. Chu Feng took a deep breath and said, Isn't Yushan's background a bit unusual? The commander frowned, refraining from answering immediately. He stroked his chin in thought for a while, then finally nodded. You're right, the information about Yushan is indeed somewhat peculiar. What are you trying to say? Chu Feng didn't answer directly. He simply stared into the commander's eyes. Have you ever considered that the reason a legendary demon could stay hidden in the city of psionics for so long might be because they looked no different from ordinary people? The commander's pupils contracted slightly. There was no need to say more, he already understood what Chen was implying. We're on the Ark right now, we can't act here. And if we keep calling other team members over, it will definitely make Yushan suspicious. Chu Feng suddenly smiled. Commander, I have a plan. For the next move, as long as you follow my instructions, we might be able to force Yushan to reveal their hand. Psionic power index normal. Running diagnostics on all equipment. Power systems normal. Engines operational. Flight mode stable. Demon presence index detected at 1.25 in the vicinity. Threat level low. Proceeding along the planned route. Reports flowed continuously from the voice-controlled system in the command center. Once everything was confirmed operational, the commander nodded at Sugawa Sora. Immediately, the Ark trembled violently, as flames erupted from its four corners, propelling it upward into the sky. From the observation deck, one could see a fleet of combat ships trailing behind, along with gliding crafts carrying psionics, forming a well-ordered battle formation. Under the commander's orders, the various squads dispersed, following the pre-arranged plans laid out by the bald-headed commander to protect the Ark's flight at all costs. In the past, the commander might have taken the pilot's seat himself, while Tsugawa Sora remained stationed at the combat observation deck, ready to charge into battle and slice through any demons at the first sign of danger. But now, with Chu Feng present, the task of slaying demons no longer fell squarely on Sugawa Sora's shoulders. Calm and composed, with lightning-fast reflexes, Sugawa Sora was perfectly suited to the pilot's seat. Beside him was his longtime partner, Oda Reina, assisting him, a golden duo of the investigation corps. After the Ark had been flying for some time, Sugawa Sora's voice dropped. Demonic energy detected ahead, index 32.6. Suspected airborne epic-grade demon, located at 11 o'clock, approximately 200 kilometers away. The commander's expression wavered, hesitating for a moment before saying slowly, how about we change course and avoid it? Changing the flight path was no trivial matter for the investigation corps. It wasn't just the Ark, all the combat units operated in coordination with it. Altering the course meant deviating from the original plan, requiring additional energy reserves. While the Ark's energy reserves were sufficient, other equipment, such as the gliders, might not endure prolonged flight. Xu Feng's eyes gleamed. He stepped forward. "Commander, I can go alone to eliminate that epic-grade demon." "No." The commander rejected the idea outright. "You're our ace. We can't deploy you so early. What if your psionic energy is depleted? Your abilities must be reserved for critical moments." "I can't agree." Xu Feng shook his head. "Crossing dimensions doesn't cost me much psionic energy anymore. Taking out one epic-grade demon won't take long. I'll be back soon." The commander hesitated. "Are you certain you can deal with that demon quickly and efficiently?" Xu Feng nodded. "Absolutely." "Fine. It's dangerous, so be swift. If anything goes wrong, return immediately." "Understood." With permission granted, Xu Feng immediately tore open a spatial rift, stepped through, and vanished from the Ark. From the observation deck, Yushan's gaze flickered subtly. The commander caught a glimpse of it, a strange glint in Yushan's eyes. Her hand, gripping a psionic sniper rifle, trembled slightly, as if itching for action. The moment Chen left, Yushan's behavior became unusual. The commander stood silently for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. "All units, reduce speed to the minimum and await further orders." Sugawa Sora relayed the command to the control panel. The Ark's speed immediately decreased. They had to wait for Xu Feng to return before continuing their mission. It was nearly impossible for an airborne vessel to come to a complete stop due to high-altitude air pressure. Fully halting would risk a crash. Though the speed had been reduced, psionic energy consumption continued. Xu Feng had to hurry. However, 10 minutes passed, and Xu Feng still hadn't returned. 20 minutes, still no sign of him. 30 minutes, nothing. The commander's expression darkened. Could something have happened to Chen? The Ark fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. If something happened to Chen, the entire plan would be derailed. At that moment, Yushan quietly turned and left. She stepped out of the cabin, entering the commander's line of sight. As soon as Yushan exited the cabin, her figure blurred, then vanished into thin air. In reality, Yushan possessed the ability to turn invisible, even evading detection by demonic senses. This skill had been documented in the City of Psionics records, but her psionic attributes extended far beyond that. She possessed the rare gift of multi-attribute psionics. Throughout the history of the City of Psionics, there had been a few prodigies with multiple psionic attributes, but such cases were exceedingly rare, so rare they could be counted on one hand. Because of this, Yushan had received an extraordinary amount of resource support. She moved stealthily, leaving no trace on any surveillance footage. Then, the door to the Ark's main power control room clicked open and quickly shut again. Inside the room filled with machinery, Yushan's figure reappeared. She approached the power engine, a sleek metal box containing the psionic crystals that fueled the Ark's flight. It was encased in an extremely durable protective shell, impervious to ordinary psionic attacks. But that was only true for ordinary psionics. Yushan retrieved the sniper rifle from her back, aiming its barrel at the metal box. Her bullets could penetrate epic-grade demons. A mere metal box posed no challenge to her. If she destroyed the Ark's power source, the vessel would plummet from the sky. Below, countless demons were swarming like mad, determined to annihilate every last member of the investigation corps. Demons are the greatest enemies of psychic warriors. Even after the Ark's downfall, with the surviving frontline personnel possessing extremely high psychic levels and in considerable numbers, demons within a 100-mile radius would be drawn to them. They would have to face attacks from at least 20 demon nests. Even if the number of frontline personnel were doubled, under the onslaught of demon hordes, they would still be doomed. Just as Yushan was preparing to pull the trigger, bang! The hatch suddenly swung open. The commander stood coldly, staring at Yushan. Yushan instantly turned around, aiming to shoot the bullet directly into the commander's chest. At the very moment she pulled the trigger, her body suddenly froze. Yushan's pupils contracted. She realized she couldn't move. "Sister, you're just too impatient." A mocking voice echoed from behind her. It was Chen. A crimson light flickered in Xu Feng's eyes. The eye of the evil god. Although it consumed a significant amount of his ocular energy, he successfully restrained the legendary demon. The commander shook his head as he walked up to Yushan, looking at her face, filled with unwilling defiance. In the Survey Corps, Yushan was a girl who had been emotionally scarred since childhood. Everyone admired her talent but approached her cautiously. Occasionally, a few comrades would joke about how marrying Yushan would make their life worthwhile. But very few dared to genuinely pursue her. To everyone, she was like a star in the sky, a moon among the clouds. Those who wanted to get close to her turned into silent protectors instead. Because everyone understood Yushan. So, they never bothered her actively, waiting for her to slowly lower her guard, to open her heart, and to become genuine friends with her comrades. The commander's memory suddenly blurred. He remembered once, while having a meal in the mess hall, catching a few young comrades sneaking glances at Yushan and whispering about her. He walked over, frowned, and scolded them, driving them away. From then on, very few people spoke of Yushan in public. He remembered watching the reserved girl, silently carrying her tray of leftover food, carefully dumping every morsel into the trash until no oil droplet remained in her bowl, before placing it back at the collection counter. At that moment, he walked up to her. He didn't say much, just conveyed the sentiment that if she ever had difficulties, she shouldn't bear it alone, everyone would help solve them. By everyone, he really meant himself, the quiet commander. The commander is the commander, the leader of the Survey Corps, and he couldn't show favoritism or express his inner thoughts casually. The city lord had taught him that as a commander, one must be shrewd, impartial, and adept at concealing true intentions. Thinking back, since taking on this position, the only time he allowed himself a slight indulgence was in his interactions with Yushan. Only on 1 or 2 occasions did he reveal a sliver of his true feelings. But Yushan had never shared her innermost thoughts with anyone. Not even a little. Yes, the day Yushan truly revealed her true heart might just be this one. That day, she unhesitatingly pointed the gun at her own head. If it hadn't been fortune showing up in time, she would have pulled the trigger long ago. That deadly bullet, capable of instantly killing even an epic-level demon, wouldn't have faltered against a psychic warrior. At this thought, the commander summoned a white dagger into his hand. Chu Feng seemed to recall something. Sugawa Sora had once told him that the commander's psychic ability was deprivation. His ability could temporarily take away someone else's power. Although not as overwhelming as Devour, it was enough to secure his position as the commander of the Survey Corps. This ability was nearly unbeatable against psychic warriors and humans, though its effects on demons were limited. Thus, the physically robust commander focused more on behind-the-scenes work, leaving demon-slaying missions to Sugawa Sora. He had learned from the city lord's methods, becoming a leader for everyone. So, almost no one remembered how terrifying the commander's ability could be when dealing with a single powerful enemy. The white dagger plunged into Yushan's abdomen. Yushan's pupils contracted sharply, her bloodshot eyes lowering as she coughed several times. It was visible to the naked eye. The moment Yushan was deprived, she endured immense pain. Chu Feng felt the consumption of his ocular energy instantly diminish. He released his control over Yushan, and the young girl before him collapsed weakly, kneeling at the commander's feet. "Are you a legendary demon?" the commander asked, enunciating each word. Chu Feng stood silently to the side. Although he hadn't been with this group for long, he could sense that everyone in the Survey Corps treated their comrades like family. Here, no one cared about your past. As long as you joined, they would welcome you wholeheartedly. No matter how tainted you once were, once you became part of the Survey Corps, you earned dignity. And this dignity was given by one's comrades. Bang! The Ark's main control room door was suddenly flung open. All the psychic warriors, including Sugawa Sora, turned their heads. They saw Yushan, tightly bound, tossed to the ground before them, followed by the cold-faced commander and Chen, arms crossed. What is going on? Oda Reina looked at the commander's expression, then glanced at the suddenly appearing Chu Feng, her face full of confusion. Sugawa Sora turned back to the demon detection screen, noticing the index had dropped below 2.0, indicating that the epic-level demon had been eliminated. Fong Ping and the others looked increasingly serious. It was rare to see the commander lose his composure, but today was different. The commander said in a deep voice, "She is a legendary demon." The moment he spoke, the control room fell silent. The commander continued explaining, "Legendary demons can appear in human form. She's been hiding among us, waiting for the right moment to wipe us out. Chen carries residual energy from the evil god, allowing him to detect Yushan's abnormal aura. He informed me in advance and deliberately left, giving Yushan the opportunity to act. Chen's spatial abilities can transfer destruction elsewhere. That's why Yushan had to wait until Chen left before attempting to sabotage the Arkansas. When Yushan began her actions, I immediately contacted Chen to return and stop her. In the end, we exposed her true identity." The commander turned to Yushan and stared her down. "Now, do you have anything to say?" Yushan half opened her eyes, as if a layer of mist covered them. My life was a gift from that master. I cannot disobey his orders. This is my life. Although completely worthless. But my existence is for that master. Yushan closed her eyes, and suddenly unleashed an incredibly terrifying wave of energy. Sugawa Sora's expression changed drastically. He turned his head, only to see the demon detection readings spike instantly to 3000. This is bad. A blinding light, as bright as daylight, immediately enveloped the entire arc. Everyone was dazzled by the strong light, unable to open their eyes. The next second, the light transformed into a dazzling explosion. Countless starlights converged into a magnificent flame, disappearing into the void along with meaningless lives. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The members of the Survey Corps stared at the spot where Yushan vanished, falling into silence. At the very moment she self-destructed, Chu Feng instantly tore through space, transferring the explosion far away. Everyone survived unharmed. Without Chen's spatial psychic power, all the psychics present and the nearby combat units would have been devoured by the white light. A glimmer of golden light flashed across Chu Feng's pupils. Numerous images appeared in his mind. When Yushan self-destructed, Chu Feng activated his supreme heavy pupil to probe into her secrets, searching for clues about other legendary demons. Although it only lasted a few seconds, those images kept echoing in his mind, impossible to shake off. Xiaoyu, come play with us. Under the azure sky, little Yushan sat on the swing at the entrance of the Psychic Academy, gently swaying as her fair little legs swung back and forth. She stared blankly at her legs. A few children ran over, waving as they shouted. Little Yushan tilted her head, pointing incredulously at her own nose. Me? Come play with us? Sure. Little Yushan beamed. What are we playing? This game is called Defeating Demons. A boy pulled out a toy gun, grinning mischievously. I secretly brought this demon-slaying bullet from home. It only works on demons, harmless to people, but it does sting. Xiaoxing, you even brought something like that? A slightly older boy, around 10 years old, looked at the toy gun and bullets in surprise. I stole it from my dad's room, hee hee. Let's play here. Little Yushan hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't. The other children turned to look at her, their faces full of surprise. Xiaoyu, aren't we friends? One boy said sullenly. Yushan froze, then nodded. If you don't play with us, you're not our friend anymore. The boy pouted unhappily. Okay. I'll play with you. Little Yushan quickly ran over. That's the Xiaoyu we know. Everyone burst into laughter. The boy took out a spinning pointer, grinning. The rules are simple. Whoever the pointer lands on is the demon. The demon has 10 minutes to run and hide. During that time, we can't move. Once time's up, we'll go look for the demon. If we shoot the demon with the bullets, they lose, and we win. If we can't find the demon within half an hour, the demon wins. Everyone understood the rules and nodded. The boy placed the pointer on the ground and started spinning it. The pointer wobbled, initially pointing elsewhere, but as it slowed down, it seemed to be drawn to something, finally stopping on little Yushan. All eyes turned to her. The boy grinned. Oh wow, Xiaoyu got picked. Well, since you're a girl, we'll give you an extra 5 minutes to hide. Make sure to hide well so we can't find you. Little Yushan nodded hurriedly and ran off as fast as she could. She knew she was a demon, and the bullets could hurt her. What should she do? Where should she hide? After thinking for a moment, little Yushan had no choice but to hide in the staff's women's restroom. She crouched in the corner, pulling out the watch hidden in her pocket, praying for the game to end quickly. Time ticked by second. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. 1 minute left, and the half hour was almost up. Little Yushan let out a sigh of relief. The game should be ending soon. She stood up, her legs slightly numb from crouching for too long. Just as she was about to open the restroom door and declare her victory, she looked up and saw a face appear on the door. The person wore a mischievous smile, holding a gun in his hand. Little Yushan was terrified and quickly raised her hands. Only 1 minute left. The boy smiled. Sorry, Xiaoyu, hiding in the women's restroom breaks the rules. But we win. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The boy froze. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Little Yushan had raised her small, tender arm to block the bullet, and black smoke was now rising from it. His father, a third-ranked combat officer of the Survey Corps, had once told him that bullets like these emit black smoke when they hit demons, as they contain a divine power meant to purify them. As the black smoke dissipated, the wound in little Yushan's arm quickly healed itself. How could such bullets harm a legendary demon? Little Yushan looked at her arm, then raised her gaze to the boy. The boy's face turned pale as he stumbled back against the wall, staring at her in utter fear. You're a demon. The boy opened fire, shooting several rounds at her chest. As the son of a Survey Corps soldier, his aim was precise. But little Yushan's body only emitted puff after puff of black smoke, each wound healing swiftly. The boy emptied his clip, and when he realized the bullets had no effect, he panicked, scrambling to his feet to run away. As he got up, he collided with a white-haired youth. Pain shot through the boy as he staggered back, looking up to see the youth's eerie, glowing eyes. The next moment, the boy lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. "Come with me." The white-haired youth spoke calmly, his tone like a parent scolding a child. Little Yushan lowered her head and followed him. When the boy woke up, he scratched his head. What just happened? In a cramped cabin. The white-haired youth sat in a chair, sipping tea as he glanced at little Yushan, who stood to the side. He spoke coldly, "Do you really think you're one of them?" Little Yushan lowered her head, remaining silent. The white-haired youth continued, "Stop dreaming. You are a demon, the mortal enemy of humanity. They don't want to be your friends at all. Once they discover your true self, no matter how close you are, they will kill you without hesitation." He stood up, leaned close to Xiao Yushan's ear, and whispered, "All your value comes from that lord. That lord wants to destroy all of humanity. Your existence is meant to fulfill that mission. Stop dreaming. There are no friends here, only me, a family member." At dusk, Yushan sat on a swing. The setting sun stretched her shadow long. She swayed the swing in solitude, her head lowered, staring at her legs. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at her feet. Yushan looked up and saw a little boy. The boy clasped his hands together, a hint of pleading on his face. "Stao Yu. I really don't remember what I did that day. Can you forgive me?" This must be the 13th time he's apologized, right? Yushan used to always respond with, "It's fine," but anyone could tell she was just brushing it off. Since that day, Yushan never played with that group of children again. The little boy was about to say something when a few adults wearing Survey Corps uniforms approached. "Are you Yushan?" One of them, a young woman, stepped forward and crouched in front of Yushan. Yushan nodded. "We've discovered that your psychic abilities are highly gifted, with indicators far exceeding the average. We'd like to invite you to study at the First Psychic Academy. It's the most prestigious school in the city of psychics. If you go, there's significant room for growth, and it would be very beneficial for you. Also, we're aware of your family situation. Going there would also provide you with substantial support. Of course, the decision is entirely up to you." Yushan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. She followed the members of the Survey Corps and left without looking back. The boy froze in place, and when he turned around, he realized his father had been standing behind him the whole time. His father placed a large hand on his head, smiling as he said, "The test results are in. You've awakened an impressive ability called deprivation. From today onward, you'll go train at the First Psychic Academy. Work hard, kid. If you're not remarkable enough, who will take notice of you?" The boy understood what his father meant. He clenched his fists tightly and nodded firmly. The scene shifted. At this moment, Yushan had grown into a beautiful young woman, standing at the prime of her 18 years. She wore an elegant gown, her demeanor as graceful as a swan. "Yushan, the banquet is about to begin." A voice came from behind her. Yushan turned her head and saw it was the captain. They exchanged a look for a moment. Yushan lowered her head in thought, saying nothing. The captain glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, then stepped forward and presented a gift box. He opened it, revealing a sapphire blue pendant. The captain spoke softly, "This is the sky pendant, imbued with protective power. Made from the legendary sky crystal, it symbolizes freedom. No other reason, really. I just thought it suits you. The city lord will also attend the banquet, wearing it would be quite fitting." After speaking, the captain smiled, turned, and walked away. At the banquet, there was a large crowd of guests, not only from the Survey Corps but also nobles and officials from the city of psychics. Everyone was dressed in luxurious attire, and the atmosphere was grand. Colorful lights illuminated the young men and women, whose splendid outfits made them shine even brighter. The captain mingled with the distinguished guests, toasting and chatting while secretly searching for someone among the crowd. Suddenly, he spotted a girl standing in the corner. She wore a white gown, with the sky pendant hanging around her neck. Though she stood in the dimmest corner, her presence immediately drew everyone's attention. In that moment, all the guests were captivated by her radiance. Many young men reached out to her, while noble-born girls, seeing her, felt overshadowed. Yushan responded simply, then shifted her gaze toward the captain. She found him looking at her as well. Their eyes met, and the captain smiled and nodded. The captain continued mingling, making excuses to leave the crowd in search for Yushan, only to realize her figure had disappeared through the banquet hall's doorway. He stood in silence briefly before returning to his social obligations. After all, he was the captain, and such an important event couldn't be abandoned so easily. Yushan returned to her small room, removed her gown, carefully put it away, and let her gaze fall on the sky pendant. She paused for a moment, picked up the pendant, and gently caressed it, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Suddenly, she walked to her desk, turned on the lamp, and retrieved a piece of paper, a pen, and an envelope from the drawer. "If I were a demon, would you still treat me like this?" She wrote the delicate words in the center of the paper. Yushan folded the paper, placed it into the envelope, and appeared somewhat unsettled. She hesitated for a while, seeming to make a decision, and abruptly stood up. At that moment, a silver-haired boy appeared beside her, as if he had been standing there for a long time. Yushan, like a child caught doing something wrong, immediately lowered her head, clutching the envelope tightly in silence. The silver-haired boy's gaze locked onto the envelope, a mocking smile curling at his lips. "Have you forgotten what happened that day?" Yushan's face instantly turned pale as paper. The silver-haired boy said nothing more, turning to leave with a faint remark. "The City of Psychics has now developed a device capable of detecting demonic energy. I cannot reveal any abilities in this city anymore. If you're discovered again for who you really are, sorry, but no one will clean up your mess. Take care of yourself." With that, he departed. Yushan suddenly collapsed into her chair, as though all hope had drained from her. Tears welled in her eyes as she shoved the sky pendant into the envelope and locked it in the deepest corner of her drawer. The drawer was locked. The sky pendant, the envelope, and that sentence were sealed away in the darkness, as though the last bit of fantasy had been locked away, never to see the light again. From that day on, Yushan never wore the sky pendant again. She continued to wear her combat uniform, completing missions like a machine and earning a massive amount of merit points. "Yushan, you don't have to push yourself this hard. You're already a top-tier member of the Survey Corps. Just finished a mission, take a break, will you?" "Yushan, you." The regiment commander looked at the tireless girl, somewhat helpless, and couldn't help but offer a few words of advice. But what he received in response was a cold and curt reply from Yushan. "Yes, Commander." After witnessing Yushan's entire life, Shufeng couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. That foolish girl. If only she hadn't been so closed off, perhaps there might have been a chance. He glanced at the regiment commander. There was no expression on his face, but in his eyes burned a raging fire. A fire that seemed determined to annihilate all demons and monsters. Shufeng stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. "Commander, although Yushan has died, there are surely other legendary tier demons in Lingning City." "I know," the commander nodded, falling silent for a moment. Yushan was created. This implies that behind the legendary tier demons, there is an even more terrifying existence. If these demons can be created, Yushan can't have been the first legendary tier demon. She appeared in Lingning City 20 years ago, but the resurgence of demons has been ongoing for nearly 100 years. There must be more experienced and ancient legendary tier demons lurking within Lingning City. The commander pulled out his communicator and immediately relayed the intelligence to the bald-headed general. Before long, the reply came. "We anticipated this possibility long ago. That's why the remaining 10 first-tier combatants are mainly tasked with guarding Lingning City. Since they've already infiltrated here, sooner or later, we'll have to face this battle. You must quickly head to the 3 ruins, activate the teleportation arrays, and collect the other 3 elemental guardian jade stones to summon the strongest Esper. With Chen's power, we can get through this crisis. When that time comes, we can also approach the truth behind the resurgence of demons." The commander's gaze sharpened. This battle might very well be humanity's ultimate showdown with the demons. If legendary tier demons had already emerged, then the mastermind orchestrating the resurgence of demons might soon reveal themselves as well. "Everyone, move out. Head to the Esper ruins at full speed." At the commander's order, the Ark launched at maximum velocity. The other aerial units followed closely behind, forming a formation around the Ark and accelerating their pace. And then, Sugawa Sora suddenly reported in a grave tone. "There's a large-scale demon activity ahead, estimated to include 5 epic-tier demons leading an aerial legion of mid-tier demons to attack us." An A-ranked Esper, now replacing Yushan, shouted from the lookout post. "These demons have airborne escorts capable of attacking us from above. All combat units, attack with full power and maintain mobility," the commander ordered calmly. If a legendary tier demon infiltrated the ranks, this entire operation would be exposed. Epic tier airborne demons could lead ordinary demons in high-altitude combat. Although they didn't have complete intelligence, they had prepared for such contingencies. The Ark immediately activated its various Esper cannons, firing in all directions at the swarming demons. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from the front. Epic tier demons. A massive demon shadow loomed like a dark cloud, pouncing toward the Ark. Commander, 5 epic tier demons are attacking the Ark simultaneously. Should we activate the Annihilation Cannon? Sugawa Sora asked gravely. If we use the Annihilation Cannon, our Esper reserves might not hold out. Using it this early could compromise the entire operation, Oda Reina added, adjusting her glasses. The commander hesitated, but before he could respond, Chu Feng's calm voice rang out beside him. No need to go through that trouble. I'll handle them. Before the commander could reply, Chu Feng had already torn open a spatial rift and appeared instantly before the epic tier demons. In a dark room somewhere in Lingning City, a white-haired boy opened his eyes. So, Yushan's dead. Beside him, a shadow morphed into a screen, its voice icy as it asked, "What now? Should we continue?" Of course. The white-haired boy nodded. Although Yushan failed to deal with them, those people are all outside now. The demon army we've prepared has surrounded them, they won't be able to return anytime soon. You take care of the city's defense forces. I'll go open the door. The shadow sneered, alright, I've been waiting for this day. With that, the shadows in the room quickly receded toward the exit. The white-haired boy watched the departing figure with a cold smile. How foolish. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive black hole appeared beneath his feet. Moments later, demons of all shapes and sizes began pouring out of the black hole, morphing into shadows and charging toward Lingning City. The black hole grew larger and larger, releasing an ever-increasing number of demons. The white-haired boy's ability was to open a door that could bring all the demons from outside into this world. Once the door was stabilized, he left without lingering, stepping through it and departing Lingning City. I'm not about to die alongside you fools. In the central control room of Lingning City, Lord Mayor, the number of demons in the city has suddenly skyrocketed. It seems they've breached the city from the outside. A trembling Esper reported. In the room, aside from the mayor and the bald general, there were 10 first-tier combatants and high-ranking city defense officers. Their expressions darkened instantly. How could this happen? The mayor's voice was steady. We know too little about legendary tier demons. Creatures like these, capable of opening pathways to bring in demons from outside, this isn't surprising. All soldiers, proceed immediately to the areas with the densest demon activity. Establish defensive lines and initiate counterattacks. If demons have invaded Lingning City, we Espers, trained for years, won't be without strategies. We must hold the line. If we can hold out until the investigation team retrieves the 3 Guardian Jade Stones and summons the strongest Esper, we can repel the demon offensive. Yes, sir. All combat units received the order and began deploying defenses according to the plan. Suddenly, a terrified cry echoed from outside. It looks like the city defense forces have been controlled by the demons, they're attacking us. Boom! Before the words were finished, the sound of an explosion erupted outside. Demonic energy surged, and lightning flashed. A rift tore open in the void, and Chu Feng stepped out, his eyes gleaming red. You're the first. Ahead, an epic tier airborne demon loomed, its massive form as colossal as the Ark, blotting out the sky. Surrounding it were countless lesser demons. These demons, carried by the demonic energy, could soar through the skies. The moment Chu Feng appeared, the epic tier demon sensed danger and immediately commanded the lesser demons to charge at him. In an instant, the dense swarm of demons surged like a tsunami. Chu Feng didn't even spare them a glance. He took a step forward and once again tore open the fabric of space. The next second, he appeared above the epic demon. The epic demon's aura surged violently, attempting to resist. But Chu Feng immediately used the evil god's eye to control it. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless cracks appeared in the void beneath his feet. Black mist swirled as the epic demon was instantly torn to shreds. The surrounding lesser demons, seeing this, initially wanted to continue their assault, but without the protection of the demonic aura, they all plummeted from the sky. So that's it. These demons can fly because they're under the protection of the epic demon. As long as the epic demon is slain, the demon army's offensive will collapse. Chu Feng took another step, arriving above a second epic demon. The same technique. The epic demon didn't even last a second, it was instantly obliterated. With control from the evil god's eye and the power of a plus-level spirit energy, eliminating epic demons was even easier than for a saint. A minute later, all the epic demons were slain by Chu Feng. On the Ark. An A-level spirit user standing on the observation deck exclaimed, "Captain, look! The demons are all falling." The captain rushed to the observation deck. He saw the surrounding demons tumbling from the sky. These demons originally carried a powerful demonic aura. But just moments after Chu Feng left, the aura around the ordinary demons disappeared. Jingchuan Sora glanced at the readings on the demon wave detection device. What was once an alarmingly high value now plummeted to a safe range. Could it be? Everyone was speculating when suddenly, a crack appeared on the arc. Chu Feng calmly said, "The demons, I've killed them all." Everyone drew a sharp breath. In 1 minute, he had slain 5 epic demons. This level of power was equivalent to 10 Jingchuan Soras. Fantastic! The captain clapped his hands and praised him, smiling. "With you here, this mission has become much easier." With the threat of the demon army eliminated, the arc immediately accelerated forward. At this moment, an urgent voice came through the communicator. "A large number of demons have appeared in Spirit Energy City. It seems a legendary demon has opened a portal, letting outside demons flood in. How's the situation on your side?" "What? A legendary demon actually opened a portal to let outside demons in?" Oda Reina was incredulous. Everyone's expression instantly darkened. Spirit Energy City had a protective barrier that could block invasions from ordinary demons. Additionally, being built atop the highest snowy mountain, ordinary demons couldn't continuously attack it in waves. But if a portal was opened outside, it was a whole different story. With all the demons flooding into Spirit Energy City at once, the defenses wouldn't hold. This was a grave situation. And there's more. The voice over the communicator became urgent. "Our city defense army has been controlled by a legendary demon. We're now forced to fight against our own controlled soldiers." This news made the investigation corps increasingly anxious. Originally, if they had established a defense line in time, Spirit Energy City could have held out for a while. But with the city defense army under control and the defense line not established promptly, Spirit Energy City would now suffer severe damage every single day. What's the current status? The controlled city defense army was temporarily stopped by our first-level combat personnel. The other investigation corps and the remaining unaffected city defense forces are desperately building defenses. But a significant number of demons have already breached the lines and are slaughtering ordinary civilians. Every minute, many people are dying. You must get to the Spirit Energy Relic immediately, activate the two-way teleportation array, and help us stabilize the front lines. After the communication ended, the captain's expression turned grim. His gaze fell on Chu Feng. "Chen, how's your spirit energy recovery? The earlier battle must have consumed a lot." Chu Feng replied, "Not much, only about 1/10. I'm already recovering." The captain glanced at the map. "From here to the next spirit energy relic is 500 kilometers. The arc will take an hour to get there. Can you use spatial teleportation to send me ahead? We'll activate the teleportation array there, and I'll return to assist." In the entire Spirit Energy City, only my deprivation spirit energy can deal with the legendary demon. Chu Feng nodded. "No problem." His mastery of space was profound. Simply tearing through space to move consumed minimal spirit energy. Chu Feng tore open a spatial rift. Following the captain's directions, after several space jumps, they quickly arrived at the next spirit energy relic. The place resembled a paradise, with palaces scattered across the mountains, exuding a hazy brilliance. Because it was a spirit energy relic, its protective barrier didn't hinder their entry. Otherwise, even Chu Feng's spatial tearing ability would be blocked by the teleportation array. At its peak, the number of A-level spirit users in the spirit energy era was more than 100 times that of Spirit Energy City. The resources of any spirit energy relic could sustain Spirit Energy City for a long time. Arriving atop the celestial mountain, the captain selected a flat and suitable spot to set up the teleportation array. "I'll go back to stop the legendary demon. The rest of the mission is up to you." Chu Feng shook his head. "The demons still need time to arrive. I'll go back with you. First, I'll help you quickly teleport to the legendary demon, so you can deal with the enemy immediately." The captain hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "All right." A teleportation light enveloped Chu Feng and the captain, instantly transporting them back to Spirit Energy City. Boom! A violent explosion and fire erupted outside the control center. The bald commander and the city lord stood atop the control center, their faces heavy with concern. If not for the 10 first-level combat personnel left behind and the activation of the control center's protective array, this place would have long been overrun. There were just too many demons. And the city defense army was under the eerie control of the legendary demon. The situation was dire. At this moment, Chu Feng and the captain emerged simultaneously from the teleportation light, drawing everyone's attention. "Chen, Captain, how did you return so quickly?" The bald commander looked at them in astonishment. Surely they hadn't placed the teleportation array directly on the Ark? The captain explained, "Chen used spatial teleportation to send me to the spirit energy relic. After setting up the teleportation array, we immediately returned." The bald commander nodded. "Perhaps your abilities can handle the current crisis, but there are too many controlled city defense soldiers. We must locate the true form of the legendary demon to resolve it completely." Quietly, Chu Feng activated the Eternal Divine Eye. A colossal divine eye emerged high above the psychic city, 9,000 miles in the sky, gazing down upon the entire metropolis. This sprawling city was in ruins, many buildings reduced to rubble. Flames raged, and shadows of demons flitted chaotically. A dark cavern had opened, exuding a thick, oppressive demonic aura. On the Rainbow Bridge, a fierce battle was underway. Hundreds of city defense troops were locked in combat with the Survey Corps. The eyes of the city defense soldiers glowed with black mist, clearly under the control of dark sorcery. The Survey Corps struggled desperately, trying to subdue the city defense troops without killing them. After all, these soldiers, controlled by demons, were not the enemy. The true foe was the legendary level demon. Chu Feng's gaze locked onto the Rainbow Bridge, spotting something unusual amidst the chaotic crowd. A young boy with a sinister smile stood on high ground, shadows rippling like curtains around him, coldly watching the chaotic battle below. Without activating his eternal divine eyes, it would have been nearly impossible to notice the boy hidden in the corner. Chu Feng's lips curved slightly. He had found the legendary level demon. Boom! Elsewhere, a violent explosion erupted. Chu Feng turned his head to see a massive demon, towering like a mountain, emerging from the thick smoke. Countless psychic attacks struck its body but were utterly ineffective. Even when injured, its powerful regenerative abilities caused its wounds to heal instantly. Chu Feng observed as this demon devoured smaller demons nearby, rapidly growing in size and strength. If left unchecked, it would become an almost insurmountable foe. Without waiting for the commander's approval, Chu Feng instantly teleported near the giant demon. His observations revealed that this demon was also of legendary level, rapidly evolving through devouring. A particularly troublesome opponent. Chu Feng focused his thoughts and retrieved a protective spirit jade pendant. He summoned a heroic spirit. From within a screen of light, a valiant female spirit stepped forth. Clad in radiant armor, Artoria turned to see Chu Feng, her expression flashing with anger. "Why are you summoning me again?" She still remembered the embarrassment of being suddenly dismissed the last time she was summoned. Was she just called here for greetings? She was very busy, after all. Chu Feng spoke sternly, "Help me hold that thing off first." Artoria looked at the ever-growing demon, her brows furrowing. "I can't kill it, only stop it from getting stronger." "That's fine. Just stopping it is enough. I have a plan for what comes next." With those words, Chu Feng tore open a spatial rift and vanished. Artoria's eyes flickered as she turned to face the legendary level demon. She swung her sword, unleashing a blade of light hundreds of meters long, forcing the demon back several steps. The demon staggered back more than 10 meters, heavily wounded. But its incredible regenerative abilities, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, restored it to its original state in no time. Artoria no longer hesitated, unleashing sword strikes like a relentless tide. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Nearby, the psychic practitioners watched in stunned silence. "Who is that spirit? She's incredible. Why haven't I seen her before?" "No idea. Forget it. That level of battle is far beyond us. Get back to the defensive lines." At the control center, the commander's expression was grave, unsure of Chu Feng's whereabouts. Just as he was about to call him via communicator, Chu Feng suddenly reappeared. "I've located the demon controlling the city defense troops. I'll take you there," Chu Feng said, tearing open a spatial rift. "Your deprivation skill, if it hits that demon, it should strip it of its power, right?" The commander was shocked. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to locate a legendary level demon so quickly and efficiently. This level of power was terrifying. "Yes." The commander nodded. His skill, though limited in range, was devastatingly lethal with immense power. Paired with Chu Feng's spatial abilities, they were the perfect assassin duo. Chu Feng placed a hand on the commander's shoulder and instantly teleported him. On the Rainbow Bridge, the shadowy figure watched the psychic practitioners tearing into each other, a sinister grin on his face. The most thrilling part of war was using the enemy's own soldiers to destroy them. This was the most efficient form of combat. However, the shadow smile suddenly vanished. A blade pierced straight through his chest. He turned to see the commander, radiating murderous intent. Die! With a furious roar, the commander's white blade transformed into a beam of light, tearing through the shadow's body. The shadow immediately began to dissolve, melting into a pool of black liquid on the ground. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with a golden light. Moments later, intel about the shadow and the other legendary-level demons flooded his mind through the vision of destiny. There were 4 legendary-level demons in total. Besides Jade Mountain, the Shadow, and the Immortal Giant, there was also a white-haired youth. Judging by appearances, he was the mastermind behind this entire conspiracy, the strongest of the legendary-level demons. In the vision of destiny, the Shadow was always seen conversing with the white-haired youth in a small room. Though their plan was clear, lurking in the psychic city and waiting for the right moment to unleash chaos, Chu Feng sensed the white-haired youth was hiding something. Not only was he concealing information from the other legendary-level demons, but he was also exploiting them for his own gain. Moreover, legendary-level demons could be created. The order of their appearance also differed. Clearly, the white-haired youth had surfaced much earlier than Jade Mountain. This meant he knew far more secrets. A thought struck Chu Feng, and he realized he could use his supreme divine eyes again within the vision of destiny to focus on the white-haired youth. The next moment, the vision shifted. The white-haired youth opened a portal, allowing demons outside to infiltrate before stepping through it himself into a desolate wasteland. Ahead lay an altar radiating a faint glow. The white-haired youth knelt before the altar, murmuring incantations, as though in prayer. The vision ended there. Unexpectedly, my supreme divine eyes have gained a new ability to activate again within the vision of destiny. Doesn't this mean I can infinitely stack the power of my supreme divine eyes? Of course, Chu Feng noticed that focusing on the white-haired youth consumed far more of his eye power, indicating it couldn't be used infinitely. Chu Feng acted immediately, grabbing the commander and teleporting near another legendary-level demon. That is, the commander had just emerged from the spatial rift when he saw Artoria locked in fierce combat with the undead demon. Chu Feng spoke in a low voice, "This demon can absorb other demons to strengthen itself. Only your ability can deal with it." The commander nodded and charged in alongside Artoria. Artoria turned and saw the white blade forming in the commander's hand. Her expression shifted slightly, but she did not stop him. She could tell that this white blade could deal with the undead demon before them. And indeed, it was so. When the commander used the white blade to cut the undead demon, it let out a shrill scream. The areas it was cut could not regenerate. Although it was not as instantly fatal as when they killed the shadow creature, by preventing the demon's recovery, they could ultimately defeat it once the time was right. Chu Feng was about to step forward to assist when his communicator suddenly buzzed. "Chen, we've reached the teleportation point and collected one of the guardian crystals. We're now moving to the next location. You need to get here quickly." Chu Feng's mind stirred. The current situation was manageable with Artoria and the commander handling it. As for the white-haired youth, the demon's cavern only allowed semi-spiritual beings to enter and exit. He couldn't pass through the passage to cause trouble in the wastelands. So, the 4th legendary demon could be set aside for now. The scouting corps still needed his assistance to deal with the demons on the path ahead. To completely resolve the crisis in the Psionic City, they had to summon Yuta Izumigu. Unlike Chu Feng, Yuta Izumigu was a true saint-level psionicist. Perhaps only his appearance could turn the tides of the situation. Moreover, Chu Feng had specifically researched Yuta Izumigu. His psionic attribute was sealing, making him a grave threat to the Dark God. The Dark God represented a certain set of rules, an entity that could not be killed. Ordinary psionics were almost ineffective against the Dark God and its evil creations. But Yuta Izumigu's sealing ability could completely lock away the Dark God, effectively erasing its existence. His psionic power seemed custom-made to counter the Dark God. With his exceptional psionic talent, Yuta Izumigu could effortlessly destroy the Dark God and was equally formidable against other psionicists. The commander's deprivation ability was significantly limited, requiring him to be extremely close to his target to activate it. Yuta Izumigu, however, did not need proximity, giving him potential far beyond others. Chu Feng tore open the void and returned to the teleportation array, then transported himself back to the psionicist ruins. The Ark hovered in the air, with several first-level combat operatives closely following Tsugawa Sara, awaiting Chu Feng's arrival. The next 2 psionicist ruins they were headed to would be fraught with numerous epic demons along the way. Without Chu Feng's help, the journey would likely be significantly delayed. As soon as Chu Feng arrived, Tsugawa Sara immediately issued orders. "Everyone, take your positions and prepare for action." With Chu Feng as their escort, the journey ahead became much easier. On the way to the next ruin, they encountered 7 epic demons, and the attacks this time were even fiercer than before. But Chu Feng needed only one step through the void. Using the Eye of the Dark God, he immobilized the epic demons, rendering them unable to move. Then, he tore open spatial rifts, inflicting massive damage on the demons and instantly killing them. The remaining demons, stripped of their powerful protection, were unable to remain airborne at such heights and plummeted to the ground. As long as the epic demons were dealt with, the problems became much simpler. Facing such a large number of demons could have been a real nightmare. This route was far easier compared to the initial one. The arc gradually descended. Just as Chu Feng was about to activate his eternal divine eye to locate the guardian crystal, the blue-haired girl beside him suddenly radiated a mysterious aura. This aura rippled outward like water, covering an area of over 100 miles. Moments later, the blue-haired girl opened her eyes. The guardian crystal is in the northeast corner, approximately 5 kilometers away. It should be in that palace. Chu Feng tore open a spatial rift, instantly arriving at the location she had pointed out. Using his eternal divine eye to search carefully, he soon spotted a statue holding a crystal that shimmered with a mysterious light. This had to be the guardian crystal. So, that psionicist's ability can sense things within a range of hundreds of miles. No wonder they were chosen to board the Arkansas. Chu Feng's thoughts moved. He finally understood how the Scouting Corps had been able to locate the guardian crystals so quickly. It turned out they had an A-rank psionicist with a corresponding ability assisting them. This was the final ruin. Although the demons they encountered on the way were even more numerous than before, reaching over a dozen, with Chu Feng there, slaying any epic demon was as easy as cutting vegetables. The group reached the 4th ruin unscathed, and with the blue-haired girl's sensing ability, they located the 4th guardian crystal. All that's left is one relic. Sugawa Sora's expression grew grave. To summon Yuta Yazumigu, they needed to gather 4 different guardian crystals and find the corresponding relic. Only then could they fully summon this strongest psionicist. Now, only the final relic remained. Once it was found, the mission would be complete. Chu Feng's descent point in the instance was the battlefield where the Dark God War had erupted years ago. Not far away was a teleportation array that led to the sanctuary the psionicist ruin Chu Feng had helped Sugawa Sora explore. Oda Reina paused, then looked at Chen and said, "Our arc is running low on energy. Teleporting back will require a significant amount of power as well. Chen, the next exploration for the relic is up to you. With your ability to tear through the void, you should be able to quickly search that battlefield. Take Mo Lan with you. Her wide-range sensing ability can help you locate the relic quickly." Mo Lan, the blue-haired girl, stepped out from the crowd and followed closely behind Chu Feng. The more people the teleportation array carried, the longer the teleportation process. Thus, everyone decided to let Chu Feng take Mo Lan back to Psionic City first and then use the city's teleportation array to head to the sanctuary ruins. The teleportation array in the Psionicist ruins could only teleport back to Psionic City and not directly to other ruins. After all, these teleportation arrays were merely small-scale chip devices. Having such technology was already remarkable, and they naturally couldn't compare to the teleportation arrays of the Psionic City's control center. The teleportation array activated. A light curtain enveloped Mo Lan and Chu Feng as the two disappeared before the eyes of the Scouting Corps. Psionic City. The situation was worsening, with the number of demons surging forth from the cavern growing incessantly. Moreover, the gateway itself was expanding. The influx of demons into Psionic City was increasing by the second. Even with Psionic City deploying all its firepower, it struggled to contain the rampant demons. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the teleportation array behind them. Could it be that the Survey Corps had returned? A hint of delight appeared on the face of the bald commander. But when he turned his head, he saw that only Mo Lan and Chu Feng had come back. Chu Feng said, "We've already collected 3 Guardian Stones. We're just one relic away from completing this mission. Next, activate the teleportation array to the sanctum. From there, we can reach the Cursed God's battlefield the fastest. The Survey Corps will teleport back shortly." The losses this time were minimal, with fewer than 10 casualties. The bald commander nodded, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. This S-rank mission had been anticipated to cause heavy casualties. Yet, Chu Feng's overwhelming strength had allowed him to instantly eliminate an epic-level demon. Many members of the Survey Corps felt as though this S-rank mission was no different from an ordinary drill or a warm-up match. There was hardly any difficulty. During the large-scale demon assault, there was indeed some pressure, but before the enemy could exert their full power, Chu Feng had already annihilated them completely. Having such a powerful leader was truly exhilarating. A light barrier enveloped Xu Feng and Mo Lan. Moments later, they appeared at the ruins of the sanctum, thousands of kilometers away from the spirit energy city. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Xu Feng placed a hand on Mo Lan's shoulder and tore open a void rift. After more than 10 rapid teleports, they quickly arrived at the battlefield of the cursed god. Suspended in midair, Xu Feng glanced at a tomb below, memories surging through his mind. This was the place where he had first descended into the demon dungeon. Unexpectedly, it also turned out to be the battlefield of the cursed god and the place where Yuta Izumigo met his demise. Xu Feng activated the Eyes of Destiny. He froze time at the moment of the cursed god's battle. Immediately, a scene of countless spirit energy users battling the cursed god unfolded before his eyes. Spirit energy transformed into dazzling lights, dancing across the sky. In the distance, 3 colossal divine beings blotted out the sun as they gathered dense demonic energy, corrupting the mortal realm. Yuta Izumigu's entire body radiated golden light as he charged at the 3 cursed gods like a war deity. Xu Feng's gaze grew a little distant. In the demon dungeon, Yuta Izumigu had been exceptionally weak, unable even to defeat Hotaro Uehara. But now, he was capable of battling 3 cursed gods simultaneously, fighting them to a standstill. Even Xu Feng himself might not possess such strength. In the dungeon, Xu Feng had managed to slay the cursed god for 2 reasons. First, the cursed god had not fully descended, so destroying its vessel was enough to end the fight. Second, he wielded the Trident Halberd and the Reincarnation Eye, allowing him to unleash a near-mutual destruction move. However, the power of the Trident Halberd was beyond Xu Feng's full control. It was more of an external force, a trump card. Yet in reality, in less than a day, this young man had become one of the world's top-tier warriors. On the ground, a ripple like a giant wave spread outward. A blue-haired girl opened her eyes and said, 7 o'clock direction, about 15 kilometers away, there's a strong surge of spirit energy. It seems to be the relic of the greatest spirit energy user. All right. Xu Feng nodded, stepping forward in an instant to the spot the blue-haired girl had indicated. He activated the sky-seeing vision mode, spotting a golden-lit area in the distance. Walking closer. Beneath his feet was a collapsed building. Brushing it aside with his hand, he found a piece of fabric crushed under a large stone. It was the style of combat uniform used by Spirit Energy City 100 years ago. As expected, this is a combat uniform from Spirit Energy City. The quality is really impressive, Xu Feng praised. Ordinary combat uniforms wouldn't have withstood such immense power. Any relics would have long been destroyed. Just as Xu Feng was about to leave, he frowned. In front of him was a dark, ink-like mark, resembling a hidden trail leading somewhere. That's right, the cursed god battle wasn't the final victory. The city lord mentioned to me that there was also an operation to eliminate the cursed god cultists afterward. But those cultists, along with Chen's elder brother, mysteriously vanished together. No one knows what truly happened that day. Xu Feng's thoughts shifted. He took a step forward, preparing to uncover the truth of that time. Using the Eyes of Destiny, he could rewind history. Passing through a spatial rift, a massive altar appeared before him, covered in bloodstains and exuding a dense sinister aura. This must have been the headquarters of the cursed god cultists back then. Universal Rewind Technique. Silver light flashed in Xu Feng's eyes as he sought to uncover what truly transpired during the final moments of the cursed god battle. The scene began to replay the truth of that time. During the cursed god battle, on this altar, dozens of core cursed god cultists were frantically trying to escape with their tomes. Suddenly, a youth who bore a striking resemblance to Chen burst in. All the cultists simultaneously unleashed a dark ritual, their sinister energy surging toward the youth. Caught off guard by the ambush, the youth gritted his teeth and immediately transformed into a massive black hole. In an instant, all the cultists, tomes, the cursed god's offspring, and the sinister energy were swallowed entirely. A surge of powerful cursed god energy clashed violently with spirit energy. Then, the two forces suddenly merged into a chaotic mass of energy. And then, a pair of eerie eyes emerged in the sky. Could this be the heavenly eyes of this world? A question arose in Xu Feng's mind. Yet, these heavenly eyes didn't seem to belong to anyone, they resembled a natural law of this world. Xu Feng attempted to use the universal rewind technique to trace back to the time when the cursed god began to awaken. As expected, when those eyes opened, everyone on the ground began transforming into demons. These strange eyes could convert all the malice in the mortal realm into demonic forms. So that's how it is. The heavenly eyes in the demon dungeon aren't possessed by anyone, they become a rule of this world. Chen's elder brother, in his final moments, devoured all the cursed gods, fusing the immense spirit energy within him with the cursed god's malevolent essence. By absorbing the world's deepest sins, he became the embodiment of all evil. The truth behind the demon resurgence lies in the darkness within every human heart. These eyes can transform the malice in people's hearts into demons, which is why nearly everyone became demons. But spirit energy is deeply tied to the mind, and spirit energy is an eternal attribute. Those who awaken spirit energy won't transform into demons. Thus, only spirit energy users are left to battle the hordes of demons in this world. No wonder there are so few human corpses. Xu Feng had long found it odd. In a demon-overrun world, corpses should have been everywhere. But in this world, apart from demons, everything else is ruins. There are no white bones by the roadside. Where did all the people go? The truth is, after devouring all the cultists of the evil gods, Chen's brother became the root of malevolence, turning most humans into demons. Only psychic users were spared. The 4 legendary demons were born this way, possibly as a result of conflicts between different souls. Just like the 7 urban legends. These 4 great demons were all created by the heavenly-eyed ones. However, unlike the urban legends, which were all fragments of Lin Han's soul, Chen's brother, after devouring dozens of evil god cultists, became a chaotic vessel overwhelmed by a multitude of souls. His body no longer housed just one soul. Thus, the heavenly-eyed ones in this world seem more like a manifestation of the will of heaven itself. They act solely according to their own rules, their consciousness entirely different from that of ordinary humans. As long as the 4 legendary demons are killed, the heavenly-eyed one will appear. The 4 demons represent different souls, fiercely battling and dividing the world among themselves. None can achieve complete dominance. Eliminate the last legendary demon, and the heavenly-eyed one will reveal itself. Kill the heavenly-eyed one, and the resurgence of demons will cease. The world will return to peace. Xu Feng took a deep breath. At last, he understood how to achieve an SSS grade evaluation in this world. He no longer hesitated. Tearing open a spatial rift, he returned to Mo Lan's side. Chen, did you find the relic? There was a trace of worry in Mo Lan's eyes. Xu Feng had spent quite some time earlier. She feared that the relic might not be found at all, which would render this S-grade mission a complete waste. Xu Feng took out a piece of cloth. This should be the relic. Mo Lan reached out to sense its energy, her face lighting up with joy. Yes, the psychic energy lingering on this cloth is incredibly strong. It must have been left behind by a great psychic. Xu Feng nodded. Then let's head back now. All right. Xu Feng grabbed Mo Lan, tore open another spatial rift, and after more than a dozen teleportations, they returned to the teleportation array. At this point, his psychic energy was down to 1/3. Thankfully, his eye power hadn't been overly drained. The Eye of Destiny had used only a fraction of his eye power during its rewind, and thanks to the abundance of super ice he now possessed, this level of consumption was negligible. A luminous screen enveloped both Mo Lan and Xu Feng. They quickly returned to the City of Psychics. Upon their return, demons had already breached the control center. Although Xu Feng and the commander had eliminated the shadow entity and the city defense army was no longer under its control, everyone had fallen unconscious. The front lines were in chaos. The defense forces were scattered, and the scouting corps had failed to establish an effective defensive line. It seemed the city would soon fall to the demon onslaught. Tsunakawa Sara and the others had already returned to the City of Psychics, bringing with them a powerful reinforcement unit. However, the Ark had consumed a significant amount of psychic ore, leaving insufficient energy to sustain multiple battles. Increasing the number of psychics alone was not enough to turn the tide. The situation was extremely dire. With Xu Feng and Mo Lan's return, hope finally glimmered for everyone. The bald commander immediately stepped forward. "You found the relic, haven't you?" Xu Feng nodded as he handed over the relic. There was no time to waste. The remaining 4 guardian gemstones were placed at the 4 corners of the altar. In the center was the relic Xu Feng had just retrieved. The altar seemed to be etched with some kind of formation, serving as the ritual for summoning the protective spirits. The city lord approached the altar. He muttered an enigmatic incantation under his breath. As the words echoed, the power of the 4 guardian gemstones was activated, converging on the relic at the center. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area. The force was so intense that it stung the faces of everyone present. A powerful energy coalesced atop the altar. A radiant screen emerged. From within the light, a spirited young man stepped forth. Izumi Gaya Yuta. This young man, now much more mature than his once naive self, carried an air of confidence. His resolute brows and upright posture, bathed in divine light, made him appear as if a god had descended to earth. He exuded immense psychic energy. Simply standing there, one could feel the boundless and overwhelming aura emanating from him. A saint-level psychic. Chu Feng immediately sensed the immense power of the individual and couldn't help but nod. Seeing his disciple grow to surpass even the master's level, Chu Feng felt a sense of fulfillment. Izumigaya Yuta had not truly perished in the Tower of Eternity. His soul had ascended to the Hall of Heroes. In a sense, he had achieved immortality, becoming an eternal presence. As Izumigaya Yuta appeared, the city lord's eyes shone with a flicker of emotion. Chun. Izumigaya Yuta. Two of the three prodigies from that era had re-emerged. Though Izumigaya Yuta appeared in the form of a heroic spirit, seeing that familiar face filled the elder's heart with excitement. Izumigaya Yuta gave the city lord a faint smile and said in a steady voice, "I already understand what's happening here." He turned to Chu Feng, his gaze briefly flickering with a strange emotion before quickly settling. "Chen, send me to the passageway. I'll seal it off to prevent more demons from entering." Chu Feng nodded without saying much and tore open a spatial rift. In an instant, the two materialized at the entrance of the passage. The demon lair was shrouded in miasma, teeming with countless creatures. Ordinary psychics wouldn't dare approach this place, let alone venture inside. Sensing the formidable psychic energy emanating from Chu Feng and Izumigaya Yuta, the demons instinctively surged forward. "Ha!" Izumigaya Yuta shouted, throwing a punch that unleashed a massive shockwave. From a bird's eye view, it was as if a boulder had crashed into a body of water, creating ripples that expanded outward. The ripples spread, sweeping countless demons into their wake. With a single punch, he vanquished countless demons. Izumigaya Yuta swiftly leaped downward, letting out a cold snort as he pressed his palm against the passageway's entrance. Instantly, a seal began to form from his hand, materializing into a unique mark that firmly sealed the passage. The surrounding demons, sensing the change, frantically lunged at Izumigaya Yuta, desperate to stop the sealing process. Chu Feng waved his hands, and spatial rifts erupted around Izumigaya Yuta. The demons rushing toward him were instantly swallowed by the rifts. This spatial shield separated Izumigaya Yuta from the demons, preventing any interference with his work. Izumigaya Yuta glanced back at Chu Feng and smiled. As he continued to cast the seal, the passage gradually shrank, blocking further demon entry. When the final seal was set, the demon passage completely vanished. Now, all that remains is to eliminate the remaining demons in the city of psychics, and everything will be over, Izumigaya Yuta said softly. Chu Feng nodded. There's still one more legendary demon on the other side. Alright, let's deal with it quickly. A true saint-level psychic, paired with a half-step saint-level psychic facing the remaining demons would be a breeze. In fact, the resurgence of demons wasn't necessarily more challenging than the battles against the evil gods of old. Although the number of demons was greater, the eerie unpredictability of the evil gods was far more troublesome. Back then, the evil gods were suppressed by Yuta Izumigu, proving that a saint-level psychic had sufficient power to dominate an era. Now with Chu Feng in the mix, as long as the remaining demons in the city of psychics were eradicated, this battle would come to an end. Artoria swung her sword in a radiant arc, slashing once more at the demon behind her. She had already discerned that this undead demon's strong regenerative ability was due to an unending supply of energy from the other demons behind it. Although the captain's blade could inflict permanent damage upon the undead demon, the blade was too short. It cut through layer by layer like slicing a cake, and who knew how long it would take to fully strip away its hide. Artoria felt a bit helpless. If the psychic's blade could slice through mountains like her sword, this undead demon would have been eliminated long ago. Thus, while the captain's deprivation skill was impressive and reached the level of an A-rank psychic, it was limited to that. It certainly couldn't compare to Yuta Izumigu's psychic abilities. At that moment, two figures stepped out from the void. This is... Artoria turned her head and saw Yuta Izumigu, her face filled with surprise. A complete guardian spirit appearing here? Then stopping this singularity shouldn't be a problem. Yuta Izumiga noticed Artoria as well, his gaze carrying a hint of surprise. It seemed they knew each other. Considering that these spirits had ascended to the spirit hall, it wasn't unusual for them to be acquainted. There might even be some shared history between them. However, Chu Feng had only heard a bit about the lore of spirits in this particular dungeon. He still wasn't clear on the specifics of their world. Without saying much more, Yuta Izumigu immediately dove downwards, throwing a punch at the undead demon. Boom! A massive crater appeared on the ground instantly. The once mountain-sized undead demon was flattened by Yuta's punch, reduced to a dried-out slime, about the size of a wash basin. He then stomped down with his foot. Just like Lin Han crushing bloodstains on the ground, the undead demon was stomped so thoroughly by Yuta that not even ashes remained. Of the 4 legendary demons, only the white-haired boy from the Vision of Destiny remained. However, he had already left the city of psychics, and his whereabouts were unknown. The remaining cleanup battles became incredibly easy. With the addition of the 2 spirits, the demons in the area were swiftly annihilated. The soldiers of the Reconnaissance Corps, led by Tsugawa Sara, felt a significant reduction in pressure. Their morale surged, and they hunted down the demons with renewed fervor. The city defense forces, recovering under the healing of the psychics, picked up their weapons and formed a solid defensive line. After a full day of intense fighting, all the demons were completely wiped out. The city of psychics was finally restored to peace. A white-haired boy sat atop an altar. He opened his eyes slightly and murmured, as expected, relying on these small fry alone will never be enough to destroy humanity. It's time to accelerate the plan. A burst of blood-red light erupted from beneath the altar, and the demonic energy of the entire world began converging towards him. The battle had ended. Though the city of psychics suffered heavy damage, it had survived this catastrophe. The casualties were devastating, too immense to bear counting. With the influx of demons, many residents and children had been unable to escape the disaster. However, the battle ultimately concluded in victory for the city of psychics. Beside Chu Feng, Artoria walked up to him and bowed slightly. The time has come. I must return. This world's singularity has not been completely resolved yet. I leave the rest to you. She glanced at Yuta Izumigu before her figure dissolved into particles of light, scattering into a sky full of stars as she returned to the spirit hall. After all, the guardian amulet could only summon a simplified version of a spirit. If the full version of Artoria had appeared, the fight might have ended before Yuta Izumigu even showed up. A singularity. What does that mean? Chu Feng turned to look at Yuta Izumigu. If his guess was correct, this should be a secret known only to spirits. Perhaps this was the very reason for the existence of the spirit hall. Yuta Izumigu paused for a moment before answering. When the order of a world is disrupted, a singularity is formed. You can think of it as the normal progression of a world being thrown off course, placing it at risk of destruction. At that moment, spirits are summoned by the era to appear and repair the singularity. Spirits are transcendent entities of spiritual will. They can only manifest when history is disrupted and singularities arise. Chu Feng appeared thoughtful, his brow furrowed. He asked, what happens if a singularity isn't resolved? The world will be destroyed, Yuta Izumigu replied solemnly. When the order of a world collapses entirely, a singularity will turn into a point of origin, devouring the entire world. Everything will vanish, even the evil that disrupted human order will be consumed. Consumed? The point of origin. Where does it lead? Though Chu Feng wasn't completely unfamiliar with these terms, they carried a mysterious weight. A point of origin was akin to a wormhole, serving as a passageway. While it seemed to swallow an entire world, it actually transported the world elsewhere. The root. Yuta Izumiga slowly uttered the word. He explained, the root has been described in many different ways, but no one who hasn't witnessed it firsthand can truly comprehend what it is. Supposedly, the root is the origin of all things, as well as their ultimate end. Regardless, if a world is destroyed, it will ultimately return to the root. But the root's power affects other things as well. If the evil forces hidden within the root grow too strong, it could provoke unimaginable catastrophes. Chu Feng began to form some hypotheses in his mind. The root might be akin to hell, the uppermost level of the Tower of Eternity. The currently known 90th floor was referred to as hell. The root of the spirit hall might very well be a world beyond the 90th floor. The higher realms above the 90th floor, perhaps they are domains of higher laws, linking the various worlds beneath the Tower of All Heavens. Chu Feng had read some novels with settings of great thousand worlds and small thousand worlds. For example, a middle thousand world could govern billions of small thousand worlds, and a great thousand world could rule over billions of middle thousand worlds. It's possible that the worlds above the 90th floor of the Tower of All Heavens are even greater worlds, capable of connecting the lower realms together. What would happen if the singularity is repaired? Chu Feng suddenly recalled what Izumiya Yuta had mentioned earlier, singularities were altered histories. Could the resurgence of demons be a history that wasn't meant to exist, a world line distorted by some unknown force? Izumiya Yuta smiled. You've probably already figured it out. If the singularity is resolved, the history of the demon resurgence will be corrected, and this disaster will disappear. But, Izumiya Yuta's expression turned serious again. The city of Psionics will still face a great catastrophe. It just won't be caused by the demon resurgence this time, it will be due to something else. Something else? Yes, the great catastrophe faced by the city of Psionics is an inevitable part of history. The demon resurgence only altered the process, but the outcome remains the same. Humans outside the city of Psionics won't turn into demons, but they might suffer heavy casualties due to war. Although the process has changed, the grand trajectory of history remains unaffected. The only difference is that the world won't be destroyed because the singularity has been repaired, and humanity won't face extinction. Chu Feng nodded. It seemed like his efforts hadn't been in vain. At the very least, after the singularity was repaired, even though the city of Psionics would still face destruction, the outcome would be better than it is now. Now, it's time to deal with the being responsible for creating the singularity. Izumi Yayuta's gaze suddenly turned sharp. In the sky, an overwhelming demonic aura surged forth. A pair of eerie eyes appeared on the horizon, gazing down upon the earth. These eyes were unlike the cold, indifferent gaze of divine beings. Instead, they were so sinister that they sent chills down one's spine. Damn it! What's happening? I can't move my body anymore. There's a powerful will invading our minds. Behind them, many psionic users' eyes began to turn red, their expressions gradually twisting as if struggling to maintain control over themselves. Is it the power of those eyes? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed an extraordinarily powerful ocular technique enveloping the entire world. This ocular technique was stronger than any enemy he had encountered before. An ocular technique capable of covering the entire world. This kind of enemy was undoubtedly far more formidable than any of the Heaven's Eye users he had faced in previous realms. In the next instant, the pair of eyes suddenly descended, rapidly closing in on a specific direction on the ground. Only then did all the psionic users breathe a sigh of relief, the oppressive force on their chests gradually dissipating. But that didn't mean the crisis was over. Izumi Yayuta remained on high alert. During the moments when the city of Psionics faced destruction, he had never been this serious. Clearly, the enemy they were about to confront was anything but simple. It's here. The next moment. Before everyone's eyes, a gray vortex appeared. From the vortex emerged a white-haired teenager. His gaze was cold and ruthless, and those eyes, especially those eyes, were vastly different from what Chu Feng had seen in the visions of fate. They shimmered with an incredibly sinister glow. Ah, Chen, your brother has ultimately ended up like this. Izumi Yayuta sighed deeply. The white-haired man before them bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen, almost as if they had been carved from the same mold, except he appeared slightly older. His name was Qi. Chu Feng had pored over historical records, and the photographs showed that the white-haired teenager before him was identical to Qi. However, their auras were completely different. Qi had given the impression of a sunny youth, earning the title of heartthrob arsonist in the history of the city of Psionics. His bright smile had captivated countless men and women. But the white-haired teenager before them exuded a chilling presence, even down to his snow-white hair. Anyone who looked at him felt a deep discomfort in their hearts. When his eerie eyes swept over others, it always left an oppressive sensation. Ha, Chen, you should be standing on my side. She sneered. And Izumiya, I didn't expect you to appear as a heroic spirit. So, does this mean you're determined to oppose me? Izumi Yayuta responded coldly, stop pretending. She is already dead. What's inside this body now is merely a soul amalgamated from countless malevolent spirits. My purpose here is to eliminate you. She shook his head, a sympathetic look on his face. After becoming a heroic spirit, you've turned into a mere rule, losing the ability to think like an ordinary human. Don't you realize that no matter how much you change, the tragedies will always repeat? As long as humanity exists, malevolence will continue to exist, until humanity itself is wiped out. Rather than letting things drag on, wouldn't it be better to return this world to its original state, where everyone can achieve immortality and all evil will vanish? Izumi Yayuta furrowed his brows tightly. I didn't expect you to have gone completely insane. I should eliminate you sooner rather than later. The white-haired teenager fell silent, his gaze shifting to Chu Feng. My dear brother, do you really intend to side with the enemy? Chu Feng smiled faintly. Put. Brother? Really? Where's your dignity? Chu Feng said calmly, you've merely inherited Qi's consciousness. You sent the other 3 legendary demons to the city of Psionics to die, also you could absorb all their power. The 4 legendary demons are fractured soul forms split during your devouring of the evil god. None of you could defeat the others, but as long as the others existed, the power would be evenly distributed. The real reason you triggered this war wasn't to destroy the city of Psionics but to ensure the deaths of the other 3 legendary demons, so you could claim the most malevolent power for yourself. You've calculated well. Now you've absorbed all the power of evil, making you nearly immortal and capable of world destruction. After everything you've done, you still claim it's for the sake of this world. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that nonsense. A golden light flickered in Xu Feng's eyes. He used the supreme dual pupils to see through the origins of the white-haired youth. She was silent for a moment, then smiled. I didn't expect you to know this much. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. As he finished speaking, Xi's eyes erupted with a strange radiance. In the next moment, all the psychics within the city of psionics felt their consciousness black out, as if they were about to lose control. Mind control? Xu Feng narrowed his eyes. As a wielder of extraordinary pupils, he roughly understood that Xi's ocular technique was a type of mental control. And it was an extraordinarily powerful group control. To control all psychics with just a glance, imagine that Xi had gathered all the malevolent spirits of the world within him. How terrifying must his ocular power be? Even Yuta Izumiga gritted his teeth, feeling his body struggle to move. Xi's power was overwhelming. One man could suppress the minds of everyone present. Yuta Izumiga felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. He strained to turn his head and was surprised to discover that Chen's expression remained completely unchanged. Wait, those eyes. A thought struck Yuta Izumiga. He saw ripples emanating from Chen's eyes. Those eyes. He knew them too well. The eyes of Samsara. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the next second, Yuta Izumiga was stunned to see the space around him undergo a dramatic transformation. In this vast, white world, all the psychics behind him had disappeared. Not entirely disappeared. Some ordinary psychics were completely absent. It was as though they had been isolated in a separate, special space. And within this space, the only ones present were Chen, the white-haired youth, himself, the captain, Sora Tsugawa, and Fangping. After entering this space, the others seemed disoriented, unsure of what had just happened. But Xi's ocular technique was already ineffective against them. What was going on? Xu Feng said calmly, in my illusionary realm, no one can be affected by mental control. Of course, because my illusionary realm is real and affects everyone, except you. Your eyes are special, they can negate many effects. A mere real illusion can't kill you. But your greatest trump card is your infinite ocular power, isn't it? Now your ocular technique is basically nullified. I've brought the strongest physical combat psychics here. In terms of physical strength, your advantage is no longer as significant. Xi's smile began to freeze. His gaze turned icy as he stared intently at Xu Feng, speaking slowly. I didn't expect you to have such an ability. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the ninja world, Xu Feng had mastered an exceptionally powerful ocular technique. This technique was specifically designed to counter the strongest enemies. Within this real illusionary realm, he could freely establish rules. Of course, Xi was a celestial eye user with terrifying ocular power, so even a real illusion couldn't kill him. But the illusionary realm could render his ocular techniques ineffective. Coupled with the teamwork of Sora Tsugawa and the others, using physical attacks to suppress him directly, this battle could be brought to an end. However, Xi sneered. Do you think I have no other options? As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly began to swell infinitely, transforming into a monstrous, ever-growing entity. A sinister laugh echoed from within the monstrous form. I have devoured all demons and possess an immortal vitality. I have already seen through your spatial rules, they won't last long. If you can't kill me within the limited time, just wait for your death. In the blink of an eye, Xi's body expanded infinitely, resembling a fusion of monstrous entities, demons he had devoured, which had completely transformed his body. He was like an immortal demon. Having consumed all the demons in this world, his size had naturally grown to an unimaginable scale. But within Xu Feng's infinite Tsukuyomi, the rules of this world could be defined by him. However, setting rules consumed a tremendous amount of ocular power. When Dark Knight Raven once attempted to use infinite Tsukuyomi to kill Xu Feng, he could only immobilize his body and conjure a single spike, which nearly exhausted all his ocular power. But using this technique to kill Qi was impossible. Therefore, Xu Feng changed his strategy. Within this real illusionary realm, he created a rule that nullified ocular techniques. This way, the consumption of ocular power was reduced, and Qi's techniques became ineffective. As Qi's ever-expanding form loomed before him, Xu Feng focused his thoughts, and the spatial environment suddenly expanded. The others were sent to the rear. Stay back. Xu Feng left them with these words before charging forward. In the next moment, a massive lightning bolt engulfed Qi. Yuta Izumiga's eyes lit up with a brilliant glow. He had already confirmed Chen's true identity. The lightning seemed to consume everything. But immediately, a gray vortex devoured the lightning. Chu Feng's figure reappeared beside Yuta Izumigu. He had first used the trident to achieve mutual destruction with Chi. Then, in the instant of reincarnation and resurrection, he connected to the illusionary realm, instantly transferring his body back. Although it consumed a significant amount of ocular power, he successfully detonated the trident on Chi. Even though Chi had amassed the power of all demons, he couldn't withstand this attack. Yet Chi was not so easily killed. He had shed most of his demonic power to shield himself from the trident's attack. Doing so rapidly depleted his demonic power, but he had no other choice. Chi's expression grew increasingly grim. He had never imagined that Chu Feng would have so many offensive methods. Who are you, really? Chi, now panicked, stared at Chu Feng in confusion. You're definitely not Chen. I know Chen's combat style. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that today is the day you die. Chu Feng responded coldly. That little trick of yours did cost me a lot of demonic power, but your prized weapon has already been restricted. How will you kill me now? Chi remained unfazed. He still had 1/3 of his demonic power left, enough to hold out until the infinite Tsukuyomi ended. By then, he would use his ocular power to control all spirit energy users. The power of the Shadow, the immortal demon, and Yushan had already fused with him. With so much power at his disposal, he was indeed a formidable opponent. You're far too naive. Chu Feng tore open a spatial rift and stepped out in one stride, appearing right next to Chi. The back of his shirt suddenly burst apart, revealing a dragon-shaped mark. Great Dragon of Power. With a resounding shout, Chu Feng's entire body radiated with holy light. Golden rays of light emanated from him like the sun. She let out a blood-curdling scream as black mist surged around him. The demonic aura dissipated rapidly. The commander couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What kind of spiritual ability is this?" Gingchuan Sora and Fong Ping also looked bewildered. To them, Shen was supposed to be a spatial ability user. With such a variety of attack techniques, it hardly resembled a spatial ability at all. Only Izumiga Yuta showed a look of certainty. If it was him, then everything made sense. The great dragon of power transformed into a torrent of golden energy and charged ferociously at Chi. Although it still couldn't completely defeat the opponent, the great dragon of power was particularly effective against evil entities. Demons were no exception. Chi suffered a heavy blow, with only 1/10 of the demonic energy stored within his body remaining. At this point, if the others launched an all-out assault, killing Chi would only be a matter of time. But Chu Feng had an even stronger finishing move. He pulled out a summoning card of legends. A beam of light flashed, and a figure appeared, hovering in midair. Hanako. With dual blades in hand, Hanako slashed fiercely at Chi. Chi's arms and legs were severed in an instant. His severed limbs trembled on the ground, emitting black mist. Logically, even when injured, Chi's demonic energy should have allowed him to recover quickly. But the wounds inflicted by Hanako's blades were different. These injuries could never heal. Realizing his body couldn't regenerate, Chi immediately transformed into his demonic form, turning into a massive, mountainous monster. However, this time, his size was significantly smaller than during his first transformation. Nearby, a gray vortex swirled. It was a manifestation of Chi's demonic energy, used to seal the trident blade and minimize the damage to his body. Everyone, attack together and finish him off. Chu Feng coldly commanded. Izumiga Yuta, Jingchuan Sora, the commander, and Fong Ping immediately charged at Chi, unleashing relentless attacks. Gingchuan Sora transformed into a streak of light, his blade slashing incessantly at Chi. Fong Ping's fists erupted with golden light, each punch accompanied by deafening explosions. The commander, like an assassin, seized the moment when Chi's demonic energy was suppressed and coordinated with Hanako to land several strikes. The commander's deprivation ability was similar to Hanako's twin blades, both inflicted wounds that Chi could never recover from. "You, cursed fools! I'll kill you all!" Chi let out a furious, despairing roar as the last remnants of his demonic energy were drained away. After Chi vanished, a pair of eerie, demonic eyes suddenly emerged from his corpse, attempting to escape like a scurrying mouse. Chu Feng instantly teleported through space, grabbing the eyes and subduing them with his ocular power. The demonic eyes struggled desperately, but their remaining energy was negligible. After a few futile attempts, they finally stopped resisting and were absorbed by Chu Feng's ocular power, becoming his new super eye. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Chu Feng. "Congratulations! You have obtained a new super eye ability *** Heavenly Demon Eye ***. As I suspected, this must also belong to the Nether series of super eyes?" Chu Feng immediately opened his super eye interface to inspect it. Super Eye name, Heavenly Demon Eye. Grade, Nether Series, 2 types obtained. Collecting all 3 Nether Series Super Eyes will unlock the Supreme Nether Eye. Abilities, Mind Control, Bewitching Speech, Heavenly Demon Rampage. Chu Feng glanced at the abilities. They were primarily mind control related ocular techniques, which weren't particularly useful to him personally. But what intrigued him was the Supreme Nether Eye that would be unlocked upon collecting all 3 Nether Series Super Eyes. That was his true goal. Of course, for an ordinary Super Eye user, the Heavenly Demon Eye was already exceptionally powerful. But with Chu Feng's vast collection of Super Eyes, he could achieve similar effects even without these abilities. You have completed all the main storyline objectives. Would you like to exit the demon dungeon and proceed to reward settlement? The system presented an option. At that moment, Izumige Yuta approached him. His body began to turn translucent, as if about to fade away. Chu Feng dismissed the option. He wasn't ready to leave the dungeon yet, there were still unresolved matters. Izumige Yuta walked up to Chu Feng with a sincere smile. Master! In that instant, he looked like an ordinary child. In truth, although Izumige Yuta was already the strongest spirit energy user, he was only 16 years old, a teenager still. His appearance as a heroic spirit merely made him seem more mature. Chu Feng smiled and said, "You've recognized me. I could never mistake my master's ocular techniques." Izumige Yuta bowed deeply, as if making up for the farewell he hadn't properly given years ago. "Don't worry, I'm not actually dead. You'll have the chance to see me again," Chu Feng said with a smile. "Master, you're from that world?" Izumige Yuta hesitated before finally voicing his question. "It seems you're aware of that world," Chu Feng responded calmly. Izumige Yuta frowned. "Lately, the route has been highly unstable. We discovered it's connected to a specific world, but we didn't expect Master to be from that world." "How much do you know about our world?" Chu Feng asked evenly. He had encountered Phantom Knight Raven before. While Izumige Yuta knowing about their world surprised him, it wasn't unprecedented. Izumige Yuta thought for a moment and replied, "I only know that many of the recent singularities are linked to people from another world. Since we heroic spirits can traverse different timelines and fulfill missions, when a singularity disappears and the world line resets, our memories remain intact. That's why we're aware of people from that world. But how they got here and what their purpose is, we don't know." Chu Feng stroked his chin, having a rough understanding in his heart. The singularities were likely traces left behind when supervisionaries carried out their missions. As for heroic spirits, being unique entities from higher-level worlds within the Tower of All Heavens, it was precisely due to this mechanism that they could observe these anomalies. However, heroic spirits could only perceive the existence of singularities, but they remained utterly clueless about the origins of the supervisionaries, only able to interpret them from what they could observe. "Master, by the way, can I take a look at that card of yours and the medium you used to summon heroic spirits?" Yuta Izumigo's figure gradually faded, as if on the verge of disappearing. Suddenly recalling something important, he hurriedly spoke up. Chu Feng immediately retrieved the paranormal summoning card and the guardian spirit jade pendant. After taking them, Yuta infused them with a surge of power. A flash of white light erupted, and the paranormal summoning card and guardian spirit jade pendant fused into one. He explained, "I sense Lin Han's aura within this paranormal summoning card. The reason I was able to progress so quickly is because Lin Han transferred her power to me, transforming it into a fusion-based spiritual energy. Therefore, my lifeblood is now connected to Lin Han's. This paranormal summoning card can also be used to summon me. By fusing the paranormal summoning card with the guardian spirit jade pendant, it becomes a sacred artifact specifically for summoning me. The heroic spirit summoned will be complete." After saying this, Yuta Izumigo vanished. There was no farewell, no lingering sentiment. Because, with this brand new guardian spirit jade pendant left behind, Chu Feng would have many opportunities to see him again in the future. The guardian spirit jade pendant has become a divine treasure of the all heavens? Chu Feng opened the system panel to inspect it, astonished. The panel displayed Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant, 9th tier, a special divine treasure of the all heavens, capable of summoning the heroic spirit Yuta Izumigu. In worlds where a singularity appears. Combat duration, 7 days. After each summoning, a cooldown of 1 month is required before reuse. This all heavens legacy had now transformed into a divine treasure of the all heavens. And it was 9th tier. This was a massive gain. Chu Feng was secretly delighted. Although it was a divine treasure of the all heavens, it still came with restrictions. A heroic spirit could only be summoned in worlds where a singularity was present. This was equivalent to a special kind of all heavens legacy. Of course, it was much stronger than the original Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant. It could be used in every world, but only if there was a singularity present. Otherwise, if Chu Feng could summon heroic spirits at will, he would essentially be invincible. Next, Chu Feng began the reward settlement process. The system instantly popped up with a series of notifications. Congratulations on completing the main quest, clearing your personal exclusive dungeon, unlocking the achievement, challenge beyond your level, and receiving a critical reward bonus. You slaughtered tens of millions of fiends within the dungeon, unlocking the achievement, Fiend Slayer, and have obtained the All Heavens Legacy, Arc, 8th tier. You explored all relics of the spiritualists, unlocking the achievement, Archaeologist, and have obtained the All Heavens Divine Treasure, Spiritual Energy Teleportation Array, 7th tier. You defeated all legendary class fiends, unlocking the achievement, Demon Slayer, and have obtained the All Heavens Legacy, Blade of Deprivation, 9th tier. You killed the final boss, Chi, unlocking the achievement, Guardian of Humanity, and have obtained an additional supervisionary talent, Heavenly Fiend's Eye. Specific attributes can be viewed on the supervisionary panel. Combining all achievements. Final rating, SSS grade. Received SSS grade exclusive reward, Seed of the World Tree. Reward, All Heavens points plus 550,000. Reward, Evolution points plus 500,000. Without hesitation, Chu Feng spent 500,000 evolution points to upgrade his Eternal Divine Eyes to the 8th tier. Then, with a single thought, he entered the ancient celestial court. The boundaries instantly expanded several times over. Passing through the dragon gate ahead, he could explore the new area of the ancient celestial court. His figure reappeared in the ancient celestial court. This time, Chu Feng noticed that the dungeon panel had undergone some changes compared to before. Dungeon, Ancient Celestial Court. Remaining exploration time, 10 hours. Remark, the new area beyond the Dragon Gate has been unlocked. Danger level is extremely high. Proceed with caution. Additional notes. The extended exploration time is definitely a good thing. Chu Feng murmured to himself, though he remained vigilant. He knew the ancient celestial court was filled with countless treasures, and every extra moment of exploration offered another chance for fortune. Beyond the Dragon Gate might lie an even larger celestial world. Chu Feng passed through the Dragon Gate. Before him stood an enormous celestial palace. He looked up. The palace was so tall its peak was out of sight. Ahead lay two winding pathways, each leading upward to the heights of the palace. However, activating his Heaven's Insight vision, Chu Feng discovered that the palace was riddled with deadly traps. The slightest misstep would trigger restrictions, resulting in instant death. Fortunately, with Heaven's Insight, he could discern where the dangers were hidden. Chu Feng took out the Destiny Seal, which transformed into a golden dragon war chariot. Following the safe path, he ascended steadily. The first floor. The second floor. The third floor. Chu Feng glanced around, realizing that this palace reached an astonishing 99 floors. At the summit of the 99th floor, there was a skylight that seemed to be the only exit. The palace was sealed off, and the only way out was to ascend to the 99th floor and exit through the skylight. This was clearly a test. By conventional means, 10 hours would be far from enough to reach the top. But Chu Feng's current form was that of the spatial type Chen. After familiarizing himself with the layout, he immediately tore open a spatial rift and teleported forward. The rules here are different. Tearing open a spatial rift consumed far more spiritual energy than I expected. Having just torn through space, Chu Feng's expression shifted. The spiritual energy expenditure was far beyond what he had anticipated. He quickly passed through the rift. After a few more teleports, he successfully reached the 99th floor. Wait, this skylight, it seems to be a watchtower. Chu Feng noticed a stand beside the skylight, clearly meant for placing weapons such as crossbows. Climbing to the top of the tower, he looked down. In the distance stood a towering city wall. From here, one could clearly observe the movements outside the wall. Just imagine. If an enemy planned to attack the city, a god-level archer stationed at this watchtower could lock onto their position with piercing vision. Then, with a celestial supreme bow in hand, they could effortlessly eliminate any target. Before the battle even began, the enemy's leader might be taken down with a single arrow. How would the battle even proceed? The leader died without even putting up a fight, and morale instantly crumbled. With the tower and city walls defending this place, it was almost impregnable. Since this place had an archer's lookout, could it be that the palace hid a top-tier bow? Chu Feng's heart burned with excitement. During his time in the martial arts world, his weapon of choice had always been the bow and arrow. It felt as natural as breathing to him, enabling him to kill enemies from a distance. More often than not, his opponents hadn't even realized what hit them before they fell. This weapon was a perfect match with his eternal divine eyes. If he could acquire a bow that was as powerful as a supreme treasure of the heavens, his combat strength would increase significantly. Chu Feng suddenly noticed a room across from the skylight. Using his heavenly fate vision to peer inside, he sensed an intense aura of sharpness, definitely a sign of a high-level treasure hidden within. Without hesitation, he tore through space and entered that room. At the far end of the room stood a bow, held in the hands of a statue. Beside the bow burned a raging flame, its dazzling light so bright that it was hard to look at directly. The intense light from the flame stunned Chu Feng's eyes the moment he looked at it. These flames seemed eternal, burning for countless millennia, unextinguished, forming an everlasting tableau alongside this abandoned ancient heavenly court. I must get my hands on that bow. Chu Feng's heart raced. He was certain this bow was extraordinary. How could anything in the ancient heavenly court be ordinary? He activated his eternal divine eyes, attempting to use the same method he had employed to acquire the trident blade by transferring the bow into his possession. However, the moment his ocular power touched the flames, it was violently repelled. At the same time, his consciousness blanked out, as if his very soul was being scorched by the flames. Rebirth through samsara. A beam of white light flashed across Chu Feng's body. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he let out a long sigh of relief. These flames can actually backlash against my ocular power. If it weren't for my samsara eyes, I would have been done for. The difficulty of obtaining this bow far exceeded his expectations. Should he give up? Chu Feng had already used his samsara rebirth ability twice. He only had one revival opportunity left. He had used it once in the city of Espers, and now a second time. Only one remained. If he failed again now, he'd have no choice but to wait until he entered the dungeon again to try. Could these flames be the legendary Samadhi True Fire? An idea struck Chu Feng. The Samadhi True Fire wasn't like ordinary flames, it was eternal, never extinguished, and capable of burning a person's very soul. No wonder even his ocular power had been injured. If he wanted to take the bow, he could forcibly tear through space to retrieve it. He would die in the process, but then use his final revival attempt to come back to life and immediately exit the dungeon. Fortunately, the body he was using this time was the body of Chen. Otherwise, obtaining this weapon would have been impossible. Chu Feng took a deep breath, summoning the last remnants of spiritual energy within him to tear open a spatial rift. He stepped through it in one stride. In the next moment, Chu Feng's body passed through the Samadhi True Fire in an instant. Stretching out his hand, he firmly grasped the bow. Congratulations, you have obtained. Before the system prompt could finish speaking, Chu Feng decisively confirmed, storing the bow inside his inventory. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted in his mind as his vision went black, and he immediately lost consciousness. A beam of white light began to converge on his body. But before the light fully formed, his figure had already been completely ejected from the ancient heavenly court. The next time I enter the dungeon, I'll probably have to die again first, Chu Feng muttered with a wry smile, shaking his head. With a thought, a bow engraved with intricate dragon patterns appeared in his hands, radiating a dazzling solar brilliance. The golden light was blindingly bright. The celestial supreme treasure, Ho Yi's bow. Supreme tier. Chu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and thrill surging within him. A supreme tier celestial supreme treasure. And this one was perfectly intact. Unlike the damaged trident blade, Ho Yi's bow was a complete supreme tier treasure, possessing unparalleled offensive power. He quickly opened the information panel. Celestial supreme treasure Ho Yi's bow, supreme tier. Once a target is locked, no matter the distance, the arrow fired from Ho Yi's bow will inevitably hit. Note the bow converts your ocular power into arrows. The more ocular power consumed, the stronger the arrow. The farther the range, the greater the power, but the more ocular power required. In other words, the range of Ho Yi's bow is unlimited. This bow is the perfect weapon for eliminating a single target. The downside is that it can only attack one target at a time and consumes an enormous amount of ocular power. Like the trident blade, supreme tier celestial supreme treasures, while immensely powerful, came with their own limitations during use. The trident blade could backlash against its wielder. Ho Yi's bow could drain one's ocular power completely. In truth, these flaws existed because his own strength was still insufficient. If his ocular power were abundant and his physical body strong enough, these problems would be easily resolved. After all, celestial supreme treasures were ultimately external tools. To fully unleash their potential, he would need to continue conquering more dungeons in the celestial tower. Chu Feng opened his personal status panel. After completing the Demonic Revival personal exclusive dungeon, his stats had received a luxurious update. Name * function. Age * 17. Super Eyes * Supreme Dual Pupils, Grade Unknown, Eternal Divine Eyes, Grade 8, Azura Eyes, Grade 5, Destiny Eyes, Grade 5, Samsara Eyes, Grade 6, Evil God Eyes, Nether Attribute, Heavenly Demon Eyes, Nether Attribute. Unlocked Worlds * Martial Arts World, Immortal Cultivation World, Great Zhou Dynasty, Ninja World, Nether World. Celestial Supreme Treasures * Dao Seeking Flask, Grade 3, Emperor Dragon Talisman, Grade 5, Trident Blade, Damaged Supreme Tier, Hoyi's Bow, Supreme Tier, Destiny Seal, Grade 6, Castle Academy Pass, Special, Ancient Buddha Talisman, Unknown, Protector Amulet, Grade 9, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Grade 8, Spiritual Energy Teleportation Array, Grade 7. Celestial Inheritances * Path of the Supreme Immortal, Supreme, Falling Sun Sword, Supreme, Myriad Demon Pill, Grade 7, Protector Spirit Amulet, Grade 9, Arc, Grade 8, Blade of Deprivation, Grade 9. Celestial Auras * A Chance Encounter, Remarkable Origins, 7-day Sign-In. Celestial Space Coordinates * 9999. Essence * World Tree Seed. Cleared Dungeons * 6. Evolution Points * 314,010. Celestial Points * 602,000. Now that I've evolved the Eternal Divine Eyes, I can use the evolution points to upgrade my other Super Eyes to Grade 9. Chu Feng didn't immediately proceed with any upgrades, planning instead to save his evolution points for now. This way, he could not only quickly recover ocular power but also reset the usage limits of his ocular abilities. For instance, the Samsara Eyes. After using up the 3 resurrection opportunities, if he upgrades the Samsara Eye to Tier 7 using evolution points, the resurrection count will reset. In other words, it's like holding onto 7 more guarantees of resurrection in his hands. When heading to the Hell World, this could provide him with much more security. In the personalized dungeon of Demon Resurrection, Chu Feng also acquired 2 pieces of inheritance from the heavens, 1 secret treasure of the heavens, and upgraded his original Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant into the Supreme Secret Treasure specifically for summoning Yuta Izumiya. Of course, the previous Urban Legends summoning card disappeared accordingly. Though the Urban Legends summoning card allowed summoning at any time without waiting for a special event in the world, its capabilities were limited. However, the Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant, upgraded to Tier 9, could summon a complete heroic spirit, provided that a special event occurred in the world. Regardless, Chu Feng naturally wished for his secret treasures from the heavens to grow as powerful as possible. The Arc and the Blade of Deprivation were inheritances from the City of Psionics, which became rewards upon completing this mission. However, he probably wouldn't revisit the Demon Resurrection dungeon again, especially since it was a personalized dungeon, making these inheritances of limited use. But the Psionic Teleportation Array, as a secret treasure of the heavens, it was quite intriguing. Chu Feng opened the description of the Psionic Teleportation Array. You can designate one location as the primary teleportation array and set up secondary teleportation arrays elsewhere. The teleportation array supports 2-way teleportation. Once the teleportation array's location is chosen, it cannot be changed. Be extremely cautious when selecting the location for the primary teleportation array. It was somewhat like a one-time use super teleportation artifact. Once the location was determined, teleportation could only occur between those 2 points. The advantage was that, as long as the teleportation array remained intact, it could be used an unlimited number of times. Next came the final SSS grade exclusive reward, the Seed of the World Tree. Chu Feng examined the description, which was very straightforward. You can use the Seed of the World Tree to create a real world and establish its rules. Could it be that Castle Academy was built using a Seed of the World Tree? Chu Feng immediately thought of Castle Academy. The first time he entered Castle Academy, he noticed that it was an independent world with its own set of rules. In other words, the existence of Castle Academy was likely due to someone contributing a Seed of the World Tree. Such a feat was truly awe-inspiring. After confirming all his gains, Chu Feng chose to exit the Demon Resurrection Dungeon. Dragon Nation, 2 a.m. The Super Pupil Era. This was supposed to be the time for people to sleep. But because of the Evil God Resurrection incident, Huicheng remained bustling even in the Super Pupil Era. Almost no awakened Super Pupil individuals were sleeping, they were all gathered here to discuss. After all, with their mental strength significantly enhanced after awakening their Super Pupils, staying up late occasionally wasn't a big deal. At this moment, the Tower of the Heavens suddenly broadcasted an announcement. Congratulations to Fengshen for achieving an SSS grade evaluation in the 6th floor personalized dungeon of the Tower of the Heavens Demon Resurrection. As soon as the announcement ended, everyone froze. Fengshen, hasn't he already secured 3 SSS grade evaluations today? My god, this man is simply an unfeeling SSS grade scoring machine. Completely stunned, utterly shocked. Wait a minute, what's this Demon Resurrection dungeon? I've reached the 6th floor, but I'd never heard of it. Whoa, you've also reached the 6th floor? So, there's a big shot right beside me. I heard it's a personalized dungeon. Upon hearing personalized dungeon, all the informed super pupils widened their eyes even further, their mouths agape. Some lower-tier super pupils were bewildered, but they knew what a personalized dungeon signified. Fengshen, his strength was simply unimaginable. Chu Feng hadn't expected that while he had only spent a month in the dungeon, so much time had passed in reality. But it made sense. After all, he had already reached the 6th floor of the Tower of the Heavens. It seemed that, as long as he could find quick ways to clear dungeons, he could also embark on a speed-clearing path. Chu Feng suddenly felt that the gap between him and Zhonggu wasn't as vast as he had thought. Clearing 3 SSS-grade dungeons in a single night, this feat in the history of the super pupil era, even if you traced back 100 years, was probably a record no one could break. Or rather, this record might never be broken. After exiting the Demon Resurrection world, Chu Feng willed himself back to his personal space in the heavens. Uncle Chen was still lying on the ground. With 2 nether-type super pupils now in his possession, Chu Feng could clearly sense the real Uncle Chen behind that door. There was a resonance between nether-type super pupils. He sensed that the nearby nether-type super pupils weren't on Uncle Chen but rather behind the door. In other words, Zhong Ji's intel was accurate. Chu Feng still had 500,000 heavens points. But even if he went to the Heavens Exchange, it would be hard to find anything useful. After all, Zhonggu was a top-tier super pupil, and the number of secret treasures in the Heavens Exchange was limited, making it even harder to find something suitable. And with Uncle Chen currently unconscious, the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. Chu Feng took a deep breath. He first used his super pupils to establish a connection with Zhonggu. You're planning to head to hell now? Zhonggu asked. That's right. Do you have any suggestions? Chu Feng still wanted to inquire, perhaps he could get some assistance. All I can offer you are secret treasures from the heavens. I definitely won't be going to that place. Zhonggu paused, seemingly recalling something. However, I can recommend someone to you. He doesn't need to go in, but his abilities could be of great help. Is he a member of the Becoming a God group? Chu Feng asked. That's right, Zhonggu confirmed. It's Chu Zi. He has the all-seeing eye, which allows him to perceive the true state of a dungeon. If there's the slightest disturbance or danger, he can tell you how to deal with it. Of course, we don't have nether-type super pupils, so going in would be suicide. But Zhang Xiaoyu has the mind's eye, which can link your vision with Chu Zi's. This way, if anything happens, Chu Zi can immediately tell you the solution. Great! Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. The members of the Becoming a God group were truly formidable. There was actually someone with such a super pupil ability. This pupil technique could almost rival his supreme dual pupils. More importantly, Zhang Xiaoyu's mind's eye could enable vision sharing. With this, it was as if he had gained an additional powerful super pupil ability. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment and asked, and where is he now? Are you worried about timing? Brother Zhong chuckled and said, he's available now. If you agree to cooperate, I'll have him come over immediately. Do I need to pay him? Chu Feng asked. No need, Brother Zhong explained. If we connect through the Eye of the Soul, he can instantly access the dungeon information. He provides you with tips, and you help him gather intelligence on the Hell Dungeon in advance. It's actually a fair exchange. It's the same for Zhang Xiaoyu. She shares the intelligence with her sister, but her pupil technique helps us in many ways, such as shared vision. It's incredibly useful. In our group of ascending gods, we always cooperate like this. Therefore, we just need to find the most suitable super pupil users. Even if you ascend to higher levels in the future, our pupil techniques will still be invaluable to you. Chu Feng nodded. It seemed that the super pupil users in the Ascension group were indeed unique. And when they worked together, the results were astonishing. Chu Feng asked, would Suzy be willing to come over? After a moment, Brother Zhong replied. He's very interested in the Hell Dungeon. We'll likely head over together shortly. When we get to the dungeon, I'll also give you some advice. After all, I have some understanding of Hell Dungeons. After a brief discussion, Chu Feng granted them access, allowing Brother Zhong and the others to enter. After all, The deal had already been struck. He had exchanged the usage rights of the Nether Gate for Brother Jones' intelligence and would later rely on the power of his group members. Now, the Hell Dungeon was open to all of them. In the dungeon worlds above the 90th floor of the Heavenly Tower, any piece of intelligence was incredibly valuable. But every bit of information would also attract countless covetous eyes. As the highest level dungeon in the Nether series, only Chu Feng, who possessed 2 Nether super pupil abilities, had the qualifications to enter. Brother Jiong and the other members of the Ascension group, on the other hand, lacked such qualifications. They could only rely on Jiang Xiaoyu's Eye of the Soul to connect everyone's vision and gain a glimpse of some information. A moment later, 4 figures appeared here. Apart from Brother Jiong and the Jiang sisters, there was a scholarly man wearing glasses and a white coat. He looked like a knowledgeable doctor, following behind them. "You must be the legendary Fengshen?" Suzy's face was full of admiration as soon as they met. "I've already heard about you earning 3 SSS level evaluations today. I didn't expect you to be one of our group members." Instant group status drop. Zhang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu both nodded in agreement. Zhang Shui, who had previously been mid-tier in strength within the Ascension group, now felt like she had been pushed to the back in just one night after Chu Feng's arrival. Chu Feng's heart stirred as he took out the spirit energy teleportation array. "This is..." Suzy's eyes lit up. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a heavenly treasure from the demonic revival dungeon. It allows teleportation. Although it's one way only, the range is unlimited. It can even pass through the Nether Gate, though it can't teleport between the Heavenly Tower and the heavenly space." Chu Feng was slightly startled. Suzy's all-knowing eye was truly impressive. Not only did he instantly recognize the treasure, but he also knew its function. Chu Feng had originally planned to set the heavenly space as the main station, but he hadn't expected the teleportation array to pass through the Nether Gate. The downside was that it couldn't facilitate two-way teleportation between the Heavenly Tower and the heavenly space. But being able to pass through the Nether Gate was already beyond expectations. Brother Jiong commented, "With this heavenly treasure, your survival rate will increase significantly." Entering the Hell Dungeon, survival was the most critical thing. This wasn't an ordinary game mission, it involved real physical entry. And it was directly into the 90th floor dungeon. In other dungeons, you could retry after death. But in Hell, death meant the end. Every achievement would vanish like bubbles. The opportunity to ascend to godhood was here, today. Chu Feng took a deep breath and began using his pupil power to communicate with the Nether Gate. Under the reinforcement of his will, the gate slowly opened. Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhang Shui, and Suzy all looked tense. Even without entering, the gate exuded a chilling aura. When it blew against one's face, it felt as though life itself was being drained away. Though there was a famous saying, "The winds of death always follow me," when truly feeling the breath of death, it was a chilling experience. Nobody wished for that wind to blow through them. Mysterious patterns appeared in Jiang Xiaoyu's pupils. "You two, look into my eyes together." Chu Feng and Suzy both turned their gazes toward her. The next moment, Chu Feng suddenly noticed strange text appearing before his eyes. When he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu, lines of text immediately floated around the girl. Uniqlo blue and white top, Lolita style, price, $142, material, 99% cotton, size, L. Uniqlo denim jeans. So this was the legendary all-knowing eye. Chu Feng finally understood. His and Suzy's visions were now bound together through this ability. Whatever their eyes landed on, the all-knowing eye would automatically display relevant information. Suzy's ability wasn't just a treasure for top-level guilds, it was an absolute marvel. What was the most lacking thing in a dungeon? Intelligence. And Suzy's all-knowing eye functioned like a cheat code, automatically gathering strategies and details. Combined with Zhang Xiaoyu's abilities, they could even provide a complete walkthrough before the team entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, they could also gather intelligence on other dungeons. No wonder the super pupil users in the Ascension group always cleared dungeons so quickly. Feeling the changes in his vision, Chu Feng stepped into the Nether Gate. "If I don't descend into hell, who will?" As soon as he stepped into the Nether Gate, it was as if he heard the sound of countless skeletal waves crashing around him. This was hell. "Attention, you are passing through the Nether Gate and heading toward the underworld world." Chu Feng felt himself moving through a cold passageway. Darkness enveloped him, he couldn't see anything. The only light was the text from Suzy's all-knowing eye, which shone like stars in the night. Finally, after a long crossing, Chu Feng felt his body land. Before him was utter darkness, devoid of any light. Even with his eternal divine eyes activated, his vision extended only 5 meters. Chu Feng frowned. This world clearly had restrictions, making it difficult to see what lay ahead. Warning, 10 meters ahead, skeletal soldiers detected. Low danger level, proficient in physical attacks, senses living beings within a 2-meter radius. Defeat it, and you can obtain a bone weapon. Fortunately, the all-knowing eye continued to provide prompts. At this moment, a line of text appeared in his vision. Fengshen, this world is devoid of light, filled with numerous dangers. A single misstep could cost your life. Follow the prompts, avoid the dangers, and you should survive. This was a deliberate reminder from Xuzi. Chu Feng nodded, showing his understanding. 20 meters ahead, skeleton soldier. 15 meters to the left, skeleton soldier. 30 meters to the right, skeleton soldier. Following the prompts, Chu Feng carefully avoided these skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were the weakest undead in the underworld. Their perception range was only 2 meters. As long as he didn't approach them, there shouldn't be any major issues. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng still took out the Hoi Bao. As soon as he drew the bow, it was as if a small sun rose from him, golden rays pouring in all directions, instantly lighting up the darkness. His vision expanded to 20 meters. Fengshen, you actually have such a weapon. Although it was just a line of text, Chu Feng could imagine how shocked Xuzi was. His all-knowing eye had identified this as the supreme-grade Hoi Bao. At the same time, Xuzi couldn't figure out what Fengshen planned to do with this Bao. Chu Feng felt the weight of the Hoi Bao in his hands. Even though he was using his real-world body, which had been strengthened by the eternal divine eyes and was as robust as a martial arts master, it still wasn't easy to wield. In the real world, he could punch through a truck with one blow. But even so, holding the Hoi Bao was no easy task. Yet he still decided to use this weapon. After all, among the treasures in his arsenal, the three-pointed, double-edged blade would electrocute him the moment he took it out. Other treasures were either for support, one-time use, or bazaar tools. As for weapons suitable for combat, apart from this Hoi Bao, there were essentially no other options. Chu Feng felt a bit helpless. If he had another weapon, he would have switched long ago. As for the inheritances of the myriad realms, this world was particularly unique. Neither the inheritances of the Cthulhu realm nor the powers from the resurgence of demons could be used here. It seemed the underworld and the nether realms weren't completely connected, though the underworld was a top-tier dungeon of the nether realms. It sounded a bit complex. In short, the underworld was extraordinarily unique. Holding the Hoi Bao, Chu Feng cautiously approached a skeleton soldier. Fengshen, what are you trying to do? A prompt appeared before him. Xuzi was puzzled. Since he could avoid danger, why provoke the skeleton soldiers? Chu Feng ignored it, having his own plans. Soon, it would all make sense. As Chu Feng approached within 2 meters of the skeleton soldier, it seemed to sense something, instinctively raising its skeletal arms and lunging toward him. It seems this monster isn't particularly tough. Chu Feng raised the Hoi Bao and smashed it hard against the skeleton soldier's skull. Crack! One heavy blow shattered the skeleton soldier on the spot, its skull flying over 30 meters away before coming to a stop. Xuzi's heart raced as he watched. He knew Chu Feng had entered with his real physical body. What on earth had this guy been eating to grow so strong? Holding a supreme-grade Bao, he casually smashed a skeleton soldier to pieces. Could this be the legendary melee archer? This should just be the outskirts of the underworld, the so-called Ghost Gate Pass. Ordinary ghostly creatures are merely skeleton soldiers and pose no threat to me. Chu Feng muttered under his breath and quickened his pace. Upon entering the underworld, his supervision began transmitting strange sensations. It was an intangible connection unique to the Nether System's supervision. Following this sensation, Chu Feng pressed forward, aiming to find Chen Bo's soul. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed ahead. Accompanied by a piercing, bone-chilling wind, Chu Feng realized he had entered a new zone. Huangquan Road. This path is filled with wandering lonely ghosts and vengeful spirits. Be mindful of the corroding effects of the Yin energy here. Chu Feng had just taken a few steps when a golden dragon aura shield automatically emerged around him. You are being corroded by Yin energy. A heavenly treasure, the Imperial Dragon Talisman, has been detected. It can resist the Yin energy for 10 hours. The Yin energy here had already begun to erode living beings. Chu Feng became more vigilant. The fact that the Imperial Dragon Talisman had activated on its own indicated how harmful the Yin energy was to the living. Ordinary people stepping into this realm wouldn't last long before succumbing to the Yin energy's corrosion. After all, the underworld was a place where souls ventured after death, a realm of extreme cold. The Ghost Gate Pass was merely the outskirts, the true entrance lay along Huangquan Road. 50 meters ahead, a wandering ghost. Danger level, medium. Perception range, 10 meters. 100 meters ahead, a vengeful spirit. Danger level, high. Capable of emitting a scream that deals mental attacks. Perception range, 20 meters. 150 meters ahead, underworld ghost soldiers. Danger level, high. These are the guardians of the underworld, wielding heavy hammer weapons. They are immune to most mental attacks and have a perception range of 15 meters. On Huangquan Road, the enemies were growing stronger. In this lightless world, even the perception ranges of the underworld ghost soldiers were limited. As long as he maintained his distance, he wouldn't be detected. Chu Feng proceeded with extreme caution. Warning, a ghost soldier is rapidly approaching you. Ghost soldier and underworld guardian. Floats at high speed. Danger level, extremely high. Perception range, 100 meters. You have entered the ghost soldier's perception range. The moment the prompt appeared, Chu Feng immediately sensed the chilling aura ahead. The ghost soldier brandished a spectral blade, emitting a sharp screech as it charged toward Chu Feng. Simultaneously, nearby ghostly beings, seemingly summoned, began converging on Chu Feng. In that moment, he seemed to be facing an army of the undead. Chu Feng swiftly drew the Hui Bao, infusing its string with his vision power. A golden arrow coalesced, streaking forward like a meteor, piercing straight into the ghost soldier. The ghost soldier couldn't withstand it at all. The solar power unleashed by the Hui Bao obliterated it instantly. The surrounding wandering ghosts were also consumed by the blazing solar energy radiating from the arrow, dissipating into black mist. Once the ghost soldier was slain, the remaining wandering ghosts lost their awareness of Chu Feng and began aimlessly wandering nearby. A few wandering ghosts entered Chu Feng's perception range and lunged at him. Chu Feng raised the Hui Bao, swinging it to strike these wandering ghosts. The Hui Bao was exceedingly effective against spiritual entities. With a mere swing, the undead disintegrated into black mist and vanished. Prompt: the Hui Bao possesses solar power, specifically designed to counter ghostly entities. Advanced ghost soldiers can summon other ghostly beings for collective attacks. After the ghostly shadow soldiers were vanquished, the other ghostly creatures halted in place, not stepping into the range of perception or attacking. Chu Feng speculated that the underworld's ghostly soldiers were classified by rank. Only higher-level ghost soldiers possessed intelligence. These wandering wild ghosts were nothing more than lifeless entities devoid of consciousness. As long as one avoided entering their attack range or understood their attack patterns, they could be dealt with effortlessly. Skeleton soldiers, wandering ghosts, and lost souls had very simplistic attack methods. With the Hui Bao in hand, a single strike could ensure their souls were obliterated. Moving forward, the distant roar of rushing water became audible. That was the Bridge of Helplessness. Crossing the Yellow Springs Road, Chu Feng realized he had to traverse the Bridge of Helplessness in order to continue. Legend had it that one must drink mangpa soup after crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, but who knew if mangpa even existed in this underworld? Chu Feng took a few steps forward, and a sudden danger warning flashed before his eyes. Warning: at the bridge's entrance ahead, 2 Fengdu ghost soldiers are stationed. Fengdu ghost soldiers are highly dangerous, capable of summoning ghostly energy to attack the living. They can command others in combat and have a perception range of 500 meters. Warning: you are about to enter the perception range of the Fengdu ghost soldiers. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The perception range of these Fengdu ghost soldiers was 5 times that of ordinary ghostly soldiers. They were definitely not simple foes. Using the evil gods, I should suppress them. A blood-red glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He locked onto the Fengdu ghost soldiers with his ocular power and began suppressing them. Notification: the Fengdu ghost soldiers have been suppressed by the evil god's eye. Their perception ability has been nullified. Remaining suppression time, 3 minutes. Chu Feng's heart trembled. High-level ghostly entities in the underworld weren't necessarily fully suppressible even with his evil god's eye. But that was to be expected. Demons were the lowest tier of ghostly entities, born from human malice, and were fundamentally the easiest to eliminate. The power of the evil god was far more intricate, tied to rules and laws. As a legendary realm, the underworld was nearly on par with the ancient heavenly court. Any ghostly entity with intelligence was not to be trifled with. 300 meters ahead, ghostly soldiers spotted. 100 meters ahead, vengeful spirits detected. 50 meters ahead, underworld ghost soldiers encountered. Apart from the 2 Fengdu ghost soldiers, Chu Feng managed to handle the other enemies with ease. Quickly bypassing these minor ghosts, he dashed onto the Bridge of Helplessness, racing forward before the suppression from the evil god's eye wore off. That was close. I just escaped the perception range of the Fengdu ghost soldiers. He suddenly realized he had already walked a considerable distance on the Bridge of Helplessness. The sound of flowing water surrounded him on both sides. That was the river of forgetfulness. A gust of eerie wind swept over him along with the river's current. Alert, energy erosion accelerating. Bang! The Royal Dragon Talisman shield has been shattered. Chu Feng swiftly pulled out the Heaven's Mandate seal. A swirl of dragon energy enveloped his body, forming a protective barrier. 3 layers of the Royal Dragon Talisman remain. I'll save the remaining shields for life-threatening situations and avoid using them casually. Though the dragon energy protection from the Heaven's Mandate seal consumes ocular power, it's still more economical than using the Royal Dragon Talisman. Chu Feng activated the Heaven's Mandate Eye, employing the dragon energy control technique to resist the Yin energy's erosion. With the Heaven's Mandate seal clutched in his left hand and the Hui Bao slung over his right shoulder like a hefty club, he cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold enveloped his entire body. A surge of intense Yin energy came rushing from ahead. Detection: black and white impermanents are patrolling this area. Death warning. Black and white impermanents, underworld emissaries, capable of seizing human souls. They possess low-tier ghost deity powers, extremely high intelligence, and a perception range of 2,000 meters. In an instant, 2 dark silhouettes transformed into black mist, charging from the front of the Bridge of Helplessness. Their eyes gleamed as if they had detected the presence of a living being on the bridge, and they immediately darted toward Chu Feng. Black and white impermanents possess ghost deity powers. Getting close to them would result in the immediate capture of one's soul. Analysis: fully charging the Hui Bao could kill black and white impermanents, but their speed makes it nearly impossible to land a shot. As black and white impermanents approached, Chu Feng's mind raced. He knew he absolutely couldn't confront ghost deity-level enemies head-on. It wasn't just their high intelligence, just their ghost deity powers alone far surpassed those of regular underworld ghost soldiers. What should he do? In the blink of an eye, black and white impermanents were already upon him. They had undoubtedly sensed his presence. But just as they landed near him, they suddenly stopped. Chu Feng remained utterly motionless, like a wooden statue. Black and white impermanents were not suppressed by the evil god's eye, but they circled around Chu Feng twice. Black impermanents let out a sinister voice. I could have sworn I sensed a living being here just now. White impermanents sneered. A living being? If one had entered, they'd have been eroded by the underworld's Yin energy right away. Black impermanents frowned. Then what was that aura I sensed earlier? White impermanents chuckled. It must have been a mistake. Let's report back to Lord Chenghuang that there's nothing unusual here. Black impermanents snorted. What a shame, I was hoping to find a living being to siphon some vitality from. Ever since Lord Chenghuang appointed a new death envoy, I haven't had a taste of living essence in ages. White impermanence sighed. Forget it. We're just minor underworld entities here. The death envoy has been heavily favored by Lord Chenghuang lately, outranking us by far. Let's move on. With that, the two figures gradually faded into the distance. In Chu Feng's pupils, ripples of light shimmered. Indeed. He had just used infinite Tsukuyomi to disguise himself as an ordinary ghostly soldier of the underworld, completely masking any trace of life. Though black and white impermanents were intelligent, their understanding remained confined to the rules of the underworld. Sensing Chu Feng's aura suddenly vanish, they thought nothing more and left without further investigation. Chu Feng knew that engaging in a direct confrontation with black and white impermanents on the Bridge of Helplessness would have been disastrous. Having just fired an arrow from the Hui Bao and utilized infinite Tsukuyomi, his ocular power had already diminished by a tenth. If it were anyone else with supernatural ocular abilities, they likely would have run out of power long ago. The underworld truly wasn't a place to be trifled with. If not for his abundant ocular power, diverse supernatural eye abilities, and the aid of various powerful treasures, Chu Feng would have died countless times over. Outside the dungeon, Chu Zi and Jiang Xiaoyu were equally tense as they watched. Of course, they refrained from giving Chu Feng any random tips to avoid disrupting his actions. Initially, Chu Zi's guidance had made everyone feel that the underworld wasn't so dangerous. But the appearance of black and white impermanents revealed their immense, lethal threat. If they got too close, a single misstep could cost a life. These were merely low-tier ghost deities of the underworld. Although they possessed intelligence, their cognitive abilities were still somewhat limited. If the city god mentioned by the black and white impermanents were to show up, even the infinite Tsukuyomi might not deceive him. Chu Feng listened to their conversation, his heart sinking. The new envoy of the deceased they spoke of was likely Uncle Chen. Although it was unclear how Uncle Chen became a death envoy, it might have something to do with his super eye attribute. But if Uncle Chen had already become a part of the underworld, how could Chu Feng take him out? At that moment, the waters of the forgetting river suddenly grew turbulent. You are being hit by the impact of the river of lost souls, please respond quickly. Chu Feng swiftly raised the Hui Bao in his right hand, watching as a massive wave surged from the forgetting river, rushing toward the bridge of helplessness. The water of the forgetting river was no ordinary liquid. Its surface was littered with white bones and countless wandering spirits and wild ghosts. It seemed as though the river wasn't flowing with water, but with the remains of the dead and their lost souls. The Yin energy of the forgetting river was dozens of times more corrosive than ordinary Yin winds. Even a single drop landing on a living being could rapidly drain their vitality, causing them to age in an instant. Behind Chu Feng, a dazzling burst of Buddhist light erupted. Great mighty heavenly dragon! A radiant pillar of Buddhist light burst from his body, dispelling all the incoming waters of the forgetting river. The wandering souls and Yin energy within the river were instantly obliterated under the light, unable to touch Chu Feng. Of course, the great mighty heavenly dragon required a cooldown period and couldn't be used continuously. This was equivalent to Chu Feng revealing yet another trump card. The underworld is truly dangerous. If it were me, I'd probably be dead from that impact. Chu Zi couldn't help but sigh by the netherworld gate. Jiang Gu chuckled. If even the god sealer couldn't survive the underworld, who else could possibly leave alive? Hearing this, Jiang Shui and Jiang Xiaoyu grew even more tense, nodding in agreement. Through shared vision, they deeply felt the peril of the underworld. After surviving the crisis of the forgetting river's outburst, Chu Feng successfully avoided several traps on the bridge of helplessness, following the system's guidance. When he encountered a few ghostly soldiers, he had no choice but to use the Hui Bao to eliminate them. By the time he reached the end of the bridge of helplessness, Chu Feng's eye power had dropped to 70%. At the end of the bridge stood an old woman holding a bowl of soup. Mangpa. Mangpa, a mid-level ghost deity, tasked with guarding the bridge of helplessness. Everyone crossing the bridge must drink Mangpa soup. Mangpa soup is a potion for reincarnation. Drinking it clears all Yin energy from the body but erases all memories. Note, once you step onto the bridge of helplessness, Mangpa will already have noticed you. Chu Feng's heart sank. Compared to the black and white impermanence, Mangpa was a higher-tier entity. Moreover, she had already fixed her gaze on him the moment he stepped onto the bridge. So, could the same trick he used on the black and white impermanence work again? Chu Feng once more activated the Samsara Eye, performing the Samsara illusion in an attempt to bypass Mangpa. However, just as he passed by Mangpa, a raspy voice rang in his ear. "Young man, your little tricks might fool the black and white impermanence, but they won't deceive me." Chu Feng felt a cold Yin energy wrap around him. Turning his head, he saw Mangpo's aged face twist into a sinister smile. Her toothless grin was more terrifying than the white bones scattered along the road. Her eyes were hollow and lifeless, and her wrinkled hands held out a bowl of Mangpa soup toward Chu Feng. "To cross the bridge, you must drink this soup. It's the rule." The black liquid in the bowl bubbled and churned. Strips of human skin and some strange hairs floated on its surface, nauseating to the extreme. The air was filled with a sharp, rancid smell. Chu Feng furrowed his brows. Unlike the black and white impermanence, Mangpa couldn't care less about how Chu Feng had arrived here. In mythology, the black and white impermanents were ghostly officers tasked with capturing the souls of the living, akin to the patrol officers of the underworld. Mangpa, on the other hand, was the gatekeeper. Anyone wishing to pass had to follow her rules. Hint: Mangpo's mental defense is relatively weak. Her attack power is not high. You can attempt to control her from the mental plane. Upon seeing the hint, Chu Feng immediately activated the heavenly demon eye. Mangpa was momentarily dazed, and her consciousness began to fall under Chu Feng's control. Of course, Chu Feng's eye power was depleting rapidly. After all, Mangpa was a mid-level ghost deity, and fully controlling her mind with the heavenly demon eye was no easy task. Chu Feng grabbed the bowl of soup from Mangpo's hands, pried open her mouth, and forcibly poured the eerie liquid down her throat. "Forget everything that happened here," Chu Feng said coldly. "Mangpa, you can have this ghastly soup yourself." After forcing the soup down, Chu Feng coldly shoved the empty bowl back into Mangpo's hands and turned to leave. After a while, Mangpo's body finally regained its mobility. She stared blankly at the empty bowl in her hands before turning to refill it from a nearby jar. Outside the netherworld gate, Chu Zi and the others, upon witnessing this scene, nearly fell to their knees in astonishment. Fengshen's methods are terrifyingly ruthless, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her mouth wide open in disbelief. "His style is definitely something we should learn from." Jiang Shui couldn't help but agree with a nod. Pouring Mangpa soup directly into Mangpo's mouth, how ruthless must one be to pull off something like that? In truth, Chu Feng had no better options at the time. If he had directly confronted Mangpa with the Hui Bao, it would have been a tough fight against a mid-level ghost deity. Moreover, individuals in such specific roles were adept at calling for reinforcements when faced with powerful opponents. If the battle had escalated, it would have drawn back the recently departed black and white impermanents. Following that, the Oxhead and Horseface, the civil and martial judges, and even the city god might have all shown up to welcome him. Chu Feng's soul would have truly entered the gates of the underworld then. After passing Mangpo's checkpoint, Chu Feng felt an increasingly strong connection to Uncle Chen. After walking only a short distance, a series of notifications popped up before him. 5 kilometers ahead, Fengdu Ghost City, outer city of the underworld. 1 kilometer ahead, Fengdu Patrol Officer. Danger level, high. Armed with an underworld spear, proficient in close combat and throwing, capable of piercing the heart in one strike. Entering any patrol officer's detection range will trigger a collective attack by Fengdu Ghost soldiers. Detection range, 700 meters. Number of Fengdu Ghost soldiers ahead, 53. Locations. Movement directions. A flood of prompts filled Chu Feng's vision. Outside the gates of Fengdu Ghost City, numerous ghost soldiers were patrolling. At the city gates, 3 Fengdu patrol officers were stationed, roaming the vicinity in their patrol routes. Chu Feng activated the Eternal Divine Eyes and discovered that the ghost soldiers patrolled in a fixed pattern. He didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged and quietly observed the ghost soldiers complete a full patrol cycle. According to Black and White Impermanence, Uncle Chen was not in mortal danger in the underworld. In fact, he had even been favored by the city god for a promotion. Therefore, Chu Feng wasn't in a hurry to rescue him. He decided to first familiarize himself with the situation here. After several rounds of observation, Chu Feng not only mastered the patrol routes of the ghost soldiers but also discovered a flaw in their pattern, allowing him to avoid them and successfully enter Fengdu Ghost City. Chu Feng's necromantic eyes sensed that Uncle Chen was inside the city, his aura growing closer and closer. He took a deep breath. This checkpoint, he had to break through it. He took his first step forward. 600 meters to the right, Fengdu Ghost soldiers are approaching. 550 meters to the left, Fengdu Ghost soldiers are approaching. In front, behind. After just a few steps, ghost soldiers from all directions suddenly surrounded him. It seemed that Chu Feng was about to enter their perception range. But he stood motionless, waiting calmly. The ghost soldiers, however, bypassed him and headed in other directions. Not a single ghost soldier noticed Chu Feng. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Seizing the moment when the ghost soldiers ahead and to the right began to move, he stepped forward with an odd gait, limping as if avoiding traps on the ground. Using this method, Chu Feng stayed right at the edge of the ghost soldiers' perception, steadily advancing. He was now just a short distance from the gates of Fengdu Ghost City. Right at that moment, a Fengdu patrol officer suddenly stepped forward. Chu Feng immediately activated his evil god's eye, instantly subduing the patrol officer. Then he approached the city gates and subdued the 2 remaining patrol officers as well. Once he confirmed that all the patrol officers were immobilized, Chu Feng swiftly dashed through the city gates and entered the heart of Fengdu Ghost City. Just then, a prompt suddenly appeared. 2,000 meters ahead, Oxhead and Horseface. Oxhead and Horseface, underworld enforcers akin to Black and White Impermanence, capable of soul capture. Perception range, 900 meters. Although their perception range wasn't as vast as Black and White Impermanence's, Chu Feng activated the misty sky form of his Eternal Divine Eyes, surveying Fengdu Ghost City from above. He saw Oxhead and Horseface 2,000 meters away, one with an ox head, the other with a horse face, leisurely sipping tea in a tea house. However, the tea in their cups was pitch black, likely brewed with some skull fished out from the depths of the forgetful river. This kind of beverage was probably only reserved for high-ranking officials of the underworld. And that wasn't all. With the misty sky form activated, a flood of information appeared in Chu Feng's field of vision. Ghost Tower, responsible for managing Fengdu Ghost soldiers, holds the Command Ghost token. Acquiring this token allows command over the ghost soldiers here. Difficulty, extremely high. Entering is almost certain death. Fengdu Imperial Palace, territory of the Fengdu Emperor, holds the Imperial Command token of Fengdu Ghost City. Acquiring it grants control over the entire city. Difficulty, certain death. Lady Ghost's Grand Estate, residence of noble ghost citizens. Wearing the aristocratic attire of Fengdu Ghost City allows one to conceal the aura of a living being and gain the identity of a ghost city noble. Difficulty, guarded by enemy forces. You must claim the head of an enemy general to proceed. Countless mechanisms within Fengdu Ghost City surged into Chu Feng's view like a torrent of information. He focused his attention on these three critical locations. The Ghost Tower is the military headquarters, and the Imperial Palace is where the Emperor resides. If I go to either of these places, it's clearly a death sentence. Controlling the entire Ghost City is simply impossible for me right now. Even if I somehow acquired the command tokens, a single city god could kill me hundreds of times over. And if King Yenluo intervened personally. But Lady Ghost's grand estate might be worth a shot. If I can obtain the aristocratic attire, my subsequent actions will be much easier. Dodging ghosts in what felt like a hide-and-seek game, Chu Feng's ankles were beginning to ache. Of course, he needed to slowly figure out the route to the grand estate. Outside the instance, Chu Zi couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing Chu Feng's capabilities. The misty sky form allowed him to survey the entire situation, and its synergy with the all-knowing eye made it even more formidable. Chu Feng entered the city, bypassing Oxhead and Horseface up ahead, and arrived at a street. If not for the lightless world around him, the buildings here would look no different from those of an ancient city. Lanterns hung from various buildings along the street. Ghost citizens hopped around the streets. Ghost citizens are the original inhabitants of Fengdu Ghost City. They committed grave sins during their lives, and their souls couldn't be reincarnated after death. Their relatives burned vast amounts of paper money, allowing them to be accepted into the Ghost City, where they live lives somewhat resembling those of mortals. Ghost citizens possess limited sentience but lack offensive capabilities. Perception range, 5 meters. Note, if discovered by ghost citizens, they will report to the Ghost Tower in exchange for underworld currency rewards. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. Souls that couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation but could still live in the Ghost City? Looking at these ghost citizens, elderly, children, shopkeepers, it seemed their lives weren't much different from the living, aside from their hopping movements. Some of the younger ghost citizens were even quite polite, bowing to elderly ghost grandfathers in greeting. And all of this was because their relatives had burned immense amounts of paper money. The saying that money could even move ghosts wasn't wrong at all. The street was crowded with ghost citizens, making it difficult to avoid detection. Chu Feng proceeded cautiously until he finally found a road with fewer ghost citizens. This road was spacious and led straight to Lady Ghost's grand estate. There were a few ghost soldiers guarding the estate's entrance, but not many. Chu Feng immediately activated his evil god's eye, easily subduing them and smoothly entering the estate. Warning, 500 meters ahead, Lady Ghost is present near the entrance. Lady Ghost is wearing the aristocratic attire of Fengdu Ghost City. Defeating her will grant this attire. The prompt indicated that Lady Ghost was alone. She was merely a more distinguished ghost citizen in essence, not a ghost soldier, general, or deity. Chu Feng approached her and used his evil god's eye to subdue her. Ah! Lady Ghost let out a sharp scream. The ghost soldiers in the grand estate were immediately alarmed. Countless ghost citizens swarmed toward the source of the scream. But when they arrived at the scene of Lady Ghost's scream, they found nothing. These ghost citizens weren't particularly intelligent. After scratching their heads, they gradually dispersed. After all, a bunch of ghosts was just that. Their limited sentience only allowed them to recognize Lady Ghost's higher status. As for thinking critically, they were already ghosts. What was there to think about? Dressed in Lady Ghost's aristocratic attire, Chu Feng quietly left the grand estate. He possessed the evil god's eye and the heavenly demon eye, naturally concealing his whereabouts exceptionally well. He would not be easily discovered. The Ghost City's noble attire was nothing more than a black robe, utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. It looked like a piece of tattered cloth picked up by the banks of the river of forgetfulness, still damp, with an unknown liquid clinging to it. Chu Feng suppressed his disgust and donned it. Fortunately, aside from the chilly, damp sensation, it wasn't particularly uncomfortable. He approached a little ghost to test whether the Ghost City noble attire actually served any purpose. Sure enough, as soon as he stood before the little ghost, the ghost immediately dropped to its knees, kowtowing repeatedly and calling out in a cold, eerie voice. "Greetings, Ghost Lord. Greetings, Ghost Lord." Over and over again. After Chu Feng left, the little ghost finally stood up and hopped away. "They're nothing but lifeless creatures," Chu Feng muttered, shaking his head. He had initially thought Ghost City would resemble the human world. But judging by the little ghost's reaction, they were merely a part of Ghost City, completely devoid of traits that living beings possessed. After putting on the Ghost City noble attire, Chu Feng tried walking past ghost soldiers. He wasn't attacked. However, ghost soldiers were different from ghost citizens. The ghost soldiers did not salute him, nor did they react to his presence. Even among ghost citizens, nobles were at best on equal footing with ghost soldiers. If they encountered a ghost general, they would likely have to kneel. After some thought, Shufeng decided not to stir up trouble. He needed to keep a low profile and avoid provoking any ghost generals. The sensation of Chen Bo's presence grew stronger and closer. His heart stirred, and he quickened his pace in Chen Bo's direction. At Ghost Granny's grand estate, Oxhead and Horseface descended like two streams of black mist, arriving at the scene. The two ghost deities furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. They immediately seized a ghost citizen and questioned sharply, "Where is Ghost Granny?" The ghost citizen, terrified, leapt up before dropping to its knees, stammering, "My lords, I heard Ghost Granny scream just once, and after arriving here, she vanished." "Vanished?" Oxhead narrowed his eyes, his expression full of murderous intent. The ghost citizen trembled in fear, shrinking into the ground. "My lords, I truly don't know where Ghost Granny went. Please have mercy and spare me. TSK, TSK. Afraid of death even after becoming a ghost, truly hopeless." Horseface, calmer by nature, observed the ghost citizen's movements and said coldly, "It seems someone entered from the outside." "A living being?" Oxhead frowned deeply. Horseface's gaze darkened. "Let's go ask Mengpa first." Black mist churned. Oxhead and Horseface immediately left Ghost Granny's estate, heading for the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Mengpa stood at the bridgehead, ever vigilant and never straying from her post. When Oxhead and Horseface arrived at her side, they noticed Mengpa showed no reaction, their confusion growing. Oxhead called out, "Mengpa?" Mengpa turned around, looking at them with a puzzled expression. "Who are you? Who is Mengpa? Who am I?" Oxhead and Horseface felt their hearts tighten. Approaching Mengpa, they noticed the remnants of Mengpo's soup at the corner of her lips, and the pot beside her was missing a bowl's worth. They quickly grasped the situation. "What now? A living being has entered the underworld and even made Mengpa drink her own soup. This is a major problem. Where are Black and White Impermanents? Weren't they just out on patrol? Why didn't they notice?" Just then, an icy voice came from the side. "Heh, I heard someone cursing us. Turns out it's you, Oxhead, you brainless fool." White Impermanence's sharp tongue lashed out, pointing directly at Oxhead with a barrage of insults. "Who are you calling brainless?" Oxhead immediately grew angry. It seemed his intelligence wasn't an area of strength. Horseface shot him a glare. "If you had kept quiet, you wouldn't have revealed your lack of wits." Then, turning to Black and White Impermanence, Horseface said coldly, "Go check Mengpo's condition for yourselves." Black and White Impermanence frowned and stepped forward. Mengpo's vacant eyes stared at them, and a faint, unsettling smile suddenly curled at her lips. "Hee, so many visitors today. Why don't you all have a sip of the soup I brewed?" Black Impermanence spoke gravely, "Mengpa indeed remembers nothing. She's merely following the underworld's orders by instinct." Horseface sneered. "Weren't you two just patrolling? How has the situation only worsened?" Black and White Impermanence's faces turned somber. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed their failure. A living being entering the underworld, this is no trivial matter. After a pause, White Impermanence spoke slowly, "This isn't something the few of us can resolve. The most urgent task now is to report this to Lord Zhong Kuei." Zhong Kuei. At the mention of this name, even Oxhead and Horseface's expressions turned grim. Everyone knew Lord Zhong Kuei was exceedingly strict. With an incident of this magnitude, not a single ghost officer would escape severe reprimand. Even Oxhead and Horseface were unlikely to be spared. Oxhead gritted his teeth, glaring at Black and White Impermanence. These two cunning individuals were clearly trying to drag them down together. But at this moment, there was no better option. "Fine. If Lord Zhong Kuei seeks to assign blame, none of us will escape." Finally, Horseface let out a cold snort. For shadows vanished swiftly from the scene, heading toward the ghost tower where Lord Zhong Kuei resided. If even this lord became involved, the entire Fengdu Ghost City might be thrown into upheaval. Mengpa scratched her head and chuckled. "Ah, you're all so busy talking amongst yourselves, and no one cares about this old woman. Getting old, growing ugly, even ghosts ignore me now. It's truly disheartening." At the Hall of Justice in the Underworld, behind the desk sat Zhong Kuei, clad in the official attire of the Underworld, wearing a ferocious azure beast mask. In his right hand, he held a brush, engrossed in his writing. At that moment, four ghostly figures appeared outside the Hall of Justice. Oxhead, Horseface, Black and White Impermanence. "All of you ghost officers appearing here together, what brings you to me?" Zhong Kuei's icy gaze lifted to meet theirs. Oxhead and Horseface had always been at odds with Black and White Impermanence, their disputes unending. For something to bring them together must be no small matter. "My lord, we conducted an inspection at Ghost Granny's estate and found her missing. According to the ghost citizens, they heard a scream, but by the time we arrived, Ghost Granny had already vanished, Oxhead and Horseface reported respectfully. Black and White Impermanence followed up. During our patrol at the Bridge of Forgetfulness, the River of Forgetfulness, and the Yellow Springs Road, we sensed the presence of a living being. But whenever we approached, the presence would vanish. Upon returning, we found Mengpo's memory erased, likely due to being forcibly made to drink her own soup. My lord, based on our conjecture, it is possible that a powerful living being has infiltrated, evaded our surveillance, and even tricked Mengpa. Right now, that person is most likely hiding in Fengdu Ghost City. Only Lord Zhong Kuei can apprehend this individual and present them to Lord Yen Luo for interrogation. Zhong Kuei frowned, listening to their report, then said coldly, "Indeed, with you useless lot, you couldn't even catch a living being. If I don't investigate this personally, the underworld will surely face a major upheaval." Oxhead, Horseface, and the Black and White Wuchang's expressions darkened. Still, they had to admit, Zhong Kuei's scolding was not unwarranted. To argue? They couldn't find a single rebuttal. For such a mishap, the Ghost Guards bore heavy responsibility. It was already fortunate they hadn't been skinned alive. "Follow me." Zhong Kuei left behind this command and immediately sped off toward Fengdu. Oxhead, Horseface, and the Black and White Wuchang didn't dare delay and hurried to follow. However, Zhong Kuei's power far surpassed that of these lower-ranking ghost deities. The 4 Ghost Guards inwardly cursed their plight but could never catch up to Zhong Kuei's speed. In just a few minutes, Zhong Kuei arrived at the grand manor of the ghostly matron. The surrounding ghostly inhabitants, sensing the overwhelming aura of a mighty ghost deity, were terrified out of their wits. They immediately knelt and begged for mercy, crying out for forgiveness even before Zhong Kuei spoke. Zhong Kuei ignored these cowards and went straight to the spot where the ghostly matron had vanished. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's indeed a living being." Zhong Kuei, a high-ranking ghost deity, capable of wielding soul-controlling sorcery, immune to mental and undead attacks, possessing divine qualities, highly resistant to physical damage. Danger level, unbeatable. Xu Feng's heart sank. He had never expected Zhong Kuei to come directly to this place. Behind Zhong Kuei followed Oxhead, Horseface, and the Black and White Wuchang. Their gazes toward Xu Feng were icy cold. A living being entering the underworld. This spelled an impending upheaval for the entire realm. Even Zhong Kuei's eyes grew serious. A golden light flashed in Xu Feng's eyes. He now understood how Zhong Kuei had found him. Facing so many ghost deities, relying on his ocular powers alone was impossible. More significantly, within Fengdu Ghost City, there remained another high-ranking ghost deity, the Fengdu Emperor, who had yet to make an appearance. Xu Feng speculated that Zhong Kuei didn't want to escalate the situation and intended to take him to Lord Yen Luo for interrogation alone. Although the exact circumstances were unclear, these details made Xu Feng acutely aware that even Zhong Kuei was deeply wary of his identity as a living being. He let out a cold laugh and drew the Hoi Bao. "I'm here to find someone." Sure enough, upon seeing the Hoi Bao, Zhong Kuei's expression immediately changed. The Hoi Bao. How could this item appear here? As expected, Zhong Kuei grew visibly more cautious. Xu Feng took a deep breath. He could sense that Chen Bo's presence was drawing ever closer. He had to find a way to stall them. Xu Feng said indifferently, "How this Bao came to be here is none of your concern. All you need to know is that I'm here to find a friend." "A friend?" Zhong Kuei's eyes gleamed with suspicion. "This friend of yours, who exactly are they?" "The messenger of the dead." Xu Feng enunciated each word clearly. "Apologies, but this is not something I can decide." Zhong Kuei shook his head. "You're a living being, and since you've come to the underworld, you must follow me to see Lord Yen Luo." "And if I refuse?" Xu Feng frowned. "Then don't blame us for being rude." Zhong Kuei's words had barely fallen when he swiftly cast a spell, sending waves of black energy surging toward Xu Feng. Xu Feng immediately pulled the Hoi Bao taut, releasing a golden arrow that collided with the black energy, erupting into dazzling sunlight. The entire underworld seemed to be illuminated. The power of the sun. "This Bao, it really is the Hoi Bao." Zhong Kuei's expression darkened. He never anticipated that Xu Feng's background would prove so formidable. For now, all he could do was capture Xu Feng. Given his position, the presence of a living being in the underworld could not be dealt with recklessly. He could only bring him before Lord Yen Luo. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Xu Feng, having already discerned that Zhong Kuei didn't dare inflict lethal harm, unhesitatingly engaged in combat. "You two join me and capture him." Zhong Kuei shouted at Oxhead, Horseface, and the Black and White Wuchang. These underlings clearly intended for him to take the fall alone. A living being appearing in the underworld, none of them could wash their hands of the responsibility. When Lord Yen Luo inquired, the more deities implicated, the more the blame would be dispersed. Oxhead, Horseface, and the black and white Wuchang gritted their teeth. They understood Zhong Kuei's intentions, but they too had roped him in with the same mindset earlier. To refrain now would only make matters worse. Seeing the black and white Wuchang and Oxhead and Horseface charging toward him simultaneously, Chu Feng had no choice but to unleash the full extent of his ocular powers. Infinite Tsukuyami. The illusion unfolded, and Chu Feng transformed into a golden Buddha. Under the Buddha's radiant light, the black and white Wuchang and Oxhead and Horseface cried out in alarm and hastily retreated. Idiots, it's just an illusion. Zhong Kuei cursed, but as he approached, he felt an unmistakable purity in the Buddha's light, harming him genuinely. A true illusion? Zhong Kuei was taken aback. Who on earth was this mortal? A true illusion. Could it be connected to that ancient figure from the heavenly court? The Hui Bao, the true illusion. Zhong Kuei began to panic slightly. But he had no choice but to press on. As a ghost deity of the underworld, Zhong Kuei's body housed not only ghostly energy but also divine power. Ghostly energy was vulnerable to purification by Buddha's light, but divine power was not. In his hand appeared a hook resembling a soul-snatching weapon, which he hurled toward Chu Feng. The hook seemed slow at first but reached Chu Feng in the blink of an eye, as if defying the constraints of time and space. Chu Feng's ocular power was nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew all his ocular techniques and charged straight at the hook. This guy. Zhong Kuei cursed, hastily withdrawing the hook. At the same time, Oxhead, Horseface, and the black and white Wuchang seized the opportunity to transform into four shadows, lunging at Chu Feng. Unexpectedly, in the instant the hook was retracted, Chu Feng unhesitatingly aimed the Hui Bao at himself and fired an arrow. The arrow transformed into immense power, instantly killing himself. Zhong Kuei and the four ghost guards were dumbfounded. This guy had actually committed suicide? The next moment, a white light enveloped Chu Feng. Reincarnation and rebirth. When Chu Feng revived, his ocular power was restored to the state it had been before his serious injuries, along with a partial return of his strength. Reviving from death. He even has this move. Zhong Kuei was dumbfounded, and the four ghost messengers dared not step forward. This living person's aura was not strong, but his methods were astonishingly formidable, one after another. No, this isn't resurrection from the dead. It's just a flash of vitality before ultimate death, and it can't be used many times. Zhong Kuei snorted coldly, quickly assessing the situation. Almost got fooled by this kid. He unleashed a surge of immense ghostly power, no longer holding back, and launched a ferocious attack at Chu Feng. Since the opponent could use this flash of vitality, it was clear he wouldn't die easily. At that moment, countless spirits converged into a black torrent, surging toward Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei's expression changed. He immediately redirected his spells to fend off the flood of spirits. His body was sent flying, crashing over 10 meters away. When he lifted his head, his expression was complex and inscrutable. Netherworld envoy, have you come as well? Chu Feng turned to look. Suspended in midair, the Netherworld envoy was none other than Old Chen.